Chapter 1, teaming up with the down on her luck school beauty. Blue Star, the Divine Xia Empire. Linjiang City, 4th High School. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all the senior high school students gathered on the playground. In the very center of the playground, there is a golden pillar of light that stretches straight to the sky, surrounded by thousands of mysterious runes. Whenever a rune falls into the center, it signifies the awakening of the corresponding profession. This is the pillar of chosen that determines the fate of countless people. Among the students, Lin Bai wore a loose school uniform, his handsome face showing a hint of anticipation. I wonder what profession I will awaken. Ideally, a mage or summoner, archer or mechanic is also fine, as long as they are not mindless tanks who just stand in front with a shield or hammer. As a person who follows his heart, Lin Bai's greatest dream is to live until he dies. If possible, he also hopes to live on forever. Clang! As the pendulum clock hanging from the top of the teaching building chimed, students began to walk into the pillar of chosen in an orderly fashion. Lu Jian lacks spirituality and has failed to awaken. Zhang Tao, spirituality 53, awakening successful, professional warrior, rank D. Lu Quan, spirituality 79, awakening successful, class, Gale swordsman, rank B. Whenever a student enters the pillar of the chosen, the teacher standing nearby records the information. Time flew by, and as it approached his class's turn, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel nervous. Awakening is related to spirituality, and spirituality can be enhanced through physical exercise and learning. The higher one's spirituality, the greater the chance of successful awakening, and the stronger the awakened profession level. As an ordinary high school student, Lin Bai's spirituality is only 90, barely reaching the excellent level. If things were normal, he would most likely awaken a B level or a level profession. Of course, under abnormal circumstances, it is also possible to awaken a C rank, D rank, or even F rank profession. Furthermore, the class strength is calculated by humans themselves and has nothing to do with the pillars of heaven. Look, Feng Shui is almost here. In the crowd, someone shouted something, and almost everyone looked at a girl standing in front of the pillar of chosen. This girl is tall and has an ethereal air about her. The only flaw is her aloof expression. She is Feng Shui, the school beauty of 4th High School and the only genius whose spirituality reaches 100. I wonder what kind of profession Feng Shui will awaken. With her spirituality of 100, she should be able to awaken an S-rank profession, or at the very least an A-rank one. I'm envious. I wish I could awaken an S-rank class too. Hearing the whispers around him, Lin Bai's gaze also turned curious. The next second, under the gaze of countless people, Feng Shui walked into the pillar of chosen. The runes surrounding the pillar of chosen began to rotate, their speed increasing until finally, a rune depicting a small sword landed on Feng Shui's head. Upon seeing this rune, many people stared wide-eyed, their expressions one of astonishment. Feng Shui, spirituality 100, awakened successfully, professional swordsman. The teacher in charge of taking notes paused for a moment, then said regretfully, F grade. Feng Shui's previously aloof face instantly turned deathly pale. How could it be a swordsman class? She stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, unable to accept it. A genius brimming with spirituality has awakened the most worthless profession. What a cruel twist of fate. Serves her right for being so pretentious at school. Perhaps she did something that angered both heaven and man, and was punished by the gods. The mocking laughter and pitying glances around her felt like sharp thorns piercing her heart, making Feng Shui's face even paler. Why did this happen to me? She clenched her fists in frustration, the stinging pain in her palms a constant reminder that this was not an illusion. Feng Shui, can you hurry up? Don't waste the time of the people behind you. The next girl who was about to awaken urged. Feng Shui lowered her head and silently walked out of the pillar of chosen. Gone was her usual aloofness, she was now extremely disheveled. What a pity. Lin Bai felt moved and sympathetic towards Feng Shui's plight. He remembered that the two of them had been deskmates for a while. Although Feng Shui was a bit aloof, she was quite kind-hearted and easier to get along with than some of the insincere classmates. He had originally planned to team up with Feng Shui after his awakening, but reality was just that cruel. Next up, Jiang Jinjin. Hearing the teacher call her name, the girl who was first in line stepped forward. Although this girl is only a high school student, she has very glamorous makeup on her face. At this moment, Jiang Jinjin successfully replaced Feng Shui and became the focus of attention on the playground. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Jiang Jinjin walked into the pillar of chosen. A few seconds later, a rune depicting a staff landed on Jiang Jinjin's head. Zhangjinjin, Spirituality 92, Awakening Successful, Elemental Mage, S rank, the teacher in charge of recording announced excitedly. These words caused an uproar. No one expected that Jiang Jinjin would replace Feng Shui, who had the highest spirituality, and awaken an S-level profession. The principal and many school leaders stepped forward, surrounded Jiang Jinjin, and said words of praise and encouragement. Jiang Jinjin beamed with pride, her smugness barely concealed. She glanced at Feng Shui standing behind her, and her smugness only intensified. Feng Shui gave a self-deprecating laugh. Compared to Jiang Jinjin, she looked extremely lonely and forlorn. A few minutes later, it was finally Lin Bai's turn. It's my turn. I'll accept being a melee brute, but please don't end up like Feng Shui. With a nervous expression, Lin Bai stepped into the Pillar of Chosen. Thousands of runes rotated, and slowly, a rune depicting a sphere of light landed on Lin Bai's head. Lin Bai, Spirituality 90, awakened successfully, professional priest, C-level. The teacher shook his head regretfully. Although priests are decent in strength, they lack offensive skills, so few teams are willing to accept them. This makes the priest's position very awkward. They are not a bad class, but they are not much better than a bad class either. A priest? At the same time, a job panel that only Lin Bai could see appeared in front of him. Name, Lin Bai. Occupation, priest. Level, 1. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Constitution, 9. Mental strength, 11. Stamina, 98. Magic power, 120. Skills, healing, blessing, holy light. Healing spell Black Iron, slowly heals the target's injuries. Blessing Bronze, grants the target a slight boost to strength and agility. Holy Light Bolt Black Iron, summons a ball of holy light to attack the target. The skills are described in detail later, such as how much mana they consume. A C-rank class with only 1 bronze and 2 iron skills at the start is really lame, but at least it's a ranged class. Lin Bai felt a mixture of disappointment and relief. Back in class, although he had also awakened a useless profession, he was not ridiculed because of Feng Shui's contrast and because he was well liked in the class. Instead, he received a lot of comfort. Xiao Bai, being a pastor isn't so bad. At least you can find a good job after graduating from university, a girl who had a crush on Lin Bai comforted him. Lin Bai looked at the girl with deep affection. Would you like to team up with me for a dungeon run? My stomach hurts a little, I'll talk to you later. The girl clutched her stomach and ran towards the teaching building. Lin Bai then looked at the other classmates he got along with. These classmates were either squatting down pretending to tie their shoelaces or discussing the weather in pairs. In any case, they didn't look in his direction. Even if they accidentally met each other's eyes, they would quickly look away. He. I knew you guys were completely unreliable. Xiao Bai, let's team up. A chubby boy approached. What's your profession? Chef. Excuse me, someone is looking for me over there. Lin Bai quickly ran away, saying, sorry, I can't rely on you either. People are indeed hypocritical. Suddenly, a voice rang in my ears. Host has successfully awakened the most powerful support system is initiating binding. System? Lin Bai's eyes lit up with surprise. Wasn't this a sure sign of takeoff? Binding successful. You can upgrade one skill for the host. Please select the skill you wish to upgrade. After much deliberation, Lin Bai decided to upgrade his healing technique. The reason is simple, healing spells are just too terrible. Not only is recovery slow, but you also have to touch the target with your hand to keep healing. If it's during a battle, 2 people have to run away together, and one person has to cover the other's wound while running away. If the other person is injured in the buttocks, the scene is just too gruesome. Upgraded healing technique. Upgrade successful. Healing spell Silver summons a ball of holy light to quickly heal the target and cause the target to feel the urge to urinate. It's powerful, but let's be honest, is this system legitimate? Lin Bai was speechless. If he had suddenly used that move on a teammate during a battle, the teammate would have been instantly motivated to fight. As we all know, a person's potential is limitless when they are holding in their urine. Whether the battle could be resolved quickly was not within Lin Bai's consideration. I am just a priest, things outside of fighting are none of my business. Lin Bai utterly abandoned the last vestiges of conscience he had left. Task: help Feng Shui reach level 10 within 1 month. The main way for professionals to level up is by fighting monsters. The more efficient the monster fighting, the faster the leveling up. According to Lin Bai, even an S-level profession might not be able to reach level 10 within a month, let alone the lowest level F-level profession. Level 10 in a month? System, are you trying to make things difficult for me, fat tiger? Hint, Feng Shui has been chosen by the sword god, but she is unaware of this. Only by passing the trials can Feng Shui become a qualified chosen one of the gods. Mission successful, reward, upgrade the remaining 2 skills. Mission failed, our Bai's height will decrease by 1 centimeter. It is our duty as righteous people to help Feng Shui become a qualified chosen one of God. Lin Bai's expression was serious and earnest. He had no choice but to succeed. With this determination in mind, he approached Feng Shui. Feng Shui looked up at Lin Bai, then coldly looked away. Do you have teammates yet? Lin Bai cleared his throat and asked tentatively. So you're here to laugh at me too? Feng Shui clenched her fists involuntarily. She had always thought Lin Bai was a good classmate. Lin Bai shook his head almost imperceptibly and smiled. No, if you don't have any teammates, I hope you'll consider teaming up with me. Feng Shui frowned. This didn't seem to be what she had expected. After a moment of silence, she asked, Are you serious? As you can see, he's very serious. Lin Bai nodded. Feng Shui hesitated. If she wanted to run the dungeon tomorrow, she would definitely need teammates, but... She said somewhat awkwardly, but you're just a priest. What do you mean? I didn't even look down on you, but you're looking down on me instead? Lin Bai was speechless, but for Bai's sake, he could only endure the humiliation and coax. What's wrong with being a priest? As long as we cooperate sincerely, we'll definitely get something from tomorrow's dungeon run. You mean it's just the 2 of us teaming up? Feng Shui asked back. Otherwise, do you think anyone else would want to team up with us? Lin Bai shrugged and added, maybe the chubby guy in our class can, but he awakened the chef profession. If you want to team up with him, I can talk to him. Maybe he'll be so happy he'll cry tears of joy and praise you as a great philanthropist. Feng Shui suddenly felt that teaming up with Lin Bai alone seemed like a good option. Then let's team up. Without comparison, there is no harm. Fatty, I'm sorry, but you have made a great contribution to Feng Shui's path to becoming a god-chosen one. The sword god will never forget you. Lin Bai repented for a second and stretched out his right hand. It's a deal, no going back on your word. Whoever goes back on their word will get athlete's foot. Feng Shui suddenly didn't want to team up with Lin Bai anymore, but after hesitating for 2 seconds, she still gently shook hands with Lin Bai. Chapter 2. You don't want the future either. At 1:30 p.m., all the students who became professionals were taken to the Professionals Association, where they were about to enter the beginner dungeon. Before entering the instance, the association distributed free weapons to each student. Since it's free, it only includes the most basic level 1 white equipment. Lin Bai received a staff, while Feng Shui received a long sword. After that, the students received team contracts, which allowed team members to share the experience gained from killing monsters. When everyone saw Lin Bai and Feng Shui team up, they were very surprised. After all, one of them was a priest with almost no output, and the other was a swordsman with a class strength of only F. If the 2 of them teamed up, they would probably have a hard time even clearing a newbie village. Even their homeroom teacher didn't think highly of the 2 and came to persuade them, but Lin Bai refused. You can still back out now. Before signing the team contract, Feng Shui looked at Lin Bai with her beautiful eyes and confirmed it one last time. Do you want me to get athlete's foot? Lin Bai signed the team contract without hesitation. Seeing that Feng Shui seemed a little hesitant, he asked, or do you want to get athlete's foot? Feng Shui gave Lin Bai a deep look, then, without further hesitation, signed her name on the team contract. The team contract split in 2, each entering one of the 2 people's bodies. From now on, we're partners. As partners, do you want to smile? Lin Bai said, winking. Feng Shui simply looked at Lin Bai quietly without saying a word. I don't understand humor. Lin Bai awkwardly rubbed his nose and took the lead in entering the dungeon. Feng Shui followed closely behind. The 2 found themselves in a dimly lit cave, where a green-skinned orc stood on the path ahead. This orc was only 1.3 or 1.4 meters tall, but he had strong limbs and was holding a huge wooden club. Upon seeing someone appear, he immediately brandished a wooden stick and rushed forward. Go, Pikachu. Lin Bai took a step back and shielded Feng Shui in front of him. Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai, gritted her teeth, and as the orc was about to reach her, she took a deep breath, her eyes sharpened, and she raised her sword to unleash a powerful slash. This is one of the swordsman's initial skills, charged slash. The long sword struck the wooden stick, and the orc only took one step back before swinging the stick forward again. This time, without using any skills, Feng Shui was instead knocked back by the orc. Holy crap! Are the orcs in the starting village really that bad? Or is the swordsman class really that weak? Lin Bai gasped, seeing that Feng Shui seemed to be at a disadvantage, and immediately used one of the priest's initial skills, blessing. A ball of cyan light landed on Feng Shui, and she felt a slight increase in both her strength and speed. Before the orc's attack could come again, she raised her sword to block. The parry was successful, the skill was successfully activated, and with a quick retraction and release of the long sword, the orc was thrown back by the immense force. Taking advantage of the orc's open position, Feng Shui used her thrusting skill to pierce the orc's throat with her sword. The orc slowly fell backward, his experience splitting into two streams that flowed into Lin Bai and Feng Shui's bodies. Well done! Lin Bai stepped forward, wanting to give Feng Shui a high five. Feng Shui, however, showed no interest. She stared at the orc's corpse and fell silent. What's wrong? Lin Bai asked, puzzled. This is just the weakest of the orcs, and I need your help to defeat it. Feng Shui's eyes were lowered, and her voice was dejected. So you were discouraged? Lin Bai pressed. Feng Shui did not answer. The answer was clearly in the silence. Lin Bai could somewhat understand Feng Shui's feelings. After all, Feng Shui was a genius with a spirituality of 100, but she awakened such a weak profession. Not to mention, she even needed help from others to defeat the weakest beastman. Anyone would be discouraged in this situation. But that won't do. If Feng Shui loses her fighting spirit, Bai will be doomed. Perhaps this is just temporary, it will get better when you reach a higher level, Lin Bai tried to comfort him. Feng Shui remained silent. So what do you want? To give up? To quit? To go back to being an ordinary person? Lin Bai asked in a series of questions. Feng Shui's eyes revealed sorrow, as if she really had these plans. Swordsmen may be a bit weak, but they're still a combat class, stronger than me, a priest. I haven't given up, so why should you? Seeing that Feng Shui remained unmoved, Lin Bai began to put on a show of sarcasm. Fine, since you want to give up, let's imagine what kind of future you'll have after you give up. If you give up, you can only take the regular college entrance examination. With your academic performance, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get into a key university. But so what? Even graduates from key universities aren't guaranteed to find jobs. If you can't find a job, you'll just stay at home and be supported by your parents, becoming a freeloader. Over time, your parents will get annoyed with you and urge you to get married. You are beautiful, and you may be able to marry into a good family in the future, but how many years can your beauty last? When you become a haggard housewife, your husband will get tired of you, and may even have an affair. Then he and his mistress will kick you out of the house, leaving you with nothing. You're old and faded, and you have a child. You can't possibly go home and be supported by your parents, can you? By then you'll have no work experience and can only set up a street stall selling grilled cold noodles and stinky tofu. Although the income from a street stall is decent, what if you run into the urban management officers? You'll be chased all over the street by them. Is this the future you want? Feng Shui. Lin Bai continued with his smug expression. Think about those people you left behind before, like Jiang Jinjin. While you were being chased all over the streets by the urban management officers, Jiang Jinjin was wearing a dress, drinking red wine, and overlooking the beautiful scenery from the high-rise buildings. She might even have a sudden urge to go for a walk with her family. If she happened to run into you being chased all over the streets by the urban management officers, what do you think she would think? Jiang Jinjin is a professional and stays young forever, while you are old and faded. Jiang Jinjin will tell her family that you used to be a genius, but you gave up your professional career and ended up like this. This is the capriciousness of fate. She will also teach her children that they must never follow your example. Feng Shui's expression gradually turned cold, as if she had already become immersed in the situation. Lin Bai stole a glance at Feng Shui, getting more and more excited as he spoke. Maybe Jiang Jinjin will take pity on you and reveal her professional identity, getting the city management to let you off the hook. Then, on a whim, she'll enjoy your grilled cold noodles and stinky tofu with her family, and as she watches you leave, she might say something like, "She lives like a dog, you don't want that." Feng Shui was so angry that her breathing became rapid, her chest heaving. She gave Lin Bai a cold look and said, "Stop talking. Look at you, I was just giving a random example, and you got angry." Lin Bai shut his mouth, still wanting to say more. Are you just making up examples? I think you're doing it on purpose, Feng Shui said through gritted teeth. Anyway, if you give up being a professional, maybe what I just said is your future. Lin Bai shrugged, secretly chuckling to himself. I would never sell stinky tofu on the main street. Feng Shui spoke slowly and deliberately, taking her sword and walking forward. Let's continue. Okay. Lin Bai, holding his staff, followed along eagerly. Chapter 3: Lin Bai's shocking moves. This is the third orc already. Do you want to take a break? Every profession consumes stamina or mana when using skills, and Lin Bai didn't know how much a swordsman's skills consumed, so he asked. Feng Shui shook her head. Perhaps her previous words had an effect, for her eyes were unusually firm. Lin Bai glanced at the experience bar. Let's continue. If we kill 2 more orcs, we can reach level 2. The two walked one after the other into the depths of the cave. About 5 minutes later, another orc blocked their way. With her gradually improving combat skills and Lin Bai's assistance, Feng Shui easily killed the orc. The experience bar has increased again, and I'm only 1/5 away from reaching level 2. Before even entering the instance, Lin Bai had researched it online and learned that the instance spawns orcs based on the size of the party. For example, since there were only 2 of them, he and Feng Shui, they would only encounter 1 orc each time they moved forward. If you are in a group of 3 or 4 people, you will encounter 2 orcs, which is why this cave is called the newbie village. Once the team reaches level 2, they can use the teleportation array to enter the next, higher level dungeon. At that time, all teams will meet in the next dungeon. The monsters they encounter will no longer be limited to 1 or 2, but may include groups of monsters or elite level monsters. The biggest difference between dungeons and wilderness areas is that dungeons are created by humans to help new players get through the beginner phase. The wilderness is the product of the fusion of another planet and blue star. The monsters in the wilderness are endless, unless you can find a spatial node, but there will definitely be many high-level monsters guarding the spatial node. Currently, more than 60% of the Earth has been destroyed, and humanity can only survive in the remaining 30%. This shows just how perilous the current living conditions for humankind are. Of course, these goals are still far from Lin Bai's reach. Right now, he only wants to help Feng Shui reach level 10 within a month and save her by. A light appeared in front of the cave, which also meant that the adventure in the newbie village was about to end. Lin Bai and Feng Shui exchanged a glance, then walked into the spacious cave into the light. In the very center of the cave sat a slightly more robust orc, with a treasure chest behind him. If nothing unexpected happens, the treasure chest contains weapons for the priest and swordsman classes. This is a gift from the newbie village. Killing monsters in the wilderness won't directly drop weapons, but you can collect materials from them to find blacksmiths or similar professions to help forge weapons. In the copy, this step is omitted. Bless. Lin Bai released a ball of light through the whiteboard staff in his hand, which entered Feng Shui's body. With the blessing, Feng Shui immediately rushed towards the orc. As the orc brandished his weapon, Feng Shui already assumed a blocking stance. Parry, knock back, thrust. With a smooth combo of skills, Feng Shui easily killed the last monster. As the experience was absorbed into his body, Lin Bai successfully leveled up to level 2. Compared to before, the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and constitution remain unchanged, while mental strength has increased from 11 points to 13 points. Magic power also increased from 120 points to 260 points. This also means that skills can be used more frequently. Have your attributes changed a lot? Lin Bai asked Feng Shui. Not much. Strength increased by 2 points, agility and constitution increased by 1 point, stamina increased from 105 to 265 points, and magic and spirit remain unchanged, Feng Shui replied, looking at the job panel. The changes are not significant. The attribute point increases from each job upgrade are roughly the same. The reason why professions are divided into strength levels is not related to attributes, but to skill enhancement. For example, the boost to a certain attribute is 1.2 times that of an F-level professional skill, but the boost to a certain attribute is 5 times or even 10 times that of an S-level professional skill. In comparison, F-rank professions are completely annihilated. What might require Feng Shui to use 2 skill combinations plus Lin Bai's amplification to defeat a monster could be a quick and easy task for a B rank or a rank class. However, the combat strength between professions is not insurmountable, for example, in terms of weapons. Let's see what's in the box. Lin Bai walked up to the box and opened it. Sure enough, there was a long sword and a staff inside. Lin Bai handed the long sword to Feng Shui, while he checked the information about the staff through the class panel. Name, Emerald Staff. Level 1. quality, premium green. Equipment attributes, increases spirit by 2 points, reduces mana cost when casting skills by 5 points. It's better than the other blank staff, but only slightly better. However, Linbai didn't complain at all, since he got it for free. Let's go. After killing the orcs, a teleportation array appeared on the ground. Feng Shui was about to use the teleportation array to enter the next, more advanced instance. No rush, I have an idea that I need to test. Linbai closed the treasure chest, seemingly lost in thought. Feng Shui frowned slightly, but didn't ask any more questions, and silently stood aside to wait. About 20 minutes later, the orc corpse on the ground disappeared, and a living orc appeared in front of the two. Linbai's eyes lit up, and he used the newly acquired emerald staff to unleash one of the priest's basic skills, Holy Lightbolt. A ball of light appeared at the tip of the staff and struck the orc. But the orc was only knocked down once. Me, a level 2 priest, can't even kill a level 1 orc? Left with no other choice, Linbai could only look to Feng Shui for help. Although Feng Shui didn't know what Linbai was going to do, she still approached the orc with her sword. After upgrading to level 2, she can kill an orc with a single skill without Linbai's help. After the orc died, Linbai couldn't wait to open the treasure chest, and 2 more pieces of equipment appeared inside, this time a robe and a breastplate. Haha, I knew it. Linbai excitedly took out 2 pieces of equipment and handed the breastplate to Feng Shui. Feng Shui cast a questioning look at her, as if asking, "How did you know?" Before coming here, I researched a lot about this dungeon. You can think of it as a newbie village. Once you clear it, you'll get the weapon that the association placed in this dungeon. But no one ever stays here after clearing it. So I was wondering if the monsters would respawn, and if they did, would the equipment respawn? Now this result has confirmed my idea. Maybe we can farm a whole set of equipment here before going to the next dungeon, Linbai explained excitedly. Even if you can refresh the equipment, how can you be sure that you won't refresh the same weapon? Feng Shui asked curiously. According to the information I've gathered, some people from well-off families were equipped with high-level or rare equipment before entering the dungeon. However, after clearing this dungeon, they didn't get any more weapons, but instead received equipment like chest armor or helmets. So I guess the mechanism of this dungeon is that it won't drop the same type of weapon. Linbai changed into the high-level mage robe he had obtained while putting the ordinary mage robe he had taken off into his job space. Feng Shui nodded slightly and couldn't help but glance at Linbai a few more times. So? Aren't you impressed by my intelligence? Linbai said with a narcissistic look, "Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend." Feng Shui. Professionals Association. It's been over an hour, why are there still people lingering in the initial area? The vice president in charge of guarding the instance looked puzzled. He used his access to check the situation in the initial area and then saw Linbai and Feng Shui lingering in front of the teleportation array. Looking at the equipment on the two of them, which was clearly a gift from the association, his eyes twitched slightly, and he immediately understood what had happened. "Little guy, you've come all the way to the professional association to fleece people?" Ha! With a light tap of his finger, the vice president teleported the 2 people who were still waiting for the orcs to resurrect to the next instance. Chapter 4. Are you sure you want treatment? Holy crap! What's going on? Linbai had already collected the mage robe, mage pants, and mage shoes, and was only missing the mage hat to complete the full set of mage equipment when he was suddenly teleported to a new dungeon. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. Perhaps the senior members guarding the instance noticed our little actions. Feng Shui, who was usually aloof, looked a little uneasy. This was the first time she had ever done something like taking advantage of someone. "It's just a few pieces of green equipment, you stingy person." Linbai muttered something to himself as he checked his attributes. Thanks to the enhancements from the 3 pieces of equipment and the staff, his mental strength had temporarily increased from 13 points to 20 points, and his magic power had also increased to some extent. Although it's unclear how many attribute points Feng Shui gained, it shouldn't be too far off. Killing orcs of the same level should be easy now. Linbai observed the environment of the new instance. The 2 of them were currently under a large tree, with endless weeds and a quiet path in front of them. This quiet path led to a village in the distance. Clearly, this instance is designed to guide the 2 players along the path. Along both sides of the path, there is a wooden cabin at intervals that is a safe zone, where food and water are provided, and you can also stay overnight. We're here. Let's test our current fighting strength. Linbai looked at Feng Shui. Feng Shui nodded slightly and walked forward. The two had only walked a few dozen meters when an orc rushed out from the nearby weeds. This orc is half a head taller than the orc in the previous instance, and its limbs are also stronger. It should be level 2. It's a pity he didn't master the detection technique, otherwise Lin Bai would have been able to accurately know the orc's various attributes. Seeing that Feng Shui was about to step forward and deal with the orc, Lin Bai quickly stopped her and said excitedly, "Let me do it." He had long wanted to experience the thrill of personally defeating monsters. After saying that, he fired a holy light bullet. Bang! The orc was instantly exploded, and the two streams of experience flowed into Lin Bai and Feng Shui's bodies respectively. Cool. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. It was a pity he was just a priest, otherwise he really wanted to go on a killing spree. However, with the help of equipment, even though he is a priest and Feng Shui is an F rank class, the two of them will be able to kill monsters faster than other teams. This instance is no longer a single player mode. If you follow this path, you will encounter other teams. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the two should currently be in last place. At this rate, if we kill 9 more orcs of the same level, we can reach level 3. Strive to complete it today. Lin Bai gave Feng Shui a pep talk, and the two continued forward. The number of orcs in front gradually increased, with 2, 3, and even 5 appearing at once. Fortunately, there was a safe zone nearby, and the two of them used the safe zone to whittle down the 5 goblins. Finally, before nightfall, the two reached level 3. After reaching level 3, Lin Bai's mental strength increased to 16 points, and his magic power increased to 480 points. That night, the two decided to rest in the safe zone to recover the physical and magical energy they had used up during the day. The next morning, the two set off again. After reaching level 3, the advantage brought by the equipment diminished somewhat, but the two were still very fast, overtaking several other teams on the road. For 6 consecutive days, the two of them leveled up to level 4, putting them ahead of most other teams. At this point, the advantage brought by their equipment was very small, so small that Feng Shui could only defeat 2 level 4 orcs at the same time by relying on Lin Bai's distraction. There are 3 orcs ahead. I'll use Holy Light Bullet to hold one of them off for you. Lin Bai casually flashed behind Feng Shui. Good. Without saying much, Feng Shui grabbed her sword and charged forward. The 3-headed orc also charged at Feng Shui with wooden clubs. Lin Bai cast a blessing on Feng Shui, and another burst of holy light shot onto the orc on the far left, buying Feng Shui a moment. Charged slash. Faced with the wooden clubs falling from the 2 orcs at the same time, Feng Shui unleashed a sword strike, forcing the 2 orcs back. Taking advantage of the orc's retreat, she followed up with a thrust, eliminating the orc on the far left. Careful. Without the holy light orb to restrain him, the orc swung his club at Feng Shui. Feng Shui used a parrying sword technique. At that moment, another orc, who had been forced back, also swung his club. Lin Bai's holy lightball skill is still on cooldown. Left with no other choice, Feng Shui could only tough it out with her body. Fortunately, she was wearing a breastplate, so even though she endured it, she only let out a muffled groan. Taking advantage of the orc's wide-open defense created by the parrying sword technique, Feng Shui unleashed a series of thrusts, taking down the second orc. She also dealt with the last remaining orc in a few swift moves. How are you? Are you badly injured? Lin Bai stepped forward and asked with concern. The chest armor blocked most of the damage, so it wasn't serious. Feng Shui shook her head and looked at Lin Bai, saying, "But the upcoming battle will definitely be affected, and I need your treatment." This Lin Bai scratched his head and stammered. Your last skill isn't healing? Feng Shui frowned slightly. It's treatment. Lin Bai said somewhat hesitantly, but are you sure you want to use the treatment? Feng Shui looked directly at Lin Bai. What was there to be uncertain about? Alright, you decided this yourself. If there are any adverse effects later, you can't blame it on me, Lin Bai repeatedly confirmed. Feng Shui looked puzzled. What adverse effects could a simple treatment possibly have? Before she could think any further, Lin Bai summoned a silver white ball of light and covered Feng Shui. Is this a healing spell? Feng Shui was shocked. As far as she knew, a priest's healing could only be used at close range and required continuous healing. But Lin Bai's skill could not only be used from a distance, but also had a very rapid effect. Only 3 seconds later, she could no longer feel the pain. Her injuries seemed to have completely disappeared, and she felt very comfortable. But the next second, her face flushed red. The urge to urinate came rushing in. It has nothing to do with me, I don't know anything. Lin Bai instantly jumped away, dodging Feng Shui's murderous gaze. I haven't even asked yet. Feng Shui glared at Lin Bai and walked quickly toward the safe house not far away. Because of that, she couldn't run yet, and with each passing second, the urge to urinate became more and more uncontrollable. A few minutes later, Feng Shui burst out of the safe house, her face flushed, sword in hand, and walked quickly toward Lin Bai without saying a word. She couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be if Lin Bai suddenly cast a healing spell on her during a battle. We agreed beforehand that you can't blame me for any negative consequences. Are you going to go back on your word? Seeing that things were not going well, Lin Bai turned and ran. Don't run! Feng Shui gritted her teeth and chased after him relentlessly. If you keep chasing me, don't blame me for casting another healing spell on you, Lin Bai said, his words carrying a subtle threat. Shameless! Feng Shui's cheeks were dripping with blood. She suddenly sped up, trying to catch up with Lin Bai before he could use his healing spell. You forced me to do this. Lin Bai cast a healing spell on Feng Shui. A few minutes later, Lin Bai inevitably got a good beating. He had several footprints on his butt, 3 bumps on his head, and a pair of black eyes. He pitifully curled up in a corner, hugging his legs, and said aggrievedly, "This is the effect of the skill, it has nothing to do with me, I'm innocent." Feng Shui looked down at Lin Bai, her face as cold as could be. If you dare to use the skill on me again, I'll give you a few sword strikes. You were the one who asked me to use it. Lin Bai muttered to himself, then noticed Feng Shui's gaze and immediately promised, I won't dare, I will never use this skill on you again. After receiving the assurance, Feng Shui's expression softened considerably, but the thought of the feeling of almost bursting from holding it in made her want to beat Lin Bai up again. The blame for the skill level is entirely mine. Lin Bai carefully got up, but due to the large movement, he accidentally strained the muscles in his buttocks, and immediately grimaced in pain. That wretched woman, she actually hit my butt so hard. I will pay it back someday. You just wait. Lin Bai secretly vowed, and seeing Feng Shui looking over again, he quickly flattered her, is there anything else you need? Your skill is very different from other priests' skills? Feng Shui asked with a look of inquiry. I don't know what's going on either. Maybe every priest's constitution is different. Lin Bai blinked, looking completely innocent. Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai but didn't ask any more questions. Did I treat my injuries? Lin Bai was about to use the healing spell on himself, but then he remembered something, gave Feng Shui an apologetic smile, and only used it on himself after they reached the safe house. As the injuries on his body healed, an irresistible urge to urinate arose. I can't hold it in even if I want to. This skill is indeed abnormal. Lin Bai relieved himself of his urge to urinate, shook himself, and suddenly wondered what would happen if he used this skill on a monster. I really am a genius. Inside the safe house, Lin Bai's lewd and lascivious laughter rang out, giving Feng Shui goosebumps. Chapter 5, Another Bizarre Move. On the 10th day of entering the beginner dungeon, Lin Bai and Feng Shui surpassed most other teams and arrived at the end of the path, in front of the village. Once the last group of monsters is defeated, both players can reach level 5. Ahead, a 3-headed orc appeared. Come on. Lin Bai sent a blessing to Feng Shui. After 10 days of fighting, Feng Shui had developed a capable demeanor. Just as she was about to charge forward with her sword, a huge fireball suddenly landed between the 3 orcs. The fireball exploded violently, instantly killing the 3-headed orc. Seeing this, Lin Bai was so angry he almost lost his nose. He was about to level up to level 5, but the monster was stolen from him. 2 men and a woman walked from the direction of the village. The woman was in front, with a flamboyant face and a fiery red staff in her hand. She was Jiang Jinjin. So that's how you got here so fast, you were using equipment, huh? How boring. Jiang Jinjin glanced at Feng Shui's equipment and shook her head. Jiang Jinjin, what do you mean? Feng Shui's face was as cold as ice after her monster was stolen. It's nothing, I just came to say hello to you, a genius. Jiang Jinjin smiled, but her tone carried a hint of provocation. Nowadays, the word genius sounds particularly jarring to Feng Shui. What genius? That's all in the past. Now, Jinjin, you're the real genius. Compared to you, she's not even worthy of carrying your shoes. The ordinary-looking man on the left held a staff and said with a fawning expression. Exactly, 2 losers teaming up, they're a perfect match. The boy on the right was burly, holding a huge shield in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right. You. Feng Shui gripped her longsword tightly, ready to rush forward and demand an explanation from the three men, regardless of the consequences. Lin Bai quickly stopped her. If she could team up with Zhang Jinjin, the other two would at least be B-rank professionals. If they started fighting, Feng Shui would be the one who would suffer. Besides, fighting privately was not allowed in the beginner dungeon. Anyone caught doing so would be kicked out of the beginner dungeon immediately. Seeing that her provocation had failed, Zhang Jinjin said regretfully, "Let's go." After saying that, he led the two away from there. After this incident, it was clear that Feng Shui's fighting spirit had been greatly affected. Lin Bai changed the subject, saying, "Let's wait a while. The monsters will respawn soon. We can enter the village again after we reach level 5. Feng Shui responded silently and stood there. You didn't need to guess what she was thinking. Lin Bai shook his head inwardly, found a relatively clean spot, and sat down. 20 minutes later, the three-headed orc respawned. With their cooperation, the two successfully leveled up to level 5. After reaching level 5, Lin Bai's strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 2 points, his mental strength increased to 25, and his magic power increased to 1250. Let us go into the village, Lin Bai said. Although it's called a village, it's actually a large safe zone. Within the safe zone, there are 2 tasks. The first task is to defeat the dwarves south of the village. Completing this task will upgrade your equipment. The second task is to defeat the werewolves to the north. Defeating the werewolves will allow you to choose any profession book related to your class in the village. Yes, professionals can learn a new skill after reaching level 5. Once you reach level 10, you can learn 2 new skills. And so on, 1 skill is learned every 5 levels, and 2 skills are learned every 10 levels. Upgrading equipment is easier. Let's head south first, Lin Bai said, glancing at Feng Shui. Feng Shui nodded slightly. The two arrived at the south side of the village, where a dwarf was fast asleep on the edge. Lin Bai fired a holy light directly at its face. Get up and party. The dwarf, bewildered and disoriented from the beating, shook his head and glared at Lin Bai. Human, did you disturb my sweet dream? Lin Bai took a step back and hid behind Feng Shui. The dwarf grabbed a hammer lying to the side and charged at Feng Shui. Human, I will make you pay for your actions. Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai expressionlessly. Lin Bai blinked innocently. Feng Shui was so angry that her teeth itched, but the dwarf had already arrived in front of her, so she could only draw her sword and meet him head-on. As soon as the two sides made contact, Feng Shui was forced back several steps by the dwarf's immense strength. Seeing this, Lin Bai quickly cast a blessing on Feng Shui. Feng Shui didn't hold back and immediately used the skill Charged Slash. With a single sword strike, the dwarf was forced back several steps. He used a series of thrusts to severely injure the dwarf. The dwarf entered a state of invincibility, kneeling and begging for mercy. My lords, please don't kill me, I can upgrade your weapons. In a sense, dwarves are NPCs in beginner dungeons. Once you defeat them, they will help you upgrade your weapons. Lin Bai handed over the staff along with Feng Shui's longsword. The dwarf picked up a hammer and tapped the staff and longsword a few times before returning the weapons. Name, Emerald Staff. Level, 5. Quality, Premium Green. Equipment attributes, increases spirit by 10 points, reduces mana cost when casting skills by 20 points. It went directly from level 1 to level 5. Lin Bai held it in his hand, very satisfied. Let's go do the mission in the north. Feng Shui's cold expression softened a bit, clearly showing her satisfaction with the upgraded longsword. No rush. Lin Bai rubbed his chin with his fingers and looked at the dwarf with a smile. The dwarf felt a chill run down his spine under Lin Bai's smiling gaze. He clutched his chest and involuntarily took a step back. My lord, is there anything else you need? I need to discuss something. Could you help us upgrade our equipment? Lin Bai pointed to his own gear. Helping you two upgrade your weapons is already my limit, the dwarf said with difficulty. So you're saying you don't want to help? I really can't do it. I don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bai cast a healing spell on the dwarf. What's this? The dwarf watched in disbelief as his wounds were healed, and then, a sudden urge to urinate surged forth. As a non-human being, it shamelessly turned its back and urinated. Lin Bai gave Feng Shui a look. Now. Feng Shui couldn't hold back any longer. Otherwise what? Lin Bai said matter-of-factly. As everyone knows, the time when a living being urinates or defecates is when it is most vulnerable. Feng Shui tightened her grip on the sword, hesitating to strike. If you can't do it, I will. Lin Bai took the long sword from Feng Shui, walked behind the dwarf, and smiled silently. The dwarf's sphincter tightened instantly. Sir, what are you going to do? Without hesitation, Lin Bai thrust forward with his long sword. I'll teach you to not upgrade your equipment. I'll teach you to not upgrade your equipment. Each time you ask, poke it. In no time, the dwarf was knocked to the ground. Once again in a state of invincibility, the dwarf wept bitterly. My lord, isn't upgrading your equipment enough? Feng Shui covered her forehead with her hand. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. Why didn't you just agree sooner? Why did you have to suffer? Lin Bai took off all his equipment and placed it on the dwarf's forging table. The dwarf hesitated before raising his head. My lord, I can only help you and your companion upgrade one piece of equipment each. Then let's upgrade the mage robes and breastplate first, Lin Bai said after thinking for a moment. First? A bad feeling arose in the dwarf's heart. Lin Bai smiled without saying a word. A few minutes later, the dwarf lay on the ground, one hand covering his anus and the other covering his face, weeping bitterly. My lord, I have already upgraded your equipment, please stop stabbing me, please, sob. Wouldn't it have been better if you had known better? After all, I'm not a bad person. Lin Bai put on the upgraded equipment inside. Yes, you're definitely not a bad person, you're not even human. The dwarf lay on the ground, not daring to say what was on his mind. That's fine. Lin Bai returned the longsword to Feng Shui. Feng Shui glanced at the tip of the sword and really wanted to throw it at Lin Bai's face. This sword is dirty. Professionals Association. At this moment, the vice president, who had witnessed the whole process, turned as black as soot. Countless times, he couldn't help but want to take action and suppress Lin Bai on the spot. The original intention behind designing this dwarf was to provide new players with a free upgrade to their equipment. However, this little guy has gone to great lengths to freeload off the guild. Especially backstabbing a dwarf while he's urinating. Is that something a normal human would do? But it's strange, why is this little guy's healing spell different from the other priest's healing spells? After much deliberation, the vice president concluded that the little fellow's healing abilities undoubtedly stemmed from awakening, and awakened skills all originate from deities. For a deity to possess such unorthodox healing techniques suggested that this deity was most likely also. Cough cough. The vice president didn't dare to think any further. Chapter 6 Choosing Skills. Mage Robe, Level 5. Mage Pants, Level 5. Mage Boots, Level 5. With the staff, Lin Bai's spirit attribute temporarily increased by 20 points. It's a pity I didn't get the mage's hat. Lin Bai couldn't forget the mage hat he hadn't been able to get. If he added the points of spirit attribute granted by the mage hat, his spirit value would probably be comparable to that of a level 9 professional without any equipment. Even without the mage hat, the boost to all skills from this set of equipment is still incredibly high. While it was still early, the two went north to find the werewolf for their second mission. With the boost from her equipment, Feng Shui single-handedly defeated the even more troublesome werewolf. Alright, now we can go back to the village to choose our skills. Using the credentials obtained from defeating the werewolf, Lin Bai acquired the class books that the priest could learn at the current stage. There are 3 in total. The first is Purification, which can remove negative effects from your body. The second is Reconnaissance, which can detect the target's level and various attributes. The third is a Shield, which can grant the target a shield that absorbs damage. All 3 skills are at the bronze level. Lin Bai first ruled out Purification, as this skill was useless in the current dungeon. The current task was to help Feng Shui reach level 10 within the remaining 19 days, so improving monster killing efficiency was the priority. After much thought, Lin Bai decided to learn Reconnaissance first. The reason is simple. Once you leave the village, there are no fixed routes for monster hunting, meaning you may encounter monsters of higher level or in greater numbers at any time. Although being defeated by a monster will not result in death, you will be forced to rest in the village for a day. By learning how to conduct reconnaissance, one can avoid encountering such an outcome. Time is money. In addition, learning reconnaissance will also help you better select monster groups. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Lin Bai channeled his magic into the job book containing the reconnaissance attribute. After a flash of light, a new skill appeared on the player's profile panel. Reconnaissance Bronze reconnoiters the level and attributes of targets within a 20-meter range. The reconnaissance range is limited by the target's level. Increasing mental power can increase the reconnaissance range. With his own mental strength and the support of his equipment, Lin Bai's current detection range is 30 meters. Seeing Feng Shui emerge from another wooden house, Lin Bai immediately used Scout on her. Race, human. Level, 5. Strength, 40-25 plus 15. Agility, 39-24 plus 15. Constitution, 39-24 plus 15. Mental strength, 12. Stamina, 1300. Magic power, 595. The value before the parentheses is Feng Shui's own value, and the value after the parentheses is the value of the equipment bonus. Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai and said thoughtfully, "You studied reconnaissance?" Lin Bai nodded and said, "This can help us avoid encountering high-level monsters, but currently it seems that this skill can only detect the target's level and attributes, and cannot detect information such as class and skills. Moreover, judging from Feng Shui's performance, she was detected by the target during the detection process." "And you?" Lin Bai asked. "Moonlight Slash, a mid-range sword technique," Feng Shui replied briefly. "Shall we test out our skills outside the village?" Lin Bai asked. Feng Shui nodded slightly. Upon arriving outside the village, the two found two werewolves traveling together. Lin Bai first released reconnaissance. Race, werewolf. Level, 5. Strength, 26. Agility, 24. Constitution, 25. Mental strength, 7. Stamina, 1310. Magic power, 335. "It's a level 5 werewolf, with a strength of only 26, Lin Bai told Feng Shui. Spurred by the reconnaissance, the two werewolves charged forward. Feng Shui gripped her longsword tightly and then unleashed a crescent-shaped slash forward. The slash pierced through the chests of the two werewolves and then burst out from behind. With a single sword strike, the two werewolves were each severed in two. The two experiences entered Lin Bai and Feng Shui's bodies. Lin Bai glanced at the experience points. At this rate, the two of them would need to kill 100 level 5 werewolves to reach level 6. Including the physical and magical energy consumed, it will take at least 3 or 4 days. Compared to only 19 days left, this is too slow. "Let's try finding a werewolf of a higher level," Lin Bai said to Feng Shui. A moment later, the two found 3 level 6 werewolves. Race, werewolf. Level, 6. Strength, 32. Agility, 29. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 7. Stamina, 1930. Magic power, 355. The three-headed werewolves have slight differences in their various attributes, but the differences are not significant, which may be related to their physical constitution. Compared to a level 5 werewolf, a level 6 werewolf is slightly stronger, but not by much. After that, the two tried level 7 werewolves and level 8 werewolves. While you can defeat level 8 werewolves, you can't have more than 2 of them. In conclusion, a level 7 werewolf is still more suitable. To reach level 6, you only need to kill 30 level 7 werewolves. In the days that followed, the two continued to search for and kill werewolves near the village. Later, as their levels increased, the two of them moved further and further away from the village. But no matter how far away, they always returned to the village at night to rest and recover their depleted physical and magical energy. On the 16th day after entering the beginner dungeon, the two of them reached level 7. After reaching level 7, the two set their sights on the level 8 werewolf. 6 days later, the two of them only had a little more experience left to reach level 8. "There's a werewolf camp ahead." Lin Bai pointed to the makeshift camp made of wood in front of him. According to the information he had found online, wherever there was a camp, there was usually a level 9 werewolf. Numerically, Feng Shui, equipped with gear, is roughly equivalent to a level 9 werewolf. With her skills and Lin Bai's assistance, she still has a high probability of killing a level 9 werewolf. Lin Bai's plan is to hunt level 9 werewolves after reaching level 8. Ignoring hidden dungeons, level 9 werewolves are already the strongest monsters in beginner dungeons. But since we've encountered this opportunity beforehand, we should at least give it a try. Lost in thought, Lin Bai led Feng Shui closer to the camp, only to find a pile of low-level werewolves that had already been killed, and Zhang Jinjin and her two companions fighting the last werewolf. In the center of the camp, Zhang Jinjin and 2 others were besieging a giant werewolf that was over 2.5 meters tall. The boy with the shield and greatsword carried the load in front. The ordinary-looking boy used his skills to restrain the enemy, and Zhang Jinjin used her skills to attack from the back. The giant werewolf's injuries gradually worsened under the combined attack of the three. It's Zhang Jinjin and the others. Our chance to settle scores has come. Lin Bai was eager to try, believing that Feng Shui would understand what he meant. Feng Shui was also somewhat tempted. However, before that, in order to prevent any accidents, Lin Bai still released a reconnaissance signal to the three people and the giant werewolf. All three of them, including Jiang Jinjin, were level 7, and their attributes were only slightly enhanced by their weapons. The giant werewolf's attributes are: Race, werewolf. Level, 9. Strength, 53. Agility, 52. Constitution, 52. Mental strength, 9. Stamina, 3,421 4,900. Magic power, 450,890. Jiang Jinjin and the other two also leveled up to level 7, and they were fighting against an ordinary level 9 werewolf. Lin Bai spoke up to remind Feng Shui beside him. At the same time, Lin Bai's probe also alerted Jiang Jinjin and the other two. Jiang Jinjin quickly turned around and saw Lin Bai hiding behind the wooden house, with only his head showing. Her expression gradually became strange. You and Feng Shui aren't trying to steal our monsters, are you? Chapter 7, I'll give you a healing spell. Jiang Jinjin's teasing voice echoed in the valley, so much so that the other two people who were fighting were allowed to relive their laughter. Holding a shield, Li Yuhao scoffed, them? No, we just happened to be passing by and were just looking around. Lin Bai shook his head vigorously, vehemently denying it only a fool would reveal his true thoughts. But the next second, Feng Shui walked out from behind the wooden house and said coldly, just us. Left with no other choice, Lin Bai also came out of the wooden house. A detection spell landed on the two of them, followed by the shocked voice of Du Shui, an ordinary-looking young man. Why is all your equipment upgraded to level 5? You're saying their equipment is level 5? Jiang Jinjin questioned this. If she wasn't mistaken, Lin Bai and Feng Shui's equipment was clearly the same set they had before entering the village. The dwarves south of the village could upgrade equipment, but they would only help upgrade it once. Yes, and... Du Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, moreover, not only are all their equipment level 5, but the two of them have also leveled up to level 7. Does that mean that, considering the boost from their equipment, their current stats are higher than ours? Li Yuhao exclaimed in shock. So what? Even if their attributes are higher than ours, their skill boosts are not as good as ours. Jiang Jinjin said with a stern face, trying to steal monsters from us is wishful thinking. As he spoke, he secretly increased the output of his hands. Should we go now? Feng Shui asked Lin Bai. You're asking me now? Why didn't you ask me earlier? Lin Bai muttered to himself, shaking his head. It's not the right time yet. Watch me. After saying that, a healing spell landed on the werewolf elite from a distance. The wounds on the werewolf elite healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was originally seriously injured and on the verge of death, but in less than 3 seconds, he became lively and energetic again. Jiang Jinjin was dumbfounded. She was on guard against the two of them stealing the monster, but who would have thought that Lin Bai, that bastard, would actually use a healing spell on the monster? Is this something a normal person would do? On the other hand, isn't a pastor's healing the kind that requires close contact and is very slow? A healing spell was thrown from over 50 meters away, and the severely injured werewolf was healed in less than 3 seconds. What the hell is this? What did you do to this monster? Jiang Jinjin asked through gritted teeth. As you can see, I simply cast a healing spell on it, Lin Bai replied with a smile. You call this healing spell? Even though she had already guessed that this might be a healing spell, when she heard it with her own ears, Jiang Jinjin still had an urge to grab Lin Bai by the neck and loudly questioned, this is a healing spell? It's genuine, Lin Bai replied sincerely, adding that the only problem was that the treatment technique was a bit unorthodox. Feng Shui, you've really found a great teammate. Jiang Jinjin looked at Feng Shui and said through gritted teeth. Feng Shui's lips twitched slightly. She wanted to explain something, but it seemed that no matter how she explained it, it wouldn't make sense, so she simply remained silent. Jinjin, what do we do now? Li Yuhao, who was acting as the tank in front of the werewolf, was having a terrible time. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but the wolf's attacks seemed to have become even more ferocious than before. Delay it. Even if Lin Bai can heal this monster's injuries, he can't restore its stamina and magic power. As long as we can stall, it will be our victory. Jiang Jinjin took a deep breath. Good. What could Li Yuhao say but agree? But as time went on, his expression gradually turned horrified, because he discovered that during the battle, a certain part of the werewolf was growing larger and becoming erect. Moreover, the werewolf was 2.2 meters tall, and that thing was almost touching his face. Luckily, he had a shield in between, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to fight. Even the most disgusting people aren't this disgusting. Finally, the werewolf was once again severely injured by the three, and as the battle dragged on, the werewolf's physical strength and magic power were almost exhausted. Jiang Jinjin gave Lin Bai a provocative look. Even if Lin Bai continued to treat the werewolf, the treatment would only result in an empty bottle with no substance. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? Lin Bai sighed. Jiang Jinjin's thoughts were practically written all over her face. I have no intention of treating the werewolf any further. Trying to just rob us? Jiang Jinjin looked at the two warily. No, how can you call it stealing? Stealing is too uncouth. Can't you just give us this werewolf? Lin Bai said, shaking his index finger. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Jinjin was not fooled by Lin Bai's words and remained vigilant. If I say you'll give way, you will. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bai unleashed 3 healing spells, which landed on Jiang Jinjin and the other two. Seeing this, Fang Shui simply closed her eyes, because she already knew what was going to happen next. You used healing on us? Jiang Jinjin was completely baffled by Lin Bai's actions. 3 seconds later, her expression changed drastically. The urge to urinate suddenly appeared. You did this? How despicable. Jiang Jinjin's face turned red with anger. Fuck your grandpa. Li Yuhao finally realized that a certain part of the werewolf's body grew larger the more it fought. I have to disagree with that. Lin Bai said seriously, I just saw that you were fighting too hard, so I used a healing spell to relieve your fatigue. As for everything else, it has nothing to do with me. Shameless. Jiang Jinjin's eyes searched the valley, her concentration waning. The spell she was supposed to cast on the werewolf almost hit Li Yuhao instead. Jinjin, let's go, I can't hold on much longer. Li Yuhao gritted his teeth. Every attack from the werewolf transferred force through the shield to him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. With each tremor, the urge to urinate became stronger. As a result, his whole body was tense, and he dared not relax for the slightest. No, we were just a hair's breadth away from killing this werewolf, Du Shuai retorted, trying to suppress his anger. Then you go and block this monster, Li Yuhao roared in a low voice. Du Shuai remained silent. We're retreating. Jiang Jinjin glared at Lin Bai, but still reluctantly gave the order. I told you, you would give us the monster. Lin Bai smugly boasted to Fang Shui, I have successfully completed my mission and avenged the previous defeat without shedding a drop of blood. So you orchestrated all of this. Jiang Jinjin turned to Fang Shui with a sudden look. I used to think that although you were a bit pretentious, you had a moral bottom line. I never imagined that you were in cahoots with Lin Bai. Fang Shui opened her eyes, speechless with inability to defend herself. Lin Bai was displeased. What do you mean you're in cahoots with me? If you say that again, I'll give you another healing spell. You scoundrel. Jiang Jinjin shuddered and quickly left. Fang Shui stepped forward and finished off the seriously injured werewolf. Although she had avenged her previous defeat, she couldn't feel happy at all. Something called reputation seemed to be slipping away from her. Hey. Lin Bai smiled happily. He had finally reached level 8. Chapter 8: The Disrupted Plan. After a level 9 werewolf dies, its body disappears, leaving only a crystalline object the size of a pigeon egg, the crystal nucleus. Normal monsters have crystal cores inside their bodies, but since this is a dungeon, only level 9 monsters have them. According to the information Lin Bai had researched after entering this place, as long as 20 crystal cores are collected, a hidden dungeon can be summoned. There is a level 10 elite wolf king in the hidden dungeon. Elite monsters have significantly higher stats than normal monsters of the same level. The key point in the dungeon is that as long as the hidden dungeon is summoned, the wolf king will break the seal and hunt down the players throughout the entire dungeon. Once killed by the wolf king, the professional will be teleported to a safe zone and forced to rest for 24 hours. You can only leave the safe zone after 24 hours and continue killing monsters to level up. Lin Bai glanced at his experience points. At the current pace, he and Fang Shui would need to kill 40 level 9 werewolves to reach level 9. Including the time spent searching for the level 9 werewolf and recovering stamina and mana, it will take about 5 or 6 days to complete. There are only 8 days left until the 1-month deadline. In other words, if he and Fang Shui wanted to reach level 10 within a month, they would have to kill the wolf king. Fortunately, the experience points provided by the Wolf King are enough for a 4-person team to level up from level 9 to level 10. After he and Feng Shui kill the werewolves, they will have an extra half of the experience points. Let's go find the other level 9 werewolves. Lin Bai picked up the crystal core from the ground and said to Feng Shui. Feng Shui nodded, walked to Lin Bai's side, and walked forward side by side. 4 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the 4 days that followed, Feng Shui killed 25 level 9 werewolves. The two now have 26 crystal cores, but Lin Bai did not summon the hidden dungeon immediately. First, he and Feng Shui hadn't reached level 9 yet, so even if they summoned the hidden dungeon, they wouldn't be able to kill the Wolf King. Secondly, if the Wolf King cannot be killed, it will hunt down other players throughout the dungeon. Lin Bai knew he couldn't bring himself to do something that would harm others and himself. However, he was somewhat worried that Zhang Jinjin and the other two would do that. That is indeed the case. Just as Lin Bai had worried, Zhang Jinjin and the other two were discussing whether to summon the instance immediately. Jinjin, are you sure you want to do this? Li Yuhao, one of the 3 people traveling together, asked. Zhang Jinjin looked at the 20 crystal cores laid out on the ground, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Under normal circumstances, she would never do this, but when she thought of the incident a few days ago when Lin Bai and Feng Shui stole her monster, her face gradually darkened. When we went back, the level 9 werewolf's crystal core was gone, which means that Lin Bai and Feng Shui took it. They must know about the hidden dungeon, and they might even be thinking of killing the Wolf King to level up to 10 before the dungeon closes. I can't let them have their way. Those two alone shouldn't be able to kill the Wolf King, right? Li Yuhao hesitated. How could a priest and an F-rank professional possibly kill an elite-level Wolf King? Don't forget they also have a full set of level 5 green equipment. Zhang Jinjin couldn't forget about it. To this day, she still couldn't figure out why the two of them had upgraded their equipment to level 5, or how they got that full set of equipment. Li Yuhao was still conflicted. He wasn't worried that Lin Bai and Feng Shui might kill the Wolf King, but he was worried that once the Wolf King was released, the entire dungeon would be filled with the Wolf King summoned by the 3 of them. If the Wolf King killed other students throughout the dungeon, the other students would hold a grudge against him. The college entrance exam is in a week. After that, everyone will go their separate ways and we won't see each other again. What else there to worry about? Besides, Jinjin is an S-level professional. I don't think they would dare to cause us any trouble. On this point, Du Shuai clearly supported Jiang Jinjin. That's right. We won't see each other after the college entrance exam, and there won't be a chance to settle scores anymore. Du Shuai's words strengthened Jiang Jinjin's resolve. She placed the 20 crystal cores together and confirmed the summoning of the hidden dungeon on the job panel. With a thunderous roar, a massive portal rose from the ground. Chains were wrapped around the door. However, with the emergence of the portal, the chains above are gradually breaking. Quick, let's hide! Zhang Jinjin and the other two hid in a werewolf camp not far away. A moment later, all the chains snapped, the door was violently pushed open, and a 3-meter-tall silver-white werewolf rushed out. Ah! The Wolf King raised its head and howled, seemingly celebrating its regained freedom. What was that sound? A 4-person team not far away got goosebumps when they heard the suppressive voice. Just then, the Wolf King looked in the direction of the 4-person team, transformed into a silver shadow, and sped away at great speed. Quick! Zhang Jinjin ran out of the camp, called to Li Yuhao and the other person, and quickly entered the portal where the Wolf King appeared. In the game's lore, there are only 2 places the Wolf King will not enter, the safe zone and the underground palace where the Wolf King is sealed. There are other monsters in the dungeon. During this time, the 3 of them can level up to level 9 in the dungeon before hunting the Wolf King. However, the others were not so lucky. None of those targeted by the Wolf King lasted more than 10 seconds. Faced with such a huge numerical difference, they were destined to be instantly defeated. Announcement: Jiang Jinjin, Li Yuhao, and Du Shuai's team has released the Wolf King. All professionals are requested to open their professional panels and check the location of the Wolf King to avoid being killed by it. The announcement played 3 times in the instance before it ended. Damn, these 3 big idiots. Lin Bai was so angry that he cursed loudly. He was certain that the 3 of them were not as fast as he and Feng Shui in killing the level 9 werewolf. In addition, since they were a trio, they definitely hadn't reached level 9 yet. At this time, the intention of the 3 of them in releasing the Wolf King was self-evident. Feng Shui tightened her grip on the sword, her pretty face turning cold. But now is clearly not the time to think about how to settle accounts. The focus should be on how to reach level 9 while being hunted by the Wolf King, which has become an almost impossible task. Wolf Dynasty, this is our direction. Lin Bai opened his profession panel and saw the red dot approaching him, his expression turning even more grim. Should we change direction? Feng Shui glanced at the werewolf camp that was just a stone's throw away, then turned to Lin Bai and asked. Even if we change direction now, we won't gain much time. The most urgent task is to deal with this werewolf camp. Lin Bai took a deep breath. Good. Without saying a word, Feng Shui drew her sword and charged toward the werewolf camp. As she moved forward, a ball of cyan light enveloped her. Feng Shui's strength and agility attributes have been greatly improved. Her original attributes, combined with her equipment, were similar to a level 9 werewolf. With the boost from the blessing, she instantly surpassed a level 9 werewolf by a large margin. The other werewolves in the camp were no match for Feng Shui. Only a level 9 werewolf had sparred with Feng Shui. However, after unleashing its skills, the level 9 werewolf was quickly defeated. They're here. Lin Bai gave a low shout, and the Wolf King appeared in their field of vision. The Wolf King was over 3 meters tall, with silver-white fur all over its body. Its massive muscles had an exaggerated explosive feel, and its pupils reflected a blood-red light, filled with a cold-killing intent. As Feng Shui approached the Wolf King, Lin Bai unleashed his reconnaissance skill. Race, Werewolf. Level, 10. Quality, Elite. Strength, 92. Agility, 90. Physical fitness, 89. Mental strength, 10. Stamina, 9,529,900. Magic power, 890-1080. On the other hand, Feng Shui. Race, human. Level, 8. Strength, 7444 plus 15 plus 15. Agility, 7242 plus 15 plus 15. Constitution, 5842 plus 16. Mental strength, 12. Stamina, 1783,550. Magic power, 43950. Even with equipment and blessings, Feng Shui's attributes were still far inferior to the Wolf King's, especially her constitution, which was 31 points lower. As expected, Feng Shui was teleported back to the safe zone in less than 10 seconds after the blessing. Then came Lin Bai, who had absolutely no chance to resist. More than a third of the total number of students had gathered in the safe zone, and the number continued to increase as time went on. Almost all of those who were teleported were cursing Jiang Jinjin and her two companions. However, he couldn't see Jiang Jinjin and the other two, and his anger had nowhere to go. Remaining time, 23 hours and 55 minutes. Lin Bai fell silent as he looked at the mandatory rest time. There are only 4 days left until the 1-month deadline, but we have been forced to take another day off. In other words, there were only 3 days left when we could actually take action. During these 3 days, he and Feng Shui not only had to find a way to level up to level 9 while being chased by the Wolf King, but they also had to kill the Wolf King in order to complete the mission. The difficulty is self-evident. Feng Shui was somewhat discouraged by not being able to reach level 10 before the newbie dungeon closed, but when she turned to look at Lin Bai, she found him even more dejected. Over the course of nearly a month, Feng Shui had grown accustomed to Lin Bai's lively and cheerful demeanor, always displaying an optimistic outlook. Seeing Lin Bai's silence, she hesitated for a few seconds, then put her hand on Lin Bai's shoulder and said, "It's okay. Even if we can't reach level 10 in this dungeon, we can go out and find other dungeons and reach level 10 before the college entrance exam." That being said, but... Lin Bai glanced down at Bai and fell even more silent. Bai, I'm sorry. No, there's still time, we can't give up. Lin Bai suddenly remembered the information he had looked up before. When the Wolf King appeared, the Wolf King Palace would also appear. The Wolf King's palace is set up so that 8 level 9 elite werewolves guard the Wolf King's treasures. Among these treasures is a bottle of Berserk Potion, which can temporarily increase a professional's various attributes. The Berserk Potion's design corresponds perfectly to the Wolf King in the hidden dungeon. Otherwise, even a level 9S rank professional wouldn't be able to kill the Wolf King. The problem is that dealing with 8 level 9 elite werewolves at the same time is no less difficult than dealing with werewolves themselves. The treasure for killing the Wolf King is in the most dangerous place, so there are only 2 ways to kill the Wolf King. First, relying on superior strength, without the aid of Berserk Potions, kill the Wolf King head-on. Second, unite with other professionals, have them hold off the Wolf King, and then unite another group of professionals to storm into the Wolf King's palace, hold off the other 8 level 9 elite werewolves, and obtain the Berserk Potion. The difficulty lies in the fact that to kill the Wolf King head-on, you need at least 1 level 9 S-class professional and 3 level 8 A-class professionals, or 2 S-class professionals. The difficulty of level 2 lies in the fact that only the team that kills the Wolf King will gain experience. It is very difficult to get other professionals to help entangle the Wolf King and the experienced werewolves for free. Lin Bai simply couldn't do it. He doesn't have that much personal charisma. If he couldn't do it, then Jiang Jinjin and her group were even less likely to. Given their fame, they would be condemned to death if they dared to show their faces. Chapter 9, is this how you leveled up to level 9? I've got it. Lin Bai's eyes lit up, and he was no longer as gloomy as before. Feng Shui silently withdrew her hand from Lin Bai's shoulder and asked curiously, have you figured out how to deal with the Wolf King? Lin Bai nodded emphatically. The difficulty in dealing with the Wolf King is that we haven't reached level 9 yet. Even if we do, there will still be a huge numerical gap between us and the Wolf King. So we need to find a way to break into the Wolf King's palace and get the Berserk Potion. Feng Shui frowned. The two of us can't possibly break into the Wolf King's palace, can we? You want to unite the other students? In the past, given her status, many classmates might have been willing to help her. But now, people might not even look up to her. Without the help of other classmates, the two of us can enter the Wolf King's palace and even level up to level 9. Lin Bai smiled mysteriously. The next day, all the students who had finished their mandatory rest were eager to try again. Although you will be killed by the Wolf King after you leave, there are only 3 days left before the dungeon closes. We must make the most of these last 2 days, even if there's only a little time left. Moreover, as long as everyone scatters in different directions, the interval between being killed by the Wolf King can be extended, allowing them to kill more monsters during the interval. After discussing it, everyone left the safe zone at the same time. Come with me. Lin Bai released his blessing, which he bestowed upon himself and Feng Shui, and the two quickly advanced deeper into the dungeon. Meanwhile, the Wolf King left the Wolf King's palace to search for the scattered students. Faster, faster. Lin Bai was secretly anxious. If they encountered the Wolf King on the way, all their plans would be in vain. But he was, after all, a priest, and relying solely on his physical abilities, he couldn't go very fast, no matter how fast he was. Stop. Feng Shui suddenly called out to Lin Bai. What's wrong? We need to hurry. Although he didn't know what Feng Shui was going to do, Lin Bai still stopped. The next second, Feng Shui picked him up in a princess carry. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. What was going on? You're too slow. Speed up like this. After saying that, Feng Shui hugged Lin Bai and ran wildly into the depths of the dungeon. Lin Bai opened his mouth, but upon seeing Feng Shui's indifferent expression, he rationally swallowed back what he wanted to say. If I make any inappropriate jokes at this time, Feng Shui will definitely stab me to death. They walked in silence until they arrived at the Wolf King's palace. At the entrance of the Wolf King's palace, Lin Bai was put down by Feng Shui, and his dignity as a man was restored. Lin Bai straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, cleared his throat, and said, "Let's go in." Before she could finish speaking, Feng Shui had already walked inside. Sister, can't you give me some face? Lin Bai muttered to himself and followed Feng Shui eagerly. The corridor of the Wolf King's palace is lined with glowing crystals, so it is not dark when you walk through it. All the way to the end of the corridor, Lin Bai saw 8 level 9 elite werewolves guarding the Wolf King's treasure chest. The 8 elite werewolves stood guard in pairs at the 4 directions, like statues. But as soon as someone steps into this hall, it will be activated immediately. Lin Bai used his reconnaissance skill, targeting one of the werewolves. Race, werewolf. Level, 9. Quality, elite. Strength, 75. Agility, 70. Physical fitness, 72. Mental strength, 10. Stamina, 6,800. Magic power, 890. Apart from her physique, all other attributes are similar to Feng Shui's when she is in a blessed state. Inspired by the reconnaissance, the elite werewolf, which had been as still as a statue, opened its eyes and looked in the direction of Lin Bai. The other 7 elite werewolves also started to move. Hurry up. Lin Bai informed Feng Shui that they should leave the Wolf King's palace before the 8 elite werewolves caught up. The 8 elite werewolves did not chase after them. Instead, they glanced at the 2 of them and returned the way they came. If you're trying to lure them away and take the opportunity to enter the Wolf King's palace to get the Berserk Potion, this method won't work, Feng Shui warned. I didn't intend to use this method, I just wanted to check their properties first. Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui and said, you're about the same level as when you're blessed. In a one-on-one situation, you should be able to win. But they won't give us a one-on-one opportunity, Feng Shui said. Then create it, and you wait for me here. After making a face at each other, Lin Bai went back to the Wolf King's palace alone through the passage. A moment later, an elite werewolf emerged, looking tense. As soon as he stepped out, he was blocked by Feng Shui and Lin Bai, who were hiding on both sides of the doorway. Go, Pikachu! Lin Bai bestowed a blessing upon Feng Shui. Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai expressionlessly, then drew her sword to meet the elite werewolf. The human and the wolf clashed. Although the werewolf was much stronger than Feng Shui, with her skills, quickly gained the upper hand. The sounds of fighting attracted the attention of the other 7 elite werewolves, but they simply stopped at the entrance of the passage and did not chase after them. If they do chase after him, Lin Bai can take the opportunity to enter the palace and obtain the Berserk Potion. Moonlight Slash. Feng Shui brandished her long sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped slash at the elite werewolf. The elite werewolf crossed his arms in front of his chest. The blow struck its arms, injuring them to varying degrees. The elite werewolf roared, its 5 fingers spread wide, and its claws extended, like 5 daggers reaching for Feng Shui. Holy Light Bullet. Lin Bai assisted from the side, sticking a ball of light to Feng Shui and smearing it on the face of the elite werewolf. The holy light bolt didn't do much damage, but the werewolf elite's vision was blurred for a moment after being hit by it. In that instant, Feng Shui thrust her sword forward, piercing the werewolf elite's throat. The werewolf elite fell backward, and 2 streams of experience entered Lin Bai and Feng Shui's bodies respectively. Lin Bai glanced at the experience bar. At this rate, he only needed to kill 6 elite werewolves to reach level 9. Feng Shui drew her longsword, turned to look at Lin Bai, as if asking, "How did you manage to lure out a werewolf to fight one-on-one?" Lin Bai blinked, seemingly not understanding Feng Shui's gaze. After a few seconds of silence, Feng Shui asked, "How did you do that?" "Hee, I told you to play it cool, you finally couldn't help but ask, didn't you?" Lin Bai was secretly pleased, but he didn't show it on his face. He explained, "It's nothing. I just gave this werewolf a healing spell. Healing spells are not considered attack skills, so they can't trigger hostility. Besides, this is the Wolf King's palace. If it were a normal werewolf camp, they might have just found a place to take care of it. But it can't do that in the Wolf King's palace, so it had to come out and deal with it." After saying that, Lin Bai added with a wicked grin, "Actually, if you want it to be easier, you can stab them in the back while they're urinating. They can't fight while urinating. The method is good, but it's inexplicably shady." Feng Shui's face darkened upon hearing this, and she immediately refused, saying, "This is fine as it is." Lin Bai shrugged regretfully, "Whatever, it's not like I'm the one fighting anyway." To be honest, he really wanted to see Feng Shui put on a cool and aloof expression while stabbing him in the back. At the same time, the vice president of the professional association twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. He had been wondering what methods Lin Bai would use to enter the Wolf King's palace, but what he saw was a huge mess. From a certain perspective, being able to lure a lone elite werewolf outside is indeed quite impressive. But this method is so underhanded that it's hard to resist. Do you want to take a break? Or should we continue? After successively killing 3 level 9 werewolf elites, Lin Bai asked. Let's continue. I wonder when the Wolf King will return. Feng Shui said calmly. Despite running and fighting continuously, she showed no signs of fatigue. However, through his reconnaissance skills, Lin Bai saw that Feng Shui's stamina had been reduced by nearly half. However, since Feng Shui insisted, he couldn't say anything. Turning around, they entered the palace. Moments later, another werewolf elite was forced to leave the palace. If it were a normal living being, witnessing what happened, it would certainly be on guard. But this is a dungeon, and all the monsters seem normal, but in some ways they are actually quite mechanical. Boom! With the 4th elite werewolf down and the experience gained from 2 more werewolves, the 2 of them can reach level 9. But the Wolf King had already returned, and Feng Shui did not struggle. She was directly sent back to the safe zone. Lin Bai cast a healing spell on the Wolf King, who paused slightly, but still sent him back to the safe zone. It seems the healing spell didn't have much effect on the Wolf King, but Lin Bai guessed that even if the Wolf King felt the urge to urinate, it could still hold it in and continue fighting. Another 24-hour mandatory rest period is required, leaving a little over 2 days remaining. Lin Bai hadn't originally planned to reach level 9 in a single day. Being forcibly sent back didn't discourage him, as long as he wasn't sent back before killing the elite werewolf. I took a day off. It was the second to last noon before the instance closed. Lin Bai and Feng Shui used the same method to enter the Wolf King's palace and lure out the elite werewolves. When they killed the sixth elite werewolf, Lin Bai and Feng Shui finally reached level 9. Among them, Lin Bai's mental strength increased from 43 points to 51 points, and his magic power also increased by a little over half. My physical strength has increased a little bit. The other attributes remained unchanged. Feng Shui's strength, agility, physique, and stamina all improved. Her magic power increased slightly, but her mental power remained unchanged. Oh no, the Wolf King is coming back soon. Noticing the red dot approaching, Lin Bai quickly reminded him. Go get the Berserk Potion, I'll hold off the remaining 2 werewolves. Feng Shui took the lead and entered the passage. Lin Bai followed closely behind. Upon entering the main hall, the 2 remaining werewolves simultaneously attacked Feng Shui. Under normal circumstances, Lin Bai would prefer to take a safer approach and wait for Feng Shui to deal with all the werewolves before getting the potion. But given the current situation, he has no choice but to take the risk. While the 2 werewolves were entangled with Feng Shui, Lin Bai cast a blessing on himself and quickly approached the treasure chest in the center of the hall from the side. A werewolf returned to defend, broke away from Feng Shui, and attacked Lin Bai. Feng Shui unleashed a moonlight slash, severing nearly a third of the werewolf's shoulder. But it only severely injured the werewolf. The werewolf menacingly appeared behind Lin Bai. Fortunately, Lin Bai had already opened the treasure chest and obtained the Berserk Potion. As the werewolf's claws swung down, Lin Bai and the Berserk Potion were teleported back to the safe zone. Chapter 10 Time Difference. Berserk Potion, after consumption, all attributes increase by 10 points, and 3000 stamina and 3000 mana are restored for 10 minutes. Just as Lin Bai was checking the effects of the Berserk Potion, Feng Shui was also teleported back. Lin Bai noticed that his experience points had increased slightly again, which must be because Feng Shui killed another elite werewolf before the Wolf King returned. How was the result? Feng Shui asked. Lin Bai handed the Berserk Potion to Feng Shui. Considering Feng Shui's own attributes, plus the enhancements from equipment, blessings, and the Berserk Potion, her attributes, except for her physique, were almost the same as the Wolf King's. In addition, the Berserk Potion also has the effect of restoring physical strength and magic power, so Feng Shui could wait until the Wolf King's physical strength and magic power were almost exhausted before taking the Berserk Potion. With this shift in power, we should be able to defeat the Wolf King. Not bad. Feng Shui nodded slightly after checking the results. Let's go out after the others are teleported back tomorrow, Lin Bai suggested. Feng Shui quickly realized what Lin Bai was planning to do, and nodded again. On the second to last noon before the dungeon closed, everyone else went out, except for Lin Bai and Feng Shui who remained in the safe zone. Some clever people guessed what the 2 were planning, but the others were too low level to even think of taking advantage of the situation, so they had no chance and had to keep their thoughts to themselves. After everyone else was teleported back to the safe zone, Lin Bai and Feng Shui walked out of the safe zone. Before long, the Wolf King arrived. Lin Bai used his reconnaissance skill again and noticed that the Wolf King's stamina had been reduced by nearly a quarter, so he nodded to Feng Shui. Feng Shui drew her sword and faced the Wolf King. Unlike the first time, she had almost no power to resist the Wolf King. However, she did not attack, but instead kept blocking or dodging, choosing a style of fighting that conserved her energy. Lin Bai hid in the distance and cast a healing spell on the Wolf King. The healing spell could not restore the Wolf King's physical strength and magic power. Since the Wolf King was not injured, the side effects of the healing spell would only make the Wolf King more and more agitated as it fought. Time passed slowly, and the Wolf King's strength was depleted by a quarter, while Feng Shui's strength was less than half left. Physical strength affects not only power and agility, but also the power of skills. As a level 10 elite monster, the Wolf King also has its own unique skills, but it will only use them when it is severely injured. Therefore, Feng Shui's strategy was to exhaust the Wolf King's stamina, preventing it from using its skills, and then administer a Berserk Potion to suppress the Wolf King with her skills. With the Wolf King's stamina already reduced to 1/3, the opportunity to level up to level 10 was just around the corner when 3 figures approached from afar. They are Jiang Jinjin, Li Yuhao, and Du Shuai. They not only emerged from the underground palace, but also looked very confident, seemingly having reached level 9. No wonder the red dot wasn't moving, it turns out the Wolf King was fighting. Li Yuhao said with a look of sudden realization. Feng Shui? She's reached level 9 too? Jiang Jinjin looked displeased. The reason she released the Wolf King in advance was to take advantage of the Wolf King's ability to hunt down professional players throughout the entire dungeon, so that Feng Shui would not have time to level up to level 9. However, Feng Shui still managed to level up to level 9. Should we take advantage of this time to try and break into the Wolf King's palace and get the Berserk Potion inside? Du Shuai suggested. No need, now is the perfect opportunity. Zhang Jinjin looked at Feng Shui fighting the Wolf King and laughed. Breaking into the Wolf King's palace is not much easier than defeating the Wolf King alone. Now that Feng Shui has used up a lot of the Wolf King's stamina, we can take advantage of the situation. To prevent a repeat of the last incident, Zhang Jinjin stopped 100 meters away. Go check how much stamina the Wolf King has left, Zhang Jinjin instructed Du Shuai. But Lin Bai is still over there. Seeing Lin Bai's ill-intentioned expression, Du Shuai stopped in his tracks. Go quickly, there's no one here anyway, just find somewhere to take care of yourself in a bit, Zhang Jinjin urged. Upon hearing this, Coach Du could only reluctantly step forward. Once he was within 50 meters, he quickly released a reconnaissance spell that simultaneously enveloped the Wolf King and Feng Shui. However, at the same time, he was also hit by Lin Bai's healing spell. Du Shuai shuddered and quickly ran towards a deserted direction. After a while, he came back cursing and said, the Wolf King has less than a third of his strength left, and Feng Shui's strength is about the same. Great, this is a perfect opportunity for us to get a bargain. Zhang Jinjin beamed with joy. Originally, the three of them might not have been able to defeat the Wolf King, but with Feng Shui as their temporary teammate, it was almost certain. Damn it, these three bastards are trying to take advantage of us again. Seeing the three guarding in the distance, Lin Bai was so angry that his teeth itched. He really wanted to go over and cast a healing spell on each of them, but it was obvious that the three were wary of him. They didn't even dare to get within 100 meters. Upon seeing the three appear, Feng Shui stopped defending and began to show signs of a counterattack. A counterattack would mean greater physical exertion and also mean that the Wolf King would find an opening. Seeing that Feng Shui's skill was easily blocked by the Wolf King also grabbed at Feng Shui with a claw, and soon Feng Shui was at a disadvantage. The Wolf King's attacks grew faster and faster, and by then it was too late to defend. We need to think of a way, otherwise those three bastards will really get the benefits. Lin Bai glanced at the three of them, his thoughts racing. Before long, they came up with a way to exploit the time difference. Right now, the three of them should have just come out of the underground palace and are unaware that the Wolf King's palace has been breached. Therefore, even though they saw Feng Shui fighting the Wolf King, they did not believe that Feng Shui would have a chance to defeat the Wolf King. In other words, in their eyes, Feng Shui's defeat was only a matter of time. Since that's the case, let's just let them have their way. Show a weakness in a moment, and let the Wolf King send you back to the instance. Be careful not to make it too fake, act it out as realistically as possible, Lin Bai said in a voice that only he and Feng Shui could hear. I'm currently taking a Berserk Potion, which gives me a chance to kill the Wolf King before Zhang Jinjin and the other two, Feng Shui said, her eyes growing cold, in a voice only the two of them could hear. It's not that simple. If you can't kill the Wolf King instantly, it will unleash its skills, making it even more troublesome. Lin Bai said firmly, trust me. These three words seemed to possess a certain magic, and Feng Shui nodded almost imperceptibly. A few seconds later, Feng Shui thrust her sword into the Wolf King's chest, but the Wolf King seized the opportunity, slapping the armor on his chest with his palm and then striking his head with his claw. Feng Shui was teleported back to the safe zone without any flaws. It's our turn. Zhang Jinjin perked up, took out her staff, and prepared to unleash her skill. After defeating Feng Shui, the Wolf King then turned on Lin Bai. However, before being sent back to the safe zone, Lin Bai gritted his teeth and shouted at Zhang Jinjin and the other two, if we can't kill the Wolf King, you won't get your way either. That's not something you can decide, Zhang Jinjin said in a great mood. Snort. Lin Bai snorted coldly, channeled a beam of light into the Wolf King's body, and was then teleported back to the safe zone. They're using the same trick as last time. Li Yuhao curled his lip, picked up his shield and greatsword, and faced the charging Wolf King. At the same time, Coach Du unleashed various skills to restrict the Wolf King. Zhang Jinjin unleashed her skill to attack the Wolf King. But as soon as Li Yuhao made contact with the Wolf King, he felt that the force on the shield was wrong. Even if the Wolf King is an elite-level monster, its strength shouldn't be that great. When he fought Feng Shui before, Feng Shui was able to hold out for a while. His profession is stronger than Feng Shui's, so there's no reason why he would have such difficulty holding out. This Wolf King's power is not right, he said quickly. Du Shuai cast a reconnaissance spell on the Wolf King and discovered that the Wolf King's original strength of 92 had only been reduced by 3 points, as had its agility of 90. That's not right, I clearly used the weakening skill on the Wolf King. At this moment, he remembered the light that Lin Bai had released when he left. It wasn't a healing spell, but a blessing. Grass. He cursed out loud. Within the safe zone. Why should I pretend to fail? Feng Shui couldn't understand why, even with the berserk potion, there was still a chance to kill the Wolf King, but now, it was as if she had handed that chance over. Don't worry, they can't kill the Wolf King. Lin Bai explained, before I left, I gave the Wolf King a blessing. Feng Shui suddenly looked at Lin Bai. She knew about Lin Bai's buff, which could increase strength and agility by 16 points. The Wolf King had 92 points of strength and agility, so even if it was weakened, it wouldn't be much different from the original values. Even if Li Yuhao's profession is stronger than his own, without equipment enhancement, he definitely won't last as long as he does. Without Li Yuhao as their tank, Jiang Jinjin, a mage, and Du Shuai, a fellow ranged class, were bound to lose sooner or later. You mean? That's right, take advantage of the time difference. Lin Bai said, Jiang Jinjin and the others don't have berserk potions, so it's only a matter of time before the Wolf King sends them back here. Once they're sent back, they'll be forced to rest for 24 hours. We'll be back earlier than them, so our forced rest will end earlier. Tomorrow, we can take advantage of the time they can't leave the safe zone to find the Wolf King again and kill him. Feng Shui's expression softened considerably. This method was indeed more reliable than taking berserk potions and competing with Jiang Jinjin and the others for monsters. The problem is that none of them are priests. Lin Bai chuckled. He could use blessing on monsters, but Du Shuai couldn't use weakening on Feng Shui in the dungeon. That was the difference between a priest and other classes. Underestimating a pastor can lead to regret. 7 minutes later, Li Yuhao, Jiang Jinjin, and Du Shuai were teleported back one after another. The three men looked increasingly grim. Seeing Lin Bai's smiling expression made Jiang Jinjin angry. She walked up to Lin Bai and said angrily, wait until we get out of the dungeon, then I'll see how I deal with you. Feng Shui walked to Lin Bai's side and said coldly, if you dare to touch him, I dare to touch you. You, an F-rank professional? Jiang Jinjin scoffed. Instead of figuring out how to cause me trouble, you should first think about how to get through this current predicament. Lin Bai gestured to the crowd that had gathered around him. Everyone was brought back by the Wolf King, and this debt should naturally be placed on Jiang Jinjin's shoulders. Jiang Jinjin was speechless. Even as an S-level professional, she was suddenly subjected to insults that threatened to endanger her parents. Chapter 11, Level 10. With 1 hour left before the dungeon closed, Lin Bai and Feng Shui's forced rest period ended, and the two were ready to leave the safe zone. We only have 7 minutes. Lin Bai reminded them that the mandatory rest period for Jiang Jinjin and the other two would end in 7 minutes. That's enough. Feng Shui's voice was cold as she drew her sword to meet the approaching Wolf King. Just like yesterday, after being worn down by the others, the Wolf King was not injured, but his physical strength and magic power both decreased by about a quarter. After Lin Bai blessed Feng Shui, he hid to the side. To avoid being attacked by the Wolf King, he did not rashly use holy light bullets to harass the Wolf King. Under the Wolf King's attacks, Feng Shui either dodged or used her skills to defend, and occasionally thrust out a sword or two to prevent the Wolf King from conserving its energy. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Under the relentless and ferocious attack, the Wolf King's stamina was depleted to only about 1/3, and its movements became much slower than at the beginning. Although Feng Shui was on the defensive, her stamina was also depleted to only 1/3. 2 minutes left, Lin Bai reminded him. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui quickly retreated after blocking the Wolf King's attack, took out a berserk potion from her professional space, and drank it in one gulp. With the help of the berserk potion, Feng Shui's 4 attributes all temporarily increased by 10 points. Including the blessing and equipment enhancement, except for her constitution, the other 3 attributes were close to those of the Wolf King. After carefully sensing the power, Feng Shui unleashed a moonlight slash. This blow struck the Wolf King's defensive arms, instantly turning it from an unharmed state to a bleeding state. The Wolf King's pupils turned even more crimson, and it charged at Feng Shui once more. Feng Shui changed her fighting style from before, sometimes blocking and sometimes thrusting, leaving 1 or 2 wounds on the Wolf King from time to time. There is 1 minute left. Lin Bai reminded him again. Just then, the Wolf King let out a low growl and then went into a berserk state. In its berserk state, its attacks become more ferocious and inflict a bleeding effect. The Wolf King was fierce, but Feng Shui's fighting style was even fiercer. Sometimes, she didn't even dodge the Wolf King's attacks, but instead used her equipment and body to withstand them. If the Wolf King gives her a claw strike, she will retaliate with an even more ferocious sword strike. With only 30 seconds left, Lin Bai cast a healing spell on Feng Shui. Feng Shui's wounds healed quickly, but her expression grew even colder. I'll draw the Wolf King's attention, and you attack it from behind. Having done all he could, Lin Bai no longer worried about being sent back to the safe zone and began to harass the Wolf King with holy light bullets. One shot to the left, one shot to the right. Holy light shone continuously on his face as the Wolf King bypassed Feng Shui and headed straight for Lin Bai. Quick! Lin Bai called out urgently. Feng Shui drew her sword and chased after the Wolf King, the sword in her hand gradually glowing. The longer you charge up, the more powerful your attack becomes. Don't underestimate this initial skill, its maximum power surpasses that of a level 5 Moonlight Slash. As the Wolf King struck Lin Bai, Feng Shui also slashed at the Wolf King's head with her sword. Caught off guard, a wolf's head flew into the air. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Wolf King. The job panel popped up automatically, and then a large amount of experience was absorbed into the user's body. As soon as he was teleported back to the safe zone, Lin Bai leveled up directly from level 9 to level 10. Name, Lin Bai. Occupation, Priest. Level, 10. Strength, 12. Agility, 13. Constitution, 12. Mental strength, 60. Stamina, 121. Magic power, 6050. Skill. Strength and agility each increased by 2 points, constitution increased by 1 point, and mental strength increased by 9 points all at once. Cool. Lin Bai let out a long sigh of relief, and then laughed as he looked at Jiang Jinjin and the other two who were about to leave the safe zone. You killed the Wolf King? Upon hearing the dungeon notification, Jiang Jinjin looked incredulous. Impossible. How could you and Feng Shui possibly kill the Wolf King? Because we obtained the Berserk Potion. In a great mood, Lin Bai didn't mind talking to Jiang Jinjin a few more times. Breaking into the Wolf King's palace is no easier than killing the Wolf King. How did you get in? Jiang Jinjin pressed. You guess. Lin Bai gave a sly smile, which infuriated Jiang Jinjin so much that she wanted to kick him in the face. A short while later, Feng Shui returned to the safe zone. Thank you, she said solemnly as she walked up to Lin Bai. If it weren't for Lin Bai, she probably would have given up on her very first day, let alone reaching level 10. I'd rather see you smile than just say thank you. Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui's delicate face. Feng Shui was a nice person, but she was too aloof. Come to think of it, he didn't think he had ever seen Feng Shui smile. Feng Shui frowned slightly, and a few seconds later, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly to the sides. Don't tell me you just laughed. Lin Bai's eyes widened. This was even uglier than crying. Feng Shui clenched her fists, took a deep breath, as if suppressing something. I've already tried my best. Seeing that Feng Shui didn't seem to be joking, Lin Bai stopped teasing her. Never mind, never mind. Laughter comes from the heart. If you can't laugh now, then wait until you feel like laughing later. Feng Shui did not answer. Speaking of which, you won't abandon me and team up with someone else during the college entrance exam, will you? Lin Bai asked. With only 1 week left until the college entrance examination, those who have reached level May 9th still be able to level up to level 10 by running other dungeons, but those who are below level 9 will definitely not have enough time to reach level 10. In this situation, Feng Shui has undoubtedly become a valuable asset. Many people, hoping to achieve good results in the college entrance examination, have set aside their previous prejudices and offered Feng Shui many incentives to team up with them. No, Feng Shui replied simply and firmly. That's settled then. It'll still be the two of us teaming up. Lin Bai felt much more relaxed, since no one wanted to see their hard-earned AD carry run off with someone else. Good. Feng Shui nodded. At 1:30 p.m., all students were teleported out of the instance. Due to the selfish actions of Jiang Jinjin and her two companions, the overall academic level of this year's students is lower than that of the previous year, which has made the homeroom teachers of each class quite unhappy. But after all, Jiang Jinjin is an S-level professional and will definitely achieve great things in the future, so they couldn't say anything. To the principal's surprise and delight, Lin Bai and Feng Shui, two students who were not highly regarded, actually advanced to level 10. This was something that should have been impossible, but Lin Bai and Feng Shui managed to do it anyway. The process is quite intriguing. The principal found the vice president in charge of guarding the instance and asked him some questions. After learning about some of Lin Bai's actions, his expression became very complicated. You mean Lin Bai's skills are different from the other priest's skills, the principal confirmed. Compared to this, some of this kid's ideas are really hard to describe. The vice president had a dark face. Who in their right mind would think of taking advantage of the association? Not only did he get 3 pieces of equipment for free, but he also upgraded them. Although they exploited some loopholes, it's undeniable that the two of them are quite capable, the principal said with a smile. Yes, after all, it's really not easy for a priest and a swordsman to achieve this level. The vice president couldn't help but sigh. According to the rules, they both reached level 10 in the dungeon, and each of them can choose 2 gold level skills for free. However, given their professions, they can probably only choose silver level skills at most. You'll have to give them some compensation for the extra ones, the principal argued. Under normal circumstances, only S-rank professionals can defeat the Wolf King and reach level 10. With the talent of an S-class professional, learning 2 gold level skills is naturally not a problem. But Lin Bai and Feng Shui, one a C-level professional and the other an F-level professional, could only learn silver level skills, which was their limit. Under these circumstances, the two of them suffered a considerable loss. Okay. Considering the situation, the vice president did not refuse. Half an hour later, all the students left the Professionals Association. Lin Bai and Feng Shui received their rewards, each a bottle of precious solidification potion and the opportunity to learn 2 skills for free. The solidification potion, when taken, permanently increases 4 attributes by 5 points. Although it may not seem like much, when all are at the same level, the extra 5 attribute points in each aspect can play a decisive role. Lin Bai, being a priest with a weak physique, had his strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 5 points, which to some extent made up for his shortcomings. As for skills, the two discussed it and decided to go home today to look up information and see which skills would be more suitable for them, and then go to the association to learn them tomorrow. They agreed to go to the association together tomorrow, and then went home separately. Back in his empty house, after cleaning the dust from the room, Lin Bai lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. When he was 12 years old, his parents went to carry out a mission to prevent the spatial rift from expanding because a spatial rift appeared in the city. However, due to the unexpected nature of the monsters in the spatial rift, the parents were unable to return. After that, he became all alone. Strictly speaking, it's not really a single person. The family across the street had a very good relationship with her parents, and after her parents disappeared, they took good care of her. They also have a daughter, who is a year older than Lin Bai. She is also very good to Lin Bai. She is not his biological sister, but more like a biological sister. However, Xin Ning was admitted to Peking University last year, so Lin Bai became a person again. Mission complete. Your blessings and holy light bolts will now be upgraded for free. Suddenly, a system voice came from his ear, and Lin Bai quickly opened the job panel to check the effects of the upgraded skills. The blessing level was upgraded directly from bronze to gold. The effect has changed from a simple temporary increase in strength and agility to also granting a shield. Only when the shield is present can the target be protected from damage. However, there are also side effects. The side effect is that it can make the target become abnormally excited. Well, compared to the side effects of the healing spell, this side effect is barely acceptable. But what the heck is this holy light bullet? The holy light bolt has been upgraded from iron to silver level. Its effect is to summon a ball of light that attacks the target while causing the target to feel repentance. Good heavens, that's really good heavens. In the middle of a battle, the enemy suddenly kneels down and repents for the mistakes they made in the past. That scene would be quite interesting. The upgrade has been quite effective. Ring ring ring. The phone rang, and the screen displayed the caller's name, Xin Ning. Lin Bai quickly answered the phone, his tone obsequious, "Sister." A pleasant but serious voice came from the other end of the phone. "What profession have you awakened?" "Priest." There was silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Bai quickly added, "But I found a great teammate, and the two of us leveled up to level 10 in the dungeon." "Not bad." Xin Ning paused, as if this assessment didn't fully express her thoughts, and added, "Very good." "It's so-so." Lin Bai showed a smug expression, almost as if he wanted to grow a tail and wag it around. "What's the situation with your teammate? Is it just one?" Xin Ning asked. "Yes, it's just the two of us in a team. Her situation is a bit special." Lin Bai briefly explained Feng Shui's situation, concealing the hidden information he saw from the system. Feng Shui. Xin Ning said, work hard during the college entrance examination and try to get into Peking University. If you can get into Peking University, I will give you a gift. That's too formal. Lin Bai coughed lightly. What gift? You'll know when you get into Peking University, Xin Ning said, without revealing anything. Just then, a pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Ning, who are you talking to? The way you look, it's not that other guy you're seeing, is it? Oh, I've been so good to you, and you've already found someone else. This guy's such a drama queen. Lin Bai was speechless. My brother, Xin Ning replied briefly. Ha? You have a younger brother? How come I've never mentioned him before? Isn't he handsome? How old is he? Let me tell you a few words about him. The owner of that pleasant voice seemed to immediately become interested. I'll stop here for now, we'll talk again next time. Click, Xin Ning hung up the phone. Hanged up? Lin Bai wanted to find out more about Xin Ning's recent situation from other people, but unexpectedly Xin Ning hung up the phone. It sounds like she must be her best friend, or at the very least, her teammate or something. Lin Bai lay back down, murmuring, Peking University. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Kyoto University, two stunningly beautiful girls stood here, attracting countless gazes. These two girls, one with almond-shaped eyes and a very serious expression, gave off a feeling that made people want to stay away from them. The other one was very cheerful, with a pair of long, slender, white legs that were so white they were almost unrecognizable. At this moment, Tang Jinxian was grabbing the phone from Xin Ning's hand, her claws outstretched. Why won't you let me talk to your brother? Why? Xin Ning placed one hand on Tang Jinxian's forehead and calmly put away the phone with the other. Lin Bai is very honest. I'm afraid you'll lead him astray. TCH. You make it sound like I'm a bad woman. Tang Jinxian rolled her eyes, then suddenly noticed a blind spot. His surname is Lin, so he's not my biological brother? No, but we have a very good relationship. Xin Ning turned and walked out of the school. You were laughing so happily on the phone just now. I'm not blind. Tang Jinxian followed, grabbed Xin Ning's arm, and shook it playfully, asking, So, are you closer to him or to me? Xin Ning looked at her. Tang Jinxian chuckled and said, I knew it. Have some self-awareness, you can't compare to him, Xin Ning said ruthlessly. Tang Jinxian's smile froze instantly, and she stopped giggling. Chapter 12 Feng Shui's Unknown Past. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Bai and Feng Shui agreed to go to the Professionals Association together to select skills. The journey wasn't far, so the two decided to walk. However, when we passed by Nanning Road, it happened to be closed. The road wasn't closed yesterday. Lin Bai felt strange, but immediately, his expression turned serious. Several patrol members came into view. Patrol teams are small groups of professionals who represent the government. They differ from law enforcement teams, which are tasked with resolving conflicts between professionals and are primarily involved in apprehending criminals. The patrol teams, on the other hand, are specifically responsible for matters related to monsters. Road closures, patrol teams. Lin Bai immediately thought of the accident 6 years ago when his parents disappeared, so there must be an unstable spatial rift in the vicinity. Because it is not yet stable, it cannot be destroyed. Therefore, we can only wait until it is completely stable. The patrol team's role is to guard against monsters that may appear in the spatial rifts. Let's go that way. Lin Bai pointed to the other side. But Feng Shui seemed not to hear, staring blankly at the blocked section of road ahead. I said, let us go that way. Lin Bai repeated it again and waved his hand in front of Feng Shui. Okay. Feng Shui withdrew her gaze and absent-mindedly walked in the direction Lin Bai pointed. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Bai noticed that Feng Shui's complexion wasn't very good. I'm fine, Feng Shui shook her head. For the rest of the journey, Feng Shui was out of sorts until they passed a training hall. There was a cage at the entrance of the training hall, and inside the cage were several snow-white moonlit cat kittens. Some monsters have docile personalities and are suitable as battle pets or companions. The moon cat is one of them. Feng Shui stopped in front of the cage containing Inuit cat, her expression gradually softening. Do you like small animals? After 3 years of being classmates, this was the first time Lin Bai had ever seen Feng Shui show such an expression. He couldn't help but find it quite strange. It turned out that Feng Shui wasn't always so cold and aloof. He also noticed an event at the store entrance. For 5,000 yuan, if you could catch the phantom fox within 5 minutes, you could adopt a moonlit cat cub for free, along with a contract and a containment scroll. 5,000 yuan is not much for a professional. Although Lin Bai's parents disappeared, they left behind a large sum of money. Want to give it a try? Lin Bai asked with interest. Forget it. Feng Shui reluctantly turned her gaze away from the Inoue kitten. If you like it, why not give it a try? Lin Bai couldn't understand Feng Shui's thoughts. Feng Shui's face darkened, and she did not answer, seemingly lost in thought. Feng Shui? Four students walked out of the training hall. The boy in front looked surprised, with a strange look in his eyes. It's been years. How have you been at number 4 middle school? Feng Shui glanced at him, then coldly looked away. Your boyfriend? The boy glanced at Lin Bai and asked again. Former classmates? Lin Bai glanced between Feng Shui and the boy, then quietly ignored them. Feng Shui ignored the boy and walked forward on her own. A classmate with whom he didn't get along? Lin Bai followed silently behind. Long time no see, don't go. I heard you awakened the swordsman class. Is that true? Sun Liang's tone was slightly teasing. Feng Shui still did not react. Another boy next to Sun Liang sneered, still the same as before, a coward who can't even fart. Coward? Are you sure you're talking about Feng Shui? Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui's back. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't seem timid or afraid of anything. Just then, the system's voice rang in my ears. Feng Shui's unknown past. Oh ho! Upon hearing the title, Lin Bai immediately became interested. Feng Shui was originally a lively and cheerful girl, but 6 years ago, she lost her parents in an accident, and since then, she has become quiet and reserved. Because of her quiet and reserved nature, she became an outsider in class. Her classmates treated her as an oddball, ostracized her, isolated her, and often talked badly about her behind her back, spreading rumors. This led to Feng Shui hiding an inferiority complex beneath her aloof exterior. Some people can never escape the shadows of their childhood. Task: help Feng Shui overcome her inferiority complex and build self-confidence. Mission successful, all skills below gold rank upgraded to gold. Mission failed, Little White becomes weak and powerless. Damn it, stop threatening me with Little White. Even without Little White, I couldn't just sit idly by. Lin Bai stopped in his tracks and turned back to the two boys who had just been talking. Looking back now, they really were two scumbags. They lost their parents at such a young age and are left helpless. Instead of caring for them, they isolate them. Having shared a similar experience, Lin Bai understood Feng Shui very well. Fortunately, Qin Ning accompanied him during his childhood, and anyone who dared to speak ill of him was beaten up by Qin Ning. What? You're upset because I mentioned your girlfriend? Li Dashan chuckled and said, but what I said is the truth. The truth is that Feng Shui awakened an F-level profession. She was a coward in junior high school. Not only was she a coward, but she was also an oddball. Lin Bai. Feng Shui tugged at Lin Bai, not wanting to get too entangled in this matter. Lin Bai broke free from Feng Shui's hand, cast a reconnaissance spell on Li Dashan, and said with a serious expression, first, Feng Shui is not my girlfriend, we are teammates. If you're blind, go to the hospital for treatment. Don't just wander around like that, or you might get hit by a car. Second, what are you? Who do you think you are to talk about Feng Shui? In my opinion, you're nothing but scum, trash, and garbage in society. Every breath you take is a huge waste of the world's resources. You son of a bitch. Li Dashan rolled up his sleeves and was about to come over. Sun Liang, who was standing next to him, stopped him. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. If something happens at this time, it may affect the examination. Li Dashan suppressed his anger and said to Lin Bai, you're lucky today. You'll see after the college entrance exam. What a garbage declaration. What can you do to me after the college entrance exam? If you don't like me, then attack me now. If you're a man, don't be a coward like a woman. Lin Bai smiled disdainfully, almost as if he had the words, come and get me written all over his face. Grass. Li Dashan was so angry he felt like he was about to explode. Sun Liang and the other two men held him and wouldn't let him come any closer. They were teammates, and if Li Dashan missed the college entrance exam because of this, they would have nowhere to turn to for help. Meanwhile, the other two couldn't help but resent Sun Liang. If Sun Liang hadn't provoked them, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Sun Liang himself felt a little regretful. While stopping Li Dashan, he said to Lin Bai, are you crazy? We just said a few words casually. Did you have to curse so rudely? Just a few words? Lin Bai sneered, how about this? You guys don't like me, right? Well, I don't like you either. Let's have a match at the training hall. Whoever loses has to shout sorry, I'm trash 3 times. Do you dare? Just what I wanted, shall we have a one-on-one fight? Li Dashan's expression gradually turned ferocious. Who wants to fight you one-on-one? I'm a priest. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you if word gets out? Team 2, Feng Shui and I will fight the two of you. Lin Bai stepped back to Feng Shui's side and asked, is everything alright? Feng Shui hesitated. You won't abandon me now, will you? Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui. Feng Shui nodded first, then shook her head, seemingly realizing that this wouldn't express her true meaning, and said, no problem. Did you hear that? We're fine here, how about you guys? Lin Bai looked at Sun Liang and Li Dashan again. Is it okay? Li Dashan asked Sun Liang. He dares to say that, so he must have some basis for his confidence. Sun Liang did not blindly agree. What's there to be afraid of? A priest and a swordsman, no matter how confident they are, can't withstand the combined efforts of the two of us. Li Dashan said dismissively. Sun Liang glanced at the sign at the entrance of the training ground, thought for a moment, and said, let's change the rules. The side that catches the phantom fox wins, and the losing side not only has to say sorry, I'm trash, but also has to pay a fee of 5,000 yuan. What if we can't catch them all? Lin Bai asked. If neither side can catch the ball, then the side that leaves the field first loses, Sun Liang said. You mean the 4 of us will capture the phantom fox together, but in the process, we can interfere with each other? Lin Bai asked. Yes. Sun Liang nodded affirmatively. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow and added another rule to the existing one. Clearly, the other party should be confident in this aspect, or at the very least, have control skills. Are you scared? Sun Liang challenged. We'll do it your way. Lin Bai agreed. Although he didn't have the skill to control monsters, he was confident that controlling 2 people shouldn't be a problem. Then let's go. Sun Liang beckoned. Who said now? I don't have time to play with you guys now. It'll be an hour later. Lin Bai set the time he was going to choose skills with Feng Shui now. Having 2 more skills can significantly increase your chances of winning. As for the other side, let alone an hour, they couldn't possibly level up from level 8 to level 10 even in a day. You don't mean to make us wait here for nothing, do you? Sun Liang asked suspiciously. You think too much. Lin Bai said, we're just going to take care of some things. Anyone who doesn't show up in an hour is a coward. If you dare to come, that's fine. Sun Liang and Li Dashan exchanged a glance and agreed. Watching Lin Bai and Feng Shui leave, Sun Liang beckoned Li Dashan into the training hall. Let's practice catching phantom foxes while we have an hour to spare. With your skill, they're doomed to lose, Li Dashan vented. I'm going to record them yelling I'm trash and post it online so they'll never be able to hold their heads up again. Lin Bai noticed Feng Shui looking at him and touched his face. I don't think there's anything on my face. I checked when I left this morning, and there was no eye discharge. What you just did is not like you. Were you doing this for me? Feng Shui asked uncertainly. What kind of personality do I have? Do you know me very well? Lin Bai smiled and said, don't overthink it. I just don't like them. Feng Shui didn't speak, but something else emerged deep in her eyes. We've arrived at the association. Let's choose our skills first. We can talk about anything else later. Lin Bai walked to the entrance of the association and stepped inside. Chapter 13 Battle. Led by association members, Lin Bai and Feng Shui went to different areas to select professional books. Yesterday afternoon, Lin Bai had already chosen the skill he wanted to learn. First, exclude skills at the gold and bronze levels, as one is too strong and the other is too weak. Then there are offensive skills. As a priest, he naturally wouldn't play to his weaknesses and avoid his strengths. As a support player, your own safety must be the top priority. Therefore, Lin Bai chose Holy Light Protection as his first skill. This is a skill with exceptionally strong defensive capabilities, exclusive to priests, but the condition is that you cannot move while casting it. You can move, but your feet cannot move. Lin Bai chose to use a counter damage skill, which means that when an enemy attacks him, the enemy will also take damage. The main reason for choosing this skill is to complement the shield that comes with the enhanced blessing. When the enemy attacks the shield, the attacker will take damage while the attacker remains unharmed. This skill, while not able to return all the damage, is incredibly annoying. On the other side, Feng Shui also chose 2 silver skills, Sacrifice Strike and Man and Sword as one. The former's effect is to thrust the sword in a certain direction, which can be seen as a long-range thrust or as a unique skill. The drawback is that it can only move in a straight line. The latter effect can enhance the power of other sword moves to a certain extent, and can be regarded as a burst skill. The disadvantage is that it consumes stamina and mana very quickly and can only last for a short period of time. Lin Bai and Feng Shui had already discussed the skill selection beforehand, so they didn't ask about it again after they came out. After familiarizing themselves with the skills, the two headed to the training hall. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," Zhang Dashan mocked. "Enough with the small talk, let's begin." Lin Bai signed up for the event, and the boss led the group to a training ground. The training field is about the size of 2 basketball courts, with white lines drawn along the edges. The original rule was that the player who caught the phantom fox within 5 minutes would win, but the new rule created by Lin Bai and his friends allowed them to influence each other. The player who caught the phantom fox or knocked the other player out of the arena would win. "I don't know what you're up to, but please don't hurt Phantom Fox." "It's one of the members of my establishment," the owner, a man in his 30s, said, seeing the tension between the two sides. Both sides nodded in agreement and stood on opposite sides of the training field. The black phantom fox stood in the very center. "Start." The boss pressed the timer, and the time began to decrease from 5 minutes. As soon as they finished speaking, Sun Liang and Li Dashan took out their weapons from their professional spaces. One of them had an axe, and the other had a fist, so they should both be melee fighters. "Take this." Li Dashan ignored the phantom fox and charged directly at Lin Bai. Feng Shui took out a long sword from her professional space and faced Li Dashan. They agreed that neither side could use equipment other than weapons. "Get out of my way." Li Dashan swung his axe at Feng Shui, clearly not taking her seriously. Lin Bai kept his eyes on Sun Liang, trying to prevent him from using control skills to capture Phantom Fox and thus win the battle. Fortunately, Sun Liang only stretched his body a bit, seemingly also intending to teach Lin Bai and Feng Shui a lesson. Feng Shui blocked Li Dashan's axe with her sword, her arm remaining completely still. On the contrary, Li Dashan exerted all his strength, but he was unable to make the axe fall. "How could your strength possibly be greater than mine?" Li Dashan said, his face flushed. Feng Shui didn't answer. She raised her arm, and Li Dashan was forced back 2 steps. Suddenly, a beam of light fell on Feng Shui. A companion of Li Dashan, standing off the field, exclaimed in surprise, "She's level 10. "Level 10? You didn't read that wrong? How could a trash swordsman like her reach level 10 in a month?" Li Dashan exclaimed in surprise. "It is indeed level 10, his companion confirmed." Lin Bai turned to look at the man, who awkwardly shut his mouth. "Level 10. Sun Liang looked as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He finally understood where Lin Bai's confidence came from, but it was clearly too late to back out now. "Since that's the case," he shouted to Li Dashan, "you hold Feng Shui back, I'll take care of that kid first, and then the two of us will deal with Feng Shui together." After saying that, his feet were enveloped in red light, and he quickly bypassed Feng Shui, heading straight for Lin Bai. Feng Shui merely glanced indifferently at Sun Liang before slashing at Li Dashan once more. "Damn it, don't underestimate me." Li Dashan's axe, glowing with an orange light, came crashing down with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Sun Liang had arrived in front of Lin Bai. He had a bad feeling about Feng Shui's lack of intervention, but since he was already there, he had to do something. He threw a punch at Lin Bai. Protected by holy light. Lin Bai opened his arms, and a beam of light fell on him, as if forming a barrier. Sun Liang punched the surface of the light pillar, but could not shake it. "Oh!" Lin Bai chuckled and, facing the holy light, raised a middle finger at Sun Liang. Sun Liang was furious, but he knew he couldn't do anything to Lin Bai right now, so he withdrew and set his sights on Phantom Fox, who was watching the show from the sidelines. "That's it?" Lin Bai mocked again. Sun Liang paused for a moment, but did not stop. On the other side, Li Dashan's powerful attack not only failed to harm Feng Shui, but also forced him to retreat repeatedly. If it weren't for his iron wall skill, he would probably have been defeated. But right now, Li Dashan probably can't hold on any longer. "We need to catch Phantom Fox quickly." Just as Sun Liang took a step, a beam of light entered his body. He glanced back at Lin Bai, and asked uncertainly, "Treatment?" Putting aside the question of why healing can be released remotely, why would the other party want to heal themselves? Are you just bored out of your mind? He soon found out the reason. The urge to urinate came too quickly and too suddenly. Damn it! That son of a bitch. Sun Liang cursed under his breath. What decent person's skill could have such an effect? This made him afraid to take big steps forward, fearing that if it grabbed his balls, he would urinate immediately. Hurry up! Li Dashan urged. I want to be faster, but I can't, Sun Liang said through gritted teeth. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Dashan was completely baffled. But as a beam of light fell upon him, he understood within 3 seconds. What kind of skill is that? Li Dashan tensed his body, not daring to exert too much force, yet not daring to hold back, especially since the force transmitted from each of Feng Shui's sword strikes on the axe was torture for him. Authentic healing techniques. Lin Bai made no attempt to hide anything. Authentic, my ass. Li Dashan roared, as if he possessed boundless power. The sound was somewhat unpleasant to Lin Bai and Feng Shui, but it made Sun Liang's condition much better. The skill Iron Blood greatly increases endurance. Sun Liang darted out quickly and chased after Phantom Fox. The Phantom Fox split into 2 identical shadows, which, along with its main body, headed in different directions. Just then, Sun Liang roared, his voice louder than Li Dashan's Iron Blood voice, like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger, which made the 2 shadowy figures disappear and also made Lin Bai's mind go blank for a moment. Clearly, this roar is also a skill. When Feng Shui came to her senses, she saw Sun Liang about to grab the Phantom Fox, which was frozen in place by the shock. Her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a spherical beam of holy light struck Sun Liang on the back, causing him to stagger and grimace. As a priest, Lin Bai specializes in mental power, allowing him to regain consciousness faster than others. Damn it! Sun Liang had just uttered the curse when his expression immediately turned dejected and gloomy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used such foul language. Li Dashan stared in disbelief. Have you taken the wrong medicine? 3 seconds later, Sun Liang's expression turned serious. He couldn't believe those words had come out of his own mouth. It was you who did this again? He glared fiercely at Lin Bai. In just 2 seconds, the Phantom Fox had already run away. If he hadn't snapped out of it quickly and held it in, he probably would have made a huge fool of himself. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Bai shrugged innocently. Sun Liangkai didn't believe it. He even repented after being beaten. What kind of skill is this? Is this really a priest, or a sorcerer? Before he could think any further, Feng Shui kicked Li Dashan to the ground. For some reason, Li Dashan couldn't get up immediately. Feng Shui approached Sun Liang, and after 2 moves, her long sword was held in front of Sun Liang's throat. Sun Liang opened his mouth, his face bitter. We admit defeat. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Lin Bai picked at his ear. Sun Liang's expression changed repeatedly, and finally he shouted 3 times in anger. I'm sorry, I'm a good for nothing. I'm sorry, I'm a good for nothing. I'm sorry, I'm a good for nothing. Is that enough? Feng Shui glanced at Sun Liang and then sheathed her longsword. And you? Lin Bai asked Li Dashan. Don't even think about it. Li Dashan refused. You're really shameless, but I hope your bladder is as thick as your face. Lin Bai moved to block the doorway. Li Dashan continued to curse, but as he cursed, he eventually gave in. I'm sorry, I'm a good for nothing. Remember to pay the money when you go out later. Lin Bai smiled and stepped aside to let Li Dashan pass. After the others left, Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui. Are you feeling better? Feng Shui nodded. So, what do you plan to tell me? Lin Bai asked immediately afterward. What do you want me to say? Feng Shui looked over. Lin Bai frowned in confusion, because he did not hear the system's voice. It was postponed like yesterday? Nothing. Seeing that Feng Shui was about to leave, Lin Bai pointed at the Phantom Fox. There's still some time, why don't you give it a try? A moment later, the owner smiled and said, Congratulations to the 2 guests for successfully catching the Phantom Fox. You can win the prize for this event. Please come this way. This process, of course, is inseparable from the side effects of treatment. Phantom Fox didn't dare to take too many steps, which led to Feng Shui catching him. Chapter 14 The Unfinished Mission. Sister, this moon cat is for you. The boss's daughter took out the fattest Inuit kitten from the cage and gave it to Feng Shui. Thanks. Feng Shui took the cub and patted the little girl's head. The little girl was about 6 or 7 years old, with 2 long braids and chubby cheeks, looking very cute. The shopkeeper took out 2 items from under the counter, a contract and a containment scroll. Do you want to sign the contract now? Lin Bai asked Feng Shui. Let's wait until we get back. Feng Shui put away the contract and left the containment scroll with Lin Bai. The so-called containment scroll can be understood as a one-time spatial equipment. Unlike the professional space, which can only contain items related to the professional, the containment scroll can contain some ordinary items, such as water, food, and clothing. Boss, why did you organize this event? Won't you lose money? Lin Bai asked curiously. In his opinion, the phantom fox was not difficult to catch, and getting a moon cat cub for 5,000 yuan was an incredible profit. Ha, business at my training center isn't good. On one hand, this event can attract some traffic, and on the other hand, these moonlit cat kittens are from my mother's litter. I can't keep them all at home, so I'm just giving them away, the owner said with a laugh. Does your daughter agree? She seems to really like these kittens. Lin Bai looked at the owner's daughter, who was looking at the kittens that Feng Shui was holding with a reluctant expression. Before the shop owner could answer, the little girl said in a clear voice, I agree. I have to go to school every day, and my parents have to take care of the business at the shop. Sending them out will reduce their burden. I don't want them to be too tired. After saying that, she said to Feng Shui with lingering reluctance, Sister, you must take good care of it. Yes, I will. Feng Shui answered solemnly. As Feng Shui walked out of the training hall, she looked back and saw the boss holding a little girl, watching them leave. Beside him, a woman in an apron accompanied them. The 3 of them looked very warm and loving. Feng Shuixin was touched and waved to the little girl. Do you know anything about Inuit cat? Do you want me to look it up online for you? Lin Bai asked, taking out his phone. Need not. Feng Shui's gaze softened, as if it had stirred up some memories. My family used to have an Inuit cat too. In the afternoon, Lin Bai returned home alone. The system didn't announce the task completion until evening. Damn it, bro, don't mess with me. I did a great job on this mission. Lin Bai was scared, really scared. Feng Shui's unknown past. The system spoke again. Feng Shui's tragic childhood stemmed not only from the ostracism and isolation she faced from her classmates, but also from her homeroom teacher's deliberate indulgence despite witnessing these actions. In her teacher's eyes, Feng Shui was merely an orphan with no one to care for her. Why should she outperform her son academically? She was jealous, angry, and unable to tolerate it all, so she deliberately condoned the behavior of other students. In class, she frequently and harshly reprimanded Feng Shui, and even if Feng Shui did well, she would make her stand outside in the corridor as punishment. Unaware of the truth, Feng Shui felt extremely inferior, believing herself to be an unpleasant and disliked student, while the homeroom teacher's son was the most outstanding student in the class. Every time she encountered the homeroom teacher's son, she would lower her head in self-consciousness, and this shadow still lingers deep within her heart to this day. After hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't hold back any longer. Feng Shui's homeroom teacher knew that Feng Shui had no parents, yet he still scolded her in class and made her stand in the corridor as punishment, all for the purpose of making his son surpass Feng Shui in grades. Is this even human? You're the homeroom teacher, right? Lin Bai decided to visit Feng Shui's former junior high school tomorrow. Since Feng Shui's homeroom teacher couldn't stand that Feng Shui was more outstanding than her own son and believed that her son was the best, then he would prove that even after experiencing 3 years of bullying, Feng Shui was still more outstanding than her son. In this situation, he didn't believe the homeroom teacher's son was an innocent person. Furthermore, Lin Bai was very confident in Feng Shui's excellence. After all, Lin Shui was not only the top student in the school for 3 years, but also a chosen one of the gods. Damn, how come a trash swordsman like her can reach level 10 in a month? How come? Today's experience left Li Dashan extremely unhappy, especially being forced to apologize to Feng Shui at the end, saying that he was a good-for-nothing. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Bai and Feng Shui apart. We can't let this matter go like this. Sun Liang looked gloomy. He had embarrassed himself in front of the other 2 people today, and he estimated that the news would spread throughout the class by tomorrow. He couldn't stand this kind of thing. What can we do? We can't beat them, Li Dashan said, frustrated. Sun Liang's eyes flickered. Go find your brother. Upon hearing this, Li Dashan shrank back. His brother was not his biological brother, but Li Feng, who was a few months older than him and came from his second aunt's family. He, Sun Liang, Feng Shui, and Li Feng were all his second aunt's students. He was not afraid of Li Feng, but he was very afraid of his second aunt. In his mind, his second aunt was a very strict person. She used to punish Feng Shui a lot when they were in school. Although she didn't punish him, he was still afraid of her. Do you really want to just let this go? Only if your brother steps in and makes Feng Shui shout 3 times that she's a good-for-nothing, can we save face, Sun Liang advised. Okay, go find my brother. You're coming with me, Li Dashan said, clenching his fist. After discussing it, the two went to Li Feng's house and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a woman with a completely expressionless face. Because of proper maintenance, Zhang Xiaowen looks to be only around 30 years old. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaowen, Li Dashan forced a smile and, suppressing his fear, asked, "Second aunt, is my brother home?" "It's home, come in." Zhang Xiaowen stepped aside and watched Li Dashan and Sun Liang enter with a blank expression. Sitting on the sofa was a handsome young man, Li Feng. "You need something from me?" Li Feng asked, looking up. He knew that his younger brother was very afraid of his mother and would not usually come to visit unless it was something important. Something's come up, should we? Li Dashan went into the bedroom first to talk to Li Feng, but Li Feng didn't mean it that way. He just sat down on the sofa and said, "Brother, do you still remember Feng Shui? I heard she has a spiritual level of 100, but she awakened the swordsman class and caused a misunderstanding at the school." "Did you meet her?" Li Feng said dismissively. "We met, and she..." Li Dashan embellished the story, recounting what had happened that day. The beginning of the story naturally shifted from the two of them mocking Feng Shui to Feng Shui actively provoking them. "You said Feng Shui leveled up to level 10 in a month and even defeated you and Sun Liang?" Li Feng looked astonished, unable to imagine how an F-rank class could level up to level 10 in the beginner dungeon. They must have used underhanded methods. Zhang Xiaowen, who had originally planned to return to her bedroom to rest, sat down next to Feng Shui after hearing her name. In particular, when she heard that Feng Shui had leveled up to level 10, an unhappy expression immediately appeared on her face. His son, as the best professional in the school, only reached level 10 in a month. How could Feng Shui, an F-level professional, be at the same level as his son? "Brother, I'd like to ask you for help, to have a sparring session with Feng Shui." Zhang Xiaowen stood to the side, and Li Yishan didn't say it too bluntly. "Feng Shui is really bullying me. She even forced me to call myself a piece of trash in front of Sun Liang." "Is she really that arrogant?" Li Feng asked Sun Liang with a questioning look. "Really?" Sun Liang nodded, a humiliated expression on his face. However, Li Feng didn't make a decision yet, but looked at Zhang Xiaowen. "Mom, what do you think about this?" Zhang Xiaowen said, "Go, Yishan has been bullied. As the older brother, you have to do something about it." Li Feng agreed and asked Li Yishan, "Do you have Feng Shui's contact information? Let's arrange to meet her tomorrow. According to the bet you made today, I'll have a match with her." This. Li Yishan scratched his head awkwardly, only then realizing that he didn't know how to contact Feng Shui, or even where she lived. "Second aunt, you should know where Feng Shui lives, right?" He turned to Zhang Xiaowen and asked. "If you go to her house, she might not agree to meet you. Just go to the entrance of number 4 middle school and block her there, so she has nowhere to hide," Zhang Xiaowen said maliciously. Chapter 15 I'll take care of everything. As the college entrance examination approaches, schools are no longer as strict in their management of students, but they still require students to report to school every day to prevent some students from becoming completely lax. Walking towards the 4th middle school with other students in school uniforms, Lin Bai noticed that the school gate was noisier than usual today. He looked ahead and saw Li Yishan, Sun Liang, and a somewhat arrogant young man wearing the school uniform of number 1 middle school. The three of them were blocking Feng Shui's way, preventing her from entering the school. There were some other students nearby watching the commotion. Is it because of what happened yesterday? As Lin Bai quickened his pace, he heard the arrogant young man question Feng Shui, "Feng Shui, you hit my brother, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Feng Shui remained silent, her expression slightly unnatural. Those who didn't know the situation might think Feng Shui was in the wrong, but Lin Bai knew that because of the trauma from junior high school, Feng Shui felt extremely inferior when facing her former classmates. Could this person be the son of that homeroom teacher? Lin Bai guessed, and the more Feng Shui remained silent, the more arrogant the young man became. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't think that this matter will be over if you don't talk. I'll give you 2 choices, either apologize to my brother, or fight me according to the bet you made yesterday. And your companion, bring him out too." "This has nothing to do with him," Feng Shui replied immediately. "So you're planning to fight me one-on-one?" the young man asked aggressively. I. Just as Feng Shui was about to agree, Lin Bai stepped out from the crowd and asked, "Who are you?" "He's Feng Shui's companion," Li Yishan whispered to Li Feng. Li Feng's gaze fell on Lin Bai, and he pointed at Li Yishan, saying, "I'm his brother. You hit him yesterday, so you have to give me an explanation today." Seeing that more and more students were watching the spectacle, Lin Bai sneered, "What do you mean by hitting him? It was clearly just a normal competition." He looked at Li Yishan and said, "Do you dare say that wasn't a competition?" Li Yishan opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words to refute it. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students lost interest considerably. A competition and bullying others by relying on a higher level are two different things. Before, they had some contempt for Feng Shui, but now, as fellow students of number 4 middle school, they looked down on Li Feng and the others. He came to the school gate to block people after losing a competition he clearly can't accept defeat. Having defused a potential public opinion storm, Lin Bai approached Feng Shui and asked, "Are you alright?" "Fine." Feng Shui said softly, "This has nothing to do with you. I can handle it myself." "What do you mean it's okay? We're teammates, we share the same fate, or do you want to leave me out and team up with someone else?" Lin Bai asked without hesitation. "I don't." Before Feng Shui could finish speaking, Li Feng interrupted, "Whether it's a competition or anything else, since you two fought with my brother, you must fight with me too. Who said that if you have a match with your brother, you have to have a match with you too? If you can't accept defeat, just say so," Lin Bai said disdainfully. "Feng Shui, as the top student in number 4 middle school, are you scared?" Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand verbally, Li Feng resorted to provocation, "If you're scared, just say so. Then I'll assume that your number 4 middle school is inferior to my number 1 middle school." Upon hearing this, the students watching the commotion retorted angrily, "What do you mean by saying that our 4th middle school is inferior to your 1st middle school? We 4th middle school have never been afraid, okay?" Li Feng scoffed, "Feng Shui is the top student in your school, right? As the top student in your school, she doesn't dare to compete with me, the top student in number 1 high school. Isn't that obvious? Who said Feng Shui is the best in our school? She's just an F-level professional," someone retorted. "Then she is not number 1, are you? Do you want to represent number 4 middle school and fight me?" Li Feng's words were directed at the student who spoke. Li Yishan chimed in from the side, "Let's make this clear beforehand. My brother is the top student in number 1 high school, a level 10 Earth Knight. Don't say he bullied you if you lose." Upon hearing that the other party was level 10 and an Earth Knight, the student who had just spoken immediately lost his momentum and didn't dare to continue. Li Feng laughed, though he didn't say anything, but everyone could see the mockery on his face. Then everyone got angry, and someone started it, and more students joined in the jeering. "Feng Shui, fight him." Feng Shui pursed her lips, unsure of what to do. Lin Bai was speechless. "It was you guys who looked down on Feng Shui when she awakened her F-level profession, and now you're making Feng Shui represent number 4 middle school in the competition. It's really a double standard. If he didn't want to fight, he could naturally find a reason to refuse. But since the other party was someone who had ostracized Feng Shui or had a relationship with such an immoral teacher, Lin Bai was willing to help Feng Shui get revenge for the competition that was presented to him. The reason I said that before was simply to prevent the other party from gaining an advantageous position in public opinion. Promise him, I'm here, we won't lose." Seeing Feng Shui's helplessness, Lin Bai whispered to comfort her. "But he is the Earth Knight, his companions shouldn't be weak either," Feng Shui stammered, lowering her eyes, not daring to let others see the cowardice in them. This was the first time Lin Bai had ever seen such an expression on Feng Shui's face. Even when she first awakened her swordsman class and fought the orcs, Feng Shui had tried before giving up. But this time, she didn't even dare to try and wanted to back down. This showed how serious the shadows left on Feng Shui's heart by the ostracism from her classmates and the targeting from her homeroom teacher in junior high school were. Feng Shui, who had been proud for 3 years, suffered a series of setbacks in the past month. If it weren't for the trauma of her 3 years in junior high, and if it weren't for that disgusting sword god test, she could have remained proud forever. Why should someone be ostracized just because they are an orphan? Why should someone so talented be put to the test by such a worthless profession? Lin Bai felt an invisible anger rising in his chest, but when facing Feng Shui, he suppressed all his anger and put on an infectious smile. "So what if we're Earth Knights? Believe me, just like how others didn't think highly of us, but we still stepped over their heads and were the first to reach level 10. We can create miracles and defeat them just like them. Besides, even if you lose, I'll be there for you. Everything is with me." Fang Shui stared blankly at Lin Bai, pursed her lips, and the timidity in her eyes was gradually replaced by determination. She looked up at Li Feng, with her usual aloof demeanor. "We accept your challenge." "A challenge? You really dared to say that?" Li Feng laughed, a somewhat sinister laugh. "You set the time, we'll set the location, is that alright?" Lin Bai asked. "Okay, let's set the time for lunch break, 12 o'clock. Li Feng countered. "Where?" "The location is still the same as yesterday. Don't tell anyone." "I don't want too many people interfering with our battle," Lin Bai replied. "I hope you won't be too scared to come then. Let's go." After glancing at Lin Bai, Li Feng led his men away. Chapter 16 Battle of the Earth Knights. The Earth Knight is originally rated a level, but if it stands firmly on the ground and draws power from it, it can rival an S-level class. Lin Bai chose the venue to his advantage, intending to use it to restrain Li Feng. This was all within the rules and there was no question of fairness. Since Li Feng might have already learned about the effects of his skills from Li Yishan, Lin Bai also searched for information about Li Feng's teammates on the school's online forums and short video platforms. Because Li Feng is a celebrity at number 1 middle school, his information is not difficult to find. Li Feng has 3 teammates, all of whom are a level in terms of professional strength: Sharpshooter, Guardian Knight, and Full Moon Shaman. Lin Bai devised 3 combat plans in response to the teammates Li Feng might bring. At 11:30 a.m., Lin Bai and Fang Shui arrived at the training hall they had previously visited to choose a venue in advance. Lin Bai didn't reveal the location to the other students who wanted to watch the excitement, so he had no other spectators. On the other hand, not only did all 3 of Li Feng's teammates arrive, but a middle-aged woman also came. Seeing Fang Shui's reaction, Lin Bai guessed that the middle-aged woman was Fang Shui's former homeroom teacher and Li Feng's mother, Zhang Xiaowen. When the two met, Zhang Xiaowen observed Fang Shui expressionlessly, unaware of her true thoughts. But her very presence here speaks volumes. Lin Bai was also very willing to defeat Li Feng, whom she regarded as her pride, in front of her. "Where will the battle take place?" Li Feng asked bluntly. 105. Lin Bai arrived at the door of room 105 and pushed it open. A chilling, icy landscape came into view. Li Yishan's face immediately changed, and he accused, "You'd even bring out a venue like this just to target my brother, how shameless." The ground was covered in ice, so Li Feng couldn't touch the earth and therefore couldn't draw strength from it. If it weren't for the fact that a steel floor could also be used for leverage, Lin Bai would have preferred to prepare a steel court altogether. "Since you knew you were letting us choose the venue, you should have already considered that aspect," Lin Bai said naturally. Li Feng's expression changed slightly, but he still stubbornly said, "Even without the power of the earth, defeating you would be a piece of cake. True skill is revealed in one's subordinates." Lin Bai didn't want to waste words with them and went straight into the venue. As the cold air swept in, everyone silently resisted it using their professional powers. But Zhang Xiaowen was just an ordinary person, and in order to witness the battle firsthand, she gritted her teeth and followed along. Seeing her face pale from the cold but pretending to be fine, Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, why don't you go wait outside?" Li Feng glared at Lin Bai and said with concern. "You guys do your thing, don't worry about me," Zhang Xiaowen said gloomily. "Let's end this battle quickly." Li Feng looked at the thin young man among his 3 teammates, and the two walked together to the opposite side of Lin Bai. Based on the information he had previously gathered, Lin Bai knew that the young man's name was Zhou Xiaohua, and his profession was Full Moon Shaman, which leaned towards control but was not lacking in control. Apart from the 2 skills he chose at level 10, which he did not know what they were, the other 4 skills were Purification, Moonlight Bullet, Full Moon Power, and Scouting. It looks similar to a priest, but its strength is much higher. It was him. Lin Bai thought Li Feng would choose Sharp Archery and finish the battle quickly. The rules of the competition are simpler than last time: one side loses if they concede or retreat to the edge of the field. Since there was no referee, the 2 sides began fighting once they were ready. Lin Bai first cast a reconnaissance spell on the 2 of them, and as expected, they were both level 10. Then he cast a blessing on Fang Shui. Fang Shui glanced at Lin Bai in surprise. Compared to last time, this time the strength was much greater. He was wearing a shield, and she felt an urge to fight. "I don't know what happened either. Maybe it's because my constitution is different from other priests." Lin Bai knew what Fang Shui wanted to ask, and explained before she could speak. Fang Shui withdrew her gaze, trying her best to suppress the excitement within her. This feeling was very unpleasant for her. The opponent also started with a reconnaissance skill, checking the level and 4 stats, and then immediately buffed Li Feng with the power of the full moon. Zhou Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise, strange, why is his blessing value higher than the value of my full moon power? The priest is only a C-rank profession, while he is an A-rank profession. Really? But it's no big deal. My skill bonus is higher than Feng Shui's. Li Feng spoke with disdain. Although he couldn't touch the ground and lacked key skills, an A-level class would undoubtedly crush an F-level class, especially when both were at the same level. As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped his broadsword in his right hand and charged towards Feng Shui. As soon as the two sides made contact, Li Feng was forced back a step because his strength was inferior to Feng Shui's. However, as he used his skills, Feng Shui was immediately at a disadvantage. Lin Bai had anticipated this situation and immediately cast a healing spell on Li Feng. Li Feng's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Zhou Xiaohua. Zhou Xiaohua understood and a purification spell landed on Li Feng. Li Feng's expression changed, the purification hadn't worked, and the urge to urinate remained. Strictly speaking, the urge to urinate isn't a negative buff, Lin Bai chuckled. Li Feng suddenly found Lin Bai's face despicable, and with the urge to urinate, how could he possibly fight? That's right. Seeing that Li Feng's movements seemed more restrained, Lin Bai cast another healing spell on Zhou Xiaohua. A soft white light emanated from Zhou Xiaohua's legs as he leaped out at a speed faster than a warrior. The treatment failed. His choice of speed-related skills for the other two is similar to my choice of Holy Light Protection, both aimed at improving self-preservation. With a thought, Lin Bai launched another rebound attack at Feng Shui. Li Feng was already constrained, and with the added effect of the rebound, every time his strikes landed on Feng Shui's longsword or her shield, a portion of the damage would directly affect him, making his situation even more difficult. However, his entire body was soon enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow light. Earth armor is one of the Earth Knight's defensive skills. The reflected damage was absorbed by the earth armor. Since it was only a level 10 skill, it couldn't directly affect the body through defense, so it didn't have any effect, which Lin Bai found a bit of a pity. At that moment, a white staff that had been taken from Zhou Xiaohua's hand shot out rapidly. The other party intends to deal with Lin Bai first. A beam of holy light enveloped Lin Bai, protecting him from the moonlight bullets. Holy light protection? Zhou Xiaohua seemed to understand this skill. Instead of attacking Lin Bai, he extended a beam of light from the tip of his staff, which connected to Feng Shui through the shield provided by the blessing. Full moon absorption? Lin Bai frowned slightly. This skill could continuously absorb the target's stamina, making the target weaker and weaker. It was impossible to break the connection by ordinary means, but the connection would automatically break as long as the target moved a certain distance away. However, due to the limited space, this skill obviously cannot be countered. Feng Shui's stamina will only decrease. However, Li Feng probably won't be able to hold out until Feng Shui runs out of energy he's about to lose. Just then, an accident occurred. Li Feng raised his broadsword high, the blade wreathed in an earthy yellow light, and slashed at the ice. Mountain-shattering strike. The impact caused fine cracks to rapidly spread across the ice surface before it broke apart inch by inch. Li Feng's feet landed on the ground, drawing power from it continuously. His four attributes, physical strength, magic power, attack power, and endurance, all received a certain degree of increase. Earth power, as the core skill of the Earth Knight, can rival S-rank strength with its A-rank strength, making this skill undoubtedly extremely overpowered. The situation reversed instantly, so much so that Li Feng broke through Feng Shui's blessing shield with a single strike. Damn! The quality of this venue is terrible. No wonder your business isn't doing well. Lin Bai muttered a curse to his boss. The advantage of the venue prepared by his essence blood had been broken, which was an unexpected change. If it was not remedied, even if Feng Shui could still hold on to Li Feng's attack for now, it wouldn't be long before her strength was drained. It could be said that this turned into an endurance contest, a battle of bladder and physical strength. It all depends on which side gives up first. It seems that Feng Shui's situation is worse right now. Lin Bai's mind raced, and a beam of holy light struck Li Feng. Li Feng, who was fighting, paused in his movements, his expression one of remorse and despair. Someone like me shouldn't be alive. I want to die. Feng Shui's longsword struck him, but was blocked by the earth armor. In less than a second, Li Feng snapped out of his remorseful state of mind, his face turning ashen as if he'd swallowed a dead fly. He was already feeling the urge to urinate, suffering from damage reflection, and now this mind-numbing skill, it was truly disgusting. Is this definitely a pastor, or a dirty pastor? The holy light bomb is not very effective. Lin Bai aimed at Zhou Xiaohua again, but Zhou Xiaohua dodged it once more. We have no choice but to take the risk. Lin Bai cancelled the holy light protection, seemingly with some kind of plan, and approached Li Feng and Feng Shui, who were fighting. What's this kid up to? Zhou Xiaohua didn't know what Lin Bai's intentions were. Judging from the current performance, Lin Bai's useful skill effects had definitely exceeded 6. He was unsure if Lin Bai had any other skills that he hadn't used yet. But this is precisely an opportunity. He fired a moonlight bullet at Lin Bai. We've been tricked. Lin Bai cast a counter damage effect on himself. The moonlight bullet hit him, making him grimace, but that was exactly the effect he wanted. Affected by the recoil, Zhou Xiaohua also showed a painful expression on his face. This brief pain caused Zhou Xiaohua to be hit by a holy light bullet, and he began to repent. I am such a piece of trash. Feng Shui, hurry. Lin Bai hurriedly called out to Feng Shui. Li Feng didn't know what Feng Shui was going to do, but he still had a bad feeling. He quickened the speed of his sword swings to try to prevent Feng Shui from making any other moves. But to everyone's surprise, Feng Shui ignored the broadsword coming at her. She aimed the tip of the sword at Zhou Xiaohua and shot it out at an unexpected speed. The broadsword slashed a bloody wound in Feng Shui's back, but Feng Shui also used the speed advantage brought by the self-sacrificing strike to hold the sword against Zhou Xiaohua's neck. Zhou Xiaohua's expression changed several times before he said in silence, I'm out. He released the energy drain from Feng Shui. The current situation on the field is 2 against 1. Blood soaked Feng Shui's back, but she seemed oblivious to the pain, her expression cold as she fought Li Feng once more. Without Zhou Xiaohua's restraint and boost, Li Feng quickly fell into a passive position again. In addition, Lin Bai would occasionally annoy him from the side, making his situation even more unfavorable. He also wanted to deal with Lin Bai first, but he lacked the necessary means. As time went by, although Li Feng could still continue fighting, he really couldn't hold back any longer. If I hold it in any longer, it's going to explode. Stop. You can't break through my defenses, and I can't defeat you either. How about we call it a draw? Li Feng said urgently. Feng Shui did not respond. Since there's no clear winner, let's keep fighting, Lin Bai sneered. You. Li Feng's arrogant expression gradually intensified, and he even clenched his teeth, clearly on the verge of losing control. Feng Shui, stop it, Zhang Xiaowen, who was watching the match, interjected. Feng Shui paused, and Li Feng saw a glimmer of hope. But Feng Shui immediately continued her attack. You don't even listen to your teacher anymore? Zhang Xiaowen asked sternly. You're an outsider, what right do you have to interrupt? Lin Bai interrupted Zhang Xiaowen rudely. Don't you, as a student, have any respect for your teacher? Zhang Xiaowen asked Lin Bai. Of course I respect teachers, but not all teachers deserve respect. Don't think that no one will know what you did back then just because you don't say anything. Some students were too young back then and didn't know what to do about your harsh treatment. They could only accept it passively. So many years have passed and they still don't think about pursuing it. But not everyone will not pursue it, like me. Lin Bai laughed and said, I can't say I have particularly high moral standards, but I just can't stand some people with low moral standards. Normally it would be fine, but I'm in a bad mood right now. If possible, I don't mind having some fun and making public the history of some people so that everyone can judge who is right and who is wrong. I don't know what you're talking about, Zhang Xiaowen said expressionlessly. Then just take it as me saying it casually. Lin Bai shrugged, then put away his indifferent expression and said seriously, please don't interfere with our competition now, otherwise I won't mind letting you experience the effects of healing magic as well. Zhang Xiaowen looked at Lin Bai, and although she didn't say another word, Lin Bai could sense that she was angry. But Lin Bai didn't care who would care about the emotions of someone they disliked. You threatened my mother? Li Feng said angrily. You should take care of yourself first. Lin Bai raised his staff and cast another healing spell on Li Feng. Although the effects couldn't be stacked, it was good to have a little impact on the other party's mentality. Li Feng shuddered, his face turning a deep shade of liver. I admit defeat. Feng Shui stopped what she was doing and stared quietly at Li Feng. What about the bet? Lin Bai reminded him. I'm sorry, I'm a good for nothing. Li Feng said 3 times in a row, and lowered his head in shame when facing Zhang Xiaowen's gaze. Zhang Xiaowen, who had remained expressionless throughout, flew into a rage after Li Feng finished speaking. You bastard, what a waste of all the years your father and I spent raising you. Mother, I. Halfway through his sentence, Li Feng's expression changed, and he quickly ran outside. Lin Bai smiled and said, it seems your son isn't that outstanding either, at least not as good as Feng Shui. Zhang Xiaowen looked at Feng Shui, who silently returned her gaze. A moment of triumph is nothing compared to the long road ahead. Zhang Xiaowen originally wanted to leave with dignity, but being in the cold environment for a long time was too much for an ordinary person like her. She even had snot running down her face from the cold, which made her look quite undignified. In the end, she covered her face and left. Feng Shui watched Zhang Xiaowen leave. This teacher, who had once been somewhat feared by her, could now only leave behind this impotent and furious statement before departing in a sorry state. Even Li Feng, who had once been so outstanding that she dared not speak directly to him, now seemed to be just like any other ordinary person. Some of the shackles in Feng Shui's heart were broken, and she suddenly felt much lighter. Have you ever tried to understand me? She looked at Lin Bai hesitantly. I know a little bit, Lin Bai said without hiding anything. Feng Shui fell silent, remaining silent for a long time. She showed no embarrassment at having her unpleasant memories exposed, nor did she try to defend herself. Instead, she looked at Lin Bai and asked, in your eyes, what kind of person am I? Lin Bai recalled for a moment and commented seriously, a person who seems aloof but is very strong inside. Are you strong? Feng Shui murmured, then gently shook her head. I'm not worthy of your praise right now, but I will try my best to become a strong person. Chapter 17 Choice. When Lin Bai and Feng Shui reached the entrance of the training hall and were about to leave, a thick fog had already rolled in outside. The fog was very thick, visibility was only about 20 to 25 meters. Only half an hour has passed, why is it foggy now? Lin Bai looked outside, feeling puzzled. Actually, there was no fog 5 minutes ago, the shopkeeper added from behind the counter, expressing his gratitude to Lin Bai for choosing this location for the competition, which brought him a small income. 5 minutes? Feng Shui looked outside as if a switch had been flipped, her gaze anxious and uneasy. A second later, Lin Bai seemed to realize something and suddenly looked in the direction of Nanning Road, where the road was being closed because of a spatial rift. Could it be that the spatial rift is about to stabilize? Lin Bai wondered anxiously. What you fear most is what happens. Almost as soon as this thought crossed your mind, a police car emerged from the white fog in the direction of Nanning Road. A loudspeaker in the car window was shouting, a spatial rift has appeared. All personnel are requested to evacuate Nanning Road in an orderly manner. Please do not panic. Our patrol team is working to destroy the spatial rift. The sound repeated itself over and over until the police car disappeared into the white fog, at which point the sound gradually faded. This white mist can actually block out sound. When the warning was given, the other people on the street panicked, but fortunately no stampede occurred. Let's hurry up and go too. Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui and said. Okay, sure. Feng Shui was as bewildered as a child, following closely behind Lin Bai. Lin Bai found Feng Shui's behavior strange, but now was not the time to ask. Wife, where's our daughter? Go get her. The spatial rift has opened, we need to get out of here quickly. The training center owner called out to his wife while going to inform the guests who were still training. My daughter is taking a nap. I'll go wake her up. The proprietress hurried upstairs to the second floor. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of a frog croaking came from not far away, and then a monster with a distorted gait and a fish head rushed out of the white mist. It has a huge head, everted eyes, fine and sharp teeth, and holds a weapon made of bone spikes, making it look very frightening. It's a real monster, how did it get here? Lin Bai's heart tightened. The monsters outside were different from those in the dungeon, they were flesh and blood and much more ferocious. Besides, there should have been patrol teams around the spatial rift. Did something unexpected happen? Under intense tension, Lin Bai didn't notice that Feng Shui's figure trembled slightly, and one of her hands tugged at the corner of his clothes. Ah, a monster. People around panicked and evacuated even faster. Quack quack. The monster let out a cry, sounding unusually excited. It quickly locked onto its target, the family of 3 who had just come out of the training hall. It began to move its body in that direction. Just then, Li Feng, who had just been reprimanded by Zhang Xiaowen, also came out from inside. Mom, the monster is coming. He was nervous when he saw the monster coming this way, but he didn't panic like an ordinary person. Forget about the monster, let's go. Zhang Xiaowen pulled Li Feng away. But Li Feng hesitated as he watched the monster fixate on the boss's family of 3. His upbringing wouldn't allow him to stand idly by. Hurry up and go, don't worry about the others. Zhang Xiaowen tugged at Li Feng again. Li Feng, this murloc is level 13. If the four of us work together, we should be able to deal with it. At the very least, it will buy some time for the others to retreat. Zhou Xiaohua cast a scout spell on the monster. Although it angered the monster, it also yielded some results. Just as Li Feng was about to speak, Zhang Xiaowen pulled him back, so Li Feng silently left with Zhang Xiaowen. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaohua and the other two could only follow behind unwillingly. Li Feng was the Earth Knight, and without Li Feng, the other Guardian Knight alone could not stop the level 13 fish. Fortunately, this fish wasn't very fast, it was only a little faster than an average person. Dad, there's a monster. The little girl was held in the boss's arms, and she hid her head in fear. Don't be afraid, Dad and Mom will protect you. The boss, holding the little girl in his arms and his wife's hand, fled with the family of 3. But the 3 of them couldn't run fast at all. If it weren't for his wife and little girl, the boss could definitely have run away by himself. As the monster drew closer, the boss's expression became flustered, but he also seemed to have made up his mind. He handed the little girl to his wife and picked up a mop from the street. You take our daughter and go. I'll buy you some time. The wife glanced at the boss, put the little girl down, and said to her, Tong Tong, when I say start, you run in the opposite direction, and remember not to look back. You. The boss looked at his wife in astonishment. You can't fight for much longer by yourself, I'll stay here with you, his wife said firmly. Daddy, Mommy, I don't want to leave you. Although the little girl was still young, she vaguely understood what this meant, and tears streamed down her face. Tong Tong, be good, listen to me. The monster drew closer, but the woman remained calm, speaking gently to the little girl. Feng Shui stared blankly at the scene, as if recalling something. The system voice suddenly rang in Lin Bai's ear. Feng Shui's unknown secret. 6 years ago, a spatial rift appeared, and a monster bypassed the patrol team and targeted Feng Shui and her family of 3. In order to buy time for Feng Shui and her daughter, Feng Shui's father volunteered to stay behind to lure the monster away. After Feng Shui's mother took her to a safe location, she returned alone because she was worried about her husband's safety. Later, the bodies of the 2 were brought back by the patrol team members. One outing turned out to be Feng Shui's last time seeing her parents. From then on, the cheerful little girl became taciturn. Because of her taciturnity, her classmates ostracized and isolated her, treating her as an outsider. Because of her excellence, her homeroom teacher was jealous of her, hated her, and targeted her. As a result, Feng Shui hid in a corner and cried secretly countless times during her 3 years of junior high school. Over time, Feng Shui became withdrawn, insecure, and fragile. Her aloof exterior was actually just her self-protection. She was afraid of contacting others and was not good at it. Task: help Feng Shui rebuild her self-confidence. I see. A clear timeline unfolded before him, and Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui, suddenly feeling a sense of shared misfortune. Actually, it wasn't just Feng Shui, he had the same experience, only he was a little luckier than Feng Shui. Feng Shui stood there, caught between the fear of the memories and the extreme fear of not seeing the tragedy repeat itself. At this point, only she can make the decision. Lin Bai could roughly guess what Feng Shui was thinking, and said, I'll go help them. After saying that, they returned the way they came. Feng Shui instinctively reached for Lin Bai's hand, but missed. She stared blankly at Lin Bai's departing figure, then covered her head in fear. Seeing Lin Bai's figure about to disappear into the white mist, she seemed to have made up her mind, her eyes becoming more determined than ever before, and she caught up with Lin Bai again. Thank you for making this decision for me. She whispered her thanks past Lin Bai, and finally arrived in front of the boss's family before the monster. Chapter 18 Skill Upgrade. As Feng Shui donned her equipment, Lin Bai cast a reconnaissance spell on the monster. Race: Fishman. Level: 13. Strength: 121. Agility: 52. Body condition: 105. Spirit: 9. Stamina: 25,500. Magic power: 121350. This merman is level 13, with 121 strength points. Lin Bai relayed the information to Feng Shui while casting a blessing and counter damage spell on her. Due to the negative effects of the blessing, Feng Shui's expression became excited, and she rushed directly towards the fishman. Lin Bai fired a holy light bullet first, but before it could hit the murloc, it was cleaved in two by the murloc's bone spikes. Then, a crescent-shaped slash flew out, but it was still cut in half by the murloc. The huge numerical difference is difficult to bridge even with the use of skills. Fortunately, the merman was not as agile as Feng Shui. Relying on her speed and blocking skills, Feng Shui managed to hold off the merman, buying time for the boss and his family of 3 to escape. The boss and the others should be far away by now, let's go too. Lin Bai reminded him. Feng Shui withdrew and retreated. Their only purpose was to stall the fisherman for a while. Quack quack. The merman made strange noises. When it saw Feng Shui trying to escape, it seemed to become angry, and the muscles in its legs swelled at a visible speed. The next instant, it caught up with Feng Shui at a speed several times greater than before. Careful. Lin Bai quickly reminded him. Feng Shui turned around to block, but was blasted away by the fisherman's attack. Her protective shield shattered, and her feet kept losing momentum on the ground, forcing her to retreat 7 or 8 meters before she could barely stop. A cruel light flashed in the fish's eyes as it darted toward Feng Shui once more. Skill? Generally speaking, in order to reduce the difficulty in the beginner dungeon, only the Wolf King is allowed to master the skills. Lin Bai used his reconnaissance skill again and discovered that the merman's magic power had decreased slightly, but his strength had increased by 20 points and his agility had increased to 50 points. It's now faster than Feng Shui. Don't worry about me, you go first. After such a heavy blow, the excitement in Feng Shui's eyes gradually faded. She looked at Lin Bai, as if saying a final goodbye. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, her fate is pretty much predictable. However, at this moment, Feng Shui felt a sense of calm. Before making this decision, she had considered the worst possible outcome. How could I abandon my comrades? Lin Bai quickly said, lead it to room 107 in the training hall. The high temperature there should be able to control it. When choosing a training ground at noon, the owner also introduced the environment of other training grounds. If the previous ice training ground was designed to counter fire attribute professionals, then training ground number 107 was designed to counter water attribute professionals. After being reminded, Feng Shui also realized this point. After taking the hit from the fishman, she turned around and ran towards the nearest training hall. Quack quack. The merman chased after them with cruel excitement. Lin Bai chased after them at the very back, but he wasn't as fast as Feng Shui and the fishman. It took him several seconds to reach training ground number 107. The temperature in training ground 07 was extremely high, with waves of heat hitting him. As soon as he entered, Lin Bai felt uncomfortable all over, but the more uncomfortable he felt, the more he restrained himself from the fishmen. Sure enough, after entering this place, the fishman's full muscles relaxed somewhat, and his strength and speed decreased at a visible rate. Even after repeated reductions, it's still not as good as it was at the beginning. It was solved here. Lin Bai hit the murloc with a holy light bullet. Otherwise, once he left, the murloc would revert to its previous state. Taking advantage of the merman's moment of repentance, Feng Shui aimed her longsword at the merman's head and stabbed it. To thrust. The blow pierced the fishman's head, but it did not die immediately. Instead, it used its weapon to strike Feng Shui. Fortunately, Lin Bai had just given Feng Shui another blessing, but even so, Feng Shui's left arm drooped down, and a look of pain flashed across her face. Should we use treatment? Lin Bai asked hesitantly. Using treatment at this time would probably affect Feng Shui's condition later, but if they didn't use it, Feng Shui's condition didn't seem to be much better. No need for now. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Shui refused outright. Lin Bai was somewhat embarrassed, but fortunately the fishman's injuries were more severe, and coupled with the restraining environment, death was only a matter of time. But for some reason, he felt that the temperature in the room had dropped. A crackling sound came from not far away, like a broken circuit. Lin Bai left the room and went outside, where he found that white mist was also spreading in the corridor. Z. Another crackling sound, and the lights in the corridor suddenly went out. Can this white fog affect the circuitry? Lin Bai figured out the key point and looked back at the training ground. As the high temperature disappeared, the fishman's wrinkled skin gradually returned to smoothness, and the wound on his head seemed to be healing. Grass. Lin Bai cursed under his breath, quickly thinking of a solution. I've got it. He remembered the containment scroll he had obtained from participating in the event yesterday, so he quickly left the room. Feng Shui glanced at the doorway of the room, but Lin Bai was no longer there. Have they left? Feng Shui's face darkened slightly, but she smiled faintly and said, that's fine too. She gripped the longsword tightly, and her movements, instead of slowing down due to her injury, became increasingly fierce, as if unleashing her potential. The fish's wounds multiplied, and her condition worsened. Come here quickly. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the doorway. It was Lin Bai holding the containment scroll. He placed the scroll on the ground, poured magic into it, and the seal on the scroll disappeared, as if he was releasing something. Feng Shui's eyes regained their sparkle. Although she didn't know what Lin Bai wanted to do, the tacit understanding they had developed over the past month still made her rush over here without hesitation. The fishman chased after him. Just as the fishman was about to step over the containment scroll, Lin Bai pressed the lighter and threw the burning lighter at the containment scroll. The flames seemed to ignite something, expanding rapidly and instantly engulfing the fishman. Gas? Feng Shui asked somewhat uncertainly. Yes. Lin Bai nodded. Just now, he thought of using a containment scroll to contain the gas. Almost every household has a gas pipeline, and the gas will burn quickly when it comes into contact with an open flame. This action is equivalent to creating a fireball using a containment scroll. Although the fishman did not die immediately after being attacked by fire, he was extremely weakened. Without giving it a chance to recover, Feng Shui gathered her strength and with a single sword strike, separated its head from its body. Now you can receive treatment, right? Lin Bai chuckled and cast a healing spell on Feng Shui. Feng Shui's wounds healed quickly, and even her drooping left arm was raised again. A moment later, 2 patrol members dressed in matching uniforms arrived. We received a notification that there's a merman here. Have you seen it? Asked the mature-looking middle-aged man on the left. That room, Lin Bai pointed to training ground number 107. The middle-aged man nodded, and led the young man on his right quickly towards the room. A few seconds later, he returned with a strange expression, looking Lin Bai and Feng Shui up and down. You killed it? Yes. Lin Bai did not deny it. That was a level 13 merman. How did you two kill it? The middle-aged man asked curiously. We got some help from outside sources. Lin Bai briefly summarized the process. Heroes emerge from among the young. The middle-aged man praised with admiration. Well done. Actually, I didn't do anything. It was mainly my companion who held it back. Lin Bai rubbed his hands together, and the middle-aged man thought he was embarrassed. But then he changed the subject. Sir, we are both still high school students. Killing a monster under these circumstances should earn us honor, right? The middle-aged man said with a fascinating expression. If you can get a D-level honor, you too can get an extra 20 points on the college entrance exam. Although rank D is the lowest honor, it is not easy to obtain. That's good. Before the middle-aged man could ask, Lin Bai rattled off his name and other information. Sir, my name is Lin Bai, a senior high school student at number 4 middle school. My phone number is 137. Her name is Feng Shui, and she is my classmate. When would be a convenient time to award this honor to us? It's not that I'm in a hurry, but the college entrance examination is just around the corner. I can't make that decision, the middle-aged man said seriously, shaking his head. Huh? Lin Bai was very disappointed. Although I can't make the decision, I can assure you that this honor will be awarded to you before the college entrance examination. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. You don't think you're being funny, do you? Lin Bai muttered to himself. Given that we have more important things to do right now, we can only gather information tomorrow. Please leave me your phone number and contact me again tomorrow, the middle-aged man said. Lin Bai and Feng Shui walked all the way out of Nanning Street before leaving the area shrouded in white mist. The owner and his family of 3 were waiting for the two. When they saw the two come out, the owner, along with his wife and daughter, repeatedly expressed their gratitude to them. Watching the family of 3 leave together, Feng Shui seemed to find some solace, and a smile appeared on her face. You look quite pretty when you smile. You should smile more often. Someone wanted to take a picture of this scene with their phone, but found that the phone was damaged by the white fog, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Thank you, Feng Shui said earnestly. What do you mean? Helping you teach your former classmates and teachers a lesson? Or rescuing the boss's family? Lin Bai asked with interest. Thank you for always being there for me. I've always been a coward, and when faced with problems, I often just want to run away. But you didn't run away this time, did you? It's because of your strength that the boss's family was saved and can live happily ever after. Lin Bai said philosophically, what kind of person you become doesn't depend on what you've experienced in the past, but on what kind of person you want to become. You're right, I really shouldn't let the past influence me. Feng Shui's expression relaxed, as if she had broken free from the shackles of the past. Suddenly, a white light shone from her body, and her feet lifted slightly off the ground. A few seconds later, everything returned to normal, and she said with delight, I just received the blessing of the sword god. He praised me for performing very well and upgraded my man and sword as one skill to the platinum level. God's blessing? Lin Bai scoffed and laughed. Gods are really capricious. In that high and mighty position, they can decide the fate of ordinary people at will, based solely on their mood. This is what you deserve. At the same time, the system voice sounded in Lin Bai's ear. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. All skills below gold level have been upgraded to gold level. The Holy Light Bullet was previously at the silver level, but after the upgrade, both its power and negative effects have increased significantly. The reconnaissance range has increased from 20 meters to 100 meters, and it will not be detected by the target, with no negative effects. The Holy Light's protection has become stronger, and the ability to move has been changed from being unable to move. The reflected damage has become a deflected damage that ignores defense, essentially turning into true damage, and can no longer be blocked by defensive skills like Earth Armor. I've saved Little White again, Lin Bai said with a pleased expression. Chapter 19: The eve of the college entrance examination. The day before the college entrance examination was also the last day for senior high school students to register at school. Lin Baixin's long-awaited D-level honor certificate has finally arrived. Because of the special time period, the awarding of honors is limited to praise in front of the class, rather than in front of the whole school. Even so, Lin Bai was very happy. Lin Bai and Feng Shui slew a fishman on June 3, saving the people on the street. Our bureau is awarding these two students a Class D honor. On the podium, a member of the patrol team handed certificates to Lin Bai and Feng Shui respectively. The students below the stage had interesting expressions. They had heard a little about the unexpected occurrence of the spatial rift, but they never expected that Lin Bai and Feng Shui would not only be caught in it, but also kill the monster. You should know that those are real monsters, unlike the monsters in dungeons. The slightest mistake could result in instant death. They are fearless in the face of monsters in dungeons, but if their lives are truly in danger, few would be willing to step forward in that situation. Thank you, sir. Lin Bai smiled broadly. This was the first honor of his life, something to be remembered. Even Feng Shui, who was standing to the side, had a faint smile on her lips. Even middle-aged people can't remain calm in the face of honor, let alone the two of them who are only 18 years old and in the prime of their lives. Sha, what's the big deal? Jiang Jinjin, sitting in the audience, pursed her lips, looking indifferent, but a glint of envy flashed in her eyes. You've won this time. Let's compete again during the college entrance exam. Jiang Jinjin was filled with excitement. She and her two friends had worked hard to reach level 10 before the college entrance examination, and they were looking forward to shining brightly during the exam. Junior high school, number 2 middle school. Something particularly terrible happened here today, involving a teacher who is currently employed. On the school's online forum, someone anonymously reported that a teacher in the first year of junior high school had suppressed students in the class during the school period. The school didn't initially take this post seriously. Because some students are dissatisfied with those teachers and feel that they have been treated unfairly, they complain about it on the forum. The school thought the post would gradually lose its popularity in a few days. Unexpectedly, more and more students accused the teacher, and some parents even filed formal complaints against him. As a result, the matter escalated, the school couldn't suppress it, and the Education Bureau came to investigate. To verify the authenticity of this matter, the Education Bureau officials made a special trip to the homes of several people who had filed formal complaints. The results confirmed that the teacher had indeed engaged in acts of suppressing students. Finally, because the incident was so egregious, the school dismissed teacher Zhang Xiaowen. Although it was just expulsion, it not only affected Zhang Xiaowen herself, but also had a significant impact on Li Feng's future career. This will not affect Li Feng's ability to go to university, but because of his mother's terrible deeds, he will definitely not be admitted by official departments after graduation. Even larger private companies will not hire such a person in order to avoid negative publicity. In the future, Li Feng will either be able to work for a small private company or he will have to do something on his own. It's fair to say that even if he gets into a good university, he won't have a bright future. Lin Bai was very satisfied with this outcome. He posted that message anonymously. In the post, he did not mention Feng Shui. He thought that since Zhang Xiaowen had suppressed such an excellent student as Feng Shui, there was no reason for her to target only Feng Shui. It was very likely that this kind of thing had become a habit. So this post was made, mentioning Zhang Xiaowen's problem. Later, more and more students and parents discovered the post and wrote down what they knew, which eventually led to this outcome. In short, Zhang Xiaowen brought this upon herself, and has no one else to blame. Education Bureau. A serious-looking middle-aged man sat behind his desk, looking at the documents on it, and felt a slight headache. Has the spatial crack on Nanning Road still not been repaired? He asked the staff member in front of him. This matter shouldn't be under my jurisdiction as the director of the Education Bureau, but the existence of the spatial rift has affected all the instances in Linjiang City. Dungeons are created by advanced professionals, and the monsters within them provide experience and have a rather unique existence. Because of this, whenever a spatial rift opens, the monsters in the surrounding dungeons will no longer be restricted by the dungeons, will go berserk, and will become stronger. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine at worst. The instance could be shut down and reopened once the impact subsided. But the college entrance exam is in 2 days. The college entrance examination is held in a dungeon. If this influence exists, the college entrance examination will definitely be affected. However, only Linjiang City was affected, and the college entrance examination is a national unified examination. This is the key reason that's giving him a headache. Chief, the patrol team said they will completely destroy the spatial rift by tomorrow, the employee replied. Tomorrow? Even if tomorrow is destroyed, it will still affect the college entrance examination. Sigh, we can only ask some high-level professionals to stabilize the dungeon as much as possible, at least to prevent it from affecting the candidates at the very beginning. The bureau chief rubbed his temples. Sis, I understand. I'll do my best on the exam. Yes, there is still a very good chance of getting into Peking University. I'm going to rest now, you should rest early too. After hanging up Qin Ning's call, Lin Bai lay on the bed in a daze. Kyoto University is one of the top universities in the Divine Xia Empire, and is known as one of the 4 major universities along with Magic University, Wuhan University, and Hua University. The annual college entrance examination score cutoff is around 780. This includes team scores and individual scores. The team score is 1,000 points, and the individual score is 100 points. Both he and Feng Shui are level 10 professionals, and with the additional 20 points from their D-level honor, getting 780 points shouldn't be difficult. Mission: help Feng Shui pass the test and become a chosen one of the gods. Even though she is a swordsman, the person chosen by the sword god must be the most outstanding. Only by achieving first place in the city's team exam can Feng Shui gain the sword god's approval and become his chosen one. Task successful, second profession randomly selected, mission failed, Little White gets pimples. You're bringing up Little White again, aren't you? You can't let this go? Lin Bai was furious. This damned system kept threatening him with Little White. However, to be fair, the sword god's test was truly disgusting. If things had gone according to plan, Feng Shui should have awakened an S-rank profession. However, because she was chosen by the sword god, she awakened the worst F-rank profession. If she fails the test, she may remain an F-rank profession for the rest of her life. They are truly high and mighty gods, always testing us mortals. Although Lin Bai found the sword god's behavior despicable, since Little White was involved, he could only try his best to help him the day after tomorrow. Chapter 20 College Entrance Examination. On the day of the college entrance examination, all the candidates from number 1 middle school, number 4 middle school, and number 3 high school gathered in the square. The exam lasts 3 hours. The rules are simple: you can get points by hunting monsters, but there are some nuances to it. For example, test takers cannot bring any weapons or equipment into the instance, but they can spend points to exchange for weapons and equipment in the instance. Whether to keep hunting monsters to accumulate points, or to spend points to exchange for weapons and equipment and then hunt monsters more efficiently, is entirely up to the test taker to decide. Principal Liu, I heard that your number 4 middle school has produced some promising students, the principal of number 1 middle school said with a forced smile. Not very good. We only have one more level 10 professional than your school. The principal of number 4 middle school shook his head, seemingly very dissatisfied. The principal of number 1 middle school immediately hardened his fist and laughed. Your school hasn't produced a top scorer in the city for several years now, has it? The principal of number 4 middle school glanced at him. It will be released this year. So confident? Let's wait and see. Listening to the conversation between the two, the principal of the 3rd high school felt as if every word was stabbing him in the heart. The 3rd high school did not have a single level 10 professional. At 9 o'clock, a huge magic circle lit up in the square, simultaneously transferring all examinees into the instance. Lin Bai and Feng Shui appeared in the crowd and ran out of the safe zone without delay. At the same time, Lin Bai also noticed that Zhang Jinjin's and Li Feng's teams were trailing behind him. What do you mean? Planning to steal the monster's kill? Monsters are in every direction outside the safe zone, yet these two teams chose to go in the same direction as us, and their intentions are obvious. Should we shake them off? Feng Shui glanced at the two teams and then asked. No need, I have a way to deal with them. Lin Bai turned to look at the two teams, a provocative expression on his face. Hee, you're not allowed to use healing spells on other people during the exam. Zhang Jinjin didn't take Lin Bai's provocation to heart. On the other side, Li Feng had a gloomy expression. He was certain that his mother's dismissal was related to Lin Bai. Li Feng, do we really have to choose this direction? Zhou Xiaohua, one of the three teammates following behind Li Feng, looked dissatisfied. Li Feng had a conflict with Lin Bai, but the three of them did not. What are you worried about? I can definitely get all three of you above the admission score for the top 4 universities, Li Feng said calmly. I hope so, Zhou Xiaohua sighed. Soon, Lin Bai and Feng Shui encountered their first monster. This was a level 5 werewolf, and Feng Shui easily took it down even without a weapon. You can still use skills even without weapons, though they may be slightly less powerful. Lin Bai noticed that his professional panel had increased by 0.5 points, which meant that a level 5 werewolf was worth 1 point. He and Feng Shui would split the points, so each of them would get 0.5 points. If it's a team of 4, each person gets 0.25 points. The efficiency of killing monsters varies depending on the number of team members. Level 5 monsters are worth 1 point, level 6 monsters are worth 3 points, level 7 monsters are worth 5 points, level 8 monsters are worth 10 points, level 9 monsters are worth 20 points, level 10 monsters are worth 50 points, level 10 elite monsters are worth 100 points, and level 10 general level monsters are worth 200 points. However, once the total score reaches 500 points, killing monsters of level 9 or below will not add points, only killing level 10 monsters will add points. Once the total score reaches 600 points, the only way to gain points is by defeating level 10 elite monsters. After reaching 800 points, you can only gain points by killing level 10 general level monsters. The team exam has a maximum score of 1000 points. Considering that Zhang Jinjin has reached level 10 and is an S-level professional, she needs to get at least 800 points to help Feng Shui get first place. 3 hours and 800 minutes is no easy feat. Moreover, they might even be interfered with by Zhang Jinjin and her group. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, a fireball preemptively took down the monster before Feng Shui could react, while Zhang Jinjin returned a provocative glance to Lin Bai from afar. While the National College Entrance Examination (NCE) is not allowed to affect other candidates, things like stealing monsters cannot be included in the rules. It's worth mentioning that you also cannot use healing spells on other teams. You think this means I can't deal with you? Light continuously shot out from Lin Bai's fingertips, landing on the level 9 monsters around Zhang Jinjin and the others, and even around Li Feng and the others. Bless? Zhang Jinjin smiled dismissively. Even if a level 9 monster was blessed, how much stronger could it become? She casually fired a fireball at the nearest level 9 monster. Surprisingly, it not only failed to break the monster's shield, but also excited the monster even more. What the hell? Zhang Jinjin asked in astonishment. Their strength and agility stats have been increased by 20 points, Du Shuai reminded them, his voice trembling, after casting the reconnaissance spell. How much? Zhang Jinjin's eyes widened. 20, Du Shuai repeated honestly. A typical level 9 monster has a stat of around 50, while a level 10 monster has a stat of around 60. In other words, a level 9 monster blessed by Lin Bai already surpasses a level 10 monster, and also has both a shield and an excitement buff. Is this a bronze level blessing? Zhang Jinjin's mind went blank for a moment. Let's get out of here quickly. Seeing the monsters surrounding them with ill intent, Du Shuai shrank back. You're ruthless. After leaving behind a harsh remark, Zhang Jinjin made a rather unseemly retreat. You're leaving already? Lin Bai couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Zhang Jinjin felt a tightness in her chest from anger. Just as she was about to say something, a group of level 9 werewolves surrounded her. She clenched her fists and increased her speed even more. On the other side, Li Feng and his group of 4 were not much better off. Although they were all level 10 professionals, their stats were actually lower than those of the enhanced level 9 werewolves without any weapons or equipment. Let's retreat too, Zhou Xiaohua said, his tone a mix of seriousness and relief. Besides Li Feng, the other 2 teammates also had second thoughts. They had no conflict with Lin Bai, and this was only a group of level 9 werewolves. If it were level 10 or level 10 elite werewolves, the scene would be terrifying just to think about. Li Feng glanced at Lin Bai reluctantly, but could only follow and leave the area. Solve. Lin Bai snapped his fingers easily, and now no one could interfere with him and Feng Shui killing the monster. Feng Shui remained silent for a long time before finally giving a thumbs up. Without interference, the two were able to kill monsters much faster. The monsters are mainly level 8 and 9, which can help them quickly accumulate enough points to exchange for weapons and equipment. 50 minutes later, the two returned to the safe zone with 200 points each. There are 4 types of weapons and equipment in the safe zone: level 5 white equipment, level 5 green equipment, level 10 white equipment, and level 10 green equipment. The corresponding prices are 30 points, 50 points, 70 points, and 100 points. In other words, Lin Bai and Feng Shui can each choose 2 pieces of level 10 green equipment. Considering that he was only a support character, Lin Bai only chose a high-quality green mage staff, giving Feng Shui the extra opportunity to choose equipment. Feng Shui didn't stand on ceremony and chose the green longsword, breastplate, and armor pants respectively. These 3 items would significantly increase her strength and agility, thereby improving her attack power. In addition to weapons and equipment, you can also use points to exchange for potions and scrolls. There are only 3 types of potions: potions that restore magic power, potions that restore stamina, and berserk potions that temporarily increase attributes. There are many types of scrolls, but most of them have auxiliary effects, such as healing or slowing down enemies. A few, however, are more offensive, such as inflicting a bleeding status. But whether it's a potion or a scroll, the price is 100 points. People are usually willing to spend so many points to buy these disposable items. We need to speed things up now. Lin Bai glanced at the time. There were still 2 hours left until the end of the college entrance examination. Because of the exchange of these items, he and Feng Shui had to start over with their points. Feng Shui nodded, because she had controlled her physical strength and magic power beforehand, so she hadn't consumed much energy. The two left the safe zone again and headed deeper into the area. With the equipment boost, Feng Shui's monster killing speed increased by more than double. In just 30 minutes, the two of them had already reached 500 points. To improve your score further, you must kill level 10 monsters. A level 10 monster is worth 50 points, a level 9 monster is worth 20 points, and the cost of killing a level 10 monster is significantly higher than the cost of killing 3 level 9 monsters. Lin Bai thought for a moment and said, "While we still have enough time, let's replenish some potions and scrolls." He also noticed that their team was in 3rd place, while Jiang Jinjin's team and Li Feng's team were in 1st and 2nd place, respectively. Although Feng Shui didn't use her fastest speed to conserve her energy, it still shows how strong the two teams are. After all, Jiang Jinjin is an S-class professional, and Li Feng is no less than an S-class professional in some aspects. In addition, the other team members are not like Lin Bai, who only focuses on support, so it's normal for them to be fast. It's your decision, Feng Shui said calmly, handing the choice over to Lin Bai. Change to a stamina recovery potion, a berserk potion, and a bleed scroll. Lin Bai deducted 150 points from each of their scores. The former would help Feng Shui recover stamina, and the latter would increase Feng Shui's damage. I still have half my energy left. Feng Shui said she wasn't in a hurry to take the medicine. With 1 hour and 10 minutes remaining in the exam, both of their scores returned to 400. At the same time, Lin Bai also noticed that everyone in Jiang Jinjin's team had reached 450 points, which meant that they had killed 3 level 10 monsters. Although Li Feng's team had also killed 3 level 10 monsters, because there were 4 of them, each person's score was 12.5 points lower. Wow, that was fast. Lin Bai sighed, but he didn't feel discouraged. He and Feng Shui were indeed not fast at hunting monsters below level 10, mainly because he didn't have crowd control skills and Feng Shui didn't have area of effect damage skills. But after level 10, it was their time to shine. It's time to take you down from 1st place. While Feng Shui was fighting the level 10 monster, Lin Bai seized the opportunity and hit the monster with a holy light bullet. The monster inevitably began to repent. In that brief moment, Feng Shui chopped off the monster's head with a single sword stroke. The score on the career panel jumped and became 425. At this point, the advantage of having a large number of people immediately became apparent. Depend on. Lin Bai cursed under his breath, then suddenly remembered something he had overlooked. He shouldn't have exchanged for potions and scrolls so early. Feng Shui could kill level 10 monsters much faster, so they should have waited until now to exchange for them. This comparison should save a lot of time. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Bai's unusual expression, Feng Shui asked. Lin Bai did not hide anything and told everyone about the mistake he had made. There's still enough time, Feng Shui said, as always, keeping to herself. Are you trying to comfort me by saying you're not bothered? If Lin Bai hadn't been familiar with Feng Shui, he wouldn't have realized the true meaning behind those words. I didn't expect this either, Feng Shui added. Are you telling me not to take all the responsibility on myself? Can't you just be more direct? Lin Bai rubbed his temples. Let's continue. After hunting down 4 level 10 monsters, both of them reached 600 points each. At this point, there were only 40 minutes left before the exam ended. Feng Shui drank half of the medicine to restore her strength. Lin Bai would activate a reconnaissance spell every so often to search for level 10 elite monsters. He quickly identified a larger werewolf. Race, werewolf. Level, 10. Quality, elite. Strength, 94. Agility, 89. Physical fitness, 90. Mental strength, 12. Stamina, 9,810,000. Magic power, 1150-1200. Goodness, these stats are almost on par with the Wolf King in the beginner dungeon. Lin Bai muttered a complaint to himself and told Feng Shui what he had discovered. Feng Shui has changed a lot since the beginner dungeon. She has also changed into level 10 equipment and, with the blessing, easily suppressed the elite werewolf. However, killing this werewolf in a short time is not an easy task. Moreover, the werewolf will release its skills when it is injured to a certain extent. At this point, Lin Bai's importance became apparent. After being hit by the holy light, the werewolf paused in his actions, his eyes pious and his expression remorseful as he began to repent. Feng Shui used her thrusting skill to pierce the werewolf's head in one strike, without even giving it a chance to use its skills. 650 points. Lin Bai smiled. This was no more difficult than killing an ordinary level 10 werewolf. After reaching 600 points, their scoring speed not only didn't slow down, but actually accelerated? Zhang Jinjin, who was always paying attention to the rankings, felt a sense of urgency. Although it hasn't been surpassed yet, at this rate, it's only a matter of time before it catches up. Could it be that Feng Shui took a berserk drug? Du Shui questioned. There's still more than half an hour until the exam ends. Is it wise to take the berserk potion now? Zhang Jinjin implied that the berserk potion only lasts for 5 minutes, and taking it now would be unwise. It can't be that Feng Shui killed him on her own, she's only an F rank class, Du Shui said dismissively. Perhaps he used other methods. Don't forget that Lin Bai's blessing strength is different from other priests, and his other skills are also different from other priests. Whenever he thought of Lin Bai, Li Yuhao couldn't help but feel a little urgent to urinate. After a few seconds of silence, he added, we'll find out soon enough whether they use berserk potions or not. 5 minutes passed quickly. Just as Zhang Jinjin was about to breathe a sigh of relief and mock Feng Shui for not having any sense of the bigger picture, she noticed that Feng Shui's score had jumped again, from 650 to 700. This score is the same as hers. Chapter 21 College Entrance Examination Part 2. They've dropped to 3rd place? Li Feng, who had been observing the rankings, exclaimed in shock. On the scoreboard, their team had dropped from 2nd to 3rd, while Lin Bai's team, although in 2nd place, had the same score as the 1st place team. Only a few minutes have passed? How could it be so fast? Li Feng's expression shifted uncertainly. Judging from this trend, Lin Bai and Feng Shui might be able to take 1st place, but even if he himself took 1st place, he would have no future. If I'm not doing well, you shouldn't expect to be either. He suddenly left the team and headed in the direction of Zhang Jinjin's team. Li Feng, where are you going? Teammate Zhou Xiaohua quickly asked. Li Feng paused, turned half his face to the side, and said emotionlessly, it has nothing to do with you. After saying that, he quickened his pace and left. Zhou Xiaohua and his 2 teammates' faces gradually darkened. After a few seconds of silence, they cursed, that bastard. This is the National College Entrance Examination Gokao. If one person is missing, their score will inevitably drop significantly from the expected score. On the other side, Zhang Jinjin and her 2 companions were besieging a level 10 elite werewolf. Li Yuhao was responsible for direct confrontation, Du Shui provided support and distraction from behind, and Zhang Jinjin was responsible for assisting. Although all 3 were level 10 professionals, it would still take them a while to completely kill an elite werewolf. At this moment, Li Feng appeared from the side and rushed straight towards the elite werewolf at an extremely fast speed. This werewolf is ours. Zhang Jinjin thought Li Feng had come to steal the prey, but she soon discovered that Li Feng's 3 teammates were not there, and that after joining the battle, Li Feng was mainly focused on relieving Li Yuhao of the pressure and did not make any move to kill the werewolf first. What's the meaning? She was puzzled, but soon she thought of the conflict between Li Feng, Lin Bai, and Feng Shui, and she suddenly understood. Jiang Jinjin's team's score is rising faster, while Li Feng's team's score is rising much slower. Lin Bai searched for elite werewolves while keeping an eye on the changes in his score. Since just now, the scores of these two teams have been changing incorrectly. For example, Li Feng's team has fewer members, while Jiang Jinjin's team has more. Could it be that Li Feng left the team to help Jiang Jinjin and the others so that Feng Shui and I wouldn't get first place? Lin Bai had a guess. Logically speaking, this behavior would be considered cheating in the college entrance examination, but Li Feng and Jiang Jinjin had no conflict of interest, so it could not be considered cheating. That's really disgusting. Lin Bai was a little annoyed. He and Feng Shui had almost secured first place, but Li Feng's actions allowed Jiang Jinjin's team to catch up. Li Feng's three teammates have probably cursed Li Feng's ancestors several times over. Lin Bai felt sorry for Li Feng's three teammates for a second before continuing his search for the elite werewolf. A few minutes later, together with Feng Shui, they killed another elite werewolf. At this point, the average score of the two had reached as high as 800 points. In previous years, this score would have easily secured first place, but now it's a bit uncertain. There are 20 minutes left in the college entrance examination. If you want to continue improving, you can only kill general-level werewolves. However, general-level werewolves are much stronger than elite-level werewolves. Thinking of this, Lin Bai couldn't help but look at Feng Shui. A few days ago, Feng Shui's man and sword as one skill had been upgraded to platinum level. He wondered how long it would take to kill a general-level werewolf with the addition of a berserk potion. Notice that Lin Bai was looking at her, and Feng Shui was also looking at Lin Bai, seemingly asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Bai, already used to Feng Shui's taciturn nature, explained, "I was wondering how long it would take you to kill a general-level werewolf after you drank the berserk potion and used the man and sword as one skill, with my assistance? No need for berserk potions, 5 minutes will suffice." Feng Shui's expression was blank, but her words were full of confidence. So fast? Lin Bai was both surprised and delighted. If Feng Shui could kill a general-level werewolf within 5 minutes, they would have a real chance to get full marks. With the additional 20 points from the third-class honor, they would definitely come in first place. Then let's speed things up a bit more, Lin Bai suddenly said excitedly. 2 minutes later, the two successfully found a general-level werewolf. This general-level werewolf was much larger than the elite-level werewolf, with a height of 3.5 meters. Race, werewolf. Level, 10. Quality, general. Strength, 128. Agility, 108. Physical fitness, 110. Mental strength, 14. Magic power, 1480-1500. Stamina, 11000-11500. Under the reconnaissance skill, the 4 attributes of the general-level werewolf were presented to Lin Bai. Although he had already guessed that the general-level werewolf would have high attributes, Lin Bai was still astonished when he actually saw it. This value was even more exaggerated than the fishman he had encountered a few days ago. He relayed the values to Feng Shui, then asked with some unease, "Is this okay?" Feng Shui did not answer, but instead used the man and sword as one skill. She answered Lin Bai with her actions. Seeing this, Lin Bai gave Feng Shui a blessing and also checked Feng Shui's current stats. Race, human. Level, 10. Strength, 147-67 plus 80. Agility, 129-64 plus 65. Constitution, 95-65 plus 30. Mental strength, 27-17 plus 10. At that one glance, Lin Bai froze on the spot. Not counting the equipment and blessings, Feng Shui's own attributes had increased by nearly 50%. Is this the true value of a platinum skill? Whoosh! Feng Shui, wielding her sword in one hand, swiftly charged towards the general-level werewolf. The next second, the general-level werewolf also noticed Feng Shui, and sharp claws sprang from its fingertips, swinging towards Feng Shui. Feng Shui used her sword to block the werewolf's claws, gaining a slight advantage in the contest of strength. Without the slightest hesitation, the werewolf swung out its other claw. Feng Shui leaned her body and circled around to the side behind the werewolf. Just then, Lin Bai's holy light bullet also shot towards the werewolf. Attacked from both sides, the werewolf instinctively turned around, using its back to withstand the seemingly weak orb of light. The ball of light struck the werewolf, who then wore a repentant expression. Feng Shui seized the opportunity and slashed at the werewolf's neck with her sword. Just as it had cut nearly a quarter of the way through, the intense pain jolted the werewolf back to reality. In an instant, it reacted instinctively, using the muscles in its neck to brace the longsword while simultaneously using its hands to block it from advancing any further. Even with its quick reaction, the longsword still severed nearly a third of its neck. But thanks to its tenacious will to live, the werewolf did not die immediately. On the contrary, after Feng Shui withdrew her longsword, the wound on her neck began to heal. If left untreated, the wound should heal completely in a short time. Feng Shui didn't give the werewolf that chance. Taking advantage of the werewolf's injury, she launched an even more ferocious attack. In addition, Lin Bai would harass it from time to time with holy light bullets. In less than 5 minutes, the general-level werewolf completely lost its life. Lin Bai and Feng Shui's scores rose from 800 to 900, firmly maintaining their first-place ranking. A C-rank priest and an F-rank swordsman working together actually killed a general-level werewolf? The teachers who were proctoring the exam were all incredulous at the sight. It's important to understand that even S-rank professionals couldn't accomplish the same feat in such a short time. Jiang Jinjin on the other side is the best example of this. The 4 of them, 1 S-rank professional and 3 A-rank professionals, were still locked in a stalemate with a general-level werewolf. In comparison, Lin Bai and Feng Shui had it so easy. This scene shattered their worldview. That's impossible. Seeing that Lin Bai and Feng Shui had both scored 100 points higher, Jiang Jinjin's pupils constricted. It had only been 7 minutes since Lin Bai and Feng Shui reached 800 points. Even though the 2 of them found a general-level werewolf within a minute, it only took them 6 minutes to kill it. The werewolf general stats are comparable to those of a normal level 14 monster, and his vitality is ridiculously strong. How could they possibly kill him in 6 minutes? Cheating? Although she wanted to think that way, with so many proctors, the possibility of that happening was infinitesimally close to zero. At that moment, she felt a mix of emotions. On the other side, Li Feng was cooperating with Li Yuhao to block the general-level werewolf, creating more favorable conditions for Jiang Jinjin to deal damage. In terms of damage output, Li Feng had to admit that Jiang Jinjin, being an S-class character, had a greater advantage. If this continues, they will have a good chance to kill the general-level werewolf within 10 minutes. If they're lucky, they might even be able to kill the second general-level werewolf before the college entrance exam ends. At that time, Jiang Jinjin's team will definitely be able to secure first place and squeeze out Lin Bai and Feng Shui's positions. Although the difference between first and second place is only 1 place, the difference in admission treatment is enormous. He felt a sense of clarity whenever he could make Lin Bai and Feng Shui unhappy. Li Feng has fallen into a pathological state of mind. Suddenly, he noticed that Jiang Jinjin's attack had stopped. What's going on? Don't you want to be number 1 anymore? He looked at Jiang Jinjin and found her staring at the rankings in shock. A leaderboard? Could it be? Li Feng felt a sense of unease. He immediately withdrew from the attack of the general-level werewolf, opened the leaderboard, and saw that Lin Bai and Feng Shui's scores had risen to 900 points. How could it be so fast? He was completely bewildered, unable to understand how Lin Bai and Feng Shui had managed to kill a general-level werewolf in such a short time, and he also began to question what he was doing. If he couldn't stop Lin Bai and Feng Shui from getting first place, wouldn't it be pointless for him to abandon his teammates and do such a thing in front of everyone? Then what am I? Clown? Call. After dealing with the general-level werewolf, Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he killed 1 more, he could help Feng Shui secure first place, and then he could also obtain his second profession. I get excited just thinking about it. There are still 13 minutes left. There's plenty of time to kill another general-level werewolf. Feng Shui took the remaining half bottle of potion to replenish her strength. That's what I think too. Lin Bai expressed his opinion. The 2 searched for the general-level werewolf again, but just then, a voice appeared in the dungeon. An emergency has occurred. Due to the spatial rift, the monsters in the instance have escaped our control and become extremely dangerous. The teleportation function is unusable. For the safety of all examinees, please leave the instance immediately. I'll repeat that again. Lin Bai and Feng Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing the unwillingness in each other's eyes. They were just 1 general-level werewolf away from getting a perfect score. Are you leaving? Feng Shui asked, taking the initiative to ask. As soon as they finished speaking, the werewolves around them charged at the 2 of them like madmen. Although they were just low-level werewolves and posed no threat to the 2, it would obviously be very difficult to kill a general-level werewolf under these circumstances. Moreover, the secure transmission function is no longer usable, and continuing would likely lead to a very dangerous situation. You leave, I'll continue. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Bai made this decision. If they left now, the two of them might not be able to get first place. What if Jiang Jinjin's team chose to take a risk? Then let us go together, Fang Shui said without room for argument. No. Lin Bai refused outright, explaining, this situation is too dangerous for you right now, but I have the holy light protection skill, so the monsters can't hurt me. Fang Shui is strong in combat, but her defense is a relative weakness. It's not that our defenses are weak, but in the current situation, we could be surrounded and attacked by berserk werewolves at any time. It's okay if they're low level, but it would be too dangerous if they were high level. But you don't have the ability to kill a general level werewolf. Fang Shui did not deny the weakness in defense. Have you forgotten that I have the skill of reflecting damage? When the werewolf general loses his mind, I might be able to kill it directly with the reflected damage, Lin Bai said in a relaxed tone. Fang Shui had to admit that what Lin Bai said did have some merit. After a moment of silence, she stepped forward and gently hugged Lin Bai, handing him the unused berserk potion. Be careful. After saying that, she turned and left. She didn't try to persuade Lin Bai to leave with her, because she knew that although this boy was always smiling, once he made up his mind, no one could change it. You hugged me? What's that? Are you trying to set a high bar for me? I won't fall down so easily. Lin Bai put away the berserk potion and ventured into the dungeon alone. Continue? Is this candidate unafraid of death? The proctor was at a loss for what to do. Such an accident during the college entrance examination was unfair to the candidates, but no one could stop it. However, in this situation, the candidate was still taking a risk, and the proctor didn't know whether he should stop him or not. His duty as a teacher told him he should do this no matter how important the college entrance exam is. Nothing is more important than life. But from another perspective, this was the student's own decision, and if he intervened now, it would be disrespectful to the student's decision. In the instance, Lin Bai traveled alone. To be honest, he didn't want to take the risk, but for Fang Shui and her Bai, he had no choice but to take it. Surrounded by werewolves, he activated the holy light for protection and struggled forward. Fortunately, they encountered a general-level werewolf that had gone berserk. Damn it, come and fuck me. Lin Bai roared loudly at the general-level werewolf. Provoked, the general-level werewolf, already enraged, immediately charged at Lin Bai, blasting away all the other werewolves that stood in its way. The giant werewolf, standing over 3.5 meters tall, punched the holy light protection again and again. The immense impact caused ripples to spread across the golden surface. That's it, don't stop. Feeling the magic power in his body rapidly draining away, Lin Bai drank the berserk potion and added a layer of counter damage to himself. Every time the werewolf punches the holy light's protection, a small amount of damage is directly applied to it. However, it would take at least 10 minutes to kill the werewolf with just this amount of damage. 8 minutes had passed, and Lin Bai's magic power was almost depleted, but he still hadn't dispelled the holy light protection. If he did, death would be the only thing waiting for him. Time passed slowly, and Lin Bai's brain felt like it was being pricked by a needle from time to time. His consciousness became increasingly unclear, and even though he tried his best to stay awake, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. It's only 2 minutes, it'll be over quickly. The more confused Lin Bai became, the stronger his stubbornness grew. Getting him to give up was not so easy. Suddenly, 2 streams of heat flowed down my nose. Is there any bleeding? Lin Bai casually touched his nose, his gaze towards the werewolf gradually turning fierce. He raised his hand and cast a blessing on the werewolf, enhancing its speed and strength but not its shield. Let's see if you can kill me, or if I'll kill you first. Lin Bai chuckled strangely, which, combined with his delicate features and the bloodstains under his nose, made him look extremely ferocious. The last 2 minutes seemed to last an exceptionally long time. Lin Bai's vision had blurred to the point where he could no longer see clearly, but he heard the sound of the werewolf falling. Did I finally win? Lin Bai's lips curled up as he tried to look at the score on the panel, but his vision was too blurry to see anything. Suddenly everything went black, and he fainted. The proctor, who had been guarding in the shadows, came out and quickly dispersed the werewolves that wanted to tear Lin Bai apart. He then picked up Lin Bai and exited the instance. Chapter 22 Second Profession, Necromancer. They're out. Everyone watching the college entrance exam looked at the young man being carried out by the proctor. When the accident happened, he wasn't the only one left to adventure in the dungeon, but his performance was the most outstanding. Although the other party was unconscious, there was no doubt that this young man and his teammate were the top scorers in the college entrance examination in Linjiang City this year, two top scorers who achieved full marks, and the undisputed top scorers in the college entrance examination. A priest and a swordsman actually won first place in the college entrance exam. Some people found it unbelievable, considering that those were C-level and F-level professions, especially since this year's college entrance examination included Earth Knights, who were no weaker than S-level professions, and true S-level professions. To achieve first place under these circumstances was nothing short of a miracle. Some people even exclaimed in their hearts, "Awesome!" Jiang Jinjin, who had long since withdrawn from the instance, looked at Lin Bai with complicated eyes. Last time she lost to Lin Bai and Fang Shui, she was very dissatisfied, thinking that it was just that the two were lucky. But this time, she was completely convinced of her defeat. I wish Lin Bai were my teammate. Even though she knew it was impossible, the thought still crossed Jiang Jinjin's mind. Hateful. On the other side, Li Feng clenched his fists, letting out a roar of resentment in his heart. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change the outcome. Just then, a huge golden vortex appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a golden vortex slowly rotating, within which a sacred golden light was being nurtured. This is a miracle? After a moment's hesitation, someone finally recognized it as a miracle. Over the past century, numerous miracles have occurred on Earth. Whenever a miracle occurs, it means that someone will become a chosen one of God. But this time, it's unclear who triggered the miracle. Some people are trying to figure out which deity this is. Others looked on with longing, hoping this good thing would happen to them. When the golden light became sufficiently intense, a golden beam descended from the sky and shot towards the examination hall. They're heading this way? Is it me? It must be me. The examinees stared intently at the golden beam of light with tense and burning expressions. Before everyone's eyes, the golden beam of light descended upon Fang Shui's head, enveloping her. It was her? Some people found it hard to understand why this F-rank swordsman was chosen just because the other person won the college entrance exam. Why not the unconscious young man? A few people had a sudden realization. They realized that Fang Shui was clearly full of spirituality, yet she had awakened an F-level profession. It turned out that all of this was a test from the gods. Fang Shui's body slowly rose in the golden pillar of light, her expression solemn as she received the baptism from the gods. This situation lasted for 10 minutes. After all the strange phenomena disappeared, Fang Shui landed slowly. Although her appearance remained unchanged, she exuded a sacred and inviolable aura. Everyone present knew that from this day forward, a new star would rise in the Divine Xia Empire. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lin Bai again. Both of them were in first place, but it was Fang Shui who caused the miracle. They wondered what Lin Bai would think after he woke up, and whether he would be jealous. To be more realistic, after becoming a chosen one, Fang Shui's future will be vastly different from Lin Bai's. It's estimated that after the college entrance examination is officially over, the two will no longer have any contact. It was at this moment that Fang Shui moved to the proctor who was holding Lin Bai. "Teacher, can I take him to the infirmary?" Fang Shui's reaction surprised everyone. What's even more unexpected is that after Fang Shui took Lin Bai, she actually carried him away from here. This intimate gesture was a slap in the face to those who had harbored dark thoughts. Pain. My head hurt so much. It felt like countless needles were piercing my brain. In a daze, Lin Bai opened his eyes and saw a clean white ceiling. "You're awake?" Just as he was trying to recall what had happened, a clear, cool voice mixed with joy came from beside him. Did we get first place?" The moment Lin Bai saw Fang Shui, he remembered everything that had happened before, so he quickly asked. Fang Shui nodded, a clear smile appearing on her lips. "Very good." Lin Bai swung his fist forcefully, and her bai was finally saved. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, Fang Shui became more talkative and took the initiative to say, "After you fell into a coma, I became a chosen one of the gods." She paused for a moment after saying this, wondering if it would create a sense of disappointment. In general, most people would experience a sense of disappointment. Before Fang Shui could think too much about it, Lin Bai said with a smile, "Congratulations. After becoming a chosen one of the gods, don't forget to look after me." Fang Shui stared intently at Lin Bai. The young man's expression was sincere and sunny, and he exuded a strange charm that made people feel close to him. "Good." Fang Shui answered briefly but very seriously. Ha! I was just joking, you don't have to take it so seriously. Seeing Feng Shui's serious expression, Lin Bai was a little confused. He really just wanted to make a joke. He has hands and feet of his own, how could he let someone else protect him? If Feng Shui really protects me, wouldn't that be the same as living off her? Are you hungry? I'll go prepare some food for you, Feng Shui asked with concern. After Feng Shui reminded him, Lin Bai realized he was indeed a little hungry. From the start to the end of the college entrance examination, it had been 3 hours of intense work. By the way, how long was I unconscious? Did I not miss the individual exam? Lin Bai quickly asked. The college entrance examination lasts for 2 days. The first day is a team-based exam, and the second day is an individual exam. Both exams are very important. Although they got first place, if they miss the individual exam, their overall score will probably not reach the admission score of the 4 major universities. In that case, I'll have to break my promise to someone. 2 hours. Seemingly knowing what Lin Bai was worried about, Feng Shui said, the doctor has already treated you, so you don't need to worry about it affecting your individual exam tomorrow. That's good. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief and said, please get me a chicken leg rice. Feng Shui nodded and left the infirmary. Lin Bai rubbed his still throbbing head before remembering to check the system. As expected, the system upgrade completed the task. Task complete. You can now randomly draw a second profession. Immediately afterwards, a spinning wheel appeared in Lin Bai's mind, densely engraved with many professions. Lin Bai glanced at it briefly. There were many professions not in textbooks, but the lowest ranking profession he could recognize was a level. All my hard work was worth it. Lin Bai sighed for a moment, then used his consciousness to spin the wheel in his mind. With just a slight start, the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly, then suddenly stopped. The pointer had 4 large characters written on it, Necromancer. Necromancer? That seems to be an S-rank class, right? Lin Bai was somewhat unsure. Although the textbook mentioned this profession, it was only mentioned in passing, and he only knew that the profession involved death. Death is both frightening and mysterious. Any profession involving death is unlikely to be weak. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, the system issued a notification sound. Congratulations, host, you have become a necromancer. Immediately afterwards, a dense darkness enveloped Lin Bai. This strange phenomenon lasted only 3 seconds and went unnoticed by anyone. This doesn't seem like a miracle. The system's power doesn't come from the gods? The power he gained from the Pillar of Chosen was also a kind of miracle. Feeling a completely different kind of power within his body, Lin Bai opened the system panel. At this point, the system panel changed from 1 page to 2 pages. The left page is about priests' levels and skills, while the right page is about necromancers. Class, Necromancer. Level, 10. Skills, Undead Summoning, Disguise, Undead Intimidation. Undead Summoning Gold, summons several undead to fight. The number and level of the undead are determined by the caster's mental and magical power. Disguise Gold, you can hide your stats. As long as the opponent's appraisal skill is not higher than gold, they will not be able to discover your true stats. Undead Pressure Platinum, as a necromancer, you possess the power to mentally suppress all living beings. The higher your mental strength, the greater the mental suppression the opponent will experience. Under this suppression, the opponent cannot use their full strength. Holy crap, 2 gold and 1 platinum starting up? Is this the strength of a necromancer? Lin Bai was utterly shocked. He knew that these 3 skills were just the initial skills, equivalent to the 3 skills he received when he first became a priest. He could learn other skills later. The necromancer class is currently at level 10, which means he can still learn 3 skills. And these 3 skills can start at the platinum level. This situation made Lin Bai both happy and conflicted. He was naturally happy, but he was troubled because necromancers were a rare profession, and there were almost no profession books or scrolls available on the market. To acquire skills, you'll probably have to do it through the system, such as completing system tasks. But no matter what, it's still an S-class profession, which can be used as a trump card in critical moments. As for having 2 jobs at the same time, this situation does exist and is not difficult to explain. At the same time, Lin Bai noticed that the necromancer's 4 attributes, stamina and mana, are the same as the priest's, and the experience points are also the same, which means that this class does not need to be improved separately. Moreover, after becoming a necromancer, all of his attributes increased significantly, especially his mental strength and magical power. Strength, 18. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Mental strength, 80. Stamina, 1800. Magic power, 8600. With a thought, Lin Bai changed the values on the panel back to the same as before. This fulfills my wish to pursue a remote career. From today onwards, I am a necromancer. Chapter 23. Wherever he goes, I will go. The second day of the college entrance examination, individual exams. Although my head is still throbbing slightly, it won't affect my performance today. Following the person in front of him into the instance, Lin Bai arrived at a secluded space where a level 9 werewolf stood before him. Because some professions excel in combat while others do not, the difficulty of the exams varies depending on the profession. As a support class, Lin Bai only needs to last 5 minutes in front of this werewolf to reach the passing score. This was not difficult for him. As the werewolf charged, Lin Bai cast a layer of holy light upon himself in his palm. The werewolf kept attacking the golden light with its claws, but it couldn't even cause a ripple in the golden light. 5 minutes passed quickly, the werewolf disappeared, and Lin Bai scored 60 points. His current academic performance, combined with the team's achievements, is enough for him to enter one of the top 4 universities and receive a good salary. But this was not enough for Lin Bai. He wanted the best. The higher the grades, the better the treatment one can receive at school. With this in mind, Lin Bai entered the second space. There is a level 10 werewolf in this space. If you can survive in front of this level 10 werewolf for 5 minutes, you can get 80 points. Just like before, Lin Bai easily passed this test. The third challenge is to survive for 5 minutes against a level 10 elite werewolf. You can get a score of 90 points by passing this level. The fourth challenge is to survive for 5 minutes against a level 10 general level werewolf. This level is enough to eliminate nearly 99% of support classes, but Lin Bai is not among them. 20 minutes later, Lin Bai completed his individual assessment with a perfect score. Including the team score and the 20 points from the D-level honor, his total score reached 1120 points. This not only surpassed the highest score ever achieved by the top scorer in Linjiang City in previous years, but it would also be difficult for him to achieve this score in the next few years, or even dozens of years. That's insane. Upon seeing Lin Bai's score, countless people had this thought in their minds. Lin Bai, congratulations. The principal of the 4th high school, beaming with smiles, led a few people forward to offer his congratulations. Thank you, principal. I owe this all to the 4th middle school for nurturing me. I will never forget the 4th middle school. Lin Bai said politely while glancing at the 3 men and 1 woman next to the principal. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 men and 1 woman should be from the top 4 universities. They must be here to recruit me. Lin Bai's words made the principal's smile widen. He turned to the side and pointed to the 4 people, introducing them to Lin Bai. Lin Bai, let me introduce you. These 4 teachers are from Beijing University of Science and Technology, Shanghai University, and Huawu University. I believe you should know the purpose of their visit, so I won't go into details. The following time will be spent talking to you by these 4 teachers. These 4 universities are also known as Peking University, University of Science and Technology of China, Magic University, and Wuhan University. Peking University and the University of Science and Technology of China are located in the same city. I wonder which of these teachers is from Peking University. Lin Bai glanced at the 4 teachers without showing any emotion. These 4 teachers, 3 men and 1 woman, are all quite distinct. The man on the far left is middle-aged with a solemn face and an air of authority, much like a dean of students. The man in the middle is an elderly man with a full head of white hair, but he looks kind and gentle. The man on the right is burly with muscles that look explosive, as if his clothes might burst at any moment. The last woman had a dignified appearance, befitting a teacher. Congratulations! Lin has achieved a perfect score and become the top student in Linjiang City this year. Truly, a hero emerges from among the young. The first to speak was an elderly man standing in the middle. He smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I come from Beijing University." He then pointed to the solemn-faced middle-aged man, the burly man, and the woman, introducing them one by one. This one is from Huawu University, this one is from Shanghai University, and this last one is from Beijing University of Science and Technology. When we were over there, we discussed it so as not to trouble Lin, and we reached an agreement. So no matter which university Lin chooses, he doesn't need to worry about the treatment. An agreement has been reached? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. This was completely different from what he had expected. Shouldn't the four universities be constantly improving their salaries to compete with him? Generally speaking, only competition can drive up prices. But in this situation, it's clear that the four of them agreed on a price in advance so as not to waste any more resources. This resulted in me not being able to get the most ideal treatment no matter which school I chose in the end. Although he had already decided on Peking University, Lin Bai was still somewhat displeased and asked, "I wonder what kind of treatment the four professors have offered." He deliberately emphasized the word unification. A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed the old man's face, but he replied with a smile, "Regardless of which school Lin chooses, he will receive a set of level 15 rare equipment. Each time he learns a skill, he can choose from the professional skill books available at the school for free. In addition, we will arrange for Lin to be placed in the best class and provide him with 10,000 cultivation points every year. Lin can also enjoy a 20% discount when redeeming items at the school, as well as some other small benefits. These benefits are too numerous to list here. Lin can check them out on the school's official website after he has chosen his school. That's it? While these benefits sound great, I think all first-time students should be able to enjoy them." Although he was also number one, Lin Bai felt that there was still a considerable gap between the number one and number one. So what caused this result? Is it because he's only a C-rank priest? Even if you come in first place, you won't be given much attention. But if I were to reveal myself as a necromancer, what attitude would you adopt? Just as Lin Bai was about to make a choice among the four schools, Feng Shui appeared outside the instance. She also completed the exam and received a perfect score. Upon seeing Feng Shui emerge, the four teachers immediately abandoned Lin Bai. "Lin, we can talk about choosing a school later." As the old man spoke, he walked toward Feng Shui with the other three teachers. TSK, it seems that my first place is indeed less valuable in their eyes than Feng Shui's." Lin Bai touched his nose and chuckled to himself. "Lin Bai, perhaps you feel disappointed and think this is unfair to you, but Feng Shui is, after all, a chosen one of the gods." As someone who has been through it all, the principal of number 4 middle school offered a comforting remark with a sigh. "There is a gap, but it has nothing to do with Feng Shui. Everything she has achieved today is what she deserves. I just didn't expect that even if I get first place, I can't change other people's opinions of the priest." Lin Bai truthfully expressed his thoughts. "So that's what you think?" The principal hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "Even if you get first place, a priest is still a C-level profession, which is far inferior to A-level or S-level professions. No one can guarantee that you will achieve the same success as you have today. In other words, they don't have a positive outlook on my future." Just as the principal was about to agree with Lin Bai's statement, Lin Bai added, "But no matter what, I have now achieved the highest score in the history of Linjiang City, and the treatment they are offering is not commensurate with my status as the person with the highest score." At this moment, the principal was speechless. Yes, if I were in his shoes, and he achieved better results than any previous year, but the schools that admitted him only gave him the same treatment as the previous top students, he would also feel unhappy. Moreover, Lin Bai, as a priest, led a swordsman to do something that even S-rank professions could not do. It's important to understand that there are differences between even the best. On the other side, the four old men approached Feng Shui with smiles on their faces and stopped her from joining Lin Bai. "Who are you?" Feng Shui asked, looking at the four people. "Hello, Feng, I'm from." The old man repeated his self-introduction to Lin Bai, and then said, "I would like to invite Feng to our Beijing University. If Feng is willing to come, our school guarantees to provide the best treatment." Before the old man could finish speaking, the burly man interrupted, "As long as Feng comes to our Huawu University, we can ask for anything. Our university in Shanghai welcomes student Feng." Several people surrounded Feng Shui, repeatedly stating the conditions their schools could offer, a completely different attitude from how they treated Lin Bai. Four teachers? Upon hearing Feng Shui speak, the four of them fell silent, waiting for her reply. But Feng Shui didn't make a decision. Instead, she pointed at Lin Bai and asked, "I want to know which university he applied to." Upon hearing this question, the four exchanged glances. The old man smiled and said, "He hasn't made a choice yet. It's not too late to ask him after he has made his decision." In their view, Feng Shui was more important than Lin Bai. Although they were teammates, who said that teammates had to go to the same school? Even if they wanted to go to the same school, it should be Feng Shui who took the lead, with Lin Bai accompanying her. To everyone's surprise, Feng Shui shook her head and said, "Wherever he goes to university, I will go to university too." The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng, are you serious? Go ask him. After saying that, Feng Shui quietly looked at the four of them. The four of them exchanged glances, wanting to persuade Feng Shui not to be influenced by Lin Bai, but they felt that it would be inappropriate to say such a thing. So, they had no choice but to turn around and return to Lin Bai. Lin, have you decided which university to apply to? The old man coughed twice to cover his embarrassment and asked with a smile. TSK. Lin Bai chuckled inwardly, then pretended to be troubled and said, the treatment is the same for everyone, so it's hard for me to make a choice. The old man knew that Lin Bai was bringing up the agreement they had reached earlier, so he shamelessly said, actually, the treatment is still a bit different. If you are willing to come to our school, I can double the previous treatment. How can the agreed upon treatment be changed so easily? That's not right, Lin Bai said with a slight smile. The old man chuckled twice, and was about to explain when he was interrupted by the solemn-faced middle-aged man beside him. The conditions just now were decided by Teacher Zhang on his own and have nothing to do with us. If Lin is willing to join our school, I can double the previous salary and propose to the school that Lin be assigned a private tutor to be responsible for his daily teaching. Teacher's son, you. The old man looked somewhat embarrassed as all the blame was shifted onto him. Teacher Zhang, I think since everyone wants to win over Lin Bai, we should offer more benefits. The conditions you proposed before were indeed somewhat inappropriate, the female teacher also criticized the old man. Exactly. With those previous conditions, they think they can recruit a record-breaking genius? That's just too pathetic, the burly man chimed in. For a moment, the old man was caught in the middle, caught between two opposing sides. Lin Bai watched the four perform quietly, feeling neither sympathy for the old man nor the thought that the previous events had nothing to do with the three of them. The old man laughed angrily. Very well, I was wrong to do what I did earlier. In that case, to apologize for what I did earlier, if Lin is willing to join our school, I am willing to personally sponsor Lin with another 10,000 points. Teacher Zhang, aren't you acting a bit impulsively? Upon hearing that the old man was going to pay out of his own pocket, the burly man couldn't sit still any longer. The four schools were not far apart to begin with, and the conditions they could offer were basically the same. But if the old man had to pay out of his own pocket, wouldn't they also have to pay out of their own pockets if they wanted to win over Lin Bai? I'm happy to do it, what's it to you? The old man chuckled. Teacher son, you and I both know, including Lin Bai, that the four of us are trying to win him over for Feng Shui's sake. Instead of using such improper means, we should talk about what kind of treatment we can offer Feng Shui. I believe that as Feng Shui's teammate, Lin Bai will also think about Feng Shui's best interests. The female teacher first looked at the old man, and then at Lin Bai. What constitutes improper means? Does paying out of my own pocket make it improper? The old man muttered something under his breath, then looked at Lin Bai and asked, Lin, what do you think? Can. Lin Bai agreed. Although he had already decided to go to Peking University, he also wanted to see what kind of conditions the four top universities could offer. He believed that in order to compete, the conditions offered by the four top universities should not be too different. If the difference is too great, then Feng Shui will have to decide for herself. Let me start. The burly man spoke first. As long as Feng Shui comes to our Huawu University, she will definitely receive the best treatment, and all her equipment during her time at the university will be provided by our school, with a quality no lower than epic level. Sounds pretty good. Lin Bai looked at the serious-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said, while our school cannot guarantee that it will provide Feng Shui with epic-level equipment, it can provide epic-level enchantment orbs. Enchantment orbs can provide weapons and equipment with certain special abilities, and their value is no less than that of weapons of the same quality. Lin Bai then looked at the female teacher. The female teacher smiled gently and said, Beijing University of Science and Technology excels in pharmacy. Building on what we've already discussed, we can provide Feng Shui with the best possible medicine. Before Lin Bai could even look at the old man said, our school is currently training the strongest individual fighters. There are only 1 or 2 spots available each year. As long as Feng Shui comes to our school, I guarantee she can get one of those spots. Lin Bai knew some information about the strongest individual soldier. It was said that each individual soldier could rival a top-notch squad, and in some aspects, an individual soldier even had an advantage over a squad. If Feng Shui can receive this kind of training, it will indeed be better than entering the other 3 schools. Old Zhang, can you really make this decision? Seeing Lin Bai's interested expression, the burly man couldn't help but question. No one has an advantage over those favored by the gods, especially since Feng Shui is a swordsman. The old man was very confident. Lin Bai agreed with the old man's words and looked at Feng Shui, asking, I plan to choose Peking University. What do you think? You can decide this matter, Feng Shui replied. The old man looked delighted, while the other three sighed. I have another question, Lin Bai suddenly said. Go on, the old man said, becoming nervous again. Do you still stand by what you said earlier about personally sponsoring me with 10,000 points? Although Lin Bai didn't know what points were for, judging from the reactions of the other three, they must be a good thing. Fine. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a pang of regret. Then I'll choose Peking University, Lin Bai decided. Welcome Lin Bai to our school. The old man smiled so much that the wrinkles on his face gathered together. I'm coming to Kyoto University. Lin Bai's eyes were filled with longing, and he had high hopes for the future. Chapter 24 Arrival at Kyoto University. 6 days after the college entrance examination ended, Lin Bai and Feng Shui left Linjiang City with the old man and headed to Shangjing City. Accompanying them were a female teacher from Beijing University of Science and Technology and Jiang Jinjin's trio. The group was traveling in a super fighter jet, which would take only 2 hours to reach the capital. Super fighter jets are not only fast, but also offer a certain level of safety when traversing wilderness. In the fighter jet, Lin Bai learned more about Peking University from the old man beforehand. Do you know why Peking University is considered one of the 4 major universities, along with USTC, MONUSCO, and Wuhan University? Zhang Wanzong asked rhetorically. It's because the 4 top universities have the best faculty and the most resources, Lin Bai replied. That makes sense. Zhang Wanzong continued with a smile. To be more specific, it's because ordinary universities can only provide dungeon levels up to 20, key universities up to 25, while the top 4 universities can only provide dungeon levels up to 30. Do you know what that means? Lin Bai knew this, of course. This means that students from the 4 major schools can safely reach level 30, while students from other schools can only reach level 25 at most. After level 25, if they want to level up further, they can only go on adventures in the wilderness. The biggest difference between dungeons and wilderness is that dungeons are man-made, and even if you are defeated by monsters, you will not die, while in wilderness, death is the norm. It's good that you know. Zhang Wanzong nodded. I also want to know what the points are used for? Actually, Lin Bai had already checked the official website about this, but the official website only mentioned that it seemed to be able to buy items instead of money. Points are like money, but they are more valuable than money. Let me give you an example. For instance, a level 10 rare weapon costs 100,000 on the market, but at Peking University, you can get one with just 100 points, Zhang Wanzong replied. The ratio is roughly 1 to 1,000? Lin Bai's eyes lit up with joy. If calculated this way, the 10,000 points Zhang Wanzong gave him were equivalent to 10 million. With the 20,000 points the school provided each year, he could control 30 million in wealth during his first year. This is no small sum. Pretty much, but 1 point can be exchanged for 1,000 yuan, while it's very difficult to exchange 1,000 yuan for 1 point, Zhang Wanzong reminded him. In other words, the potential value of points is higher. Lin Bai nodded to himself, then asked, so, through what channels can students obtain points? Zhang Wanzong held up 4 fingers. There are 4 ways in total. First, the school has tests every semester. As long as you rank in the top 3 in the tests, you will receive points as a reward from the school. The higher the ranking, the more points you will receive. Second, the school has 2 lists, an individual list and a team list. According to the ranking, there are also 2 lists, the Heaven list and the Earth list. As long as you enter the Earth list, you can get a certain number of points every month. Similarly, the higher the ranking, the more points you will get. Third, the school has unlimited dungeons. You can get a lot of points for each level you clear. Fourth, the school has various tasks. You can get corresponding points by completing the tasks. It doesn't sound like it's too difficult to earn points, Lin Bai said with a smile. Zhang Wanzong shook his head. For you freshmen, the second and third points can basically be ignored. Some top geniuses can get points in the test, but for the vast majority of freshmen, the only way to get points is to complete tasks. And the points you can get by completing tasks are not many. Even if there are tasks that can get a lot of points, they won't be available to you freshmen. That's true. Lin Bai agreed with the last sentence. No matter where you are, it's a dog-eat-dog world. Even if the struggle is relatively peaceful, it doesn't change the nature of the world. There's something I'm hesitant to say, Zhang Wanzong said, his words trailing off. What? Lin Bai was intrigued by Zhang Wanzong's expression. Once Feng Shui enters the school, she will be trained as the strongest individual soldier. You know what an individual soldier is, right? It means she won't team up with anyone. You know what I mean? Zhang Wanzong said tactfully. Are you saying that I'm basically saying goodbye to the way of getting points from the test? Lin Bai guessed Zhang Wanzong's meaning. In Zhang Wanzong's opinion, Feng Shui couldn't team up with him, so he could only find other people to team up with. And since he was SC-level priest, it would be difficult for him to be accepted by excellent teams, so he would not be able to get into the top 3 in the test. It doesn't matter. Considering that you can buy a level 10 rare weapon for 100 points, 30,000 points should be enough for me to live on for a long time. Aren't you worried? Zhang Wanzong couldn't help but ask, seeing Lin Bai's carefree expression. He thought Lin Bai would be very upset after learning that he could no longer team up with Feng Shui. Why worry? If I don't have enough points, I can borrow from Feng Shui. She enjoys top-tier treatment, so surely she doesn't lack points too, Lin Bai said frankly. Zhang Wanzong's lips twitched uncontrollably twice. This kid looks handsome, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless. After a long silence, Zhang Wanzong asked in a low voice, Are you willing to be a kept man? Lin Bai nodded sincerely, I'm willing. Zhang Wanzong. 2 hours later, the fighter jet stopped over Shangjing City and landed smoothly. A magnificent city came into view. Is this the capital? As someone who had never traveled far from home, Lin Bai was immediately struck by the sight of Beijing. The scene before my eyes was completely different from what I saw in the pictures. Not only him, but Feng Shui, Zhang Jinjin, and others also looked like they had never seen the world before. This is just the edge of Shangjing City. There are even more magnificent buildings inside. Zhang Wanzong and the female teacher smiled and led Lin Bai and the others out of the airport, and then the group took the subway together. The subway train traveled along the tracks. When it arrived at a certain station, Zhang Wanzong reminded Lin Bai and Feng Shui to get off and said goodbye to the female teacher. Although Kyoto University and Kyoto University of Science and Technology are in the same city, they are located in opposite directions. After getting off the subway, the three of them hailed a taxi. After some trouble, we finally arrived at the gate of Peking University. 2 huge white pillars stand on either side of the school gate. In front of the left pillar stands a stone tablet with 4 large characters engraved on it in a flamboyant style, Beijing University. Students streamed in and out of the school gate, including freshmen with youthful faces and senior students with mature and composed demeanor. Inside is a huge playground, and further back are various impressive buildings. Welcome to Kamikyo University. Zhang Wanzong wore a proud expression. Teacher Zhang, what should we do now? Lin Bai was a little lost when he first arrived in a completely new place. I'll take you through the enrollment procedures first, and then assign you dormitories, Zhang Wanzong said methodically. Just then, Lin Bai's phone rang. Upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, Lin Bai smiled and said apologetically to Zhang Wanzong, Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry, I need to take this call first. No rush, Zhang Wanzong said, indicating his understanding. Feng Shui watched Lin Bai's retreating figure with a blank expression, wondering who had called that could elicit such an expression from him. After walking a distance, Lin Bai answered the phone, and a serious yet pleasant voice came from the other end. How much longer until we arrive? We've arrived, we're at the school gate, Lin Bai replied. Which door? Xin Ning's voice carried a hint of joy. It should be the east gate, right? Lin Bai said after looking up. Wait for me at the door, I'm coming right now, in 5 minutes. Xin Ning hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking. Lin Bai put away his phone, walked back to Zhang Wanzong, and said apologetically again, I'm sorry, it may take another 5 minutes. Why? Zhang Wanzong asked. My friend is here to pick me up. Due to Qin Ning's coercion, Lin Bai only called Qin Ning's sister when she was in front of her. At other times, she either called her by her first name or used the same language as now. Your friend? Also from our school? Zhang Wanzong's eyes immediately changed. Whom? Lin Bai chuckled. You little brat. Zhang Wanzong was speechless for a moment, feeling that he had been tricked. Since he had friends there, Lin Bai must have planned to come to the capital long ago. His previous conditional remarks were obviously to get revenge on him. Although he lost 10,000 points, Zhang Wanzong was still very satisfied that he was able to bring Lin Bai and Feng Shui to the school. Qin Ning? Feng Shui guessed thoughtfully, her tone sounding like a question but actually indicating certainty. She had been Lin Bai's deskmate for a while, so she naturally knew who Qin Ning was. Before Lin Bai could answer, Zhang Wanzong exclaimed in surprise, "Who? Qin Ning? Your friend is Qin Ning, the Qin Ning who just entered her second year of university? Teacher Zhang, do you know her?" Lin Bai asked in confusion, "Is Qin Ning's reputation that big at school?" "She's only a sophomore, and the teachers already know about her. Qin Ning's team won first place at the end of the first semester, and also won first place in the individual assessment." "How could I not know that?" Zhang Wanzong said with emotion. First? Lin Bai was stunned. He never expected that Qin Ning would be so amazing even at Peking University, a place teeming with geniuses. On the other side, two beautiful figures were heading towards the school gate. The figure on the left has a slender waist and beautiful phoenix eyes, but her expression is very serious and her aura is powerful, making people feel intimidated. The woman on the right has short, neat hair, bright eyes, and is wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and blue shorts, with long, straight, beautiful legs. The two walked together, attracting countless stares from those around them. Without a doubt, both of them are exceptionally beautiful women. "Your brother got accepted into our school, why are you only telling me now?" Tang Jinxian complained as she walked. "That's my brother, not yours." Qin Ning quickened her pace, eager to see the person she hadn't seen for a year. "What are you saying? We're good friends, your brother is my brother." Tang Jinxian, shameless and not at all like an outsider, saw how much Qin Ning cared about Lin Bai, and her eyes darted around mischievously as she asked curiously, "By the way, isn't your brother handsome?" Qin Ning glanced at her, seemingly as a warning. "I was just asking casually." Tang Jinxian chuckled awkwardly, then changed the subject. "What does your brother do? You can at least tell me that." "Pastor," Qin Ning replied succinctly. "Priest?" Tang Jinxian was somewhat surprised and asked again, "How many points did he get in the college entrance examination?" 11-20 points. Qin Ning proudly raised her chin. 11-20 points? Are you kidding me? Tang Jinxian exclaimed in shock, finding the score unbelievable. As far as she knew, a priest was only a C-level profession. To get into one of the top 4 schools, one would definitely need the help of teammates. But what was going on? 11-20 points, which meant that Qin Ning's brother not only got a perfect score of 1000 in team mode, but also a perfect score of 100 in the individual exam. Especially the last 20 points, which were probably points that could only be added by getting D-level honors. "Your brother also received a D-level honor," she asked again to confirm. A spatial rift opened on Nanning Road, and an accident occurred, causing a monster to break through the defenses and run into the street. He and his companions rescued people from the monster's clutches, and were therefore awarded a D-level honor. Qin Ning proudly recounted the entire process of Lin Bai receiving the honor. "What a young hero! My brother is really amazing!" Tang Jinxian exclaimed sincerely. At this moment, Qin Ning suddenly turned around and said threateningly, "I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about him. You know the consequences if you lead him astray." Tang Jinxian shrank back and argued, "I'm just curious about him, curious, you understand?" As they spoke, the two arrived at the school gate. Qin Ning looked around, searching for Lin Bai's figure in the crowd. Where? Where? Tang Jinxian was as excited as a monkey, jumping around on and off. Suddenly, Qin Ning's gaze sharpened as he spotted the figure he hadn't seen in a year in the crowd. The young man was wearing a fitted short-sleeved shirt and capri pants, with fair and clean skin and a casual expression, seemingly indifferent to everything he did. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Qin Ning quickly walked over. "Sister Qin." Upon seeing Qin Ning, Lin Bai excitedly called out, almost blurting out Qin Ning's name. Luckily, he corrected himself in time, otherwise he would probably have received a good beating. "You've grown taller since I last saw you a year ago." Qin Ning stood in front of Lin Bai, not missing a single detail about him. Although Lin Bai could be seen in the video, it was a completely different experience. "You've grown a little taller, sis, and you've become even more beautiful." Lin Bai's words were as sweet as honey. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Qin Ning's serious face. "This is our brother? He's so handsome." Tang Jinxuan's eyes lit up as if she had seen a beloved toy. If Qin Ning hadn't been there, she probably would have been poking at Lin Bai like a toy, given her expression. "Who is this?" Seeing that Qin Ning was accompanied by a beautiful woman who was no less attractive than her, Lin Bai politely inquired. "Tang Jinxian, my teammate," Qin Ning introduced. Tang Jinxian seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Ning's introduction, adding, "I'm not only your sister's teammate, but also her good friend." "Hello." Lin Bai nodded to Tang Jinxian as a greeting. This wasn't a formal occasion, so he simply shook hands and gave a polite greeting. "Teacher Zhang." Qin Ning greeted Zhang Wanzong, then looked at Feng Shui, her eyes flashing, "Long time no see. My brother has been well taken care of by you during this time." Feng Shui shook her head, "It's your brother who's taking care of me." "Is this your brother's girlfriend?" Tang Jinxian asked with a gossipy expression, sensing the subtle atmosphere between Qin Ning and Feng Shui. "No, I'm Lin Bai's teammate," Feng Shui clarified. "They're just teammates." Tang Jinxuan's interest immediately waned. She had wanted to witness the clash between the domineering older sister and the aloof younger sister-in-law, but unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to. "Qin Ning, now that you're here, will you be in charge of handling the enrollment procedures and such?" Zhang Wanzong asked. "Okay, then I won't trouble you, Teacher Zhang." Qin Ning naturally accepted the task. "Alright, I'll be going now. Lin Bai, if you have any questions later, feel free to ask Qin Ning. If you still don't understand, you can contact me." Zhang Wanzong waved and left. For a period of time afterward, Qin Ning helped Lin Bai and Feng Shui complete their enrollment procedures and assigned them dormitories. Thanks to their good grades, Lin Bai and Feng Shui were both given separate dorm rooms. After finishing all this, it was already 1 p.m. and everyone hadn't eaten a bite of food yet, so they went to the cafeteria again. After dinner, Qin Ning suggested showing Lin Bai and Feng Shui around the campus. Unexpectedly, Feng Shui politely declined, saying she was a little tired and wanted to go back to her dormitory to rest early. Qin Ning did not try to stop her, and told Feng Shui to get some rest. Watching Feng Shui leave, Tang Jinxuan's gaze kept shifting back and forth between Qin Ning and Feng Shui. For some reason, she seemed to smell a hint of tension again. It seems that things weren't as calm as they appeared. TSK. Tang Jinxuan's gossip-loving spirit was reignited. "What are you looking at?" Qin Ning suddenly asked, staring sharply at Tang Jinxian. "The weather is nice today." Tang Jinxian withdrew her wandering gaze and looked up at the sky with a serious expression. Chapter 25. Men also fear comparison. After staring at Tang Jinxian for several seconds, Qin Ning finally shifted her gaze and said to Lin Bai in a gentle voice, "Where would you like to go for a walk first?" "Whatever you say, I'll leave it to you." Lin Bai didn't care. Given Qin Ning's personality, even if she didn't say anything, she would still make the arrangements in great detail. "Then let's go to the dungeon first. That's where you'll mainly be staying from now on." Qin Ning headed east, leading Lin Bai to the East Campus where a copy of the original existed. The East Campus has 5 dungeon entrances, with dungeon levels ranging from 10 to 15, 15 to 20, 20 to 25, 25 to 30, and an infinite dungeon where you can earn points by completing it. These 5 dungeons are not far apart, and from each entrance, you can clearly see the situation at the other entrances. The monsters in dungeons from level 10 to 15 are mainly ghouls. Ghouls are very fast and carry poison. When fighting ghouls, be careful not to get wounded, otherwise it will be very troublesome to treat. In addition to ghouls, there are also a few slimes in the dungeons. These are monsters whose bodies are like slime and can ignore weapon damage. The best way to deal with slimes is to use spells with elemental damage such as Fireball or Frost Arrow. Qin Ning carefully introduced the situation of each dungeon to Lin Bai. Lin Bai listened intently, as it concerned future upgrades. At the same time, many students coming in and out of the dungeon also noticed the 2 beauties, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. Both of them were known as school beauties and were prominent figures in the school, so almost everyone knew them. What surprised everyone was that Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian, the 2 school beauties, were actually both with the same boy. In their memory, apart from their teammates Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian, no other boy had ever enjoyed this kind of treatment. So everyone is very curious about who this boy is. They look unfamiliar. Could they be this year's freshmen? No matter who he is, how dare he get so close to my goddess? He's dead. Damn it, so many people in school failed to win Qin Ning's heart, but some newbie managed to get her. Is there no justice in this world? Do you think it's possible that this new student is actually a relative of Qin Ning or Tang Jinxian, which is why they care about him so much? Do you even believe your own reasoning? That boy doesn't look like either of them at all, how could they possibly be relatives? A group of people secretly gritted their teeth at Lin Bai, and some even took a few pictures of Lin Bai and his 2 companions from behind and posted them on the school's online forum. This post immediately sparked a strong reaction from many more people. At the same time, Zhao Lin, who had seen the post, hurriedly found Wu Bo. Have you checked the school's online forum? No, what's wrong? Wu Bo said calmly. Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian are showing a boy around campus, Zhao Lin said angrily. True and false? Wu Bo expressed disbelief, saying that he knew Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian well and that they would never accompany a boy on campus, especially not the two of them together. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Zhao Lin took out his phone, opened the post with photos of Lin Bai and the other two, and showed it to Wu Bo. The next second, Wu Bo snatched the phone, his eyes fixed on the photo, muttering repeatedly, "This is impossible, this is impossible." Brother, face reality. It's already been filmed. What else is impossible? Zhao Lin ruthlessly crushed any remaining hope in Wu Bo's heart. It's also possible that the person is a relative of Qin Ning or Tang Jinxian, which is why the two of them accompanied this boy. Think about it carefully, isn't that a very likely possibility? Wu Bo said, trying to remain calm. I did consider that possibility, but someone in the comments section said that the boy doesn't look like Qin Ning or Tang Jinxian at all, Zhao Lin said with a wry smile. Wu Bo's expression shifted, and after a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Regardless of whether that boy is related to Qin Ning or Tang Jinxian, we'll find out by asking them in person. Is this a good idea? Zhao Lin asked hesitantly. So what? Don't forget, we're their teammates, Wu Bo said sternly. But Zhao Lin was still conflicted. Before he could finish speaking, Wu Bo immediately interrupted. Do you still want to pursue Tang Jinxian? If you're not going, then I'll go by myself. Upon hearing Tang Jinxuan's name, Zhao Lin's eyes immediately hardened, and he gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll go with you. The two hurriedly rushed to the location shown in the photo, but when they arrived, Lin Bai and the other two were no longer there. After some questioning, the two finally found Lin Bai and his two companions in the points hall, where points could be redeemed for items. Seeing Qin Ning's usually serious face now smiling, Wu Bo's face twisted with jealousy. He took a deep breath, controlled his emotions, forced a smile, and walked side by side with Zhao Lin to Qin Ning. Qin Ning, what are you doing here? Just browsing around. Qin Ning's smile faded, and she looked at the two of them thoughtfully. Already feeling guilty, Wu Bo became extremely uncomfortable under that gaze. He looked at Lin Bai and changed the subject, asking, and who is this? My brother, Lin Bai, Qin Ning introduced generously. His surname is Lin? Could he be Qin Ning's cousin? But Qin Ning's mother's surname isn't Lin. While thinking this, Wu Bo subtly inquired, why didn't you mention before that you have a younger brother? Do I need to explain to you who's in my family? Qin Ning retorted domineeringly. No, no need. Wu Bo looked slightly embarrassed, then looked at Lin Bai and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Wu Bo, and I'm your sister's teammate. Zhao Lin, standing nearby, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this person had nothing to do with Tang Jinxian, that was fine. He introduced himself as Zhao Lin, serving as the tank in your sister's team. Although they were teammates, their relationship seemed just so-so. Lin Bai muttered to himself, and greeted them politely, hello. Wu Bo, didn't you say you wanted to buy an enchanted orb? Go buy it first, don't worry about us. Before Wu Bo could speak again, Tang Jinxian spoke first. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Qin Ning's younger brother is here. As Qin Ning's teammates, we should at least accompany him for a stroll, don't you think? Wu Bo nudged Zhao Lin's chest with his elbow. Yes, since we've met, let's go together, Zhao Lin said shamelessly. Tang Jinxian rolled her eyes helplessly at the two of them's shamelessness. Qin Ning ignored the two of them and picked up the previous topic, introducing to Lin Bai, there are many things in this hall. Generally speaking, they are divided into 5 categories: weapons and equipment, enchantment orbs, potions, materials, and items. Although it can't be said to be very comprehensive, it is at least much cheaper than outside the school. If you want to buy anything in the future, you can come here to take a look first. If you don't have it here, it's not too late to go outside the school to buy it. If there's anything you want, you can take a look now. We're here to help you choose. That works too. Lin Bai wasn't lacking in weapons and equipment, because the conditions he had discussed with Zhang Wanzong meant that the school would provide him with a set of epic level 10 weapons and equipment and a set of level 15 weapons and equipment respectively. He didn't need the enchantment orbs for the time being, but since he was already here, he might as well take a look. The screen displayed a variety of items, which was a feast for Lin Bai's eyes. Suddenly, he saw an interesting prop called the ever-changing star chain, which could transform into corresponding outfits according to the user's wishes. Although it's a bit cheap, I don't think any girl would dislike it. It would be perfect to give it to Qin Ning. So Lin Bai went to the counter and exchanged 50 points for the prop from the teacher. I didn't expect a grown man like you to like this kind of thing, Tang Jinxian teased from the side. You're overthinking it. This is for my sister. Lin Bai smiled slightly and gave the newly acquired 100 transformation star chain to Qin Ning. Qin Ning's serious expression softened slightly, then she said sternly, why waste points to buy this? I don't like this kind of stuff for little girls. Since I've already bought it, I can't keep it for myself. Just accept it. Lin Bai took Qin Ning's hand and put the 100 transformation star chain on Qin Ning's wrist. Don't let this happen again, Qin Ning reprimanded, but a barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. Wu Bo, who was standing next to him, was extremely jealous and said in a pretentious manner, Lin Bai, I know that as a freshman you don't have many points, but how can you give a girl such a cheap gift? Besides, Qin Ning is the school beauty. If people see her carrying such a cheap gift, they will probably gossip about her. After saying that, he turned to Qin Ning and said, if you like, I can give you an even more expensive one. No need, I like this one very much. Qin Ning said domineeringly, also, if anyone dares to gossip in front of me, I will beat them until they dare not speak again. Upon hearing this, Wu Bo was like a vinegar jar that had been overturned. The sourness was indescribable. At this moment, Tang Jinxian called out to Qin Ning, pointed to the screen in front of her, and said excitedly, Ning Ning, look. A new level 25 rare spirit orb has been added to the list of available enchantment orbs. If you can get this orb and embed it in your staff, your strength will definitely increase significantly, and you'll be able to clear dungeons much faster. Qin Ning's face showed interest, but after seeing the price, she shook her head, forget it, it's too expensive. I don't have that many points on hand right now. No, if you don't have enough points, I can lend you some. You know how sought after these kinds of gems are. You'll miss out if you don't take advantage of this opportunity, Tang Jinxian continued to persuade her. Wu Bo also took the opportunity to say, Zhao Lin and I can lend you some points, Qin Ning. Don't hesitate, your improvement is a good thing for our team. Qin Ning frowned. Of course she wanted to buy the pearl, but she didn't want to owe Wu Bo a favor. Once she started, who knew how difficult Wu Bo would be later? Is this precious pearl very sought after? Lin Bai, being new to the city, didn't know much about this aspect of Kyoto. Very sought after. Tang Jinxian explained, our school's teachers aren't good at making rare quality enchantment orbs, but high quality enchantment orbs can significantly improve a professional's abilities. This means that as soon as rare quality enchantment orbs are put on the market, they're bought up by senior students in their 3rd and 4th years. There's no chance for us second-year students. So this opportunity is very rare for your sister. You should persuade her. Oh, I see. Lin Bai glanced at the price of the pearl, 50,000 points. He had 30,000 points himself and wondered how many points Qin Ning had. If it wasn't enough, he would have to borrow some from Feng Shui. So he advised, sister, just buy it first. I have some points that I can lend you. That's right, that's right. Look, Lin Bai has already advised you, so just buy it. Tang Jinxian pressed on while the iron was hot. But I only have a little over 15,000 points right now, Qin Ning said. Is this all? Tang Jinxian asked anxiously, as this was far less than she had expected. How many do you have? Qin Ning asked in return. A little over 13,000. Tang Jinxian took out her student card and swiped it on the machine. Wu Bo patted Zhao Lin on the shoulder and asked in a low voice, how many points do you have? Less than 7,000, Zhao Lin replied. Although they were on the same team, he didn't have the ability to climb to the bottom of the individual rankings like Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian, so his points were naturally much lower. Wu Bo calculated that even with the 8,000 points he already had, he was still short by about 7,000 points. But this is a golden opportunity for Qin Ning to owe someone a favor, and he absolutely cannot miss it. He thought for a moment and said to Qin Ning, Zhao Lin and I together have 15,000 points. Although it's not enough, I can borrow some more from my friends. As he spoke, he took out his phone, intending to call his friends. Just as Qin Ning was about to stop him, a voice spoke even faster than him. I don't think I need to. With the points I have, that's enough. Lin Bai took out his student card from his pocket again. Don't be ridiculous. You're just a freshman. The points you have are just rewards from when you enrolled. How many could you possibly have? Wu Bo scoffed. When Lin Bai redeemed the 100 transformation star chain with his points, the balance was not displayed, which is why other people did not know how many points he had in his account. Not much, 30,000. Lin Bai placed the card on the instrument, and a row of numbers appeared on the screen. Oh, no, I just spent over 50 points, so I have 29,995 left. Lin Bai slapped his forehead and smiled at Wu Bo. How could there be so many? Wu Bo instantly lost his composure, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. However, no matter how much he disbelieved it, the number on the screen was always 29,950. Oh right, how could I forget about your brother? But even if he scored 1120 points, he shouldn't be eligible for a 30,000 point enrollment subsidy, right? Tang Jinxian was both surprised and delighted. Xin Ning also looked at Lin Bai, because she had also won first place last year, but Kyoto University offered 2 enrollment subsidies every year in order to win her over. Teacher Zhang originally planned to give 10,000, but in order to win over Feng Shui, he added another 10,000. He also personally paid another 10,000, Lin Bai explained briefly. But Wu Bo's attention was on Tang Jinxuan's words, and he questioned, "You said he scored 1120 points, that's impossible. Even if he got full marks in both the team and individual exams, where did those 20 points come from? Before the college entrance exam, I accidentally got a D-level honor." Lin Bai shrugged, looking helpless. Grass. Wu Bo was completely taken aback. He felt that Lin Bai had put on a huge show in front of him. My points aren't as high as theirs, my college entrance exam scores aren't as good, and even my usually confident appearance. He glanced at Lin Bai and felt that life was utterly meaningless. Since I have enough points, I don't need to borrow from others. Wu Bo hung up the phone, a forced smile on his face. In the end, Xin Ning paid 15,000 yuan himself, took 13,000 yuan from Tang Jinxian, and borrowed 22,000 yuan from Lin Bai to exchange for the precious pearl. With the precious pearl in hand, Xin Ning couldn't hide his smile as he looked at Lin Bai and said, "Thanks to you this time, I'll try to return the points to you within 6 months. Why are you being so polite? We're like family." Lin Bai waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. What about me? What about me? Tang Jinxian came up to Qin Ning to ask for credit. We'll talk about your points later. Qin Ning pushed Tang Jinxuan's head away from where it was leaning closer. Ha, you've forgotten your friends now that you have a younger brother. Woman, your name is heartless, Tang Jinxian said indignantly. Qin Ning looked over, and Tang Jinxian immediately backed down. Just kidding, Ning Ning is the best person in the world. After leaving the points hall, Qin Ning took Lin Bai to visit many other places. During this process, Wu Bo and Zhao Lin, feeling bored, wisely stopped following along. Lin Bai asked curiously, "Sister, your relationship with Wu Bo and another person seems rather ordinary." Tang Jinxian interjected, "You figured that out? That's impressive. I'm not blind." Lin Bai rolled his eyes inwardly and asked again, "Since the relationship is so-so, why not change 2 teammates?" You're thinking too simply. We're sophomores now, and most people have fixed teammates. If you want to change teammates, you can only find teams that also want to change teammates, but those people are either much weaker than me and Tang Jinxian, or their personalities don't suit us, Qin Ning explained. The problem is that we misjudged them back then. When Wu Bo and Zhao Lin first teamed up with us, they didn't show so many ulterior motives. But after a year, even if they can hide it, there will be times when they can't hide it anymore. Over time, it has developed into what it is today. Moreover, they also know that teaming up with the two of us can get a lot of points. Even if they have some ideas, they won't offend Ning Ning and me too much. While complaining, Tang Jinxian reminded Lin Bai with her experience, so when you're looking for teammates, you have to keep your eyes open. Don't just look for the strongest ones. It's also important that you get along with them. If you don't get along, change them quickly. Don't wait until your sophomore year when you don't have many options left to change teammates. Lin Bai nodded in agreement. Chapter 26, the only C-rank profession in the class. On the first day of school, Lin Bai walked leisurely toward his new classroom. Beijing University is divided into 4 campuses, East, South, West, and North. Each campus is further divided into combat, mage, support, and so on, with each department containing 5 to 6 classes. The combat class isn't all warrior classes, and the support class isn't all support classes. It's just that there are more warrior classes in the combat class and more support classes in the support class. Lin Bai's new class is Class 1 of the Auxiliary Department, which is said to be one of the best classes in Beijing University, equivalent to a key class or experimental class in high school. Each seat in the classroom is independent, and at a glance, there are about 40 seats. It was still early, and there weren't many students in the classroom yet. The seats by the window and in the back row were still empty, so Lin Bei chose a seat that was both in the back and by the window. This spot offers a wide view, and if you feel bored during class, glancing out the window a few times can help relieve the boredom. The other students who arrived early in the classroom glanced at Lin Bei curiously, but after Lin Bei sat down, they all looked away. As more and more students filled the classroom, the atmosphere gradually became lively. The conversations were nothing more than about their respective professions and which girl in their class was pretty or which boy was handsome. Lin Bei, with his outstanding looks, inevitably became one of the focal points. Even though he was sitting in the back, girls would occasionally find excuses to glance at him from time to time. Perhaps this is what a vibrant college life is all about. Lin Bei rested his chin on his hand, staring blankly out the window. Before we knew it, the classroom was full. Ring ring ring, the school bell rang. The chatter gradually faded away. As the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed down the corridor, a female teacher wearing a dark dress and with long, wavy, burgundy hair walked into the classroom. This female teacher looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. Her features were not as delicate as other girls, but she gave people a generous and cheerful feeling, and her demeanor was very dignified and elegant. If I had to describe her, she would be the good-looking and well-dressed English teacher at school. The female teacher walked behind the podium, placed the lesson plan on the table, and smiled slightly. "Hello everyone, my name is Nie Jiawen, and I am your counselor. You can call me Teacher Nie. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, I will be with you for the next 4 years." Nie Jiawen began with a warm welcome speech, followed by the usual refrain of reiterating the school's rules. Or perhaps the boys in the class didn't expect the counselor to be so good-looking, or perhaps the students with good grades were of high quality, and so on. Throughout the process, everyone listened attentively. After that, Nie Jiawen asked everyone to come up on stage in the order of their seats and introduce themselves. The first person to go on stage was a boy. Perhaps he was a little nervous, because he stammered a bit. "Hello everyone, my name is Du Yunfei. I come from Beihai City and I am a priest of light. I hope you will take good care of me in the future." The Priestess of Light is a rare A-rank class. As fellow support classes of the Light faction, Lin Bei glanced at Du Yunfei a few more times. Then came the second student, who, unsurprisingly, was also an A-level professional. Then there are the third and fourth place winners, all of whom are A-level professions. The most impressive of them all were a pair of very good-looking twins. My older sister's name is Su Caixia. She is a receiver, a support role. My younger sister's name is Su Kaiwei. She is a shrine maiden and also a support class. The two sisters are both around 1.6 meters tall, with fair and delicate skin. Just standing there, they seem to make perfect sense. The two sisters look remarkably alike, but the older sister has her hair pinned up with a hair clip, revealing her smooth, white forehead, which gives her a generous and open-minded appearance, making her seem more cheerful. My younger sister has neat bangs, and she looks like the pure and cute type. The two sisters stood together on the stage, and even Lin Bei couldn't help but glance at them several times. Following the two sisters, an S-rank professional has finally appeared in the class. The boy's name is Su Che, and he is a Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight class is not only very strong, but can also fight using the power of dragons. However, as far as Lin Bei knows, there are no purebred dragons in this world yet. So here's the question, can a dragon rider without a dragon be considered a true dragon rider? Then, Lin Bei thought of another problem. It seemed that he was the only one in the class with a C-level profession. If that's the case, it seems we can guess some of what will happen next. 20 minutes later, it was Lin Bei's turn to go on stage. Due to his outstanding appearance, he instantly attracted the interest of most of the girls in the class. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Bei, I come from Linjiang City, and I am a pastor." As soon as he finished speaking, it inevitably sparked quiet discussions among the students in the classroom. "Priest, isn't that a C-rank profession? How did a C-rank professional end up in the top support class? Maybe they used connections? Or maybe they were carried during the college entrance exam." Upon hearing that Lin Bei was a C-level professional, the girls who had developed an interest in him immediately looked away. What's the use of being handsome? In this world where the streets are full of professionals, in the end, it's still about ability that matters. Lin Bei, right? I'll remember you. Now, get out of here. Nie Jiawen glanced at Lin Bei a few more times, a smile playing on her lips as she spoke. Amidst the prejudiced gazes of others, Lin Bai returned to his seat. After all the students finished their presentations, it was almost time for get out of class to end. Taking advantage of the last few minutes, Nie Jiawen stood on the podium and said, after the self-introductions, I believe everyone has a preliminary impression of each other. Here, I want to announce some news. 2 weeks later, the whole school will hold a freshman competition, which will be held separately in each campus. The competition will be held in the form of 4-person teams. The top 3 teams in each campus will receive 3,000, 2,000 and 1,000 points respectively. As for what the points are used for, I believe everyone has gained a basic understanding over the past few days of reporting. If anyone still doesn't understand, they can ask their classmates. Alright, that's all for now. If anyone is interested in the top 3, then take advantage of these 2 weeks to build a good team. Get out of class dismissed. Before the bell rang, Nie Jiawen had already left the classroom. The students began looking for suitable team members, and the most popular were undoubtedly Su Che and the Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei sisters. However, the sisters Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei were unwilling to separate, and the team did not need 2 support characters, so how to form a team became a problem. Another problem is that there are many support classes and few combat classes in the class. However, this problem is easy to solve. We just need to find students from other classes to team up during general education classes. Just as Lin Bai was wondering who would look down on him for being a C-rank class and ask him to team up, he heard the system's voice in his ear. Mission: form a 4-person team and win first place in the East Campus freshman competition 2 weeks later. Mission successful. You can choose 2 from the 3 platinum necromancer skills provided by the system. Mission failed, no penalty. System, you finally stopped bringing up or by. Lin Bai was moved to tears. Although there was no punishment this time, Lin Bai decided to give it a try because necromancer skills are very hard to find. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come? But who should I team up with? Lin Bai thought of Feng Shui, Qin Ning, and Tang Jinxian. Feng Shui is considered the strongest individual trainee, and she will probably be very busy when she first enrolls, so we don't need to consider her for now. As for Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian, they are both sophomores, so there's no need to consider them. Damn! I was wondering why there was no punishment this time. It turns out the system assumed I couldn't find anyone to team up with. If you can't find anyone to team up with, you naturally can't complete the task. At that moment, Lin Bai overheard several boys around him discussing which girl in the class was pretty. It's obvious, it must be the Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei sisters. It's just that everyone has just started school, otherwise the 2 of them would definitely have been voted the school beauties. If that's what you're saying, then I'm not going to argue with you. Besides the Su Saixia sisters, I think Gui Yaxin could also be named the school beauty. I don't think so. She's not even as pretty as our counselor. What do you mean by not being as good looking as our counselor? Believe it or not, our counselor must have been a campus beauty when she was in school. Goodness, while everyone else is looking for teammates, you guys are discussing who can become the school beauty. You're really geniuses. Lin Bai looked down on the group in his heart, but he also pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. What man isn't interested in this kind of topic? As I was listening, I heard the group talking about Qin Ning again. When it comes to campus beauties, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian, both sophomores, are truly stunning. How beautiful. I'll show you and you'll see. Someone took out their phone, opened the school's online forum, and found photos of the 2 people. Here, these are the 2. Holy crap! They're so beautiful, I'm in love. I declare that from this day forward, they are my goddesses. It's best not to. There's a post below saying that during the first few days of school, a freshman went around the school with the 2 of them, and I guess one of them is already taken. Damn it, who is that freshman? How could he have 2 school beauties accompanying him? I'm going to bury him alive. Count me in. It's just a stroll around campus, is it really that big of a deal? Lin Bai secretly despised these people for being unsophisticated, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. Just then, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian appeared at the classroom door. Their looks and demeanor instantly attracted the attention of the vast majority of students in the class. Could those 2 be Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian? The group of people who had just been discussing the 2 of them suddenly fell silent, each with only one thought in their minds: what are they doing in our class? Under everyone's gaze, Qin Ning waved to Lin Bai. Who are they looking for? In this direction? Just as the boys were at a loss, Lin Bai walked up behind them. Excuse me, could you move aside? Oh, oh. The group quickly made way, watching Lin Bai walk up to Qin Ning and disappear with her at the classroom door. Do you think the guy who was walking around campus with Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian might be him? I think his name was Lin Bai. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Why are you here? Because there were too many peeping eyes, Lin Bai could only lead the two to an empty classroom. We originally wanted to see if you were getting used to being in the class, but we ran into Teacher Zhang on the way. He asked us to deliver the weapons and equipment he promised you. Qin Ning waved his hand, and a row of purple weapons and equipment appeared in front of him. There are mage staffs, mage robes, mage hats, mage trousers, and mage boots. I thought I'd have to wait a few more days. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. He picked up the mage staff first and checked it with his class panel. He found that this level 10 epic mage staff could increase his spirit power by 30 points. The other items, when combined, provide a total increase of 20 points. In addition to mental strength, it also provides considerable defensive capabilities. As expected of an epic level equipment, its stats are far superior to the rare equipment used for the college entrance exam. Lin Bai lovingly stroked the pieces of equipment. Looks like you really like it. So, how about it? Are you confident you can win first place in the freshman competition? Tang Jinxian teased. I'd like to, but it seems no one wants to team up with me, Lin Bai said with a self-deprecating laugh. Is it because you're a C-level professional? Qin Ning asked thoughtfully. Lin Bai nodded, and fearing that Qin Ning would worry, he said in a relaxed tone, actually, it's nothing. There will always be a team that will accept me, and I have enough points for now. I don't necessarily need to get a ranking or anything. Is that really what you think? Qin Ning asked seriously. Knowing Qin Ning as he did, Lin Bai knew that the moment Qin Ning showed that expression, it meant he was about to lecture him. So he interrupted the spellcasting in advance, just kidding. Since you've come to Peking University, you're definitely going to work hard to level up. Even if you can't get first place, you won't give up halfway. Qin Ning's expression softened slightly, and he nodded in approval. Strong people never give up easily. It's good that you have this idea. I believe that with your strength, if you perform well, you will definitely win first place. No offense, but Lin Bai has only just enrolled, and you've already set such a high goal for him. Isn't that putting too much pressure on him? Tang Jinxian reminded him from the side. I believe he can do it, because he is my brother, Qin Ning said proudly. Just because of this? Tang Jinxian looked surprised. That's why. Qin Ning replied confidently. If I say you're too overconfident, will you hit me? Tang Jinxian didn't know where to begin her retort. No, but I will challenge you to a duel, Qin Ning said earnestly. Isn't it the same? Tang Jinxian rolled her eyes. Qin Ning ignored her and asked Lin Bai, want to have lunch together? Let's talk about that later, and see if I can find teammates, Lin Bai said, revealing his thoughts. We're going back now. If you feel uncomfortable in the classroom, or if anyone is targeting you, tell me, Qin Ning said seriously. Okay. Although he verbally agreed, Lin Bai would not actually do it. Given Qin Ning's protective nature, once she made a move, she would definitely beat the other party so badly that even their own mother wouldn't recognize them. Chapter 27-3 Auxiliary 1C. As soon as Lin Bai returned to the classroom, he saw all the boys in the class looking at him with eyes full of jealousy and envy. Why do I feel like I've become the class's public enemy? Lin Bai silently walked back to his seat. One of the boys from the small group that had been discussing Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian walked up to Lin Bai and gave him a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome. You've only been in school for a few days and you've already won over the sophomore campus spell. You're overthinking it. They're my friends, Lin Bai replied. I understand, they're just ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend, Youngsu said, winking. Lin Bai shook his head, too lazy to explain any further. I see you haven't found teammates yet, do you want to team up with me? Yang Su suddenly asked. Why? Just because I know Qin Ning and the others? Apart from that, Lin Bai couldn't think of any other reason why the other party wanted to team up with him. Surely one can't see one's noble character based on appearances alone. Yang Su chuckled, bent down, and whispered in Lin Bai's ear, because I want to team up with Sister Su Saisha. You have feelings for either of them? I'm a normal guy, isn't it normal for me to have feelings for pretty girls? Even if you have feelings for both of them, you don't need to come to me, do you? How can I help you? I don't need your help. You just need to do nothing. Think about it, brother. If I team up with someone else to team up with Su Saixia and her sister, they will definitely compete with me. But you are different. You already have the school beauty. She definitely won't compete with me. Also, don't blame me for being blunt, brother. You are a C-level professional, while I am an A-level professional. No matter what, I have more advantages than you. You're a real talent for analyzing how to pick up girls so comprehensively. Lin Bai racked his brains but never expected that the other party wanted to team up with him for this reason. However, if he remembered correctly, the other party's class should be Glory Knight. A Glory Knight paired with a receiver and a witch, plus himself as a priest, would make up 3 supports and 1 DPS. This lineup was not bad. The key was that the Glory Knight had a buff bonus. The more buffs he received, the stronger he would be. Maybe he would really have a chance to win the championship. But are you confident you can get them both to team up with us? Won't they look down on me because I'm a priest? Watch me. Yang Su revealed a confident expression, then walked up to Su Kaiwei and her sister, said something, and after a moment turned back to give Lin Bai an okay sign. You agreed? Lin Bai asked, looking at Yang Su who was walking back alone. Of course, there's nothing I can't do if I'm involved, Yang Su said smugly. I'm curious, how did you talk to them? That's easy. Both of them are support classes, which most teams wouldn't accept. But I told them I wanted to build a 3 support 1 DPS lineup with me as the core, and that they could team up with me without having to be separated. They agreed to give it a try. Also, I can tell they're quite interested in you, so don't steal my thunder when we go into the dungeon this afternoon. Do you think I, a pastor, have a chance to steal your thunder? Good brother, if I can really win over either of them, I'll remember you for life. Yang Su patted Lin Bai on the shoulder, moved. In the afternoon, Lin Bai and Yang Su arrived early at the level 10 to 15 dungeon to wait for Su Saixia and her sister. Seeing Lin Bai dressed in purple, Yang Su was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, Brother, what's going on with you? Didn't you agree not to steal my thunder? But this is all the purple equipment I have. Lin Bai blinked innocently. A rich kid? Yang Su asked tentatively, while becoming increasingly suspicious that Lin Bai had gotten into the auxiliary class through connections. If it weren't for connections, how could I not have received the blue equipment subsidized by the school? No. Just as Lin Bai was about to explain, Yang Su, who had sharp eyes, saw Su Saixia and her sister walking over and quickly said, Brother, quickly put away that purple outfit. My happiness depends on you. But besides this set of purple equipment, all I have is a set of level 5 green equipment, Lin Bai said helplessly. It's alright. Once we enter the dungeon, you just need to stand behind me. You don't need to worry about anything else, Yang Su said confidently. Alright. Lin Bai had no choice but to put away his purple gear and put on a set of level 5 green equipment. When Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei walked up to him, Yang Su smoothed his hair and greeted them with a big smile. You're really punctual. Fine. After speaking, Su Saixia, the older sister, noticed Lin Bai, who was dressed in green, and asked, What's going on with him? Yang Su's eyes darted around, and he said in a serious tone, I just found out that Lin Bai's family is not well off, so he only has this set of level 5 green equipment. To be able to get into our class, you should be receiving support from the school, right? Su Saixia frowned. This. Yang Su made up a reason. He has a sick younger sister at home, and he sold the equipment that the school provided to pay for her medical treatment. Sister, Lin Bai is so pitiful, said Su Kaiwei, the younger sister, with sympathy. He is really pitiful. We'll take better care of him once we enter the instance, Su Saixia said. To avoid giving ourselves away, Yang Su emphasized, Lin Bai has a strong sense of pride, so we'd better not discuss his family matters in front of him to avoid upsetting him. No, Su Saixia assured her. The three walked up to Lin Bai. Lin Bai noticed that Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei's expressions were strange, but he didn't think about it. Here, you can borrow this for now. Su Kaiwei took out a level 10 blue mage staff and handed it to Lin Bai. Question mark. Lin Bai looked at Su Kaiwei in surprise. Feeling a little embarrassed by Lin Bai's gaze, Su Kaiwei blushed slightly and said, Don't misunderstand. I lent you my staff not because I like you, it's just that we're teammates, and it's only right that we help each other out. I haven't even asked yet. Lin Bai pulled Yang Su aside and whispered, What did you say to them? It's not important, you can keep it, Yang Su said dismissively. Thank you. Lin Bai took the mage's staff and smiled slightly at Su Kaiwei. Su Kaiwei blushed again and stammered, And no, you're welcome. Yang Su watched the scene thoughtfully, then turned to Su Saixia and said, "Once we enter the dungeon, you can just follow behind me. Leave the combat to me. Please, I'm counting on you." Su Kaiwei smiled at Yang Su. "It's what I should do." Yang Su straightened his chest, and after changing into his equipment, he strode confidently into the dungeon. Lin Bai and the other two followed behind him. The four of them found themselves in what appeared to be a safe zone. Through the barrier at the edge of the safe zone, you can see ghouls wandering in the distance. It was an ugly creature with protruding fangs and messy hair like weeds. It was thinner than a werewolf, and the tips of its two claws were particularly sharp, like small daggers. The reconnaissance skill was activated, and information about the ghoul was presented to Lin Bai. Monster type, Ghoul. Level, 10. Quality, Elite. Strength, 68. Agility, 80. Physical fitness, 72. Mental strength, 13. Stamina, 7,100. Magic power, 1,500. At the same time, Su Kaiwei accurately stated the ghoul's stats. "Be careful, this is a level 10 elite ghoul." Yang Su asked in surprise, "This ghoul is about 50 meters away from us, how come your reconnaissance skills can detect a range of 50 meters? Su Kaiwei was slightly smug. "My reconnaissance skill is at the silver level, with a basic range of 50 meters. With my mental power, I can detect targets up to 80 meters away. Sharp." Yang Su praised it and took out a contract from his professional space to split experience equally. "Let's sign this first." Lin Bai and the other two signed their names one by one. The contract was formed, and Yang Su, wielding a broadsword in one hand, charged towards the ghoul in the distance with a roar. As they moved forward, a beam of light flew from Su Kaiwei's magic staff, blessing Yang Su. Yang Su and the ghoul passed each other, and Yang Su killed the ghoul with a single blow. For streams of experience flew out from the ghoul's body and entered the bodies of the four people respectively. Yang Su shook the blood off his greatsword, turned around, and struck a cool pose. Ox. Lin Bai clapped his hands in praise. Sister Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei exchanged a glance, their faces full of admiration, and said, "So amazing." So. If you didn't have some real strength, why would I invite the three of you to team up? Yang Su couldn't hide his smugness at all, it's just that he didn't have a tail to hide it, otherwise he would have been wagging his tail long ago. In the following time, Yang Su, who was praised, was as energetic as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He walked in the front by himself and rushed out whenever he saw a ghoul. Lin Bai and his two companions followed leisurely behind, enjoying the experience of the constant stream of flying creatures. Half an hour later, Yang Su realized that he had come to level up and also to pick up girls, but in this situation, he seemed to have become a laborer, while Lin Bai, walking behind, had plenty of time to chat with the girls. How did it turn out like this? Which part of the process went wrong? Yang Su was completely baffled. "What's wrong?" Lin Bai asked when Yang Su stopped. "I was thinking that just killing these lone or low-level ghouls doesn't really show our team's coordination. Why don't we challenge groups of ghouls or high-level ghouls?" Yang Su said after thinking for a moment. "Okay, let us go deeper into the area," Lin Bai suggested. Not long after, the four encountered a group of ghouls. While using her detection spell, Su Kaiwei said, "4 of these 7 ghouls are level 11, and the remaining 3 are level 12. Why don't we change our target?" Yang Su's eyes lit up. "No need, this is fine. You guys take good care of yourselves." The more challenging the goal, the more he can show his masculine side in front of the two sisters. Yang Su excitedly charged towards the ghouls. The Su sisters, Saixia and Kaiwei, used their skills to increase Yang Su's strength and speed, while also restraining some of the ghouls. Lin Bai also wanted to cast a blessing spell on Yang Su, but Su Saixia stopped him. "Save your magic power. If Yang Su gets injured, you will be responsible for healing him." In her opinion, Lin Bai was just a C-level priest with limited skill enhancement. Even if she used his skills, they would be overridden by Su Kaiwei's skills, so it was better not to use them at all. All right. Lin Bai agreed. Anyway, Yang Su was still safe, and it wouldn't be too late to use him when things got tough. Ahead, Yang Su was fighting with 7 ghouls. Although the battle was somewhat tortuous, he still managed to kill all the ghouls with his sword. "They're just 7 ghouls. Even if the number doubled, I could handle them easily." Yang Su turned around with a relaxed expression, raising his chin high, waiting for praise, while secretly glancing at the two sisters' reactions out of the corner of his eye. But no sooner had he finished speaking than another group of ghouls appeared in front of them. "Is your mouth blessed?" Lin Bai couldn't help but complain. What did you say? Yang Su didn't hear clearly. Lin Bai pointed behind Yang Su. Yang Su turned his head and saw a group of ghouls even larger than before. He immediately cursed, "Damn it! I was just bragging, did they have to play me like this?" But no matter what he thought, the ghouls had already surrounded him. What should we do? Su Kaiwei looked at her older sister, Su Tsaixia. I'll hold them off, you guys go first. Yang Su faced the ghouls with a look of heroic sacrifice. In the instance, the professional will not actually die, but once defeated, they will not be able to enter the instance again that day. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Bai was about to make a move, but Su Tsaixia was faster than him. Su Tsaixia, the receiver, suddenly sprouted 2 fluffy ears on her head, her black hair turned golden yellow, her hands transformed into sharp claws like a lion's, and even a tail emerged from behind her. What's going on? Lin Bai wasn't unfamiliar with the profession of receiver, but the changes in Su Tsaixia were beyond his expectations. In his mind, receivers received elves or druid-like creatures, whose skills were biased towards control. This was the first time he had ever seen a receiver like Su Tsaixia who could receive different types of wild animals. My sister is different from the other receiving specialists. Su Kaiwei explained crisply. I see, the other receivers won't turn into lions like your sister. Lin Bai wanted to continue complaining, but then he thought of himself. Wasn't he, as a priest, different from the other priests? I don't think I have the right to criticize others. During their conversation, Su Tsaixia made a surprise move, quickly catching up with Yang Su and overtaking him, leaving Yang Su completely bewildered. In fact, Su Tsaixia's combat power after transformation was even more ferocious than Yang Su's combat profession. Su Tsaixia nimbly weaved through the ghouls, sometimes blasting them away with her fists, and sometimes shoving their heads into the ground with her claws as big as casserole dishes. The entire process can only be described as brutal. Wow! Yang Su had just dealt with 5 ghouls, while Su Tsaixia had already eliminated all the remaining ghouls. However, just as the last ghoul was defeated, Su Tsaixia's non-human characteristics disappeared, her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 28 Lin Bai's Skills. Is your sister alright? Lin Bai and Su Kaiwei rushed over, wondering how someone who had been so violent just moments before could suddenly collapse. Has the magic run out? He casually unleashed a reconnaissance skill. That's true. My sister's transformation consumes magic very quickly. Su Kaiwei took out a bottle of potion to restore magic power and held it to her lips. After taking the potion, Su Kaiwei regained some color in her complexion and asked, that transformation just now, it didn't scare you, did it? No, your transformation just now was amazing. Yang Su shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed that as a warrior, he couldn't even match the strength of a support class. Su Kaiwei smiled wryly and said, although I can transform into lion mode, my personality is also affected in lion mode. I'm glad I didn't scare you. Very cool, Lin Bai commented earnestly. Su Tsaiwei's eyes lit up. This was the first time someone had seen her in lion mode not call her an oddball but praised her for being cool. She could hear the sincerity in Lin Bai's tone. Can you treat my wound? Yang Su pointed to the wound on his arm he had been accidentally scratched while fighting the ghoul. Fortunately, this is in a dungeon, and the poison on the ghoul's claws has been changed to a weakness effect. The weakness effect will disappear once the wound heals. Otherwise, a purification technique must be used to cleanse the toxins in the wound before treatment can begin. Are you sure? Lin Bai looked at him. What's so uncertain about this? Yang Su asked, puzzled. It's nothing, you asked for treatment yourself. Lin Bai gave Yang Su a heads up beforehand, summoning a ball of light that landed on his wound. In less than 3 seconds, the wound was completely healed. Yang Su exclaimed in surprise, holy crap, bro, your healing skills are amazing. They're at least silver level or higher, right? But then, his expression changed drastically, he pressed his legs together, and stared at Lin Bai in disbelief. You requested treatment yourself, Lin Bai blinked innocently. I can't take it anymore, I can't hold back. After leaving a message, Yang Su rushed towards the nearest safe zone. What's wrong with him? Su Tsaixia asked, looking at Yang Su's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Maybe it's because he needed to pee, Lin Bai said, pretending it had nothing to do with him. How could this happen out of nowhere? Su Kaiwei couldn't be as straightforward as Lin Bai. Normal people don't usually feel the urge to urinate so suddenly, right? As if she had thought of something, she looked at Lin Bai in horror. Is it related to your healing technique? A very slight negative impact. Lin Bai gestured a very short distance between his thumb and forefinger. You call this a tiny bit? Su Caixia was speechless. It should be a tiny bit, right? If someone in combat were to receive healing, what would happen? I saw you were also caught by a ghoul just now. Shall I treat you? Lin Bai tried his best to make his expression look sincere. Su Caixia got goosebumps all over her body and quickly refused. No need, my physique and healing ability have been greatly improved in lion mode. She showed the spot where the ghoul had scratched her, and there was nothing wrong there. 5 minutes later, Yang Su returned, gritting his teeth, and said, Brother, your healing skills are truly extraordinary. Please don't praise me like that, Lin Bai said shyly. How did you get the idea that this was a compliment? Suddenly, Yang Su looked excited, as if he had just thought of something. Are there any limitations to your healing techniques? Not for now. Lin Bai thought about it seriously. Holy crap! Does that mean you can use your healing spells on whomever you want? Yang Su's eyes lit up. You could say that, Lin Bai nodded. Glug! Yang Su swallowed hard. He also thought that if he were to deliver a blow during a fight, the opponent would probably be powerless to fight back, even if they wanted to. If you pester someone to stop them from going to the toilet, they might end up wetting their pants on the spot. That's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Is your skill very effective against monsters? Yang Su asked again. It has some effect, but not much. Yang Su was somewhat disappointed. If it was effective against monsters, the team could level up quickly. However, I have another skill that is more effective against monsters, Lin Bai said. What skill? Holy Light Bullet. Can you demonstrate? Lin Bai looked around and, seeing no monsters, his gaze fell on Yang Su. You're going to use me as a demonstration? Yang Su warily covered his chest with both hands. Just for a little while, Lin Bai coaxed patiently. Not even for a moment. Very soon. Before Yang Su could refuse, Lin Bai fired a holy light bullet at him. Yang Su cried out in panic, then knelt down on the ground, his face showing a look of utter despair. I repent, I'm a lolicon, I shouldn't have watched those kinds of videos, I'm guilty. Abnormal. Su Kaiwei blushed and spat. 2 seconds later, Yang Su reacted and pounced on Lin Bai like a ferocious tiger. I'll fight you to the death. Lin Bai summoned another holy light bullet that struck Yang Su. Yang Su's expression changed rapidly, then he showed the same expression as before. I repent. I am still a white stocking fetishist. I shouldn't have secretly bought white stockings to satisfy my curiosity. Lin Bai's expression was strange. White stockings and a lowly-like figure, buddy, you're really something else. 2 seconds later, Yang Su wanted to pounce on Lin Bai but had no fear. He could only clench his fists and shout in humiliation, you beast. How can there be such a beast in the world? You owe me my dignity. The Su sisters, Caixia and Kaiwei, put on a disgusted expression and kept their distance. This is none of my business, and I didn't know you had this kind of fetish. Lin Bai coughed twice. You still dare to talk? Yang Su was on the verge of tears, feeling as if he had lost all his dignity in this lifetime. Lin Bai, if you use these two skills well, wouldn't we have a chance to win first place? Su Caixia changed the subject, her eyes gradually shining. Putting everything else aside, these two skills were simply divine. Yeah, it seems like we really have a chance to win the championship. Su Caiwei's big eyes lit up with excitement. When she first agreed to team up, she thought Lin Bai was getting a good deal, but now it seemed that they were the ones who had benefited. Hearing the two sisters say this, Yang Su looked at Lin Bai hopefully and said, if our team can really win first place, I will forgive you. There is still a chance, but the most urgent thing is to improve our level first. What do you think? Lin Bai showed this move to give the three of them some hope. Otherwise, if there is no hope, the three of them might give up after a while. Yes, if we want to get first place, we can't fall behind in the rankings. Yang Su said with great enthusiasm. I think we can reach level 12 in about 2 weeks, Su Caixia said confidently. Okay, keep it up. Su Kaiwei blinked her big eyes, full of energy. Chapter 29 Showing Off. In order to win the championship in the freshman competition and get 3,000 points, Yang Su and his two friends put in all their effort. Whenever they didn't have classes, they would drag Lin Bai along to play dungeons. The following afternoon, Lin Bai broke through to level 11. Before the college entrance examination, Lin Bai and Feng Shui killed a fishman and scored full marks in the exam. They had accumulated more experience than others, so Lin Bai was not surprised at all by the result. This greatly surprised Yang Su and his two companions. The three of them originally thought that Lin Bai got into the support class by finding connections or getting good teammates, but now the situation seems to be different from what they thought. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. There are quite a few C-level professions in the school, but why is it that only Lin Bai, a C-level profession, was assigned to the support class? Now it seems there is only one possibility: the admissions officers have also witnessed Lin Bai's extraordinary abilities. The three of them turned around and wondered how many points Lin Bai had scored on the college entrance exam. Upon learning that he had scored 1120 points, Yang Su was almost speechless with shock. It turned out that among the four, he was the one with the lowest score. Su Caixia was even more confident, feeling that with a treasure like Lin Bai as a teammate, they would definitely win first place. Su Kaiwei looked at Lin Bai with starry eyes. At this age, girls are easily attracted to the opposite sex, and Lin Bai is very handsome. It would be impossible for her not to be moved at all. It's a pity that Lin Bai seems to already have a girlfriend who is a sophomore and the most beautiful girl on campus. 2 weeks passed quickly. During these 2 weeks, Yang Su and the other two reached level 12, while Lin Bai reached level 13. Also, the classmates got to know each other at a basic level. In addition, Lin Bai was also considered the most unpopular person in the class. The reason is simple. As a C-level professional, you not only become teammates with the prettiest twin sisters in your class, but you also occasionally have meals with the sophomore campus belle. Who else would be annoyed if not you? Damn it, I hate pretty boys the most. Su Che was the one in the class who disliked Lin Bai the most, and was also the most jealous. He admitted that Lin Bai was a tiny bit more handsome than him, but as an S-class professional, why could Lin Bai enjoy such good fortune while he couldn't? These girls must have something wrong with their brains. Just then, a commotion arose from the side. Su Che looked over and immediately spotted a girl in the audience who was a little taller than Su Caiwei's twin sisters and whose looks were on par with the school beauty Qin Ning. Holy crap! This girl is so beautiful. Is she a freshman too? Probably. With looks like that, there's no way she wouldn't be on the list of school beauties. She's probably a freshman. I saw this girl on the West Campus, she must be from that area. Why did she come to our East Campus to watch the game? She must have a crush on me. Get lost, you bastard. The competition hasn't started yet, and the boys who see Feng Shui are carefully fixing their hair or clothes, thinking that they must make a good impression on this girl later. Old Bai, look, that girl is looking this way. Do you think she might be admiring my handsome face? Yang Su thought to himself with pride. Lin Bai glanced at Yang Su's unremarkable appearance and said speechlessly, is it possible that she came to see me? There is absolutely no way that is possible. You already have a senior in your second year of university. How could she possibly be here for you? Yang Su said firmly. Lin Bai said no more and started walking towards Feng Shui, but was chased by the quick-witted Yang Su. Old Bai, where are you going? I'll go say hello to her, Lin Bai said casually. Yang Su's lips twitched. I just realized that you're even more shameless than me, talking as if the other person really knows you. The two sisters next to him gave him a disdainful look. Sure enough, all men are the same, they're always eyeing what they don't have. Before Lin Bai could say anything, a disdainful voice came from the side. If you want to show off, this is not how you do it. We are all guys, everyone knows what you're thinking. Lin Bai looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Su Che who spoke. He asked in return, what do I think? You're probably planning to pretend to know that girl in front of us, exchange contact information, and then show off to us, Su Che chuckled. What? I guessed right. But you won't have that chance, because I'll get her contact information before you do. Seeing that Lin Bai was speechless, Su Che straightened his hair and walked towards Feng Shui's location first. Are contemporary college students really that dramatic? After making a sarcastic remark, Lin Bai calmly followed behind Su Che. Seeing that both of them went to Feng Shui's side, the crowd started making bets. Who do you think will get that girl's contact information? It must be Su Che. He's an S-rank professional. I bet a pack of spicy strips on him. Lin Baijin already has a girlfriend, yet he still asks for other girls' contact information. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Che was the first to approach Feng Shui, flashing a self-satisfied smile as he introduced himself. Hello classmate, I'm Su Che from Class 1 of the Support Department. May I have your contact information? Feng Shui shook her head with a cool expression. Su Che's face stiffened, and his smile became somewhat awkward. He continued, I'm actually an S-rank professional dragon knight. Could you give me some face? Feng Shui simply looked at him with her cold gaze, not even bothering to make any extra movements. Under Feng Shui's powerful aura, Su Che gave an awkward smile and turned to leave. As she passed by Lin Bai, she whispered, "If I can't get her contact information, you'll have even less chance." "Don't embarrass yourself." "Who said I wanted her contact information?" Lin Bai replied casually, walked straight to Feng Shui, and plopped down in the empty seat next to her. Holy crap, this guy's skin is really thick. Su Che didn't expect such a move. "You didn't come all this way just to cheer me on, did you?" Lin Bai teased, looking at Feng Shui whom he hadn't seen for 2 weeks. Feng Shui nodded, then explained, "We are friends." "Thanks. If I win first place, I'll treat you to dinner." "I trust you." Noticing Lin Bai's gaze, Su Che felt humiliated and slunk back to his classroom. However, he soon revealed a look of anticipation, because Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian arrived. "Now let's see how you handle this." It's over, Lao Bai is doomed this time." As his companion, Yang Su couldn't bear to see what would happen next. But no one expected that after Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian arrived, they would sit down next to Lin Bai, and the atmosphere among the four seemed to be very harmonious. "Awesome!" Yang Su exclaimed in astonishment. A few minutes later, the competition was about to begin, and Lin Bai returned to his class. Noticing the mixed feelings of envy and admiration in the eyes of others, Lin Bai smiled slightly, feeling a bit pleased with himself. "Brother, teach me how you did it." Yang Su excitedly grasped Lin Bai's hand, looking like he had just met his idol. "What? So, how did you chat with that pretty girl? And how did you prevent your girlfriend from getting into a fight with her?" The twin sisters next to him gave him a disdainful look, but secretly pricked up their ears. "A meal." Lin Bai deliberately whetted Yang Su's appetite. "Don't even mention one meal, I'll take 10 meals." Yang Su was so eager to find out the solution that he almost called Lin Bai his godfather on the spot. "It's very simple. You just need to get to know them in high school and become friends with them." "Are they really your friends? You're not lying to me?" Yang Su asked, his face full of disbelief. "Otherwise, don't even think about things you shouldn't be thinking about," Lin Bai said, while simultaneously glancing at Su Che, who had previously been feeling quite self-satisfied. The two sisters beside him relaxed considerably after hearing this. They had thought Lin Bai was a jerk. Wait a minute. So, Lin Bai is really single? Su Che was trying his best to make himself inconspicuous, but Lin Bai still found him. Thinking of his self-satisfied words just now, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He forced a smile and said, "So what if you know a few pretty girls? You're still just a pretty boy with no talent. You always talk about strength, you're really something," Yang Su mocked. "But what I said is also true. The three of you, even with him, couldn't even pass the first stage of screening," Su Che added. "What do you know? Lin Bai is far more knowledgeable than you." Just as Yang Su was about to retort, a hand landed on his shoulder, and Lin Bai agreed, yes, you're right. "It's good that you know." Lin Bai didn't refute, and Su Che didn't say anything more. He led his three teammates to the other side, but why did those words sound so uncomfortable? "Old Bai, aren't you angry?" Yang Su asked in surprise. "If we get first place, he'll naturally shut up." Lin Bai shrugged, showing no sign of anger. Yang Su thought about it and agreed, "Your level is still higher. It seems I have a lot to learn from you." "Want to learn? Call me Godfather." Roll. Chapter 30 Top 8. Kyoto University has nearly 3,000 freshmen on its East Campus alone. Even if not all freshmen participate in the freshman competition, there are still nearly 300 to 400 teams. To save time, the school arranged for all participating teams to enter a dungeon. Only those teams that cleared the dungeon could participate in the final competition. The first round was the qualifying round, and the second round was the final round. You can imagine how difficult the first round was. As Lin Bai predicted, 90% of the teams might be eliminated in the first round. As soon as the teacher announced the start of the competition, all participating students entered the instance in team mode, with each team entering a separate instance. With a shift in perspective, Lin Bai, Yang Su, Su Caixia, and Su Kaiwei found themselves in a small space, with a floor area of only 200 square meters. A ghoul is locked in front of this space, and there is an hourglass in the sky. 3 seconds later, the chains binding the ghoul slowly loosened, and the sand in the hourglass slid down. Clearly, you can only pass this level by killing the ghoul before the sand in the hourglass completely flows to the bottom. It's a level 13 elite ghoul. As Su Kaiwei read aloud the information she had seen, Lin Bai also activated his reconnaissance technique. Monster name, Ghoul. Level, 13. Quality, Elite. Strength, 131. Agility, 140. Constitution, 135. Mental strength, 16. Stamina, 17,500. Magic power, 2,200. Lin Bai estimated that this first round might eliminate about a third of the teams. Amidst a jumble of thoughts, the ghoul charged toward the four of them at breakneck speed. In the 2 weeks, the four had gained a wealth of experience in dealing with ghouls. Yang Su stood at the front, Su Caixia in the second row, and Lin Bai and Su Kaiwei lined up in the last row, forming a 1-1-2 formation. Su Caixia transforms into a druid and unleashes weakening and control-type skills on the ghouls. Su Kaiwei enhances Yang Su's strength and speed. Lin Bai, on the other hand, didn't have to do anything. 2 minutes later, Yang Su successfully killed the ghoul. In fact, if Yang Su had used Lin Bai's holy light bullet, he could have killed the enemy within 20 seconds. However, according to the three of them, Lin Bai, as the team's trump card, should be avoided as much as possible. Because once they enter the finals, all the players' professions will be revealed, and in that case, no one will pay special attention to a C-rank priest. The later Lin Bai's skills are revealed, the greater their chances of winning first place. After slaying the first ghoul, the four were teleported to the next dimension. This space still contains level 13 elite ghouls, but the number has increased from 1 to 3. With Yang Su stopping one ghoul, the other two ghouls attacked Lin Bai and his companions. However, as support classes, Lin Bai and the other two all possess protective skills. However, when using protective skills, they are unable to effectively counterattack, and Yang Su alone is the only one who can kill the ghouls. This is the drawback of a 3-support 1C composition. Although Su Caixia can transform into lion mode, this mode consumes too much magic power and can only be used twice a day at most. After 7 minutes, the three of them made it to the final challenge. The final boss consists of two creatures, a level 14 elite ghoul and a level 14 elite slime. The hourglass time is 10 minutes. Lin Bai's heart sank slightly. In order to get through this hurdle, Su Caixia had used the lion mode in advance. And this was only the selection. How difficult would the finals be? Half an hour later, the qualifying rounds ended, and only 8 teams remained standing on the playground. It seems that the quality of students this year is much better than that of students last year. The vice principal of the East Campus nodded slightly. This year, he had specifically asked the teachers to increase the difficulty of the qualifying rounds, but the number of teams that made it to the finals was still 2 more than last year. This is a good thing for Kyoto University. However, the competition among students will also be more brutal and intense. This is because it means that a team that might have won the championship in the previous edition might not be able to make it into the top 3 in this edition. Are there only 8 teams? Lin Bai's gaze swept over the other 7 teams, noticing that Su Che's team had also made it to the finals. That's normal, since Su Che's team is Su Che, an S-rank Dragon Knight, and the other 3 teammates are all A rank. Unlike Lin Bai's calm demeanor, Su Che was extremely shocked. He wanted to ask why Lin Bai's team, consisting of 3 support players and 1 carry, could reach the finals, especially since they also had a carry-level professional player. Is this reasonable? I knew you were no ordinary person. Counselor Nie Jiawen smiled, her gaze fixed on Lin Bai. Phew, it didn't disappoint me. Sitting next to the principal, Zhang Wanzong breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Bai was recruited with part of his own money. If he didn't even pass the first round, he would lose face big time. I remember when Zhao Fangxue enrolled, she also brought another student with her. Did that student make it to the second round? The vice principal asked Zhang Wanzong beside him, as if he had suddenly remembered this. He's in. The boy in the third line is him. Zhang Wanzong pointed to Lin Bai's location. Oh? Is that him? He seems more mature than other children his age. Teacher Zhang, you have a good eye this time. The vice principal praised him generously. It's because you have a good eye, principal. If you hadn't given me this opportunity to be in charge of admissions, I wouldn't have been able to recruit those 2 for our school, Zhang Wanzong said, subtly flattering him. The principal smiled, then said regretfully, it's a pity that Fang Shui was assigned to the West Campus. Hopefully, this new student can bring some surprises. According to the competition rules, the teams that enter the finals need to play one match against the other 7 teams, and the top 3 teams with the most wins will be the top 3 teams in this competition. When the professions of the members in each squad were revealed, the most attractive ones were not the 3 squads with S-level professions, but Lin Bai's squad with C-level professions. Putting aside the fact that someone actually formed a 3 support 1 carry team, what the heck is this priest? Bringing a priest and they can get into the second round? That's just too illogical. A pastor? The other 7 teams focused their attention on Lin Bai, but after a few glances, they all looked away. He's just a pastor, he's not worth paying attention to. On the contrary, those 3 squads with S-class professionals are their biggest enemies. Lin Bai was also taking a look at the lineup of the S-level professional team, among which the lineup led by Su Che was a standard warrior mage assassin support lineup. The lineup led by Zhang Tianluan consists of 2 warriors, 1 mage, and 1 support. The lineup led by Li Sini consists of 3 warriors and 1 support. Of these 3 teams, the most difficult to deal with is probably Zhang Tianluan's team, followed by Li Sini's team. The reason why Su Che's team was ranked at the bottom was not because Lin Bai had any prejudice against Su Che, but because Su Che did not have a dragon. Is a dragon knight still a dragon knight if he doesn't have a dragon? It's easy to say that Li Sini ranks second, because she is the support player in the team. Even the best S-tier support is still just a support. Unless her skills are as overpowered as Lin Bai's. After analyzing the 3 squads that posed the greatest threat, Lin Bai then looked at the other 4 squads. All 4 squads consisted of A-level professionals, with the most threatening being the squad of 4 warriors, essentially a melee squad. Anyone who has played team games knows that the strength of a melee team lies in its high mobility, as it doesn't need to worry about the backline. However, its disadvantages are equally prominent. It lacks both control and ranged attack capabilities, making it vulnerable to being pulled back and forth. The second biggest threat is a lineup consisting of 2 mages, 1 archer, and 1 warrior. The key to winning against this lineup is whether you can withstand the first round of attacks. If you can withstand them, you win. If you can't, you lose. There's not much to say about the remaining 2 teams. They have balanced lineups and are good at both offense and defense. The draw is about to take place. I wonder which team we'll face first this afternoon. Lin Bai suppressed his inner turmoil and waited quietly for the draw. Chapter 31 First Victory. The first match is between number 3 and number 7. The second match is between number 1 and number 4. The third match is between number 5 and number 6. The fourth match is between number 2 and number 8. As soon as the teacher announced the order of performance, a murmur arose from the audience. That team with the priest was really unlucky. In their first match, they encountered the strongest team besides the 3 S-class teams. Squad 7 is all warriors, and they are the best counter to the 3 support characters of Squad 3. Will face off against Squad 7. Contrary to the opinions of the crowd below the stage, Yang Su looked excited. Lin Bai, you are our team's secret weapon. If I can't hold on, then you can step in, Su Caixia said with her blessing. According to the previously agreed plan, the team had 3 trump cards. The first was one of Yang Su's skills, the second was Su Caixia's Lion Mode, and the last was Lin Bai's healing spell and Holy Light Bullet. In Lin Bai's view, he still had 2 trump cards. One was the damage reflection skill. Although he had tested this skill in front of the 3 people, they did not know that the damage reflected by this skill could ignore defense. Secondly, there is the necromancer, a secondary profession that has never been revealed to anyone since awakening. The teacher called us, let's go on stage. Su Kaiwei gripped the mage's staff with both hands, looking a little nervous. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Bai and his 3 companions walked onto the dueling platform and faced off against the 4 warriors opposite them. We're really lucky. In our first battle, we encountered the weakest of the 7 teams, Lu Wei chuckled. Don't be careless. They managed to get through the final hurdle, so they might have some trump cards we don't know about, Ren Xiaobo said calmly. We can't rule out that possibility, but their team has a priest. No matter how you look at it, we can't possibly lose. Zhou Bin shrugged. When we face them later, we should try to hold back as many of our trump cards as possible. Our goal is to finish in the top 3, Wang Wu suggested. Battle begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the 4 people on the other side changed their clothes and rushed forward at the same time. Their target is the 3 of us. Seeing that one of the opponents had separated to entangle Yang Su while the other 3 approached him, Lin Bai immediately cast Holy Light Protection. Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei were not far behind, each unleashing their defensive skills. Lu Wei, stop holding back, let's finish this quickly. Seeing that Lu Wei was unable to break through the barrier surrounding Lin Bai, Ren Xiaoba urged him on. Lu Wei's face flushed red. He also wanted to hurry up, but the barrier in front of him was incredibly strong, even though he was just a sea-level priest. Open it for me. He roared and swung the sledgehammer with all his might, smashing it down on Lin Bai. Bang! The hammer struck the barrier of holy light, producing only a sound without creating a ripple. Instead, the rebound force from the hammer almost made him lose his grip on it. What the hell is this thing? Lu Wei was horrified. At this point, the weakness of the four warriors became apparent. If there had been a support class, they would have known that Lin Bai was level 13, one level higher than them. The audience members below the stage, due to the distance, were also unable to detect any information about the people on stage. Only teachers can do this. Even if the teacher figured it out, they wouldn't be so bored as to reveal the information to the students in the audience. This led to everyone being unable to understand why Lu Wei was unable to defeat Lin Bai, especially since Lin Bai was using the blue quality staff that Su Kaiwei had borrowed in order to avoid being taken seriously. Lu Wei, hurry up. Ren Xiaoba urged again. Lu Wei had no way to express his grievances, and finally, filled with anger, he said, "You do it." "I'll do it." Ren Xiaoba strode towards Lin Bai, his greatsword slashing relentlessly at the barrier. Clang! With one strike, Ren Xiaoba was stunned. Is this some kind of defensive skill from a C-rank priest? It seems like her defenses are even stronger than the girl next to her. Something's not right. Something's 9/10 not right. Just as he was about to call on Lu Wei to join the attack, Zhou Bin, who was responsible for holding off Yang Su, said anxiously, "Send someone over to help me, I can't hold them off any longer." Although Zhou Bin and Yang Su are both A-level professions and both are warriors, Yang Su has the skill enhancement from Su Kaiwei. Under these circumstances, Zhou Bin alone is naturally no match for Yang Su. Go help Zhou Bin first. Ren Xiaoba changed his mind and took Lu Wei with him to support Zhou Bin. 3 people fought against Yang Su, while the remaining person kept attacking Su Caixia, preventing her from supporting Yang Su. Facing the 3 of them, Yang Su was immediately at a disadvantage, but this also gave Lin Bai and Su Kaiwei time to make their move. Use that one. Yang Su shouted, and Lin Bai and Su Kaiwei understood immediately. Just as Yang Su raised his giant sword, the 2 of them simultaneously released their buff skills. Power of Glory. Yang Su was completely enveloped in light, and his aura continued to rise. Oh no, get out of there! Ren Xiaoba's expression changed drastically, and he tried to dodge to the side. But as soon as I took a step, I felt a tremendous force hit me. Yang Su gripped his sword with both hands, making a thrusting motion into the ground. A ring of golden light rippled outwards at an extremely fast speed, striking Ren Xiaoba and the other 2. This is a skill Yang Su learned at level 10. It can both increase the buffs he receives and be converted into an attack skill, allowing him to unleash a barrage of attacks. This skill can be considered one of the core skills of the Honor Knight. The more it is amplified, the greater its power. This is one of the reasons why Yang Su teamed up with Lin Bai and his 2 companions. In an instant, Ren Xiaoba and Lu Wei lost the ability to continue fighting, leaving only Zhou Bin, who was also seriously injured. 2 minutes later, the battle ended, and Lin Bai's team won their first victory. This surprised the audience for quite a while, but also gave them a sense of expectation. Ren Xiaoba and his team underestimated their opponent. They knew the other side had a glory knight, yet they foolishly went to surround and attack him. The correct approach is to eliminate the 3 support characters first, but the problem lies with Lu Wei. If he could defeat Lin Bai immediately, he could help the others sooner. Later, Ren Xiaoba also went to help Lu Wei, but for some reason, he also failed to break through Lin Bai's defense. This became a point of doubt in the minds of all the other 6 teams. Even though Holy Light Protection paid great attention to defense, after all, the priest was only a C-rank class. This final result should not have happened. Knowing the range and power of Yang Su's skill, everyone was on guard, but they still didn't take Lin Bai's team too seriously. After all, if they could dodge Yang Su's skill, Lin Bai and his 3 companions would become lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 32 Su Caishia's highlight moment. After the first match ended, Lin Bai did not leave the arena, but sat in the audience with Yang Su and the other 2. The next battle is between 2 teams with S-rank professions, Team 1, led by Su Che, and Team 4, led by Zhang Tianluan. Lin Bai stayed behind to find out the relative strengths of the 2 teams. This distance is just right for the final battle. Lin Bai calmly released his reconnaissance technique, his gaze sweeping over each of the 8 people. Apart from Su Che and Zhang Tianluan, the rest of the people are all level 12, with only 2 at level 13. In terms of the 4 attributes, the 2 are almost the same. However, considering that Su Che's team is less likely to lose without the dragon, it is more likely. As soon as the battle began, Su Che and Zhang Tianluan immediately sought each other out. Su Che's weapon is an epic level spear, while Zhang Tianluan's weapon is an epic level longsword. There is no difference in quality. Soon, the battle between the two reached its climax. However, as time went on, Su Che gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. At this point, the drawback of not being able to fully exert the strength of an S-rank profession became apparent. However, this also gave everyone a clear understanding of the gap between a level and S-level professions. It's no exaggeration to say that if Su Che hadn't blocked Zhang Tianluan, who was also an S-rank, Zhang Tianluan could have defeated his 3 teammates by himself, or even wiped out a 4-person team composed entirely of A-rank professionals. Holy crap, these two are too strong. Watching the fight between the two, Yang Su clicked his tongue in amazement. He is indeed strong, but we may still have a chance to win. Su Caixia glanced at Lin Bai out of the corner of her eye. Without Lin Bai, she would definitely not have any hope, but now, she felt that she could give it a try. Su Kaiwei didn't say a word, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at Lin Bai beside her. The outcome will be decided soon. Lin Bai spoke up to remind the 3 of them. On the field, Su Che was completely at a disadvantage, being beaten without any chance to fight back. If nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. In order to help Su Che turn the tide, Wei Yaxin, an assassin, abandoned her opponent, grabbed a dagger, and came up behind Zhang Tianluan. Zhang Tianluan retaliated with his long sword, slashing at the dagger. Wei Yaxin was forced back by the force of the blow, and as soon as she stopped, her former opponent pressed a long sword against her neck from behind. After eliminating Wei Yaxin, the boy then helped his teammates eliminate 2 other people. In the end, only Su Che was left in Squad 1. We concede defeat, Su Che said, unwilling and helpless. As night fell, all 4 battles of the first day came to an end. The 4 teams that won their first battles were Team 3, which included Lin Bai Team 4, which included Zhang Tianluan Team 5, which included Li Sini in Team 8, which consisted of 2 mages, 1 archer, and 1 warrior. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the champion should be one of these 4 teams. Of course, in everyone's eyes, Team 4 and Team 5 have the best chance of winning the championship. As for Team 3 and Team 8, where Lin Bai is located, it is questionable whether they can even make it into the top 4. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the 8 teams stood on the playground again, waiting for the results of the draw. This time, it wasn't the first time Lin Bai's team had appeared, but they were facing off against Su Che's Team 1. For the sake of being classmates, I'll give you some face. You can admit defeat on your own, Su Che said, chin held high, exuding an air of superiority. Don't even think about it. Yang Su retorted directly, not tolerating Su Che at all. Heh, then you can wait to be beaten to a pulp by me. Su Che sneered twice, his gaze fixed on Lin Bai, seemingly still reminiscing about being humiliated yesterday. The first battle began quickly, with Li Sini's squad number 5 facing off against squad number 7, which consisted of 4 soldiers. As expected, Team 5 won their second victory. It's our turn. Lin Bai, Yang Su, and the other 2 stepped onto the dueling platform. At the same time, Su Che and his 3 teammates also stood on the other side of the dueling platform. Battle begins. As soon as the referee finished his announcement, Su Che eagerly charged forward with his rare quality spear, while his 3 teammates remained in place, as if they had planned it all along, leaving Su Che to deal with Lin Bai and his 3 teammates alone. Damn it, this guy is really looking down on us. With Su Caiwei's skill boost, Yang Su cursed and swore as he faced Su Che. Just as Su Caixia was about to transform, Lin Bai pulled her back. If you transform now, Su Che and his teammates will be on guard. Once Yang Su lures Su Che over, you can suddenly transform and perhaps reduce his fighting strength before his teammates arrive to provide support. You're so cunning. Su Caixia gave Lin Bai a deep look. Are you mocking me or praising me? Lin Bai calculated the distance. If Yang Su could lure Su Che over here, Su Caixia and Yang Su would have at least 2 to 3 seconds to engage in a 2-on-1 fight. Although the time may seem short, neither Yang Su nor Su Caixia are level professionals who can be judged by conventional standards, giving them enough time to work together and unleash a small burst of power. Ahead, Yang Su was still wondering why Su Caixia hadn't transformed. He realized that he was no match for Su Che on his own. In this situation, he could only fight and retreat, moving closer to where Lin Bai and the other two were. Lin Bai and his two companions continued to retreat, moving towards the edge of the dueling platform. The others, unaware that Su Caixia had a combat mode, assumed that Lin Bai's team was about to lose when they saw this. Just as Su Che had caught up with Yang Su and reached the edge of the dueling platform, Su Caixia suddenly rushed forward and transformed into her lion mode. This transformation, something's not right. Su Che's three teammates immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to help him, but it was too late. Yang Su, use your move. After Lin Bai reminded Yang Su, he and Su Kaiwei used their enhancement skills one after the other. Yang Su seemed to have guessed what was going to happen next, and his face instantly turned excited. Power of Glory. A burst of golden light erupted, centered on the giant sword in Yang Su's hand. Su Che reacted instantly, slamming his spear forward and cleaving a gap in the golden light. Almost at the same time, Su Caixia, having completed her transformation, appeared diagonally in front of Su Che and punched him in the abdomen. You think you can hurt me? Although surprised by Su Caixia's transformation, Su Che did not believe that Su Caixia could hurt him. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a tremendous force coming from his lower abdomen, and his stomach felt like it was churning. Bang bang bang! Su Caixia's fists moved so fast they left afterimages, causing Su Che to sway from side to side. Enough! Su Che roared, and golden light burst forth from his body, but in the next instant, he was punched in the face by Su Caixia. The force of that punch was so great that it knocked Su Che off the dueling platform. The audience fell silent, still trying to process what had happened. A few seconds later, a chorus of doubts arose, as people found it hard to believe that Su Che had been defeated so easily. Also, what's the story behind Su Caixia's transformation? But before they could think too much about it, Su Caixia and Yang Su simultaneously attacked Su Che's remaining three teammates. 1 minute later, the remaining three were rendered unable to fight. They won already? That's fucking fake. Can anyone tell me what's going on with Su Caixia's transformation? Aren't receivers supposed to be support classes? Why is she stronger than Yang Su in combat? It turns out that Su Caixia is the key player in their team. The members of the other 6 teams all turned their attention to Su Caixia, trying to discern something. Lin Bai, however, kept a low profile like a nobody, secretly relieved, thinking that it was fortunate that Su Che was overconfident, otherwise his teammate's scouting spell would have exposed his level 13 prematurely. Chapter 33. Is this a healing spell? Sis, you were amazing just now. As soon as she stepped off the dueling platform, Su Kaiwei excitedly grabbed Su Caixia's little hand and jumped and spun around. Su Caixia smiled, clearly satisfied with her performance. I really want to join too. Yang Su's eyes widened at the sight of the two sisters jumping around so energetically. You could try wearing white stockings and see if you can join in, Lin Bai suggested. Damn it! Can we please stop talking about this? Yang Xuxing said, utterly dejected. Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. What's there to be happy about? If I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have been able to win at all. Su Che glared fiercely at the four of them, his face practically screaming, I'm not convinced. So, it's our fault? Lin Bai retorted without even looking at him. Su Che's face changed from red to white, then back to red, fully demonstrating what it means to change one's expression, before he left without looking back. In the afternoon, Lin Bai and his 3 teammates faced off against Team 6, and easily won the match thanks to the attacks of Yang Su and Su Caixia. The following day, they faced Team 2 in the morning and won. In the afternoon, they will face off against Team 5, which includes Li Sini. Seeing this arrangement, Su Che couldn't help but mock, you'll all be waiting to lose in a moment. Lin Bai looked at him with a smile. What are you laughing at? Su Che felt uncomfortable under her gaze. You'll find out after the game. Upon hearing his team called, Lin Bai stood up and walked to the dueling platform with Yang Su and the other 2. The 4 victories proved Lin Bai's team's abilities and sparked great interest among the audience, but they still didn't believe that Lin Bai's team could beat Li Sini's team. There's nothing we can do. We were lucky to win against Su Che's team yesterday. Moreover, Li Sini's team defeated Su Che's team that morning. Old Bai, we're counting on you in a bit. Having witnessed Li Sini's prowess, Yang Su pinned all his hopes for victory on Lin Bai. I'll draw their attention. Su Caixia changed her position and stood next to Yang Su, as if she was about to switch into battle mode at any moment. Come on. Su Kaiwei whispered words of encouragement to Lin Bai. However, as soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Li Sini on the other side used a reconnaissance skill to target Lin Bai alone. Level 13? Li Sini exclaimed in surprise. She had sensed that something was wrong with Lin Bai for a long time. He hadn't really made a move in the previous battles, as if he were dispensable, which made everyone subconsciously ignore him. But the more he acted this way, the more mysterious she felt Lin Bai was. The reconnaissance skill immediately confirmed her guess. Lin Bai was indeed extraordinary. A C-level priest was actually higher in rank than the other three A-level professions. Therefore, Lin Bai is very likely the real trump card of Team 3, and Su Caixia was just pushed out to cover up Lin Bai. She told her three teammates the results of the detection, and the three teammates immediately looked at Lin Bai with surprise, seemingly shocked by the result as well. What? Level 13? The conversation on stage was caught by the audience, and Su Che suddenly stood up. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. So we were found out after all? Now that he had been discovered, Lin Bai abandoned his idea of a surprise attack, took out a set of epic equipment from his professional space, and completed the transformation. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why does Lin Bai have a set of epic level equipment? The students in Class 1 couldn't sit still. They had always thought that Lin Bai got into the class through connections, but when they saw his epic equipment, they instantly changed their minds because the style of the epic equipment was exactly the same as the school's subsidized equipment. In the East Campus, only Su Che, Jiang Tianluan, and Li Sini were eligible to receive epic equipment subsidized by the school. Now that they see Lin Bai also has a set of epic level equipment, how could they possibly sit still? TSK tisk. Yang Su let out a laugh that had no clear meaning. Even without looking, he knew that the expressions on his classmates' faces were exactly the same as when he first saw Lin Bai take out the epic level equipment, shock mixed with disbelief. I just wanted to find a wingman to pick up girls, but who would have thought I would unintentionally latch onto a powerful figure? Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei also smiled. If it weren't for winning the championship, they would have wanted to prove Lin Bai's innocence long ago. There were always people in the class who looked down on Lin Bai, and they were probably dumbfounded now. Take care of Lin Bai first. Li Sini raised her hand and released two skills, a buff and a shield. Lin Bai was targeted by his three companions at the same time. Old Bai, it's up to you now. Yang Su revealed a wicked smile. After hiding it for so long, he could finally let others feel his pain. Lin Bai raised his hand and released three healing spells in succession, enveloping Li Sini's three teammates. Healing spell? This was the first time Li Sini had ever seen a healing spell cast without being touched. What puzzled her was why Lin Bai would cast a healing spell on his companion. Was it misplaced? But she soon found out why. Because another healing spell, which ignored the shield, landed on her. 2 seconds later, she unconsciously squeezed her legs together, her face flushed red as if it were about to bleed, filled with both shame and anger. Despicable. I don't understand what you're talking about. Lin Bai blinked innocently. Li Sini took a deep breath and cast a purification spell on herself, but to her shock, the purification spell did not work. What kind of evil magic is this? Stop slandering me, this is a legitimate healing technique, Lin Bai said seriously. You call this proper? Li Sini felt like killing someone. What kind of priest's healing spell would make someone feel the urge to urinate? What is this if not evil magic? A swift and decisive victory. Li Sini's three teammates, holding their urine, were filled with fighting spirit and determined to defeat Lin Bai's team within 3 minutes. However, Yang Su and Su Caixia in her lion form were not to be underestimated either. Although Li Sini's buff skills are stronger, they can't compete with Lin Bai's unorthodox skills. With just one holy light blast, Li Sini's teammates lost their fighting spirit, muttering things like "I was wrong," "I repent," and "I'm not human." When they came to their senses, they were hit by attacks from Yang Su or Su Caixia, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that because of those 2 seconds of lapse in concentration, they almost wet their pants in public. I was holding it in, and then I was suddenly thrown into a relaxed state of repentance. Who could stand that? I can't take it anymore, I give up. One by one, Li Sini's teammates jumped off the dueling platform, as if they had made up their minds, and ran wildly towards the teaching building without looking back. All competitions and rankings became insignificant under the overwhelming urge to urinate. You can lose the game, you can give up your ranking, but you absolutely cannot wet your pants in public. They've only just started university, and they don't want to lose their right to choose a partner in public. Lin Bai, I'll remember you. Li Sini blushed and glared at Lin Bai fiercely before admitting defeat. She stepped off the dueling platform and walked quickly and gracefully toward the teaching building. What happened? They won already? The audience couldn't understand. All he had was a healing spell, so why was he giving up? Even if it's a fixed match, it can't be this fake. This. The teacher acting as referee was also bewildered, but since Lee Sinny's team had already left the field, he announced that Lin Bai's team had won the match. You won so easily? Su Saixia was a little taken aback. She thought that even if Lin Bai used these two skills, it would be a tough battle, but the reality was quite the opposite. Is this skill really that weird? She felt a wave of fear, thankful that she hadn't let Lin Bai treat her back then. Su Saiwei's thoughts were the opposite of hers. At this moment, she was blushing and stealing glances at Lin Bai, showing a desire to try out the healing technique. Lin Bai stepped down from the stage, returned to his original position, and looked at Su Che. For some reason, Su Che felt a burning pain in his cheeks. Damn! I got slapped in the face again. Chapter 34, How did you win before even putting in your full effort? Many people were curious as to why Lin Bai's healing spell won the match, so they asked Lee Sinny for the reason after she returned. Lee Sinny, being a girl, was naturally embarrassed to say things like she needed to pee, but her three teammates had no such concerns. While explaining the reason to everyone, they cursed Lin Bai as a beast. After learning the reason, everyone exclaimed that he was a beast. Someone is seriously competing with you on stage, and you make them need to pee. What are you if not an animal? Some people even put Lin Bai on their list of people not to be messed with. It wasn't that they were afraid of Lin Bai, but they felt that a priest with the ability to urinate was just too strange. Zhang Tianluan, what about tomorrow's battle? Zhang Tianluan's teammates couldn't help but worry about tomorrow's battle, because they had already won 5 matches and would definitely face Lin Bai's team on the final day. Zhang Tianluan wasn't worried at all, and said confidently, "We will win." On the last afternoon, the freshman competition reached its climax. Currently, only Lin Bai's team and Zhang Tianluan's team remain undefeated, so the final champion will definitely be one of these two teams. Without realizing it, we've already secured the top 2 spots. Su Saixia's gaze was complicated. When Yang Su brought Lin Bai to ask her and her sister to team up, she never thought about winning a prize. But as they came, they were now just one step away from first place. Lin Bai deserves at least 90% of the credit for getting to where we are today. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that. Lin Bai touched his cheek narcissistically. In stark contrast to Su Saixia's speechlessness, Su Kaiwei whispered, "He really is handsome." Ugh. A sound of vomiting came from the side. Su Che was rolling his eyes wildly. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. What? You're not convinced by my looks? What's the use of being handsome? I'll only be convinced if you can get first place. Ever since Lin Bai outshone him, Su Che has wanted to make sarcastic remarks whenever he sees Lin Bai. Then you'll just have to wait and see how I show off my skills. This time it's impossible. Su Che thought to himself, there was no way Lin Bai could defeat Zhang Tianluan's team. To make the competition more exciting, the match between the two teams was scheduled as the last game. On the dueling stage, the two sides faced off fiercely. Whoever won this final match would be the champion of the East Campus freshman competition. The match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Yang Su and his 2 companions protected Lin Bai at the very back. Their tactic was to stall until the 4 opponents were forced to leave the dueling arena after being hit by Lin Bai's healing spell. The opposing team's strategy was to eliminate Lin Bai as quickly as possible. The opposing support unleashed all their buff skills on Zhang Tianluan. The opposing mage started with his most powerful skill, while the warrior was held in Zhang Tianluan's hand, serving as a human shield. 6. Lin Bai complained, but he had to admit that with a tank like Zhang Tianluan, healing spells were indeed unable to hit him. What should we do? Yang Su was getting anxious. Given Zhang Tianluan's fighting prowess, they couldn't possibly hold him off for long. 5 seconds. Zhang Tianluan suddenly said a number. What? Yang Su looked bewildered. 5. Zhang Tianluan began the countdown. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body crackled with electricity, and he rapidly closed the distance between the two teams. At this moment, Yang Su finally understood that the number Zhang Tianluan mentioned meant that he and the others would be eliminated within 5 seconds. Damn! That's such a show-off. Yang Su was furious on the spot. When he saw Zhang Tianluan coming in front of him, he swung his greatsword down at Zhang Tianluan. 4. A large amount of lightning climbed onto the longsword in Zhang Tianluan's hand, and the two weapons collided head-on without any fancy moves. At the same time, 2 vines appeared where Zhang Tianluan was standing, which was a control skill released by Su Saixia. But the next second, Yang Su's feet left the ground, and he flew straight out of the dueling arena. Upon seeing this, Su Saixia's pupils constricted, and she was about to deactivate her druid mode and transform into lion mode. But it was too late. Zhang Tianluan was simply too fast. 3. Zhang Tianluan's voice reached her ears, and before she could transform, she was slashed away by Zhang Tianluan's sword. Stop! Stop now! As Su Saixia retreated, her feet remained firmly planted on the ground, but she was still dragged off the dueling platform by the immense force exerted on her. It's over. Her heart turned cold. The first place, so close yet so far, was gone. 2. Zhang Tianluan shattered Su Saiwei's shield with a single sword strike, and the force of the blow sent Su Kaiwei staggering back out of the arena. 1. Zhang Tianluan revealed a confident smile. He had won this battle. The long sword struck the light escape technique on Lin Bai's body. With a loud bang, Lin Bai didn't move. Zhang Tianluan's smile gradually disappeared. He hadn't even managed to cut through a C-level professional's defensive skill. Was that reasonable? 0. Lin Bai blinked innocently and called out the last number for Zhang Tianluan, and then? Holy crap! Old Bai actually blocked Zhang Tianluan's attack. Yang Su, who had fallen off the dueling platform, opened his eyes wide and blurted out a classic Chinese phrase. He even asked them what happened next. How despicable! It's blocked? Hope rekindled in Su Saiwei's eyes as she looked at Su Saixia. Perhaps we still have a chance to win. Although Su Saixia was also shocked that Lin Bai had blocked Zhang Tianluan's attack, she still smiled wryly and said, "Do you think Lin Bai can withstand an attack from 4 people at the same time?" Su Saiwei's face fell again. I was quite surprised that you were able to block my attack. Zhang Tianluan spoke calmly, as if he were talking about something insignificant. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. That bastard Lin Bai had actually raised his hand and cast a healing spell while he was speaking. At such close range, and without any warning, he fell victim to the attack. You son of a bitch! Feeling the pressure coming from his lower body, Zhang Tianluan became furious and slashed at Lin Bai's holy light protection with his sword, but he still couldn't break through it. If they attack together, I don't believe he can withstand the attack of 4 people. Seeing that the other 3 were also attacking him, Lin Bai added a layer of counter damage to himself. The attack struck the holy light's protection, and the rebound caused the 4 people to grimace in pain. Normally, this pain wouldn't be unbearable, but with the urge to urinate, it was unbearable. Lu Yu, give us a shield. Lu Yu, who was the support among the 4, immediately used a shield-type skill upon hearing this. Let's see what other ideas you have. Zhang Tianluan's smile twisted as he slashed at Lin Bai's shield with his sword, wincing in pain. This is really weird. The shield can't even prevent damage or reflect damage? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Bai didn't say a word. His damage reflection was upgraded by the system, and it reflected true damage. Shields were useless. To offset it, one would need to have a very high constitution attribute or use a healing skill to offset the damage. However, according to his observation, the support roles in all 8 squads were mostly control-oriented. Ha, so you all look down on pastors. Now you know how powerful a priest is. Lin Bai grinned at Zhang Tianluan, which made Zhang Tianluan's bladder ache with anger. I can't hit them, and I can't drag this out either. Damn, this is so frustrating. The thought of missing out on first place because of needing to urinate was worse than killing him. You don't have much time left. Lin Bai started whistling, his voice high-pitched and rapid. Upon closer listening, it turned out to be the melody of high mountains and flowing water. Can you even be a human being? Every time the whistle blew up, Zhang Tianluan would gloat, until finally his face turned red, and he jumped off the dueling platform without saying a word. Don't go. If you're a man, fight me another 800 rounds. Lin Bai said, still wanting more. Zhang Tianluan clenched his fists, pretending not to hear. You won already? Su Saixia felt like she was dreaming. Just a moment ago, she thought it was impossible to win, but Lin Bai took on 4 opponents and completed a magnificent comeback. Sis, we won. Su Kaiwei excitedly hugged Su Saixia, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Lin Bai. Yes, we won. Su Saixia stared intently at Lin Bai. Although Lin Bai hadn't defeated Zhang Tianluan with any real strength, for some reason, she felt that Lin Bai, standing on the dueling platform, was very handsome and charming, as if he were radiating light. He's really handsome. Sister, what did you say? Nothing. Yang Su, who was standing next to him, kept exclaiming holy crap, until Lin Bai stepped off the dueling platform. He quickly went up to him and said, "Old Bai, you're awesome. You should have said so earlier. I was worried about you for so long." "This is nothing, I haven't even started yet," Lin Bai chuckled. "You're just bragging," Yang Su said dismissively. "Don't believe me then, where's Su Che?" Lin Bai looked at the spot where Su Che had been sitting and found it empty. Little did they know, Su Che, sensing the danger, had already hidden himself away. Chapter 35 Choosing Skills. At 4 p.m., an award ceremony was held at the East Campus. Lin Bai and Yang Su, Su Caixia, and Su Kaiwei, as the first-place team, each received a reward of 3,000 points. Outside the playground, Tang Jinxian hurriedly pulled Qin Ning alone. They had a lot of classes these past 2 days and missed many matches. Even the time to watch the awards ceremony was spent sneaking out under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Wow! Lin Bai and his team really got first place. Tang Jinxian opened her mouth in surprise, racking her brains but unable to figure out how a C-level priest and 3 A-level professionals could defeat a team with an S-level professional. "You don't seem very surprised." She glanced at Qin Ning and noticed that apart from a slight smile on his lips, Qin Ning appeared quite calm. "I already knew the result." Qin Ning took out her phone, and the screen showed her chat history with Lin Bai. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You made me worry for nothing." Tang Jinxian grumbled, then suddenly tugged at Qin Ning's arm and pointed to where Feng Shui was standing. TSK, Feng Shui is here to watch the award ceremony too. She seems to care a lot about Lin Bai. That's normal, she's Lin Bai's friend." Qin Ning glanced at Feng Shui. Feng Shui seemed to notice Qin Ning's gaze and nodded slightly to him. Qin Ning nodded slightly as a greeting. Tang Jinxuan's gaze swept back and forth between the two, sensing a subtle atmosphere. Last time when Lin Bai was here, the two had chatted for a while, but this time, without Lin Bai, they didn't even seem to have the intention to talk. TSK. She's Lin Bai's friend, and what about you?" Tang Jinxian seemed to be deliberately stirring up trouble. "I'm Lin Bai's older sister," Qin Ning said, tapping Tang Jinxian on the head in the most normal tone. "They're not even related by blood," Tang Jinxian muttered under her breath. "What did you say?" "I didn't say anything." "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Please choose 2 of the following 3 platinum skills." The system's voice came through my ear. Lin Bai did not make a choice immediately. Instead, he had a celebratory dinner with Yang Su and the other 2, and only started making his selection after returning to the apartment. Undead Fire Platinum summons an unquenchable undead fire that continuously burns. The target duration depends on mana supply. Undead Fire can also be used to enhance undead summons. Mana Drain Platinum drains mana from targets you kill or those you summon undead creatures to replenish your own mana. Death Strike Platinum condenses the death energy hovering in the void to strike the target. The denser the death energy in the void, the higher the damage dealt to the target. It is also affected by the player's mental and magical power. Choose 2 out of 3. Honestly, all 3 skills are very powerful, and Lin Bai wants them all. However, you can only choose 2. Which 2 should I choose? First of all, the Undead Fire skill is definitely needed. Lin Bai is drawn to its inextinguishable characteristic. What does inextinguishable mean? It means that external force or water cannot extinguish the undead fire. As long as magic power is continuously provided, the undead fire can continue to burn, unless the level of the external force is much higher than the level of the undead fire. Lin Bai also really wanted the mana drain skill. If he had enough mana, the undead fire could even burn indefinitely. But thinking about it carefully, restoring mana wasn't exclusive to necromancers. Priests also had mana restoration skills. Finally, there's the Death Strike skill. Priests desperately need powerful damage-dealing skills, so this skill is essential. After some consideration, Lin Bai chose the skills Undead Fire and Death Strike. On Friday, as Lin Bai walked into the classroom, he glanced at Su Che as he passed by. Although he didn't say anything, Su Che felt like he'd been shown up again. Damn it, I'm clearly an S-class professional, so why am I always the one being shown off so closely? Su Che was very unhappy about this. According to the law of conservation of energy, happiness does not disappear, it simply transfers to other people. Lin Bai was in a pleasant mood early in the morning. You guys aren't watching something unhealthy, are you? Noticing Yang Su and several other boys gathered around a phone, their faces a mixture of lust and lewdness, Lin Bai moved aside. He disdained associating with these filthy guys. If you can't watch it in the classroom, wouldn't it be better to go back to your apartment and watch it secretly by yourself? Are you talking about the ranking of the freshman campus beauties? Yang Su looked at Lin Bai with a puzzled expression, not understanding why Lin Bai was looking at him with disdain. Ahem, are you guys looking at the freshman beauty ranking? Has the list been compiled yet? Lin Bai coughed twice, picked up a stool, and joined in. In college, pretty girls are always one of the most popular topics of discussion. In just 2 weeks, some perverts have already compiled a list of the most beautiful new students at the 4 branch campuses. Of course, to be a school beauty, one must not only be good looking, but also have excellent abilities. So, unsurprisingly, Feng Shui was listed as one of the school beauties. However, since she rarely appeared in public except for a few times in the audience of the freshman competition, her popularity was not very high. The most popular girl right now is Lin Ruiying. Her profile says she's from the North Campus, has an S-level profession, and won first place in the freshman competition. The second most popular girl is Liang Yi, from the South Campus, and is also an S-level professional. Because she came in second in the freshman competition, her popularity is slightly lower than that of Lin Ruiying, who came in first. The remaining school beauties are all about the same level of popularity. Among them, the campus beauties of the East Campus are the twin sisters Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei, and Li Sini, an S-level professional support. It turns out the school beauty was right beside me. After glancing at it a few times, Lin Bai found it utterly uninteresting. Hearing this, the surrounding boys were incredibly jealous. You think you're so great? You're awesome? You have 5 school beauties around you? You're not even human. After class, Lin Bai went to the Infinite Dungeon located in the North Campus. He planned to test the power of his 2 newly acquired skills in the Endless Dungeon and earn some points along the way. In the exchange hall, there is an item called Experience Stone. Its effect is to grant an extra 10% experience when killing monsters in dungeons, and it can be used up to level 20. Experience stones, which can increase the speed of leveling up, are very expensive, costing 22,000 each. He planned to acquire an experience stone, but he was short on points. I had 30,000 points before, and after lending 22,000 to Qin Ning, I had 8,000 left. I got 3,000 points for winning the competition, and Qin Ning paid back 1,000 a couple of days ago. I currently have 12,000 points in total. In other words, you need 10,000 more points to buy experience stones. Lin Bai, did you come alone? Hearing someone call his name, Lin Bai looked up and realized that he was surrounded by a group of people, all of whom looked as excited as if they had seen a beautiful woman. You don't want to team up with me, do you? Due to the imbalance in class strength, the Infinite Dungeon is designed to be accessible to a maximum of 2 players, with the difficulty increasing when 2 players are involved. However, the difficulty of advancement varies depending on the profession. If the difficulty of clearing a level is 1 for 1 warrior and 2 for 2 warriors, then the difficulty of clearing a level with 1 warrior and an assistant is around 1.4 or 1.5. In this situation, teaming up with a support player is undoubtedly the most cost-effective option. As the top support player in the freshman competition who could take on 4 opponents and still manage a comeback, Lin Bai naturally became a hot commodity in the eyes of others. Everyone who knew Lin Bai wanted to team up with him. This resulted in more people surrounding Lin Bai than surrounding the school beauty. Oh, my damned, irresistible charm. Being named the school beauty is something to be happy about for a girl like Liang Yi. However, Liang Yi also has a problem. She has her eye on a prop, but she doesn't have enough points to use it. So, she set out to conquer the Endless Dungeon. The first 2 levels of the Infinite Dungeon were very easy for her, the 3rd level was a bit difficult, the 4th level was of medium difficulty, the 5th level was very difficult but she still managed to pass it, but she just couldn't get past the 6th level no matter what, always falling short by a hair's breadth. She also found an A-level support player in the team, but it was still just a little bit lacking. This feeling is incredibly frustrating. Even though she still couldn't afford the item after passing this hurdle, she was like a gambler obsessed with something. If she couldn't pass this hurdle, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Just then, she saw Lin Bai surrounded by a group of people. The fact that a boy was more popular than the school beauty piqued her curiosity. Hey buddy, do you know that guy? She walked to Lin Bai's vicinity and asked a boy. When the boy saw that it was a pretty girl who was talking to him and calling him little brother, he was overjoyed and excitedly blurted out everything he knew. You mean Lin Bai? He was the support player on the team that won first place in the freshman competition in our East Campus. Everyone wants to team up with him. What's his profession? Is he very skilled? Priest. A priest? That's C-rank professional priest? Yes, but you'd better not underestimate him just because he's a priest. In the freshman competition, he single-handedly took on a team with S-rank professionals. The boy briefly summarized Lin Bai's achievements, leaving Liang Yi stunned. Especially when she heard that Lin Bai's healing would make people feel the urge to urinate, she subconsciously clenched her legs. However, when she heard that Lin Bai had single-handedly achieved a magnificent counter-kill, her eyes lit up. Wasn't this the support teammate she was looking for? If I can team up with Lin Bai, I'm sure I can get through the 6th level. Thank you so much for telling me all this, young man. You're welcome. Beautiful, can I add you on social media? You can ask me any questions you have in the future. Hey bro, my phone's dead, maybe next time. After rejecting the boy, Liang Yi went straight to Lin Bai. Lin Bai, team up with me. I'm an A-level warrior, I can definitely protect you. Call me, and I can be your girlfriend. Call me, and I'll introduce you to my girlfriend. Damn, this is getting more and more outrageous. Nobody wants to team up with you guys. Lin Bai walked towards the entrance of the infinite dungeon without saying a word, his face stiff. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from beside me. Hey bro, I heard you're really good. Can I team up with you? Lin Bai turned his head and saw a girl with a pure and innocent appearance standing smiling beside him. She was wearing a white short-sleeved top and a black short skirt. Her fair and slender legs were straight and without any excess fat. She was wearing black leather shoes, and she looked very pleasing to the eye. Huh? Isn't this the school beauty who's second most popular? Lin Bai vaguely remembered her, but couldn't recall her name. Hey bro, is that okay? Liang Yi clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands, her big eyes looking pitiful. Handsome? Lin Bai was silent for a few seconds, then laughed and said, no. The school beauty doesn't have many more penises. Doesn't she know that Mr. Lin only gets things done for personal gain? If the system doesn't issue tasks, it won't work no matter who comes. Chapter 36, has his strength been exposed? You were rejected? Liang Yi stared wide-eyed for several seconds before accepting the fact. You should know that she is always the one who refuses others, never the other way around. This was the first time she had been rejected. She was unwilling to give up and wanted to find Lin Bai again, only to discover that Lin Bai had already entered the infinite dungeon. Is he planning to solo the endless dungeon by himself? Liang Yi shook her head. Even after hearing about Lin Bai's achievements, she didn't believe that Lin Bai could solo the infinite dungeon by himself. After all, no matter how powerful Lin Bai was, he was still just a priest. The priest doesn't have high damage skills, and the monsters in the dungeon aren't afraid of holding their pee or anything like that, nor are they afraid of dying like humans. At most, we can only get to the 3rd level. Liang Yi decided to wait for Lin Bai here. Once Lin Bai was hit hard by reality, he would naturally obediently team up with her. Just wait and see how I handle you, little Lin Bai. Don't even think about escaping my grasp. With a shift in his gaze, Lin Bai entered a hazy, gray space. He stood on a huge platform that was suspended in mid-air without any support, with no obstructions around him and the bottomless abyss below. If you fall off the platform or are killed by a monster, the challenge is considered a failure. Of course, the killing here is not a real killing. Welcome to the Infinite Dungeon, Level 1. A mechanical voice came from the air, and a blue 6-pointed star appeared on the ground. A small red sprite with its body floating in mid-air emerged from it. Lin Bai threw a reconnaissance spell forward. Monster Race, Beginner Fire Elemental. Level, 11. Quality, Elite. Strength, 78. Agility, 72. Physical Fitness, 70. Mental Strength, 16. Stamina, 8,000. Magic Power, 1,800. This first level is quite simple. Lin Bai made a grasping motion with his hand, and the mage's staff appeared in his hand. With a light tap of his staff, 2 ghostly creatures appeared on either side of him. Monster Race, Undead. Level, 13. Quality, Elite. Strength, 105. Agility, 121. Physical Fitness, 100. Mental Strength, 20. Stamina, 13,300. Magic Power, 2,550. Characteristic, Fearless of Death. Skill Silver, Bite. Whether it's the four-dimensional attributes or other attributes, the undead summoned by Lin Bai are superior to the novice fire spirits. Moreover, the undead also come with the silver skill bite. Lin Bai pointed his mage's staff at the sprite, and the two undead received the command and flew to the low-level fire sprite at top speed, piercing it with their claws. Congratulations on passing the first level. You have earned 100 points. Only 100? That's too little. Lin Bai clicked his tongue, but thinking about it, it made sense. This first level was practically a freebie. Getting 100 points would be pretty good. After the novice fire sprite died, the six-pointed star on the ground lit up again, and the number 2 appeared in the sky. A moment later, an owl-like monster flew out of the six-pointed star. But as soon as it emerged, it was torn in two by the undead. As Lin Bai cleared more levels, the third, fourth, and fifth, the number of undead around him also increased. It's not difficult at all. Up until the sixth level, a minotaur with a solid, muscular body emerged from the six-pointed star. Monster race, Minotaur. Level, 13. Quality, General. Lin Bai lightly tapped the void with his staff, and the number of undead around him surged to 10. Although there is a small difference in stats between the two sides, the undead are fearless and will try to tear off a piece of flesh from the Minotaur in the last second before they are destroyed. And whenever a dead spirit disappears, a new one will appear in the void to take its place. 2.5 minutes later, the Minotaur died, and Lin Bai shook his head. Weak, too weak. He's not even worthy of using skills other than summoning the undead. 10 minutes later, Lin Bai reached the 8th floor. The boss on the 8th floor is a level 14 general level ghost eye mantis with exceptionally sharp claws that can almost instantly kill an undead. How about this? A ball of eerie green flame ignited in Lin Bai's palm. With a gentle shake, the flame split into 10 streams that accurately entered the bodies of the undead. The undead were set ablaze, becoming violent and enraged, tearing at the slanted-eyed mantis with frenzied and relentless ferocity. As their bodies burned by the undead fire, flames also fell upon the slanted-eyed mantis, igniting its body. Moments later, the slanted-eyed mantis lost its life force, leaving only half of its corpse still burning with eerie green flames. Try Death Strike again. As the six-pointed star lit up, a black sphere the size of a fingernail gathered at the tip of Lin Bai's mage's staff. As more magic power was injected, the black sphere grew larger, and gradually, a suffocating aura spread out. The moment the boss of the 10th floor appeared, the sphere struck the boss's chest as if it had teleported. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In the next instant, a dark, round hole appeared in the boss's chest, and cracks spread outward from the edge of the hole. In less than a second, the boss was covered with dense cracks, and then it shattered from top to bottom, disappearing from this space without leaving a trace. Lin Bai clicked his tongue. As expected of me, you're incredibly strong. In the following time, Lin Bai was having a blast, experimenting with all sorts of skill combinations, such as combining Death Smite with Healing Spell, or adding Blessing, Reflect Damage, and Undead Fire to his name. He was having a great time. Before he knew it, he had cleared 12 floors but was stuck on the 13th. A quick glance at my points. Wow, they've already reached 27,250. That's all for today. Lin Bai was very satisfied with his performance today. After all, he had only learned 5 necromancer skills. If he learned one more and worked hard, he might be able to pass the 13th floor. He was already close to defeating the monsters on the 13th floor. Why haven't they come out yet after so long? Liang Yi glanced at the time and realized that Lin Bai had spent more time in the infinite dungeon than she had, which shouldn't be the case. Could it be that they're stuck on one of the first 5 levels, unwilling to accept defeat, and are therefore using skills to grind it out? The more Liang Yi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It was just like when she was stuck on the 6th floor. She was so close to getting through, but she just couldn't. She understood that feeling all too well. A moment later, Lin Bai appeared at the entrance to the infinite dungeon. They're out. Liang Yi deliberately stood in a conspicuous place, pretending to wait for someone, but actually secretly observing Lin Bai, waiting for Lin Bai to take the initiative to talk to her. After all, a beautiful woman like her standing there should be impossible for any normal man to ignore, especially since she had just taken the initiative to talk to Lin Bai. But the truth is that after openly admiring Liang Yi's long, white legs, Lin Bai walked past her without looking at her. Liang Yi was completely bewildered, thinking, "Are you even a normal man? You looked at my legs and then you started talking to me. Brother, don't you have anything to say to me?" Seeing Lin Bai walking further and further away, Liang Yi took the initiative to follow. "Say what?" Lin Bai thought for a moment and then complimented, "Your legs are very beautiful." Liang Yi was bewildered. She knew her legs were beautiful, but that wasn't what she wanted to hear. "Besides this, is there anything else? Others?" Lin Bai thought about it seriously and said, "Your outfit looks great too. Is there anything else? Wearing black leather shoes in the summer can make your feet feel stuffy, so it's best to wash your feet frequently." Liang Yi's lips twitched slightly. In the past 18 years, this was the first time she had been so speechless. She decided to stop beating around the bush and went straight to the point. "Brother, it must be very hard to go through the Tower of Infinity alone. Why don't you team up with someone and let them share the burden with you?" "Don't want." "What does this mean, brother? Do you dislike her or think she'll hold you back? If you don't like her, she can change." "Holy crap. I didn't drink any tea, so why does the air smell like green tea everywhere?" Lin Bai turned and left, saying, "Goodbye." Rejected again? Liang Yi took a deep breath and decided to try one last time. "So, brother, do you still think I'll hold you back? To be honest, I'm actually an S-rank shadow assassin. If you agree to cooperate with me, I'll help you through the first 5 levels. But in return, you have to help me through the 6th level." Lin Bai was fed up with this teasing and turned around to say, "To tell you the truth, I have already passed the first 5 levels and I don't need your help. If you want my help, please offer a suitable reward. Don't try to get something for nothing." "You made it through the first 5 levels?" Liang Yi's face clearly showed disbelief. "Believe it or not, just stop bothering me." Lin Bai waved his hand. Seeing Lin Bai's casual demeanor, Liang Yi began to doubt whether Lin Bai might actually have passed the first 5 levels. But how exactly did they manage to do that? Does he have hidden strength? You can tell just by looking at it. Liang Yi took out a pendant that looked like an eye from her professional space and pointed it at Lin Bai. The next second, her eyes widened in shock, and she uttered an incredulous sound. "How is this possible?" Chapter 37 Little Green Tea, just a little bit of play. Slightly higher in strength, slightly higher in agility, slightly higher in constitution, and slightly higher in stamina. Mental power and magic. Is the golden eye broken? Liang Yi pointed the necklace in her hand at the other students on the road and found that the values she saw were normal, except for Lin Bai, whose values were very abnormal. She knew Lin Bai was a priest, and his mental strength was the highest among the 4 attributes, but what was with 145 points? This number is 1.5 times that of others. It's important to understand that while S-rank professions are stronger than other professions, their strength lies in skill amplification. For example, with the same skill, an A-rank profession can only unleash 1x power, while an S-rank profession can unleash 3x, 4x, or even 5x power. I've never heard of an S-rank profession having higher 4-dimensional attributes than an A-rank profession. But Lin Bai's appearance shattered Liang Yi's perception. She knew that taking some particularly precious potions could permanently increase her 4 main attributes by a tiny bit, but even that increase wouldn't be more than 1.5 times. Is this person a monster? How did he manage to do that? Wait a minute. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Yi caught up with Lin Bai in 2 quick steps. "I know I'm a handsome guy, but if you keep bothering me like this, I'll get really annoyed." Lin Bai looked at Liang Yi. He had already made himself very clear, so he didn't understand why she was still bothering him. This guy is really narcissistic. Liang Yi was speechless, but cautiously asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "Can." Lin Bai nodded first, then said, "But you've already asked." Liang Yi was silent for a few seconds. "Then may I ask you 2 questions?" "Sure, but you've already asked 2 questions." "May I ask you 4 questions?" "Sure, but you've already asked 4 questions." "When?" Liang Yi looked confused. "When did she ask that?" "Now." Liang Yi twitched the corner of her mouth. "Can't you act like a human being?" Lin Bai smiled, thinking that the other party should stop bothering him this time, but he still underestimated Liang Yi's patience. "Brother, just answer 1 question for your sister, okay?" "Please, brother," Liang Yi said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Lin Bai got goosebumps listening to this. "I'm really impressed with you, just ask already." "I want to know, why is your mental strength 1.5 times that of others?" Liang Yi asked bluntly. Lin Bai stopped and turned to Liang Yi with a furrowed brow. "How did you know?" Liang Yi, as if she had caught Lin Bai by the nose, said smugly, "Answer my question first, and then I'll tell you how I know." "Say it or don't, it's up to you." Lin Bai took another step. widening the distance between himself and Liang Yi. Brother, aren't you afraid I'll tell your secret to others? Liang Yi caught up with Lin Bai, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Why should I be afraid? Once you tell others, they will come to verify it. After verifying it, they will find out that I am a genius. After they find out that I am a genius, they will admire me. When I go anywhere, they will look at me with admiration. Is that a bad thing? Lin Bai shrugged. After thinking about it carefully, Liang Yi realized that it was indeed the case. Then why didn't you say it yourself? Excuse me, does this have anything to do with you? I've called you brother so many times, can't you satisfy my curiosity? Oh, I can call you sister too. Can you satisfy my curiosity? For the first time, Liang Yi felt completely helpless against a boy. She took out the golden eye and obediently confessed, actually, I used this item to see your four-dimensional attributes. One of its abilities is to see through the true data of all professionals and monsters below level 20. So it was seen using props. Lin Bai nodded and asked curiously, this item must be expensive, right? You spent a lot of points just to buy such a useless item? I didn't buy this prop, I got it by chance. Liang Yi seemed unwilling to dwell on this topic any longer, and said, so you still haven't told me why your mental strength is 1.5 times that of others. Because I'm a dual career person, you didn't even know that, did you? Lin Bai didn't hide it from Liang Yi. Since Liang Yi already knew his true four-dimensional attributes, she would find out the relevant information even if he didn't tell her, so it was better to shut her up in advance. What is a dual career? Does it mean having two jobs at the same time? Liang Yi asked, looking confused. Yes, it means exactly what it says. All dual-class users have much higher strength or mental power than other users of the same level. What is your second job? This student, you've asked a lot of questions. Lin Bai didn't answer. All right. Liang Yi knew she had too many questions, so she changed the subject and said, since you have two professions, you should have passed the 5th level or even reached the 6th level by now, right? I'd like to team up with you. If you can help me pass the 6th level, I'll owe you a favor. What do you think? It's nothing. What would I do with your favor? Or do you think your favor is worth a lot? Lin Bai refused directly. No matter what, Liang Yi was a beauty who could be named the school's most beautiful girl. Wherever she went, she would attract a bunch of admirers. In addition, she was eloquent and could often get what she wanted without paying any price. However, today, she ran into a wall with Lin Bai several times, which made her rethink her opinion of Lin Bai. This man is an absolute, stubborn, and unyielding straight man. How about this, if you agree to team up with me long term, I can let you choose one of the 3 items I have and give it to you. How long is long term? When this semester ends or when you pass the 10th floor? Liang Yi thought for a moment and said that the prices of her props were between 3,000 and 5,000 points, but they were the kind that no one wanted to buy, just like no one would buy something they didn't need. However, they were perfect for making a deal with others. Moreover, if she could reach the 10th floor, she could make a small profit from this deal. 10 floors? That means we can achieve that today. Lin Bai wanted to laugh, but said with a calm expression, let me take a look at the 3 items you mentioned before deciding whether to agree or not. Let's find a secluded place. Liang Yi led Lin Bai to a deserted pavilion and took out 3 props, including the golden eye. The 3 props are shaped like a necklace, a ring, and a feather, respectively. The golden eye has 2 abilities. You already know the first one. The second one is to make the person being looked at freeze for 1 to 2 seconds. The Ring of the Dead can increase the attributes of summoned creatures below level 20 by 15% when worn, and by 30% if they are undead creatures. The Fairy Feather, when worn, will make wood-type creatures feel favored, and grant the ability to control the surrounding plants. Lin Bai focused on the undead bone ring and said deceptively, the effects of your 3 items are too useless. The golden eye overlaps with my abilities, the undead bone ring can only be used by summoning professionals, and those who are not necromancers cannot exert their full effect, and the elf feather is just a decoration unless it is used in a place with extraordinary plants. So you're refusing? Liang Yi's face darkened. At this moment, Lin Bai said again, I like to collect all kinds of props. If you are willing to give me these 3 props, I will agree to cooperate with you. No, although the abilities of these 3 items are rather mediocre, their total value exceeds 10,000 points. Liang Yi shook her head. Then I can compromise and just take 2. They are of no use to me except for their collectible value. Lin Bai, you should know that although their effects are mediocre, they can still fetch a very good price if they are sold to the right people. If it were so easy to find the right person, you would have sold them long ago. Why rush into the infinite dungeon? Lin Bai pointed out the key issue. Brother, it wasn't easy for me to get these 3 items, couldn't you leave me one more? Liang Yi said in a coquettish tone. Just 2 things. Do you agree or not? If you don't, I'm leaving. Lin Bai made a gesture as if he was about to stand up and leave. Liang Yi's expression changed constantly. Seeing that Lin Bai was really going to leave, she said helplessly, all right, 2 items it is. But when we're going to do the dungeon, you'll have to put in a lot of effort, brother. No problem. Lin Bai chuckled and took the golden eye and the ring of the dead. When will we attempt the endless dungeon? Tomorrow, I've used up a lot of energy today. The next day, Lin Bai and Liang Yi teamed up to enter the infinite dungeon. The 2 appeared directly in the 6th level. The infinite dungeon will match the level based on the player with the lower level in the team. Upon seeing a 6-pointed star appear on the ground, Liang Yi signaled to Lin Bai to quickly buff her. But Lin Bai did not do that. Instead, he put the ring of the dead on his finger and casually waved his hand to summon 10 undead. Liang Yi stared blankly at Lin Bai. Lin Bai, without glancing to the side, gave the undead the order to eliminate the 6th floor boss. Didn't you say it was for collection? Liang Yi couldn't help but ask. I'll use it and collect it at the same time, Lin Bai said seriously. Liang Yi was so angry that her teeth itched. She wanted to bite Lin Bai a couple of times. How could there be such a shameless person in the world who could take advantage of others and still talk nonsense with a straight face? But before she could say anything, she discovered that the 6th floor boss, which she had been unable to defeat, had been easily killed by 10 undead. Liang Yi subconsciously wanted to use the golden eye to check the attributes of the undead, only to realize that Lin Bai had tricked her into giving away the golden eye along with the undead bone ring. What kind of creature did you summon? It's so powerful. The undead are only so-so in strength. Is this what you call just so-so? Liang Yi wanted to curse. If this was considered so-so, then what about her, who could never defeat the 6th floor boss? No matter what, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, it might have taken me another 2 weeks to get through this. After saying that, Liang Yi prepared to teleport away. Lin Bai quickly stopped her. What are you trying to do? Of course I laughed. Do you still want to challenge the 7th floor boss? Liang Yi admitted that Lin Bai was very strong, but the 7th level boss was definitely much stronger than the 6th level boss, and it was beyond what she and Lin Bai could handle at the moment. Lin Bai did not answer, but instead gave instructions to the undead. Under Liang Yi's helpless, increasingly solemn, and shockingly incredulous gaze, the boss of the 7th floor was torn to pieces by the undead. Could it be that the boss on the 7th floor isn't much stronger than the boss on the 6th floor? This thought crossed her mind, but soon she realized that Lin Bai actually planned to challenge the boss on the 8th floor. The boss on the 8th floor can't be as weak as the boss on the 7th floor, can it? The boss of the 8th floor, the Ghost Eye Mantis, emerged from the 6-pointed star. Although its attributes could not be seen, Liang Yi knew from the terrifying aura emanating from the Ghost Eye Mantis that it was definitely not someone she could defeat. She didn't even dare to move, fearing she would be instantly killed by the mantis. But what Liang Yi didn't expect was that, faced with this monster that she dared not move, Lin Bai simply flicked a ball of flame from his palm, divided it into 10 streams, and injected them into the undead's body. In less than a minute, the ghost-eyed mantis was killed. Then comes the 9th floor boss, and then the 10th floor boss. It's always easy. Finally, Lin Bai said, "Mission accomplished, let's go." Liang Yi felt a sense of unreality. This was a goal she had set that would take her a whole semester to achieve, but Lin Bai had accomplished it in less than 10 minutes. You still want to challenge the 11th floor? Seeing Liang Yi in a daze, Lin Bai waved his hand in front of her. Is this a dream? Liang Yi murmured. What dream? Were you still half asleep this morning? Liang Yi pinched herself at hurt, and the sensation felt very real. So, this is real? If we don't leave now, the boss of the 11th floor will appear. If you want me to take you through the 11th floor, it'll cost extra. Lin Bai's tone was serious, thinking to himself, don't think you can get away with playing dumb. You think you can get away with this for free? No way. Oh. Liang Yi responded mechanically, and together with Lin Bai, they teleported away from the infinite dungeon. Only when the wind outside blew on them did they fully regain their senses. They couldn't help but look Lin Bai up and down with astonishment. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that. Lin Bai took a step back, keeping his distance from Liang Yi. If he had to describe it, he felt that Liang Yi was looking at him like a pervert. At such a young age, why is she acting so foolish? Brother, you were amazing in the endless dungeon just now. Liang Yi found the boy in front of her to be both powerful and mysterious, which aroused her curiosity and made her want to learn more about him. In other words, she had never met a boy like Lin Bai. Hey, get to the point, stop with the sweet talk. I'd like to treat you to lunch, brother. Do you have time? Let's talk again at noon, we'll contact each other by phone. Chapter 38. The Pure Love Warrior collapses. You look so beautiful today. Liang Yi wore a pink JK shirt today, paired with a gray skirt. Her thick black hair was tied into 2 ponytails and draped over her shoulders, giving her a fresh and sweet look. Wang Hao had a crush on Liang Yi since high school. In the 3 years they had known each other, he had never seen Liang Yi as beautiful as she was today. Thank you for the compliment. Liang Yi's sweet smile captivated Wang Hao, making him completely infatuated. Do you want to have lunch together? I have something to do at noon, let's do it another day. Okay, then I won't bother you any longer. After watching Liang Yi's retreating figure, a deep sense of loss flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. If Liang Yi really had something to do, why would she be dressed so beautifully? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but follow. A few minutes later, he followed Liang Yi to the library. What is he doing at the library? Looking at the library, Wang Luo looked bewildered. I heard there's a really good roast duck place outside of school, and they're having a promotion today, 20% off for 2 people. Can you come with me, brother? I don't like roast duck. I also know a really good hot pot restaurant, I'll treat you, brother. It's too hot, I don't want to eat hot pot. Brother, this is the first time I've invited a boy to dinner. If you reject me like this, I'll be heartbroken. Looking at the messages on his phone, Lin Bai simply didn't reply this time. I stretched and continued reading the book in my hand, a collection of anecdotes about various professions. A few minutes later, someone suddenly sat down in the chair opposite him. Lin Bai looked up and found that the person who came was actually Liang Yi. Brother, it's so hard to get you to have a meal with me. Liang Yi pouted, looking very aggrieved. How did you know I was here? What's so difficult about that? My brother is a celebrity in the East Campus now. Just ask a few students in the East Campus and you'll know. I thought you would say it was fate, Lin Bai teased. So, is brother flirting with me? Liang Yi asked shyly, her 2 index fingers intertwined. At the library entrance, Wang Hao seemed to hear a cracking sound. He had thought Liang Yi was really in trouble, but it turned out she was meeting a boy and had dressed up so beautifully for him. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a date, it's probably about serious business. It's common knowledge that simps are masters of self-deception. Even when they see a girl they like leaving a hotel with someone else, they'll comfort themselves with self-consolation. But soon, he saw Liang Yi's shy expression, and it seemed that the two were talking about Liang Yi wanting to invite the boy across from her to dinner, but the boy refused out of politeness. This is outrageous. Wang Hao couldn't stand it any longer, so he went over. Why are you here? Were you following me? Upon seeing Wang Hao appear, Liang Yi frowned, and the smile on her face vanished. I was just so worried about you that I couldn't help but come and see if you needed any help. Knowing he was in the wrong, Wang Hao quickly changed the subject, looking at Lin Bai and asking, and who is this gentleman? Lin Bai helped me out this morning, so I'd like to treat him to a meal as a thank you, Liang Yi said succinctly. So that's how it is. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, his worries disappearing. He said to Lin Bai, thank you for helping me. As Yi's friend, let me treat you to this meal on her behalf. No need, I'll wait for someone here, you guys go eat, Lin Bai refused. Since Lin Bai is waiting for someone, let's go eat together, Wang Hao said happily. If he's not going to eat, then I won't eat either. Liang Yi pouted. She had been so proactive, but she was still being rejected repeatedly. Did Lin Bai really think she was that unattractive? Lin Bai, look how unhappy Yi is. Why don't you come with us? Just to give me face, Wang Hao reluctantly invited Lin Bai. Lin Bai glanced at Wang Hao and thought to himself, this is unbelievable. This simp is really something else. What, are you trying to be a third wheel for us? Forget it, I'm really waiting for someone, I don't have time. Who could be more important than having dinner with Yi? Wang Hao felt that Lin Bai was being ungrateful. Being approached by a girl as beautiful as Yi was an honor. If it were him, he would not only agree but also act like a gentleman and pay the bill in advance. Lin Bai shrugged, admitting it, but actually he didn't want to waste any more breath. Reasoning with a sycophant was pointless. Look. Wang Hao sought Liang Yi's opinion. But Liang Yi acted as if she hadn't heard, clasping her hands together and looking at Lin Bai with a resentful gaze, looking exactly like a neglected little wife. Wang Hao felt a pang of jealousy. He just couldn't understand why Liang Yi treated that boy like that. Was it just because he was handsome? But what good was being handsome? He was an S-level professional and had even won second place in the South Campus freshman competition. He was much better than that boy. Just as the three were locked in a stalemate, Sister Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei also found their way here. It wasn't that Lin Bai told them he was here, rather, through spending the last 2 weeks together, they discovered that besides leveling up, attending classes, and resting in the dungeon, the place Lin Bai spent the most time in was the library. The two sisters walked over together and noticed a couple sitting opposite Lin Bai. They didn't think much of it at first, but when they got closer, they discovered that the girl opposite them was actually Liang Yi. Having attended the same high school, they were very familiar with Liang Yi, and not only were they very familiar, but they also had some minor grudges against each other. Liang Yi, what are you doing here? Su Saixia is usually a very gentle girl, but when she sees Liang Yi, she immediately goes into battle mode. Su Kaiwei, standing next to Liang Yi, also looked at her with hostility. However, Liang Yi had a cute slanted braid in her hair today, which made her look exceptionally adorable and harmless. Upon seeing the Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei sisters, Liang Yi frowned again and said irritably, "What business is it of yours where I am?" Wang Hao turned his head, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. As a former student of Jingu No. 1 High School, he knew the two sisters. After all, the two sisters and Liang Yi were the school beauties of Jingu back then. The three of them were always the white moonlight of the entire Jingu High School. Wang Hao was overjoyed to see the two sisters here. Just as he was about to greet them, Su Saixia coldly said, "We're Lin Bai's teammates. Do you think it has anything to do with us?" "So what? I'm here to see Lin Bai, not you guys." Liang Yi knew, of course, that the two sisters were Lin Bai's teammates, but the more they knew, the more it fueled her competitive spirit. "Lin Bai won't go out with you. He promised to go out with us." Su Saixia deliberately teased Liang Yi. Do you think I'd believe that?" Liang Yi seemed to have seen through Su Saixia's trick. "Lin Bai, did you promise to go out and play with us?" Su Kaiwei looked at Lin Bai, repeatedly gesturing with her eyes. Lin Bai, the person involved, was completely bewildered. He had no idea that the two sisters would come here to find him, let alone agree to their request. However, he couldn't pretend to agree to their request either, because he was here to wait for Fang Shui. He was afraid that if he pretended to agree, the two sisters would actually drag him out to play, and then he would have to break his promise. Lin Bai's silence earned him Liang Yi's mockery of the two sisters. "I knew it, you two sisters are trying to fool me with this kind of trick again." "Who lied to you?" Lin Bai agreed. Su Saixia was in the wrong but still defiant. Expecting her to back down in front of Liang Yi? Impossible. "Lin Bai, please say yes." Su Kaiwei walked to Lin Bai's side, leaned down, and whispered in his ear. Lin Bai smiled wryly and said, "I really have something to do in a bit." Oops. Lin Bai's lack of cooperation angered Su Kaiwei, who stomped her foot in frustration. Liang Yi's smugness grew stronger. Although she hadn't managed to invite Lin Bai to dinner, seeing that both sisters had also been rejected made her feel inexplicably better. Don't make things difficult for brother Lin Bai. If brother Lin Bai doesn't want to go out with you, it must be because he has something important to do. You should try to understand brother Lin Bai. Shut up, your voice makes me want to vomit. Su Saixia slapped her hand angrily, looking as if she was disgusted and wanted to throw up. Liang Yi glared at her, then suddenly turned to Lin Bai and said aggrievedly, "Brother Lin Bai, look at her, she's so fierce. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for brother Lin Bai." Su Saixia clenched her fists in anger, and cute little blue veins popped out on them. Seeing his three former crushes fighting over Lin Bai, Wang Hao felt like he was about to shatter. He shouldn't be sitting in the chair, he should be lying on the floor. But he couldn't understand it. What made Lin Bai so special? Just because he was handsome? Was the world really that shallow? Please don't do this. It makes me very uncomfortable, Wang Hao said in a pleading tone. What does your comfort have to do with me? Liang Yi was baffled. Wang Hao clutched his chest, it hurt so much. Unable to persuade Liang Yi, he turned to the two sisters, who were also his ideals, and said sincerely, well, if Lin Bai doesn't go out with you, you can invite other people. It's not like you can't do without Lin Bai. Who I hang out with is none of your business. Su Caixia was equally baffled, she didn't even know this person. I am Wang Hao, also a student at Jinggu No. 1 High School. Don't you remember me? Wang Hao looked at Su Caixia with hopeful eyes. He was in the class next to Su Caixia's. Before he pursued Liang Yi, he used to buy breakfast and secretly put it on Su Caixia's seat for a while. Wang Hao? Su Caixia frowned, she really had no recollection of this person. Su Kaiwei, who was next to her, tugged at her hand and whispered, I remember he was the one who awakened the S-class profession of Clown Knight during the awakening ceremony. Him? Su Caixia recalled a few things, but it was all very strange. How could someone she barely knew be so nosy about who she was going out with? That was meddling way too much. I once bought you breakfast. Wang Hao brought this up in hopes of waking up more of Su Caixia's memories. When? Su Caixia had no recollection at all. It was during the first semester of my junior year of high school that I often bought breakfast and left it on your desk. Wang Hao said, getting a little emotional. Buying breakfast for the girl he had a crush on every day, what a happy thing that must have been. To everyone's surprise, Su Kaiwei became even angrier after hearing this. You still say that? I thought it was that weirdo who kept putting steamed buns on my textbooks every day, so every time I opened my textbooks, there was a strong smell of pork and scallions, which distracted me in class and caused my grades to drop during that period. Yeah, during that time the teacher thought my sister was secretly eating steamed buns in class and told her to concentrate on the lesson. Su Kaiwei nodded in agreement. Lin Bai was laughing so hard his mouth almost twisted out of shape. He thought to himself that this behavior was really clownish. If they went back to Gotham, Batman definitely wouldn't hit Wang Hao. Wang Hao was injured again. It turned out that all that time he had spent was ultimately wasted. Thinking of this, he felt too ashamed to stay any longer, so he said goodbye to Liang Yi and left in a disheveled state. In the very end, he still hoped that Liang Yi would ask him to stay or leave with him, but she didn't. Leaving the library, bathed in the sun, Wang Hao felt uncomfortable all over. Someone like him should probably stay in a cold, damp place, far away from love. He vowed that he would never love again in his life. However, he still couldn't understand why Lin Bai was so popular, making 3 school beauties fight over him. Just then, a cool and aloof beauty walked towards us. This girl is tall and slender, wearing a gentle, pure white dress. As she walks, she seems like an ideal person who only exists in fantasy. Wang Hao was stunned. He could tell that the girl wasn't wearing any makeup, but she was even prettier than Liang Yi, who was wearing light makeup. Without exaggeration, this girl was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, without a doubt. For a fleeting moment, Wang Hao wanted to emerge from the cold, damp cave. He felt like he was in love again. So, after the girl went into the library, he couldn't help but follow her, not for any other reason than to catch a few more glimpses of her. On the way, he overheard other people whispering that the girl's name was Feng Shui. Feng Shui, what a beautiful name. Wang Hao followed Feng Shui up to the 3rd floor of the library. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling, a feeling that was so strong. Why is the library 3 floors out of the many floors it has? Then he saw Feng Shui walk towards where Lin Bai was. No, please don't go to Lin Bai. He prayed humbly in his heart, but in the end the girl still stopped in front of Lin Bai. Snap! The warrior of pure love fell to the ground. In a daze, he heard the girls around him talking about Lin Bai. They said that Lin Bai was so handsome, and that he had made a comeback in the freshman competition by defeating 4 opponents, including 1 S-level professional and 3 A-level professionals. They said that Lin Bai was both handsome and strong, and that if they were to find a boyfriend, they would choose someone like Lin Bai. Wang Hao laughed silently, then burst into tears. So it turns out I've always been the clown. Haha, damn it. Chapter 39, The Only Friend. Liang Yi's invitation was rejected, but she did not leave. Instead, she wanted to see who Lin Bai was waiting for. Who is it that has such great charm that not only did Lin Bai reject her, but also the Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei sisters? As for why the Su sisters, Caixia and Kaiwei, stayed behind, it was even simpler. They simply didn't want Liang Yi to succeed. In the quiet yet tense atmosphere, a stunningly beautiful girl walked up to Lin Bai. She glanced at Liang Yi, who was sitting opposite Lin Bai, and then at the twin sisters sitting to Lin Bai's left. Her eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly before she calmly sat down in the chair to Lin Bai's right. So beautiful. Liang Yi was stunned. Although she was the school beauty, she had to admit that this girl was even more beautiful than her, simply stunning. In front of such a beautiful girl, she couldn't help but feel a little inferior. At the same time, she understood why Lin Bai had refused her invitation. If she were in Lin Bai's shoes, she would have made the same choice. You guys talk first, I'm not in a hurry. Feng Shui just quietly watched the group. Under Feng Shui's icy aura, Liang Yi could no longer remain calm, so she said goodbye to Lin Bai and hurriedly left. After Liang Yi left, the two sisters couldn't sit still any longer. They already knew that Feng Shui and Lin Bai's relationship was different, but they still invited Lin Bai out to play with other intentions. Now, this situation was as awkward as a cat that had stolen fish being discovered by its owner. After chatting for a few minutes, they also left in a hurry. I didn't invite them, they came on their own, Lin Bai said with an awkward smile. To be honest, he didn't even know why he was explaining. Feng Shui looked at Lin Bai quietly, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, I came to see you today because I want to ask you for a favor. What can I do for you? Just say the word. We're friends, there's no need to be so polite between friends. Feng Shui's decision not to pursue the matter relieved Lin Bai. My mentor has assigned me a dungeon, which might be a bit difficult, so I'd like to team up with you for 2 months. You, a chosen one of the gods, can possibly have a dungeon that's difficult for you? Where is that dungeon? In the school, but not those dungeons in the East Campus used for leveling up. Can. Lin Bai asked briefly and then agreed, but I need to ask our class advisor for leave. I've already asked for leave for you. Feng Shui took out a piece of paper with Nie Jiawen's name written on it and an official seal affixed to it. Are you done treating? Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui strangely. She had already arranged leave for him without his consent, which was not Feng Shui's style. Also, how could the counselor grant leave so easily, when I didn't personally ask for it? However, Lin Bai didn't think much of it. At this moment, Feng Shui took out an experience stone and a 2-month team contract and pushed them over. You even prepared experience stones for me? Lin Bai felt a little strange. While signing his name on the contract, he asked, how many experience stones did you prepare? 1. And then you want me to use the experience stone? Feng Shui nodded. As a result, Lin Bai's strange feeling intensified, as if he had been lying comfortably in a dark and damp coffin and was suddenly moved into the sunlight, where it felt strangely warm. Keep it for yourself, Lin Bai said, returning the experience stone to Feng Shui. Feng Shui pushed it back. I am a chosen one of the gods, so the 10% experience bonus is not very useful to me. Those favored by the gods are just stronger in combat, but they are no different from other professions in terms of leveling up. Lin Bai knew that Feng Shui was thinking of him, so he took out an experience stone from his profession space. I already have one, so you should keep this one for yourself. Feng Shui didn't say anything more this time and put the experience stone away. When do we set off? Lin Bai asked again. Have you eaten after lunch? Feng Shui asked. No, let's go together. Lin Bai put the book back on the shelf and went to the school cafeteria with Feng Shui. Considering that he would be staying in the dungeon for 2 months, Xin Ning might worry about him, so while waiting for Feng Shui to return with the soup, he sent Xin Ning a message to let her know. Unexpectedly, only 2 seconds after the message was sent, Xin Ning called. You said Feng Shui's mentor assigned her a difficult dungeon, and she wants to team up with you to clear it. Xin Ning's tone sounded a bit strange. Yeah, so you probably won't see me for the next 2 months, but don't worry about me, it's no use thinking about me. Lin Bai joked. Xin Ning didn't respond to Lin Bai's joke, but said seriously, do you know what it means for Feng Shui to ask you to run a dungeon? It means she lacks a reliable teammate who is both strong and handsome. Lin Bai, Feng Shui is being trained as the strongest individual in the school. The school will not assign her meaningless tasks, nor will it let her rely on others. Lin Bai wasn't stupid, he immediately realized many things. You mean this dungeon is a great help to Feng Shui, but she wants to share it with me? As far as I know, in order to cultivate the strongest individual soldier, the school will arrange a 4-month solo dungeon for the student who is the strongest individual soldier to improve his strength. But now Feng Shui has approached you, and the time has been shortened from 4 months to 2 months. Lin Bai, you owe Feng Shui a big favor this time, and she doesn't want you to know. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked for leave for you from the counselor in advance, because the counselor definitely knows about this. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bai froze on the spot, his mind going completely blank. Feng Shui was actually willing to make such a huge sacrifice for me, but why? Even though I helped her during her college entrance exam, it was mutual help, and neither of us owed the other anything. Could it be for the sake of friendship? But this friendship was too heavy, so heavy that Lin Bai was at a loss for what to do for a moment. Xin Ning's voice came through the phone again. There's more than one strongest individual in the school, and each of them is a competitor. Feng Shui gave you half of her resources, so her progress will definitely fall behind the other individuals. You must thank Feng Shui properly this time. I know, I'll hang up now. Lin Bai hung up the phone and looked at Feng Shui, who had returned with 2 bowls of soup, with a complicated expression. Feng Shui placed one of the bowls of soup in front of Lin Bai. Seeing that Lin Bai didn't move for a long time, she asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui and asked, "Is this dungeon your mentor assigned you for leveling up?" Feng Shui paused in her actions. "You knew everything? Xin Ning told you." Thinking it over, besides her advisor, the only other person Lin Bai knew about this was Qin Ning, who was a sophomore. However, she wasn't familiar with Qin Ning and didn't even have her contact information. So is it, or isn't it? Lin Bai repeated the question from before. Yes. Feng Shui seemed worried that Lin Bai might feel pressured, so she unusually took the initiative to explain, "Even without relying on the copies provided by the school, I can still get ahead of others." Lin Bai opened his mouth, about to speak, when Feng Shui, as if anticipating his thoughts, said in advance, "We've already signed a team contract. Even if you don't enter the dungeon, I'll still give you half of the experience." Lin Bai fell silent again. If one party wanted to leave the team contract, they could do so. But just as he could leave unilaterally, Feng Shui could also unilaterally share her experience with him. In fact, he had already fallen into Feng Shui's trap the moment he signed the contract. But why? Just because we're friends? Lin Bai couldn't help but ask. That reason is sufficient. Feng Shui resumed her previous actions, first taking a sip of soup, and then eating her rice in small bites. Even if we're friends, there's no need to go to this extent. Lin Bai felt a mix of emotions. He glanced at Feng Shui and started eating as well. After having dinner, the two rested for a while before entering the dungeon entrance that Feng Shui had mentioned. Feng Shui's mentor was a beautiful woman. She looked at Lin Bai standing next to Feng Shui and wanted to speak several times, but after seeing Feng Shui's cold expression, she swallowed her words and could only sigh in her heart before opening the dungeon for the two of them. "Teacher, I will take good care of Feng Shui," Lin Bai said to Feng Shui's tutor. "It's not certain who will take care of whom." Feng Shui's mentor shook his head, not revealing his true feelings, and sent the two into the instance. This instance is a separate space. Although other soldiers will also enter the instance, in order to prevent soldiers from affecting each other, each soldier will enter a different instance. The dungeon that Lin Bai and Feng Shui entered was full of elemental monsters, which provided about 40% more experience than other monsters of the same level in the East Campus dungeon. With the addition of experience stones, their leveling efficiency was 1.5 times that of the outside dungeon. It doesn't seem like much, but if you do the math, you'll find that 2 people staying in this instance for 2 months is equivalent to 3 months in an outside instance. Moreover, the monsters in this dungeon are very dense. The two of you will encounter new monsters after walking a short distance, so you don't have to worry about not encountering monsters for a long time. If you get tired, you can rest in the safe zone. The safe zone is specially designed so that resting inside can quickly replenish the physical and magical energy consumed. In just one afternoon in the dungeon, Lin Bai's level 13 experience bar increased by 5%. At this rate, he will reach level 14 in less than 10 days. At the same time, Lin Bai also noticed that since entering, Feng Shui's lips had been slightly upturned in a pleasant arc. He originally thought that Feng Shui was indulging in the pleasure of leveling up, but during the break, he found that the upturn of Feng Shui's lips was even greater, and he could even see happiness in her eyes. But why? Why am I so happy even when I'm resting? Much later, Lin Bai came to a conclusion. Feng Shui's happiness had little to do with her leveling up, it was most likely related to him. Although this answer might seem a bit shameless, the more I think about it, the more likely it is. Feng Shui had no friends in junior high school and still couldn't make any friends in high school. A month before the college entrance examination, I was almost devastated by the awakening ceremony, but I ended up teaming up with her. During that month, although the two occasionally disagreed, they never thought of giving up on each other. Or perhaps, for Feng Shui, he was her friend, which is why she went to the same university as him after the college entrance examination. But Feng Shui was different from him. Although he had also lost his parents, he had always had 1 or 2 companions along the way. Except for the period of loneliness, confusion and despair at the beginning, he had never experienced that feeling again. After entering university, I made new friends. Every day, I would team up with them to level up, fight monsters, and bicker. Occasionally, I would stroll around the campus with Qin Ning, which was a lot of fun. But Feng Shui was still alone after entering university. She spent every day fighting monsters, eating, and attending classes all by herself. Perhaps the only time she felt less lonely was when watching her own matches. In Feng Shui's lonely and monotonous life, he was the only friend who could bring her joy. He was also her only friend. But he didn't realize this, nor did he think to spend some time with Feng Shui. Damn it! I'm such a beast. TSK, you actually told Lin Bai about all the sacrifices Feng Shui made for him. Aren't you afraid that he'll get closer and closer to Feng Shui and won't accompany you around campus anymore? Inside the apartment, Tang Jinxian kept glancing at Qin Ning with a strange look. She recalled that since Lin Bai enrolled in school, her best friend had smiled a lot more, and all this happiness was brought by Lin Bai. She really didn't know what Qin Ning was thinking. Now he was actually trying to bring Feng Shui and Lin Bai closer together. They should be competitors. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't give up something I like. You don't understand. Feng Shui had a very bad past. She was always alone. But when I watched Lin Bai win the competition that day, I felt joy from her. I think she must have considered Lin Bai a friend. Today's incident has confirmed my guess. So I have no reason to stop Lin Bai from becoming friends with someone who cares about him. Qin Ning looked at the couples playing and laughing outside the window and said with a deep gaze. In my opinion, what Feng Shui did for Lin Bai today far exceeds what ordinary friends would do. Aren't you jealous? Tang Jinxian asked cautiously. I've always treated Lin Bai like a younger brother, Qin Ning said, shaking her head. Do you really consider him a younger brother? Tang Jinxian asked again. Qin Ning did not reply. But based on Tang Jinxuan's understanding of her best friend, she usually wouldn't repeat herself a second time once she had already given an answer. Suddenly, I felt utterly bored. However, she immediately wanted to see how far Lin Bai and Feng Shui could go. That's how people are whenever one source of fun disappears, they'll find another. Watching the show is fine, but I suggest you don't disturb Lin Bai. Qin Ning also knew Tang Jinxian, who enjoyed watching entertainment. Okay, I won't bother you. Tang Jinxian pouted. She wouldn't bother to provoke a domineering and obsessive brother-obsessed man. Chapter 40 Rapid Upgrade. On the 7th day after entering the dungeon, Lin Bai reached level 14 3 days earlier than expected. In order not to hold Feng Shui back, or rather, to help Feng Shui catch up with 4 months' worth of progress in 2 months, he spent all his time killing monsters and leveling up, except for recovering magic power and sleeping. He even revealed his position as a necromancer in front of Feng Shui on the 2nd day. As a friend, Feng Shui was genuinely happy for Lin Bai. However, Lin Bai was still dissatisfied with the current leveling speed. After thinking for a while, he made a major decision: let's go hunt level 16 general level monsters. Although there was a previous record of killing a level 16 general level monster in the Endless Dungeon, monsters in the dungeon are often in groups. A level 16 general level monster may be accompanied by a group of elite monsters and a group of ordinary monsters, or there may be 2 or more level 16 general level monsters stuck together. The difficulty is self-evident compared to before. Lin Bai, you don't need to push yourself so hard. Feng Shui looked at Lin Bai with her beautiful eyes. Give it a try, Lin Bai insisted stubbornly. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll come back. Feng Shui finally agreed to Lin Bai's suggestion. The two arrived at a previously marked location and began hunting the monster there. The kill was finally completed without any major incident. Time flew by and it was the last day. After 2 months of fighting day and night, the two were so tired that they sat on their chairs and didn't want to move. But the gains were huge. Feng Shui was only 2% away from reaching level 21, while Lin Bai was 4% away. Lin Bai, why don't you rest here for a bit? The rest? Before she could finish speaking, Feng Shui's eyelids drooped completely, and she leaned back in her chair and quietly fell asleep. Lin Bai found it somewhat amusing that someone was clearly more tired than him, yet was advising him to rest. How could there be such a foolish person in the world? You should rest here, I'll take care of the rest. He dragged his leaden legs, slowly moving away from the safe zone. 40 minutes later, Feng Shui, who was still sleeping, silently leveled up to level 21. An hour later, the two were teleported out of the instance. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Feng Shui woke up. Seeing Lin Bai still beside her, she felt much more at ease. However, she immediately realized that she had leveled up to level 21. Surprised? Unexpected? Lin Bai smiled wearily, then his body slumped to the side uncontrollably. But before he could completely fall down, Feng Shui caught him. Hearing the soft snoring coming from her arms, Feng Shui smiled faintly. Feng Shui, why are you all so exhausted? Feng Shui's mentor, Zhu Wenqin, exclaimed in surprise, and the exhaustion on both of their faces was almost palpable. But immediately, she stared in shock, her eyes widening. You've reached level 21? As she expected, Feng Shui, with Lin Bai as her support, would be lucky to reach level 19 in the dungeon. If Lin Bai didn't hold her back, she might reach level 20. But who would have thought that Feng Shui would actually reach level 21? Keep in mind that even if you spend 4 whole months in a dungeon, you might only come out at level 25 or 26. But Feng Shui has now leveled up 8 levels in just 2 months. In the remaining 2 months, leveling up 4 or 5 levels will be no problem at all. If she works hard, she might even level up 6 levels. As a result, Feng Shui's progress has not only not fallen behind, but has even surpassed others. Zhu Wenqin was almost knocked unconscious by this sudden surprise. How did you do that? She stared intently at Feng Shui, as if she were looking at a rough jade that could be sculpted into a timeless treasure. It's not me, it's us. Feng Shui looked gently at the person in her arms. You're saying this is all thanks to Lin Bai? But how could that be? No matter how much he helps you, he can't possibly surpass a top-tier S-class professional. Zhu Wenqin knew Lin Bai to some extent, knowing that Lin Bai had once single-handedly killed an S-level professional and 3 A-level professionals, but in her eyes, such a performance was far from reaching the level of a solo fighter. Teaming up with Lin Bai would only drag Feng Shui down. It's not that she looks down on Lin Bai, but Feng Shui is just too outstanding. Even if other individual soldiers team up with Feng Shui, they might be a burden to her. But in fact, Feng Shui was not only not held back, but actually leveled up 1 level higher than expected. Most incredibly, Feng Shui attributed all of this to Lin Bai's efforts. Feng Shui didn't explain, but carefully picked Lin Bai up in her arms, afraid that the movement would wake Lin Bai. Leave him to me, I'll have someone take him back to rest, you can stay here and rest. Not getting an answer, Zhu Wenqin was a little disappointed, but felt even more sorry for Feng Shui, who looked exhausted. Feng Shui shook her head and carried Lin Bai step by step outside. When Lin Bai woke up, he felt pain all over his body, but as he became more alert, the pain gradually subsided. The familiar apartment's ceiling came into view, but a faint fragrance wafted to my nose. This doesn't seem to be my room. Turning my head, I saw Feng Shui fast asleep, slumped over the table. Although the school-assigned apartments guarantee privacy, each apartment only has 1 bed. So this is Feng Shui's room? Lin Bai was somewhat tempted. Looking around the room, he noticed that Feng Shui's room was unusually simple, even the bed sheets were the ones provided by the school. The only thing that felt cozy was the Inoue cat perched on the table, observing him with its curious big eyes, seemingly not understanding why he had taken the spot where its owner was resting. Speaking of which, Lin Bai and Feng Shui obtained this moon cat together from an event at the training center, and it holds their shared memories. Lin Bai waved at it, but it not only ignored him but also licked its paws. You're not cute at all. I'll have Feng Shui take you to get sterilized later. Lin Bai threatened Inoue cat, then sat up and got out of bed. He hesitated whether to wake Feng Shui. Waking her up might disturb her rest, but leaving without waking her would be too impolite. Seemingly hearing a sound, Feng Shui's eyelashes fluttered slightly twice, and then she immediately opened her eyes, her gaze locking onto Lin Bai's location. Seeing that Lin Bai was still there, she immediately calmed down. Why didn't you take me back to my room? Lin Bai felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time he had ever slept in a girl's room, and a strange feeling lingered in his mind. I'm relatively close by, Feng Shui said briefly, as always. But it's not that far off. Lin Bai muttered to himself, glanced at the time, and saw that more than 7 hours had passed. It should be evening now, go back to bed and rest. I'm going back. Mum. Feng Shui hummed softly, her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Lin Bai walked to the door, put on his shoes, and felt that Feng Shui's gaze seemed to never leave him. After a few seconds of silence, he turned around and asked, "It seems like it's time for dinner now. Are you hungry? Do you want to go out for dinner together?" Good. Feng Shui readily agreed and walked briskly to the door to change her shoes. Meow. Inoue cat jumped off the table, walked to Feng Shui's legs, and affectionately rubbed her head against Feng Shui's calf, as if she didn't want Feng Shui to leave. "Sweetie, I'll be right back." Feng Shui patted Ingyue Cat's head, then walked out with Lin Bai without hesitation. Walking side by side toward the cafeteria, Lin Bai enjoyed the cool breeze blowing in their faces and said in a good mood, "Actually, we could have brought it along." "Xiaoku is naughty, it often bullies the stray cats at school." Feng Shui shook her head. "Then let's get it spayed neutered. I've heard that cats become much more well behaved after being spayed neutered." The two went to the nearest cafeteria, ordered a set meal at random, and ate their meal quietly. If it were two other people, they would definitely chat for a while eating, but Feng Shui wouldn't do that. She would just eat in small bites, her eyes would light up when she ate something delicious, and she would savor it carefully. When she ate something unpalatable, she would frown, then quickly chew a few bites and swallow. Perhaps noticing that Lin Bai was watching her, the subtle expressions on her face were immediately replaced by a cold expression. After Lin Bai's gaze shifted away, she would slowly return to her food. "It seems kind of cute." Lin Bai was startled by the sudden thought, so he quickly drank a few sips of soup to calm his nerves. Throughout the process, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not eat very quickly. But no matter how slowly she ate, she eventually finished. After drinking the last sip of soup in her bowl, Feng Shui didn't want to stand up. It wasn't that she was tired or lazy, she just didn't want to get up. "I've finished eating, let's go." Finally, still listening to Lin Bai's voice, she slowly stood up, followed behind Lin Bai, and placed the tableware in the sink in front of the cleaning lady. As she reached the cafeteria entrance, Feng Shui fell silent again, just like always. "After you've rested, your mentor will probably assign you other tasks, right?" Lin Bai asked. "The task list has been sent to my phone. Are you busy?" "I'm a bit busy, trying to catch up with the others." "Then you can come find me when you're not busy. I'll be quite free for a while." Lin Bai looked ahead, but his eyes were on Feng Shui out of the corner of his eye. Feng Shui was taken aback for a moment, then replied in a light voice, "Okay." The next morning, Lin Bai went to the library to select skills. He is currently 2% away from reaching level 21, at which point he can learn 3 skills. Of course, this only applies to the priest profession. The necromancer profession related books are not included in the library. Lin Bai had already come up with ideas for these 3 skills. The first skill choice is the gold level healing aura, a group heal that can replace the healing spell with the negative effect of urinating. He had already turned healing spells into a control skill. The second skill is the gold level levitation technique, which, as the name suggests, allows Lin Bai to temporarily gain the ability to fly, but the speed is not very fast. After all, it is only gold level. The advantage is that it can be cast on targets other than himself. This is also a common skill for the mage class. The third skill is mana burn, which will cause the target hit to consume mana at 2 to 3 times the normal rate. However, if the target has abundant mana or is a warrior, this skill can be almost ignored. Therefore, this skill is actually quite useless. Don't ask Lin Bai why he made the choice, it's obviously to complement some of the skills that follow. Don't ask why he didn't choose platinum level skills. He wanted to, but what can a priest do? He's just a C-level class after all. He can only choose platinum level skills when he reaches level 25. After selecting his skills, Lin Bai went to find Zhang Wanzong. "Why are you here instead of going to class?" Zhang Wanzong sat behind his desk and poured himself a cup of tea. "I'm level 20. Lin Bai didn't treat himself as an outsider and pulled up a chair to sit opposite Zhang Wanzong. "What?" Zhang Wanzong was startled and almost dropped the teapot in his hand. "I said I'm level 20, Lin Bai repeated, looking at Zhang Wanzong with a smile. "Impossible. It's only been 2.5 months since school started. How did you get to level 20 already? You're not trying to ask me for those benefits the school is going to give you in advance, are you?" The more Zhang Wanzong thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lin Bai didn't speak, but instead picked up the teapot that Zhang Wanzong had placed on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. "That's not right. The school only promised to give you a set of level 15 epic equipment when you reach level 15. They didn't say they would give you a set of level 20 epic equipment. Why are you telling me you've reached level 20? Compared to level 20, Zhang Wanzong was more convinced that Lin Bai had reached level 15, or even earlier. He had thought about asking Lin Bai about his leveling progress, but he was busy with other work at the time and gradually forgot about it. "Old Zhang, do you think it's possible that I really have reached level 20? Lin Bai said slowly, taking a sip of tea. "This." Zhang Wanzong still didn't believe it, but this was the third time Lin Bai had repeated it. Even if it was a joke, it was rare for someone to repeat a joke a third time. He took out a prop and aimed it at Lin Bai. Damn it, you really leveled up to level 20. Zhang Wanzong jumped to his feet, staring intently at Lin Bai. How did you do that? Lin Bai knew that if he didn't explain this clearly, Zhang Wanzong would keep asking endless questions, so he said, 2 months ago, I went into a dungeon arranged by Feng Shui's mentor. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you for a while, but something still doesn't make sense. Even if Feng Shui was helping you, it's impossible for you to level up 8 times in 2 months. At most, you could only level up 6 or 7 times. Geniuses are always good at creating miracles. You mean Feng Shui? I mean me. Lin Bai boasted to himself while secretly pouring himself another cup of tea. Zhang Wanzong said speechlessly, I don't know if you're a genius or not, but you're really shameless. Come with me, I'll take you to get your level 15 equipment right now. Old Zhang, do you think it's proper for me to still be using level 15 equipment when I've already reached level 20? Lin Bai said meaningfully. You mean? Old Zhang, use your authority to get me a set of level 20 epic equipment. You make it sound so easy. Just as Zhang Wanzong was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something. You performed well in the freshman competition, which caught Principal Lu's attention. If we bring up the matter of you being promoted to level 20, it is very likely that we can get you a set of level 20 epic equipment. Old Zhang, I'll leave this matter to you. Get lost, go back and wait for my news. Zhang Wanzong waved his hand and began to chase people away. Lin Bai wasn't angry. He left the office with a smile, and thoughtfully closed the door behind him as he left. Zhang Wanzong nodded, thinking that although this kid was shameless, he still had some manners. He was about to pour himself a cup of tea when he found that there was only tea leaves left in the teapot. Chapter 41. Someone wants to take my place? After leaving Zhang Wanzong's office, Lin Bai headed towards Counselor Nie Zhaowen's office. In addition to reporting to Nie Zhaowen, he also needed to ask his advisor, Nie Zhaowen, to help him upgrade the props. Although Nie Zhaowen is not a blacksmith or similar profession, she must know people in that profession. There's a saying that goes, never underestimate the connections of professors at a top university. They themselves, or the people they know, may be the most influential figures in your industry that you'll ever meet in your lifetime. Once you leave campus, you may never even have the chance to meet them again. After knocking on the door and receiving permission, Lin Bai entered the office. Hey, isn't this our busy man Lin Bai? Nie Zhaowen looked up at Lin Bai and teased him with a smile. Counselor, please stop teasing me. Don't you know where I'm going? Lin Bai stood obediently in front of Nie Zhaowen. How have your training progressed over the past 2 months? Nie Zhaowen asked curiously. So, I only broke through to level 20, just a little short of level 21 in terms of experience, Lin Bai answered honestly. Is this what you call just so? Nie Zhaowen felt a bit annoyed by Lin Bai's boastful attitude and waved her hand dismissively. Alright, let's go back to class. Advisor, I need your help with something. Lin Bai explained his idea of upgrading 2 items, and of course, he would pay for it himself. I can find someone to help you upgrade your items, but you should also be prepared that you might not be able to upgrade them, Nie Zhaowen said after taking the 2 items. There are 2 ways to upgrade items. The first way is to find a blacksmith or related profession to help upgrade them, but the drawback is that you cannot upgrade items that have been limited to a certain level. The second method is to use a great upgrade box, which can upgrade all items, but the great upgrade box is very expensive, even more expensive than the item itself. If it weren't for items whose functions are irreplaceable, some people would rather buy a new item than use a great upgrade box to upgrade. For Lin Bai, the undead bone ring was an irreplaceable item. After all, undead items were extremely rare, and it was not easy to get one that suited him. So he told Nie Zhaowen that if the undead bone ring needed a great upgrade box, then they would use it. If the golden eye needed a great upgrade box, then they would not upgrade it. After leaving Nie Zhaowen's office, Lin Bai returned to class. As soon as I entered the classroom, I attracted the attention of most of my classmates. There was no way around it. Lin Bai was quite a celebrity in the class, especially since he had just won the East Campus freshman competition and then mysteriously disappeared for 2 months. Everyone was very curious about what Lin Bai had been doing during those 2 months. Faced with everyone's curious gazes, Lin Bai remained calm and composed. However, as he passed Su Che's seat, he glanced at Su Che. This kid had previously said that he would only accept defeat if he won the championship, but it turned out that he hadn't done so yet. Although it's just verbal praise, it's the highest honor for these adorable but naive college students. Suche guiltily shifted his gaze to the other side, but he immediately thought of his training results over the past 2 months, while Lin Bai might have missed his upgrade in the past 2 months, so he looked back at him. That look seemed to say, I'm not convinced. Go ahead and show me off again if you dare. TSK TSK. Lin Bai smiled and returned to his seat. Holy crap, La Bai, what have you been doing for the past 2 months? I thought you got fired from school. Yang Su, who was bragging to someone, rubbed his eyes and looked at Lin Bai with surprise, as if Lin Bai coming to class was a miracle. Actually, it's not Yang Su's fault, since Lin Bai didn't have time to tell too many people when he entered the dungeon. Get lost, you're the one who got fired from school. I only went for 2 months of training. Lin Bai took his textbooks out of the desk. What kind of training warrants taking 2 months off? Yang Su said dismissively. Hi, Lin Bai, long time no see. Su Caixia walked over, holding Su Caiwei's hand. The two sisters were still the same as before, one looking cheerful and gentle, and the other looking shy and cute. It has indeed been a long time. 2 months is longer than a vacation, Lin Bai joked. You guys didn't miss me so much during these 2 months that you couldn't eat or sleep, did you? Do you think that's possible? Su Caixia rolled her eyes, while Su Caiwei nodded slightly. Are you leaving again this time? Su Caiwei asked. They probably won't leave. That's perfect, there's something I need to tell you. Su Caixia said, you haven't been training with us for the past 2 months, so quite a few people have been eyeing our team, especially a guy named Fan Jian from the South Campus. I've clearly told him several times that our team isn't short of people, but he still shamelessly tries to take your place. Every time we go to run a dungeon, he comes over, which is really annoying. So I was thinking, if you're free later, come with us to a dungeon and let him know that our team isn't short of people. Lin Bai, you have to go this time. That Fan Jian isn't just interested in joining our team, he has got his eye on Su Caixia and Su Caiwei. He has been hanging around us every day, it's so annoying, Yang Su added. Su Caiwei stared longingly at Lin Bai. Lin Bai was immediately displeased upon hearing this. He was counting on teaming up with the three of them to win the final exam rankings. If they were replaced, he would have to form a new team. Fortunately, Su Caixia did not agree, so she asked, who is this Fan Jian? What about his original teammates? Fan Jian is from the South Campus. His profession is an S-rank ancient barbarian warrior. I heard that his original teammates were also 3A-rank professionals, but their team got 3rd place in the freshman competition, so he kicked out his 3 teammates and set his sights on our champion team. Su Caixia's expression was strange. The main reason her team was able to get 1st place was because of Lin Bai. Fan Jian actually wanted to replace Lin Bai. She didn't know what Fan Jian was thinking. Can students from the South Campus team up with people from our campus? Lin Bai asked, puzzled. I forgot you don't know, but a month ago, the counselor announced that the final exam would be conducted together across all 4 campuses, so teams from different campuses can be formed together. Su Caiwei slapped her forehead. Okay, I'll go with you after class. Lin Bai readily agreed. After the morning class lasted 1 hour and 20 minutes, Lin Bai followed the 3 of them to the entrance of the dungeon in the East Campus. There are many students coming and going here. In fact, as soon as they don't have classes, the vast majority of students will rush here. As soon as Lin Bai and his 3 companions arrived, a burly boy with a buzz cut brazenly approached them. Even though they were in the South Campus, Fan Jian always arrived here before Su Caixia and the others. Caixia, Caiwei, it's great to see you again. I think it must be fate that brought us together here, Fan Jian said with a sickeningly sweet expression. Lin Bai looked at Fan Jian with admiration. Damn, he can actually say such cheesy things without blushing. He's met a master. Who says you're destined to be with me? Su Caixia looked disgusted, but before she could finish speaking, Lin Bai interrupted her, mainly because he was afraid of making Fan Jian feel good. Some people just like being scolded. My friend, poaching someone's boyfriend is not a respectable thing to do. Who are you? Fan Jian frowned as he looked at Lin Bai, even though he was about to have his fun. I am the last teammate they were talking about. You? Someone who disappeared for 2 months is not qualified to be their teammate? For their own good, I advise you to leave the team voluntarily. Holy crap, this righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor made Lin Bai exclaim that he had met a fellow professional. If he were a shy guy, he might really be too embarrassed to stay any longer, but coincidentally, he also made a living by being shameless. I won't. Fan Jian was stunned for a moment. Lin Bai's words, I won't, really caught him off guard, making him swallow back his words of pressing his advantage. Yang Su forced himself not to laugh. He had disliked Fan Jian for a long time, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything to Fan Jian. Every time he was rebuked, he could only be rendered speechless. Now he finally felt comfortable. Sure enough, to deal with a shameless person, you can only send out another one who is even more shameless. Are you even a man? How can you bear to keep dragging Kai Wei and Saixia down? Fan Jian had been holding back for a long time, but finally came up with another sentence that could be used to condemn from a moral high ground. Lin Bai didn't hold us back. Whether he is here or not, our dungeon running efficiency is the same, Su Saixia retorted. Don't you want to get a good ranking in the final exam? If I replace him, I guarantee you'll get a good ranking, Fan Jian said confidently. Didn't anyone tell you that our team won first place in the East Campus freshman competition entirely because of Lin Bai? Yang Su looked at Fan Jian as if he were an idiot. So what? He disappeared for 2 months. Who knows how strong he is now? After a long build-up, Fan Jian turned his attention to Lin Bai. Do you dare to have a match with me? If you lose, you'll leave the team. If I lose, I won't bother you anymore. Are you trying to fool me? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. Just say you don't dare. Fan Jian looked down on him. I wouldn't dare. Anything else? If not, we're leaving. Don't you have any dignity as a man? I just think that if you lose, you won't bother our team anymore. That's not really a condition. If you just want to play a game, I can play with you. Lin Bai did not refuse Fan Jian's suggestion. After all, he came to help the team solve their problems, not to use his words. Fine, a simple fight is fine too. Fan Jian revealed a smug expression. Although he no longer had any conditions, he believed that as long as he defeated Lin Bai and let the two sisters see his strength, they would gradually accept him. Just like everyone likes rich people, everyone prefers the strong to the weak. Lin Bai, do you really want to fight him? Su Saixia looked worried. 2 months ago, she wouldn't have been worried at all, but now she had already reached level 18, and Fan Jian, as an S-level professional, was very likely to have reached level 19. Lin Bai had been missing for 2 months, so his level must have fallen behind. Relying solely on the strangeness of his skills, it would probably be difficult to win. Fight him. Yang Su wasn't worried at all. Although he didn't know Lin Bai's level, he believed that given Lin Bai's shamelessness, he definitely wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Su Kaiwei looked at Lin Bai with bright eyes, her face turning slightly red as if she had thought of something. Fight now? Seeing Su Kaiwei's expression, Fan Jian's fists clenched with jealousy. I'm fine with anything, Lin Bai replied. As they talked, the two groups headed towards the school's dueling arena. Along the way, Fan Jian gathered a lot of people to watch the spectacle, hoping to use this method to make Lin Bai lose even more face. Lin Bai didn't care. Losing face was only acceptable if you had a face to begin with. What's the situation over there? As the most popular campus belle among the freshmen, Lin Ruiying was walking towards the dungeon when she saw a large group of people walking towards her, and a curious look appeared on her face. Upon hearing the school beauty's question, the boy next to her immediately asked a passerby for information and then told Lin Ruiying what he had learned. Fan Jian from the South Campus challenged Lin Bai from the East Campus, and the two are going to the dueling arena to fight. Who is Lin Bai? I've never heard of him before. Lin Ruiying knew about the S-level freshmen in the 4 campuses, but she had never heard of Lin Bai. Lin Bai is the C-level priest who single-handedly defeated 4 opponents in the East Campus freshman competition and ultimately won the championship, the boy replied. Oh, it's him. I heard his skills are quite unorthodox. Let's go check it out. Lin Ruiying immediately became interested and followed behind a large group of people. Lin Bai and Fan Jian arrived at the dueling arena. To prevent any accidents during the battle, they found a teacher to act as the referee. Are you ready? Fan Jian finished his transformation, holding a level 15 epic great axe in his hand, and all his equipment was also level 15 epic. His own level is 19. Lin Bai had already used his reconnaissance skills to verify this in advance. In fact, aside from combat, using the scouting skill on someone at any other time can be considered a provocation, just like spitting in front of someone. However, Lin Bai's reconnaissance skills will not be detected. After completing his transformation, Lin Bai, holding a level 10 mage staff, beckoned to Fan Jian. A level 10 mage staff? You haven't even reached level 15 in the 2 months you've been gone, have you? Fan Jian laughed, his expression contemptuous, but his speed was by no means slow. However, he was a warrior after all, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun Lin Bai, who was a ranged class. Lin Bai casually raised his staff, and a healing spell landed on Fan Jian. Fan Jian shuddered. Even though he was prepared, he still couldn't help but want to curse when he was actually hit by the healing spell. Damn, what kind of weird skill is this? He took a deep breath. He could endure it, at most 3 minutes. But the next second, another ball of light hit him. It's a holy light bullet. I repent, I am guilty. Fan Jian showed a remorseful expression and began to repent. Although it only lasted for 2 seconds, this relaxation caused the urge to urinate to advance a little further. It's okay, I can still bear it. Taking advantage of the skill cooldown, he approached Lin Bai, raised his axe, and swung it at Lin Bai. Holy light protection, reflects damage. Lin Bai applied 2 buffs to himself in succession. The axe struck the light shield, and a sharp pain shot through Fan Jian's entire body. The shock almost made him wet himself again. To everyone's surprise, Lin Bai actually blocked Fan Jian's attack. Fan Jian is either level 18 or 19. Lin Bai was able to block Fan Jian's attack, so his level must be quite high as well. Su Caixia was curious about Lin Bai's level, but even though they were teammates, she was too embarrassed to let Su Kaiwei use the scouting skill on Lin Bai. It was blocked? Lin Ruiying's interest in Lin Bai grew stronger. Their team had been lacking a suitable support player, and if they could bring Lin Bai in. Let's see if he can win the fight first. Did Chapter 42 make you admit defeat? Come on, don't be a coward. If you're a man, keep going with me. Lin Bai looked at Fan Jian's distorted face and began to speak. Grass. Fan Jian cursed under his breath. He also wanted to give Lin Bai a good beating, but every attack he made not only failed to break through Lin Bai's defenses, but also bounced off him. The worst part is that he urgently needs to urinate. Damn it, is this a pastor? How can there be such a disgusting pastor in the world? Seeing that continuing would only lead to defeat, Fan Jian took out a ring from his personal space and put it on his finger. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Although it wasn't explicitly forbidden, it was generally assumed that the use of props was prohibited in duels, so Fan Jian's actions were somewhat despicable. Damn it, have you no shame? Yang Su wasn't going to tolerate Fan Jian's behavior and immediately started cursing. I bought the props with my points, so I can use them if I want. If I think it's unfair, Lin Bai can use them too. I didn't stop him, Fan Jian said, his face flushed. Lin Bai is going to lose. Standing in the crowd, Su Che suddenly exclaimed excitedly. He had originally intended to enter the instance as well, but after seeing Fan Jian challenge Lin Bai, he followed along. Why do you say that? Gui Yaxin, a teammate, asked curiously. The item Fan Jian used is called the Forbidden Ring. Its function is that when attacking, there is a 2% chance that it will block the magic power of professionals below level 20. Once the block occurs, Lin Bai's protective shield will disappear, and Fan Jian can defeat Lin Bai instantly. I remember Lin Bai can reflect damage, but the 2% chance of triggering it isn't very high. Fan Jian might not be able to hold on before it even triggers. The Forbidden Ring will trigger whenever there is an attack. It doesn't say you have to use your full strength. You seem quite pleased that Lin Bai is going to lose the battle? It's his own fault for trying to show off in front of me last time. Su Che shrugged, unable to deny it. But no matter what, Lin Bai is from our class, and to some extent represents the honor of our class. Su Che, your thinking is wrong, Gui Yaxin corrected. Su Che's gaze suddenly became confused. Gui Yaxin was his teammate, but now she was siding with Lin Bai, which made him feel as if he had been NTR'd. Lin Ruiying, who was standing not far away, heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but glance at Gui Yaxin a few more times. Ruiying, what are you looking at? Zhou Qiming, who was next to Lin Ruiying, asked. The girl standing next to Su Che seems to be in Lin Bai's class. That average-looking girl is nowhere near as good-looking as you. Zhou Qiming also glanced at Gui Yaxin a few times. To be honest, although Gui Yaxin is not as good-looking as Lin Ruiying, she is still a pretty girl. However, Zhou Qiming would not tell the truth. He just wanted to praise Lin Ruiying. I was just lucky to be named the school beauty. Although Lin Ruiying said this, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. While the group was talking, Fan Jian was launching a frenzied attack on Lin Bai. 1, 2, 10, 20, 50, 100. Damn, is this prop broken? Seeing that the light shield around Lin Bai was not going away for a long time, Fan Jian began to doubt his life. With a 2% probability, even with the worst luck, it should trigger by now. A minute passed, and Fan Jian was already bursting with desire, but the forbidden ring still hadn't been triggered. He was in despair. Why? Did I buy a fake? Actually, there's another possibility that the forbidden ring didn't trigger, but Fan Jian didn't even dare to think about it. This didn't trigger? Su Che also thought of a certain possibility and felt like he had been shown up again. Could Lin Bai have already reached level 20? Lin Ruiying asked Zhou Qiming beside her. Probably not. Zhou Qiming hesitated. Then why wasn't the item's effect triggered? Lin Ruiying seemed to be asking Zhou Qiming, but she was actually asking herself as well. How about we have Lu Jinhua check Lin Bai's level? Zhou Qiming suggested. Forget it, doing this might offend Lin Bai. Lin Ruiying, who was eager to recruit Lin Bai into her team, naturally wouldn't allow such behavior. I concede. The longer he couldn't break through, the more Fan Jian felt that the possibility was greater. If Lin Bai really broke through to level 20, he would not be able to defeat Lin Bai until he was exhausted. The important thing is that he's almost at his limit. If he doesn't go to the bathroom soon, he'll have to come out. Stop messing around, I think you're about to beat me, Lin Bai coaxed gently. Fan Jian didn't say a word, turned around and left. You think you're about to win? You're kidding me. Stop right there. Did I ask you to admit defeat? Seeing that Fan Jianjin had left, Lin Bai was not satisfied and used a levitation technique to make Fan Jianjin fly into the air. Brother, you're my brother, okay? I really give up, please let me go. Fan Jian was on the verge of tears. He was really about to be released. No, I won't allow you to admit defeat. Lin Bai's main trait is that he is completely impervious to reason. Teacher, I give up, please do something about him. Fan Jian pleaded with the teacher standing nearby. This was the first time the teacher had encountered such a situation. The opponent had admitted defeat, but the teacher was determined not to let him give up. However, as a teacher, he still had to fulfill his responsibilities and advised Lin Bai, student, since he has already admitted defeat, you should let him go. But teacher, I really think he's about to win, Lin Bai said earnestly. Before you say that, could you please turn off the levitation spell? That's a level 20 skill, I'm not blind. The teacher thought to himself that Lin Bai was shameless, but continued to persuade him gently, but he has already admitted defeat, you have won this battle. Teacher, I still think it's inappropriate. As a student of Peking University, even if he doesn't win every duel, he can't just admit defeat without getting hurt. If he were to duel with a student from another school, wouldn't that make Peking University lose face? So I don't think he can just admit defeat like that. Lin Bai said this nonsense with a straight face. The teacher felt that Lin Bai's words made some sense, so he turned to Fan Jian and advised, young man, you're not injured, why don't you continue fighting? Teacher, I'm injured. Fan Jian removed his equipment, revealing the wounds on his body caused by the recoil. It's alright, I can treat you. As soon as he finished speaking, a healing spell was cast on him, and his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Alright, you're not injured anymore, Lin Bai said with a smile. Yang Su, watching from the sidelines, laughed until his stomach hurt. He finally understood that Lin Bai wasn't trying to stop Fan Jian from admitting defeat. He was clearly standing up for the Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei sisters. The two sisters weren't stupid, they naturally figured out the key point. The two sisters just reacted differently. Su Caixia smiled. Su Kaiwei covered her chest with one hand, pressed down on her skirt with the other, squeezed her legs together, and twisted her body repeatedly with slightly flushed cheeks. Brother, can I call you brother? I promise I'll never bother Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei again, Fan Jian pleaded. It makes it sound like I'm deliberately getting revenge on you. I'm not that petty. Although he said that, Lin Bai gradually let go of Fan Jian. Brother, you're not petty, I'm the petty one, you're the most generous. I didn't T-force you, these are all words you said from the bottom of your heart. Yes, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Fan Jian was about to cry. After being put down, he ran towards the teaching building. And so the battle ended. Su Che had already hidden himself in the crowd. Lin Ruiying glanced at Gui Yaxin and thought that Lin Bai probably hadn't seen many beautiful women before, so she confidently strode towards Lin Bai. Hello, Lin Bai. Just as Lin Bai was about to speak with Yang Su and the other two who were walking over, a girl stopped him. Hello, is there something you need? Lin Bai looked at the girl blocking his way. He remembered that this person seemed to be Lin Ruiying, the most popular freshman campus belle. may I invite you to lunch? Lin Ruiying asked gently, tossing her hair. Let's talk here. Lin Bai glanced at a certain spot without making a sound. Sure enough, some people just stood there and made a good point. Lin Ruiying was surprised to be rejected. After a moment of surprise, she smiled and said, Lin is really straightforward. But I like straightforward guys. Here's the thing, I'd like to invite Lin to join our team. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai glanced at the three boys standing next to Lin Ruiying, one of whom, a short boy, instantly turned pale. Lin Ruiying, are you planning to kick me out of the team? Clearly, this short guy is a support player in the team. Lu Jinhua, I'm very sorry, but I hope you can understand. I really wanted to get first place in the final exam. Lin Ruiying said with an apologetic expression. Zhou Qiming and the other boy felt no sympathy for Lu Jinhua. On the contrary, they felt a sense of joy at having one less opponent. Okay, I understand. Lu Jinhua's face darkened. I don't think I've agreed to be your teammate yet, Lin Bai couldn't help but interrupt. Lin, you should be able to see my sincerity. Moreover, our team is very strong. Zhou Qiming is an S-rank winter warrior, Lu Yang is an A-rank earth knight, and in some ways they are no weaker than S-rank professions. As for myself, I am an S-rank shadow mage. If you join our team, we have a great chance of winning first place at the end of the semester. Lin Ruiying introduced them one by one, and at the same time, she was very confident in her appearance, believing that Lin Bai was just playing hard to get. She didn't believe that any boy would dislike a pretty girl. I'm really sorry, I already have teammates. These are my teammates. Lin Bai gave Yang Su a look, and Yang Su immediately came over with the Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei sisters. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ruiying's eyes. She had noticed the two sisters earlier, but she hadn't expected them to be Lin Bai's teammates. Even so, she was confident she could compete, since she was the most popular school beauty among the freshmen, and the two sisters combined were barely on par with her. Zhou Qiming and Lu Yang showed expressions of jealousy. They teamed up with Lin Ruiying to pursue her, but Lin Bai actually had two school beauties with looks similar to Lin Ruiying. It was infuriating to compare people like that. Just then, Liang Yi walked over and said in her usual old-school tea ceremony style, Brother Lin Bai, have you leveled up to 20? That's amazing. The battle just now was so chaotic, you have to take responsibility for that. Another school beauty? Lin Ruiying looked confused. Are school beauties really that worthless? Why are they all surrounding Lin Bai? Little Bai, you did a great job just now. Seeing Lin Bai surrounded by several school beauties, Tang Jinxian, who loved watching the excitement, immediately dragged Qin Ning over. Qin Ning originally wanted to wait for Lin Bai to finish dealing with things here before coming over, but she still couldn't resist Tang Jinxian's forceful dragging. Tang Jinxian herself is undoubtedly a great beauty. Needless to say, Qin Ning was the only person Lin Bai had ever seen whose looks could rival Feng Shui's. The moment the two appeared, they instantly overshadowed all the other school beauties. Liang Yi was stunned for a moment. She had been disappointed for a long time after seeing Feng Shui last time. Seeing such a beautiful girl next to Lin Bai this time, she suddenly felt powerless. The Su sisters, Caixia and Kaiwei, were alright, since they had met Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian a few times before. Finally, there's Lin Ruiying. She originally wanted to use her looks to recruit Lin Bai into the team, but now that idea is buried deep in her heart. Sister, what brings you here? Upon seeing the two appear, Lin Bai greeted them with a smile. Sister? A thought that had been buried in Lin Ruiying's heart began to resurface. But then, a remark from Tang Jinxian made her put that idea away again. Why call her sister? It makes Ningning sound old. She's not your biological sister. Just call her by her name. And me, just call me Jinxian. That sounds more intimate. Lin Bai didn't believe Tang Jinxuan's lies and called Qin Ning sister again. Well, how have you been these past 2 months? Qin Ning asked with a stern face and serious tone, like a teacher who hadn't seen you for a holiday and was asking how your summer homework was going right after the start of the new semester. Not bad, I'm just a little short of level 21 in experience. Lin Bai, like a student being tested, humbly and proudly stated his achievement. The people around were shocked when they heard this. Although both being at level 20 and almost reaching level 21 or level 20, the difference between them is longer than the time required to level up from level 19 to level 20. It turns out that in the past 2 months, they have actually been left far behind by Lin Bai. Not bad, but don't be arrogant. To some ferocious beasts in the wilderness, a level 20 professional is not even a powerful grasshopper. Qin Ning's tone was stern, but a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, everyone secretly rolled their eyes. If level 20 wasn't even considered a grasshopper, then what were they, who were below level 20? Ants? But Lin Bai was the only one who nodded seriously, taking those words to heart. Level 20 was indeed too weak. Are you going to run a dungeon with your teammates later? Qin Ning looked at Su Caixia, Su Kaiwei, and Yang Su. The three of them waved their hands in unison. What a joke! Lin Bai is already level 20. How could they possibly trouble Lin Bai to carry them through dungeons? Then come with me for a walk around campus? Qin Ning nodded in satisfaction at the three's reaction. Well, I haven't been able to relax properly lately. After greeting Su Caixia and the other two, Lin Bai accompanied Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian on a stroll around the campus and its surroundings. Lin Bai's sister is really scary. After Qin Ning left, Su Kaiwei stuck out her tongue to ease the tense atmosphere. Yes, when I'm with her, I always feel like I've done something wrong and I'm facing my parents. Even Liang Yi, who has never gotten along with the two sisters, couldn't help but chime in. As for Lin Ruiying, she had fallen completely silent. She had originally thought that Lin Bai hadn't seen many beautiful women, and that she could use her looks to attract him to join the team. Now it seemed that she had been too presumptuous. But there was one thing she didn't understand: why were so many school beauties gathered around Lin Bai? Was it just because Lin Bai was more capable? Even if he's strong, he's still just a priest, a support class, and can never compare to warriors or mages. So, is there some shining quality in Lin Bai that she hasn't seen yet? Chapter 43: Dead Space, Undead Transformation. Lin Bai accompanied Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian around the school for more than an hour, and only saw them off after they finished lunch. To be honest, Lin Bai wasn't impatient at all. On the contrary, he cherished this time. Qin Ning was already a level 27 professional when he bought the enchantment orb, and he had leveled up to level 28 in the past 2 months. Once he reached level 30, the only way to level up was to go on adventures in the wilderness. Adventure in the wilderness is a very dangerous thing. Sometimes a fleeting encounter may be the last. Unfortunately, Lin Bai can't help Qin Ning much right now. His strength is still too weak compared to Qin Ning's. During the chat, Qin Ning returned another 5,000 points, bringing Lin Bai's total to 10,250 points. But that's still far from enough. He asked his advisor, Niejawan, to help him find someone to upgrade his items. Upgrading items requires a lot of points, so he plans to level up to 21 first and then try out the infinite dungeon. So, while his classmates were still tackling dungeons from level 15 to 20, Lin Bai had already entered dungeons from level 20 to 25. In the dungeons for levels 20 to 25, the students are mostly sophomores, and none of them know Lin Bai. So even if Lin Bai uses necromancer skills in this dungeon, it won't attract much attention. Firstly, the necromancer class is rare, and few people have seen the necromancer's skills. Secondly, the necromancer's ability to summon undead is similar to that of other summoning classes, so even if others see him, they would assume that Lin Bai is a special summoning class. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that Lin Bai finally replenished the last 2% of experience points, leveling up from level 20 to level 21. Because he had consumed a lot of magic power, he didn't go to try out the infinite dungeon until after class the next day. Mission: reach the 25th floor of the Endless Dungeon. Quest reward: choose any 2 from 3 necromancer skills. Ha! A quest has arrived, and it's related to necromancers. Lin Bai instantly became excited. He could currently learn 9 necromancer skills, but he had only mastered 5. This mission was just in time. There's not much to say. Lin Bai entered the infinite dungeon alone. I cleared floor 12 last time, so this time I appeared directly on floor 13. The boss on the 13th floor consists of 2 level 17 elite monsters, which is not difficult for Lin Bai. Floor 14 has a level 17 general monster, and floor 15 has a level 17 general monster leading a group of level 17 elite monsters. Starting from the 20th floor, the difficulty doubles. The boss on floor 20 is a level 20 general, the boss on floor 21 is a level 21 general, and the boss on floor 22 is a level 22 general. This means that you will encounter a general of the same level as the floor you ascend. Lin Bai was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that reaching the 25th floor would be an easy task, but he got stuck on the 24th floor and couldn't get past the general monster no matter what. It's not that the necromancer class is weak, but rather that elite level monsters have higher stats than players of the same level. Players can only regain their advantage through weapons and equipment. However, Lin Bai is currently using level 10 epic equipment. Having figured this out, Lin Bai immediately found Zhang Wanzong and inquired about the progress of weapons and equipment. Even with the vice principal's approval, the process was already quite slow. But Lin Bai, being shameless, relentlessly followed Zhang Wanzong around all day, even accompanying him to the toilet. Finally, Zhang Wanzong got fed up and personally supervised the matter. On Thursday morning, Lin Bai received the level 20 epic weapon and equipment. When he left, Lin Bai thoughtfully took a bag of tea with him, worried that Zhang Wanzong might have trouble sleeping at night if he drank too much tea. Look how thoughtful that is. Lin Bai was so moved by his own words. In the afternoon, I was called to the office by my counselor, Nie Jiawen, and received the upgraded golden eye and the death bone ring that I had been longing for. To Lin Bai's surprise, the upgraded golden eye skill was now limited to level 30 and gained an additional skill that could mask level restrictions. The effect of the Ring of the Dead remains unchanged, except that the level restriction has been changed from 20 to 25. But don't be fooled by the seemingly minor changes to the bone ring. It consumes 3 times the points of the golden eye. Unfortunately, the bone ring could not be upgraded through forging. It could only be upgraded using a great upgrade box. However, the great upgrade box was quite valuable. In the end, upgrading the 2 items consumed the points Lin Bai had earned from the endless dungeon, and Lin Bai's points were reduced back to 12,000. He sold the second-hand experience stones for 14,000, bringing his total to 26,000 points. Qin Ning still owes 16,000 points, but it's estimated that these 16,000 points won't be paid off until next semester. After obtaining the item, Lin Bai donned the mage's staff and his full set of equipment, and confidently set off to challenge the 24th floor of the infinite dungeon. This time, after a battle, Lin Bai passed the 24th floor, but got stuck on the 25th floor. It doesn't matter, the system's task is to reach the 25th floor, not to pass the 25th floor. By the way, adding the points from the 24th floor, Lin Bai's total points have temporarily reached 31,400. Task completed. You can now choose any 2 of the following 3 skills. Undead Conversion Platinum converts a defenseless creature into an undead creature, lowering its level by 1. But with a certain probability of improving its quality. Creatures converted into undead cannot be upgraded. The current maximum number of undead creatures one can possess is 2, and this maximum can be increased by enhancing mental power. Deathcoil Platinum summons the power of the undead in the spatial realm to bind the target, providing group control. The duration of the binding depends on the target's level and the user's mental and magical power. Death Space Diamond permanently possesses a space capable of holding undead summons. The volume of the death space can expand based on the amount of death energy absorbed. Holy crap! A diamond level skill? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bai first chose the death space skill, and then, considering that the priest also had control skills, he chose undead conversion as his second skill. Clearly, these 2 skills are complementary. Without the death space, Lin Bai would have to carry the transformed undead with him, and then the entire school would probably know that he was a necromancer. After learning these 2 skills, Lin Bai couldn't wait to try them out, but to his disappointment, the undead conversion skill could not be used on monsters in the dungeon, and the death space could not be improved by killing monsters in the dungeon, since the monsters in the dungeon were all illusory. If you want these 2 skills to work, you have to find real monsters. However, for Lin Bai, venturing into the wilderness right now is still too dangerous. As for spatial rifts, how could Shanjing, as the capital of the Xinsha Empire, possibly allow the existence of spatial rifts? Even if spatial rifts exist in other cities, they are all under the control of official law enforcement. However, this difficult situation for Lin Bai only lasted until Friday, when things took a turn for the better. On Friday afternoon, Counselor Nie Jiawen stood on the podium and announced that the school would be conducting a 2-day practical exercise the following Monday, in which students would hunt real monsters in the wilderness under the supervision of teachers and counselors. All materials obtained from hunting monsters belong to the individual student, but can also be submitted to the school in exchange for corresponding points. The news excited almost all the first-year students, because almost 99% of them had never fought a real monster since becoming professionals, and this event also offered points. However, this matter quickly turned out to be a misunderstanding, because only team members who passed the first round of selection in the freshman competition were eligible to participate. After all, there are more than 10,000 first-year students in each campus, and it is impossible for teachers to supervise them all. Upon hearing this news, Lin Bai asked Feng Shui on his phone if she would participate. Feng Shui's answer was no. In order to surpass the progress of other individual soldiers, her time was fully scheduled until the end of the semester. Even if she occasionally has time, she will at most have a meal with Lin Bai or stroll around the campus. Lin Bai was disappointed. Since Feng Shui wasn't going, he would have to act alone. With 2 days left, let's find out what powerful monsters in the wilderness were going to or suitable for turning into undead. Monday arrived in the blink of an eye. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Bai originally thought that taking the fighter jet would waste some time on the road, but who knew that Beijing University actually had a teleportation array? Upon entering the teleportation array, in the blink of an eye, everyone appeared in the military camp. Then, after crossing the border, we arrived in the wilderness. The whole process took less than 20 minutes. Fast, fucking fast. With a sigh, Lin Bai looked out over the wilderness. Ahead, weeds grew rampant, and the remains of various monsters were scattered everywhere. A faint smell of blood and a strange, unpleasant odor wafted through the air. It was 8 o'clock in the morning in September, a time when the heat had not yet subsided, but for some reason, just standing here made me break out in a row of fine goosebumps. I was both excited and terrified. The others shared similar feelings with Lin Bai. Although they had seen the wilderness on TV, this was their first time experiencing it firsthand. Even with teachers protecting them, they could still face life-threatening situations. This is both an adventurer's paradise and an adventurer's hell. In the wilderness, there are no laws, only strength is the only true principle. A total of 140 students participated in this test, but there were more than 35 teams. This is because some teams disbanded after participating in the freshman competition, and some members who formed new teams did not qualify for this event. Teams like Lin Bai's team, which have been maintained since the freshman competition, are few and far between. At this moment, all the students gathered in front of their respective class advisors and teachers. After the instructor explained the precautions for the wilderness, he distributed smart bracelets, tactical backpacks, sharp daggers, and a protective scroll to the students. The smart bracelet can be used to scan the types of monsters, identify which materials are worth collecting, and also to call for help from nearby instructors and teachers. The tactical backpack contains food such as compressed biscuits, energy bars, and beef jerky, as well as water. It can also be used to carry materials cut from monsters. The dagger is used to break down materials. The guardian scroll is used when encountering danger. Your activity area is limited to a radius of 20 kilometers. Once you exceed this distance, the smart bracelet will issue an alarm, and everyone must return here by 6 p.m. at the latest. Disband. As the instructor announced the disbandment, the students temporarily formed small teams to explore the depths of the wilderness together. Lin Bai did not leave the team immediately because Yang Su and the other two were in the same location as the target he was looking for. To be honest, I'm both nervous and excited right now. What about you, Lao Bai? Yang Su, carrying a giant sword, kept scanning the surroundings for any monsters that might appear. Me too, but there's no need to be too nervous. Since the school chose this place, it means that the threat to us here shouldn't be too great, as long as we stay within the designated area. Lin Bai analyzed rationally. Lin Bai is right, we don't need to be too nervous. Su Caixia took a deep breath and shielded Su Kaiwei behind her. Su Kaiwei gripped the staff with both hands, looking very nervous. Before long, the four encountered their first real monster, a wild mole, but it was only level 13, and they easily defeated it. However, when they killed the wild mole, blood spurted out, making the group feel very uncomfortable. However, the school had a course on dissecting monsters, and although the group was uncomfortable, they still used daggers to cut off valuable parts of the wild mole. Lin Bai spent the morning with the three of them and didn't encounter any danger along the way. In the afternoon, Lin Bai suggested acting alone. The three men knew how capable Lin Bai was, so they did not stop him, but simply told him to be careful. Ghostback centipede, 8-winged mantis, blood-striped leopard, faceless thief, these are all level 24 elite monsters that may be encountered within a 20-kilometer radius of the border. However, the most suitable ones to be transformed into undead are the level 24 generals Ghost Mantis and Wilderness Butcher. Hopefully, I will encounter these two types of monsters. If he doesn't encounter a suitable monster, Lin Bai won't leave the designated area for it, he will only choose a slightly less suitable monster. Just as Lin Bai was heading deeper into the wilderness, Lin Ruiying's team had already penetrated 15 kilometers into the wilderness. Ruiying, do we really have to go this deep? It's just a practice battle anyway, can't we just find a few low-level monsters to kill? Lu Yang said nervously as he walked at the front of the group. Lu Yang, if you're scared, go back. Nobody forced you to come, Zhou Qining said, sneer from the side. Bullshit, I'm not scared at all. I'm just thinking about Rueying's safety, Lu Yang retorted stubbornly. Rueying, do you believe me? Zhou Qiming looked at Lin Rueying, who was being protected behind him. Lin Rueying looked at Lu Yang and said seriously, I'm very grateful that you came here with me, but if you're scared, you should go back. There's no need to be stubborn. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's face flushed instantly. Rueying, I'm not afraid. If there's any real danger, I'll definitely stand in front to protect you. You really don't need to be so strong. I really wasn't trying to be brave. Lin Rueying shook her head slightly. Although she might use her beauty to achieve certain goals, she would never joke about other people's safety. Moreover, even if she used her beauty, it was out of necessity. After all, she comes from an ordinary family. Her parents are both ordinary people who can't offer any help on her career path. If she wants to go further on her career path, she can't let go of any resources that can help her. So this trip to the wilderness to hunt monsters was a rare opportunity for her, but she didn't want the three of them to come with her on the adventure. They came voluntarily. Lin Rueying was somewhat moved by this, and she silently prayed in her heart. I hope the operation goes smoothly and no one gets hurt. Chapter 44. Beautiful lady, do you need help? While Lin Rueying and her three teammates were hunting high-level monsters, little did they know that danger was quietly approaching. A wilderness hunter, drawn by the scent of blood in the air, approached the four people. It crouched low, half lying on the ground, its empty eyes fixed on the four who were besieging a level 21 elite monster, seemingly assessing their strength. End the battle. Zhou Qiming drew his longsword from the monster's body and deliberately struck a cool pose. Lu Yang, standing nearby, curled his lip in disdain, scanned the monster's corpse with his smart bracelet, and after analyzing the valuable parts, cut them with a dagger. Rueying, are you tired? Do you want some water? Lu Jinhua, who was almost kicked out of the team by Lin Rueying a few days ago, fawned over Lin Rueying by handing her a bottle of water. That's how simps are. Even if they've been rejected by their goddess, they'll still find all sorts of reasons to manipulate themselves. Their enthusiasm for their goddess is as strong as an unkillable cockroach. Thank you, I have my own water. Lin Rueying took a bottle of water out of her backpack, unscrewed the cap, and took a few sips. Just as the four relaxed, a dark shadow suddenly darted out and attacked Lu Yang, who was cutting up the corpse. Careful! Lin Rueying exclaimed in surprise and quickly used the shadow binding technique to freeze the shadow. Zhou Qiming reacted quickly, raising his greatsword and slashing the shadowy figure away. When the shadowy figure landed, the pupils of all four people contracted simultaneously. This was a creature that looked very much like a wolf, but it had no hair on its body, its skin was like a flowing shadow, and its eyes were blank with no pupils. At this moment, it was staring blankly at the four people. Wilderness hunter? Lin Rueying's heart skipped a beat. Wilderness hunters never act alone, which means that when you see a wilderness hunter, it may already be being watched by a group of wilderness hunters. Moreover, the wilderness hunters are incredibly resilient and fast. If you can't overwhelm them with sheer force, you'll face endless attacks. This wilderness hunter is a level 20 elite monster. After using his reconnaissance skills, Lu Jinhua said in a trembling voice, we'd better ask the teachers around us for help as soon as possible. After pressing the SOS button on her smart bracelet, Lin Rueying took out the Guardian Scroll with her other hand. In no time, a group of wilderness hunters surrounded the four of them. The leader was a level 21 general-level wilderness hunter with 2 heads. This situation is far beyond what 4 people can handle. Without the slightest hesitation, the 4 of them used the Guardian Scroll almost simultaneously. Now all you need to do is stay where you are and wait for the teacher to rescue you. But the wilderness hunters had no intention of letting the 4 go so easily. One after another, they pounced on the protective shield and began to bite it. The darkness completely blocked the 4's vision. This protective shield can't be broken, can it? Lu Yang was so frightened that his face turned completely pale. It shouldn't be possible. According to the instructor, this protective shield can block level 25 general-level monsters for 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, the teacher will definitely arrive here based on the location on the smart bracelet. Lin Rueying gripped her staff tightly, forcing herself to remain calm. But these wilderness hunters are terrifying. Lu Yang felt like he was a piece of meat, while these wilderness hunters were like a pack of wolves that hadn't eaten for days. A minute later, perhaps realizing they couldn't break through the shield, the wilderness hunters changed their strategy and focused their attacks on Lu Yang's shield. The protective shield, which was originally a dark color, is visibly fading in color. If this continues, it might be broken within 5 minutes. No, I don't want to die. Lu Yang broke down and looked at Lin Ruiying in despair. Help me. Lin Ruiying now has two choices: either ignore everything and escape while the wilderness hunters are focusing their attacks on Lu Yang, or use her skills to support Lu Yang. Knowing that Lu Yang had come here because of her, Lin Ruiying did not hesitate for a moment and used shadow magic, hoping to slow down the frequency of the wilderness hunters' attacks. But once the shadow magic was unleashed, it was like a drop of water being poured into hot oil. The wilderness hunters turned on Lin Ruiying and began attacking her frantically. Lin Ruiying was so frightened that her face turned pale, while Lu Yang, who had just been rescued, was overwhelmed and broke down in a mental breakdown, turning around and running away. With Lu Yang's lead, Zhou Qiming and Lu Jinhua also began to waver. Staying here, there's a good chance we'll be killed by the wilderness hunters before the teacher arrives. So Zhou Qiming and Lu Jinhua also ran away. Ruiying, don't be afraid. The teacher might be on his way. I'll go pick him up. Seeing that the two men had given up on her, Lin Ruiying was confused. Were these the same suitors who claimed to like her and would do anything for her? She wanted them to come back, but the words caught in her throat. What good would it do if they came back? They'd just die together anyway. Let's go then. She gripped the mage's staff tightly, watching the protective shield change from deep blue to pale white, her gaze shifting from hope to despair and then to numbness. She thought of her parents at home, and how heartbroken they would be after she died. Just then, a slightly frivolous voice came from not far away. Miss, do you need any help? Hope rekindled in Lin Ruiying's eyes. Following the sound, she saw Lin Bai, all alone, his feet leaving the ground as he lazily flew towards her. Lin Bai? Lin Ruiying was taken aback. She admitted that Lin Bai was more capable than her, but there were more than 20 wilderness hunters here, and Lin Bai alone would definitely not be able to handle them. Don't come any closer, it's dangerous here. Compared to her 3 companions who had abandoned her, she felt a complex mix of emotions as she looked at Lin Bai, who had come to risk his life to help her. Don't you want to be rescued? Lin Bai's expression was strange. He pointed his mage's staff at Lin Ruiying, and the next second, Lin Ruiying and the protective shield flew into the air. But the wilderness hunters had no intention of letting go of their prey that was within reach. Black tentacles extended from their sides, wrapped around the protective shield around Lin Ruiying, and some even grew strange wings from their sides and flew into the air. Lin Bai first cast a layer of holy light protection on himself. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the priest's methods alone seemed insufficient to deal with the wilderness hunters. Lin Ruiying's protective shield could not last long, and dragging it out was not a solution. So he sighed softly, then his eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately, a terrifying mental pressure swept out. The wild hunters, who had been extremely aggressive just moments before, immediately lay prone on the ground, trembling, after being swept by the oppressive aura. Those who had taken to the sky fell straight down. What's this? Lin Ruiying stared blankly at Lin Bai. Although the pressure wasn't directed at her, she could still feel its terrifying power, as if she were facing death directly. Is this also a priest's skill? You are just what I need to expand the death space. After glancing at Lin Ruiying, Lin Bai summoned 10 undead without any hesitation. These undead were all level 21 elite monsters, only one level higher than the wilderness hunters, but under the king's pressure, the wilderness hunters dared not resist at all, and waited for death one after another. After they died, a faint black gas emanated from their corpses, which gathered into the black sphere in Lin Bai's right hand. Of all the wilderness hunters, only the 2-headed hunter dared to resist, but as soon as it moved, it was attacked by 10 undead and torn into several pieces in no time. It has grown considerably stronger. After killing all the wilderness hunters, Lin Bai dispelled the undead and dispersed the projection of the death space in his right hand, instantly clearing away the oppressive atmosphere in the arena. That's it? What were those things just now? Lin Ruiying was placed on the ground, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Even if she was stupid, she could tell that the skills that made people feel depressed from the bottom of their hearts were definitely not from the priest. She looked at Lin Bai, waiting for his answer, but Lin Bai showed no intention of explaining. Lin Ruiying gave a wry smile. Yes, the person had saved her and hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she explain? Besides, she wasn't even familiar with the person. After a few seconds of silence, she said, I'll keep it a secret for you. Lin Bai shrugged indifferently, took out his dagger, and began collecting valuable parts from the wilderness hunter one by one. These are all points, so we can't waste them. Don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Ruiying couldn't help but ask, seeing Lin Bai, who had just saved her, acting as if nothing had happened. Normally, even if Lin Bai didn't explain anything, shouldn't he at least ask her what was going on, or comfort her like other boys do? The result was that he ignored his own beautiful wife and instead went to dissect corpses. If you're free, help dispose of the bodies. Two people can speed things up, Lin Bai said without turning his head. Oh. Lin Ruiying felt strange, but she still obediently did as she was told. Come to think of it, Lin Bai was the first person to ask her, the school beauty, to do such dirty work, and the key point is that she didn't feel any resentment at all. At this moment, she finally realized what made Lin Bai different from the other boys. The other boys, if they had any strength, would want the whole school to know. Lin Bai was strong but very low-key. When things really happened, even though they weren't close, he still saved her. Some boys, on the other hand, claimed they would do anything for her, but when they were in danger, they simply abandoned her. Compared to him, Lin Bai is practically a male god. A few minutes later, a male teacher arrived at the scene and, seeing the bodies of the two hunters lying on the ground, asked in astonishment how they had managed to do it. Lin Ruiying explained that she was in danger, and Lin Bai rushed over to save her by killing all the wilderness hunters. As for the details, he only mentioned them briefly. What the teacher really wanted to know was the process, but since Lin Ruiying wouldn't tell him, he couldn't very well pry. So he looked at Lin Bai and waited for Lin Bai's explanation. But Lin Bai just kept saying, "These are all things I should do, I'm just exercising the good virtues a student should have, and helping others is the source of happiness," without going into any details. In the end, the teacher was extremely anxious, but still couldn't get any information out of him. A few minutes later, Zhou Qiming and the other two returned. Seeing that Lin Ruiying was still alive, they all breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their concern for her. However, Lin Ruiying's attitude towards them was much colder. The three knew they were in the wrong, so they laughed awkwardly and kept changing the subject, asking Lin Bai why he was there and how long it took the teacher to kill these wilderness hunters. Lin Ruiying grew impatient with the question, "If you're so free, then come and help dispose of the bodies." Oh well. The three exchanged a glance and then joined in disposing of the body. 20 minutes later, all the valuable parts were processed and put into Lin Bai's tactical backpack. The three were dumbfounded. Zhou Qiang asked blankly, "Weren't these wilderness hunters killed by the teacher? Why are they given to Lin Bai? Who said the teacher killed him?" Lin Ruiying replied coldly. "It wasn't the teacher who killed him? Could it have been Lin Bai?" Lu Yang asked incredulously. Lin Ruiying did not answer. But sometimes silence is the best answer. Lin Bai really killed him? Are you kidding me? Zhou Qiang was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out how Lin Bai had killed these wilderness hunters no matter how hard he tried. "Are you leaving?" Seeing Lin Bai carrying a tactical backpack, Lin Ruiying pursed her lips and asked. "Okay, you guys go ahead with your work, don't worry about me." Lin Bai waved his hand. He still needed to continue searching for suitable monsters to be transformed into undead. Don't you need me to do anything for you?" Lin Ruiying asked with a complicated expression. "What are you going to do for me?" Lin Bai looked at her strangely. Lin Ruiying opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Lin Bai had clearly saved her, but he wouldn't let her do anything. This made her feel inexplicably irritated. It wasn't Lin Bai's attitude that bothered her, but rather that Lin Bai treated her like a stranger. "He just saved me." After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Ruiying asked, "Can I come with you?" "No way." Lin Bai refused without hesitation. What a joke, they weren't even that close. "I can use my backpack to carry your spoils," Lin Ruiying said, glancing at Lin Bai's bulging backpack. "Just to help me carry the spoils?" Lin Bai's expression softened a bit. He did indeed need someone to help him carry the extra spoils. "I want to hunt some high-level monsters with you, but I don't need your help. You just need to lend a hand when I'm in danger. In exchange, I'm willing to share half of the spoils I get with you." Lin Ruiying followed Lin Bai not only to develop a closer relationship, but also because she was short of points. Who could refuse a free opportunity that was offered to them? Lin Bai readily agreed, "Deal." "Ruiying, aren't you coming with us?" Zhou Qiming couldn't help but ask as he watched the two reach a deal. "You can do it yourselves." Lin Ruiying didn't give the three a friendly look. Although it was normal for them to run away under those circumstances, she still felt very uncomfortable and would never team up with someone who would easily abandon their companions again. "Ruiying, I really didn't mean it. I was terrified at the time, so I made a stupid decision. Please forgive me this once, Zhou Qiming pleaded with a pitiful expression. No, you did nothing wrong, and you don't need to apologize to me. It's just that our relationship ends here. After saying that, Lin Ruiying turned her head away, looking like she didn't want to talk to Zhou Qiming. Zhou Qiming was heartbroken. TSK, another heartbroken simp has been added to the world. No, there are 3. Lin Bai chuckled and glanced at the 3 of them, then said to Lin Ruiying, let's go. Do you need me to take you flying? This is troublesome. Chapter 45 Transformation, Ghost Mantis. Lin Bai was responsible for providing some help when Lin Ruiying encountered danger, while Lin Ruiying provided backpack space for Lin Bai. The two did not talk much along the way, and most of the time they were either traveling or hunting monsters. It was already 3 p.m., and Lin Bai was still searching for a suitable target along the 20-kilometer border. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed towards the 2 of them at incredible speed. After seeing the figure's face clearly, Lin Bai's expression brightened with joy. On the contrary, Lin Ruiying's expression changed drastically. It's a ghost mantis. We need to ask the teachers nearby for help right away. As she spoke, she was about to press the help button on her smart bracelet and use the guardian scroll she had just received from her teacher. Don't rush to seek help from the teacher. Lin Bai stopped Lin Ruiying from pressing the smart bracelet, and then used levitation to fly her into the sky to avoid the attack of the ghost mantis. You're not thinking of hunting this shadow mantis, are you? Lin Ruiying couldn't help but ask, and seeing Lin Bai staring intently at the ghost mantis, she exclaimed in surprise, are you serious? It's just a try. If it doesn't work, we can ask the teacher for help. Lin Bai silently activated his reconnaissance spell. This was a level 25 general level ghost shadow mantis, 1 level higher than expected. He then lightly tapped the void with his mage staff in his right hand, and 10 undead appeared around him at the same time. Lin Ruiying pursed her lips. Although she had witnessed Lin Bai's strength, she didn't have a high opinion of him, as the ghost mantis was one of the most powerful monsters in the area. However, since Lin Bai wanted to try, she had no reason to stop him. As they spoke, the ghost mantis, seeing that its attack had missed the 2, immediately flapped its wings, nimbly turned in the air, and turned back to attack them again. The oppressive power of the dead. Lin Bai's gaze narrowed slightly, and an invisible spiritual wave surged forth. The ghost mantis paused briefly under the impact of the fluctuation before charging forward again, albeit at a slower pace. Kill it! Lin Bai's left hand trembled, and a ball of dark green flame split into 10 streams, which entered the bodies of the undead. With the blessing of the undead fire, the undead attacked the shadow mantis with fierce eyes. However, the undead were of relatively low level and of elite quality. Even with the blessing of the undead bone ring and the undead fire, they could only slightly hinder the shadow mantis. Seeing this, Lin Bai blessed the undead and inflicted damage reflection, then fired a holy light ball at the ghost mantis. However, the ghost mantis was too fast, and the holy light missile missed. However, the mantis was not having an easy time under the siege of the undead with its counter damage and undead fire abilities. Every time it attacked or was attacked, it felt like it couldn't play freely. Moreover, whenever one undead is killed, another undead will take its place. It had tried many times to abandon the undead and attack Lin Bai directly, but Lin Bai used the Guardian Scroll and Holy Light Protection for double protection. Unable to break through its defenses or even engage in direct combat, the ghost mantis considered retreating. After all, it wasn't like the fake monsters in the endless dungeon that only knew how to fight to the death. He actually fought off the ghost mantis head-on? Lin Ruiying stared in disbelief at all this, gaining a clear understanding of Lin Bai's strength once again. Trying to run? Lin Bai chuckled. Under his control, the 10 undead pounced on the shadow mantis without regard for anything else. While the undead were holding back the shadow mantis, he aimed his mage staff at the shadow mantis. With a large amount of magic power consumed, a completely black sphere appeared at the tip of the mage staff. What is this? Lin Ruiying's face showed horror. From this sphere, she felt a deep restlessness and unease, just as people are afraid of death. Death strike. The sphere detached from the tip of the mage's staff, and then, as if teleporting, appeared in front of the ghost mantis and slammed into it. Buzz. With a silent tremor, large cracks appeared on the ghost mantis's body. Fortunately, it was a level 25 general monster, and the attack did not completely shatter its body. Lin Bai quickly flew to the ghost mantis, lightly tapped the top of the ghost mantis's head with his mage staff, and silently chanted, "Undead conversion." A stream of darkness flowed from the tip of the mage's staff toward the ghost mantis, until it completely enveloped the ghost mantis. 3 seconds later, the darkness enveloping the ghost mantis's body disappeared, and the ghost mantis's body became even more slender and agile, as if all the flesh and blood in its body had disappeared. Its gaze became vacant, and its scythe-like claws became even sharper, giving off a chilling aura under the sunlight. Reconnaissance tactics are activated. Monster race, Ghost Mantis. Level, 24. Quality, General. Strength, 445. Agility, 578. Constitution, 512. Spirit, 36. Physical strength. Magic power, 0. Skills, cross //. Note 1, this is a ghost mantis corrupted by the laws of death. It will fight endlessly until its body is completely destroyed. Note 2, dark resistance is greatly increased. Resistance to wind, metal, wood, water, and wind attributes is slightly increased. Weak against lightning and light attributes. Note 3, after being modified by the law of death, it will cause living beings to involuntarily feel fear. Because it was a monster that Lin Bai had complete control over, he could see all the information. To his disappointment, the ghost mantis's level dropped, but its quality did not improve. However, its attributes were slightly stronger than those of a normal level 24 general level monster. With a gentle wave of his hand, he pulled the ghost mantis into the death space. As for Lin Ruiying, she had gone from initial doubt to shock to horror to numbness. Just now, she thought Lin Bai was just trying to hunt the shadow mantis, and even if he failed, he could ask his teacher for help. But later, Lin Bai not only blocked the shadow mantis, but also repelled it, and finally killed it. It's important to know that even some second-year students aren't necessarily confident in killing a mantis in a one-on-one situation. Moreover, after seeing Lin Bai's series of actions, she also had some doubts, suspecting that Lin Bai was the legendary extremely rare dual-class master, and that the second class was very likely an S-class class. No, it must be an S-rank profession, or even one of the higher-ranked S-rank professions. She heard that the school recruited a chosen one as the strongest individual to train this year, and she felt that Lin Bai's strength might not be weaker than that chosen one. If we don't count those 3 individual soldiers, Lin Bai would most likely be the top freshman. Thinking of this, Lin Ruiying's gaze towards Lin Bai changed. He's handsome, capable, and most importantly, gives you a strong sense of security. What girl wouldn't like that? Seeing that there was still some time before 6 o'clock, Lin Bai wandered around the area again, but unfortunately he couldn't find a suitable target. The next day, just as Lin Bai was about to set off, Liang Yi arrived with Wang Hao and 2 other temporary teammates. To be precise, it was Liang Yi who wanted to come over, and Wang Hao shamelessly followed, and then the other 2 teammates also came over. Seeing Lin Ruiying following Lin Bai, a flash of wariness crossed Liang Yi's eyes, then she gave Lin Bai a sweet smile and said, "Brother Lin Bai, can you do me a favor?" "What favor?" "You know I never help for nothing." Lin Bai seemed unmoved by Liang Yi's words. Wang Hao, sitting opposite him, felt a surge of jealousy, but he pretended to be nonchalant. "We encountered a level 22 blood-striped leopard general yesterday. It's difficult for the 4 of us to capture it, so we wanted to ask you for help to hold it off. As for the reward, have you forgotten that you tricked someone out of an item not long ago?" Liang Yi said in a sweet voice. When this was mentioned, Lin Bai coughed awkwardly twice. "I can only stay with you for 2 hours at most. After 2 hours, I have to go and do my own things." "Make a deal." Liang Yi pointed out the location where the blood-striped leopard had appeared, which roughly coincided with the direction Lin Bai wanted to go today. Just then, Lu Ming, another boy in the group besides Wang Hao, said, "Liang Yi, do we need this person's help?" As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Lin Bai. "Well said." Wang Hao secretly applauded in his heart. He didn't want to act with Lin Bai either, but he couldn't say it openly. After all, he was playing the role of a polite gentleman in front of Liang Yi. No girl should dislike a gentleman, right? I love teaming up with brother Lin Bai. Liang Yi turned around and glanced at Lu Ming. What if he holds us back? No, because brother Lin Bai is very strong. How strong? Could it be stronger than me, an S-rank professional? Lu Ming questioned. Lu Ming, if you don't want to act with brother Lin Bai, you can leave now. Nobody's stopping you, Liang Yi said with dissatisfaction. She rarely had the chance to get close to Lin Bai, and she didn't want Lu Ming to ruin it. That's not what I meant. If you insist on going with him, I can reluctantly accept it. Seeing that Liang Yi was angry, Lu Ming quickly changed his tune. The last girl in the team, Lu Wei, looked at Lin Bai curiously, not understanding why Liang Yi insisted on finding an unknown person to team up with. He's handsome, but his strength is probably not as good as Lu Ming and Wang Hao's. After all, there are only a few S-level professionals in the entire grade, and Lin Bai is not one of them. It's not surprising that she didn't know Lin Bai. The school has 4 campuses, East, West, South, and North. It's normal for people from other campuses not to know Lin Bai. Brother Lin Bai, is she coming with us too? After finishing their business, Liang Yi turned her attention to Lin Ruiying. Lin Ruiying looked back defiantly. As a fellow school beauty, she didn't think she was inferior to Liang Yi in any way. Moreover, she glanced down at her own private parts, then at Liang Yi's private parts, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Liang Yi felt offended. Brother Lin Bai, say something. Yes, she's with us. Why? She promised to give me half of the spoils of her hunt. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was completely stunned. He had originally thought that Lin Bai was being persistent in insisting on teaming up with Lin Ruiying. After all, Lin Ruiying was very beautiful, had a strong sense of reason, and was the most popular school beauty. But it seemed that Lin Ruiying had taken the initiative to team up with Lin Bai, and had even shared half of the spoils in order to team up with him. No, what gives him the right? Wang Hao gritted his teeth inwardly. Last time it was the Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei sisters, and even the excessively beautiful Feng Shui had a relationship with Lin Bai. This time it's Lin Ruiying. Damn it, why is there such a big difference between people? Lu Wei was also puzzled. This was simply going against the natural order. Sisters' methods to team up with brother Lin Bai are truly ingenious. Unlike others, I would never think of such clever methods. Liang Yi spoke slightly, already a 9th Dan tea master. Not at all, not at all. Liang, the school beauty, keeps calling me brother. I'm sure she said that to many people. Although Lin Ruiying lacked the art of teasing, her words were still quite persuasive. Sister, you're really wronging her. My dear brother has only ever had one person, brother Lin Bai, Liang Yi said without changing her expression. Hearing this, Wang Hao's heart broke, but then Lin Ruiying stabbed him again, shattering him into 8 pieces. Really? I thought those 2 behind you were your brothers too? Lin Ruiying glanced at Wang Hao and Lu Ming. They're just friends. But why don't I see those 3 suitors around you anymore? Did you dump them all? Liang Yi asked with a naive and curious expression. Zhou Qiming and the other 2 were just pursuing Lin Ruiying, but in her mouth, it became that Lin Ruiying was cheating on 3 men at once. That was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. If it weren't for the fact that he still had to go to the wilderness, Lin Bai could have listened to this all day while eating sunflower seeds. After stopping the 2 from arguing, the group of 6 set off into the depths of the wilderness. About an hour and a half later, the group found the blood-striped leopard's trail. Looking at the blood-striped leopard not far ahead, Lu Ming crossed his arms. He wanted to see if Lin Bai was capable of dealing with it. If he couldn't, he would definitely make a good laugh at him. Brother Lin Bai, do you need us to help you? Liang Yi asked softly. Although she had witnessed Lin Bai's strength before and seen him defeat Fan Jian, this blood-striped leopard was, after all, a level 22 general, 1 or 2 levels higher than Lin Bai. Of course, you don't think I can handle it by myself, do you? I'm just a priest, Lin Bai said in a matter-of-fact tone. Liang Yi pursed her lips. Keep pretending. It's not like we haven't seen your second job before. Seeing that Lin Bai didn't want to be exposed, she could only have the others surround him. I thought you were so great, is this all you are? Lu Ming's tone was full of sarcasm. Wang Hao also felt much clearer about his mind. Lu Wei glanced at Lin Bai and thought to herself that he was just handsome. She had thought that someone who could catch the eye of the school beauty must have some great ability. Chapter 46 Lord-Level Wilderness Butcher. Faced with Lu Ming's mockery, Lin Bai shrugged, too lazy to pay attention, and even thoughtfully added a layer of blessing and counter damage to him. Upon receiving the blessing, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He could clearly sense that his strength and agility had increased by about 1/3. Previously, even a level support teammates only received a boost of about 1/5. Perhaps Lin Bai's profession is a bit special. He only has high amplification, but his other skills may not be very effective. With this in mind, Lu Ming decided to test the shield's strength. He deliberately let himself be hit by the blood-striped leopard, but to his surprise, the shield actually blocked the blood-striped leopard's attack. Judging from the shield's brightness, it should be able to block one more attack. Moreover, the blood-striped leopard let out a painful roar after attacking him. I'm the one who got hit, so why are you in pain? Is this red aura some kind of damage reflection buff? So hitting me is the same as hitting itself? Lu Ming pursed his lips. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Lin Bai's skills had greatly improved him. Comparing yesterday and today, the four of them weren't necessarily confident of killing the blood-striped leopard, but with Lin Bai's support, they felt that killing the blood-striped leopard wouldn't be a difficult task. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, he also thought that if he could team up with Lin Bai, they might be able to get first place in the final exam. Therefore, he finally understood why Liang Yi and Lin Ruiying were willing to take the initiative to win over Lin Bai. If he hadn't been so rude earlier, he would have been willing to do the same. Such a support class, which provides a high boost to combat power, would probably be highly sought after by any team. Lu Ming, stop spacing out and keep the blood-striped leopard occupied. As an assassin, Liang Yi offered a reminder. This was also her first time experiencing Lin Bai's amplification, but she hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Considering Lu Ming's constant mockery of Lin Bai earlier, after experiencing the strength of the amplification, he must be regretting it now. Wang Hao, standing to the side, felt a surge of relief. Luckily, he hadn't been as foul-mouthed as Lu Ming, otherwise he would have been the one to embarrass himself. What's going on? As a mage, Lu Wei was just about to use her skills to attack the blood-striped leopard when she saw the three of them easily suppress it. She was stunned. If the three of them were so strong, why did they need to team up with her at the last minute? Then she realized that it might not be their own strength, but rather that they had received a boost from Lin Bai, which was why they had become so strong. This explanation seems reasonable. But Lin Bai's boost is too exaggerated, more exaggerated than any A-level support class she has ever seen. I know I'm handsome, but it still bothers me to keep looking at me like that. Lin Bai tapped his brow with his finger, looking annoyed. Okay, Lu Wei admits that Lin Bai is not only handsome but also very capable, but his shamelessness is truly astounding. With Lin Bai's help, the group quickly and severely injured the blood-striped leopard. However, the fighting attracted the faceless depriver, a monster even more difficult to deal with than the blood-striped leopard. With the blood-striped leopard and the faceless depriver combined, even with Lin Bai's powerful assistance, Lu Ming, Wang Hao, and Lu Wei began to consider retreating. Let's retreat for now. Anyway, this blood-striped leopard is already seriously injured and can't run far. We can chase after it after the faceless depriver leaves, Wang Hao suggested. The faceless deprivers might also hunt blood-striped leopards. If we get hunted by the blood-striped leopards, then all our efforts will have been in vain. Liang Yi disagreed with Wang Hao's idea. What can we do then? The four of us can't possibly deal with two level 20 plus general level monsters at the same time, unless Lin Ruiying is willing to help us restrain the heavily injured blood-striped leopard. Wang Hao wanted to ask Lin Ruiying for help. Liang Yi glanced at Lin Ruiying. It would be better to ask brother Lin Bai for help than to ask her. Lu Ming, who hadn't spoken until now, couldn't help but say, I admit Lin Bai is very powerful, but he's just a support character after all. What's the use of hiring him? Can he really stop a blood-striped leopard or a faceless hunter head-on? Ignoring Lu Ming's objections, Liang Yi spoke to Lin Bai in a sweet voice from a distance. Brother Lin Bai, could you please help me restrain the faceless hunter for a few minutes? It's nothing. Since it didn't require much effort this time, Lin Bai readily agreed. While the others were wondering what Lin Bai was going to do, Lin Bai deliberately raised his right hand, revealing the undead bone ring he wore on his right middle finger. The undead bone ring flashed, and 5 enhanced undead appeared out of thin air. The eerie appearance of the undead caused the few people who had never seen one before to instinctively hold their breath. What? Oh, it's about using summoning items. A few seconds later, Lu Ming said in a sour tone, Don't ask why I'm so sour, it's because I can't afford these kinds of props. What's wrong with using props? If you think it's inappropriate, you can buy them. Liang Yi pursed her lips. She thought Lin Bai would reveal his second job, but who knew he would use props to cover it up, and the props were even tricked out of her. Wang Hao felt a surge of relief once again. By not being foul-mouthed, he had once again avoided being disliked by Liang Yi. In comparison, he was definitely more important to Liang Yi than Lu Ming. That's the advantage of being a gentleman. As for Lin Bai, he believed that as long as he persisted, he would eventually be able to surpass him. As for Lu Wei, everyone's eyes lit up. He's handsome, capable, and has points. Isn't he the epitome of a rich, handsome, and successful man? But before she could find an excuse to talk to Lin Bai, Lin Ruiying stood between her and Lin Bai. Not long after, the faceless depriver was killed by the undead, and the blood-striped leopard also died at the hands of Liang Yi and her companions. Having fulfilled his promise to help Liang Yi, Lin Bai planned to go and find the wilderness butcher. For reasons unknown, Liang Yi suggested that she could share half of the remaining spoils with Lin Bai. As for Lu Hao and Lu Ming, although they wanted to be with Liang Yi, they didn't want to give up half of the spoils they would hunt later, so they could only helplessly watch Liang Yi and Lin Bai leave together. Once Liang Yi's figure had completely disappeared, the two looked at each other and found themselves somewhat sympathetic to each other. Lu Wei forced herself not to laugh, thinking to herself that these two sycophants were actually empathizing with each other. With Liang Yi and Lin Ruiying by his side, Lin Bai thoroughly experienced the feeling of collecting materials continuously without much movement. If there were a few more people, wouldn't that be? Lin Bai quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. More people meant more chaos and trouble. Things were fine as they were. At 1 p.m., Lin Bai found a wilderness butcher. This is a level 24 wilderness butcher with a human form. Its body is huge and bloated, and it is over 3 meters tall. Its right hand, which should be a palm, has been replaced by a giant axe of flesh and blood. The edges of the giant axe of flesh and blood are covered with blood vessels, making it look extremely ferocious. Level 24. Lin Bai rubbed his chin with his fingers. Although he was one level lower than expected, he decided to kill him first as a sign of respect. If he met a suitable one later, he could change to another. And so, the Butcher of the Wild was brutally killed by a mantis of the same level. Begin the conversion. Lin Bai placed the tip of the mage's staff on the head of the wild butcher. Under the baptism of the law of death, the wild butcher's bloated muscles turned into bare bones, his massive body shrank inward, and the fleshy giant axe in his right hand shed its flesh and turned into a heavy bone axe made entirely of bones, looking even more exaggerated and heavy than before. 5 seconds later, the wilderness butcher completely transformed into an undead creature. Its skeleton was like a heavy suit of armor, and its giant skeletal axe rested on the ground in its right hand. Its empty gaze was cold and dark, giving people a chilling feeling. Monster Race, Wilderness Butcher. Level, 23. Quality, Lord. Strength, 605. Agility, 492. Constitution, 577. Spirit, 32. Physical Strength. Magic Power, 0. Skills, Impact, Earth Stomp, Death Axe Strike, Bone Spike, Slow Repair. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. All three labels are the same as Ghost Mantis. Although its level is one level lower than Ghost Mantis, its overall stats are higher. More importantly, Wilderness Butcher has 5 skills, making it a Lord-level monster. Even Lin Bai, the instigator, was shocked. Only then did Liang Yi regain her breath and ask in surprise, "Is this also your skill? Why do I feel like it has become stronger?" An illusion in reality, it's downgraded by a level. Lin Bai calmly took the wilderness butcher into the death space. Yeah? Liang Yi was somewhat skeptical, but she couldn't see any flaws in Lin Bai's expression. Lin Bai casually changed the subject and continued hunting monsters with the two of them until 6 p.m., when the three of them returned to the safe zone. The death space has also grown from a narrow space of only a few cubic meters to the size of half a basketball court. If he wasn't afraid of death attacks, Lin Bai could even place some equipment or inanimate objects in the death space. At 7:30 p.m., all the teachers and students returned to Peking University together. The next morning, the materials submitted by the students were tallied. Lin Bai received more than 4,000 points, and with the additional points provided by Lin Ruiying and Liang Yi, the total was 5,552 points. It's like clearing an infinite dungeon. Although there aren't many, they're not like endless dungeons where you get stuck on a certain level, but there's still a risk to your life. Having earned the points, Lin Bai started tackling the infinite dungeon again, progressing from floor 25 to floor 26, and gaining another 5,800 points. Including what I had before, I have a total of 42,752 points. Converted to Sherlock coins, it's over 40 million. Lin Bai transformed himself from someone with some assets into someone with even more assets. With so much money, it should be enough to buy a diamond-level necromancer skill book in the Chamber of Commerce. At the end of September, the weather was slightly cool. Because the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day fall together, all students will soon have a 9-day holiday. Some students even started considering whether to go home or travel to nearby areas the day before the holiday. Old Bai, what are your plans for the holiday? Do you want to come home with me and visit my place? As soon as get out of class ended, Yang Su went to Lin Bai's seat. Why don't you invite the two of us to your house? Su Saixia led Su Kaiwei over as well, as if they were already used to the four-person team. We haven't had a chance yet, are you two coming home with me too? Yang Su looked at the two sisters expectantly. You are beautiful. Su Saixia rolled her eyes, then asked Lin Bai what his plans were for the holiday. Su Kaiwei hid behind Su Saixia, stealing glances at Lin Bai every now and then. I plan to wander around the school, Lin Bai said, revealing a plan he had already come up with. Aren't you going home? My home is quite far from here, so it's inconvenient for me to go home. In the past, during high school holidays, Lin Bai would always be invited to Qin Ning's house by her parents to have dinner together. For Lin Bai, Qin Ning's parents were like his second parents. But since Qin Ning wasn't going back this short holiday, he wouldn't go back either. He would wait until the winter break to go back together. Are you going out to play with your sister and the others? Or are you staying at school? Su Saixia asked curiously. Qin Ning is busy with missions and probably won't take a break during this holiday, so I plan to wander around the area around the school. Lin Bai sighed inwardly. Qin Ning wanted to pay back the points she owed him as soon as possible, and she would soon reach level 30. She needed to upgrade her weapons, equipment, and items before going on an adventure in the wilderness, and also prepare some potions and scrolls, which was why she was so busy. Hearing that Lin Bai planned to stay, Su Saiwei's eyes lit up with interest. She gently shook Su Saixia's arm and whispered, Sister, I also want to stay at school. No, if you don't go home, given your father's personality, do you believe he'll come to the school the next day and send people everywhere to find out what you're doing? Su Saixia said with a fascinating expression. Okay. Su Kaiwei pouted, somewhat reluctant. It sounds like he's a doting father to his daughters. Lin Bai put himself in the shoes of the two sisters' father. If he had two such adorable daughters and they didn't come home for vacation, he would probably chase them to school to secretly find out who they were hanging out with. If they encountered some young rascal, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. On the other side, looking at Feng Shui who had just emerged from the dungeon, Chu Wenqin felt a pang of heartache. In order to catch up with the other two soldiers or widen the gap between them, she devised a rigorous training plan for Feng Shui. Feng Shui not only completed the plan well, but also took the initiative to practice extra, continuing until night every day. She could tell that Feng Shui's purpose in training so hard was not to become stronger, but that only by training so hard could she not have time to be plagued by loneliness. But people aren't machines. If they work so hard every day, they'll break down sooner or later. Besides, even machines need rest. Feng Shui, the Mid-Autumn Festival starts tomorrow. School has a 9-day holiday. Do you want to go to your teacher's house? Chu Wenqin knew that Feng Shui didn't have parents, so she definitely wouldn't be going home for the holiday. No need to trouble the teacher, I'll just stay at school and continue training. Faced with this teacher who was genuinely kind to her, Feng Shui was willing to say a few more words. No trouble at all. I have a daughter who is about your age. I'll take you two out to play together. I'm sure you'll have a lot in common. Chu Wenqin extended a warm invitation, but in the end she was unable to invite Feng Shui to her game. Helpless, she could only tell Feng Shui to take a break during her vacation and not to overtrain. As night fell, Feng Shui returned to her apartment alone. As soon as the door opened, Xiaoke walked over with its tail held high, rubbing against her legs and meowing. Feng Shui took off her shoes, rubbed Xiaoke's head with her hand, and then walked into the shower room with a tired look on her face. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed, with a sliver of moonlight shining through the window beside her. A full moon hung in the night sky outside the window. It should have been a warm and festive day, but she slowly curled up and buried her head in her knees. Seemingly noticing her master's loneliness and sadness, Xiaoke gently jumped onto the bed and lightly nuzzled Feng Shui's head against it. After a long while, Feng Shui touched Xiaoke. Thank you, Xiaoke. Meow. Xiaoke licked Feng Shui's palm with his tongue, then jumped onto the bedside table and picked up Feng Shui's phone that was on the table. Although it doesn't understand what a cell phone is, it knows that this thing can sometimes bring a smile to its owner's face. Feng Shui took the phone, wanting to see if there were any messages, but found that the phone had shut down because it had run out of battery. After plugging it in, the phone slowly turned on and regained signal to a pleasant ringtone, and then a WeChat message popped up. I'm thinking of going to the shopping street tomorrow, want to come along? Upon seeing this WeChat message, Feng Shui felt her empty heart instantly filled. A smile appeared on her face, and she quickly replied with a single word. Good. Chapter 47 Exchanging Gifts. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Bai and Feng Shui met at the school cafeteria. After breakfast, the two entered the dungeon again. Even though it's a trip to have fun, training can't be neglected. 2 hours later, the two met at the east gate of the school after finishing their training. Compared to the combat uniform she wore during morning training, Feng Shui changed into a white belted dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her fair face was flawless under the sunlight, giving off a cold and unapproachable feeling. But as soon as Lin Bai approached, Feng Shui's face lit up with a smile, melting like an iceberg under the blazing sun, leaving many of the boys around her stunned. Since he was going out to play, Lin Bai tidied himself up simply. His thick black hair reached just to his straight eyebrows, and his chiseled face was paired with a simple white short-sleeved shirt and black capri pants, with white sneakers on his feet, giving him a refreshing and sunny feeling. The two of them standing together looked just like the male and female protagonists in a book. But when Lin Bai saw Feng Shui's outfit, he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with Feng Shui's outfit, but rather that he had seen this outfit many times before. Generally speaking, professionals have a lot of clothes. Take Lin Bai himself as an example. If it weren't for laziness, he could wear different clothes for a week or even a month without repeating the same outfit. But Feng Shui doesn't seem to have this habit. Thinking about it carefully, Feng Shui is not short of money, and girls generally love to look good, so they wouldn't wear their everyday clothes when they go out. Therefore, it is very likely that Feng Shui rarely buys clothes. Even when buying clothes, it's all done online. That's understandable. After all, Feng Shui is alone, and it would be too strange for her to go shopping alone. At an age when they should be enjoying their youth, they don't even have anyone to go shopping with. Only Feng Shui herself probably knows the hardships she has endured along the way. What's wrong? Seeing that Lin Bai was staring at her, Feng Shui asked. It's nothing, you look beautiful today. Lin Bai secretly decided to take Feng Shui to the mall and pick out some clothes for her so she could experience the joy of shopping. Thanks. Feng Shui looked at Lin Bai carefully for a few moments and also thought that Lin Bai looked very handsome today. The two took the subway to the most bustling area of Shangjing City. Lin Bai walked ahead, and Feng Shui followed beside him. Lin Bai didn't say where they were going, so she didn't ask. As Lin Bai walked, he entered a shop that sold only women's clothing. Feng Shui gave Lin Bai a strange look. What are you doing here? Pick out a few clothes. This place sells women's clothing. I know. Lin Bai picked out a few outfits that looked good and handed them to the shop assistant next to him. Take this lady to the fitting room to try them on. If they fit, I'll buy them all. Feng Shui was taken aback. You bought this for me? Otherwise, as a beautiful girl, wouldn't it be a waste of her youth if she didn't buy more pretty clothes? Lin Bai pointed to the clothes Feng Shui was wearing. Feng Shui pursed her lips. Of course she knew what Lin Bai meant. She did wear this dress often and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But the feeling of having clothes chosen by someone was very different from shopping online. Feng Shui was led into the fitting room by the shop assistant. A few minutes later, she came out wearing a blue and white striped Lolita dress and black leather shoes that the shop assistant had prepared for her. Her long hair, which was originally loose on both sides of her shoulders, was tied up and only hung on the left side of her shoulder. Her temperament changed from a cool goddess to a sweet girl next door. Lin Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Beautiful, really beautiful. The most important thing is the contrast. Feng Shui usually wears either simple combat clothes or a white dress, but now that she has other colors on her body, she looks much more vibrant. Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai, as if asking how it went. Lin Bai gave a thumbs up. This beauty was simply indescribable. Feng Shui's lips curled up slightly, seemingly satisfied with her own appearance and also with Lin Bai's reaction. She turned around and followed the shop assistant into the fitting room. From sweet girl next door to urban beauty, to sexy babe, to career elite, and then to arrogant queen, Lin Bai experienced firsthand what it's like to be a real-life version of Miracle Nikki. Since every piece of clothing looked good on Feng Shui, Lin Bai bought all the clothes Feng Shui had ever worn. Actually, he didn't have much money, considering he himself was already a multi-millionaire with points. After paying the bill, Lin Bai planned to take Feng Shui to the next place to play. Feng Shui asked, "And what about you? What's wrong with me?" Feng Shui did not answer, but just stared quietly at the clothes Lin Bai was wearing. You mean I also need to change my clothes? But I don't have any clothes. Lin Bai spread his hands. This isn't fair. Feng Shui shifted her gaze from Lin Bai's clothes to his face. What's this about fairness? It's just a few pieces of clothing, not worth much money. Lin Bai wouldn't admit it, but while buying clothes for Feng Shui, he thoroughly enjoyed a real-life version of Miracle Nikki. Feng Shui shook her head and led Lin Bai into a shop that sold only men's clothing. She then picked up the clothes one by one and compared them to Lin Bai's figure. In the end, Lin Bai still couldn't win over Feng Shui, so he changed into different outfits and showed them off to Feng Shui one by one. Throughout this process, Feng Shui always had a faint smile on her lips. Is this all right? Lin Baisheng walked out of the store with a bunch of bags, feeling utterly hopeless. These days, girls play Miracle Nikki much more intensely than boys. It's worth mentioning that Feng Shui paid for all of these clothes. By the time the two finished trying on the clothes, it was already 2 p.m. Holy crap, how did time fly by? Lin Bai felt that only about half an hour had passed, but in reality, 4 hours had already passed. Something's not right. Something's definitely wrong. Even if it's an illusion, it shouldn't be this scary. Lin Bai muttered to himself, questioning the meaning of life. Feng Shui, who was next to him, was also a little confused. She hadn't realized how fast time had passed. The two stood silently on the street. But since it's already lunchtime, other plans have to be postponed. The two left their new clothes at the mall and then went to a hot pot restaurant for dinner. The biggest annoyance of eating at a hot pot restaurant is that your clothes will smell like hot pot after you finish eating, but for professionals, all you need is a cleaning roll. The two entered the hot pot restaurant and each selected some of their favorite dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Bai prepared an oil-based dipping sauce for himself, and Feng Shui prepared a sauce-based dipping sauce for herself. Soon, the waiter placed several plates of meat and a large pile of vegetables on the table. Let's eat. Lin Bai put his favorite meat into the spicy broth, while Feng Shui put vegetables into the mushroom broth. It's Mid-Autumn Festival today, would you like some drinks? Seeing Feng Shui's aloof demeanor, Lin Bai made a mischievous suggestion. He had never seen Feng Shui drunk before. Of course, ordinary alcohol wouldn't get a professional drunk. He only made this suggestion to tease Feng Shui a little. We could have some osmanthus wine, Feng Shui suggested. So the two ordered another bottle of osmanthus wine. The osmanthus wine had a slight floral fragrance, but it tasted more like alcohol, which was a bit too much for college students who don't drink often. In the end, the two tacitly put the osmanthus wine aside and ordered 2 more bottles of soft drinks. Feng Shui, do you remember when we first became deskmates in high school? Once I forgot to do one of my homework assignments, so I wanted to ask you to copy the answers when we collected the assignments. At that time, you were the top student in our class, but no one ever dared to ask you to borrow your homework to copy. I thought you would refuse me, but I didn't expect you to actually lend me your homework to copy. It's funny to think that for high school students, not doing homework was like the sky falling down, but looking back now, it doesn't seem like such a big deal. Because I felt you weren't the type to skip homework, I lent it to you. Feng Shui's eyes were filled with longing, and she also recalled that time in her high school life. During that time, she had no friends. Every time she saw others copying homework, she felt strange. It wasn't that she thought this behavior was commendable or anything, but she was simply wondering why, even though she was a good student, no one asked her to borrow homework, and why her high school life was different from others. Later, Lin Bai borrowed her homework. I owe you a lot that time, otherwise I would have been scolded by the teacher. After that, I realized that you are a nice person and not as aloof as I imagined. By the way, what kind of person do you think I was in high school? Lin Bai asked curiously. She's a good student, attentive, caring, gets along with anyone, and is popular in class, Feng Shui said after thinking for a moment. Attentive and caring? How are these qualities demonstrated? Once, it was raining heavily. Some of my classmates were picked up by their parents, and some brought umbrellas to school. Only I stayed in the classroom after school. Later, you noticed this and lent me your umbrella. Really? How did I get home? You shared an umbrella with someone else and made them catch a cold, so they couldn't come to school the next day. Lin Bai raised his cup to hide his embarrassment. Through the white steam from the wok, he noticed that Feng Shui's eyes would curve into crescents every time she ate, as if she was really enjoying herself. Is it really that delicious? He suspiciously picked up a piece of meat from the clear broth pot, dipped it in the oil dish, and then swallowed it in one bite. It tastes good, but it's not that delicious. Could it be the dipping sauce? Lin Bai looked at the dipping sauce in Feng Shui's dish and tentatively asked, May I try your dipping sauce? Feng Shui stopped chewing and silently pushed the dipping sauce towards her. Lin Bai quickly picked up another piece of meat from the clear broth pot, dipped it in Feng Shui's sauce, and ate it in one bite. Lin Bai was shocked. It was the first time he had ever thought hot pot could taste so good. How did you mix the seasoning? I'd like to get some mix too. Sesame paste, a little bit of red bean curd, chive blossoms. Lin Bai made a dish as Feng Shui had instructed, and couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to taste it. Why doesn't it taste good anymore? The recipe is exactly the same? This is so strange. Is the proportion wrong? Would you like to try one of my dishes? Lin Bai asked, pointing to his oil dish. Feng Shui originally wanted to refuse, but the word stuck in her throat. As if by magic, she added a piece of green vegetable to the spicy pot, dipped it in Lin Bai's oil dish, and put it in her mouth. She felt that this was a delicious taste she had never eaten before, and her big eyes immediately curved into smiles. Even the feet under the table trembled slightly. How is it? Delicious, right? Lin Bai boasted. Feng Shui nodded gently. Then I'll go and get one for you. Before Feng Shui could refuse, Lin Bai darted out and returned a moment later with an identical oil dish placed in front of her. Feng Shui picked up a piece of green vegetable from the spicy pot and dipped it in the oil sauce. Strange, why doesn't it taste as good as before? Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai but didn't voice the question that was on her mind. The two chatted and ate hot pot for an hour. When we came out, the street was already bustling with activity. On both sides were shops or snack stalls decorated with lanterns or various ornaments, and in the middle of the road were all kinds of people. The two wandered aimlessly through the crowd, digesting their food. Feng Shui felt very at ease following Lin Bai. She didn't need to think about what to do or where to go, she just needed to follow Lin Bai. Whenever they encountered some snacks along the way, Lin Bai would buy 2 servings and place one of them in her hand. It's strange. Even though she never said she wanted to eat it, Lin Bai always brought out her portion, and she never refused. If she couldn't finish it, Lin Bai would help her finish the rest. Hey! While she was pondering, Lin Bai handed her another cup of milk tea. Seeing that she didn't have a free hand to take it, he thoughtfully took the tea from her hands. Feng Shui felt that she was becoming a little obsessed with this feeling. Lin Bai also enjoyed it. This kind of feeding with timely feedback was much better than feeding cats on the roadside. If you haven't tried it, I recommend giving it a try. Guessing riddles, serving tea, making clay figurines. There are many activities for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Bai saw a place where you can make handmade mooncakes, so he took Feng Shui to experience it. However, during the process, Feng Shui still felt that making sachets was more attractive to her, so she went to another place to learn how to make sachets. She chose spices that she liked, and after it was finished, she bought the sachet. Lin Bai was more interested in things that could be shaped and became obsessed with making mooncakes. But perhaps because he had drunk too much of the beverage, he needed to go to the toilet. On his way back, he encountered a vendor selling decorations. One of them was made of hand-woven rope. Although it wasn't worth much, it had a very good meaning. The little rabbit in the middle represented the moon, symbolizing reunion, never being separated, and never feeling lonely. So Lin Bai bought it. Coincidentally, Feng Shui also came out when Lin Bai returned. After discussing it, the two found a park with a pond to admire the moon. Under a bright full moon, the two sat side by the pond, surrounded by families or young couples. In this era overrun by monsters, everyone cherishes this hard-won moment of peace. Feng Shui felt this was the happiest holiday she had ever had in nearly 10 years. She took out the sachet she had made herself from her pocket and handed it to Lin Bai. A gift for me? Does it have any special meaning? Lin Bai glanced at Feng Shui, looking at her stunningly beautiful face so close to his own, and felt a strange mix of emotions. I hope you stay healthy and safe, Feng Shui said earnestly. Thanks. Lin Bai also took out the bracelet he had bought while using the restroom. I'm giving you a gift too. I hope someone will always be by your side, and you'll never be lonely. Feng Shui put the bracelet on her wrist, pointed it at the full moon in the sky, and felt that a part of the emptiness in her heart had been filled. Suddenly, she wanted it to stay like this forever. Chapter 48 Diamond Skill, Death Infusion. After playing for several days, Lin Bai finally remembered his business. On the 6th day of the holiday, Lin Bai and Feng Shui wandered among various chambers of commerce, searching for skill books related to necromancers. Compared to the school's points hall, the items sold in the Chamber of Commerce are more comprehensive and more expensive. Lin Bai found several necromancer skill books in several chambers of commerce, but they were either platinum level or their abilities did not meet expectations. This is the last Chamber of Commerce for today. Looking at the huge shopping mall in front of them, Lin Bai and Feng Shui went inside. This shopping mall is called Tianqing, and it is one of the many branches of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Although there are many merchants inside and they sell items related to professionals, in reality, there are only a few shops under the Tianqing group. To save time, Lin Bai directly chose one of them. But unexpectedly, I ran into an acquaintance here. Lin Ruiying, dressed in her shop assistant uniform, was standing at the door greeting customers and did not notice Lin Bai. How did she get here? Lin Bai was about to go up and greet Lin Ruiying, hoping to get a discount since he had run into an acquaintance, when he saw that the customer who was supposed to be served by Lin Ruiying had been taken away by other shop assistants. At first, Lin Bai thought it was just an accident, but as he watched, he realized that the shop assistants were doing it on purpose and were ostracizing Lin Ruiying. It's important to know that a salesperson's salary is closely related to the customers they serve. If a customer makes a purchase while being served by a particular salesperson, that sale can be considered part of that salesperson's performance or commission. But now, Lin Ruiying's customers are constantly being snatched away by other shop assistants. Even when Lin Ruiying has already walked up to the customers, those shop assistants will use excuses such as this shop assistant is new or she is not familiar with the products in the store to snatch the customers away from Lin Ruiying with a smile. Lin Bai also noticed that the shop assistants spent a lot of time using tablets to search for products. This was understandable, since Tianqing Chamber of Commerce had a wide variety of products and didn't necessarily put all of them in one shop. But since that was the case, it meant that even though Lin Ruiying was a newcomer, she could still handle the reception duties. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't have hired Lin Ruiying. Is it pretty? Feng Shui stood beside Lin Bai and asked expressionlessly. Actually, that person is a student at Peking University. It seems she's run into some trouble. Lin Bai relayed his observations to Feng Shui. After listening, Feng Shui showed a hint of sympathy. Do you want to help? It depends. Lin Bai noticed that the shop assistants in front of Lin Ruiying had already served customers. Normally, it would be Lin Ruiying's turn to serve customers, so he took Feng Shui and walked over. The moment Lin Ruiying saw Lin Bai, a look of panic appeared on her face. She traveled so far to work part-time because she didn't want to run into anyone she knew, especially Lin Bai. She was afraid that if Lin Bai saw her, he would look down on her. No matter how I think about it, since we've already met and it's her turn to entertain us, I should do my job properly. But at that moment, the female shop assistant stepped forward and blocked Lin Bai in Feng Shui's way. Sir, madam, welcome to our store. If there's anything you'd like to buy, you can come in and take a look. This guest is mine, Lin Ruiying said as she walked over. What do you mean yours and mine? You're still a newcomer, not familiar with the job yet. Observe more and talk less. Zhang Shelian scolded Lin Ruiying, then turned to Lin Bai with a smile and said, Sir, she's a newcomer and doesn't know much about the products in the store yet. Let me serve you. No need, I think the lady behind you is more pleasing to the eye. Lin Bai's gaze skipped over Zhang Shelian and landed on Lin Ruiying. Zhang Shelian's face stiffened immediately, and she forced back her displeasure as she said, Since you find her agreeable, let her entertain you. As he turned to leave, he didn't forget to threaten Lin Ruiying, saying, You'd better serve this gentleman and lady well. Lin Ruiying ignored them and said to Lin Bai and Feng Shui, Sir and madam, please come this way with me. Lin Bai followed Lin Ruiying into the shop. Once they reached a less crowded area, he asked curiously, Why did you decide to work part-time during the holidays? Lin Ruiying pursed her lips, I want to earn more money. Her family's financial situation was not comparable to that of some other students at school. In order not to disappoint her parents' expectations, she could only try to earn more money during the holidays. She found this temporary job online. It was described as easy, leisurely, and safe, with daily pay. She thought that with her looks, she could attract a lot of customers and make a small fortune. But in reality, the other employees, seeing that she was a part-time worker, ostracized her and often spoke ill of her behind her back. She tried to reason with the shop assistants, but they weren't students and wouldn't listen to her. There were countless times when she didn't want to continue, and wanted to enjoy her holidays like other students and go out to play, but she endured it in order not to disappoint her parents' expectations. Of all these classmates, you're the most serious about things. Lin Bai gave a thumbs up. You don't look down on me? Lin Ruiying was stunned. She was already prepared to be looked down on by Lin Bai, just like when she worked part-time during high school holidays. Whenever she met classmates or acquaintances, she would always be met with disdainful looks. What's so shameful about making money? In my opinion, it's something to be praised. It brings people closer to their dreams. Lin Bai said seriously. As long as it's legal, making money should never be looked down upon. You're right, making money has indeed brought me one step closer to my dream. Lin Ruishua nodded in agreement, then looked at Feng Shui, who was standing next to Lin Bai, and asked curiously, "Do you two know each other?" Although she had never spoken to Feng Shui, they were both school beauties, and Feng Shui was a protege trained by the school, so how could she not know Feng Shui? It was only when they met in person that they realized Feng Shui was even more beautiful than in the photos, so much so that Feng Shui herself felt insecure about her own appearance. High school classmate, Lin Bai explained simply. I see. Lin Ruiying extended her right hand and introduced herself, Lin Ruiying, Class 1 of the Northern Academy of Mages. I was taken care of by Lin Bai during the wilderness combat exercise. Feng Shui gently shook hands with Lin Ruiying and said in a cool voice, Feng Shui, Lin Bai's only companion in high school. Lin Bai gave Feng Shui a strange look, but Feng Shui's face remained expressionless. Lin Ruiying felt a little embarrassed and turned to Lin Bai to ask, "What would you like to buy? Do you have the Necromancer skill book?" Lin Ruiying had seen Lin Bai's second profession before, so Lin Bai simply asked directly. "Wait a moment, let me check for you." Lin Ruiying picked up the tablet from the counter and started searching. After a moment, she said, "This branch doesn't have it, but the headquarters in Jingu City does." "What level?" "One is Platinum, and the other is Diamond." The Platinum level skill is called Death Lash, a mid-range attack skill. The Diamond level skill is called Death Infusion, a skill that can make undead summons grow. "What's the price of Death Infusion?" Lin Bai's eyes lit up. The skill that allows undead creatures to grow was exactly what he needed right now. 38,880,000. Lin Ruiying glanced at the tablet. "It's so expensive, can you give me a discount?" Lin Bai complained before asking. "A purchase exceeding 10 million in total value qualifies you as a platinum member of our store, entitled to a 20% discount, which comes to 31,104,000, Lin Ruiying calculated with a calculator. "It's still too expensive, can you round it down to zero?" "At most 4,000. "That's more like it." "If I want to buy it, when will it arrive?" "At most one day." "Okay, then you can arrange the goods first. I'll come over to pay at this time tomorrow." Lin Bai has more than 40,000 points, but it will take some time to exchange them for cash. Lin Ruiying nodded. If other people were to transfer goods from other regions, they would need to pay a deposit first. However, she trusted Lin Bai, and if she could close this deal with Lin Bai, she could earn at least 600,000 yuan in commission, which would be more than 600 points. As far as she knew, this commission was almost equivalent to the total income of other shop assistants for 2 or 3 months. If the other employees knew, they would be green with envy. Of course, this is also thanks to Lin Bai. If Lin Bai hadn't spent so much at once, she wouldn't have received such a high commission. "You've done me a huge favor this time. I'll treat you to dinner after the holiday," Lin Ruiying said gratefully. "Let's skip the meal, you might as well give us some freebies." In the end, Lin Bai not only didn't buy anything, but also took a bunch of free gifts and left the store under Lin Ruiying's resentful gaze. As soon as Lin Bai left, Zhang Shelian started making sarcastic remarks. She didn't sell anything, but she even gave away a bunch of freebies. Lin Ruiying is really something. Lin Ruiying glanced at her but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Shelian mocked Lin Bai for not letting her entertain guests. That guy just now was the same. He was dressed in cheap clothes but insisted on pretending to be rich. It was hilarious. Lin Ruiying frowned and retorted, "He's not pretending to be rich, he really is. He pre-ordered a diamond level skill book from me." "Him? Diamond level skill book? Don't be ridiculous." Zhang Shelian curled her lip. "He just thinks you're an easy new employee to fool, so he wants to show off and take advantage of you. I've seen plenty of people like that. Let's see if he comes tomorrow." "He will definitely come, I believe in him," Lin Ruiying said confidently. "Then you can just wait for him to come," Zhang Shelian said dismissively. The next day, Lin Ruiying carefully stored the skill book she had received and stood at the shop entrance, waiting for Lin Bai to arrive. Zhang Shelian glanced at Lin Ruiying up and down, and whispered to the shop assistant next to her, "This newbie is really stupid. I've already told her that person isn't coming, but she's still standing at the door waiting like an idiot." Another employee said, "Just let her wait. She'll know what happened when she gets off work." A short while later, Lin Bai and Feng Shui appeared at the store entrance. Seeing this, Lin Ruiying smiled. She knew Lin Bai wouldn't lie to her. They really came? The other shop assistants were stunned. Thinking that Lin Bai might actually be a wealthy man, Zhang Shelian quickly walked out of the shop with a beaming smile, stepping ahead of Lin Ruiying to block Lin Bai's path. "Sir, you finally arrived. Your things have been packed for you. Please come this way." Lin Ruiying frowned, looking disgusted. This kind of order-stealing behavior was truly disgusting. Lin Bai glanced at Zhang Shelian, then pointed at Lin Ruiying and said, "I remember that lady was the one who entertained me yesterday. Let's have that lady come instead." This. Zhang Shelian wanted to say something, but before she could speak, Lin Bai had already passed her and entered the store with Lin Ruiying. After swiping the card, Lin Ruiying handed the skill book to Lin Bai and also helped him get a platinum card from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. With this card, he could enjoy a 20% discount when buying things at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. "I'm leaving now, see you at school." Lin Bai nodded to Lin Ruiying, and as he passed the shop entrance, he seemed lost in thought, as if troubled by something. Seeing this, Zhang Shelian knew her chance to shine had come. Even if she didn't succeed with Lin Bai, it would still be a good thing to develop a wealthy man like Lin Bai into her regular customer. So she put on a flattering smile and walked up to Lin Bai. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" "There really is." Lin Bai nodded, and Zhang Shelian's smile widened. She gave Lin Ruiying a provocative look, and then she saw Lin Bai pull a crumpled flyer from his pocket, the contents of which were unknown, and place it in her hand, saying, "Help me throw this away." Zhang Shelian's smile froze instantly. Before she could say anything more, Lin Bai had already walked out of the shop without looking back. Just then, a shop assistant who usually had a good relationship with her exclaimed and pointed at the tablet, "My God, Lin Ruiying actually sold a skill book worth nearly 40 million. What?" Zhang Shelian's eyes widened in disbelief. The commission from selling items of this caliber was almost equal to her total income for 2.5 months. She couldn't help but feel regret. If she had been the one to receive Lin Bai yesterday, wouldn't that promotion have been hers? After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Shelian walked up to Lin Ruiying and said softly, "Sister Lin Ruiying, I was wrong before. Anyway, you're just a temporary worker and won't be here for many more days. After you leave, could you transfer that person's membership to my name?" Lin Ruiying sneered, "Don't even think about it. That guy was my classmate. Even if I transfer his membership to your name, he won't buy anything from you." After saying this, Lin Ruiying felt much better. "Is he your schoolmate?" Zhang Shelian felt like a clown and asked blankly, "Which university are you from?" "Beijing University," Lin Ruiying said proudly in English. After hearing this, Zhang Shelian felt even more like a clown. She had been mocking Lin Ruiying all along, but it turned out that Lin Ruiying was actually a top student from one of the 4 major universities. Chapter 49. The twin sisters are actually young ladies. Back at his apartment, Lin Bai immediately learned the skill of Death Infusion. Death Infusion Diamond infused the power of death into the body of an undead creature to upgrade it. Although the skill Undead Conversion is described as preventing converted undead creatures from leveling up, Death Infusion has a higher level than Undead Conversion. In the event of a conflict between the two skill effects, the higher level skill will definitely take priority. Unless it's a priority skill like Holy Light Protection, skill level differences can be ignored. After mastering the art of Death Infusion, Lin Bai couldn't wait to begin experimenting. The power of death exists in the space of death. He summoned the Lord-level Wilderness Butcher and placed his hand on the Wilderness Butcher's chest. As the power of death is infused into the Wilderness Butcher's body, the volume of the death space continues to shrink. After about 10 seconds, Lin Bai stopped the infusion. Based on the current conversion efficiency, even if all the death power in the death space were poured into the Wilderness Butcher's body, it wouldn't be enough to raise the Wilderness Butcher by 1 level. He then summoned the Shadow Mantis and infused it with the power of death. The death force required for Scyther to level up is relatively small. When the death space shrinks to less than 10 cubic meters, Scyther successfully levels up to level 25. Monster Race, Ghost Mantis. Level, 25. Quality, General. Compared to other level 25 monster generals, the Ghost Mantis has relatively higher overall attributes. In addition, being an undead creature, its actual combat strength is slightly higher than that of creatures of the same level. Satisfied, Lin Bai put the Ghost Mantis into the death space. He then summoned an undead to test it out. As expected, it could also be upgraded. However, since undead are randomly summoned creatures, upgrading them wouldn't be of much use. By the end of October, the weather had turned cool, and most people had started wearing long sleeves. As a professional, Lin Bai was not afraid of the cold, but he could not always use magic to resist it, so he bought several sets of specially made clothes. In the months since he went to the wilderness for real combat, he has leveled up from level 21 to level 23. As someone with a clear plan for his life, Lin Bai set himself the following tasks: to cultivate diligently in his freshman year, to try to break into the top ranks of Peking University's world ranking in his sophomore year, to try to intern in a semi-official organization in his junior year, and to become an outstanding graduate in his senior year and enter a top-ranked official organization to hunt monsters. It's a good idea, but I don't know if it can be realized. Lin Bai turned his gaze away from the window and began to listen attentively to the lesson. Ring ring ring, the morning classes are over. Lin Bai, Yang Su, Su Caixia, and Su Kaiwei walked towards the school cafeteria together. Just as they left the teaching building, they saw a heavily modified Rolls-Royce parked in front of it. This Rolls-Royce has a small golden statuette standing in front of it. The body is made of special materials, which not only provide it with considerable defensive capabilities but also make it very fast. Based on Lin Bai's understanding of modified vehicles, this car should be worth more than 10 billion. I wonder which big family owns this car. Why did they park it here? The thought had barely crossed Lin Bai's mind when he saw a middle-aged man dressed as a butler get out of the Rolls-Royce and walk towards him. He then stopped in front of Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei and said, "Ladies, the master wants you to go home." Holy crap! Lin Bai was completely stunned. He never expected the twin sisters to have such an identity. A heavily modified Rolls-Royce is impressive enough, but to add a personal butler to that is a testament to the immense wealth and status of the family. Uncle Zhao, why did you drive your car into the school? Su Caixia looked at the middle-aged man with a face full of helplessness. This is the master's order. He hopes that the eldest and second young ladies can return home today, the butler said respectfully. Is there such a rush? It's not like we're not going back. Su Caixia pursed her lips, turned to look at Lin Bai and Yang Su, and as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up. They are my friends, and I want to invite them to come back with me. If young Master Lin Bai and young Master Yang Su are willing, of course they can, the butler said, looking at Lin Bai and Yang Su. You know us? Yang Su asked, looking surprised. The butler smiled slightly but did not answer. Lin Bai wasn't surprised by this. If the twin sisters really came from a powerful family, they probably knew everything about them, even the colors of their underwear. I just don't know why Su Caixia invited me and Yang Su to her house. Here's the thing, my family and other families jointly guard a spatial rift. Every so often, the families send their juniors in to train. I'd like to invite you and Yang Su to join us, since it's just me and my sister. It's really too boring, Su Caixia explained. Lin Bai was shocked. The fact that the twin sisters' family could guard the spatial rift meant that they were even more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, there were many benefits to cultivating in the spatial rift. The most obvious benefit was that after hunting monsters, one could collect valuable parts from them and sell them for money. Of course, this also came with danger, but since the twin sisters' family allowed their descendants to cultivate inside, it meant that the danger was not great. Lin Bai happened to be looking for a place to collect the power of death, so he agreed without hesitation. How long will it take? 2 months. If we go now, we can be back by the end of December. I need to ask my advisor for leave first. That's true. Su Caixia asked Uncle Zhao to wait there while she and Lin Bai went to find Nie Jiawen. After understanding the purpose of their visit, Nie Jiawen approved 2 months of leave for each of the 4 people. A few hours later, Lin Bai arrived at the twin sisters' home, a large, luxuriously decorated villa. After a lavish dinner, Lin Bai was called out privately by the butler. Young Master Lin Bai, I'm relaying some things on behalf of the master, the butler said gently. Please speak. Lin Bai did not become arrogant because of the butler's repeated address of young master. Firstly, it was not in his nature, and secondly, he knew that the middle-aged man in front of him, who could serve as a butler in such a large family, must be quite capable. First of all, I would like to express my regret on behalf of the master. He would very much like to see you, but he has a lot of business to attend to and does not have time to spare, the butler said apologetically. I understand. Lin Bai didn't take it to heart. He didn't think that someone as insignificant as him had any value that warranted being personally entertained by a big boss. Secondly, the master hopes that after entering the spatial rift tomorrow, young Master Lin Bai can take good care of the eldest and second young ladies. Shouldn't people of Su Caixia's and Su Caiwei's status have bodyguards around them? Normally, yes, but the eldest young lady doesn't want that. She is destined to take over the family business in the future, and relying solely on servants will only lower her prestige. But you, young Master Lin Bai, are different. You are a friend of the eldest and second young ladies, and you have connections with them. According to the Master's family precepts, the head of the household doesn't have to be the most powerful, but he must have a wide network of connections. You are a friend of the two young ladies, so your help will not damage their reputation. In fact, the stronger you demonstrate, the greater their prestige will be. There are such family precepts? Lin Bai silently complained, then said, Su Caixia and Su Kaiwei are friends, so it's normal for me to help them out. But my abilities are limited, so I hope you won't have too high expectations of me. Young Master Lin Bai, you are too modest. As far as I know, in addition to being a priest, you are also a necromancer, the butler said with a smile. You even know this? Lin Bai was genuinely surprised. Although he hadn't tried to hide his profession as a necromancer, only a few people knew about it. He felt that person wouldn't tell anyone, so how did the twin sisters' family find out? I forgot to tell you, the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is one of the master's businesses. The butler's words cleared up Lin Bai's doubts. If that's the case, then it's normal. I bought the Necromancer skill book from the Tianqing Merchant Guild. The Necromancer class is rare, so it was bound to attract the attention of the Tianqing Merchant Guild. In addition, I am a friend of the twin sisters, so I am a key target for observation. Therefore, I revealed the Necromancer skill. Since the information had already been leaked, Lin Bai frankly admitted, it's true that I'm a dual profession user, but I can't guarantee that I have everything under control. If you could tell me some information about the spatial rift in advance, I think I would have a better chance of success. The butler nodded. Regarding this, even if young Master Lin Bai hadn't asked, I would have told you. The spatial rift you and the two ladies are about to enter is spatial rift number 032. Within the territory of the Xinxia Empire, only valuable spatial rifts are given numbers so that they will not be easily destroyed. Other spatial rifts that are not valuable and are located within the city limits will be destroyed by the country with all its might. The monsters in the 032 spatial rift range from level 15 to 30. There are Lord-level monsters, which are classified as undead creatures, half-elf creatures, earth dragon creatures, and angel-like creatures. General-level creatures above level 25 only stay in a few fixed areas. As long as you don't get close, you won't encounter any danger. The area where you and the two young ladies are training mainly consists of earth dragon creatures. I believe you are also aware of the eldest young lady's special abilities. As a soul-receiving master, she can receive the souls of combat-type monsters. Therefore, the master hopes that you can help her receive the soul of a level 25 general-level earth dragon creature within 2 months. Of course, even if you are friends of the two young ladies, the master will not let you help for nothing. If you can do it, our master can give you a diamond-level necromancer skill book. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. He was just missing a necromancer skill, and hunting a level 25 general-level earth dragon wouldn't be difficult for him. Either Su Caixia and Su Caiwei's father didn't know how powerful the necromancer class was, or he wanted to do them a favor. Considering the identity of the twins' father and their family precepts, Lin Bai still felt that the latter was more likely. What you're saying is wrong. I'm not the kind of person who's only after profit. Even if I had nothing, I would still do my best. At night, Lin Bai was resting in his room when there was a knock on the door. Lin Bai, are you asleep? Judging from the voice, it should be Su Caixia. Not yet. Is there something you need? Lin Bai got up to open the door. Outside, Su Caixia was wearing a yellow pajama set with a huge bear pattern printed on it, and she looked very cute. What did Uncle Zhao say to you after dinner? Su Caixia asked with a curious look. It just mentioned some information about the spatial rift. Is there anything else? Let me take good care of you and Su Kaiwei. Did he mention asking you to help hunt earth dragons? Lin Bai nodded. I knew it. Su Caixia said apologetically, this must have been my dad's idea. You don't need to worry about it. Even if we can't receive the earth dragon's soul within 2 months, we can wait for the next spatial rift to open. There's no need to rush. You don't believe in my abilities? Lin Bai smiled and said, actually, I'm very strong. Of course I know you're strong, but earth dragons aren't so easy to deal with. You'll see when we enter the spatial rift tomorrow, Su Caixia said seriously. Lin Bai shrugged, unable to deny it. Su Caixia thought Lin Bai had taken her words to heart, and said, get some rest, good night. Good night. As Lin Bai watched Su Caixia leave, he was about to close the door when he saw Su Kaiwei peeking out from around the corner, her small face peeking out. Under Lin Bai's gaze, Su Saiwei's cheeks gradually flushed red. Wearing the same cute pajamas as Su Saixia, she walked out shyly. I heard your conversation with your sister just now. Su Saiwei's eyes darted away, her delicate pink hands fidgeting behind her back. It's no big deal, Lin Bai said with a smile. There are some things I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Su Kaiwei glanced at Lin Bai, then quickly looked away. We're all friends, so there's no need for any restrictions. Just say what you want to say. Actually, my sister is under a lot of pressure. As the eldest daughter in the family, she is destined to take over the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce in the future. But my sister is a girl after all, and no matter what she does, she will be criticized. That's why she doesn't want to rely on the family's power. And I am weak-willed and can't help much. So I would like to ask you to help my sister within your ability so that she won't have so much pressure. Lin Bai deliberately made things difficult. Su Saiwei's fingers turned white from gripping the cloth. She was extremely nervous, and it took a lot of courage for her to say those words. Just kidding. As your friend, how could I not help your sister? Besides, your father offered a condition I couldn't refuse, Lin Bai grinned. Really? Su Saiwei's face lit up with surprise. More real than real gold. Lin Bai nodded seriously. Then I won't bother you anymore. Su Kaiwei glanced quickly at Lin Bai and whispered as softly as a mosquito, good night. Good night. After watching Su Kaiwei leave, Lin Bai closed the door, relaxed on the bed, sent a message to Feng Shui, and after learning that Feng Shui was also preparing to go to sleep, he put his phone aside. Just as I was about to go to sleep, Yang Su's cheeky voice came from outside the door. Old Bai, are you asleep? You're in a strange environment and it's hard to sleep alone. Let's squeeze in and sleep together. One word, get out. Chapter 50 Level 25. The next morning, Lin Bai and his 3 companions entered the spatial rift. In just a fleeting glance before the spatial rift, Lin Bai saw a girl who looked remarkably like Liang Yi. Unsure if it was her, and considering the poor relationship between the twin sisters and Liang Yi, he didn't dare to confirm with the twin sisters. Inside the spatial rift, they followed the butler for a while before finally arriving at the area for this training exercise. Young Master Lin Bai, I'm entrusting the rest to you, the butler said solemnly. Lin Bai nodded. What about me? What about me? Yang Su pointed to himself. Young Master Yang Su, please take good care of the eldest and second young ladies, the butler added. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei get hurt in the slightest. Yang Su made his presence known. Under the watchful eye of the butler, the 4 of them, fully equipped, headed deeper into the area. Before long, they encountered a creature covered in fine scales, over 3 meters long, and resembling a giant lizard. This is an earth dragon? Lin Bai cast a reconnaissance spell over. Race, Earth Dragon. Level, 22. Quality, Elite. Strength, 342. Agility, 287. Constitution, 332. Spirit, 24. Stamina, 76,000. Magic power, 5,110. Its overall attributes were no different from other level 22 elite monsters. Lin Bai took a step back and confidently handed the monster over to Yang Su. In the past month or so, Yang Su and the twin sisters had already reached level 20. Go, double shot gas. You're the one who's using double explosive gas. Despite saying that, Yang Su still charged forward with a roar. There was no other way after all, he was the only warrior in the team. With the help of the 3, Yang Su easily killed the Earth Dragon. Most of the experience that flew out went into Yang Su's body, and only a small amount of experience went into Lin Bai and the other 2. This is the difference between spatial rifts and copies. In dungeons, as long as a team contract is signed, all members of the team will share the experience equally, regardless of whether they contribute in combat. In the wilderness or spatial rifts, the experience points you receive are divided according to how much effort you put in. This is why support classes have a low status, especially pure support classes like priests. Without help, it's difficult for them to level up after level 30. Lin Bai and his companions did not deal with the monster's corpse because this spatial rift was jointly guarded by several families. Even if they dealt with it, they would be required to leave it behind, so it was better not to deal with it. Within 30 minutes, the 4 encountered several waves of monsters. Sometimes Yang Su would knock down a monster, leaving it with only 1 breath left for Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei to finish it off, so that the 2 could get more experience. However, when it was Lin Bai's turn, Lin Bai refused. "Old Bai, something's not right with you. Sometimes you even use my meal card to pay for meals, but now that there's a bargain, you're not taking advantage of it?" Yang Su looked at Lin Bai with a scrutinizing gaze. "You're talking nonsense. Do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others?" Lin Bai said righteously. "If you don't like taking advantage of others, then don't use my meal card again." "Was it because I wanted to use your meal card?" "I just wanted you to have more opportunities to treat your father to meals." "Get lost, so why don't you want to get more experience points? Can you help me figure out what this is?" Lin Bai tapped his mage staff lightly, summoning an undead. "A summoned creature? What, are you trying to show off that you have a summoning item so you can hunt monsters yourself?" Yang Su glanced sideways at the undead bone ring on Lin Bai's hand. Lin Bai removed the ring of the dead and summoned another undead. Yang Su glanced at the golden eye that Lin Bai was wearing around his neck. Lin Bai, feeling a bit of a toothache, removed the golden eye and summoned a third undead. "So what exactly are you trying to show off? Are you trying to show off that besides these two props, you have a third one hidden on you?" Yang Su said with an expression that seemed to see right through him. "You really are a fucking genius." Lin Bai gave a thumbs up with a holy crap look on his face. "Of course." Yang Su raised his chin slightly with a hint of pride. "But what if I didn't summon these three creatures using an item?" Lin Bai suggested another possibility. "How was that done?" Yang Su looked puzzled, then another possibility occurred to him, and his eyes widened instantly. "Could it be that you are a dual profession user?" Lin Bai smiled crookedly. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this for real?" Yang Su was so shocked he couldn't speak. "Otherwise, why would you think Uncle Zhou would ask me to take care of Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei? Just because I'm handsome? Of high rank? Kind-hearted? I accept that he's handsome and has a high level, but he's kind." Yang Su dared not lie about this, but the key point was that Lin Bai was actually a legendary and extremely rare dual-class user. You know, dual-class users are comparable to God-given users in some ways. Even if the strength of the two classes is not high, they still have twice as many skills. If one class is a warrior and the other is a mage, the dual-class player will not have any weaknesses in the four attributes, and their level of synergy will be far higher than that of a warrior and a mage. If both professions are warrior or mage, the attributes of dual profession specialization will be 1.5 times that of a profession of the same level. In this case, even if the profession itself is only C level, the power of the skills thrown will not be lower than that of a profession with a level strength. Whether it's the former or the latter, the strength of dual-class play is beyond question. "You're a dual profession user?" Su Saixia was also stunned. Initially, she agreed to Yang Su's request to team up with Lin Bai because she felt sorry for him. Later, she discovered that Lin Bai's skills were different. It was like casually making friends with someone who turned out to be a rich second generation. Later, in the freshman competition, Lin Bai defeated an S-level professional and 3 A-level professionals by himself, which was equivalent to going from a rich second generation to a self-made millionaire. But now, Lin Bai is actually a dual profession player, which directly turned him from a self-made millionaire into the richest man in the Divine Xia Empire. It's outrageous, even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray it like this. Su Saiwei's big eyes sparkled, and she involuntarily squeezed her legs together. "I'm just an ordinary dual-class user, nothing special," Lin Bai said modestly. "Nothing special?" Yang Su rolled his eyes inwardly. "You call this ordinary?" But then he asked curiously, "What's your second job? Would you mind telling me?" The Su sisters, Saixia and Kaiwei, also cast curious glances. It is known that although Lin Bai's first profession is a C-level priest, his skill strength is no weaker than that of an S-level profession. If his second profession is a C-level or B-level profession, that would be incredibly awesome. "A necromancer," Lin Bai said frankly. "Necromancer? What level of profession is that?" Yang Su had heard of this profession, but didn't remember much about it. "Just an ordinary S rank," Lin Bai said with a slight smile. Yang Su suddenly clutched his chest, feeling an urge to spit blood all over Lin Bai's face. Just an ordinary S rank, damn it, what a show-off. Su Saixia's beautiful eyes widened even more. Good heavens, the richest man in the Divine Xia Empire has become the richest man in the world again. Su Kaiwei was breathing rapidly and unconsciously rubbed her legs together. That doesn't make sense. If you're a dual profession user, why didn't anyone notice that during the freshman competition? Yang Su asked, puzzled. Because I have a skill that can hide my four-dimensional attributes. Yang Su suddenly realized something and said with a complicated expression, "Old bai, can we talk about something? Next time you're showing off, can you not do it in front of me? You're making me look completely different." "I'll definitely do it next time." Lin Bai verbally agreed, but in his heart he was thinking, brother, why bother showing off? What's the difference between that and wearing fine clothes in the dark? After learning that Lin Bai was a dual profession user, the three of them became even more confident. Lin Bai's goal was to help Su Saixia receive a higher level Earth Dragon as much as possible. 55 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these nearly 2 months, Lin Bai used the collected power of death to upgrade the Wilderness Butcher to level 28 and the Ghost Mantis to level 27. Yang Su chuckled incessantly, when I get back to school, I'll definitely dazzle those guys in my class. Yes, he, Su Saixia, and Su Kaiwei all reached level 22. According to his estimate, even an S-level professional like Su Che had only reached level 22. As an A-level professional, being on the same level as an S-level professional is surprising in itself, not to mention that he was previously one level lower than Su Che. Of course, all of this depends on Lin Bai. So what if you leveled up to level 22? Is it really that exciting? Lin Bai glanced at Yang Su. You think everyone is like you, like a pervert? Yang Su said, feeling both envious and jealous. I've only leveled up twice, just like you. Is it really necessary to say that about me? Lin Bai stroked his chin. He had only leveled up from level 22 to 24, and was only 2% less experienced than level 25. How could it be so abnormal? Is leveling up from level 20 to level 22 the same as leveling up from level 22 to level 24? Yang Su was speechless. Although they had both leveled up twice, the leveling up of professionals became slower as they progressed, but Lin Bai had taken the same amount of time as them. Calling Lin Bai a pervert is too lenient. He felt that perhaps describing Lin Bai as a monster would be more appropriate. I never intended to show off, do you think it's appropriate for you to do so? Lin Bai accused with a look of disdain. Bullshit, that's because you've already shown off in front of me. Yang Su said angrily. I see, that explains why I feel so comfortable. Seeing the two bickering, Su Kaiwei covered her mouth and chuckled, then looked at Lin Bai and asked, shall we hunt that level 27 Earth Dragon General today? Or should we wait a bit longer? Let's do it today. Lin Bai stroked his chin. Actually, once he reached level 25, he could have helped Su Saixia hunt higher level Earth Dragons. However, the key issue was that Su Saixia's level was too low, and the highest level monster she could accept was no more than level 5. Therefore, he had to settle for level 27 Earth Dragons. Actually, you don't necessarily have to hunt that level 27 Earth Dragon. Hunting a level 25 Earth Dragon will do just fine, Su Saixia suggested. Although she had witnessed the power of the undead summoned by Lin Bai in the past month and a half, that Earth Dragon was 3 levels higher than Lin Bai, and she was worried that things might go wrong. How can that be? I received a bribe from your father. Lin Bai smiled slightly and approached the area where the level 27 Earth Dragon was active. Seeing this, Su Saixia had no choice but to follow behind. The four entered the area and soon found the level 27 Earth Dragon General. It was over 5 meters long, with a huge fleshy growth on its right shoulder that was constantly throbbing, as if it contained something. Monster Race, Earth Dragon. Level, 27. Quality, General. Lin Bai, is this okay? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the Earth Dragon, Su Saixia couldn't help but ask again. Watch me. Lin Bai lightly tapped the void with his mage's staff, and a dense darkness suddenly appeared around him, from which the Ghost Mantis emerged. Is this also one of your summoned creatures? Su Saixia felt a chill run down her spine from the Ghost Mantis. This sense of crisis was even stronger than that from the Earth Dragon opposite her. Lin Bai summoned 10 undead from the void once more and imbued them with necromantic fire. He pointed his mage staff forward, and the Ghost Mantis and the 10 undead simultaneously lunged forward. Sensing the danger, the Earth Dragon crouched low and let out a series of low growls. But the next second, a terrifying wave swept over like a hurricane. The Ghost Mantis and the undead were unaffected, but the Earth Dragon trembled slightly. In this state, it could only exert up to 90% of its strength. The two sides clashed. First, the Ghost Mantis's forelimbs struck the Earth Dragon's body, drawing a trail of blood. The Earth Dragon's prized scales were no match for the Ghost Mantis. Then came the undead, ignoring the Earth Dragon's bites, who pounced on it as if committing suicide. Although their claws couldn't tear through the Earth Dragon's scales, their undead fire seemed to take root in the Earth Dragon's body. Roar! The Earth Dragon slammed its right foot into the ground, and a row of spikes suddenly emerged, piercing through 3 undead who couldn't dodge in time. The remaining undead and ghost mantises flew into the air and continued to attack the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon opened its enormous mouth, where sparks gathered. The next second, a pillar of fire shot out, sweeping from left to right, covering all the undead, including the Shadow Mantis. That's the Earth Dragon's flame burst skill. Are your summoned creatures alright? Su Caixia asked worriedly. It's not a big problem. As soon as Lin Bai finished speaking, the ghost mantis burst out of the flames. Although it was an undead creature, it was only countered by light and lightning attributes. Fire attribute affected it, but it could withstand it with its physical constitution. Summon 10 more undead to join the battle. The ghost mantis retains its fighting instincts from its previous life, and during its rapid flight, it continuously unleashes crescent-shaped slashes with its 2 forelimbs. Before long, the Earth Dragon was surrounded and severely injured. Perhaps threatened with death, the Earth Dragon began to evolve the fleshy growth on the right side of its shoulder right, and a slightly smaller head grew out. At this point, it had evolved from a general to a lord, and its strength increased dramatically. Before Su Caixia could express her concern, Lin Bai lightly tapped his mage staff, and the burly wilderness butcher was summoned from the death space. And as soon as it appeared, it overwhelmed the Earth Dragon that had successfully evolved to the Lord level with an overwhelming advantage. After all, the Wilderness Butcher is also a Lord level creature, and its level is even 1 level higher than the Earth Dragon. Yang Su was dumbfounded. He originally thought Lin Bai's strength was already abnormal enough, but who knew that Lin Bai actually had hidden strength? A few minutes later, the Earth Dragon, which had evolved into a Lord level creature, had its 2 heads chopped off by the Wilderness Butcher. The experience points were transferred into Lin Bai's body, allowing Lin Bai to successfully level up to level 25. The changes in Lin Bai naturally did not escape the notice of Yang Su and the other 2. Yang Su said with a complicated expression, "Old Bai, you really deserve to die." Lin Bai was speechless. He had only leveled up, so why was he hated so much? He touched his handsome face and turned to Su Caixia, saying, "Go and receive the Earth Dragon's soul." A strange light flickered in Su Caixia's eyes, and she smiled and said, "Okay." Chapter 51 Closing the work. Just as Su Caixia was receiving the Earth Dragon's soul, Lin Bai began to examine the changes in himself after the upgrade. First, all 4 attributes have been improved to some extent, with the biggest changes being in mental strength and magic power. Secondly, the undead summoning skill has been changed from allowing a maximum of 10 undead to exist at the same time to allowing a maximum of 15 undead to exist at the same time. Finally, there's the undead conversion, which increased the maximum number of undead creatures you can have from 2 to 3. We can convert another undead creature. Unconsciously, Lin Bai shifted his gaze to the Earth Dragon Lord that had just been killed. After all, this Earth Dragon was a Lord-level creature, which was just right. After Su Kaiwei accepted the soul, Lin Bai had the Wilderness Butcher put the 2 heads of the Earth Dragon back in their original positions, and then cast the undead conversion. In the black mist, the Earth Dragon's 2 heads joined together on its neck, and its thick scales began to decay and disappear, replaced by white bones that resembled armor. Monster type, Earth Dragon. Level, 26. Quality, Lord. Skills, Ground Spikes, Fire Breath, Killing Evolution. Although the Earth Dragon is 1 level lower than the Ghost Mantis after its transformation, its overall attributes are still superior to the Ghost Mantis. Among them, Lin Bai focused on examining the Slaughter Evolution skill, which is something that Earth Dragons only possess after transforming into undead creatures. Slaughter Evolution Platinum temporarily boosts various attributes and resistances through slaughter. It's only a temporary boost, but the more creatures you kill, the greater the boost. Lin Bai originally wanted to put the Earth Dragon into the death space, but because the power of death had been used to enhance the Wild Butcher and the Ghost Mantis, the death space was not large enough, so he could only leave the Earth Dragon outside for the time being. Holy crap! What kind of skill is that? Yang Su's eyes lit up. Tell me, which boy hasn't fantasized about having an awesome mount when he was young? This huge, cool-looking 2-headed Earth Dragon perfectly matched his image of the ideal mount. Want to come up and try it out? Lin Bai flew to the top of the left head of the 2-headed Earth Dragon and extended an invitation to Yang Su. Is it really true, Godfather? Without hesitation, Yang Su abandoned all restraint and excitedly jumped onto the right side of the Earth Dragon's head. Although this head was smaller than the left one, it could still be considered a co-pilot. Lin Bai took Yang Su around a few times, letting him experience what it's like to drive. Because Su Caixia needed time to adapt after receiving the Earth Dragon's soul, the four of them left the spatial rift ahead of time. As for the Earth Dragon, Lin Bai temporarily placed it at the entrance of the spatial rift and asked Su Caixia's family to take care of it. Inside the villa, the butler, on behalf of the twins' father, expressed his gratitude to Lin Bai. "Young Master Lin Bai, thank you for taking care of my two young ladies these past 2 months. I also thank you for hunting down a level 27 Earth Dragon Lord for my eldest young lady. My master was very happy when he heard about this and instructed me to make sure you are treated well." "Of course." Lin Bai smiled politely, looking expectantly at the butler. The butler understood immediately and brought out a brand new skill book. "Young Master Lin Bai, this is the skill book that Master promised before." Lin Bai took the skill book and saw 2 big characters written on it, Banshee. The effect was to summon a banshee to interfere with the target. In front of the housekeeper, Lin Bai chose to study. Banshee Diamond summons a banshee of the same level as the caster. The banshee will scream with its unique voice, causing confusion to creatures other than the caster and undead for a period of time. The skill effect overlaps somewhat with Holy Light, but Banshee is a crowd control skill, and if used well, it is undoubtedly a divine skill as well. "Uncle Zhao, may I ask you something?" "Young Master Lin Bai, please speak." "I'd like to know if the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce still has any Necromancer class skill books of diamond level or higher. If so, could you sell them to me?" Although Lin Bai doesn't have enough money to buy skill books yet, he can immediately challenge the Infinite Dungeon once he returns to school. With his current level and a few summoned creatures, clearing 4 or 5 levels shouldn't be a problem, which would give him over 20,000 points. Adding that to the 10,000 points he still has, he has a total of over 30,000 points. If that's not enough, he can take on a few more quests later. "If I pool my resources, I should be able to save enough to buy a skill book within a month." "I'm sorry, young Master Lin, I need to ask the master about this matter," the butler said apologetically. "Thank you for your help, Uncle Zhao. It's no trouble at all." The butler dialed the number of the twin sisters' father. After a brief conversation, the butler hung up and said to Lin Bai, "Master said that the necromancer profession is a rare profession, and skill books are scarce. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce only has the one we had before." Hearing this, Lin Bai was slightly disappointed, but the butler's next words cheered him up again. "Young Master Lin Bai, if you wish to obtain the necromancer skill book, you might consider starting with your classmate Liang Yi. She is from a branch of the Li family, one of the 4 major powers that jointly manage the 032 spatial rift with our Chamber of Commerce. They are responsible for the area with undead creatures. The necromancer skill book you purchased earlier came from the Li family. They consigned it through our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, and we collect a handling fee." It turns out that Liang Yi also comes from a prominent family. Lin Bai muttered to himself and asked, "You mean I can buy skill books from the Li family through Liang Yi?" The butler shook his head. If the Li family had any extra skill books, they would have sold them through our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce channels long ago. What the master means is that you can ask your classmate or other younger members of the Li family if they have obtained any necromancer skill books from the altar. Skill books, items, equipment, potions, and the like were not originally there. They came from altars in the spatial rifts. The altars can also be seen as anchor points between the spatial rifts and Earth. As long as all the altars in a spatial rift are destroyed, the spatial rift will disappear. However, if it is not destroyed in time, it will be rebuilt by the creatures in the spatial rift. For some powerful forces or professionals, this is a way to repeatedly exploit others, and the Li family is such a force they have the right to decide whether to destroy the altar. "I see." That night, estimating that Liang Yi should have already left the spatial rift, Lin Bai sent a message. A few minutes later, Liang Yi replied with a message. Lin Bai made another voice call. "Oh? Isn't this brother Lin Bai? Why did you think of calling him?" Liang Yi's puzzled voice came from the phone. "Here's the thing, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Lin Bai explained his needs and asked Liang Yi if she had any necromancer skill books of diamond level or higher. "Brother Lin Bai, to be honest, there is indeed an altar in the area that the family assigned to me, but the undead creatures near the altar are very powerful. I can't get close at all, let alone destroy the altar," Liang Yi complained. "Just how powerful are the undead creatures near that altar?" Lin Bai asked curiously. "The information I received is that most of the monsters are level 23 or 24 elite monsters, a small number are level 25 or higher, and there is supposedly a level 27 boss monster." At this point, Liang Yi seemed to have thought of something and couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Lin Bai, what level have you reached?" If your level is high, we can conquer that altar together. After we succeed, if there's a necromancer skill book, you can keep it, and I can keep the rest of the loot. If not, we can split all the loot 50-50. Sure. Lin Bai readily agreed, never expecting to encounter such a good thing from a casual question. The next day, Lin Bai, Su Kaiwei, and Yang Su waited for Liang Yi at the entrance of the space. Su Caixia didn't come because she still needed to adapt to the Earth Dragon's soul. Good morning, brother Lin Bai. From afar, Liang Yi greeted them. She still had her hair in pigtails, and was wearing a pink JK uniform with white stockings and canvas shoes, looking youthful and lively. Good morning. After Liang Yi approached, Lin Bai greeted her. Are they coming with us too? Liang Yi shifted her gaze to Su Kaiwei and Yang Su, raising her eyebrows slightly. With Su Caixia absent, Su Kaiwei suddenly became incredibly weak, but she still stubbornly emphasized their relationship. Lin Bai is our teammate. Follow me if you want, I'm not going to pay you a penny anyway. Liang Yi rolled her eyes. Who cares? Su Kaiwei muttered under her breath. Yang Su really wanted to say he liked it, but after glancing at Su Caixia and Liang Yi, he wisely swallowed his words. By the way, you still haven't told me what level you've reached, Liang Yi asked, bringing up a topic she was interested in. Not many, only level 25, Lin Bai said in a flat tone. Amazing! Liang Yi exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. As an S-level professional, she had only reached level 22, 3 levels behind Lin Bai. Considering Lin Bai's strength, she was full of confidence for today's mission. The four walked side by side toward the spatial rift. Just as they reached the entrance, a boy with a buzz cut called out to Liang Yi. What have you thought about that thing I mentioned before? I haven't decided yet, Liang Yi gave an ambiguous answer. Is this the helper you found? Li Yinqing looked at Lin Bai and the other two, and before Liang Yi could answer, he smiled contemptuously. If they can't do it, they are welcome to come to me anytime. After saying that, he turned and left. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but he seems to look down on us, Yang Su said, pointing to Li Dongxing's back. That's just how he is, don't pay him any mind, Liang Yi advised. Are you in some kind of trouble? Lin Bai asked. It's not exactly trouble, he just has his eye on the altars in my area and wants to use the guise of helping to take away most of the spoils, Liang Yi replied. Hearing Liang Yi's answer, Lin Bai thought of many things. I have a question. The younger generation of your family should also have been assigned to areas with altars, right? Have they breached their altars? After a few seconds of silence, Liang Yi said, aside from a few that are too low level, it should be my altar that hasn't been breached yet. Isn't your family targeting you? Yang Su felt indignant. After all, I am only from a collateral branch, and a branch within that collateral branch. Liang Yi forced a smile and said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go take a look at the altar. If we can break through the altar, I'll be rich. Lin Bai first led the Earth Dragon away, and then followed Liang Yi to the altar in her area. The area around the altar is teeming with undead creatures, including skeleton warriors, undead, and some creatures that are half bone and half flesh. Lin Bai scanned the area with his scouting skill and, just as Liang Yi had said, the vast majority of them were elite creatures of level 23 or 24. Start. Lin Bai summoned 15 undead to sweep away the undead creatures in front of him, while he himself stood on top of the Earth Dragon head, driving the Earth Dragon forward. Yang Su was so envious of this scene that he almost drooled. This is what you call cool. Besides skeleton warriors and undead, these half-dead creatures can also have their death power extracted after they die. Lin Bai freely extracted the power of death to expand the space of death. Before long, the four of them broke through the outer perimeter and entered the inner perimeter. The creatures they encountered changed from around level 24 to around level 25, and their quality changed from elite to general. But this still couldn't stop Lin Bai. After traveling a distance further, Lin Bai saw the so-called altar. The altar was constructed from an unknown material, forming a circle with a light screen on top, inscribed with mysterious symbols. Inside were various items used as offerings, including props, equipment, potions, and a skill book. Beside the altar was a creature draped in a tattered robe with rotting skin. That should be the Lord creature guarding the altar. Lin Bai withdrew his gaze and continued to urge the Earth Dragon forward. The Earth Dragon either spews flames from its mouth or uses earth spikes to kill undead creatures that come to attack Lin Bai. In the process of killing, the Earth Dragon's various attributes and resistances are temporarily enhanced. By the time they reached the Lord-like creature, their attributes had already reached the level expected of a level 27 Lord-like creature. Lin Bai launched a reconnaissance mission against the Lord-level creature. Monster Race, Fallen Mage. Level, 27. Quality, Lord. A fallen mage? Lin Bai was taken aback. This kind of creature had never appeared in the textbook, but judging from its name, it should belong to the category of mages. There are also races among monsters that use magic. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a huge fireball appeared above the head of the fallen mage opposite him and blasted it towards Lin Bai and his group. Holy crap! Lin Bai quickly summoned the wilderness butcher to shield him. The fireball slammed into the wilderness butcher, charring his armor like skeleton black. The intense heat made Lin Bai feel as if he were about to burst into flames. We almost capsized in the gutter. Lin Bai was filled with lingering fear. If he hadn't used the wilderness butcher to defend himself, but instead used holy light protection, everyone else except him would probably have perished here. Damn! We were too careless. We haven't encountered any decent opponents lately, and we've really gotten a bit cocky. After a moment of self-reflection, Lin Bai decided to use all his strength to kill the lord-like creature before him. He then summoned a ghost mantis, casting the blessing and counterattack skills on the 3 summoned creatures, and then used Death's intimidation to suppress the fallen mage. Finally, while the 3 summoned creatures were surrounding the fallen mage, he unleashed Death Strike to finish him off. This is too brutal. Yang Su swallowed hard, his eyes twitching wildly. Lin Bai patted his chest, looking as if he had just been scared. Knock off. Chapter 52 Supreme Gold Card. Brother Lin Bai, quickly see what's inside. Liang Yi urged impatiently. Good. Lin Bai controlled the wilderness butcher to shatter the light screen above the altar, revealing the full contents of the altar, 6 items in total, including a skill book, an item, a potion, a dagger, and 2 pieces of equipment. As agreed, this skill book is mine, is that alright? Lin Bai used the levitation technique to summon the skill book into his hand. As expected, this is a skill book for the necromancer class, but it's only at the platinum level. Lin Bai was somewhat disappointed, so he looked at the altar thoughtfully. Since we're already here, we can't just leave empty-handed, can we? Just as Liang Yi was examining the 5 spoils of war, the wilderness butcher struck the ground near the altar with his giant bone axe in his right hand. Liang Yi hadn't thought much about it until the wilderness butcher and the earth dragon worked together to lift the entire altar, and then Lin Bai took them all into the death space. Liang Yi was dumbfounded. Such a large altar had simply vanished? Brother Lin Bai, did you do this? What do you mean? Lin Bai looked at Liang Yi innocently, completely unaware that something was amiss. Where's the altar? Liang Yi pointed to the empty altar. I've already packed it up. Anyway, these creatures will rebuild the altar, so it shouldn't make any difference if I take it. Lin Bai shrugged. But taking the altar won't do you any good. So what? Lin Bai didn't care. He was already here, so he couldn't leave empty-handed. Besides, even if he didn't need it now, he might need it later. Liang Yi was about to go crazy. Was this something a normal person would do? Even if a normal person disliked the altar, they would at most tear it to shreds, not completely empty it. She really wanted to say something to Lin Bai, can't you be a human being? But then she thought that Lin Bai's actions didn't seem to violate any rules, so she swallowed back what she wanted to say. As expected of you, Lao Bai. Yang Su gave a thumbs up, looking like he had learned something new. Sure enough, Lin Bai was always far ahead when it came to being a scoundrel. I'll take that as a compliment. Lin Bai looked at Su Kaiwei beside him, a smile that seemed to be trying to entice a little white rabbit on his face. Kaiwei, has your Chamber of Commerce ever thought about selling altars? I happen to have an altar here. If your Chamber of Commerce is interested in doing this business, feel free to contact me anytime. Su Kaiwei. Unable to obtain the diamond-level skill book as he wished, Lin Bai turned his attention to Liang Yi, asking her to inquire whether any other members of the family had obtained a diamond-level skill book. If so, he was willing to buy it at market price. Liang Yi said she could help ask after she went out. The 4 returned the way they came, and encountered Li Yunqing again on the way. Seeing the 4 of them, Li Yunqing assumed they had failed to conquer the altar. He walked over and looked at Liang Yi, saying, "Have you changed your mind now?" "You mean the altar?" "Sorry, we've already conquered it," Liang Yi said smugly. "Impossible, with just them?" Li Yunqing raised his voice, his face full of disbelief. "What's wrong with us? You seem to look down on us?" Yang Su said, displeased. "You should be in the same year as Liang Yi." Even if you are S-level professionals, it has only been 5 months since you entered university after the college entrance examination. At most, you can only reach level 21 or 22. The weakest monster near that altar is a level 23 elite monster. With your abilities, how could you possibly conquer that altar? Li Yunqing analyzed in an orderly manner. You're right, but what can we do when there's a weirdo in our family? Yang Su muttered under his breath. Li Yunqing didn't hear clearly and assumed that Yang Su was dissatisfied. He turned to Liang Yi and said, I'll say it again, if you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. No need, we've already taken over that altar. Liang Yi repeated it again, but Li Yunqing still didn't believe it. After Lin Bai and the other three left, Li Yunqing originally wanted to continue his training, but then another thought popped into his head. He wanted to check the altar that Liang Yi had been assigned to. It's not far anyway. Before long, Li Yunqing arrived near the altar. Seeing the monster corpses scattered all around the altar, his thoughts grew stronger. No way, they're only freshmen after all. He went on for a while longer, but still couldn't find the altar, until he saw a large pit in the ground. Such a large altar. Li Yunqing began to question the meaning of life. But that's not the key point. The key point is that Liang Yi and her group seem to have actually conquered the altar. How did they do it? He knew Liang Yi, she had recently reached level 22. He also knew Su Kaiwei, and a level support character who was probably only around level 20. The only people he didn't know were Yang Su and Lin Bai. Thinking about Yang Su, with that expression of dissatisfaction but not saying it out loud, it probably wasn't him. In the end, Lin Bai remained silent. Could it be him? But how did he do it? And what about that huge altar? Li Yunqing felt like he was starting to grow a brain. That afternoon, Liang Yi helped Lin Bai contact two people willing to sell diamond-level necromancer skill books, but their asking price was much higher than the market price. Then Lin Bai didn't buy it. Although he needed the skill book, he wasn't stupid. There couldn't be many people who were necromancers, so the skill book would be useless to them. As long as they sold it, it would most likely be through the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Even if it wasn't through the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, he could ask Uncle Zhao to keep an eye out and buy it. In any case, the highest price wouldn't exceed the market price. During the inquiry, Liang Yi also had a little scheme. She didn't tell who wanted to buy the skill book, which led to the two people from the Li family not knowing the relationship between Lin Bai and the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. A few days later, they went to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and asked them to help sell it. Then one of the books ended up in Lin Bai's hands. As a result, Lin Bai owed the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce a huge sum of 20 million yuan, and that was at an internal price. 20 million, which is equivalent to 20,000 points. I can pay it off when I return to school. Lin Bai focused his attention on the skill book he had just acquired. It was an attack-type skill book called Death Echo. Without hesitation, I chose to study. Echo of Death Diamond deals damage to a group of targets within a certain range. The more targets that die, the higher the skill damage. Although the description was brief, Lin Bai tested it in the spatial rift and found that it was very powerful and suitable for clearing monsters. Now all that's left is the priest's skill. The last few days flew by, and when Lin Bai returned to school, it was the end of December. After one more day of classes, it would be New Year's Day. New Year's Day plus Saturday and Sunday would be a 3-day holiday. After New Year's Day, there would be another 10 days or so of classes, and the first semester of freshman year would be over. Time flies. Lin Bai sighed, entered the school library, registered, and learned a level 25 priest exclusive skill. Magic Balance Platinum creates a magical bond connecting the caster and the target, balancing their magical powers. In layman's terms, it means sharing the magic equally. When magic power is low, this can be seen as a means of restoring magic power. Combined with magic burning, it can be incredibly annoying for enemies. Of course, this only applies to the mage class. After learning the skills, Lin Bai began venturing into the endless dungeons. They made their way from the 25th floor to the 29th floor. In fact, Lin Bai could also pass the 29th floor, but if he continued, the 3 undead creatures he had painstakingly cultivated would definitely suffer losses. Let's try again when we're stronger. Lin Bai glanced at his points. He had earned 22,000 points from clearing the 4th level. Adding the points he already had and the 16,000 points Qin Ning had paid off, his total points now reached 49,652. It looks like a lot, but it's actually not enough to cover the flowers. If you do the math, You owe the Tianqing Merchant Guild the equivalent of 20,000 points. Upgrading the Undead Bone Ring requires a level 25 to 30 upgrade box, which costs over 8,000 points. The Mage Staff and all the equipment also need to be upgraded, which costs around 5,000 points. If you buy enchantment orbs. Xin Ning spent 50,000 points to buy a level 25 enchantment orb. The reason why enchantment orbs are so expensive is twofold. Firstly, they enhance details, and secondly, they are related to rarity. As for why the Mage Staff and equipment are so cheap, it's because they're currently using epic grade equipment instead of legendary grade. If they were legendary grade, the price would be several times higher. After 2 months of hard work, I'm still poor. Lin Bai was speechless. Of course, if others heard this, they would definitely think that Lin Bai had nearly 50,000 points in Versailles, enough for them to earn for 2 semesters. Some lower level players might not be able to earn nearly 50,000 points even in 3 semesters. On New Year's Day, Lin Bai went to Tianqing Shopping Mall to pay back 20 million and also bought a level upgrade box. The twin sisters were originally going to come, but they lost all interest when they heard that Feng Shui would also be coming. Uncle Zhao, could you please find someone to get me a level up box that goes from level 25 to 30? Lin Bai went directly to Uncle Zhao. It's no trouble at all. As the butler had someone bring over the level up box, he took out a golden card from his pocket. Young Master Lin Bai, this is the supreme gold card that the master asked me to prepare for you. With this card, you will enjoy a 50% discount on all items purchased in all the stores under the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, and you can borrow up to 100 billion yuan interest-free. This card also symbolizes that you are a distinguished friend of our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, so please be sure to keep it safe. I'm so sorry. Lin Bai chuckled as he took the card from the butler. As the saying goes, a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal. Even though he knew that accepting the card meant he was tied to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to some extent, so what? The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce was one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the country, while he was just a lowly level 25 professional. No matter how you looked at it, he was the one who got a great deal. So, Uncle Zhao, you still owe me 3 million. The butler looked confused, not understanding what Lin Bai was talking about. Lin Bai waved the supreme card and platinum card in his hand. I just bought a level upgrade box from you for 10 million. The platinum card gets an 80% discount, and the supreme gold card gets a 50% discount. All things considered, Uncle Zhao, you still need to give me 3 million back. Young Master Lin Bai, you are truly meticulous in every detail. The butler's lips twitched almost imperceptibly twice, and he ordered the shop assistant to return 3 million to Lin Bai. This 3 million was directly deposited into the supreme gold card that Lin Bai had just received. By the way, young Master Lin Bai, there's an exhibition upstairs. Would you like to go up and take a look? The butler asked. Okay, which floor? 8th floor, would you like me to go up with you? No need, Uncle Zhao, you go ahead with your work. Lin Bai took the supreme gold card and walked towards the exclusive passage. Meanwhile, Lin Ruiying accompanied her best friend Li Mingqi for a stroll in the mall. Li Mingqi is not a student at Peking University, but at the University of Science and Technology of China. Both universities are located in Beijing and are not far apart. During the 3-day New Year's Day holiday, she made a special trip to Peking University to visit Lin Ruiying. There's nothing interesting here. How about we go to the 8th floor? There's an exhibition there, and there must be a lot of good stuff. Li Mingqi was holding Lin Ruiying's arm. She was quite pretty, but standing next to a school beauty like Lin Ruiying, she looked rather ordinary. Isn't it true that only members can enter the convention center? Lin Ruiying asked subconsciously. Look what this is. Li Mingqi took out a platinum card from her wallet, waved it in front of Lin Ruiying, and then pulled Lin Ruiying toward the private passage. However, the two were stopped by bodyguards guarding the entrance to the private passage. Excuse me, ladies, your card is a platinum membership card, which only allows you to attend the exhibition. If you need to bring others in, you will need a diamond membership card. This. Li Mingqi glanced at Lin Ruiying somewhat awkwardly, then said to the bodyguard, then we won't go in. Lin Ruiying was also a little embarrassed. It's all my fault for not having a membership card. If I had one, I could have gone in with you. It's not your fault, Xiaoying. After all, your family's financial situation is limited, and you work part-time to support yourself. You have to spend your money wisely, Li Mingqi said. Just then, a familiar voice came. Lin Ruiying, what a coincidence, we actually bumped into each other here. Lin Bai appeared behind the two of them. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Lin Ruiying subconsciously smoothed her hair and smiled. What a coincidence, you're here. I heard there's an exhibition on the 8th floor, so I came to check it out. What about you guys? We are too, but I don't have a membership card, so I can't get in. Can I bring someone if I have a membership card? Lin Ruiying knew that Lin Bai had a platinum membership card, and shook her head, saying, a platinum membership card won't work, only a platinum or higher membership card will do. What a coincidence, I just changed my card. Lin Bai took out his VIP gold card from his pocket and handed it to the bodyguard. Can I use this card to take these two ladies upstairs? After glancing at him, the bodyguard said respectfully, of course, esteemed VIP gold card member, please come upstairs. That's fine. Lin Bai nodded to Lin Ruiying. Li Mengqi stared wide-eyed at the card in Lin Bai's hand and whispered to Lin Ruiying, is he one of your suitors? And he's even a VIP gold card member. Don't talk nonsense, he's not one of my suitors. Lin Ruiying shook her head in denial. She was also surprised that Lin Bai actually had a Supreme Gold card. Having worked as a temporary worker here for a few days, she knew about the Tianqing membership card tier system. The lowest tier was the Gold card, which was the ordinary membership card and offered a 10% discount. Then there's the Platinum card, which is only available for a single purchase of over 10 million, and offers a 20% discount. Then there's the Diamond card, which can only be obtained through a single purchase of over 1 billion, and offers a 30% discount. Then there's the Supreme card, which can only be obtained through a single purchase of over 100 billion. It offers a 40% discount and various privileges. It can be said that those who possess the Supreme card are all extremely wealthy and powerful figures, the kind of people you often only see on television. Finally, there's the Supreme Gold card, which offers a 50% discount. It's the highest level card issued by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, and it's said that there are no more than 30 available. Even if you have the money, you can't get one. Those who can are all strategic partners or friends of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. One privilege that Lin Ruiying knows about is that Supreme Gold card holders can borrow 100 billion yuan from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce unconditionally. In a sense, Lin Bai is now equivalent to a billionaire with assets of 100 billion yuan. Some people have no concept of money and think that billionaires are nothing special, but Lin Ruiying, who works hard and enters society early, knows how much power Lin Bai has now. How long has it been? He went from a platinum member to a Supreme Gold member? Lin Ruiying showed no outward expression, but inwardly she was in turmoil. I understand. Just like when Meng Lianjie was pursuing you, you didn't acknowledge him as your suitor. Li Mengqi gave a knowing look. Lin Ruiying shook her head and didn't argue with her best friend about the issue anymore. Chapter 53 Final Exam. Tianqing Shopping Mall, 8th floor. Looking at the various precious items displayed on the counter, Lin Bai's eyes were opened wide. A level 35 enchanted orb, worth 2 billion. A level 30 legendary item, worth 800 million. A level 40 magic scroll, 1.2 billion. Lin Ruiying, who was standing next to Lin Bai, felt dizzy and afraid of touching any of the items. Even though she knew there was a magic shield protecting her, her poor nature still made her stay far away. Why don't we go take a look over there? Lin Ruiying pointed to another area where the prices of goods were much lower. All right. Lin Bai nodded and led the two to another area. Although things here were also expensive, they were still affordable if they worked hard. Suddenly, Lin Bai saw a material called Black Deathstone. The description states that the Black Deathstone contains the power of death and can be used as a crafting material or as a medium to summon undead creatures. I wonder if the death space can absorb the death power here. Lin Bai glanced at the price, 10 million. After the discount, it would be 5 million, which was within his budget. So he asked the exhibitor next to him to open the magic shield and put the Black Deathstone away. After swiping his card, Lin Bai held the Black Deathstone in his hand and immediately felt a strong death power. He circulated his magic power slightly, and the death power flowed into the death space through his palm. 2 minutes later, all the death power in the Black Deathstone was absorbed into the death space, which suddenly expanded to the size of half a basketball court. Based on Lin Bai's experience, this power of death is enough to level up a level 28 Wilderness Butcher by 1 level. The death power contained in this one Black Deathstone is equal to the death power I collected in 20 days. If I had a few more, I could completely upgrade the level of the Earth Dragon. Lin Bai asked the exhibitor if there were any extra Black Deathstones. The exhibitor replied that there were 2 more. So Lin Bai asked the exhibitor to pack up the other 2 Black Deathstones as well. However, when he asked about the origin of the Black Deathstones, the exhibitor did not know. I can ask Uncle Zhao later. Lin Bai regretfully absorbed the death power from the only 2 black death stones into the death space, planning to upgrade the wilderness butcher to level 30 after returning to school, and then try to conquer the infinite dungeon. I bought 3 black death stones, and now I'm back to square one. I still need the remaining points to buy level 25 epic equipment. Lin Bai sighed and turned to see Lin Ruiying, who seemed to want to buy something as well, but looked conflicted. What's wrong? He walked over to Lin Ruiying and asked. I want to buy this prop, but it's too expensive. Lin Ruiying looked conflicted. Xiaoying, if you don't have enough money, I can lend you some, Li Mingqi said. Never mind, I won't buy it. Lin Ruiying glanced at the props she liked one last time, then forced herself to look away. Buy it if you want. I can use my card to buy it for you, and then you can transfer the money to me, Lin Bai said to Lin Ruiying. Lin Ruiying's eyes lit up immediately. Lin Bai's card offered a 50% discount, so if she used Lin Bai's card to buy it, she could definitely afford the price of this prop. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time, Lin Ruiying said, touched. Sure. Lin Bai bought the props and handed them to Lin Ruiying. You actually took the initiative to invite someone to dinner. It seems the suitor has satisfied you, Li Mingqi teased Lin Ruiying in a low voice. After all, he helped me so much, isn't it normal to treat him to a meal? Lin Ruiying automatically ignored the topic of suitors, because she knew that as long as Feng Shui was around, there was absolutely no chance. Whenever she thought of Feng Shui, she felt a sense of powerlessness. That woman was simply too perfect. Keep being stubborn. When you two actually get together, let's see how you'll deny it then. Li Mingqi rolled her eyes. At that moment, Lin Bai received a call from Feng Shui. I've arrived, but I can't get in without a membership card. I'll come down to get you right now. After hanging up the phone and apologizing to the two of them, Lin Bai immediately turned around and went downstairs to pick up Feng Shui. Feng Shui was wearing a light white lotus leaf trimmed dress that Lin Bai had bought for her before, with black leather boots on her feet. Her beautiful, slender legs were exposed to the air, making her look both aloof and cute. When Lin Bai appeared before her, a smile appeared on her face, and the whole world seemed to be painted with color. Who is this? She's so beautiful I almost don't recognize her. After not seeing each other for 2 months, Lin Bai rubbed his eyes dramatically. Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai without saying a word, but the helplessness in her eyes was particularly obvious. If you looked closely, you would find that there was a hint of secret joy in this helplessness. Passers-by cast envious glances. Imagine a cool and aloof girl who is expressionless to everyone else, but shows you a helpless yet secretly pleased expression. This achievement alone is enough to make people jealous beyond recognition. Why did you call me here? Feng Shui asked. There's an exhibition upstairs. It's too boring to walk around alone. Since you have time too, let us go together. Lin Bai knew that Feng Shui was usually lonely, but when asking a girl out, you have to have a good reason. If you ask her out without any reason, she will definitely feel embarrassed. Good. Feng Shui nodded, agreeing with the reason, and her whole demeanor relaxed considerably. The two entered the elevator. In this cramped space, they could hear each other's breathing clearly. In particular, the fragrance emanating from Feng Shui kept wafting into Lin Bai's nose, making him unable to resist sneaking a few sniffs. Lin Bai coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Where have you been training for the past 2 months? Feng Shui gave Lin Bai a strange look. Hadn't they already discussed this issue on their phones before? But since Lin Bai asked, she repeated it. As they were talking, the elevator finally reached the 8th floor. As the elevator doors opened, the strange atmosphere vanished instantly. Lin Bai stepped out of the elevator and, with Feng Shui, found Lin Ruiying and Li Mingqi, who were strolling around. The moment Li Mingqi saw Feng Shui, she was stunned. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Her skin, her features, her temperament, all of these made her feel ashamed of herself. Let me introduce you. This is Feng Shui, my friend, and this is Lin Ruiying's best friend. We met here, so we came up together. Lin Bai said to Feng Shui. Feng Shui nodded to Lin Ruiying and Li Mingqi, then her gaze lingered between Lin Bai and Lin Ruiying, as if deep in thought. Isn't he your suitor? Why is he with another girl? Li Mingqi couldn't help but whisper in Lin Ruiying's ear. Those two are friends. There's nothing between Lin Bai and me. Lin Ruiying's face darkened as she said this. Seeing Lin Ruiying's expression, Li Mingqi immediately understood that she might have really misunderstood. It wasn't that Lin Ruiying liked her best friend, but rather that her best friend might like Lin Ruiying, but Lin Ruiying had such a beautiful girl by her side. If she were Lin Bai, and had to choose between Feng Shui and Lin Ruiying, she would definitely choose Feng Shui based solely on looks. So Lin Bai is pursuing Feng Shui? Well, they're probably just friends, Lin Ruiying said. You think you're just friends and would go out together? You're the only one who's naive. If you ask me, Lin Bai is definitely trying to use this opportunity to get closer to Feng Shui, Li Mingqi said with certainty. In fact, Lin Ruiying only knew that Lin Bai and Feng Shui were friends, and was unaware of any other relationship between them. She took this opportunity to confirm it, and if not, then. However, she quickly suppressed her inappropriate thoughts because she realized that although it seemed like Lin Bai was pursuing Feng Shui, he was actually in control. For example, Feng Shui would follow Lin Bai wherever he went, and she would listen attentively to whatever he said. When Lin Bai suggested leaving, Feng Shui left without hesitation. She had only ever seen this kind of behavior from those who pursued her, so she was certain that even if Lin Bai was pursuing Feng Shui, it was Feng Shui who had more affection for him. This discovery shocked Li Mingqi. She couldn't understand why a girl as beautiful as Feng Shui would like Lin Bai. It wasn't until she heard Lin Ruiying tell some stories about Lin Bai that she realized that besides being handsome and rich, Lin Bai was also the #1 student in the first year of university. If she were in the same situation as a guy like that, it would be hard for her not to like him. 3 days after New Year's Day, final exams were approaching, and the atmosphere at school became tense. According to Counselor Nie Jawan, the final exam will be conducted simultaneously across all 4 campuses. The team that wins first place will receive a reward of 10,000 points per member, the second place team will receive 7,000 points, the third place team will receive 5,000 points, the fourth place team will receive 3,000 points, and the fifth place team will receive 2,000 points. Lured by the points, all the students with the potential to rank among the top began to stir. Especially after hearing that Yang Su, an A-level professional, had reached level 22 after training with Lin Bai for 2 months, they came to the conclusion that Lin Bai's level was probably the highest outside of the 3 individual soldiers, limited to freshmen. Under the immense pressure of Lin Bai, the S-level professionals, for the first time ever, set aside their differences and formed 3 formidable teams. The school beauty team, led by Zhang Shengnan, consists of Lin Ruiying, a shadow mage Liang Yi, a shadow assassin and Li Sini, a starlight master. Zhang Shengnan's profession is ancient god priest. The gentleman squad, led by Wang Hao, consists of Zhou Qiming, who once had a crush on Lin Ruiying and is a winter warrior Lu Ming, who once teamed up with Liang Yi in the wilderness and is a berserker Fan Jian, who once harassed the twin sisters and was later taught a lesson by Lin Bai and is an ancient barbarian warrior, and Wang Hao, who is a clown knight. The war god squad, led by Zhang Tianluan, consists of thunder swordsman and sky knight Sui Chen, twilight knight Zhao Hong, and demon ceiling painter Kong Peng. There are a total of 13 S-class professionals across the 4 campuses. The only one who didn't team up with any other S-class professionals was Dragon Knight Su Che. After being outplayed by Lin Bai a few times, he started to give up. His teammates were still his 3 classmates from his original class, Light Priest Du Yunfei, Blade Assassin Gui Yaxin, and Predator Wang Yang. Seeing the members of the teams, those who had initially thought Lin Bai would win first place changed their minds. Even if Lin Bai was 1 or 2 levels higher, all the other teams were full of genuine S-rank professionals. Under these circumstances, no one was sure which team would ultimately win first place. Unaffected by external influences, while other teams were working together to improve their teamwork, Lin Bai first used the power of death and the death space to level up the Wilderness Butcher to level 30, and then cleared the 29th floor of the Infinite Dungeon. This level is already approaching the level of the most outstanding students in the second year of university. In other words, Lin Bai's current overall strength would place him firmly in the upper middle or even higher ranks in a sophomore class. But Lin Bai did not become arrogant. Instead, he continued to train in the dungeon every day. In his spare time, he also sold platinum-level skill books and second-hand level 20 equipment. The level 25 equipment has been upgraded, and the Undead Bone Ring has also been upgraded to level 30. Before we knew it, it was the day of the final exam. Lin Bai received a system task after a long time. Task: achieve first place in the final exam with your team. Reward: you can choose 1 skill to upgrade. Perhaps because this task was relatively simple, the reward was not very generous. Old Bai, the final exam is a bit different from the exam at the beginning of the semester. Only the top 10 teams that clear the dungeon the fastest will qualify for the main competition. So we need to speed up once we enter the dungeon, or we'll be eliminated in the preliminary rounds, Yang Su reminded him. I know, Lin Bai nodded. Are you planning to reveal your second job during this final exam? Yang Su suddenly asked in a cheeky tone. It depends. What, you seem to really want me to reveal my second profession? Lin Bai glanced at Yang Su. I can't wait to see you outshine them. Think about it, they're all aiming for first place. If they find out that you're not only 3 levels higher than them, but you're also a dual class user, and your second class is an S rank class, their expressions will be priceless, Yang Su said with a mischievous grin. But, what does this have to do with you? What do you think? Every time I see you showing off, I feel really bad. I want them to experience the same pain as me. Yang Su's face was contorted. This child can't be driven crazy by this, can he? Lin Bai decided to treat Yang Su better from now on, for example, by reducing the frequency of swiping Yang Su's meal card from 5 days a week to 15 times a week. As they were talking, the final exams began, and all the teams on the playground entered the dungeon for testing. 15 minutes later, 10 teams remained to participate in the final competition. 5 of these 10 teams are composed entirely of A-level professionals. The rules of the competition are that each team must play 1 match against the other 9 teams, and the team with the most wins at the end wins. Lin Bai's team drew the school beauty team in the first match. The two stood on the dueling field, and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 54 easily wins the championship. The first match was this exciting? Lin Bai's team is likely to lose against the school beauty's team. Impossible. I heard that Lin Bai's level is likely 24, while the highest level of others is only 22. Just in terms of level, Lin Bai is 2 levels higher than the others. So what? Lin Bai's team doesn't have a single S-rank professional, while the school beauty's team has 4 professionals. They'd probably eliminate Lin Bai's 3 teammates in one go. No matter how strong Lin Bai is, he's just a support player and can't possibly beat 4 S-rank professionals. Go, Campus Beauty Team! The discussions below the dueling platform did not affect Lin Bai and the others who were about to face off. Lin Bai looked at the 4 people opposite him. He was quite familiar with Liang Yi and Lin Ruiying, and he had also fought against Li Xini before. The only one he was not familiar with was Zhang Shangnan. Although Zhang Shangnan is a girl, she is about 1.85 meters tall, with a strong and powerful physique. She wears a pair of huge boxing gloves on her hands, which makes her look very intimidating. Lin Bai, right? I've heard you're very strong. I hope you can give me a good fight later. Noticing Lin Bai's gaze, Zhang Shangnan said with a bright look in her eyes. Isn't this supposed to be the school beauty team? How come a strange thing has snuck in? Before Lin Bai could even speak, Yang Su couldn't help but complain. There was nothing he could do compared to the 3 school beauties like Liang Yi. Zhang Xingnan's appearance was really an eyesore. With that kind of figure, probably not many boys in the whole school could compare to her. Your name is Yang Su, right? I hope your words are as sharp as your skills. Zhang Shangnan rubbed her hands together, looking at Yang Su with anticipation. Yang Su was stunned, and accidentally blurted out what was on his mind. Battle begins. The teacher, acting as referee, gave a signal. Both sides changed outfits instantly, and Yang Su hurriedly shouted, "Old Bai, quick, let me buff you." Who told you to be so cheeky? Seeing Zhang Shangnan charging aggressively towards Yang Su, Lin Bai immediately buffed Yang Su and Su Caixia, who had transformed into lion mode, with blessings and damage reflection. Then, he cast a healing spell on Li Xini, who was also buffing the other 3 people on the other side. Lin Bai, you bastard. Li Xini was so angry that her face turned red. She had been eliminated by Lin Bai using this skill during the last freshman competition, and now Lin Bai was using it on her again. Seeing Li Xini's expression, Liang Yi subconsciously crossed her legs and said to Lin Bai in a coquettish tone, "Brother Lin Bai, can you not use this skill on me? I am a girl after all. So you prefer a pinker healing spell? Too bad I don't have any in that color." As he spoke, Lin Bai cast a healing spell on Liang Yi. Startled, Liang Yi quickly used Shadow Stealth. After missing his first shot, Lin Bai turned his gaze to Lin Ruiying. Sensing Lin Bai's gaze, Lin Ruiying's expression instantly froze. Just as she was about to speak, a healing spell landed on her before she could dodge. Lin Bai, you. Lin Ruiying immediately blushed, feeling both ashamed and angry. Lin Bai clicked his tongue in amazement, and finally looked at Zhang Shangnan, who was tossing Yang Su around like a ball. For a moment, Zhang Shangnan paused, but then she grabbed Yang Su like a chick and held him in front of her. Go ahead and use this skill on your teammates if you dare. Zhang Shangnan grinned, thinking that victory was assured. The next second, Yang Su, whose face was swollen from the beating, shouted, "I admit defeat." "How could you admit defeat?" Zhang Shangnan looked at Yang Su in disbelief. "You want me to be your human shield?" "No way." Yang Su made a face, wincing in pain, but he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. Zhang Shangnan was so angry that she wanted to punch Yang Su a few more times, but since Yang Su had already admitted defeat, she could only let go and said to Lin Bai, "Do you dare to have a fair fight with me? Old Bai, don't hold back, quickly give this tomboy a healing spell," Yang Su said as he walked off the field. Yang Su. Zhang Shengnan's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but soon she was bathed in the healing spell, and then she glared angrily at Lin Bai. "It's not my fault. Yang Su made that request, and as his brother, I had to oblige him." Lin Bai spread his hands, shifting the blame onto Yang Su. Yang Su, unaware of what was about to happen, continued to yell at Zhang Shangnan, "That's right, it was my request, what can you do about it?" Lin Bai cast a pitying glance at Yang Su. "This silly child, the battle is only temporary, but you and Zhang Shangnan will spend another 3.5 years together in the same school. May you have good fortune." Zhang Shangnan glared fiercely at Yang Su, then took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down and continue fighting. Although holding back was tough, as long as they ended the battle before reaching their limit, victory would still belong to them. At this moment, the battle had entered its final countdown, but Lin Bai's side was now at a disadvantage because they were missing a teammate. There was no other way, so Su Caixia had to end the lion mode early. "What? Are you admitting defeat?" Although Liang Yi knew she couldn't win this match, she still teased Su Caixia a bit when she saw her like this. "Admit defeat? You?" Su Caixia looked at Liang Yi with disdain. Fine blue scales quickly grew on her skin, her 5 fingers became sharp, and a thick tail grew out from behind her. With each swing, it cracked the hard dueling platform floor. After her transformation, Su Caixia exuded a strong sense of oppression, making all 4 members of the school beauty team feel threatened. "Dragon?" Zhang Shangnan looked at Su Caixia with surprise and doubt. "Earth dragons, but that's enough to deal with you." Under the influence of the Earth Dragon, Su Caixia's personality became exceptionally arrogant. After saying that, she went straight to Liang Yi. Just as Liang Yi was about to use Shadow Stealth, a holy light bullet landed on her, inevitably plunging her into repentance. When she came to her senses, Su Caixia's sharp finger was already hovering in front of her throat, which was not protected by equipment. Liang Yi had no choice but to admit defeat. After eliminating Liang Yi, Su Kaiwei went straight for Zhang Shangnan. During the journey, Li Sini and Lin Ruiying continuously used skills to attack Su Caixia, but Lin Bai and Su Kaiwei also continuously used skills to protect Su Caixia. In this situation, Su Caixia came in front of Zhang Shangnan, and a palm resembling a dragon came down towards her. Zhang Shangnan, empowered by the ancient god, met the dragon's claw with her gauntlet-covered hand. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhang Shangnan staggered back 2 steps, an expression of disbelief on her face. What she didn't know was that although the Earth Dragon that Su Caixia had accepted had dropped in level, its strength was still at the Lord level. Moreover, because the Earth Dragon was level 27 in its previous life, its combat power was even stronger than its apparent level. After defeating Zhang Shangnan with a single blow, Su Caixia stomped her foot forcefully, causing ground spikes to sprout and attack Zhang Shangnan. Zhang Shangnan sensed danger and jumped up in advance. While she was in mid-air, Su Caixia opened her mouth again and spat out a pillar of blazing flames. Zhang Shangnan was struck head-on by the pillar of flames, and the enormous impact blasted her off the dueling platform. After Zhang Shangnan was eliminated, Li Sini and Lin Ruiying, who were left, naturally lost the competition. Lin Ruiying and Liang Yi didn't react much to this, as they already knew Lin Bai's strength. Only Li Sini glared fiercely at Lin Bai. Twice. Lin Bai actually used that perverted skill on her twice. Pervert. While she was cursing Lin Bai in her heart, she quickly ran to the bathroom. After the battle, the Gentleman's team and the War God team summarized the match and concluded that there were 2 key factors that enabled Lin Bai's team to win. One was Lin Bai's healing spell, which, once hit, could only end the battle within 3 minutes, although some exceptionally talented individuals might be able to last 5 minutes. The second was Su Caixia's strength after her transformation, which even suppressed Zhang Shangnan, an S-class professional, in a head-on confrontation. This was something even they might not be able to achieve. Therefore, they considered Lin Bai's team to be their biggest rival in the final exam. This battle also gave the other trainees a clear understanding of the strength of Lin Bai's team. Putting aside Lin Bai, Su Caixia alone was enough to give the other teams a headache. The battle continued, and the Gentleman's Squad, the War God Squad, and the squad led by Su Che all won. Of the other 5 squads, all composed of ranked professionals, only one squad managed to secure a victory. For these 5 teams, their main role is to participate. If they are fortunate enough to defeat Su Che's team and take 5th place, that would be even better. The next day, both the level teams that encountered Lin Bai's team chose to concede defeat. On the 3rd day, the Gentleman's Squad encountered the School Beauty Squad and the War God Squad. Facing the School Beauty team, the Gentleman team, just like their name suggests, conceded the match like sycophants. However, when facing the War God team, they launched a powerful attack. However, the War God Squad was incredibly strong. As a team composed of 4 S-class professionals, the War God Squad won the match with an overwhelming advantage. Those students who initially favored Lin Bai's team to win the championship now believe that the War God team has a greater chance of winning after witnessing the strength of the War God team. Zhang Tianluan's lightning attribute skills are very powerful. Sui Chen, as a Sky Knight, can fly in the sky. Zhao Heng's defense is very high. Neither Wang Hao nor Fan Jian could break through his defense. Kong Peng's skill range is too long. With the addition of the levitation technique, none of the 4 members of the Gentleman's team can get close to him. If Lin Bai's team faces them, there is a high probability that they will lose. Not necessarily. Lin Bai has only shown 6 skills so far: Blessing, Healing, Holy Light Bullet, Counterattack, Levitation, and Holy Light Protection. Adding the Scouting skill, which is a must-learn for support classes, he only has 7 skills. At level 24, he can learn 8 skills. That means Lin Bai has 1 skill that he hasn't shown yet. Given how overpowered the previous skills are, this unshown skill is probably also overpowered. So his chances of winning are still very high. And don't forget, Zhang Tianluan from the War God Squad once lost to Lin Bai. Anyway, I have more faith in the War God Squad. As long as the War God Squad eliminates Lin Bai's other 3 teammates, I don't believe that Lin Bai can withstand the attacks of 4 S-class professionals at the same time. On the 4th day, Lin Bai's team drew the War God team, and the battle that everyone had been looking forward to began as expected. As soon as the battle began, Zhang Tianluan, Sui Chen, and Zhao Hong rushed forward, seemingly determined to eliminate Lin Bai's 3 teammates even if they were hit by the healing spell. The last member, Kong Peng, retreated, intending to release his skills from a distance. Lin Bai started with counter damage and blessing, then cast healing spells on the 3 of them one by one, and finally used a levitation spell to lift Su Kaiwei into the air. Su Caixia immediately entered Earth Dragon mode, but just as she was about to stop Zhang Tianluan, she was stopped by Zhao Hong, who was the Twilight Knight. As a tank class, Twilight Knight has low attack power but is incredibly durable and has many control skills. With Zhao Hong blocking the attack, even if Su Caixia was anxious, she couldn't quickly support Yang Su. Yang Su was naturally eliminated as well. Damn it! Why am I always the first one to be eliminated? Yang Su cursed as he walked off the dueling arena. After Yang Su was eliminated, the War God Squad set their sights on Su Caixia. Su Caixia had to face a group attack from 4 people. At this time, the disadvantage of having more support was exposed. Lin Bai and Su Kaiwei were unable to make an effective counterattack. Their skills were ineffective against the defeated team members and could be completely ignored. Everyone, give it your all. If we can eliminate Su Caixia, victory will be ours. As Su Caixia was about to be eliminated, Zhang Tianluan gradually became excited. Their strategy was to eliminate Yang Su and Su Caixia first, and then focus their attacks on Lin Bai. He didn't believe that Lin Bai could withstand the attacks of 4S-level professionals by himself. As for Su Kaiwei, they could just ignore her. Within seconds, Su Caixia was also eliminated. The battle had only been going on for less than 30 seconds, and the War God Squad's high efficiency drew cheers from their supporters, who seemed to think the victorious squad was about to take first place. In response, Lin Bai simply used Holy Light Protection and counterattack silently. It's the same old trick again. This time, we have 4S-class professionals. I don't believe we can't break through your defense. Zhang Tianluan confidently struck the Holy Light Protection, only to be met with a painful backlash that made him wince in pain. Zhao Hong and Sui Chen were the same, but in order to win the game, they were going all out. Kong Peng is much better. He can draw all sorts of monsters and have them attack Lin Bai, taking the damage for him instead. As time went by, the 4 of them went from being full of confidence to questioning their own existence. How could this be? Even if he's 2 levels higher than us, his defensive skills shouldn't be this strong. 3 minutes passed, and the 4 of them still couldn't break through Lin Bai's defense. Their bladders were also reaching their limit, leaving only Kongpeng stubbornly releasing his skills, and then he was hit by the magic burn skill. In the end, Lin Bai easily won the battle. On the 5th day, the gentleman's team and the Suche team automatically forfeited. Lin Bai led his team to first place, earning 10,000 points and completing the system task. Chapter 55 Winter Vacation. Task complete. Please select the skill you wish to upgrade. Hearing the system notification, Lin Bai thought for a moment and decided to upgrade Healing Aura. This skill is usually used for teammates, and even if it has side effects after upgrading, it won't affect himself. Upgrade successful. Healing Aura Platinum releases an aura centered on the caster that rapidly heals the target and purifies negative effects, forcibly expelling impurities from the target's body. Isn't expelling foul air just farting? Lin Bai's expression was quite interesting. He seemed to be going further and further down the path of becoming a perverted priest. If anyone dares to mess with me in the future, I'll cast a healing spell with my left hand and a healing aura with my right. A combo like that will surely kill them on the spot. After upgrading his skills, Lin Bai returned to his apartment. A day later, the school officially started its winter break. Some students began heading home, while others stayed at school, hoping to use the school's resources to widen the gap between themselves and other students during the holiday. Lin Bai arrived at the school gate, playing on his phone while waiting for Qin Ning. He and Qin Ning planned to stay in the temporary city for a week before returning to school. Linhai City is just a small 4th-tier city, without even a dungeon above level 20. Staying in Linhai City for a month and a half would be a waste of time. While waiting, a voice came from in front of me. You're Qin Ning's cousin, Lin Bai? Lin Bai looked up and saw a boy with long hair staring at him with a gloomy expression. We probably don't know each other. My name is Lu Chao, I'm a sophomore, you should call me senior. What's up? Qin Ning was very happy to know that you won first place in the final exam, but she was also afraid that you would become arrogant, so she asked me to be your sparring partner and play a few matches with you. How come I didn't know? Lin Bai expressed his doubt. If such a thing were to happen, Qin Ning should have informed him in advance. Perhaps Qin Ning was too busy and forgot. Lu Chao asked calmly, do you have time now? If you do, come with me to the training ground now. Lin Bai became increasingly skeptical of Lu Chao's story. He was waiting for Qin Ning here so that they could go home together, and the other party didn't even know that? Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. Lu Chao, what are you doing? As the sound rang out, Qin Ning, her eyebrows raised, walked towards them, shielding Lin Bai behind her. Nothing much, I just heard you have a younger brother, so I came to meet him, Lu Chao said, his eyes gleaming. However, Qin Ning didn't believe his explanation at all and asked Lin Bai, what does he want with you? He said you asked him to be my sparring partner and wanted to take me to the training ground for a few matches, Lin Bai described simply. Upon hearing this, Qin Ning turned to Lu Chao and said, you want to spar? How about I fight you? Or are you planning to use these underhanded tactics to beat up Lin Bai? Qin Ning, you seem to have a deep misunderstanding about me. I'm not that kind of person, Lu Chao said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. Either fight me right now, or get out of here immediately. Qin Ning walked up to Lu Chao, his tone domineering. Lu Chao stared at Qin Ning, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. After about 3 seconds, he suddenly smiled and said, you really have a deep misunderstanding about me. After saying that, he walked past Qin Ning, gave Lin Bai a deep look, and then left. You two have a grudge? Lin Bai asked, judging from Qin Ning's attitude, even if he is completely unaware of the situation, he can guess that Lu Chao seems to want to harm him. He probably wants to use the excuse of sparring to teach him a lesson. I snatched a mission from him a few days ago. Completing that mission would have earned me 8,000 points. He probably holds a grudge against me because of that mission, so he wants to get revenge on me through you, Qin Ning explained. Luckily I was cautious, otherwise this bastard would have really outsmarted me. Lin Bai cursed inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would have given Lu Chao a series of punches earlier. I'll handle this. You don't need to worry about it. Qin Ning only needed to glance at Lin Bai to know what he was thinking. After saying that, fearing that Lin Bai might act on his own, she added, Lu Chao is the strongest single player in dual profession fighter in our class. He is very powerful, and even I am not absolutely confident that I can defeat him. Ha! Lin Bai really wanted to complain. What do you mean you don't have an absolute chance of defeating him? Is the Rune Master class really that overpowered? Or is it that Qin Ning's level is higher than Lu Chao's? Can I ask you what level you are now? Lin Bai asked curiously. Level 30. What about Lu Chao? Also level 30. At the same level, Qin Ning actually dared to say that she was not absolutely confident of defeating Lu Chao. Lin Bai knew that Qin Ning was not an arrogant person. If she dared to say that, she must have enough confidence. So in the end, it was because the rune master profession was more abnormal. But isn't the rune master an A-level profession? You're probably wondering why I'm confident in defeating Lu Chao, a dual-class user, right? Qin Ning asked. Lin Bai nodded. Because the rune master profession is quite special. It used to be an S-rank profession, but later it became an A-rank profession for some reason. However, the strength of a rune master is higher than that of a typical S-rank profession. Qin Ning laughed and said, otherwise, how could I possibly be the top student in my sophomore year? Hearing this, Lin Bai was puzzled again. What could possibly cause an S-rank profession to drop to an A-rank profession? With this question in mind, Lin Bai and Qin Ning embarked on their journey home. On this return trip, I did not call for Feng Shui. Firstly, Feng Shui didn't have any relatives or friends in Linjiang City. Secondly, the two of them were only going back for a week, which was a relatively short time. 3 hours later, the two arrived safely in Linjiang City and returned to Qin Ning's home. Qin Ning's parents were delighted to see Qin Ning and Lin Bai return, and prepared a large, sumptuous meal that evening. The next day, Qin Ning said that even if they went home, they couldn't completely relax. They wanted to take Lin Bai on an adventure in the wilderness. Lin Bai was confused. He was only level 25. Wouldn't he be a burden if he went? But before she could resist, Qin Ning pulled her out. The two bought tactical backpacks and some compressed food, and arrived at the border of Linjiang City. Wait here for a while, 2 more people are coming, Qin Ning said. About 10 minutes later, a brother and sister, also carrying tactical backpacks, arrived at the same spot. Hi, Qin Ning, long time no see. Xin Qingqing waved as she approached. I didn't expect you to team up with us siblings. And who is this? Xin Xinyu looked at Lin Bai standing next to Qin Ning. My brother, Lin Bai. Qin Ning introduced them, and at the same time introduced the two siblings to Lin Bai, Xin Xinyu, iron-blooded shield warrior, level 30, and Xin Qingqing, gale swordsman, level 29. They are both students at the University of Science and Technology of China, currently in their 3rd year. Your brother? Xin Xinyu looked at Lin Bai's attire and asked, is he coming with us too? Qin Ning nodded. May I ask about his profession and rank? Level 25, priest. Yes, only level 25. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for him to go on an adventure with us? You know, going on an adventure in the wilderness is no joke. If something goes wrong, we could all be wiped out, Xin Xinyu said hesitantly. If we encounter any danger, I will take care of protecting Lin Bai. You don't need to worry about it, Qin Ning said. Qin Ning, let's find another teammate. Your brother is only level 25, he's really not suitable to go on adventures with us, Xin Qingqing advised. Bringing Lin Bai along is my bottom line. If you don't agree, then we're parting ways. Qin Ning's attitude was firm. The two siblings were caught in a dilemma. They knew Qin Ning's strength, he was very strong, a real powerhouse. But a level 25 priest was far too weak. After a moment, Xin Xinyu replied, okay, but your brother can't act on his own. He won't, Qin Ning said with certainty. After finalizing the details, the four rented a modified off-road vehicle and officially entered the wilderness. On the way, Lin Bai couldn't help but ask Qin Ning, why did you insist on bringing me along? Qin Ning looked at Lin Bai. After level 30, students can no longer gain experience from dungeons and can only venture into the wilderness. You know how dangerous the wilderness is. If you want to increase your safety, you will need good equipment, enchantment orbs, scrolls, and so on. At this time, everyone will realize the importance of resources. But the resources provided by the school are limited, and if you want to get more resources, you have to compete with others. For example, if there is only one task and 10 people want to take it, then they can only compete for it. But no matter who wins in the end, it will definitely offend the other 9 people. In this situation, as long as I want to gain resources, I will offend more and more people. Some people will not be able to retaliate against me, so they will cause trouble for you. But I can't always be by your side, so the best way is to make you stronger, so strong that those people dare not cause trouble for you. At this point, Qin Ning paused for a moment and said, actually, there is another way. Those people are causing trouble for you because you are my brother. If I no longer acknowledge you as my brother, they will stop bothering you. Qin Ning, what are you saying? Do you think I would sever our relationship over such a small trouble? Lin Bai was a little angry. He had always regarded Qin Ning as his own sister, and he had always remembered the care Qin Ning had given him when he was a child. Although he didn't say it, he had never thought of severing this relationship. To him, the Qin family was his family in this world. This is just a suggestion. Since you don't agree, let's go with the first method. Qin Ning said this with a look of satisfaction on her face. Qin Ning, don't say things like that again, Lin Bai said in a muffled voice. No, I promise, Qin Ning said with a smile. The engine roared across the wilderness. Hearing the sound, the monster chased after the off-road vehicle, but before it could get close, Qin Ning casually blasted half of its body away with a rune. Lin Bai took the opportunity to absorb the death power generated from the monster's body after it died. Does the power of death have a significant effect on you? Qin Ning asked thoughtfully. Although she knew that Lin Bai's second profession was a necromancer, she didn't know much about the profession. It's huge. In a way, the more death power I have, the faster my level will increase. Lin Bai focused on injecting the death power from the death space into the earth dragon's body. The summoned creature's level can be up to 5 levels higher than the summoner's level. The wild butcher cannot be upgraded any further. Between the mantis and the earth dragon, Lin Bai will definitely prioritize upgrading the earth dragon. When I get back to school, I'll be farming level 25 to 30 dungeons with both Wilderness Butcher and Earth Dragon. I estimate I'll reach level 30 before the end of my first year of university. Qin Ning nodded slightly and silently made a note of it. We're about 30 kilometers from the border. Let's find a place to hide the car and then proceed on foot, Shen Xinyu reminded them. Within 30 kilometers, monsters of level 25 and above are everywhere. If surrounded by level 25 monsters, even 4 level 30 professionals may perish in the wilderness. The best way to avoid this situation is to turn off the engine and proceed on foot. Although the speed of progress is much slower, it is safer. After entering the 30-kilometer mark, Shen Xinyu parked the car next to a huge rock and used a camouflage scroll to disguise the vehicle. The four advanced in a 2-2 formation, with Shen Xinyu and Xin Xingqing at the front and Lin Bai and Qin Ning at the back. If they encounter elite-level monsters below level 28, Qin Ning can usually finish the battle quickly by himself. If they encounter elite monsters of level 30 or above, Shen Xinyu and Xin Xingqing will have to work together to ensure speed, while Lin Bai only needs to absorb the power of death from behind. Occasionally, he can add buffs to the three of them and also get some experience. It's a level 34 9-ringed serpent general. Shall we make a move? Shen Xinyu held a telescope-like device in his hand, which allowed him to see the level and quality of monsters far away. Are there any other monsters around? Qin Ning was wearing a set of level 30 epic equipment and holding a level 30 legendary mage staff, which was inlaid with a level 25 spirit orb that she had previously purchased from the Points Hall. All the equipment together provided her with 495 points of spirit attribute. Adding Qin Ning's own 512 points of mental strength, his total mental strength reached 1007 points, nearly twice that of Lin Bai. Although Shen Xinyu was also level 30, he was much inferior. The equipment he wore and the shield and hand axe he used were all epic grade and had no gems embedded in them. His highest attribute among the four was only 816 points in Constitution, which was nearly 200 points lower than Qin Ning's highest attribute. As for Xin Xingqing, the gap is even wider. She is wearing and holding level 25 equipment, and her highest agility attribute is only 718 points. Lin Bai's base mental strength is 510 points. His level 25 equipment and mage staff provide an additional 203 points of mental strength, bringing his total to 713 points, only 5 points lower than Xin Xingqing's. If it were a one-on-one fight, Xin Xingqing might not even be able to beat me. Just as Lin Bai was muttering to himself, Shen Xinyu answered Qin Ning's question, no. Let's go. Qin Ning gave the order, and the four of them slowly approached the 9-ringed serpent general. Once they were within 200 meters of the 9-ringed serpent general, Lin Bai silently activated his reconnaissance skill. After checking that the 9-ringed serpent general's attributes were only similar to Qin Ning's highest attributes, he felt reassured and followed at the very back. Chapter 56 Buying Time. As Shen Xinyu and Xin Xingqing launched their attack on the 9-ringed serpent, Lin Bai unleashed blessings and counter-damage buffs upon them. The two increased their speed. Shen Xinyu held a shield in his left hand and a hand axe in his right, restraining the 9-ringed snake from the front. Xin Xingqing used her sword skills to assist. The mage's staff in Qin Ning's hand shone brightly, and countless runes surged out, forming a magic array to restrict the nine-ringed serpent. Then, they condensed into an energy sphere and bombarded the nine-ringed serpent. To be honest, this wasn't the first time Lin Bai had seen Qin Ning make a move, but every time he saw it, he was still amazed. The range of his skills was long, the area of effect was large, and he had both control and damage output. The Rune Master class was probably one of the best among the many S-class classes, just like the Necromancer class. With nothing else to do, Lin Bai stood beside Qin Ning and watched the three fight. Before long, the level 34 nine-ringed serpent general died at Qin Ning's hands. As the main damage dealer, Qin Ning received the most experience points, followed by Shen Xinyu, then Shen Qingqing, and finally Lin Bai. Even though he received the least amount of experience, Lin Bai's experience points still increased by nearly 1%. The materials from this nine-ringed snake are very valuable. I'll cut them up, and we'll divide them when we get back. Shen Xinyu took out a dagger and walked towards the corpse of the nine-ringed snake. But at that moment, Qin Ning stopped him. Don't go over there yet. There's an even stronger monster coming this way. It's probably attracted by the fighting. Which direction? Shen Xinyu asked nervously. Over there, Qin Ning pointed southeast. Shen Xinyu took out a device that resembled binoculars and looked in the direction Qin Ning pointed. It's a level 35 infernal flame spider general. Should we abandon the nine-ringed serpent's corpse and leave, or stay and fight? A level 35 general? Qin Ning hesitated for a moment, then said, let's leave. All right. Shen Xinyu glanced at the corpse of the nine-ringed snake with some resentment. It was a pity that such a large fortune had been wasted. However, he also knew that Qin Ning had made the right decision. If they really fought against a level 35 monster general, even if they could win, they would probably have to pay a price. If only there were one more soldier. Shen Qingqing glanced at Lin Bai, implying that Lin Bai was useless. Lin Bai ignored Shen Qingqing's gaze and said to Qin Ning, I can also help restrain the infernal flame spider. It's a real shame to leave this nine-ringed snake here, since Qin Ning killed it. Besides, Qin Ning's main purpose in coming to the wilderness was to help me level up, so I have no reason to sit back and reap the benefits. You're planning to use the Necromancer class? Are you confident? Qin Ning asked seriously. Have. As he spoke, Lin Bai summoned the wilderness butcher from the death space. The moment the wilderness butcher appeared, he immediately caught the attention of the three. Shen Xinyu used a tool to check the level of the wilderness butcher and exclaimed in surprise, a level 30 monster lord? What? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing snatched the prop from Shen Xinyu's hand and hurriedly checked the information of the wilderness butcher. As she checked, her mouth gradually widened. This monster's highest attribute was actually higher than that of Shen Xinyu, who was fully armed. If it were a one-on-one fight, she might not be able to defeat this monster. Qin Ning was also surprised. She didn't expect Lin Bai to be able to summon a level 30 lord-level monster. Just based on this skill alone, Lin Bai's strength was probably among the top in the second-year students. How did you do that? Shen Qingqing asked curiously. Guess? Lin Bai tried to brush off the woman who had just complained that he was a burden. I know, you summoned it using a prop, right? Shen Qingqing said confidently. Yes, you're so smart. Lin Bai clapped in affirmation. Of course, my sister is very smart. Shen Qingqing said with a smug expression. No, Lin Bai should be a dual profession user, Shen Xinyu interrupted. What? A dual profession user? No way. Shen Qingqing refused to believe it. Lin Bai is definitely a dual class player. Didn't you notice that his blessing boost is almost catching up with some level 30 support classes? Shen Xinyu reminded him. Shen Qingqing realized something was wrong. She had previously thought that Lin Bai's skill amplification was very high, even greatly improving her, a level 29 professional, but she hadn't thought much about it. Now, after being reminded, she suddenly discovered the blind spot. If Lin Bai was a dual profession user, and his other profession was also a magic-based profession, then the previous illogical points suddenly made sense. Are you a freshman or a sophomore this year? Freshman year. Upon hearing this answer, Shen Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Although there is only a one-year difference between freshman and sophomore year, students can advance several levels in that year. If Lin Bai were a sophomore, it would only be considered average for him to have only advanced to level 25. But Lin Bai is a freshman, which is too abnormal. He is even more abnormal than the most valued freshman in their school. As they were speaking, the infernal spider came into view. This was a 2-meter tall, ferocious-looking monster with 8 jet black legs covered in dense barbs and blood-red eyes that seemed to be burning with flames. As soon as it saw the 4 people and the corpse of the 9-ringed snake lying on the ground, it immediately became excited. If it were just now, Xin Ning would definitely have chosen to retreat, but after seeing the wilderness butcher summoned by Lin Bai, her confidence increased greatly, and she immediately commanded Shen Sinyu and Xin Xingqing to fight. During this process, the wilderness butcher, under Lin Bai's command, also came to Shen Sinyu's side. When the infernal flame spider arrived, the wild butcher was the first to go up to it. Although there was a 5-level difference in level, as a Lord-level monster, the wild butcher's overall stats were not much lower than the infernal flame spider's. Suddenly, the infernal spider spewed flames from its mouth. Shen Sinyu quickly raised his shield and used his defensive skills. The wild butcher neither dodged nor avoided, but instead activated the skill charge to crash head-on into the infernal spider. The wild butcher's strength was only slightly lower than the infernal spider's, and with the skill's enhancement, this blow directly stunned the infernal spider. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xin Ning shot out a huge beam of energy from the tip of his mage's staff. Although it failed to kill the infernal flame spider, it severely injured it. The Butcher of the Wasteland raised his right skeletal hand again and unleashed a death axe strike on the infernal spider. The rest of the battle was much easier. Shen Sinyu and Xin Xingqing kept using their skills, and before long, the infernal flame spider fell to the ground. Shen Sinyu couldn't help but sigh. This battle was even easier than hunting down a level 34 9-ringed serpent general. This summon is incredibly powerful. Xin Xingqing's pupils contracted slightly. She had previously thought that she could fight the wilderness butcher, but after witnessing the wilderness butcher's true strength, she tragically discovered that she seemed to be the weakest in the team. The experience extracted from the infernal flame spider's body further confirmed her idea. The amount that entered Lin Bai's body was only slightly less than that of Shen Sinyu. My experience increased by 3.5%, but my mana consumption was also very high. While the wild butcher can fight indefinitely, controlling him requires a lot of magic power. Without magic power, the wild butcher's movements will be clumsy. With a wave of his hand, Lin Bai absorbed the death power generated by the 9-ringed serpent and the hellfire spider into the death space, and then poured it into the earth dragon's body. The earth dragon has reached level 27. To reach level 28, you need to kill at least 8 level 35 monster generals. Lin Bai reached out and summoned the wilderness butcher into the death space. How many battles like this can your magic sustain? Xin Ning asked. At most 5 times, Lin Bai replied after calculating. Xin Ning nodded. Then let's continue. If you encounter a level 34 monster general, don't attack. Wait until you encounter a level 35 monster general before you attack. Do you think there's a problem with this arrangement? Her last words were addressed to the brother and sister, Shen Sinyu and Xin Xingqing. No problem. Both of them shook their heads, knowing that this was the most reasonable way to divide the spoils. Throughout the day, Lin Bai made 3 more moves, increasing his experience points by 15%. The remaining magic power was reserved to prevent any accidents on the return journey. After Lin Bai made 4 moves, Xin Ning decided to return home. This continued for 6 days. By the end of the 6th day, the Earth Dragon had reached level 29, and Lin Bai's own experience points had increased to 91%. On the 7th day, Xin Ning asked Lin Bai how much experience he needed to level up. She herself was 4% short. During winter break, her experience points reached 85%. Lin Bai told the truth. If nothing unexpected happens, you can level up today, while I can only level up after I get back. Xin Ning instructed Shen Sinyu to continue searching for monster generals of level 34 to 35. He would occasionally kill monster generals of level 33, but would retreat if he encountered monster generals of level 36. After hunting down another monster general, Shen Sinyu suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Ahead, a level 33 purple lightning hyena lord is leading a pack of purple lightning hyenas who are besieging a level 35 wild lion lord. The wild lion's leg is injured, and it probably can't escape. When the wild lion is on its last breath, we can suddenly rush out and maybe wipe out the wild lion and the purple lightning hyenas in one fell swoop. If we can catch them all in one fell swoop, we'll make a fortune. Let me see." Xin Xingqing snatched the props and relayed the situation on the field as she looked at them. About 20 minutes later, Xin Xingqing said with some disappointment that wild lion is about to die, and the purple lightning hyena lord is also seriously injured. But in addition to the purple lightning hyena lord, there are 2 level 33 purple lightning hyena generals, 4 level 32 purple lightning hyena elites, and 12 level 30 ordinary purple lightning hyenas. Should we go? Shin Sinyu asked Qin Ning for his opinion. Even though the purple lightning hyena lord is seriously injured, the remaining purple lightning hyenas are not easy to deal with. Going there now would be too risky, Qin Ning calmly analyzed. So we're just going to leave it at that? Shin Sinyu was somewhat unwilling. Qin Ning was also conflicted. If she were alone, she could fly over and try to kill the wild lion lord from a distance, then fly away. Even if the pack of purple lightning hyenas kept chasing her, her magic power would be enough to fly back to the safe zone. But the problem was that there were still Lin Bai, Shin Sinyu, and Shin Xingqing. She wasn't worried about Lin Bai, as he was a dual-class user and his magic power was enough to fly back to the safe zone. But Shin Sinyu and Shin Xingqing couldn't. Although they had learned the skill of brief airtime at level 25, they couldn't fly very far. If she and Lin Bai each carried one of them, they wouldn't be able to fly back to the safe zone either. With that thought in mind, Qin Ning decided to give up. Considering that Qin Ning might not have to wait a few more days to level up if he could kill the wild lion and the purple lightning hyena lord, Lin Bai said to Shin Xingqing, "Can I take a look?" Shin Xingqing handed over the props. After glancing at it, Lin Bai handed the prop to Qin Ning and said, "I think we can give it a try. Besides the wilderness butcher, I also have a level 29 monster lord, and my own combat ability is not bad either. I should be able to hold off the other purple lightning hyenas except for the purple lightning hyena lord for a short time." Qin Ning took the prop and glanced at it, then asked seriously, "Are you confident?" Lin Bai nodded. If it was just about stopping him, it shouldn't be a problem, but if he were to kill him, that would be very difficult. "Are you sure?" Although Shin Xingqing knew that Lin Bai was a dual profession user, she didn't believe that Lin Bai could do this. "We can give it a try. Even if it doesn't work out, we're still confident we can get out unscathed. If that doesn't work, Lin Bai will have Qin Ning take the two of them and leave first, while he summons the Banshee to cover their retreat. If all else fails, he will abandon the Earth Dragon or the Wilderness Butcher." After considering it for a moment, Qin Ning made a decision, "Then let's give it a try." "Okay." Shin Sinyu was eager to get started. The four cautiously approached, and after a short while, Qin Ning, who had been observing the situation, suddenly shouted, "Now!" Upon hearing this, Shin Sinyu and Shin Xingqing stopped concealing their whereabouts and charged forward. Qin Ning and Lin Bai flew into the air and followed behind the two. Roar! Awah! The wild lion and the purple lightning hyenas spotted the four almost simultaneously, but the wild lion was already on its last legs and unable to respond, while the purple lightning hyenas made threatening calls at the four. Ignoring the shouts, the four waited until they were close enough for Shin Sinyu and Shin Xingqing to use the skill airwalk to jump into the air and walk in mid-air. Qin Ning unleashed a powerful energy beam at the wild lion. Just as the wild lion was about to dodge, it was struck head-on by an energy beam. This blow completely rendered it unable to move, and even if no one harmed it afterward, it would slowly die. But to prevent being finished off by the purple lightning hyena, Qin Ning unleashed another skill, completely ending the wild lion's reign. At that moment, Lin Bai simultaneously summoned the Wilderness Butcher, a level 29 Earth Dragon, a level 27 Ghost Mantis, and 15 level 25 Undead Elites enhanced with the Undead Bone Ring. So many summoned creatures? Shin Sinyu gasped, even more confident that Lin Bai could hold off the other purple lightning hyenas. He and Shin Xingqing charged towards the purple lightning hyena lord from the left and right. "Be careful." After giving a few instructions, Qin Ning flew forward as well. Lin Bai landed on the Earth Dragon's head and used all his summoned creatures to form a defensive line to separate the leader of the purple lightning hyenas from the other purple lightning hyenas. Next, he will use all his strength to buy time for Qin Ning and the other two. Chapter 57 Accepting the Mission. Woof woof. Apart from the lord of the purple lightning hyenas, the rest of the purple lightning hyenas charged towards Lin Bai. "Get out of my way." Lin Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and a terrifying aura swept out. Influenced by the oppressive aura of death, the purple lightning hyenas that were about to pounce stopped, but driven by the roar of their lord, they charged again. Blessing, backlash. Lin Bai quickly unleashed his skill, empowering all the summoned creatures, and then summoned Undead Fire, empowering the undead. Fearless Undead stood in the way of 12 ordinary purple lightning hyenas. The Wild Butcher dealt with 2 level 33 purple lightning hyena generals, and the Earth Dragon and the Ghost Mantis teamed up to deal with 4 level 32 purple lightning hyena elites. However, outnumbered, one of the elite purple lightning hyenas seized the opportunity and lunged at Lin Bai. Certainly. Lin Bai channeled his magic into the golden eye, which flashed and froze the elite purple lightning hyena that was about to pounce. The next second, the Earth Dragoness left head spewed flames, repelling the elite purple lightning hyena. My magic is being used up so quickly. At this rate, I can only last 3 minutes at most. Lin Bai looked to the other side and saw that although Qin Ning and the other two had suppressed the purple lightning hyena lord, they were still far from killing it. If only the purple lightning hyena lord had been more seriously injured. Suddenly, Lin Bai thought of something and shouted to Qin Ning, find a way to force the purple lightning hyena lord to the vicinity of the wild lion's corpse. Although Qin Ning didn't know what Lin Bai wanted to do, he still chose to trust Lin Bai unconditionally. He pointed his mage staff forward, and countless runes formed chains, pulling the purple lightning hyena lord closer to the corpse of the wild lion. Purple lightning crackled from the purple lightning hyena lord's body, striking the chains, but whenever a chain broke, a new chain would immediately replace it. During the stalemate, the purple lightning hyena lord was dragged within 10 meters of the wild lion's carcass. Just then, Lin Bai threw the skill Death Echo at the corpse of the wild lion. The effect of Death Echo is that the more creatures that die and the higher their level, the greater the damage amplification. The wild lion, a level 35 lord, was enveloped by the echo of death, and a dark light quickly spread, sweeping past the purple lightning hyena lord. The purple lightning hyena lord stiffened, and a large amount of blood gushed from the wounds left on its body by the wild lion. Its entire body rotted, and its aura suddenly became weak and listless. Seeing this, Qin Ning's eyes lit up. The power of Lin Bai's skill was almost as good as her level 30 skill. Originally, she planned to wait until the purple lightning hyena lord was more seriously injured before killing it with one blow, but now she didn't need to wait until then, because Lin Bai had already created the conditions for her. Rune Annihilation Cannon. Qin Ning aimed his mage's staff at the purple lightning hyena lord. As the runes surged, a terrifying beam of energy shot out and struck the purple lightning hyena lord. The beam of energy lasted for 3 seconds. When the beam disappeared, half of the purple lightning hyena lord's body had melted away. The purple lightning hyena lord collapsed to the ground with a thud, losing his life. A surge of experience flew out from the corpse of the purple lightning hyena lord and entered the bodies of the 4 people. After absorbing the experience of the wild lion and the purple lightning hyena lord, Qin Ning leveled up from level 30 to level 31, while Lin Bai almost reached level 26. Seeing their lord dead, the remaining purple lightning hyenas tucked their tails between their legs and tried to flee, but Lin Bai wouldn't let them go. With the help of Qin Ning and the other two, the purple lightning hyenas were harvested one by one, and Lin Bai successfully leveled up from level 25 to level 26. By pouring all the power of death into the wilderness butcher leveled up again, reaching level 31. This made Lin Bai sigh. It's so good to have someone to guide you. If he were to run dungeons alone, it would probably take him at least 20 days to reach level 26. In the evening, the 4 returned to the city, found a chamber of commerce, and sold all the materials they had collected over the past few days. Lin Bai received 8.5 million. On the morning of the 8th day after leaving school, I returned to Peking University. After witnessing Lin Bai's strength, Qin Ning was no longer worried that Lin Bai would be targeted. After giving him a few instructions, she hurriedly left the school. Lin Bai cleared the 30th floor of the Infinite Dungeon with his level 31 Wilderness Butcher, earning 5,500 points. Including what I had before, I now have over 31,000 points and 10 million in funds. When school starts, you will receive another 20,000 points as a subsidy from the school. It seems like a lot, but it's actually not enough. Qin Ning spent 50,000 points to buy a level 25 enchantment orb. A level 30 enchantment orb would be even more expensive. Even if you buy it at the Tianqing Mall with a 50% discount, it would still cost no less than 50 million points, which is 50,000 points. Furthermore, upon reaching level 30, you'll receive updated equipment, mage staves, great upgrade boxes, necromancer skill books, and more. Although he could use the Supreme Gold card to take out a loan to buy it, he would still have to pay it back sooner or later, so Lin Bai planned to take on a few tasks during the holiday. Upon arriving at the mission hall, a group of people were divided into 2 groups and arguing about something. The larger group was led by school beauty Lin Sinny, while the other group consisted of only 2 people, but unexpectedly, they gained the upper hand in terms of momentum. Lin Bai inquired and found out that the 2 people were sophomores. They couldn't get good missions in the sophomore mission hall, so they set their sights on the freshman mission hall. The freshmen were naturally unhappy, but they couldn't do anything about it, since they were not as strong as the freshmen. While Lin Bai was making inquiries, some people also noticed him. Lin Bai is now the top freshman. There are very few freshmen who don't know Lin Bai. In a sense, Lin Bai is the representative of the freshmen. Do you think Lin Bai will stand up for us? He's a freshman too, he shouldn't let these two sophomores be so arrogant, right? I doubt it. He may be good, but he's a year behind the sophomores. If they were to fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Some people whispered among themselves, their eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Bai. Lin Bai seemed oblivious to the discussion, walking calmly between the two groups to the screen to select a task. There are many tasks on the screen, with detailed information and rewards. Soon, Lin Bai chose a suitable task. This task can only be done by support classes with healing abilities. Although it is a bit dangerous, it is quick and rewarding. Teacher, please help me register this task under my name. Lin Bai took out his student card and was about to hand it to the teacher. Just then, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed Lin Bai's arm. Junior, I was the one who chose this mission first. You can choose another one. The one who spoke was the two shorter students from the second year of high school. He was also an assistant player, named Deng Ziwei. The taller one is called Zheng Chang. Why should I? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Just because we're your seniors, if you're not satisfied, let's follow the rules and have a spar at the training ground. Whoever wins gets to take on this mission, Deng Ziwei said with a smile, seemingly confident of victory. Lin Bai, don't be fooled. I've already sent someone to the student council. Let the student council handle this. I don't believe they'll let them do whatever they want. Li Seni shook her head at Lin Bai. Although she didn't particularly like Lin Bai, he was, after all, a freshman and represented the freshman class. She couldn't let Lin Bai suffer for no reason. No need for that. Lin Bai pointed at Deng Ziwei, his fingertips flashing with magic. Are you crazy? You want to start a fight here? Deng Ziwei's eyes were wary. The school did not allow fighting in places other than the dueling arena and training ground. If you violated the rules, the consequences would be very serious. Don't worry, it's just a healing spell. Lin Bai flicked his finger, and a healing spell shot towards Deng Ziwei. Deng Ziwei didn't believe it was some kind of healing spell and immediately used a skill to defend, but the light of the healing spell penetrated the barrier of the defensive skill. It really is a healing technique. Deng Ziwei was puzzled, but then his face flushed red and his whole body tensed up in the blink of an eye. Why is your healing technique different from others? Lin Bai shrugged innocently, I don't know what you're talking about. Li Seni, who was standing next to him, had a deep understanding of Lin Bai's healing techniques, but now that she saw Lin Bai using them on this annoying guy, she found Lin Bai much more pleasing to the eye. Don't think that you can get me to give you the task just because you're using these kinds of tactics. As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Ziwei used purification on himself, but to his disbelief, the purification didn't work. Go to the toilet if you need to, or you'll ruin your bladder. Lin Bai glanced at Deng Ziwei sideways. Deng Ziwei clenched his fist, then loosened it and clenched it again, struggling several times before threatening, even if I go to the toilet, you can forget about taking this mission. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Shadow Society. If you offend the Shadow Society, you'll regret it. Shadow Society? Never heard of it. Is it very powerful? Lin Bai asked curiously. We have over 100 members alone, isn't that impressive? Deng Ziwei said proudly. That's certainly impressive. Lin Bai nodded in agreement. Good to know. It's not too late for you to apologize to me now. But before Deng Ziwei could finish speaking, a halo appeared in Lin Bai's palm and touched Deng Ziwei. Put. Without warning, Deng Ziwei let out a loud and long fart in public. Deng Ziwei's already flushed face turned even redder, like a monkey's bottom. Ha 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 ha. Almost everyone laughed, looking at Deng Ziwei with strange expressions. You. Aren't you leaving yet? If you don't leave soon, I can't guarantee I won't be able to resist using that skill again. Senior, you don't want to have the nickname Fart King in the future, do you? Lin Bai deftly manipulated his fingers, looking as if he was about to unleash a skill at any moment. Upon hearing this, Deng Ziwei turned and left, not daring to linger there for even a second longer. Zhang Chang followed closely behind, fearing that Lin Bai would also unleash a combination of punches on him. Lin Bai watched the two leave, then successfully accepted the mission and left amidst cheers from the crowd. Seni, I brought back the seniors from the student council. Ha? Where are those two guys? Sui Chen ran in from outside. Ever since the last battle between the War God Squad and the School Beauty Squad, Sui Chen had often followed Li Seni around. They've already left, Li Seni replied. Left? Were you scared? I knew it would be useful to find the senior students in the student council. Sui-chan said smugly this was the method he had come up with. It's not that they were scared, it's that Lin Bai drove them away. Lee Sinny's expression was complicated. She didn't have a good impression of Lin Bai, but Lin Bai's actions today changed that impression. Lin Bai? He didn't use the same despicable methods he used against you to drive them away, did he? Sui-chan said disdainfully. Lee Sinny remained silent. Although Lin Bai's methods were somewhat dirty, they were direct and effective. Sui-chan's approach to the student council might also be effective, but ultimately it relied on external forces. She didn't know which method was more effective, but from the bottom of her heart, she still felt that it was better to rely on one's own efforts. As her gaze shifted, she saw the mission that Lin Bai had just taken away. This is a two-person mission that requires the two people to take turns using healing spells on the Holy Light Beast for 1 month, 1 hour each day. As if by some strange twist of fate, she accepted the task. Damn it, Lin Bai, right? I'll remember this. We'll see. Deng Ziwei walked out of the toilet cursing. He knew without a doubt that the mission had already been taken. Even if he wanted to go back and snatch the mission from those first-year students now, he would have already lost all face. I suggest you give up the idea of taking revenge on Lin Bai, Zheng Chang said, holding up his phone. What? Are you scared? Deng Ziwei said irritably. You'll see for yourself. Zhang Chang handed his phone to Deng Ziwei, which contained some information about Lin Bai. First place among freshmen? Only half a year after enrollment, he's already suspected of being in the 25th grade? Holy crap, is this even human? Deng Ziwei was dumbfounded after reading the information. So? Still want to get revenge on him? Zhang Chang joked. What's the point of seeking revenge? Deng Ziwei rolled his eyes. He was just an average student, but he wasn't stupid. He didn't think that Lin Bai was easy to bully just because he was a support class. Judging from the current trend, Lin Bai would probably reach level 30 before the end of the next semester. Level 30 was enough to secure a place even among juniors, and some seniors didn't even reach level 30 until graduation. Under these circumstances, why would he be so foolish as to offend Lin Bai? However, not being able to get revenge on Lin Bai doesn't mean I can't get revenge on that girl today. That girl probably doesn't have any connections, right? You mean Lee Sinny? She was the campus belle in her freshman year, and she was also an S-rank star spirit master. She must have had many suitors. I don't recommend taking revenge on her, Zheng Chang said. So what if she's the school beauty? Damn it, I hate school beauties the most. Deng Ziwei recalled the time in high school when he was manipulated by the school beauty, and now he gets angry whenever he hears the word school beauty. So how do you plan to get revenge on her? You can't do anything out of line at school, Zheng Chang warned. Of course I know that. Just use the old method. Deng Ziwei waved his hand impatiently. Chapter 58 Lee Sinny's Dilemma. At 7:40 a.m., Lin Bai arrived at a separate instance space according to the mission description. This instance space is specifically used by the school to raise monsters. Some of these monsters have signed contracts with the teachers and are considered private property, while others are still under contract and are reserved as rewards for teachers who make contributions or outstanding students. Lin Bai arrived at the area where the Holy Light Beast was located, but did not go in immediately. According to the task description, this task is to be completed by 2 people. A few minutes later, Lee Sinny arrived and immediately saw Lin Bai waiting at the entrance. It's you! Lin Bai wasn't too surprised, after all, Lee Sinny was there besides him yesterday. However, when she saw Lee Sinny, a look of amazement flashed in her eyes. Lee Sinny was the school beauty, so her appearance was naturally stunning. In addition, her outfit today perfectly matched her temperament. She wore a tight striped t-shirt on her upper body and blue-gray jeans on her lower body, which perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. Paired with white sneakers, she gave off a sweet and sexy vibe. Seeing Lin Bai's reaction, Lee Sinny showed no outward expression, but was inwardly very satisfied. After all, she had dressed up specially. As for why she dressed up specially, she couldn't explain it, but she was certain that she wouldn't dress up specially if she went out with Sui-chan. Let's go inside. Lee Sinny went in first, gesturing for Lin Bai to follow. The two entered the area where the Holy Light Beast was located, one after the other, and soon they saw the Holy Light Beast chained up. Not all monsters are locked up, it's just that this Holy Light Beast was injured before, and it would become very irritable every time it was treated, so its owner had no choice but to lock it up. Upon seeing the two, the holy light beast let out a series of low growls, warning them not to approach. The danger described in the mission is that the holy light beast will not cooperate when you cast a healing spell and will attack the person who casts the healing spell on it. However, all of the holy light beast's skills are control-oriented, so even if it is attacked, the danger is not great. Moreover, the mission requires the student to be level 20 or above to accept the mission, so the issuer must have done this to avoid any accidents. While Lin Bai was pondering, Li Sini had already taken out her mage's staff and walked towards the holy light beast. When she reached within 20 meters of the holy light beast, she cast a starlight healing spell on it from a distance. The holy light beast wouldn't immediately accept treatment. It opened its mouth and fired a ball of light at Li Sini. Li Sini also knew that the biggest obstacle to this mission was the attack of the holy light beast, so she had prepared in advance and summoned a starlight shield to protect herself. Just as the light sphere was about to hit the starlight shield, a human-like mockery appeared in the eyes of the holy light beast. Then, Li Sini and the starlight shield were enveloped by the light sphere. Driven by the light sphere, she quickly flew into the air and then crashed to the ground. This happened several times. After the light sphere's energy was exhausted, Li Sini sat down on the ground with a thud, her head spinning. Upon seeing this, the holy light beast let out a mocking laugh. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Sini couldn't help but curse. If she were alone here, she could let it go if she made a fool of herself, but there were other people around, and she wanted to give the holy light beast a good beating. But that's just wishful thinking. The treatment must continue. But as soon as she used the healing spell, the holy light beast used that strange skill, and Li Sini finally understood why the two of them had to take turns doing this task. "When I'm under its control, you take the opportunity to use healing spells on it. When you're under its control, then I'll use healing spells on you," Li Sini said to Lin Bai. "No need for that." Lin Bai had already used a reconnaissance spell on the holy light beast and knew that it was a level 25 holy light beast lord. Apart from its strange skills, it didn't have any outstanding features. So, he cast a magic burn spell on the holy light beast. Under the consumption of magic burn, the holy light beast's magic power decreased at a visible speed. The holy light beast was enraged and used that strange skill on Lin Bai as well. However, Lin Bai's mental strength and magical power were far superior to those of the holy light beast, and he was able to negate the skill by using the levitation technique. Furthermore, the holy light beast consumes magic power faster during the skill release process. About 10 minutes later, the holy light beast's magic power was completely exhausted. "That's fine now." Lin Bai nodded to Li Sini. Li Sini also used her reconnaissance skill to see the holy light beast's magical power and used the starlight healing skill on it again. When her skill cooldown is over, Lin Bai can use the healing spell. However, Lin Bai's healing technique had side effects, and after several treatments, the holy light beast was tormented beyond endurance. This also caused the holy light beast to develop a psychological aversion to Lin Bai's healing techniques. Considering the mental health issues of the holy light beast, Lin Bai occasionally uses healing auras on it. Without the holy light beast causing trouble, the task that would normally take an hour to complete was finished by the two of them in just 20 minutes. Li Sini looked at Lin Bai, feeling a strange emotion. Although this man was unreliable and shameless during the competition, he was surprisingly reassuring at other times. After the mission was over, the two naturally parted ways. Li Sini returned to her apartment and began to recover her magic power, planning to enter a dungeon in the afternoon to gain more experience. In the afternoon, Li Sini, Lin Ruiying, Zhang Shangnan, and Sui Chen arrived at the entrance to the level 20 to 25 dungeon. Because Liang Yi went home, Sui Chen temporarily took her place. They're here. Upon seeing Li Sini, Deng Ziwei and Zhang Chang walked over with two other sophomores. "What are you doing? It's forbidden to take action on your own in school." As the only male in the team, Sui Chen stood at the front. "Who said we were going to make a move? Don't slander us." Deng Ziwei looked at the four of them with ill intent. Li Sini frowned. Since they weren't the ones who attacked, there was no need to pay them any attention. She turned around and entered the dungeon with the three of them. After the three entered the instance, Deng Ziwei and the other three followed. Strange, what exactly are they trying to do? Li Sini glanced back at Deng Ziwei, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Soon, her premonition came true. Whenever her team wanted to hunt monsters, Deng Ziwei and his three companions would kill or drive the monsters away beforehand, preventing them from gaining any experience. "Damn it, that's disgusting," Sui Chen muttered angrily. "Hey, do you guys have to go this far?" "You were clearly in the wrong about that incident," Zhang Shangnan said, standing up for the injustice. "It has nothing to do with you. Deng Ziwei looked past Zhang Shangnan and at Li Sini, saying, unless she's willing to apologize to me and transfer that task to me, she won't gain any experience this holiday. I don't believe you can stay here forever, Li Sini scoffed, unless Deng Ziwei and the others themselves didn't level up. We won't stay here forever, but I can ask the community to help us stay here. You. Li Sini was furious, but she couldn't do anything about Deng Ziwei. After a few seconds of silence, she said to Zhang Shangnan and the other two, forget it, you guys go and grind monsters first, don't worry about me. What are you saying? We're a team. Zhang Shangnan was unwilling to abandon Li Sini like this. Yes, we're on the same team, how could we abandon Sini? Sui Chen quickly expressed his support. But this can't go on like this. The more Li Sini looked at Deng Ziwei, the more annoyed she became. Perhaps we can ask Lin Bai for help. Lin Ruiying immediately thought of Lin Bai. But I don't know him well. Do you think he would help me? Li Sini was tempted by the thought of feeling at ease by Lin Bai's side. Liang Yi told me that Lin Bai really likes points. As long as you're willing to spend points, he'll definitely help you, Lin Ruiying said confidently. Upon hearing this, Sui Chen immediately perked up and sneered, we're all classmates, and you have to spend points to ask him for help? How greedy is this guy? Sini, if you trust me, leave this to me. I won't take any reward. This is a great opportunity to show off, and he won't let Lin Bai have it. What are you planning to do? Li Sini asked curiously. I have an older brother who is a sophomore at our school. He is really strong, he has already reached level 28. I'll ask him for help and have him talk to Deng Ziwei. I'm sure Deng Ziwei won't dare to mess with you again after that, Sui Chen said confidently. Then I'll leave it to you, Li Sini said gratefully. Leave it to me, Sui Chen assured him, patting his chest. In the level 25 to 30 dungeon, Lin Bai was controlling the wilderness butcher to wreak havoc, but his mana was being consumed very quickly, and it was completely depleted in just half an hour. However, Lin Bai was prepared and took out a potion to restore his magic power. 5 minutes later, his magic power had recovered by half, and Lin Bai began his killing spree again. My experience has increased by 3%. At this rate, I can reach level 27 in 33 days. The only problem is that the potion to restore magic power is too expensive. One bottle costs 500,000, and even after the discount, it's still 250,000. Over 33 days, that's 8.25 million. However, without taking a potion to restore magic power, it will probably take about 50 days to reach level 27. In this way, it's equivalent to saving 17 days with 8.25 million. As for whether it's worth it, that's a matter of opinion. With his experience points steadily increasing, Lin Bai repeatedly ran dungeons every day. On the other hand, Li Sini had only had a few days of peace and quiet when Deng Ziwei reappeared with his men a few days later. Sui Chen, didn't you say your brother had already helped solve this problem? She had already expressed her gratitude to Sui Chen, but seeing this scene made her mood gloomy again. Yes, he clearly told me it was resolved. I'll make a call and ask later. Sui Chen quickly took out his phone and made a call. 20 seconds later, Sui Chen hung up the phone. What did your brother say? Li Sini asked. My brother said the Shadow Society is very powerful, and it's already a favor that they haven't bothered us for a few days, Sui Chen said awkwardly. That's it? It's gone. Li Sini glanced at Sui Chen, speechless. If she had known this would happen, she would have been better off asking Lin Bai for help. Actually, I have another idea, Sui Chen said. What method? You're not going to ask your brother for help again, are you? No, I mean we can join the gang too. The reason Deng Ziwei dares to cause trouble for us is because he thinks we are weak and alone. If we join the gang, he definitely won't dare to cause trouble for us. Li Sini nodded, having to admit that Sui Chen's words made some sense, but then a new question came to mind. But at this point, the club shouldn't be recruiting anymore, right? What's the problem? Sini, you're the school beauty and an S-level professional. I'm sure no club would refuse you, Sui Chen flattered. Which club do you think we should join? No rush, let me check it out when I get back. A day later, Sui Chen took Li Sini to find the president of the Blue Demon Club. Senior, this is Li Sini, the school beauty I told you about. We both want to join the Blue Demon Club. Is that all right? Sui Chen asked humbly. Of course, although it's not the season for hiring, I'm happy to make things easier for you too. The president glanced at Li Sini with a broad smile. Seni, you did it. Sui Chen said with a joyful expression. Li Xini disliked the president's gaze, but considering that the Blue Demon Club could help her resolve the problem of Deng Ziwei, she didn't say anything. However, their good fortune didn't last long. Less than 24 hours after joining the Blue Demon Guild, they were kicked out again. Sui Chen was puzzled by this and went to ask him why. The president of the Blue Demon Club said apologetically, "Junior, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I didn't expect you to offend the Shadow Club. Although the Shadow Club is not one of the top clubs, it is still among the top 20 in the school. It is not something that my small club can afford to mess with. Senior, you've already promised to let us join your club, how can you go back on your word?" Sui Chen felt he had lost face in front of Li Xini and was very angry. "What are you saying? If I had known you had offended the Shadow Society, I wouldn't have let you through this gate yesterday." The president's expression changed instantly, and he stared at Sui Chen with hostility. Sui Chen's anger instantly subsided, and he dared not say anything more. He then left the club with Li Xini. After asking around, none of them worked. Li Xini's impression of Sui Chen took a sharp turn for the worse. "Xini, trust me one more time. We can join a top 20 club." "I don't believe a top 20 club would be afraid of the Shadow Club," Sui Chen said hurriedly. "Forget it. Getting into the top 20 clubs isn't that easy. Even if you do get in, you have to follow a bunch of rules. I don't want to be bossed around by others because of this." Li Xini was getting more and more annoyed with Sui Chen. He clearly had no ability, yet he made wild promises. If she hadn't believed Sui Chen's nonsense, she wouldn't have lost face twice. "Then why don't you apologize to Deng Ziwei and give him that mission?" Sui Chen advised. "He was clearly in the wrong, why should I apologize? If it were just an apology, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the truth is that Li Xini didn't want to give up that mission." "Xini, listen to me, go find Lin Bai, he might be able to help you," Lin Ruiying suggested. Li Xini was somewhat tempted. "I don't think it's appropriate. No matter how good Lin Bai is, he is only a freshman. He'll definitely suffer against the Shadow Club." Sui Chen didn't want Li Xini to get close to Lin Bai from the bottom of his heart. Hearing Sui Chen's words, Li Xini became irritated again. Although she wanted to resolve this problem, she didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Bai. Chapter 59. Because of Lin Bai, my standards for finding a boyfriend have all risen. It's almost 8 o'clock, why hasn't Li Xini arrived yet? Did they oversleep? Lin Bai was a little puzzled. When the time came, he treated the Holy Light Beast alone. He did all the work that would normally be done by 2 people, but it was tough on the Holy Light Beast. An hour later, I finally finished today's tasks, sent a message to Lin Ruiying, and after learning that Li Xini was in the cafeteria, I went to find her. "Why didn't you do your mission today?" As soon as Lin Bai arrived at the cafeteria, he saw Li Xini with a conflicted expression. Li Xini opened her mouth, but didn't know how to say it. "Let me tell you." Lin Ruiying picked up the conversation and replied, "Recently, Deng Ziwei has been bringing people to the dungeon entrance every day to block Xini and prevent her from leveling up. Sui Chen found some people to help Xini solve this problem, but as soon as they heard that Deng Ziwei was from the Shadow Society, they all refused. Xini has no choice but to consider whether to apologize to Deng Ziwei and give him the quest." "Deng Ziwei? Who's that?" Lin Bai was completely confused. "It's that sophomore student you taught a lesson to in the mission hall before," Lin Ruiying said. "Him?" Lin Bai suddenly remembered and looked at Li Xini, saying, "So that's why you didn't do the mission?" Li Xini nodded. "Then why didn't he come looking for trouble with me?" Lin Bai asked, puzzled. "Maybe it's because you're the top freshman that they don't dare to cause you trouble," Li Xini replied somewhat uncertainly. "Tell me why he's preventing you from leveling up?" Lin Bai asked again. "He just finds a group of people to follow us into the dungeon, and when we want to kill the monsters, they either kill them beforehand or drive them away." Li Xini was furious when she mentioned this. Deng Ziwei was clearly in the wrong before, but he turned around and made trouble for her. "Leave this to me," Lin Bai offered. "You're going to get involved in this?" Li Xini looked at Lin Bai with surprise and delight. "Otherwise what?" "I don't want to do missions with that guy," Lin Bai said naturally. For him, helping Li Xini solve this problem was just a small matter. Why not do it if you can avoid a bad mood with a small matter? "Should I pay you points?" Li Xini recalled what Lin Ruiying had said. "What points do I need to pay?" Lin Bai followed Li Xini's gaze to Lin Ruiying. Seeing Lin Ruiying's eyes slightly darting away, he immediately understood the key point and said angrily, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who only cares about profit? Isn't that so?" Lin Ruiying muttered something to herself, but didn't dare say it aloud. In the afternoon, Lin Bai and Li Sini arrived at the dungeon entrance together. Sui Chen followed, wanting to see if Lin Bai could really help Li Sini solve this problem. Upon seeing Li Sini and the others, Deng Ziwei immediately led his men to the scene. However, when he saw Lin Bai in the group, he instinctively tensed up and asked Lin Bai, "Why are you here too? I heard you don't let Li Sini and the others grind experience points?" Lin Bai looked at Deng Ziwei with amusement. "This has nothing to do with you." Deng Ziwei's expression remained unchanged, but he was extremely nervous inside. "The task that Li Sini took on was done with me. Do you think this has anything to do with me?" Lin Bai conjured magic in his hand and said to Deng Ziwei, "I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight, and don't ever bother Li Sini again." "Why should I?" "Lin Bai, don't think I'm really afraid of you. Let me tell you, I'm not causing you trouble just to save face for both of us. If you really piss me off, even if you're the top student in freshman year, I'll still teach you a lesson." Deng Ziwei wanted to back down, but with so many people watching, he couldn't bear to lose face, so he could only bite the bullet and threaten. "Is that so? You're welcome to come and cause me trouble anytime." As soon as he finished speaking, a healing spell was cast on Deng Ziwei. Deng Ziwei shuddered, feeling that familiar sensation again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you just wait and see." After saying that, he turned and left, afraid that Lin Bai would unleash another healing aura. "Bye-bye." Lin Bai waved at Deng Ziwei's back, not taking the threat to heart. "Thanks." Li Sini never expected that the trouble that had bothered her for several days would be so easily resolved by Lin Bai, and the familiar sense of security returned to her heart. "That's how it's resolved?" Sui Chen found it hard to believe. In the past few days, he had shamelessly asked many people for help in order to help Li Sini solve this problem, but as soon as they heard that Deng Ziwei was from the Shadow Society, they either refused or immediately changed their attitude. But when it came to Lin Bai, he solved the problem with just a few words and a flick of his finger. Is the difference between people really that big? I told you Lin Bai could help you solve this problem. Seeing Lin Bai easily resolve the trouble, Lin Ruiying felt a surge of pride for some reason. "Yes, I should have listened to you sooner." Li Sini's eyes were only on Lin Bai, completely ignoring Sui Chen standing to the side. This made Sui Chen feel very uncomfortable. He said to Lin Bai, "I am very grateful to you for helping Sini solve this problem, but Deng Ziwei is from the Shadow Society. The president of the Shadow Society is a strong person on the Earth ranking. If Deng Ziwei goes to him to complain, he might help. Don't leave halfway through and leave a mess for Sini to deal with. How can you talk like that? I'm already very grateful that Lin Bai has helped me this far. Even if the president of the Shadow Society comes looking for trouble with me later, it has nothing to do with Lin Bai." Li Sini stood on Lin Bai's side and criticized Sui Chen. "Sini, I'm doing this for your own good. How could you do this?" Sui Chen felt heartbroken, like a helpless person watching their goddess, whom they had pursued for a long time, fall into someone else's arms. "Don't flatter yourself. I don't need you to think about me." Ever since Sui Chen messed up two things, Li Sini's impression of him has become extremely bad. She never intended to ask Sui Chen for help, but Sui Chen insisted on getting involved. As a result, not only did he fail to get things done, but he also made her lose face twice. From then on, she understood a principle: it is okay to lack ability, but it is not okay to lack ability and still make a fuss. That will only annoy people. Sui Chen clutched his chest, feeling that everything he had done recently had been in vain, and he was so heartbroken that he couldn't speak. This scene seems familiar. Lin Bai thought of Wang Hao, the simp who was always by Liang Yi's side. If the two of them hung out together often, they would definitely become buddies. They could even form a team called the Sky Clown Knights team. But then again, you really need to be careful. As far as I know, the president of the Shadow Society is ranked 87th on the Earth ranking. If he comes after you, it will be difficult to handle. If all else fails, just say that I begged you to help me, and then I will go back and apologize to Deng Ziwei. Li Sini worriedly said that if it were herself, she definitely wouldn't apologize, and at worst, she would take it to the student council. But if this matter involved Lin Bai, who had helped her, then she was willing to back down and apologize. It's all right. The president of the Shadow Club shouldn't bother me with such a small matter. After all, I'm the top freshman, so I still have some face. Lin Bai wasn't too worried. He had talked to Qin Ning before and knew that professionals level up very slowly after level 30. So, the highest level of professional ranked 50th or lower on the leaderboard would not exceed 33. The leader of the Shadow Society was ranked 87th, which would be around level 32. If the other party dared to cause trouble for him, he would just hide in a dungeon and teach him a lesson in 4 months. Just be careful. If he really causes you trouble, you must tell me immediately, Li Sini emphasized. Shadow Society. Having suffered 2 losses at Lin Bai's hands, Deng Ziwei sought out the club president, Dong Zhe. President, you have to stand up for me. That freshman is going too far. I've already let him off the hook once, but the second time, even after I brought up our shadow club, he still humiliated me. He clearly doesn't respect our shadow club at all. Deng Ziwei poured out his heart to Dong Zhe. Tell me everything from the beginning, Dong Zhe said, sitting in his chair and rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. That is. Deng Ziwei recounted the whole story from beginning to end, without hiding the fact that he and Zhang Chang had gone to the freshman to steal the mission, because Dong Zhe could find out about this with a little investigation. After listening, Dong Zhe stopped tapping his fingers on the table and reprimanded, "You were indeed wrong at the beginning. Although there have been cases in previous years where second-year students took on missions from first-year students, there has never been a case of a first-year student taking over a mission. You went a bit too far." Yes. Deng Ziwei nodded guiltily. But the freshmen are also a problem. They knew you were from the Shadow Society, yet they still dared to teach you a lesson a second time. If we don't teach them a lesson, we'll lose all face. When we recruit new members for the new semester, no one will want to join. So, both morally and logically, we have to get our face back, Dong Zhe pondered. The president is right, Deng Ziwei quickly flattered. Jiang Tao, go and handle this matter with Deng Ziwei. Remember, don't punish him too harshly, but you must save face. Dong Zhe said to a tall boy sitting not far away. This boy was a key member of their club and had reached level 29. He believed that teaching a freshman a lesson would be a piece of cake. Okay, the boy replied. By the way, what's that freshman's name? Dong Zhe asked casually. Lin Bai. Deng Ziwei rubbed his hands together, thinking about how to teach Lin Bai a lesson. Who? Dong Zhe sat up abruptly and loudly questioned, You said that freshman student is named Lin Bai, the same Lin Bai who was ranked first in the freshman class? It's him. Deng Ziwei shrank back, wondering why the president was so agitated. Dong Zhe stepped forward and grabbed Deng Ziwei by the collar, spitting as if there was no tomorrow. Don't you know Lin Bai is Qin Ning's brother? You dare to mess with Qin Ning? You think you're living too comfortably? I don't know. Deng Ziwei looked bewildered, his face covered in spittle. Even if Lin Bai is Qin Ning's younger brother, President, you shouldn't be afraid of Qin Ning. After all, she hasn't even made it onto the Earth ranking, while you are a powerhouse ranked 87th on the Earth ranking. You don't know anything. Dong Zhe pushed Deng Ziwei aside and explained, I received accurate information that Qin Ning has already reached level 31. With her combat power, she can definitely easily break into the Earth ranking. The reason she hasn't taken action is because it's winter break now, and the lower-ranked people on the Earth ranking have gone home. She can't find anyone to challenge her. If I offend her, even if she can't challenge me directly, she can use my position on the Earth ranking as an excuse to force me to spar. Although I'm not afraid of her, there's no need to fight her. There's no benefit in winning. The president's lesson is correct. Deng Ziwei wiped the spittle off his face without making a sound, feeling a surge of disgust in his heart. Now I'll give you 2 choices, either go apologize to Lin Bai and try to get his forgiveness, or leave the club. You can choose one, Dong Zhe sneered. President, it's just a small conflict between Lin Bai and me, it can't be that serious, can it? Deng Ziwei stammered. Absolutely, Qin Ning is extremely protective of her own, Dong Zhe said firmly. Deng Ziwei's expression shifted, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally said, I am willing to apologize to Lin Bai. If he really leaves the company, then his good days are over. Jiang Tao, go with him. Dong Zhe instructed Jiang Tao to keep an eye on Deng Ziwei to prevent him from faking it. After the 2 left, someone asked Dong Zhe, President, if we do this, we won't be able to recruit any new people next year, will we? If we can't recruit new people, so be it, it's better than disbanding. Dong Zhe didn't care at all. He set up the gang to find people to do things for him, not to cause trouble for himself. He could handle small troubles and win people over, but if it was a big problem, he would just have to tell that person to get lost. On Wednesday morning, Li Xini and Lin Bai had just finished their task for the day when they saw Deng Ziwei and another person blocking the entrance with an aggressive expression. Damn it, the Shadow Society has really come looking for trouble. Li Xini's expression changed slightly. She told Lin Bai to stay there and that she would handle the matter alone. Deng Ziwei, you won. I'll apologize to you, okay? Li Xini was about to bow and apologize, handing over the task. What are you apologizing for? You did nothing wrong, it's clearly my fault. Deng Ziwei quickly stopped Li Xini and said with a forced smile. Li Xini was completely baffled. How could this person change so drastically every day? Had his head been squeezed by a door? It was really my fault, Junior, I apologize to you. Deng Ziwei bowed and apologized to Li Xini, then looked at Lin Bai who was following behind Li Xini. Junior, I also want to apologize to you. I went too far a few days ago. Can you forgive me? What? Have you come to your senses? Lin Bai asked, rubbing his chin. Well, I didn't know Qin Ning was your sister before. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to talk back to you even if you gave me 8 lives, Deng Ziwei said with a forced smile. Lin Bai hadn't expected this reason. He was the one who helped Li Xini with this matter, but it felt like Qin Ning had stolen the limelight. So he thought for a moment and said to Deng Ziwei, why don't you find someone to beat him up? Tell me beforehand so I can leave the school. Deng Ziwei immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Junior, what are you saying? Why would I hire someone to beat you up? If you're unhappy, you can beat me up, and I promise I won't hold it against you. You really don't want to beat me up? You might miss this opportunity. Lin Bai asked again. No, I wouldn't dare, Deng Ziwei quickly shook his head. Hey big guy, I see you're pretty strong. You must be standing up for Deng Ziwei, right? Come on, beat me up. Lin Bai took 2 steps forward and stuck his face out. Junior, you're joking. I'm here to supervise Deng Ziwei's apology to you. Zhang Tao quickly stepped back, not daring to give Lin Bai any chance to get involved. Lin Bai was a little unwilling, but he could also tell that Deng Ziwei hadn't come here to fight. He said to Deng Ziwei, an apology is fine, but Li Xini hasn't been able to gain experience points for several days because of your harassment. What do you think we should do about this? I'm willing to offer 1,000 points as compensation. Deng Ziwei took out his student card, indicating that he could transfer the money at the school's notary office. Li Xini turned around and glanced at Lin Bai. Lin Bai nodded. Li Xini was overjoyed. Who would have thought that not only did the Shadow Society not cause any trouble, but they also compensated her with 1,000 points? When she told Lin Ruiying and the others about this, it would definitely surprise them for a long time. And all of this was brought about by Lin Bai, simply because she was doing a mission with Lin Bai, and Lin Bai didn't want to replace her. Look, this person easily solved a big problem because of this relationship, while some people say they're pursuing me, but in the end they only embarrass me. It's true that there's a big difference between people. Li Xini felt that, thanks to Lin Bai's help, her standards for finding a boyfriend had improved considerably. Chapter 60 New Semester, New Goals. Holidays always seem too short in the blink of an eye, it's time to go back to school. In the familiar classroom, Lin Bai sat in his old seat, looking at his classmates whom he hadn't seen for a holiday. Old Bai, don't tell me you spent the whole winter break grinding dungeons at school, Yang Su asked, turning around as he sat in front of Lin Bai. After a holiday apart, Yang Su was still the same as before, carefree and unremarkable. I went home for a week. Lin Bai was the same, he was still as handsome as before. Just a week? You freak, you haven't already reached level 26, have you? Yang Su gritted his teeth, a typical case of both fearing his brother's hardship and fearing his brother driving a Land Rover. I'm sorry to disappoint you, I reached level 27 a week ago. Lin Bai smiled. He had not only leveled up to level 27 a week ago, but also completed the task of healing the Holy Light Beast, earning 6,000 points. With the 20,000 points from the new semester subsidy, he now had a total of 51,900 points, and about 10 million in savings in his account. You beast! How did you reach level 27? I only reached level 23 after a whole vacation. Yang Su clutched his chest, looking like he didn't want to talk to Lin Bai anymore. Kaiwei and I have only reached level 23, Su Caixia said. Su Caiwei's face fell. The gap between her and Lin Bai was widening, and she estimated that there would be very few opportunities to fight monsters together in the future. You guys are still very good, if you don't compare yourself to me. Lin Bai secretly activated his reconnaissance skill, and the situation of all the students in the class came into view. Apart from Yang Su, Su Caixia, and Su Kaiwei, only Su Che had advanced to level 23. Most of the others were at level 21 or 22, and a few were at level 20. It's important to know that Lin Bai's class is one of the best classes in the entire school. Apart from Su Che, who has an S-level profession, everyone else in the class has an A-level profession. Even the lowest level, 20, is still considered high in other classes. Without realizing it, I have already fallen so far behind my peers. But Lin Bai was not complacent. Compared with Qin Ning and the others, he was still very weak. So his goal for the new semester was to reach level 30 before the end of the semester. In their second year of university, Qin Ning's two teammates, Wu Bo and Zhao Lin, went to an empty classroom after avoiding Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. At this moment, Lu Chao was resting his arms on the back of the chair and his feet on the table, looking up at the ceiling in an extremely relaxed posture, lost in thought. "What do you want with us?" Seeing Lu Chao's appearance, Wu Bo frowned slightly. He knew that Qin Ning and Lu Chao did not get along, and he originally did not want to see Lu Chao, but Lu Chao was, after all, a sophomore in the military, so he had to give him some face. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chao gathered his scattered thoughts, shifted his gaze from the ceiling to Wu Bo, and smiled. "I would like to invite the two of you to leave Qin Ning's team and team up with me." "Impossible." Wu Bo instinctively refused as soon as he heard the request. It was only because he was on the same team as Qin Ning that he had the opportunity to get close to Qin Ning. If he teamed up with Lu Chao, he probably wouldn't have a legitimate reason to get close to Qin Ning in the future. "Don't rush to reject me, let me finish what I have to say first." Lu Chao said with a smile, "I know you like Qin Ning and Zhao Lin has a crush on Tang Jinxian. It's almost impossible for you to leave Qin Ning's group. You know that much." Wu Bo made up his mind that nothing Lu Chao said could shake his belief. Lu Chao paused for a moment. "However, as far as I know, Qin Ning doesn't like you, and Tang Jinxian doesn't like Zhao Lin either. Don't rush to deny it, because if Qin Ning liked you, she would have been with you long ago, instead of just being teammates like this." "And then?" Wu Bo was unconvinced. Of course he knew Qin Ning didn't like him, but he also believed that as long as he persisted, sooner or later Qin Ning would develop feelings for him and accept his confession. "I advise you to give up your unrealistic fantasies. A girl as outstanding as Qin Ning will only like someone stronger and better than her. Even if you always play the role of Qin Ning's teammate, she will not like you during your 4 years of college." Lu Chao's words struck a chord with Wu Bo. Wu Bo knew that girls generally liked boys who were better than them, just as boys liked girls who were better. But did he not want to be better than Qin Ning? He couldn't. Although his Dawn Night class was comparable to a typical S-class in terms of strength, it still couldn't compare to Qin Ning. Even among all S-rank professions, the Rune Master profession is definitely among the top. If Qin Ning hadn't inexplicably dropped to a rank, he probably would have become a special student at the school and received special training. "Now I'm giving you a chance. As long as you team up with me, you'll catch up with Qin Ning in no time, and then surpass him. So what are you still hesitating about? Or do you doubt my ability?" Lu Chao proactively revealed his professional panel, level 32, one level higher than Qin Ning. Moreover, he was a dual professional, so at least on the panel, he was much stronger than Qin Ning. "I don't doubt your ability, but you don't have to take the final exam. Teaming up with me won't do you any good, will it?" Wu Bo began to waver and asked the question that was on his mind. "You'll get the news soon. The reward for first place in the final exam this semester is that everyone in the team will receive a star-level skill book. Although I'm a solo player, the school's training benefits for solo players have decreased significantly in my second year. A star-level skill book is a resource that I need to fight for myself, so I will participate in this semester's final exam." "Not only me, but Zhao Wenjie will also participate," Lu Chao replied. Zhao Wenjie is another solo player in his second year. "I have a question." Zhao Lin, who had been standing next to Wu Bo, asked, "Why did you team up with the two of us? Why not team up with an S-level professional?" "Because your professions are a better fit for me, and besides, the only threats to my chances of winning first place are Qin Ning and Zhao Wenjie. Winning you over would also be a good way to take down Qin Ning. Why wouldn't I do something that kills two birds with one stone?" Lu Chao said with a smile. "Who is our other teammate? Zhao Wenjie?" Zhao Lin asked again. "There is competition between individual soldiers, and the school doesn't allow two individual soldiers to team up, so I approached Li Yunsheng." Lu Chao shook his head. Zhao Lin and Wu Bo exchanged a glance, both somewhat tempted. Lu Chao's strength was undeniable, and Li Yuncheng was a member of the Li family, a family that primarily engaged in hiring mercenaries, and every member of the family was very strong. If they could team up with these two, their chances of winning first place would be far greater than if they teamed up with Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. Moreover, if they could obtain a star-level skill book, they would have a chance to surpass Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian in strength in the future. But Wu Bo and Zhao Lin were still somewhat hesitant. Seemingly sensing their hesitation, Lu Chao chuckled and said, "Don't rush to give me an answer. You have 2 months to consider. During these 2 months, you can try confessing your feelings. If you succeed, I wish you all the best. If you fail, contact me." A day later, Zhou Wenjie, another sophomore, privately approached Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian and asked them to team up. "I'm sorry, but I cannot." Qin Ning refused without hesitation. "Why?" Zhao Wenjie asked in astonishment. "I will not abandon my teammates," Qin Ning replied. "As far as I know, you should be close to level 32 by now. Wu Bo and Zhao Lin are only level 30. Teaming up with them will only drag you down, and your chances of getting first place won't be very high," Zhao Wenjie advised. "No need to say more. Even if they are weaker than me, I am confident that I can still take first place." Qin Ning's attitude was firm. "And what about you?" Zhao Wenjie asked Tang Jinxian. "Ningning's attitude is my attitude," Tang Jinxian said with a smile. "I hope you can reconsider. If you refuse me, we will be competitors. If you agree, give me an answer within a month. This news will be released immediately. After a month, all the S-rank professions will basically have confirmed their teams, and it will be difficult to recruit other people to form teams." A month later, just as Zhao Wenjie had said, after learning about the reward for first place in the final exam, all the S-level professionals who wanted to obtain it formed a team. Excluding the 2 solo players, there were a total of 11 S-class professionals in the second year. Zhou Wenjie, who failed to recruit Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian, recruited 3 professionals to form a team, 4 professionals formed another team, and the remaining 4 S-class professionals were Tang Jinxian, Hao Jun, and Chen Yanbin, who were in a team. It is said that they did not want to abandon their previous teammates. Li Yuncheng wanted to find S-class professionals to team up with, but he was unable to find any S-class professional teammates. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Qin Ning. Within a month, she and Tang Jinxian had both leveled up to level 32 and planned to help Wu Bo and Zhao Lin reach level 31. 25 days later, Wu Bo and Zhao Lin successfully leveled up to level 31. On this very day, Wu Bo, holding a bouquet of flowers, waited anxiously at the entrance of Qin Ning's apartment. Seeing Qin Ning come out, he immediately went to greet her. "Qin Ning, I have something to tell you." Seeing the flowers in Wu Bo's hand, Qin Ning had already guessed what might happen. She frowned slightly, but to avoid any misunderstanding, she did not interrupt Wu Bo. "Qin Ning, as you know, I've liked you since freshman year of college, and it's been a year and a half now. I've confessed to you once, but you rejected me. I'm still not willing to give up, so I want to try again. This is the last time I'll confess to you, so I hope you'll seriously consider it. If you agree, I swear I'll treat you well." After saying that, Wu Bo handed over the flowers in his hand. Qin Ning sighed and did not accept it. Wu Bo's heart sank to the bottom, feeling utterly cold. "Is there really no possibility between us? I'm sorry, I don't plan to date. For me, leveling up is my top priority in life." Qin Ning's tone was apologetic. If she had known that Wu Bo liked her back then, she wouldn't have agreed to team up with him. But since they were already on the same team, she would fulfill her duties as a teammate. Besides that, she had no desire to develop any other relationships. "You can't just stay single forever, can you? You won't date after you graduate from university?" Wu Bo asked, unwilling to give up. "I'm not very interested in romantic relationships. Even after graduating from university, I will devote myself entirely to my work," Qin Ning said truthfully. "But you can't stay single your whole life, can you? This world is vast, and life isn't just about dating and marriage." Qin Ning shook her head. Wu Bo's emotions were in turmoil. To be honest, he was very unwilling, extremely unwilling. Under these fluctuating emotions, he said, half threatening and half pleading, "Lu Chao contacted me before, wanting to team up with me. I didn't agree, but he gave me 2 months to consider. If you are willing to be with me, I am willing to reject him and help you win first place in the final exam. Are you planning to use this to threaten me?" Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, his expression suddenly becoming very intimidating. I just want to be with you, Wu Bo said, forcing himself to speak. You know I hate threats the most. If you've made up your mind, then leave the team. After saying that, Xin Ning walked past Wu Bo without any hesitation. She didn't even bother to look at people she had no connection with. I. Wu Bo's feelings were complicated. He wanted to persuade her to stay, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. In the end, he could only turn around and watch Qin Ning disappear from sight little by little. When Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian met up, Tang Jinxian said angrily, "Ning Ning, do you know what just happened? Zhao Lin confessed to me, but I didn't agree. Then he told me he wanted to leave the team and join Lu Chao's team. He's so ungrateful. I'm so angry." Wu Bo too, it seems the two of them had planned this together, Qin Ning said calmly. What? These two ungrateful bastards. If they hadn't teamed up with us, could they have reached level 31 in such a short time? Could they have gotten first place in the final exams 3 times in a row? And then they turned around and joined Lu Chao's team. They clearly know that you and Lu Chao have a conflict. I'll give them a piece of my mind next time we meet. Tang Jinxian was furious because she knew that Qin Ning would definitely not agree to be with Wu Bo, and such an outcome was inevitable. What annoyed her was that Wu Bo and Zhao Lin chose to quit only after they had used Qin Ning to help them level up. By then, other S-level professionals had already formed teams, and the other A-level professionals were far below them in level. Where were they supposed to find 2 suitable teammates to team up with? Without suitable teammates, how can you compete for first place in the final exam? What's done is done, there's no use complaining, let's just take it one step at a time. Qin Ning had no way to deal with this, he could only blame his poor judgment in choosing people. Chapter 61 on How to Be a Scoundrel. Lin Bai was unaware of the trouble Qin Ning was facing, and even if he had, there was nothing he could do to help for the time being. In the nearly 2 months since then, Lin Bai has reached level 28 and is now aiming for level 29. At the same time, I completed 2 longer-term tasks and earned 10,000 points. However, after reaching level 28, Lin Bai clearly felt that the rate of experience gain had slowed down considerably. At the current rate, it would be difficult to reach level 30 before the end of the semester. We need to find a different way to upgrade. Taking advantage of the weekend, Lin Bai went to the Professionals Association located in Dinghai District. In addition to protecting the rights of professionals, the Professionals Association also releases a large number of tasks for freelancers in society to choose from. Lin Bai came here to join a team, collect the power of death while the team kills monsters, level up the wilderness butcher and the earth dragon, and then adventure alone in the wilderness. As a necromancer, leveling up alone is faster than leveling up in a group. Having clarified the strategy, Lin Bai stood under the large screen and began selecting tasks, while simultaneously choosing suitable teams. Soon, he discovered a small team consisting of 2 men and 2 women who had chosen a mission to hunt 50 level 34 monster generals within half a month. The reconnaissance skill was activated silently, revealing the levels of the 4 people. 2 men and 1 woman were all level 34, while the youngest-looking woman was level 33. There shouldn't be any danger for them to do this mission at their level. Lost in thought, Lin Bai walked to the front of the group. "Young man, what's the matter?" The leader of the 4-person team was a man with a weathered appearance who looked to be around 30 years old. "I've also set my sights on this mission. I wonder if I could work with you on it?" Lin Bai asked directly. "Sorry, young man, our team doesn't need any new members at the moment," Chen Tianfang said bluntly. "Here's the thing, I'm a support player. I don't need any payment, I just want to work with you guys." Lin Bai began by explaining the basics of support classes. Support classes have the lowest status among all classes, and some of their skills can even be replaced by scrolls. Low-level support classes are fine because they can team up with teammates to run dungeons, but after level 25 or 30, support classes can only join various teams to gain experience if they want to level up. The advantage is that the level requirements are not as high as those of other classes. As for the reward, you can only get a small share at most, unless you are the highest level support character in the team, in which case you will get more. Chen Tianfan wasn't surprised by these words and asked, "What level are you? What's your class?" "Level 28, class is a rank light priest." Lin Bai lied about his profession. There was no other way. If he had said he was a priest, people wouldn't have accepted the money even if he paid them. As for whether he would be exposed, he didn't need to worry about that. Because many of the skills of the light priest are shared with those of the priest, the difference is that the light priest's skill level is higher. Coincidentally, his priest skills are also higher than those of a normal priest, so there's no need to worry about being exposed. Although it's an A-level profession, the level is a bit low. Chen Tianfang shook his head. Which university are you from? Asked Song Keqing, the youngest girl in the group. Beijing University, Lin Bai answered truthfully. Keqing, he goes to the same school as you, another girl, Zhang Weining, exclaimed in surprise. Song Keqing nodded and then asked, Shangjing University has dungeons for levels 25 to 30, so why do you still want to venture into the wilderness? I want to broaden my horizons, Lin Bai casually made up a reason. You're level 28 now, not far from level 30. It's good to broaden your horizons. Song Keqing said, use your buff skill on me and let me see how it works. My buff skill has a slight side effect, it can make people excited. You don't mind, do you? Lin Bai asked tentatively. Song Keqing first frowned, then shook her head. After receiving the reply, Lin Bai put on his equipment and used his mage staff to cast a blessing on Song Keqing. Song Keqing summoned her class panel, looked at the amplification values on the panel, and carefully felt the inexplicable excitement she felt. She then asked Lin Bai, what are your other skills? Understanding skills is one of the essential criteria for choosing teammates. Healing spell, Holy Light Bolt, Scouting, Holy Light Protection, Damage Reflection, Healing Aura, Levitation, Magic Balance, Magic Burn, Lin Bai answered truthfully. Why are they all priest skills? Song Keqing asked in confusion. Because I like the priest profession, but you can rest assured that all my skills are at least at the gold level, Lin Bai assured him. That's good. Song Keqing looked at Chen Tianfang and suggested, his buff skills are quite good. I think we should give him a chance. Use your buff skill on me too. Captain Chen Tianfang wanted to experience it for himself. Lin Bai offered him his blessing. Chen Tianfang opened the job panel and exclaimed, both strength and agility have improved significantly. We can give him a chance. After saying that, he said to Lin Bai, but I'm telling you this up front, if you don't follow my instructions and act on your own, you will have to bear all the consequences yourself. I promise to follow orders. After expressing his stance, Lin Bai thanked Song Keqing. I have a suggestion. If you have enough points, you can buy a level 35 Guardian Scroll. You never know what kind of accident you might encounter in the wilderness. Sometimes a high-level scroll can save your life, Song Keqing reminded her. I've already bought everything. In fact, Lin Bai not only bought a level 35 Guardian Scroll, but also a level 40 Guardian Scroll, a level 40 Magic Attack Scroll, a level 40 Flight Scroll, a Space Ring, and 3 potions to restore mana. He has always placed great importance on safety. As a result, the Supreme Gold card with a balance of around 10 million became negative 97 million, even after a 50% discount. However, this is not a big problem. As long as it is not used, it can be sold back at the purchase price later. After some preparation, Lin Bai and his team left Shangjing City and entered the wilderness from the border of Jingu City. The monsters in Jingu City are of a higher level. After driving an off-road vehicle for only 15 kilometers, we have to continue on foot. Lin Bai obediently followed at the back of the group. Whenever they encountered a monster, he would cast a blessing on Chen Tianfang, Huang Lei, and Zhang Weining. Song Keqing was a mage and did not need the blessing. After the 4 of them killed the monster, Bai silently absorbed the power of death. The 4 of them naturally noticed this action. Lin Bai explained that it was the ability of an item, but they didn't delve into it, as long as it didn't affect the team. By the end of the day, the 4 of them had killed 5 level 34 monster generals. In terms of efficiency, it was not as efficient as the team they had formed with Qin Ning during the winter break. But there was nothing they could do about it. Although the 4 of them were higher level, only Song Keqing was an A-level class, while the other 3 were B-level classes. The strength of B-level classes was significantly lower than that of A-level classes, not to mention compared to Qin Ning, a rune master. Although it's a bit slow, it's safe. Lin Bai calculated that once this task was completed, the Wilderness Butcher would definitely be able to level up to level 32. Once the Wilderness Butcher and the Earth Dragon both reach level 33, you can act alone. Since Wu Bo and Zhao Lin left the team, Qin Ning and Tang Jinshan have had to find freelancers to team up with every time they go out on a mission or adventure in the wilderness. Tang Jinshan was extremely envious of the star-level skill books, but unfortunately, the team only consisted of her and Qin Ning. Tang Jinshan said unwillingly, are we just going to give up on the final exams this semester like this? Or we could team up with Hao Jun and Shen Yanbin, Qin Ning suggested after a moment's thought. Hao Jun and Shen Yanbin are 2 S-level professionals in another team in their cohort, while their teammates are 2 A-level professionals. But if we poach people like this, aren't we no different from Lu Chao? Tang Jinxian was envious of the prizes, but she didn't want to become like Lu Chao. Given their team's strength, they can only get 4th or 5th place at best in the final exam, with no chance of competing for first place. We can find 2 of them to act as our temporary teammates, only participating in the final exam. As for the other 2, we can compensate them with more points than the 4th place team, Qin Ning said clearly. That's a good idea. Tang Jinxuan's eyes lit up. This would solve her and Qin Ning's problem without causing trouble for the other team. The problem is, we don't know if they will agree, Qin Ning paused and said. Probably, after all, the conditions we offered were already very good. Tang Jinxian took out her phone and started contacting the other team to arrange a meeting. Half an hour later, the 2 met in a pavilion. Tang Jinxian got straight to the point, explaining her purpose and highlighting the benefits the other team could gain. However, to her surprise, both Hao Jun and Chen Yanbin refused. She could tell that Hao Jun and Chen Yanbin's 2 teammates were very interested. Can you tell me why? Tang Jinxian asked, puzzled. Hao Jun and Chen Yanbin exchanged a glance, and Hao Jun said, I don't think joining your team will guarantee first place. If we can't get first place, getting 2nd or 5th place makes no difference to me. You don't think we're a good match? Tang Jinxian pointed to herself and Qin Ning. Hao Jun did not answer the question, but instead left with his teammates. Tang Jinxian had expected to be rejected, but she didn't expect this reason. She and Qin Ning had already gotten first place in the final exams 3 times. Wasn't getting first place 3 times enough to prove their strength? Perhaps it's because Lu Chao and Zhao Wenjie will also be taking the final exams, which is why he doesn't think highly of us, Qin Ning analyzed. Short-sighted. Our strength is not necessarily inferior to Lu Chao and Zhao Wenjie's, Tang Jinxian said angrily. But others don't see it that way. Qin Ning shook his head. In other words, I need to hide my strength now in preparation for the final exam. Otherwise, I would directly climb into the top 30 of the Earth ranking and let these snobbish dogs see my strength. Tang Jinxian was eager to try her hand at it. She and Qin Ning had originally planned to challenge the Earth ranking when the new semester started, but after learning about the prizes for this final exam, they suddenly changed their minds. They were afraid that revealing their true strength in advance would lead to being targeted. Who would have thought that they would be looked down upon first? There's no need to argue with them. If they don't agree, we'll go find someone else, Qin Ning said calmly. Is Li Yuncheng the only S-rank professional who hasn't formed a new team yet? Tang Jinxian asked. Let's find Li Yuncheng. He's quite capable, and so is Peng Xiaoyan from his team. He's also one of the top A-level professionals, Qin Ning said, outlining his second proposed plan. But what if neither of them agrees? Tang Jinxian said with some worry. Then let's choose 2 from the top-tier A-level professionals. Surely someone will agree to team up with us, Qin Ning said. The 2 found Li Yuncheng and Peng Xiaoyan again, and this time there were no surprises. Li Yuncheng and Peng Xiaoyan were both very willing to join Qin Ning's team. As long as you don't mind me holding you back, that's fine. Peng Xiaoyan had an honest and simple face, never expecting such a good thing to fall into his lap. Peng Xiaoyan's other 2 teammates did not object, because Qin Ning promised to give them some benefits if they got a good ranking. It's an honor to join your team. Speaking of which, I've crossed paths with your brother Lin Bai before, Li Yuncheng said familiarly. You mean the period before New Year's Day last year? Qin Ning knew that Li Yuncheng was a member of the Li family, and also knew that Lin Bai had entered a spatial rift jointly controlled by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and the Li family during those 2 months, so she guessed that the 2 might have crossed paths at that time. Yes, although we only met twice, Lin Bai left a deep impression on me. Li Yuncheng thought of the altar that had mysteriously disappeared, which left even his elders speechless for a long time. Lin Bai can be quite mischievous sometimes. If he has offended you, I can apologize on his behalf, Qin Ning said to Li Yuncheng. Tang Jinxian looked surprised. You can apologize? It's not about offending anyone, there's no need to apologize, and it won't affect our cooperation, Li Yuncheng said with a smile, making it impossible to discern his true intentions. That's good. Although Qin Ning said this, she kept it in mind and planned to ask Lin Bai what happened later. If Lin Bai was bullied by Li Yuncheng, then she would make Li Yuncheng pay the price. If Lin Bai provoked Li Yuncheng, then Lin Bai must have his reasons for doing this. Li Yuncheng was unaware that Qin Ning had taken notice of him after he had only mentioned his interaction with Lin Bai. His eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, since we are already teammates, could you 2 please help me level up? This is not part of our agreement. Tang Jinxian thought of Wu Bo and Zhao Lin, those two ungrateful guys, and felt resistant to helping others level up. After all, this is to increase our chances of getting first place. But if you two are unwilling, I won't force you. Li Yunqing shrugged, showing that he didn't care much. Raising your level will definitely increase your chances of getting first place. If I have time, I'll take you to the wilderness a few times, Xin Ning said after thinking for a moment. Thank you in advance. A bright smile appeared on Li Yunqing's face. Chapter 62: The Depravity of Human Hearts. Over the course of a month, Lin Bai and his team completed several missions. On one occasion, they were lucky enough to encounter a level 35 monster lord that had recently died. The death power collected from that mission alone leveled the Wilderness Butcher to level 33 and the Earth Dragon to level 31. In the remaining time, the Earth Dragon leveled up to level 32 and is now just a little more experience away from reaching level 33. Lin Bai himself was just a little short of reaching level 29. If you do one more quest, the Earth Dragon will reach level 33, and then it can act alone. Lin Bai ordered a cup of black tea and sat in a corner with the other members of the team, waiting for Captain Chen Tianfang to hand over the mission. Not long after, Chen Tianfang returned with a smile on his face. Captain, why are you so happy? Zhang Weining asked curiously. I picked up a good task on the way to turn in my mission. If I can complete this one, it will be worth 3 or 4 of the previous ones. Chen Tian sat down on the chair next to Lin Bai. What mission? Show it to everyone, another team member, Huang Lei, asked impatiently. Chen Tianfan placed his phone on the table, which showed that he had just successfully accepted a task. It's a missing person search mission, and the reward is 120 million. This isn't just equivalent to 3 or 4 orders. This is equivalent to 10 orders from before. Huang Lei exclaimed. Such a high reward? Could it be a scam? Song Keqing asked calmly. Some outlaws would deliberately post such high reward tasks to lure professionals into their traps and take the opportunity to complete various shady secrets. Look closely, this isn't just the reward for one of our teams, but the total reward for all 3 teams, Chen Tianfang said, pointing to the number of teams listed above. Even so, each team would still get 40 million on average. It's just a search mission, is it really necessary to give such a high reward? Zhang Weining said with some concern. Because this mission is a bit dangerous, it requires us to go deep into the Blackwater Forest, 50 kilometers away, to search for people in the Blackwater Forest, Chen Tianfang explained. 50 kilometers away, Captain, are you sure it's just a little dangerous? Even Huang Lei, who had initially shown great eagerness for the mission, looked surprised. Based on experience, there was a high probability of encountering a level 35 monster lord 50 kilometers away. The stats of a level 35 monster lord are roughly the same as those of a level 40 monster general. A small team composed of professionals below level 35 would be wiped out if they encountered a level 40 monster general. The reason I say this is because, apart from the other 2 teams that took on this mission and whose strength is similar to ours, there is also a level 35 professional and a level 36 professional acting with us. With this lineup, even if we encounter a level 35 monster boss, we can escape unscathed, Chen Tianfang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Huang Lei and Zhang Weining were somewhat tempted. As freelancers and B-level professionals, they rarely encountered such large orders. Song Keqing didn't react much. As a student at Peking University, it was easier to earn points on campus than outside. The reason she joined the team was solely to reach level 35 as soon as possible. Let's all give our opinions on whether or not to do this task, Chen Tianfang said, looking around. I think it's worth doing. Although there are some risks involved, the rewards are equally substantial. Huang Lei was the first to express his opinion. I disagree. There are too many uncertainties and the risks are too high, Song Keqing rejected the opinion. Everyone looked at Zhang Weining, who hesitated before saying, after completing this task, I can buy the level 35 skill book I had my eye on before, so I agree to do this task. Lin Bai sat silently in his seat. He was not a formal member of the team and had no right to express his opinion. The only decision he could make was whether or not to do missions with the team. Then let's do this task. Chen Tianfang made the final decision, saying, however, just as Song Keqing said, there are too many uncertainties. So before we start this mission, I suggest that everyone prepare several level 35 protection scrolls and flight scrolls. That way, even if we encounter danger, we can retreat with ease. Captain, a level 35 protection scroll is fine, but a level 35 flight scroll is too expensive. Huang Lei knew that Chen Tianfang's words made a lot of sense, but he was reluctant to spend the money. It's a bit pricey, but the safety is guaranteed. Besides, if we don't need it, we can resell it to someone else. At most, we'll just lose the price difference, Chen Tianfang said. That's true, Huang Lei reluctantly agreed. Lin Bai, are you going to do this mission with us? Chen Tianfang asked Lin Bai. Lin Bai nodded. Anyway, he had one level 40 protection scroll, one level 40 magic attack scroll, and one level 40 flight scroll in his professional space. As long as he didn't encounter any monster lords above level 40, he wouldn't be in any danger. Then it's the same as before, you'll get 12% of the total reward. After completing the first mission, Chen Tianfang decided to give Lin Bai a reward, which, although not much, was a recognition of Lin Bai's strength. Half an hour later, everyone gathered at the entrance. Lin Bai saw two other four-person teams and the level 35 and level 36 professionals leading the team. The level 35 professional was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a burly build and fierce eyes. The level 36 professional looked sad. My third brother was wearing a locator. The last place he was seen before he went missing was near Blackwater Forest. I believe he is not dead. Please help me find him. Can we still see the location of the locator? One of the three captains asked. We can't see it. It might have been taken to a deeper location, or it might have been destroyed, the level 36 professional said sadly. Upon hearing this, no one was optimistic about finding the person, because in either case, the person's younger brother was probably doomed. Fortunately, even if they couldn't find the person, as long as they persisted in searching for 6 hours, they could complete the mission. 3 hours later, the group successfully arrived at the Blackwater Forest. If my third brother is still alive, he must have hidden in the Blackwater Forest. Next, I would like to ask the three of you to lead your respective teams to search in 3 directions. After 3 hours, whether or not you have found him, please be sure to return here to meet up. The level 36 professional said to the 3 team leaders. Splitting into 3 teams? There are many ferocious beasts in this Blackwater Forest. What if we encounter danger after splitting into 3 teams? One of the team leaders said with a grim expression. Before coming here, he thought the 3 teams would be traveling together. If you're worried about the danger, you can quit. Nobody's stopping you, the level 35 professional said menacingly. The captain hesitated. It had taken him 3 hours just to travel, so the mission was already halfway complete. Naturally, he was very unwilling to give up now. If no one quits, please bring your miniature cameras. They can record whether you're slacking off. The level 36 professional handed out 3 button-sized miniature cameras. Although there was no signal in the wilderness, the camera could still record everything it saw. The 3 team leaders took the miniature camera, completely abandoning any idea they had of getting away with it. Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, the level 35 professional shouted angrily, "My brother and I will also form a team to search in one of the directions." We are not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Bullshit, you guys were the ones who posted this task. Everyone cursed inwardly, but no one showed it on their faces. After hesitating for a while, they split into 3 groups and entered the Blackwater Forest to explore. Only after the 3 teams completely disappeared into the Blackwater Forest did the level 36 professional change his grief-stricken expression, exchange a glance with the level 35 professional, and reveal a triumphant smile on his face. On the other side, the team didn't care whether the miniature cameras would record the sound they just started by greeting the 2 employers. Damn it, they know this place is dangerous, yet they still made us split into 3 teams. Aren't they sending us to our deaths? They said they wouldn't stop us from leaving, but they deliberately waited until we got here before saying they would split into 3 teams. Those 2 idiots, I wish their sons would be born without an anus. Let's say less, what if they hear it when they check the security camera footage later? So what if they hear it? I'll just yell at them a few times. It's not like I didn't do the task. What are they going to do about it afterward? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind the 4, "Is this how you talk about your employer in private?" The 4 of them turned around and saw that the 2 employers were walking towards them. What are you doing here? The person who had spoken earlier looked embarrassed. Let's see how your search is going, the level 35 professional said as he approached. We don't have any leads yet, the captain said, shaking his head. Suddenly, when the 4 were completely unprepared, the level 35 professional's hammer smashed into the captain. A level 35 professional can wear level 35 equipment and weapons. The gap between them and a level 34 professional is even greater than the gap between a level 30 and a level 34 professional. In addition, one side was determined to launch a sneak attack while the other was caught off guard. This attack directly took the captain's life. "What are you doing?" The other three were terrified and turned pale, trying to distance themselves from their two employers. But it was too late. The level 36 professional summoned a dense barrage of magic projectiles, covering the area where the three of them were. Boom, boom, boom. After the explosion, all three were reduced to mangled corpses. A bunch of idiots who actually believe that good things fall from the sky? The level 35 professional wore a mocking expression as he collected all the valuable equipment and weapons from the corpse into his spatial ring. As for the items in his own spatial ring, there was nothing he could do about them. The level 36 professional took out a blood-red statue. The blood-red statue opened its mouth, and the blood from the four corpses was immediately drawn out and gathered into the statue's mouth. After all the blood disappeared, the statue became even more crimson. Lin Bai's team was unaware of what had happened to the other two teams and continued searching for the people on the mission. Everyone be careful. Safety is the top priority for this mission. Because the miniature camera would record everything, even if Chen Tianfang wanted to shirk his responsibilities, he couldn't be too obvious about it. But everyone understood their captain's meaning and tacitly slowed down their pace. Anyway, once 3 hours have passed, the mission will be considered complete. Besides, the employer knew there was danger but still insisted on making them take the risk, so there's no need to take the mission too seriously. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind him. Chen Tianfang turned around nervously, but relaxed when he saw that it was his two employers. "What are you doing here?" Chen Tianfang asked casually. "We were also searching this way, but we didn't expect to run into you," the level 35 professional said as he approached Chen Tianfang, while the level 36 professional was also silently circulating his magic power, preparing to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. Lin Bai frowned, looking at the two of them. He felt something was off. As if he had thought of something, he shouted at the level 35 professional, "Stop! If you go any further, I will consider you my enemy." Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Chen Tianfang and the others, even though they didn't know why, still raised their weapons and aimed them at the two men as companions. "Lin Bai, is something wrong?" Song Keqing asked, turning her head to the side. Since they were from the same school, she trusted Lin Bai more than others. "We split into 3 teams to make it easier to find people. If they really wanted to find someone, they wouldn't have chosen to go in the same direction as us. So they are very likely lying. If they are lying, they didn't go in the same direction as us at the beginning, but we were moving in a straight line, yet they still caught up with us. Do you think that's normal?" Lin Bai calmly analyzed. Chen Tianfang and the others also felt that Lin Bai's words made some sense, and they all looked at the two of them. And most importantly, the Blackwater Forest is vast. Their chances of encountering us are no less than our chances of finding the missing person, yet they still managed to find us. Do you believe this is an accident? Lin Bai added. After hearing this analysis, Chen Tianfang and the others immediately tensed up. Yes, the Blackwater Forest was so big, how could they have run into them by such a coincidence? What exactly do you want to do? Chen Tianfang shouted as he cautiously retreated. Young man, your analysis is quite good. We were able to meet you because we did indeed pull some strings. The level 36 professional clapped and smiled. Let me guess, either you used a special scroll or prop, or you tampered with that camera. Lin Bai looked thoughtfully at the miniature camera that Chen Tianfang was carrying. Smart. The level 36 professional gave a thumbs up. Brother, why waste so much breath on them? Let's just take action. As soon as he finished speaking, the level 35 professional charged towards the team. The wound of the wind. With Song Keqing pointing her finger forward, dozens of wind blades shot towards the level 35 professional. It's useless. A red light shone from the level 35 professional, and the difference in level and equipment allowed him to emerge from the wind blades unscathed. At the same time, the level 36 professional pointed his magic staff at the sky, and countless magic projectiles appeared behind him. It's over. Seeing this, Huang Lei's face turned ashen. Although he had listened to his captain and bought level 35 protection scrolls and flight scrolls, the level 35 protection scrolls were no match for the skills released by the level 36 professional. And at this distance, the level 35 flight scrolls could not outrun the flight speed of the skills. Just as the magic missile was about to land, Lin Bai was about to take out a level 40 protection scroll when Chen Tianfang produced an identical level 40 protection scroll. Chapter 63, Level 30. The magic scroll activated, and white light spread out, forming a huge magical shield that protected the entire team. Countless magic projectiles bombarded the magic shield without causing the slightest ripple. Oh! They even prepared level 40 protection scrolls. The level 36 professional was somewhat surprised, but not flustered. This scroll will only last for half an hour at most. After half an hour, you will still die here. Aren't you afraid of being punished by law enforcement for wantonly killing your fellow citizens? Chen Tianfang was heartbroken. He had spent a full 20 million to buy this level 40 protective scroll, and he only used it once. After that, it was gone. As long as I kill you all, who will know about this? The level 36 professional said nonchalantly. You are all beyond saving. Chen Tianfang's face darkened at first, then he said to Song Keqing, do it. Don't hold back. Even if we kill them, it's just to protect ourselves. He pointed to the miniature camera he was carrying. With everything recorded by this camera, and considering that the other party was the one who tried to kill them first, there would be enough evidence to clear his name even if law enforcement questioned him later. Song Keqing nodded and took out a level 40 magic attack scroll from her professional space. Keqing, you actually prepared a level 40 magic attack scroll. Captain, how did you know that Keqing had a level 40 magic scroll? Upon seeing this, Zhang Weining, who thought she was doomed, was overjoyed. This was the condition Song Keqing agreed to when she teamed up with the three of us. She prepared a level 40 magic attack scroll, and in return, she asked me to prepare a level 40 protection scroll. That way, even if we encountered a situation like today, we could all escape unscathed, Chen Tianfang said with a smile. As Chen Tianfang spoke, Song Keqing had already activated the magic scroll. The magic scroll emitted a powerful magical wave, which condensed into a giant magical eye in the sky. The magical eye locked onto the level 35 and level 36 professionals, and then split off countless rays that shot towards the two of them simultaneously. Big brother, save me. The level 35 professional quickly approached the level 36 professional, but he was killed by a magic ray after running only 10 meters. The level 36 professional hurriedly took out the blood-red statue. After infusing it with magic, the blood-red statue summoned a hideous monster that was 5 meters tall and had wings. As the hideous monster used its wings to shield the level 36 professional, countless magical rays struck it. The magic ray pierced many holes in the ugly monster, but failed to kill it. Is this a level 36 Lord level monster? After checking the monster's level with the props, Chen Tianfang's heart sank completely. At the same time, Lin Bai also released his reconnaissance skill. Monster name, Blood Demon. Level, 36. Quality, Lord. Strength, 1522. Agility, 1433. Constitution, 1617. Mental strength, 52. Stamina, 323,450,548,000. Magic power, 10,000 18,700. Lin Bai learned from the physical and magical power that although the blood demon was not killed by the level 40 magic scroll, it was still seriously injured. You will all die. The level 36 professional merely glanced at the corpse of the level 35 professional before coldly manipulating the blood demon to drain the level 35 professional's blood to heal his injuries. However, he did not immediately control the blood demon to attack the magic shield, but instead waited with a gloomy look for the magic shield to disappear automatically. Keqing, do you still have level 40 magic scrolls? Zhang Weining looked at Song Keqing with hopeful eyes. Song Keqing shook her head. If I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to take on this mission. Facing her impending death, Zhang Wanting was filled with regret and fear. Chen Tianfang sighed, when the magic shield disappears, everyone used the flight scroll at the same time. Whoever can escape is one less. If anyone manages to get back alive, remember to report this to the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team will avenge us. Everyone fell silent. After saying that, he took out 2 level 35 flight scrolls and handed one of them to Lin Bai. You probably didn't prepare any flight scrolls, right? I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. Captain, you keep it. We might not die. As he spoke, Lin Bai took out a level 40 magic attack scroll that he had prepared for a long time from his professional space. Magic attack scrolls cost half the price of protection scrolls, and even at half price, they still cost 15 million. If it weren't for this situation, Lin Bai really wouldn't want to use it. What? You also prepared a level 40 magic attack scroll? Hope reappeared in Chen Tianfang's eyes. You two are truly from the same school. Zhang Weining cried tears of joy. Only Song Kaching looked at Lin Bai with surprise. You see, she was a professional ranked 32nd on the Earth ranking, but even so, it took her several months to save up enough points to buy a level 40 magic attack scroll. And yet, her junior brother had also prepared one. My junior classmate must come from a very wealthy family. Another level 40 magic attack scroll? The level 36 professional didn't expect the last squad to be such a tough nut to crack, and summoned the blood demon again to block their path. 15 million. Lin Bai's heart was bleeding, and he angrily used the magic scroll. A giant magical eye reappeared in the sky, then transformed into countless rays that shot towards the blood demon. Under the continuous bombardment, the blood demon's body became riddled with holes, and even the level 36 professional behind him had 2 bloody holes. However, before everyone could rejoice, he used a healing scroll on himself. They're still alive? Although everyone was surprised, they did not lose heart again. They could see that the blood demon was seriously injured. Even if they couldn't kill the blood demon by joining forces, their chances of escaping using the flying scroll would be much greater. Kid, even if others manage to escape, you will surely die. The level 36 professional stared fiercely at Lin Bai. After this attack, it was estimated that repairing the blood demon would require the blood of no less than 10 professionals above level 30. Moreover, if he let others escape back, the law enforcement would find out about what he had done. If he wanted to survive, he could only become a fugitive. You should take care of yourself first. Lin Bai summoned the wilderness butcher from the death space. The moment the wilderness butcher appeared, the intense aura of death emanating from him immediately put the members of the squad on high alert. This is a level 33 monster lord? After checking the level with the prop, Chen Tianfang asked in surprise. Yes, this was summoned by the item I told you about before. When traveling, Lin Bai didn't want to reveal too many of his secrets to outsiders. An item that can summon a level 33 monster lord is something that even the bottom 50 professionals on the heavenly ranking might not be willing to spend points to buy. My junior is really rich. Song Kaching lamented the differences between people, wishing she had a family background like Lin Bai's. What? You also have an item that can summon lord-level monsters? The level 36 professional controlled the blood demon to grab himself and run away. Normally, he would not take a monster lord of a lower level than the blood demon seriously, but now the blood demon was seriously injured and might not be a match for this monster lord. They've already forced me to use a level 40 magic scroll, so I might as well leave it here. Lin Bai controlled the wilderness butcher to give chase. The truth is that after being attacked twice in a row, blood demon's condition had already declined to a level worse than wild butcher's. Even though Wild Butcher's agility was a weakness, he still easily caught up with Blood Demon, and then raised his right bone axe and kept hacking at Blood Demon. The level 36 professional controlled the Blood Demon to fight back, but in less than a minute, the Blood Demon was hacked to pieces. With the Blood Demon dead, the level 36 professional was quickly killed by the Wilderness Butcher. Ha! I actually leveled up? Lin Bai didn't expect that the summon creatures created by the item could also provide experience, allowing him to level up from level 28 to level 29. Since it can provide experience, it should also be able to provide the power of death. I tried to draw out the power of death from the blood demon's corpse, and sure enough, I drew out a lot, enough to raise the earth dragon to level 33. Dead? The team members had mixed feelings, but they all expressed their gratitude to Lin Bai. They were even willing to give him all the spoils they had taken from the two men. Unfortunately, after the blood demon died, the item that could summon the blood demon also broke. With so much equipment, it seems the other two teams have been ambushed. Chen Tianfang handed the space ring worn by the level 36 professional to Lin Bai. Lin Bai checked and found that there was indeed a lot of equipment in the spatial ring, but all of it was damaged and involved other professionals. It would be handed over to the law enforcement team for processing and would probably be taken away by the law enforcement team and given to the deceased's family. Aside from the equipment of the other victims, the only items that could be exchanged for money were the equipment and weapons on the two employers. As for the idea that he could keep all the spoils without reporting it to the enforcement team, Lin Bai hadn't considered it. Firstly, with such a large number of casualties, the professional association will definitely take notice. He's not a lawless outlaw, so there's no need to shift the blame onto the monster. Secondly, since everyone can't agree on what to say, they're bound to let something slip. Rather than arousing suspicion from the enforcement team, it's better to report it openly and honestly, so as to have peace of mind. Upon returning to the Professionals Association, Chen Tianfang reported the incident, along with the miniature camera that had recorded the entire event, to the enforcement team. Because the evidence was sufficient, the law enforcement team simply went through the motions and ended their investigation of the individuals. As Lin Bai had predicted, the enforcement team confiscated the victim's equipment and weapons, but not the equipment of the two criminals. Lin Bai sold some of these items to the team members and some to the Tianqing Merchant Guild. After deducting the cost of using the level 40 magic scroll, he still made a small profit. After this incident, Lin Bai left the team and began a solo adventure in the wilderness. With 2 weeks left before the start of the new semester, Lin Bai reached level 30 as he wished, and Wilderness Butcher also reached level 34. It's time to go back to school. After level 30, you'll need to prepare new equipment and a mage staff. Ningning, you said on the phone that Li Yunsheng left our team and joined Lu Chao's team? What exactly happened? Tang Jinxian rushed to the classroom where the group often hung out and saw Qin Ning, who looked calm, and Peng Xiaoyan, who looked somewhat anxious. Li Yunsheng had actually agreed to team up with Lu Chao a long time ago. The reason he joined us was to figure out our strength and use us to help him level up, Qin Ning stated. He's such a scoundrel. Luckily, we didn't help him level up too many times during this period, nor did we reveal our full strength to him. Tang Jinxian gritted her teeth in anger and pointed at Peng Xiaoyan, asking, what about him? He was unaware of it, but now he also wants to leave the team, Qin Ning said regretfully. Why do you want to quit? We haven't treated you badly during this time, have we? Tang Jinxian questioned. I'm sorry. As Li Yunqing's former teammate, after this incident, I feel ashamed that I can no longer be your teammate. Peng Xiaoyan lowered his head in shame. We didn't blame you, Tang Jinxian said angrily. Fine, let him quit if he wants to. Qin Ning didn't press Peng Xiaoyan, paused, and continued, there's another piece of news, how Jun and Chen Yanbin have also joined Lu Chao's team. They probably agreed to join Lu Chao beforehand, but the reason they didn't join immediately was likely to mislead us and others. Lu Chao is really cunning. Tang Jinxian asked, what about Wu Bo and Zhao Lin? Aren't they Lu Chao's teammates too? Qin Ning laughed and said, if nothing unexpected happens, those two should have been kicked out of the team by Lu Chao by now. What? You're going to kick Zhao Lin and me out of the team? Wu Bo grabbed Lu Chao by the collar and roared. He and Zhao Lin joined Lu Chao's team initially because they wanted the star-level skill books. He even left Qin Ning's team for this reason. But now Lu Chao wants to kick them out. Don't get agitated. If you put yourselves in my shoes, I believe you'll understand me, Lu Chao said with a smile. I understand Namabi, but why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if word gets out? Wu Bo cursed, he was furious. This is called all's fair in war. We only made a verbal agreement. Even if word gets out, others will only laugh at your stupidity, not my cunning. Lu Chao didn't really care what others thought of him. He said this to play tricks on Wu Bo and Zhao Lin. Lu Chao, you'll get your comeuppance. Wu Bo couldn't really do anything to Lu Chao, so he could only say a few harsh words. Alright, you can leave now. Lu Chao patted Wu Bo's hand that was gripping his collar and pointed towards the door. After the two left, Li Yunsheng, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, laughed and said, it's really scary to be your enemy. You actually disbanded Qin Ning's team with just a verbal agreement, and completely deprived them of their chance to compete for first place. Lu Chao straightened his collar and said with a smile, it was a last resort, since only one team can win first place. As Wu Bo left the classroom, his mind was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have left Qin Ning's team in the first place. What do we do now? Zhao Lin asked angrily. Wu Bo paused for a moment, then replied, go find Qin Ning and beg her to let us rejoin the team. But will Qin Ning agree? Zhao Lin was not optimistic about this. Based on his understanding of Qin Ning was the kind of person who would rather die than bend. People with this kind of personality never accept threats and never accept betrayal. I don't know, but we have no other choice but to give it a try, Wu Bo said with a melancholy tone. Chapter 64 Joining Qin Ning's team. Upon returning to school, Lin Bai went to the library to register and selected 2 platinum-level priest skills for free. The first skill is called Light Lock, which can imprison a single target. If the imprisoned target's level is lower than the caster's, they will not be able to break free. Even if the target's level is higher than the caster's, they will still be imprisoned for a period of time. The second skill is called Light Barrier, which is a wide-range defensive skill. As a priest, you can't be without a skill to block damage for your teammates. However, although this skill is at the platinum level, it is not as good as the gold level Holy Light Protection in terms of individual defense. After learning the skills, Lin Bai went to the infinite dungeon and progressed from the 31st to the 34th floor. Each floor rewarded him with 6,000 points, and he earned 18,000 points in total. After completing the endless dungeon, Lin Bai went straight to the Tianqing Merchant Guild and returned the 3 unused level 25 mana restoring potions. As for the level 40 protection scroll and the level 40 flight scroll, we might still need them later, so there's no rush to revert them. Another level 40 magic attack scroll was added. After doing all that, I started selecting a level 30 legendary mage staff and legendary equipment. Yes, after reaching level 30, epic equipment is no longer the first choice for Lin Bai, since there is no second chance in the wilderness. A complete set of level 30 legendary equipment mage staff, mage hat, mage robe, mage trousers, mage belt, and mage boots still cost 55 million even after a 50% discount. However, the increase was also huge, boosting Lin Bai's mental strength by a full 510 points after wearing it. If it's a legendary mage staff plus a full set of epic equipment, it would probably only increase the score by about 410 points, a difference of 100 points. Alright, there are also enchantment beads for mental enhancement. Lin Bai reluctantly chose a level 30 enchantment bead, which cost a whopping 60 million even after the half-price discount, more expensive than a complete set of legendary equipment plus a mage staff. But that's because enchantment orbs are relatively rare. A level 30 enchantment orb, when socketed into a mage's staff, can increase spirit by 128 points. My mental strength is 1.5 times that of a professional of the same level, which is 830 points. This is equivalent to the mental strength of a professional of level 37 under normal circumstances. However, professionals of level 35 and above can wear level 35 equipment. Under the same equipment conditions, my highest attribute is not as good as that of a level 35 professional, but it is higher than that of a level 34 professional. I didn't realize that I had grown to this extent. Lin Bai himself was quite surprised. The special nature of dual-class users allowed him to fight at least 4 levels higher than his opponent. If the opponent was not an S-class user, the level difference would probably be even greater. After buying the enchantment orb, Lin Bai also bought 2 level-up boxes that upgrade you from level 30 to 35. The items, the Golden Eye and the Ring of the Dead, have also been upgraded to level 35. In addition to being able to view the target's attributes, freeze the target, and hide one's own attributes, the Golden Eye also has a useless skill that can see the flow of magic power in the burst of stamina. For me, the most important thing about the Golden Eye is that it can help me hide my level. Others who want to see my specific information must first pass through the Golden Eye and then see through the skill Disguise. The Undead Bone Ring has also gained an additional skill. In addition to increasing the attributes of undead summons by 30%, it can also be worn by summons of special beings like the Wilderness Butcher, which will also increase their attributes by 30%. After wearing the Ring of the Dead, the Butcher of the Wasteland is probably comparable to a level 36 Monster Lord. Compared to before the equipment upgrade, Lin Bai's overall strength has increased several times. The price was that the Supreme Gold card owed the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce 242.5 million. I still have 79,900 points. Even if I convert those points into money, I still owe the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce 162.6 million. The pressure is immense. Uncle Zhao, has the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce recently acquired any diamond-level necromancer skill books? Lin Bai asked Uncle Zhao, who was standing to the side. I haven't received any, but I did receive a few of the platinum-level ones, Uncle Zhao replied. Let's skip the platinum level. Lin Bai would rather be without 2 platinum skills than learn 2 platinum skills at level 30. After leaving the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, I made an appointment to have dinner with Qin Ning. What's wrong? Something's bothering you? Based on Qin Ning's understanding of Lin Bai over the years, she could tell at a glance that Lin Bai was distracted. I'm trying to figure out where to get diamond-level necromancer skill books. There are just too few necromancer skill books available. In front of Qin Ning, Lin Bai directly expressed his worries. You're still a ways from level 30, aren't you? Don't worry too much, Qin Ning said while eating. I reached level 30 yesterday, Lin Bai said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Ning stopped what he was doing and asked again, you said you reached level 30 yesterday? Yeah, that's why I'm bothered by this. Lin Bai didn't realize there was anything wrong with it. Qin Ning fell silent. The surprise Lin Bai had given her this time was truly enormous. Thinking of this, she said, it just so happens that you've reached level 30. I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. What's up? Lin Bai was curious, because in his memory, Qin Ning rarely took the initiative to ask him for help. The final exams are in 2 weeks. The prize for the top scorer in the second year's final exams is a star-level skill book for their class. However, our team is short 2 teammates, and I would like to invite them to join our team temporarily, Jin Ning said carefully. A star-level skill book? The school really has a lot of resources. Lin Bai was taken aback and asked, where are Wu Bo and Zhao Lin? Did they leave the team? Lu Chao poached them both, but they've probably been kicked out of the team now, Jin Ning said with a smile. That's exactly what he deserves. Lu Chao also took the final exam? Lin Bai had never forgotten that Lu Chao had tried to beat him up under the guise of a sparring match, and he paid special attention to Lu Chao. Although Lu Chao is a solo soldier, the school doesn't give out solo soldier level skill books for free. So, in order to get the skill books, he recruited 3S level professional students from our class to form a team. One of the team members is Li Yunsheng. You should know him, right? Shi Ning said. Him? I vaguely remember him. He tried to take advantage of one of my classmates, but I messed things up. Lin Bai then asked, can first-year students take the second-year students' final exams? Sure, as long as you're not a junior or senior. Shi Ning nodded. If I join your team, do you have a target for the fourth member besides me? Lin Bai asked. Shi Ning originally had no specific goal, but when Lin Bai brought it up, she thought of Fang Shui, who was very close to Lin Bai. You want to invite Fang Shui to become our fourth team member? Yes, Fang Shui has already reached level 29. She should be able to reach level 30 before the final exam. With her status as a God-chosen one, fighting opponents of higher levels shouldn't be difficult for her. Moreover, she probably wouldn't refuse the benefit of obtaining a star-level skill book. When Fang Shui was mentioned, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile. If Fang Shui is willing, of course she can. Shi Ning glanced at the smile on Lin Bai's face and asked, how's your relationship with Fang Shui lately? Has it progressed any further? What further development? Fang Shui and I are just friends, you understand? Lin Bai subconsciously denied it, emphasizing the word friend. Shi Ning chuckled and didn't bring up the matter again. Instead, he said, actually, there's a way right in front of you if you want to obtain the Necromancer skill book. Is there a road right in front of me? Lin Bai fell into thought, and after a moment his eyes lit up. You mean I should proactively reveal my second profession to the school leaders, so that I can receive similar training as Fang Shui and the others, and the school will naturally provide me with diamond-level skill books? Shi Ning nodded. The question is, are you willing to expose yourself? I originally planned to reveal myself when I was competing on the Earth ranking next semester, to catch others off guard. But for the sake of the skill book, revealing myself early is fine. But are you sure the school will have a diamond-level Necromancer skill book? Lin Bai asked Qin Ning. You haven't forgotten that our school has the most skill books among the 4 major schools, have you? Even if we don't have them, the school leaders will find a way to get them for you. There's absolutely no need to worry about that, Qin Ning assured him. I'll go first. Lin Bai quickly finished the food on his plate and then eagerly went to Zhang Wanzong's office. Zhang Wanzong was the one who recruited him into Beijing University, so this matter should be brought up with the university leadership by Zhang Wanzong. Final exams are coming up soon. What brings you to my office? Zhang Wanzong calmly put away the tea leaves and moved the teapot in front of him. Old Zhang, I'm just drinking some of your tea, why did you put the tea leaves away? Lin Bai openly picked up the teapot in front of Zhang Wanzong and poured himself a cup of tea. You have no idea how expensive this tea is. After grumbling, Zhang Wanzong brought himself a cup of tea, blew on it, and asked, so, what do you want? Good news. Lin Bai kept it a secret. It's a good thing for me if you don't take anything from me, Zhang Wanzong said, looking unconvinced. That's great news. Sit tight, I'm afraid I'll scare you, Lin Bai said slowly. Can something good scare people? Tell me, what is it? Zhang Wanzong took a sip of tea. Actually, I'm a dual professional. Lin Bai stopped pretending and came clean. Puff. Zhang Wanzong spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. You say you're a dual profession user? You can't joke like that. Why would I lie to you? Look carefully, this is a priest's skill, and this is a skill from my second profession, the Necromancer. Lin Bai demonstrated 2 skills with different attributes one after the other. Zhang Wanzong was stunned, and it took him a long time to recover. He stared urgently at Lin Bai, S-rank professional Necromancer? Why didn't you say so then? Zhang Wanzong's mind was in turmoil. A priest and a necromancer. This was a genius no less than Feng Shui, the chosen one. He had recruited 2 such geniuses for the school at once. Zhang Wanzong felt like he was dreaming. Back then, I naturally had my own considerations. Then tell me now what you want? Don't we have a lot of skill books at our school? I want to get 2 for the necromancer class, diamond level ones. You should still have some time before reaching level 30, right? I've already reached level 30. You can see for yourself if you don't believe me. Lin Bai revealed his professional panel, showing Zhang Wanzong his level. You've reached level 30? So fast. Zhang Wanzong stood up excitedly. With 2 professions and reaching level 30 in just 1 year since enrolling, he's guaranteed a promotion this year. I told you to sit tight. Lin Bai glanced at the tea that Zhang Wanzong had spilled on his crotch in his excitement. Anyone who didn't know better would think he had wet himself in fright. I can't sit still like this. I have to tell the vice principal about this right away. Zhang Wanzong picked up the phone and dialed the vice principal's number. The vice principal was reviewing documents when he saw Zhang Wanzong's call. He answered, Teacher Zhang, what can I do for you? Principal, do you still remember Lin Bai, who performed very well in the freshman competition? Zhang Wanzong asked with a smile. Is he the student who got the school to give him a level 20 mage staff for free? What happened to him? The vice principal's deepest impression of Lin Bai was his thick skin. Yes, it's him. He came to see me today and told me he's a dual career professional. Zhang Wanzong couldn't wait to know the vice principal's reaction. Are you sure? The vice principal was shocked. Confirmed, and his second profession is the S-rank necromancer. After Zhang Wanzong finished speaking, the vice principal remained silent for a long time, trying to process the news. Principal, are you still listening? Zhang Wanzong glanced at his phone screen with a strange expression. Had the vice principal lost his composure? It turns out that even someone in the vice principal's position could lose his composure. TSK. I'm listening. You called just to tell me this? The vice principal snapped out of his reverie. Actually, Lin Bai reached level 30, but he didn't have any skill books yet, so he asked the school if they could arrange 2 for him, Zhang Wanzong said indirectly. Have you reached level 30 already? The vice principal was shocked again, then smiled and said, only diamond level skill books are suitable for S-level professions. Here's what we'll do, come to me later, and I'll approve a document for you. Take that document and lead Lin Bai to the 11th floor of the library so he can choose 2 diamond level skill books himself. Also, since Lin Bai is a dual profession user, we can't treat him the same as before. We'll increase the school's subsidy for him each semester to 50,000 points. Any points he didn't receive last semester or this semester will be transferred to him in one lump sum. Okay, principal, I'll be right there. Zhang Wanzong smiled and gave Lin Bai an okay sign. After hanging up the phone, the vice principal pondered the matter for a while, then suddenly realized something. I lost my composure on the phone just now. That Zhang Wanzong, how dare he use this to make fun of me? Although he said that, he wasn't angry at all. I can't be the only one who loses my composure in this matter. He picked up the phone and called the principal. Hello, principal, do you still remember Lin Bai, who performed very well in the freshman competition? What? You didn't follow the freshman competition? Then let me tell you in another way. Chapter 65 The Underdog Team. After Zhang Wanzong returned, he brought Lin Bai to the 11th floor of the library. The 11th floor is filled with diamond-level skill books, and the necromancer skill book is in that corner. Lin Bai followed the direction Zhang Wanzong pointed to and arrived at the bookshelf, where he saw 5 skill books placed on it. I've already learned Banshee and Death Infusion, one of which is more of a control skill, while the remaining 2 are more of an attack skill. The first book is called Death Call. Any creature killed by a necromancer or indirectly killed by undead summons has a 50% chance of being transformed into an undead creature in fighting for a period of time. The second book is about self-destruction. Necromancers can control undead summons to self-destruct. The higher the level of the undead summons and the more numerous they are, the greater the damage. This skill is practically tailor-made for summoning the undead, and when combined with Death Resurrection, it becomes even more amazing. Feeling that these 2 skills were pretty good, Lin Bai chose them. Are you sure? Once you're sure, you can't change it, Zhang Wanzong solemnly reminded him from the side. Okay, these 2 books. Lin Bai held the 2 skill books in his hands and suddenly chuckled. Teacher Zhang, you see, I've already reached level 30. The skills I learned before weren't obtained from the school. Could the school help me reimburse the money I spent on the skill books? Just call me Lao Zhang. The school won't pay for your behavior. Zhang Wanzhong turned and left. You don't need to pay for everything, just pay for the diamond level skill books I bought. Lin Bai happily chased after him. Don't even think about it. Zhang Wanzhong's tone left no room for negotiation. He then changed the subject. However, the vice principal has decided to increase your stipend each semester from 20,000 points to 50,000 points. The 60,000 points you didn't receive last semester and this semester will be transferred to your student card in one lump sum. Such a good thing? Lin Bai's eyes lit up immediately. With these 60,000 points, he would owe the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce 102.6 million. Ning Ning, you were looking for me? Tang Jinxian sat opposite Qin Ning, looking sullen. I have some good news to tell you, Qin Ning said with a smile. What good news? Tang Jinxian asked curiously. I've chosen Lin Bai as our teammate, Qin Ning said. Is this good news? Tang Jinxian was speechless. She knew that Lin Bai had won first place in the freshman test last semester and was far ahead of others in terms of level. However, they were going to participate in the sophomore final test. Their strong competitors were all S-level professionals above level 31. Lin Bai was a freshman. No matter how good he was, how many seconds could he last in front of S-level professionals above level 31? I know you're very good to Lin Bai, but let's just forget about this. Lin Bai is very strong, Qin Ning emphasized. Tang Jinxian knew that once Qin Ning made a decision, no one could change it, so she stopped arguing about it and asked, then who do you plan to find for the last teammate? Fang Shui. Lin Bai said he would be responsible for bringing Fang Shui into our team, Qin Ning replied. Fang Shui's strength should be quite good. Even if her level is a bit low, she is still a chosen one of the gods and can easily fight against opponents several levels higher. As she spoke, Tang Jinxian said with certainty, I know, the reason you asked Lin Bai to team up with you is actually to use Lin Bai's connections to bring Fang Shui into our team, right? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If Fang Shui joined their team, there might actually be a slight chance they could get first place. I knew you'd be here. Wu Bo and Zhao Lin walked over from a distance and stopped in front of the two. Isn't this my former teammate? I heard you guys got kicked by Lu Chao. Tang Jinxian clicked her tongue. We were indeed kicked out by Lu Chao, so I want to come back and team up with you guys again, Wu Bo said with a wry smile. You're really shameless, Tang Jinxian mocked. Ignoring Tang Jinxuan's sarcasm, Wu Bo looked at Qin Ning and said, I know it was our mistake to leave the team back then, and we've realized it now. You haven't found new teammates yet, so could you give me a chance to rejoin your team? Who said we haven't found teammates yet? Tang Jinxian retorted. You found your teammates? Who? Wu Bo asked. Why should I tell you? Tang Jinxian rolled her eyes. It's Lin Bai and Fang Shui, Qin Ning said directly. Ning Ning, why did you say that? Tang Jinxian couldn't hold back anymore. They'll find out sooner or later anyway. Qin Ning shook her head. There was no harm in saying it beforehand. Your brother? Wu Bo looked surprised. Are you serious? What's wrong with Lin Bai? Do you think he's inferior to you? Qin Ning looked directly at Wu Bo. Even if Wu Bo really thought this way in front of Qin Ning, he didn't dare to say it out loud. I think it's too early for Lin Bai to take the second-year final exams. He will definitely feel a lot of pressure, which will not be good for his future growth. No, we'll get first place. Lin Bai won't feel any pressure, Qin Ning said confidently. Qin Ning, stop fooling around. You're still angry about me leaving before, right? But there's no need to hold a grudge over the final exam. If you miss this opportunity, you'll really miss it, Wu Bo said self-righteously. You can leave now. Qin Ning didn't want to waste any more words. Qin Ning. Wu Bo called out Qin Ning's name with emphasis. If you don't leave, we will. Before Wu Bo could finish speaking, Qin Ning stood up and left with Tang Jinxian. Wu Bo watched the two figures walk away, his face a mixture of anger and regret. I knew Qin Ning wouldn't accept us back, given her personality, Zhao Lin said self-deprecatingly. It's one thing for her not to accept us, but she insisted on teaming up with Lin Bai. Does she really think Lin Bai is better than me? Wu Bo said indignantly. Lin Bai is Qin Ning's younger brother, so it's normal for her to side with him, Zhao Lin said. I was her former teammate, and I've never seen her side with me. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. There are only 2 weeks left until the final exams, so I'm going to see what Lin Bai is better at than me. Wu Bo snorted. Lin Bai told Feng Shui about teaming up with Qin Ning, and Feng Shui readily agreed. Because Feng Shui was rushing to reach level 30 before the final exams, Lin Bai and his 3 teammates didn't cultivate teamwork like other teams. During this time, Lin Bai leveled up Ghost Mantis to level 35. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After winning first place in the first-year final exam and earning 10,000 points, Lin Bai officially participated in the second-year final exam. The second-year final exam was the same as the first-year final exam. Both involved entering a dungeon and ranking students based on the time taken to complete the dungeon. Then the top 10 teams will compete in 9 battles with other teams, and the final ranking will be based on the number of wins. Because Qin Ning was quite famous in his second year, almost all the second-year students were confused when Lin Bai and Feng Shui appeared as Qin Ning's teammates. Who is this person? I've never seen him before? Lin Bai, first in his freshman year, is Qin Ning's younger brother. Why is a freshman like him joining in the fun among us sophomores? It's probably because Qin Ning couldn't find suitable teammates, so he used these two to make up the numbers. Lin Bai's strength is just so-so, but Feng Shui's strength is quite good. They are, after all, freshmen. No matter how strong they are no match for our S-class professionals. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and no one had a good chance of winning against Qin Ning's team. Even among all the teams, they felt that Qin Ning's team could only rank 4th. Lu Chao's team was ranked 1st. Although Lu Chao and Zhao Wenjie were both individual soldiers, there was competition between them. In the previous competitions, Lu Chao had won. The second-ranked team is Zhao Wenjie's team. As an individual soldier, Zhao Wenjie's strength is beyond doubt. The team ranked 3rd consisted of 4 S-class professionals. The 4th team is Qin Ning's team. Although Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian are very strong, Lin Bai and Feng Shui are freshmen. As for which team will rank 5th, that remains to be seen. I found 2 freshmen as teammates, that's interesting. When the time came, the test officially began. All teams participating in the final exam enter the instance. In the dungeon, without Lin Bai and Feng Shui taking any action, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian easily passed one level after another. This was also the first time Lin Bai had seen Tang Jinxian fight. Tang Jinxuan's profession was serious warrior. When fighting, she could transform into a half-human, half-wolf and unleash various skills. Her transformation was similar to Su Caixua's, but she was much stronger than Su Caixua. Tang Jinxian and Qin Ning had been teammates for 2 years and worked together very well. They cleared all the checkpoints in just 13 minutes. At this time, they were the 3rd team to clear the level. The first 2 are Lu Chao's team and Zhao Wenjie's team, respectively. Half a minute later, the 4th team appeared. It was the team composed entirely of S-class professionals. The 5th team is composed entirely of A-level professionals, and their strength is far inferior to that of the first 4 teams. After all 10 teams have qualified, the draw will take place. To everyone's surprise, Qin Ning faced Lu Chao in the very first match. The second-year students knew more or less about the conflict between the two. They knew that Lu Chao poached 2 of Qin Ning's teammates in order to compete for first place, and then kicked them aside. In this context, most people have high expectations for this battle. What a coincidence, I'm going to face Lu Chao in the very first match. Wu Bo, sitting in the audience, wore a smug expression. He wanted to let Qin Ning know how much she regretted not accepting him back. That makes sense? Zhang Wanzong, sitting in the front of the audience, was very excited. He even temporarily put aside his work to watch the game. Lin Bai, keep it up. Yang Su, Su Caixia, Su Kaiwei, several school beauties, and many freshmen were also watching the competition. They were simply cheering for Lin Bai, and they never even considered that Lin Bai could win first place. Both teams enter the field. Following the teacher's announcement, Lin Bai's team and Lu Chao's team stepped onto the dueling arena. The 2 teams faced off, the atmosphere tense and volatile. Be careful, they might target you first when the fight starts, Qin Ning whispered to Lin Bai. Then I will definitely give them a big surprise. Lin Bai smiled. Before going on stage, he had already learned about the 4 opponents. Lu Chao was a dual-class player, with the Apocalypse Knight on the warrior side and the Light Priest on the mage side. The Apocalypse Knight was an S-class class, ranking high among all S-class classes, while the Light Priest was an A-class class, with output, control, and skill amplification. With the 2 combined, even Qin Ning might not be able to defeat Lu Chao. Li Yuncheng is an S-rank ancient barbarian warrior. Lin Bai learned about this class when he fought Fan Jian. His skills mainly rely on brute force for output. Hao Jun is an S-rank berserker who fought Tang Jinxian 3 times in the final exams, losing all 3 times and becoming Tang Jinxuan's defeated opponent. Chen Yanbin is an S-rank celestial master, a mage class specializing in air magic. He can divide the battlefield and share damage for his teammates. Among the 4, Chen Yanbin is undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. Just as Lin Bai was secretly recalling the information of the opposing team members, the audience on the field were also observing Lin Bai. Some people have appraisal tools, which are not allowed to be carried during the test. These people can tell Lin Bai and Feng Shui's levels at a glance. What? Lin Bai and Feng Shui are both level 30? That's unbelievable. It's understandable that Feng Shui is level 30, after all, she is a solo soldier and has enjoyed special training from the school, but what makes Lin Bai so special? He is just a C-level priest. Perhaps it was Qin Ning who helped him level up. I'm so jealous. Why isn't Qin Ning my sister? Looking at the others, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian are both level 33, Lu Chao is also level 33, and Li Yunsheng, Hao Jun, and Chen Yanbin are all level 32. Comparing the 2 teams' levels, everyone still felt that Lu Chao's team had a greater chance of winning the match. Lin Bai is already level 30? Yang Su and the other freshmen were stunned. This was the first time they had ever truly known Lin Bai's level since the freshman competition. They had originally thought Lin Bai was level 27, since the highest level among the S-class professionals in their year was only level 25. It turned out that Lin Bai was a full 5 levels higher than them. If it weren't for the regulations, they suspected that Lin Bai alone could sweep through all of their S-level professionals. Level 30? Standing on the dueling platform, Lu Chao heard the discussions of the other students below. But even if it was level 30, it didn't matter. He could just leave it to Li Yunqing to handle. He believed that Li Yunqing would eliminate Lin Bai in less than 30 seconds. Battle begins. The teacher, acting as the referee, had just finished speaking. They're here. Influenced by the atmosphere of the competition, Lin Bai was full of fighting spirit. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yanbin raised his mage's staff, dividing the battlefield. Time changes and stars shift. Under the skill, the entire dueling arena was divided into 4 sections, with 2 people appearing in one area. Qin Ning and Lu Chao were in the same area. Tang Jinxian and Hao Jun were in the same area. Feng Shui and Chen Yanbin were in the same area. Lin Bai and Li Yunsheng were in the same area. The battle has officially begun. Chapter 66. You're not the only duel professional. Have you ever considered that your opponent might be me? In the leftmost area, Li Yunsheng held a warhammer and looked at Lin Bai with a mocking expression. For me, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Lin Bai shrugged indifferently. How arrogant you are. I wonder how many seconds you can last against me with such arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunqing stomped his feet on the ground and, like an arrow released from a bow, arrived in front of Lin Bai in the blink of an eye, smashing down with his warhammer, which brought a strong wind to the ground. Protected by holy light. A layer of golden light instantly appeared on Lin Bai's body, blocking the warhammer. You actually blocked it? Try this move again. Li Yunqing was somewhat surprised. He spun around 360 degrees and smashed the giant hammer in his hand at Lin Bai again. But before it could hit Lin Bai had already used the levitation technique to fly into the sky. However, even when flying into the sky, it is still within a segmented space. Holding his mage's staff, Lin Bai sent blessings through the barrier to Feng Shui and Tang Jinxian, and then cast healing spells on all 4 of them. It's useless. Li Yunqing didn't even flinch, and said with a smile, Chen Yanbin can take the negative impact for us, and he has his own endurance skills. Your skills are useless. Lin Bai had already learned from Qin Ning that Li Yunqing had a skill that could absorb negative effects and damage for his teammates. He just wanted to test whether the other party could also transfer the negative effects of the healing spell, but he didn't expect that it could actually be done. I wonder if this kind of skill is exclusive to Celestial Star Masters. If I could master a similar skill, would I be able to transfer the negative effects of healing spells? Lin Bai thought to himself. Didn't anyone tell you that getting distracted in battle can have serious consequences? Li Yunsheng used the warrior's common skill, leaping through the air, and slammed his giant hammer down on Lin Bai once more. However, Lin Bai didn't even bother to look at him. The ancient barbarian warrior class relies on brute force for output, and how much power can one exert without stepping on the ground? As Lin Bai had predicted, Li Yunqing was unable to unleash even half of his full power while in mid-air. As time passed, Li Yunqing began to get anxious. His original plan was to eliminate Lin Bai within 30 seconds, then help Hao Jun eliminate Tang Jinxian, defeating them one by one to win the match. However, because he was unable to eliminate Lin Bai, Hao Jun and Chen Yanbin had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. That idiot Li Yunqing, can't he hurry up? Chen Yanbin was even more anxious. Facing Feng Shui, he could only keep using slowing or immobilizing skills to buy time. However, Feng Shui was really too strong. Although she was only level 30, none of Chen Yanbin's skills could stop her for more than a few seconds. Holding a long sword, she moved closer to Chen Yanbin with unwavering determination, like a war goddess. That sheer aura alone was enough to terrify Chen Yanbin. Why? Why? You always manage to suppress me. Get out of my way. Hao Jun's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was filled with a violent aura. He frantically swung the giant axe in his hand at Tang Jinxian. But Tang Jinxian appeared unusually relaxed. The axe blows couldn't hit her at all, and she always managed to strike Hao Jun in the gaps. If Hao Jun hadn't activated his berserk mode, greatly increasing his defense and stamina, she would have eliminated him long ago. As long as Lin Bai can hold on, this victory will be ours. Tang Jinxian thought to herself. Useless. It's taking you so long to defeat a level 30 priest. Seeing that Li Yunqing was unable to subdue Lin Bai in a short time, Lu Chao was also secretly anxious. His strength was evenly matched with Qin Ning's, and it was impossible to determine a winner in a short time. Under these circumstances, he could only hope that his teammates would take down the enemy first, then help them expand their advantage, and finally eliminate Qin Ning together. Of the three teammates, Hao Jun was definitely at a disadvantage against Tang Jinxian, but he could buy some time. Chen Yanbin had to divide the battlefield and take the negative impact for his teammates. As long as he could hold off Qin Ning, he would be considered successful. So the only one who could open up the situation was Li Yunqing, but Li Yunqing's performance really disappointed him. We have no choice but to take a gamble. Lu Chao shouted at Chen Yanbin, switch me and Li Yunqing. I'll deal with Lin Bai. Li Yunqing, you hold out as long as possible. Now he can only hope that Li Yunqing can last longer than Lin Bai. That way, after he eliminates Lin Bai, Li Yunqing can still help his teammates expand their advantage when they go to deal with Qin Ning. Good. The staff in Chen Yanbin's hand flashed with light, switching Lu Chao and Li Yunqing's positions. This is bad. Tang Jinxuan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickened her pace of attack once again. Feng Shui and Qin Ning didn't react much, because they already knew Lin Bai's true strength. What? Li Yunqing isn't good enough, so you're going to fight me instead? Lin Bai's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. This was exactly what he had hoped for. Rather than Qin Ning defeating Lu Chao, he wanted to teach Lu Chao a lesson himself. That bastard actually tried to beat me up under the guise of a friendly sparring match. You've narrowed your path. It can be considered as fulfilling one of my wishes at the time. After saying that, Lu Chao floated into the air, holding a broadsword, and slashed at the golden light on Lin Bai's body. With this blow, Lin Bai crashed from the sky to the ground. No, Lin Bai is still too far behind the top professionals in his second year. The freshmen were worried about Lin Bai. As fellow students, they naturally sided with Lin Bai and didn't want him to lose too badly. Although they are both sophomores, Li Yunqing and Lu Chao are worlds apart. Qin Ning's team is likely to lose. From that one strike, the second-year students could see the difference in skill between the two. Looks like I don't have time to play with you properly today. I'll spend time with you another day. Lu Chao looked down at Lin Bai, his tone suggesting he had already pronounced Lin Bai's fate. Don't change the date, I think today is fine. Although the holy light protection was broken, Lin Bai was unharmed. With a flick of his mage staff, several chains magically bound Lu Chao to his body. Such a trick, open it for me. With a single swing of his broadsword, Lu Chao shattered the chains with the sword's energy. He casually waved his hand again, and a sword aura flew out rapidly. Holy light barrier. Lin Bai's demonic power circulated within him, and a barrier composed of holy light blocked his way. A futile struggle. Since you enjoy struggling, let me show you the true strength of a dual-class user. Lu Chao stood high above, seemingly pitying Lin Bai. He used his left hand to cast the amplification skill of the light priest to buff himself, and raised his broadsword high with his right hand. Then, he slashed diagonally, and an incredibly huge sword aura slashed down at Lin Bai. We're going to lose. Upon seeing this scene, almost everyone had this thought in their mind. You're not the only one with two careers. Death Strike. Lin Bai pointed his mage's staff forward, and the power of death quickly condensed, forming a black sphere the size of a thumb. The black sphere, emanating an unsettling aura, streaked forward, leaving a trail of black gas. Before everyone's incredulous eyes, the black trajectory collided with the massive sword energy. The energy fluctuations generated by the impact caused the massive sword energy and the black sphere to cancel each other out. What's this? People in the audience stood up involuntarily, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the black aura lingering around Lin Bai. You're not the only one with dual professions. What does Lin Bai mean by that? Does that mean Lin Bai is also a dual profession user? The first-year students were stunned and speechless, subconsciously denying the possibility. If Lin Bai was really a dual profession user, wouldn't that mean that he hadn't even used a third of his strength when fighting them before? Thinking of this, Suche, Zhang Tianluan, and the other first-year S-level professionals who had fought against Lin Bai felt a sense of despair at their inability to catch up. Is Lin Bai a dual professional? As Lin Bai's mentor, Nie Jiawan naturally came to watch the competition. Originally, she only wanted to support her student, but she did not expect that Lin Bai would give her such a big surprise. Qin Ning's brother is hiding his true abilities too well. Of the 4 teams, apart from Qin Ning and Fang Shui, only Tang Jinxian was in a daze. It wasn't until this moment that she finally understood why Qin Ning had approached Lin Bai. It wasn't because he wanted to win over Fang Shui, but because Lin Bai himself possessed such strength. Is this fake? Wu Bo was waiting to see Qin Ning's team lose the match because of Lin Bai, but instead of seeing a loss, he saw that Lin Bai was a dual-class player. At this moment, he was so jealous that he wanted to grind his teeth to dust. You're also a dual-career person? Lu Chao was taken aback, and then his heart skipped a beat. Judging from this, Lin Bai was not only a dual-class user, but his second class was also a magic user. In other words, Lin Bai's mental strength was 1.5 times that of other users of the same level. By this calculation, Lin Bai's mental strength was even higher than his own. It was almost impossible for him to defeat Lin Bai in a short time. Are you surprised? Lin Bai looked down at Lu Chao, so don't put on that superior attitude in front of me, because you have no right to do so. Get down here. After speaking, the mage lightly tapped the void with his staff, and 30 undead appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Lu Chao together. So what if you're a dual-career person? I'll show you that there are differences even among dual-career people. Just as the undead were about to pounce on him, Lu Chao unleashed a sword strike, the massive sword energy cleaving all the undead in two. However, before he could show any more contempt for Lin Bai, without any fluctuation in emotion, uttered a single word. Burst. Before Lu Chao could react, the 30 undead that had approached him rapidly expanded and then exploded with a bang. Boom 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 boom. Amidst the continuous sounds, thick smoke billowed from the sky. A figure fell from the thick smoke and crashed to the ground. Lu Chao slowly got up, his body covered in blood and gore from the parts not covered by equipment. He glared at Lin Bai with veins bulging on his forehead. Very well, you have successfully angered me. Now, I will show you my true strength in this fight. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Bai beckoned to Lu Chao, signaling him to attack. Lin Bai, don't be careless. The compatibility between the Apocalypse Knight and the Priest of Light is very high, Qin Ning reminded him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chao stepped forward, and a heavy aura pressed down on Lin Bai. Mental shock. At the same time, Lin Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and an aura of kingship burst forth. The oppressive power of the dead. Sizzle. The two forces clashed in the air, producing a hissing sound. Although the crowd could not see the two auras, they instinctively felt the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Guardian of Apocalypse. Seeing that his momentum had been neutralized by Lin Bai, and even threatened to be suppressed, Lu Chao raised his long sword high, and under the light, a humanoid monster emerged. Monster name, Guardian of the Apocalypse. Level, 38. Quality, Elite. The summon creature's level can be up to 5 levels higher than the user's, so it's clear that the summon creature Lu Chao summoned has reached its maximum level. You want to compete with me in summoning? Lin Bai laughed and casually summoned not only a level 35 Ghost Mantis General from the Death Space, but also a level 33 Earth Dragon Lord. The two summoned creatures stood on either side of Lin Bai, instantly gaining the upper hand over Lu Chao in terms of imposing presence. Holy crap! A level 35 General and a level 33 Lord, each of their summoned creatures is stronger than the Apocalypse Guardian summoned by Lu Chao. Could Lin Bai's second profession be an S-rank profession? The audience members clicked their tongues in amazement, gaining a completely new understanding of Lin Bai's strength. Lin Bai's second profession is at least an A-level profession. Zhao Wenji and the other teams that made it into the top 10 looked at Lin Bai with serious expressions. They originally thought that Lu Chao's team was the biggest competitor, but unexpectedly Lin Bai appeared out of nowhere. Lu Chao frowned, and with no other choice, he summoned the second Apocalypse Guardian, which he had originally planned to use for a surprise attack. The two guardians fought against the two undead summons, but instead of gaining the upper hand, they were forced to retreat continuously. "Senior, is this all you've got?" Lin Bai emphasized the word senior. Feeling provoked, Lu Chao took a deep breath, activated his various amplification skills, and headed straight for Lin Bai. "I, a mage, dare not engage in close combat with you." Lin Bai casually waved his hand, summoning another 30 undead. Upon seeing this, Lu Chao's eyelids twitched, and a mage's staff appeared in his right hand, its endless light shining upon the undead. Dispelled by holy light. Under the influence of elemental advantage, the undead's movements become extremely slow, and they show signs of dissolving. "As long as they don't get close, even if they explode, they won't hurt me." Lu Chao flashed, changed direction, and charged forward again. "If this is all the methods you have, then this battle ends here." Lin Bai was initially wary of what other tricks Lu Chao might have up his sleeve, but seeing that Lu Chao was already planning to engage in close combat, he guessed that Lu Chao probably didn't have any ranged attack methods, or that all his methods required close combat to be used. So he summoned the Wilderness Butcher. In terms of melee combat ability, a level 34 Lord-level Wilderness Butcher is no less capable than Lu Chao. Besides, Lu Chao's eyes glazed over for a moment. Before he could even check the Wilderness Butcher's level, the Wilderness Butcher's giant bone axe was already at him. He could only hurriedly raise his sword to block. The moment they made contact, an unparalleled force was transmitted through the long sword. Bang! Lu Chao was sent flying by the impact. Death strike. Another jet black sphere caught up with Lu Chao. Just as Lu Chao raised his sword to block the attack, the Wilderness Butcher caught up with him again. Give him the final blow. Under Lin Bai's control, the Wilderness Butcher used the skill Death Axe Strike. Rising Dragon Break. Lu Chao raised his sword and thrust it upwards, but as soon as it touched the giant axe, the magnanimous greatsword in his hand was smashed out of his grasp. The giant axe stopped in front of Lu Chao's forehead, and Lin Bai smiled and said, "You are right about one thing, there are differences between dual-class practitioners. Now, I will return that statement to you exactly as it was." Chapter 67 Changes in the Heavenly Ranking. I lost? Lu Chao looked at the giant white bone axe hanging above his head and felt incredulous. He was the strongest single soldier in his second year, a rare dual-class user, and the most likely candidate to win first place in the final exam. He originally wanted to win first place and then challenge the Heaven and Earth ranking, stirring up a storm on the Heaven and Earth ranking. But he lost to a freshman before he even started. The second-year students in the audience stared blankly at this scene. They were initially the least optimistic about Qin Ning's team, thinking that Lin Bai would be a burden. Who would have thought that this first-year student would suddenly become so amazing, not only a dual profession user, but also defeating a second-year student who was a year ahead of him in a one-on-one battle? It wasn't for nothing that I recruited him to Peking University in the first place. Zhang Wanzong's face was practically splitting with laughter. It was certain that after defeating Lu Chao, Lin Bai's team had essentially secured first place. And all of this could be largely attributed to Lin Bai and Feng Shui, both of whom he had recruited into the school. Getting a promotion in the future would be a piece of cake. A dual career person, my student. Nie Jiawen was also very happy. Having such a student would probably make the other counselors extremely jealous. We won. The freshmen cheered excitedly. They had only originally intended to cheer for Lin Bai, but they never expected that Lin Bai would actually defeat the sophomore Dan Bing. As fellow freshmen, they also felt proud. As Lin Bai defeated Lu Chao's other three teammates were quickly eliminated as well. Wow, Ningning, did you already know your brother was a dual-class user? You kept it from me for so long. Tang Jinxian smiled happily. She thought she was going to miss out on the Star Skill book, but now she was basically guaranteed to get it. I'm afraid you'll go around spreading rumors if you find out. Qin Ning glanced at her, a smile playing on her lips. You make it sound like I'm a blabbermouth, Tang Jinxian disagreed. We won. Lin Bai walked up to Feng Shui and extended his palm. After a 1-second pause, Feng Shui stretched out her fair and delicate hand and gently gave Lin Bai a high five. The two walked off the dueling platform side by side and sat in the audience to watch the battles between other teams. What are your plans for this winter break? Lin Bai turned his head closer to Feng Shui and asked. I haven't decided yet, what about you? Feng Shui asked in return. I haven't decided yet, but I'll probably grind monsters and level up to prepare for the heaven and earth ranking. Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui and said, want to go on an adventure in the wilderness together sometime? If my advisor doesn't have any arrangements, that is fine, Feng Shui replied. What if your advisor has made arrangements? Lin Bai asked tentatively. I can make my own arrangements. Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai. During the final exams, Lin Bai couldn't go out to do missions and had to conserve his magic to fight other teams. Although other teams would usually concede defeat, there was always a chance of something going wrong, which left Lin Bai with nothing to do. When I have free time, I don't know what to do, so I just wander around the school every day. Since the final exams are in July and the college entrance exams are in early June, just like Lin Bai who came to the school early to register after the college entrance exams, many prospective freshmen also entered Peking University early. Some of them like to follow the most popular figures on campus, which has made Lin Bai famous among the incoming freshmen. Lu Mingyue, have you heard? Our senior from the previous year, Lin Bai, not only got first place in his year's final exam, but he's also about to take first place in the previous year's final exam. Two female freshmen were eating in the cafeteria. One of them, who was of above-average appearance, was chattering away with the other girl, sharing gossip and important events at school. The other girl had a slender waist, a pure and innocent appearance, and a pair of captivating, watery eyes that were sure to win hearts. Even when she was simply eating a meal in the cafeteria, she could still attract the attention of the boys around her. And another thing is that our senior Lin Bai is a dual professional. His second profession seems to be an S-level profession. I heard that he is very handsome, has a great personality, and most importantly, he is still single. He is definitely a male god. As she spoke, Sun Xiaotong covered her cheeks and became infatuated. Is this senior Lin Bai you're talking about really as amazing as you say? Lu Mingyue asked skeptically. Really, you can see for yourself if you don't believe me. Sun Xiaotong was about to take out her phone so that Lu Mingyue could see it all. Alright, let's eat quickly. We can look at it again when we get back to the dorm after we finish eating. Lu Mingyue also became a little interested in Lin Bai, whom her roommate had mentioned. In fact, with her looks, she had been pursued by many boys as soon as she arrived at school, but she thought those boys were too immature. If it was an outstanding boy like Lin Bai, perhaps she could give it a try. Suddenly, Sun Xiaotong excitedly patted Lu Mingyue's arm and pointed behind Lu Mingyue, saying, Look, that's senior Lin Bai. Lu Mingyue turned her head and looked in the direction Sun Xiaotong was pointing. She saw a boy wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and casual shorts. The boy was very handsome and well-behaved. He was probably the kind of good kid in the eyes of parents and teachers. This type of boy probably rarely went out and messed around, so he hadn't seen much of the world. Of course, this was just Lu Mingyue's first impression, but she was willing to believe it. Isn't my crush handsome? Sun Xiaotong asked excitedly. He is quite handsome, and he looks a bit different from other boys, Lu Mingyue commented. Mingyue, didn't you think those guys who were chasing you were too immature? What do you think of my crush? Sun Xiaotong chuckled. Don't even think about it. A guy as outstanding as him shouldn't lack beautiful girls around him. Although Lu Mingyue said this, her eyes never left Lin Bai. So what? When it comes to beauty, can they be as beautiful as you? You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, and Lin Bai is still single. If you go after Lin Bai, you'll definitely win him over, Sun Xiaotong flattered and encouraged. Lu Mingyue was somewhat smug but also argued, what are you talking about? Even if he's outstanding, it has nothing to do with me. Why would I pursue him? But if you could win over senior Lin Bai, it would be a great sense of accomplishment, wouldn't it? Sun Xiaotong continued to encourage, just as men like to conquer powerful women, women also like to conquer outstanding men. Lu Mingyue tried to think about it, and realized that it would be quite fulfilling if Lin Bai became her boyfriend. At this moment, Sun Xiaotong said again, Senior Lin Bai's seat is not far from us, now is the best time to ask for his contact information. But wouldn't it be too abrupt to just go up and ask for their contact information like this? Lu Mingyue was somewhat tempted. You're so pretty, what are you afraid of? Maybe Senior Lin Bai will be secretly pleased that you asked for his contact information. Sun Xiaotong pulled Lu Mingyue towards Lin Bai. The two walked to the opposite side of Lin Bai, and Sun Xiaotong asked generously, "Senior, may we sit across from you?" Casual. There was no one in the seat opposite him, so Lin Bai couldn't refuse. He had originally wanted to invite Feng Shui to have dinner together, but her advisor had called her away, so he could only come to the cafeteria to eat alone. The two sat down opposite Lin Bai. Sun Xiaotong suddenly nudged Lu Mingyue's arm, her eyes constantly gesturing. Lu Mingyue pursed her lips, looked at Lin Bai's handsome and fair face in front of her, and mustered up her courage to say, "Senior, we are both freshmen who have just arrived at the school. After we finish eating, could you please show us around the campus?" "All right." Since Lin Bai didn't have anything else to do, taking two freshmen around the campus was a good deed for him. "Thank you, senior." Lu Mingyue smiled. Sun Xiaotong secretly gave a thumbs up. This tactic was much smarter than directly asking for contact information. Asking for contact information directly risked being rejected, but adding contact information as a thank you after visiting the campus made it much more legitimate. During the meal, Lin Bai received messages from Qin Ning, Liang Yi, and others. The former wanted to talk to him about something, while the latter said she was going back for summer vacation and wanted to say goodbye. Not long after, Liang Yi arrived at the cafeteria and saw Lin Bai and the two girls sitting opposite him. "Who are these two?" Liang Yi asked curiously. "The new students who just arrived at the school want me to show them around the campus after we finish eating," Lin Bai said while eating. "I see." Without even thinking, Liang Yi could guess what the two girls were up to, but it was all destined to be in vain. In the end, they would only end up like her, only daring to secretly talk to Lin Bai when Feng Shui was not around. "Then I won't bother you any longer. I just came to say goodbye. We'll meet again when sophomore year starts," Liang Yi said crisply, playing with her braided hair. "Okay, see you in the new semester." Lin Bai nodded to Liang Yi. "Goodbye, and goodbye to my two junior sisters too." Liang Yi waved to Lin Bai, and also waved to Lu Mingyue and Sun Xiaotong. "Senior, was that your classmate just now?" Only after Liang Yi left did Lu Mingyue dare to ask. When she saw Liang Yi just now, she almost lost her confidence. "They are classmates, but I'm from the East Campus and she's from the South Campus," Lin Bai replied, putting a piece of meat in his mouth as he ate. They're not even from the same campus, yet she made a point of telling Lin Bai before going home. That's so scheming. Lu Mingyue felt a sense of crisis. Even such a beautiful girl took the initiative to talk to Lin Bai. Did she really have a chance? She frantically typed to Sun Xiaotong. "Didn't you say that there weren't any prettier girls than me around senior Lin Bai?" Sun Xiaotong was a little embarrassed. She only knew that Lin Bai was single, and based on that, she guessed that there were no pretty girls around him. Who would have thought that this was completely different from what she had imagined? "It was just an accident, and I think you would definitely look better than that girl if you put on some makeup." Maybe she realized that, which is why she left after saying a few words. "Really? Seriously, really, you have to believe me." With Sun Xiaotong's comfort, Lu Mingyue regained her confidence and realized that the girl might have left early because she couldn't feel any competition after seeing her. "Senior, that girl is about to go home. Aren't you going to see her off?" Lu Mingyue probed again about the relationship between Lin Bai and Liang Yi. "Why send it? It's not like we'll never see each other again." Lin Bai was puzzled. Oh. Lu Mingyue was secretly delighted. It seemed that Senior Lin Bai had no feelings for that girl from earlier, reducing the threat by one. Ah, the heaven and earth rankings have changed. Sun Xiaotong suddenly exclaimed. Just as Lu Mingyue was about to speak to her, Lin Bai asked, "Has the heaven and earth ranking changed?" "Look, Senior." Sun Xiaotong handed over her phone, and Lin Bai looked at the rankings. He found that there were significant changes on the heaven and earth rankings. The top 5 on the heaven ranking had disappeared, and the 6th and 7th place had suddenly risen to 1st place. Many others had also improved their rankings considerably, such as the president of the Shadow Association, who was previously ranked 87th on the Earth ranking but had now entered the top 50. The reason for such a big change is that all the senior students have been removed from the Heaven and Earth ranking, as they are about to graduate. This is good news for those preparing to challenge the Heaven and Earth rankings, as it will significantly reduce the difficulty. Moreover, the Conqueror's ranking also has an advantage: you can earn a lot of points every month based on your ranking. This semester is over, and the rankings on the Heaven and Earth rankings will not change during the holiday. If you want to break into the Heaven and Earth rankings, you'll have to start from the next semester. Lin Bai thought to himself, and handed the phone back to Sun Xiaotong. A while later, Qin Ning arrived here. Upon seeing Qin Ning, Lu Mingyue felt completely overwhelmed. She had never seen such a beautiful and imposing girl. In front of Qin Ning, she didn't even dare to raise her head. The key point was that this girl had also come to see Lin Bai. Qin Ning glanced at Lu Mingyue and Sun Xiaotong, but didn't ask any questions. He sat down in the chair next to Lin Bai and asked, "Have you noticed the changes on the heaven and earth ranking?" "I noticed." Lin Bai nodded. The rankings change drastically every year when seniors graduate, and the start of a new semester is the best time to challenge the rankings. Qin Ning paused for a moment and said, "I came to see you because, if possible, I hope you can break into the top 10 of the heavenly ranking before the end of your sophomore year." Lin Bai seemed thoughtful. "Is it because of the internship?" Every year, the top law enforcement teams in the country come to Beijing University to recruit. Those senior students who rank in the top 10 on the list can directly join the law enforcement team if they want. If they are not senior students, they will get an opportunity to intern in the law enforcement team. There are many benefits to joining the law enforcement team. For example, as one of the top law enforcement teams in the country, each member has a lot of power. For instance, the law enforcement team can enter the number 032 spatial rift directly through official channels without the permission of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce and obtain various resources in the spatial rift. For example, the main job of the law enforcement team is to deal with spatial rifts. They travel through various spatial rifts all year round, so their leveling speed is very fast. Moreover, they are under the control of the government, so they will not suffer a lot of casualties like freelancers or professionals hired by some large forces. It can be said that such an opportunity is what many professionals dream of. Yes, if you can't get into the top 10 of the heavenly ranking before the end of your sophomore year, then you'll have to waste a year and wait until the end of your junior year to intern with the law enforcement team. A year is a big difference between getting an internship with the law enforcement team and not getting one. I hope you can get in a year earlier. Qin Ning nodded. Just then, the system voice sounded again after a long absence. Task: enter the top 10 of the rankings before the end of the second semester. Mission reward: all skills below platinum rank will be upgraded to platinum without any side effects. Lin Bai was immediately filled with motivation. "I will try my best." "Now that you've made your decision, there's one more thing I need to tell you," Qin Ning said. Chapter 68: Encountering Song Kaching again. Our school has access to a spatial rift that only professionals of level 30 or above can enter. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Jinxian and I will be there for the next year until the end of our junior year. "Do you want to come with us?" Qin Ning asked. "Is there anything special about that spatial rift?" Lin Bai had heard that Beijing University possessed a spatial rift, but he didn't know the specifics. The monsters in that spatial rift are between level 25 and 40. Most of our students above level 30 spend a lot of time there, including those on the heaven and earth ranking. The most important thing there is various mineral resources. Minerals can be exchanged for points, and points can be exchanged for level 30 recovery potions. For students on the heaven and earth ranking, besides equipment and weapons, the most important resource is recovery potions. With recovery potions, you can kill more monsters than other students and level up faster. Qin Ning said a lot in one breath. What is the exchange rate between ore and points? Lin Bai had roughly figured out the survival mode in that spatial rift: kill monsters, mine, exchange the mined ore for points at the school, buy recovery potions, and then continue killing monsters. It was easy to imagine that training in that spatial rift was definitely more efficient and safer than training in the wilderness. The exchange rates for different ores vary, with the lowest being 1 point for every 100 caddies. Based on my previous experience, we can mine at least 25 tons a day. Moreover, we don't need to mine ourselves. The school will provide summoning items specifically for mining, but each person is limited to one item, Qin Ning said. 25 tons is 50,000 caddies, which can be exchanged for at least 500 points. In a month, that's 15,000 points. If it's a better mine, you'll get even more points. Lin Bai calculated that a level 30 recovery potion costs 1,200 points at the school and 15 million points outside. If he buys it at half price at the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, it will cost 7.5 million points per bottle. In other words, he can exchange for 2 level 30 potions in 3 days. A level 30 potion can fully restore a level 30 professional's mana or stamina, making the training efficiency in that spatial rift 1.5 times that of the outside world. Then I'll go with you. Lin Bai naturally wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. If nothing unexpected happens, Feng Shui's advisor should also arrange for her to go into that spatial rift for training. Ask her if she wants to come with us. If she does, then we'll set off after the final exams, Qin Ning said. I'll ask her in a bit. Lin Bai nodded in agreement. After finishing his business, Qin Ning got up and left. After Qin Ning left, Lu Mingyue lowered her head and sent a message to Sun Xiaotong. Didn't you say there weren't any pretty girls around Lin Bai? 2 have appeared in such a short time, and the second one is even prettier than me. Sun Xiaotong quickly typed a reply. Don't panic. As far as I know, this girl is Lin Bai's older sister. Mingyue, you still have a great chance. Oh, it's the older sister. Lu Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Lin Bai, and then began to eat her food elegantly in small bites. 5 minutes later, Lin Bai saw that there was still a lot of food left on the plates of the 2 people opposite him, but they had hardly touched it. He thought to himself that Feng Shui was the best. She would take as much food as she could eat and never wasted any. He asked, have you finished eating? If you have, I'll take you for a walk around the school. I'm done eating. Lu Mingyue and Sun Xiaotong picked up their plates, put them in the designated plate storage area with Lin Bai, and then walked out of the cafeteria. Senior, where are you planning to take us first? Actually, Lu Mingyue had already explored the entire school. She only wanted Lin Bai to take her around so that she could get closer to him. Let's just wander around and see where we end up. Lin Bai and Lu Mingyue strolled around the school. During this process, Lu Mingyue discovered that walking beside Lin Bai was much more eye-catching than walking alone on campus. Moreover, the envy in the eyes of some girls was something she had never experienced when strolling around alone. This greatly satisfied her vanity and further strengthened her resolve to win Lin Bai's heart. So, as they walked, she began to intentionally or unintentionally get closer to Lin Bai. Lin Bai was unaware of Lu Mingyue's little scheme. He was busy replying to Feng Shui's message. Feng Shui said she had finished her work on that end. Lin Bai then asked her if she wanted to go out for a walk. Feng Shui said okay. Lin Bai quickly put down his phone and said to Lu Mingyue, Jr., I suddenly have something to do, so I won't be showing you around campus. I'll be going now. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Mingyue's reaction, he strode towards the apartment. They've left? Lu Mingyue was completely bewildered. She just left in such a hurry? What could be more important than accompanying me on a walk around campus? She didn't understand at all. Mingyue, Senior Lin Bai has left. Sun Xiaotong was also stunned. This was the first time she had ever seen a boy leave his beautiful best friend on the street and then walk away alone. I saw it. Lu Mingyue was very unwilling and watched helplessly as Lin Bai walked further and further away. Suddenly, she remembered the conversation between Qin Ning and Lin Bai earlier. They mentioned Feng Shui. Could it be that Lin Bai went to see that Feng Shui? Let's go, let's follow them. This isn't a good idea, Sun Xiaotong said hesitantly. I'm just going to follow them and take a look. I'm not going to do anything. Lu Mingyue wanted to see what Feng Shui looked like. That made Lin Bai abandon her halfway through the journey. After saying that, she quietly followed them. Then, I saw Feng Shui, whose beauty was like the cool moonlight. Feng Shui, dressed in a white dress, stood there simply, making the surrounding scenery lose its color. Lu Mingyue was stunned. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? She had deliberately gotten close to Lin Bai before, thinking she could get his contact information after their walk and then use a push-and-pull tactic to win him over. Now it seems that it was all just wishful thinking on her part. With such a beautiful girl by his side, how could Lin Bai possibly like her? Mingyue, what's wrong? Sun Xiaotong asked worriedly when she saw Lu Mingyue not moving. You still say that? It's all your fault for encouraging me to pursue Lin Bai. Now look what's happened, I become a laughingstock. Are you happy now? Lu Mingyue vented her anger on Sun Xiaotong. Sun Xiaotong was at a loss. All she wanted was for her best friend to win over such an outstanding guy as Lin Bai. Was that wrong? After the second-year final exams, Lin Bai's team won first place, and each member will receive a star-level skill book. What that skill book will be is up to the school to decide. Is the spatial rift that the school has identified located in Building 5 of the North Campus? Lin Bai was surprised to see the spatial entrance hidden inside the teaching building. Teachers take turns guarding both sides of the spatial rift entrance and exit, so there's no need to worry about the monsters inside escaping. Qin Ning handed the document authorizing the 4 of them to enter to the teacher, then waved and said, "Let's go in." Lin Bai followed Qin Ning into the spatial rift, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived inside the spatial rift. Inside, several teachers were also on duty to guard the area, and a few dozen meters from the exit was a rest area. The trainees placed the ore they dug on a weighing machine, and after the weight was measured, they exchanged it for corresponding points from the teacher. 2 or 3 kilometers further out, the monster's silhouette could be vaguely seen. This spatial rift is mainly divided into 4 areas: the core area, the inner perimeter, the middle perimeter, and the outer perimeter. Most of the monsters in the outer perimeter are between level 25 and 30, the monsters in the middle perimeter are between level 30 and 35, the monsters in the inner perimeter are above level 35, and the monsters in the core area are mostly monster lords above level 35. The most suitable area for us to train is the middle perimeter. Let's go to the middle perimeter. Led by Qin Ning, the 4 first received items that could summon guards to mine, and then they made their way to the central area. Monsters roaming the area are everywhere, but the 4 of them did not come just to kill monsters. After walking for 2 hours, they found an area rich in minerals. This is hematite. The hematite extracted after being melted at high temperatures can be used to forge equipment. Let's train here. Qin Ning explained that the price of hematite is 1 point for every 100 caddies. No problem. Lin Bai took out the item he had received, and after infusing it with magic, he summoned a humanoid guard holding a pickaxe. The humanoid guard swung his iron pickaxe and began mining the ore. These humanoid guards have a single function: mining. Therefore, they only require a small amount of magic to maintain. Qin Ning and the other 2 also summoned their own humanoid guardians next to Lin Bai's humanoid guardian. These humanoid guards aren't very sturdy. I suggest working in pairs, with one group going out to hunt monsters and the other staying here, taking turns, Qin Ning suggested. Okay, then I'll team up with Lin Bai, Tang Jinxian said eagerly. After speaking, he secretly observed Lin Bai and Feng Shue's reactions. Actually, she didn't really want to be in a group with Lin Bai as someone who just wanted to have some fun, she was just looking for some entertainment. Either is fine, Lin Bai said indifferently. Feng Shui remained completely calm. Boring. Tang Jinxian muttered to herself, never mind, I'll just stick with Ningning. Qin Ning glanced at her and said to Lin Bai, let's go hunt monsters first, and then we'll come back for you guys after we're done hunting. She knew that Lin Bai could absorb the power of death, and she made this arrangement on purpose, also for Lin Bai's sake. After the 2 left, Lin Bai and Feng Shui found a clean place nearby to sit down. Senior Tang Jinxian must have said that on purpose just now, Lin Bai said, referring to the team formation earlier. Feng Shui responded softly, without any other reaction. Aren't you surprised that she said that on purpose? Lin Bai asked again. Why? Feng Shui glanced at Lin Bai. Perhaps she thought there was something between us. Lin Bai chuckled and said, but she definitely wouldn't guess that we're just friends. Feng Shui nodded emphatically, yes, we are friends. Ningning, I deliberately gave Lin Bai and Feng Shui a chance to be alone. Do you think their relationship will heat up? Tang Jinxian chatted gossipingly while fighting. Focus on the battle and stop worrying about other people's business, Qin Ning admonished Tang Jinxian. TCH, boring. Tang Jinxian pouted, but she was already used to Qin Ning's boringness. How much more experience do you need to reach level 34? Qin Ning asked. It's only at 30% now. At this rate, it will probably take 3.5 months to reach level 34, Tang Jinxian estimated in her reply. It will probably take me about 3 months, but if I use recovery potions, it will be faster. The mention of recovery potions gave Qin Ning a headache. It would take about 2 days to exchange for 1 bottle of recovery potion, which involved mining and collecting materials from monsters. She was currently level 33, and even with recovery potions, she could only recover 70% of her mana. On average, this would only increase her experience gain by 30% per month, still some distance from 50%. If only I could take 1 bottle of recovery potion every day. After the 2 fought until they had some magic power and stamina left, they returned the way they came to exchange for Lin Bai and Feng Shui. Go hunting. Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian each took out a bottle of recovery potion and began to restore their magic power or physical strength. Are you going to resume the potion? Lin Bai took out a recovery potion from his spatial ring and was about to hand it to Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. You don't need to prepare anything special for us, Qin Ning said with a smile, looking at the recovery potion in Lin Bai's hand. But I buy it from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, and it only costs me 750 points per bottle. If you buy it from the school, it will cost you 1,200 points per bottle, Lin Bai said speechlessly. A bottle of level 30 recovery potion from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce costs 15 million, right? Why did you buy it for half the price? Xi Ning asked in surprise. I forgot to tell you, I have the Supreme Gold Card of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, which gives me a 50% discount on everything. Lin Bai slapped his forehead and briefly explained that the twin sister's father was the CEO of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. So, we can get the recovery potion from you for 450 points cheaper? Xi Ning's eyes lit up. After careful calculation, with Lin Bai as a channel, she could exchange for 1 recovery potion every 2 days to 2 recovery potions every 3 days, and the extra experience points she would gain per month would increase by another 20%. So from now on, you can give me your points, and I'll buy recovery potions for you. That way, it'll be much more cost-effective, Lin Bai said with a smile. Xiaobai, you're so kind. Tang Jinxian hugged Qin Ning with emotion. Don't ask why it was Qin Ning if she hugged Lin Bai, neither Qin Ning nor Feng Shui would agree. Qin Ning looked disgusted. After telling the two of them about this, Lin Bai and Feng Shui teamed up and walked outside. Lin Bai first went to the place where the two had hunted the monster and absorbed the remaining death power from the monster's corpse. Many. At this rate, it won't be long before the wilderness butcher reaches level 35, at which point his monster hunting efficiency will also increase. When Lin Bai and Feng Shui work together, their monster hunting speed is not much slower than Qin Ning and Tang Jinshuan's. Most importantly, the two of them are only level 30, so their leveling speed is definitely faster than Qin Ning and Tang Jinshuan's. When the two returned the way they came after killing the monsters, they saw that in addition to Qin Ning and Tang Jinshuan, there were 2 women and 1 man in the camp. One of the women was Song Qiqing, whom they had teamed up with before. Junior brother Lin Bai? Song Qiqing was also surprised to see Lin Bai. Chapter 69 The 3 Major Societies. Senior sister Song Qiqing? Lin Bai never expected to meet Song Qiqing here. You two know each other? Feng Shui asked from the side. I've teamed up with others when I went on adventures in the wilderness before, Lin Bai replied. Feng Shui nodded slightly. Junior, you're actually a dual profession user. You've been hiding it for so long. After returning to school, Song Qiqing searched for information about Lin Bai. She was already surprised enough when she learned that Lin Bai was a freshman, but when she learned that Lin Bai was also a dual profession user, she was almost speechless. Lin Bai looked at Song Qiqing and asked, Senior, what are you doing here? We just encountered a little danger, but luckily junior sisters Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian came to our aid, otherwise we would have wasted a level 40 magic attack scroll. Song Qiqing expressed her gratitude to Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. We're all from Peking University, this little favor is nothing, Qin Ning said calmly. You two must be together, right? Why don't you join forces with us? Song Qiqing's gaze lingered between Qin Ning and Lin Bai. Lin Bai looked at Qin Ning. Qin Ning said, No, we prefer to act alone. The cooperation I'm referring to isn't about teaming up to kill monsters, but rather other things, like working together to defend this mining area, Song Qiqing said. What do you mean? This mining area is so big, there's no need to guard it, is there? Lin Bai asked, puzzled. This must be your first time here, Junior. After receiving an affirmative answer, Song Qiqing said, Junior brother, you may not know this, but there are 3 major clubs in this area, the Shattered Star Club, ranked 1st the Spirit Wind Club, ranked 2nd and the Thunderstorm Club, ranked 3rd. In addition, there are students like us who do not want to join clubs. Each of the 3 clubs controls a mining area. In the mining areas they control, there are no monsters to disturb them, and they can mine continuously for 24 hours. However, they are not satisfied with controlling only one mining area, and they will often send people to other mining areas to mine. If it's someone from the Spirit Wind Society, it's fine, they'll get along peacefully with the other members. But if it's someone from the Shattered Star Society or the Thunderstorm Society, they'll drive the other members away and occupy that mining area alone. What if I don't leave? Lin Bai asked. Violence is not prohibited here. If we don't leave, they will use violence, as long as they don't kill or maim people, Song Qiqing revealed. Strictly speaking, although this place is under the control of Beijing University, it does not belong to the university campus, and its rules of conduct are more like those of the wilderness. We can also use violence to resist. The members of the 3 major gangs in this area shouldn't be that strong, right? Lin Bai pondered. After all, this is only the middle area. Even if the 3 major gangs are stationed here, they shouldn't leave their top students here. Compared to the 4 of you, they are not that strong, but they have more people. Song Keqing returned to the original topic. That's why I suggested joining forces. If we join forces, even if the Shattered Star Society and the Thunderstorm Society want to drive us away, they will have to think twice about their strength. Lin Bai looked at Qin Ning, who was the captain of their team. Qin Ning said, "We can join forces, but only in the matter of fighting against the two major gangs." "No problem. Since we've chosen to join forces, we can discuss when to start mining. Ideally, our two groups should work together." Song Keqing pointed to the man and woman beside her and introduced them. "By the way, let me introduce my two companions. This is Tian Na, currently level 34, 96th on the Heaven ranking. This is Lu Ming, currently level 33, 22nd on the Earth ranking. I just reached level 34 recently and am currently 13th on the Earth ranking. Because of graduation, the strength of the students on the Heaven and Earth ranking is not as good as before. Also, because of the holiday, they are unable to compete on the Heaven and Earth ranking. Otherwise, with Song Keqing's strength, she should be able to enter the lower ranks of the Heaven ranking. I am Qin Ning, level 33. Tang Jinxian is level 33. Lin Bai is level 30 and Feng Shui is level 30. Qin Ning briefly introduced the members of her team. "No need for introductions, Junior. We watched your final battle." Song Keqing smiled. The four of them are now prominent figures in the school. Although the three of them are students on the Heaven and Earth ranking, their fame is far less than that of the four. The two parties agreed on a time to mine together the next day. The next day, with the addition of Song Keqing and the other two, Lin Bai and the other three were able to act together. However, before they had been hunting for long, they saw a group of people heading this way. Could it be someone from one of the two major gangs? The four hurried back and finally caught up with the group of people, returning to the side of Song Keqing and the other two who had stayed behind. "This area belongs to our Thunderstorm Society. If you know what's good for you, get out of here." The leader was a young man with a buzz cut. Although he was only level 33, he was very impolite when he spoke. What happened? Just then, Lin Bai and his three companions came out. "It's the Thunderstorm Gang. They want to monopolize this mining area." Song Keqing's confidence grew. Now that the seven of them were working together, even the Thunderstorm Gang was no match for them. Upon seeing Lin Bai and his group of four, the crew-cut youth was taken aback and quickly said, "Our Thunderstorm Gang also wants to mine here, please do us a favor." "Isn't that a pretty good way to talk?" Lin Bai looked at Qin Ning, waiting for Qin Ning's decision. "Seniors, what do you think?" Qin Ning asked, looking at Song Keqing and the other two. After discussing it with her two companions, Song Keqing whispered, "There isn't much or here. If the seven of us were to mine it, we could only last 4 or 5 months at most. So I want them to leave. With so many of us, we're not afraid of the Thunderstorm Gang. 4 or 5 months may seem like a long time, but at the current level, it's questionable whether 1 or 2 levels can be gained." Qin Ning nodded. She thought so too. She said to the crew-cut young man, "We'll take this place, you can go somewhere else." The crew-cut youth was taken aback by the refusal. Usually, they were the ones chasing others away, but today they had already been quite humble, yet the other party was showing no respect. The crew-cut youth angrily retorted, "Are you sure? We're from the Thunderstorm Gang." "Disappear from my sight in 10 seconds, Qin Ning replied domineeringly. "You." The crew-cut youth wanted to say something more, but Qin Ning had already started counting down, and it was clear that they were no match for him, so he could only lead his men away in a sorry state. After returning to the temporary rest area set up by the Thunderstorm Society, he immediately found Zhao Jiang, the person in charge there. "Weren't you guys out mining? Why are you back so soon?" Zhao Jiang asked the crew-cut youth. "Brother Yang, we went to mine, but we were turned away," the crew-cut youth said, sounding aggrieved. "Oh? In this area, there are still people who dare to mess with our Thunderstorm Gang?" Zhao Jiang believed that the crew-cut youth wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke the other two major gangs. It's Song Keqing, Tian Na, and Lu Ming, plus Qin Ning, Tang Jinxian, Feng Shui, and Lin Bai. "It seems they've joined forces," said the crew-cut youth. "Song Keqing and Tian Na are both capable of making it onto the heavenly ranking, and Qin Ning and the other three can rank in the top 20 on the earthly ranking. If the 7 of them join forces, they are indeed qualified to occupy a mining area," Zhao Jiang said solemnly. "I've already humbled myself a lot, saying I wanted to mine with them, but they still kicked us out," the crew-cut youth said resentfully. "So what do you want? Do you want to teach them a lesson?" Zhao Jiang glanced at the crew-cut youth. "Of course I wouldn't dare, but they drove us away. which clearly shows they don't respect our thunderstorm gang. Even if we don't teach them a lesson, I think we should at least give them a warning and restore our thunderstorm gang's reputation, the crew cut youth said sullenly. It's fine to give someone a warning if they don't have the strength, but those guys are so strong, aren't you afraid they'll catch you and beat you up? Zhao Jiyang tapped the buzz cut youth on the head, but we can't lose face for our thunderstorm club. If word gets out, the other two clubs will laugh at us. How about this, I'll personally take some people there and invite them to join our club. Once they join, everything will be solved. You still have a lot to learn from me. That's right, that's right. I'll spend my whole life learning from Brother Yang's wisdom. The crew cut youth first offered a flattering remark, then asked, but what if they don't want to join our gang? Zhao Jian looked at the crew cut youth as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? Our club is ranked third in the school, and our leader is a top 5 powerhouse on the heavenly ranking. I personally invited them, how could they possibly refuse? Zhao Jiang led his men to the mining area where Lin Bai and the others were located without stopping. This time, Song Keqing and the other two rushed back as soon as they saw the person who came. What are you doing here again? Trying to start a fight? Song Keqing questioned. Don't misunderstand, it's normal for you guys to occupy a mining area with your strength. I've come here today to sincerely invite you to join the Thunderstorm Society, Zhao Jiang said with a smile. We will never join the Thunderstorm Society. Song Keqing disapproved of the Thunderstorm Society's way of doing things and naturally would not join it. I didn't ask you, I asked Qin Ning and the others. Zhao Jian looked at Qin Ning and said, Junior, would you like to join our Thunderstorm Club? Song Keqing's heart jumped, and she looked at Qin Ning and Lin Bai with trepidation. Sorry, we have no intention of joining a club. Joining a club has its advantages, but it also has many rules, and Qin Ning doesn't like being restricted. Lin Bai felt the same way. He was fine with regular club tasks, but he was afraid of unreasonable requests that would be hard to refuse. It was better not to join at all. Junior, you should think this through. Our Thunderstorm Club's president is a top 5 powerhouse on the heavenly ranking. Joining our Thunderstorm Club will only benefit you, not harm you, Zhao Jiang said in a deep voice. If you have no ideas, you have no ideas. It has nothing to do with who your club president is, Qin Ning replied domineeringly. The junior has her own opinions, what about you guys? Zhao Jiyan then looked at Lin Bai and the other two. Lin Bai and the other two also refused one after another. Good riddance. I hope you won't regret it later. Let's go. Zhao Jiyan left in a rage with his men. As the 87th strongest person on the heavenly ranking, he had brought his men in person, thinking that Qin Ning would at least give him some face. He never expected to be rejected so decisively. Now, he had lost all face in front of the other club members. Sun Wang, go to the inner perimeter and find Ding Yuan for me. Damn it, if we don't teach them a lesson, who will be in charge of this area? Zhao Jiang ordered the crew cut youth. I'll go right away. The short-haired youth secretly curled his lip. So even though he hadn't bullied you before, he still wanted revenge now that he had. What a double standard. Based on my understanding of Zhao Jiang, if you reject him, he will definitely try to make trouble for you. Song Keqing said, but don't worry, Tian Na will reach level 35 in a few days. We'll be lucky if we don't cause them any trouble then. In the outer area, level 35 professionals are already the most powerful students. Students with a level higher than 35 are generally in the inner circle. Because once you reach level 35, you need to use level 35 recovery potions to level up quickly. Level 35 recovery potions are more expensive. The ore in the middle area alone can't even buy one bottle in a few days, so people usually go to the inner area to mine higher level ores. Students like Tian Na, even if they reach level 35, will stay in the middle area for a long time. They need to use the mines to buy level 35 equipment before they can enter the inner area. Zhao Jiang and the other two leaders of the organizations who stayed here were the same. Lin Bai wasn't worried at all. If they really got into trouble, he could just move to another area. Anyway, with their leveling speed, they wouldn't have to wait long to get revenge. After Zhao Jiang and his men left, Song Keqing and the other two continued hunting monsters, while Lin Bai and the other three stayed by the guards to take recovery potions. Now they can take 2 bottles of magic restoring potions every day. The points they don't have are credited to Lin Bai. Apart from Feng Shui, Qin Ning, and Tang Jinshan also owe Lin Bai a sum of points. 2 bottles of magic restoring potions are already the limit anymore, and even if magic is restored, the mind will feel exhausted. 2 hours later, after Song Keqing and the other two returned, Lin Bai went to the area where they were hunting to collect the power of death. With the addition of the three, the Wilderness Butcher's experience bar increased even faster. I'm sure I can advance to level 34 before the new semester starts. Xin Ning spoke with certainty that once they reached level 34, the four of them would be able to frequently hunt level 35 monster lords. Although they could hunt them now, it was rather troublesome. It will take me about 2 months. Tang Jinshan said that her leveling speed was always a little slower than Xin Ning's. It will take me about a month to reach level 31. With Qin Ning and Tang Jinshan guiding him, and by taking 2 bottles of recovery potions every day, his experience points are now increasing faster than before level 30. The cost, however, is that the amount he owes the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is increasing every day. Before long, he will go from being a debtor of several hundred million to a debtor of over 1 billion. That's terrifying. Chapter 70 Grey Iron Ore. Before the Thunderstorm Society could cause trouble for Qin Ning and his group, news spread that Tian Na had reached level 35. Ever since Sister Na reached level 35, no one from the Thunderstorm Guild has dared to bother us, Lu Ming said as he walked. After reaching level 35, you actually need more resources. Tiana was both happy and worried. After reaching level 35, she would have to start preparing points to buy level 35 equipment. However, in order to reach level 35 as soon as possible, she had almost no points left and even planned to stop buying recovery potions for a while. Look at this rock, it's a bit different. It looks like it's iron or two, Song Keqing suddenly said, pointing to a rock protruding from the ground. This looks like grey iron ore, doesn't it? Tiana first poked around the stone with her longsword with some uncertainty, then was overjoyed to find that it really was grey iron ore. It's important to know that hematite, refined from molten hematite, is only one of the materials used to make level 30 equipment, while grey iron, refined from molten grey iron ore, is one of the materials used to make level 35 equipment. According to the price list provided by the school, every 100 kilograms of grey iron ore can be exchanged for 1.5 points. If you can exchange 500 points for hematite every day, you can exchange 750 points for the same weight of grey iron ore. Quickly, take a look at how big this mining area is. Lu Ming said hurriedly. The three explored in 3 different directions and met up in one place after a while. Roughly speaking, it's about 700 or 800 meters away. Song Keqing was stunned by the sudden surprise. As for how deep it was currently impossible to determine, but based on past experience, it was at least 20 meters away. You could say that even if they dug non-stop for 24 hours a day, it would be enough for them to dig until they graduate. It's been sent. Tiana's heart was burning with excitement. With the mine here, she could save up enough points to buy a set of level 35 legendary equipment and weapons in less than a month and a half. If she included the points she could get by ranking on the heavenly ranking, the time could even be shortened to a month. Do you think we should tell Qin Ning and the others about what's happening here? Lu Ming asked hesitantly. Let me tell you, the 3 of us can't mine all the mines here, and if the news gets out, the 3 of us alone can't protect this mining area. Song Keqing rationally analyzed, even if you have a mine, you have to be able to protect it. If you can't protect it, no matter how much you have, it will eventually belong to someone else. I also agree with telling them, Tiana stated. Alright, let us tell them then. Lu Ming slammed his hand on the table and made his decision. You've discovered a grey iron ore mining area? Lin Bai was very surprised to hear this news from Song Keqing. Yes, it's about 700 meters away and at least 20 meters deep. Even if the 7 of us dig for a year, we still won't finish. Song Keqing said with a smile. Is it far from here? Qin Ning asked curiously. It's not far, only 5 kilometers. If Keqing hadn't wanted to go somewhere else, we wouldn't have discovered that mining area. Tian Na said, however, I'm worried that if the news gets out, the 3 major guilds might come and fight over it, so I want to tell this news to another friend of mine. He is also level 35 and has already collected half of the level 35 equipment. Senior, this is the mining area you discovered. You can decide for yourselves, Lin Bai replied. Okay, I'll contact him in a bit. Half an hour later, Tian Na found Lu Xiaodong. Weren't you teaming up with Song Keqing and the others? How come you have time to come find me? Lu Xiaodong asked curiously. He had invited Tian Na to team up with him before, but in the end Tian Na chose to team up with Song Keqing, and the matter was dropped. I have some good news to share with you, Tiana said mysteriously. What good news? You agreed to be my girlfriend? Lu Xiaodong's eyes lit up. That's not it. Tiana rolled her eyes and stopped being mysterious. I discovered a gray iron ore mine, about 700 or 800 meters long, enough for several people to mine for a year, so I wanted to invite you to come and help us protect the gray iron ore mine. Real? Lu Xiaodong was not disappointed by being rejected again. On the contrary, he was secretly pleased, as this was the first time Tian Na had taken the initiative to ask him to team up. Why did you only contact him and not anyone else? This shows that Tian Na still has feelings for him. Why would I lie to you? Will you agree? Tiana asked. With gray iron ore, I can quickly gather a set of equipment. How could I possibly refuse such a good thing? Lu Xiaodong said happily. Why did you come back alone? Where's Ding Yuan? Zhao Jiang frowned when he saw Sun Wang return alone. Brother Yang, Ding Yuan said that Tian Na is already level 35. Even if we bring him here, he might not be able to deal with her. The crew-cut youth relayed Ding Yuan's words to Zhao Jiang. Bullshit, how could someone who's almost fully equipped with level 35 gear not be able to handle someone who just reached level 35 not long ago? This bastard just doesn't want to help me. Zhao Jiang cursed angrily. If I hadn't only recently reached level 35, why would I have asked Ding Yuan for help? Brother Yang, should we still deal with Qin Ning and the others? The crew-cut youth asked. This is no good at dealing with anything. Zhao Jiang snorted coldly. Forget it, it's not a big deal anyway. Just tell the brothers and the gang not to provoke them recently, and send a few people to keep track of their movements from time to time. Since discovering gray iron ore, Lin Bai and his group have switched from mining hematite to mining gray iron ore. Even with mining gray iron ore, the daily income still couldn't cover the expenses. Before we knew it, there were only a few days left until the start of the new semester. I'm just 0.05% away from reaching level 34, Qin Ning said, looking at the experience bar. Don't be fooled by the mere 0.05% difference if you were farming level 34 or higher elite monsters or level 34 general monsters, even a dozen wouldn't be enough to level up. My Earth Dragon has also reached level 34. I think we can try hunting those 2 level 35 monster lords, Lin Bai suggested. If he could kill them, he could also take the opportunity to use undead conversion to transform the 2 level 35 monster lords into level 34 monster lords, thus saving a lot of death power. Furthermore, after leveling up from 25 to 30, the number of undead creatures that can be converted also increased from 3 to 5. I've disliked those 2 level 35 monster lords for a long time. Tang Jinxian was eager to fight. During this period, the 4 of them had passed through the territory of the 2 level 35 monster lords quite a few times. Every time they passed through, they took a detour, for fear of not being able to defeat them and wasting their energy. I also think it's worth a try. Fang Shui spoke up, explaining that during this time, both she and Lin Bai had reached level 31, significantly increasing their combat power. Then let's go hunt those 2 level 35 monster lords. Qin Ning made the final decision. The 4 of them easily found the 2 exploding demon bears. I'll wear them down first, then you guys can come in. Lin Bai summoned 30 undead. 30 undead surrounded the 2 exploding demonic bears, and before the 2 exploding demonic bears could attack, the undead's bodies rapidly expanded. Burst. Boom boom boom. Amidst the continuous sounds, the energy fluctuations caused by the explosions engulfed the 2 exploding demonic bears. However, this is only the beginning. Lin Bai then pointed his staff forward. Echoes of death. Dark energy swept across the explosion area, continuously accumulating and making the already chaotic energy even more chaotic and its power even greater. Wilderness Butcher, Earth Dragon. Lin Bai then summoned 2 more undead creatures, and then blessed them with blessings and damage reflection. Roar. A roar echoed from the smoke and dust, followed by the bursting demonic bears, their bodies bleeding from multiple blasts, charging out in fury, intent on tearing everything in their path to shreds. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. The banshee screamed through the 2 bursting demon bears into chaos, but it didn't affect the wild butcher and the earth dragon, who each used their most powerful skills to attack the confused bursting demon bears. This smooth combo left Tang Jinxian speechless. Wow, not many people on the heavenly ranking could withstand this combo. Don't just stand there, it's your turn. Qin Ning spoke up to remind him. Tang Jinxian came to her senses and, together with Fang Shui, leaped forward, while Qin Ning used his magic skills to attack the 2 exploding demon bears from a distance. Lin Bai also activated the Lock of Light, briefly imprisoning the exploding demon bear in front of Fang Shui. You're biased. Why are you imprisoning her head but not mine? Tang Jinxian roared. It's because your level is higher. Lin Bai was perfectly justified. Then she is still a chosen one of the gods, Tang Jinxian retorted. Lin Bai pretended not to hear. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Feng Shui's lips. Taking advantage of the moment when the exploding demon bear was restrained, she slashed forward with her sword. It seemed like she swung it once, or perhaps a dozen times. When the sword stopped, the crisscrossing sword light struck the exploding demon bear. The sharp sword light caused the wilderness demon bear to bleed profusely. Rune Annihilation Cannon. Countless runes converged at the tip of Qin Ning's mage staff, condensing into a beam of light that shot out with dazzling brilliance, striking the explosive demon bear in front of Feng Shui. Ningning, why are you being biased too? Tang Jinshuan's heart was shattered. Why are there so many whys? Qin Ning didn't even bother to make up an excuse. With the combined efforts of the three, the explosive demon bear in front of Feng Shui was severely injured, but its tenacious vitality prevented it from dying immediately. However, it was obvious that it would not live much longer. The other explosive demon bear flew into a rage, opening its mouth and spewing out a beam of purplish-black energy. The beam of light struck the butcher of the wasteland's chest, causing the bones in his chest to sizzle. Watch me. Tang Jinxian transformed into a sky werewolf, stepped on the back of the wilderness butcher, arrived on top of the exploding demon bear, and then punched the exploding demon bear on the head. The force of that punch sent the exploding demon bear staggering back several steps. The wild butcher followed and chopped the bursting demon bear in the neck with his axe. Then, Qin Ning threw out 3 more rune energy balls, which hit the bursting demon bear. Finally, light condensed in Tang Jinshuan's fist in midair, and a single heavenly wolf fist completely ended the life of the exploding demon bear. Don't be fooled by the fact that the battle ended in a short time. In fact, if Lin Bai hadn't expended several waves of energy at the beginning and summoned undead creatures that were only one level lower than the 2 exploding demon bears to block the way, the 3 of them might not have been able to kill the 2 exploding demon bears in 10 or 20 minutes. For streams of experience flew out from the bodies of the 2 exploding demonic bears and entered the bodies of Lin Bai and the other 3. I've reached level 34, Qin Ning said with a smile. I'll be there soon too, Tang Jinxian said with a grin. I gained 1.5% experience, Feng Shui reported. Lin Bai gained a little more than Feng Shui. He walked to the corpses of the 2 exploding demon bears and cast Undead Transformation. The death energy within the exploding demon bear was drawn out, transforming into a jet black gas that enveloped the bear. As the dark gas dissipated, the exploding demon bear's powerful body became incredibly weak, yet strangely gave off a sense of agility. Monster name, Exploding Demon Bear. Level, 34. Quality, Lord. Skills, Demonic Bear Roar, Demonic Bear Breath, Savage Claw Strike, Frenzied Bite, Blood Drain, Blood Regeneration. Blood Absorption and Blood Restoration are skills that only become available after becoming an undead creature. One temporarily enhances various attributes by absorbing blood, while the other repairs the body by absorbing blood. To Lin Bai's regret, the undead transformation did not trigger a quality upgrade, otherwise, it could have gone from Lord level to Overlord level. Even so, he now possesses 4 level 34 monster lords, so if a fight breaks out, he won't be afraid of a fully equipped level 35 professional. Ha! Where did Qin Ning and the others go? The young man with the buzz cut arrived near the mining area where Qin Ning and the others had previously been and expressed his doubts. Could it be that they set the time for the afternoon and are still resting now, someone speculated. Possibly. The crew cut youth pointed to the 2 people behind him and said, "You 2 go keep watch, the rest of you release the guards, and while they're away, dig up some more ore from them." But what if they find out? Didn't Brother Yang say to try not to provoke them? Someone asked worriedly. We're not the only ones active in this area, how can they be sure it was us? The crew cut youth said dismissively. If we can't beat them head on, we'll just mine all their mines behind their backs. The digging lasted for more than 2 hours before the young man with the buzz cut left satisfied with his work. The next day, the crew cut youth secretly led a group to mine again. After several days, he finally realized something was wrong. It wasn't that their timing was off from Lin Bai's and the others, but rather that Lin Bai and the others seemed to have abandoned this mining area. Such a good mining area, why give it up? Did they move to the inner perimeter? Or did they discover an even better mining area? The crew cut youth became suspicious, so he mobilized people to search for Lin Bai and the others. The 2 mining areas were not far apart. One morning, someone spotted Song Keqing and the others who were left to guard the area from a distance, but they dared not get too close for fear of being discovered. They only approached slowly after Song Keqing and the others, as well as Lin Bai and the others, had all left, and then they were shocked. This is actually a gray iron ore mine. Chapter 71 The Struggle. Brother Yang, I've discovered a gray iron mine. Back in the temporary rest area, the crew-cut young man excitedly went to Zhao Jiyang to report the matter. Where is it? Is it far from here? Zhao Jiyang stood up excitedly. Although the Thunderstorm gang also had a gray iron mine in this area, the mine was almost exhausted due to the large number of members in the Thunderstorm gang. It would be best if a new gray iron mine could be found to replace it. It's more than 10 kilometers away from here, but that mining area should have already been occupied by Qin Ning and her group, the crew-cut youth replied. This is a bit tricky. Zhao Jiyang calmed down immediately. With their limited manpower, if they were to compete with Qin Ning and the others for that mining area, they would definitely be badly beaten. However, they were unwilling to give up, since they could also gain a lot of benefits if they could take over that mining area. After thinking for a moment, he decided to report it. Since there weren't enough people and resources here, he would let the higher-ups handle it. Sun Wang, go again. This time, go directly to the president or vice president and explain our situation to them. See if you can transfer a few people over. Do you think the president and the others will care about such a small matter? Sun Wang was not very confident. If it were before, the president and the others definitely wouldn't have cared. After all, there's plenty of hematite in the central area, so we can dig wherever we want. But there's very little gray iron ore in the central area. If we could get a piece of gray iron ore, the president and the others would get more points. Do you think they would have cared? Understood, I'll go right away. The young man with the buzz cut suddenly realized. Zhao Jiyang discovered a gray iron mine, but it was occupied by Qin Ning and Song Kaching's groups first. They want me to send some people over to help. Zhang Jin, the president of the Thunderstorm Club, sat in a chair and instructed the crew-cut youth, go and find Ding Yuan and Lu Xiu. I'll have them handle this matter with you. After the crew-cut youth left the room, the vice president said, President, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian are only juniors and they're already level 33. And Lin Bai and Fang Shui are also level 30 before they even graduate from their freshman year. Is there any need for us to offend them for a gray iron mine? Do you think they're growing up very fast? Zhang Jin asked rhetorically. The vice president nodded. I don't deny that if they continue to grow at this rate, they will catch up with us sooner or later. At this point, Zhang Jin changed the subject, but have you forgotten that we'll be graduating in a year? In that year, do you think they can catch up with us? The vice president was startled. Yes, they would be graduating in a year. Even if Qin Ning and the others could catch up, they would be in different places. What good would that do? So, don't be timid when doing things. If you can get resources now, go for them now. There's no need to give them away, Zhang Jin said slowly. But President, Ding Yuan alone is enough, why should Lu Xiu come along? We are short-handed right now. The vice president didn't quite understand. Ding Yuan had already collected all the legendary equipment at level 35. He alone was enough to deal with Tian Na, who had just reached level 35, and Qin Ning, who was level 33. Not to mention Lu Xiu, who was even stronger. Asking the two of them to fight together was a waste of their talents. Our actions will definitely offend Tian Na and Qin Ning. Since we've offended them, we shouldn't give them a chance to recover. Zhang Jin slowly clenched his fist, as if everything was under his control. That day, the crew-cut youth led Ding Yuan and Lu Xiu back to the temporary rest area in the middle of the enclosure. In the afternoon, the group began mining the gray iron ore. The next day, when Lin Bai and the others arrived at the agreed location with Song Kaching, they saw members of the Thunderstorm gang placing wooden signs bearing the gang's mark near the mining area. We discovered this place first. Who gave you permission to mine here? The hot-tempered Tian Na kicked over a wooden sign and questioned Zhao Jiyang, who had rushed over. So what? This place belongs to the Thunderstorm gang now. If you don't want to get beaten up, get out of here. Zhao Jiyang said in a tough tone. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to speak to us like that? Lu Xiaodong stood next to Tian Na, looking at Zhao Jiyang with hostility. It's us. Two voices suddenly came from afar, and then Ding Yuan and Lu Xiu appeared in their line of sight. It's Ding Yuan and Lu Xiu. One of them is currently ranked 82nd on the heavenly ranking, and the other is ranked 76th. Song Kaching whispered to Lin Bai, afraid that he wouldn't recognize the two. In fact, as soon as the two appeared, Lin Bai activated his reconnaissance skill and knew that they were both level 35 professionals. This is going to be difficult. We only have 2 level 35 professionals on our side, while they have 3, Song Kaching said in a low voice. When did you two get here? Tian Na's face was grim. To prevent the Thunderstorm Guild from seizing this mining area, she had specially invited Lu Xiaodong, who was also a level 35 professional. Who knew that the Thunderstorm Guild would send 2 level 35 professionals at once? If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but both of them were ranked higher than her and Lu Xiaodong. What do you care when we got here? If you see us here, you should get lost. Are you trying to force us to beat you up? Ding Yuan said arrogantly, not taking the crowd seriously at all. You. Tian Na clenched her fists, ready to fight Ding Yuan regardless of the consequences. But Lu Xiaodong stopped him with lightning speed. Don't be impulsive, we are no match for them. Are we just going to abandon this mining area like that? Tian Na was extremely unwilling. She was almost able to collect enough level 35 equipment. If she gave up this gray iron mine, it would probably take her a long time to accumulate enough points to buy an enchantment orb. Without an enchantment orb, it would be very dangerous for her to rashly enter the inner area with her current strength. But what can we do if we don't give up? If we fight, the two of us can hold off Ding Yuan and Lu Xiu, but what about Zhao Ziyang? He should be getting all the level 35 equipment by now. Once we start fighting, no one can beat him, Lu Xiaodong advised. How did the discussion go? Are you leaving or not? Ding Yuan continued to shout. You want us to get lost? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Lin Bai speak, everyone immediately focused their attention on him. Junior, you're being too impulsive. Song Kaching's heart jumped into her throat, fearing that the people opposite her would immediately attack. You're asking for a beating. Do you even have the right to speak here? Seeing that Lin Bai, a sophomore who had just started college, dared to provoke him like this, a flash of ferocity crossed Ding Yuan's eyes. He took out a long sword from his professional space, and with a casual wave of his hand, a sword aura shot out. Careful. Tiana instantly changed her appearance and used the long staff in her hand to block the sword energy. You dare to fight back? Looks like you're asking for a beating. Ding Yuan gripped his longsword and charged towards Tian Na. At the same time, Lu Xiu also completed his disguise and attacked Lu Xiaodong. The four engaged in a fierce battle. I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. With no more level 35 professionals left on Lin Bai's side, Zhao Ziyang completed his transformation and stared at the crowd with ill intent. Junior, you've really put us in a terrible situation, Lu Ming complained, but still drew his weapon, intending to fight back to the end. What's the panic? I'll handle him. Just as Lin Bai was about to summon 4 level 34 undead summons, Qin Ning stopped him, saying, Let me do it. I want to see if there's a difference between myself and a fully armed level 35 professional. I'll cover for you. Tang Jinxian was eager to try. Feng Shui also drew her longsword, ready to strike at any moment. All right. Left with no other choice, Lin Bai had to temporarily abandon his plan to take action. You want to be my opponent alone? Zhao Jiyan looked at Qin Ning and sneered, although you are an S-class professional, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Let's talk after you can get close to me. Qin Ning pointed his mage's staff forward, and countless runes formed a large rune array, trapping Zhao Jiyang inside. At first, Zhao Jiyang didn't care, but after failing to break through the rune array in one strike, his expression changed slightly. This shouldn't be the case. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he took out a reconnaissance tool and pointed it at Qin Ning. You've actually reached level 34? And your highest stats are only 100 points lower than mine? The two are level 34 and 35 respectively, with a difference of only 50 points in their highest attributes. The main difference lies in the 200 plus points of amplification provided by level 35 and level 30 equipment. However, Zhao Jiyang does not have an enchantment orb, while Qin Ning has a level 30 enchantment orb, which provides more than 100 attribute points. Therefore, the actual difference in their highest attributes is only about 150 points. However, don't forget that Qin Ning's professional runemaster is top tier even among S-class professions, while Zhao Jiyang is just an ordinary A-class profession. In comparison, Zhao Jiyang's attribute advantage is overshadowed by his professional advantage. Level 34 and level 35 are tied? Ding Yuan hadn't expected to encounter such a situation, and a sense of foreboding gradually grew in his heart. I didn't know Qin Ning was this fierce. Song Kaching and Lu Ming were invigorated. Qin Ning had blocked the last level 35 professional, so they could easily sweep away Zhao Jiyang's remaining underlings. They were just a bunch of trash who were ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking or hadn't even made it onto the Earth ranking and only knew how to bully others by taking advantage of the Thunderstorm Guild's reputation. The two men acted swiftly, giving the crew-cut youth and his companions a sound beating and venting their anger. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiyang's attack on Qin Ning failed after a long time, and with Tang Jinxian and Qin Ning watching him closely from the side, he gradually lost the desire to continue fighting. "Stop, we are willing to give you this mining area." "Zhao Jiyang, are you crazy?" Ding Yuan shouted. His purpose in coming here was to seize this mining area. "Do you have some other way?" Zhao Jiyang asked back. Ding Yuan fell silent. "You can stop, but you must hand over all the ore you've mined here," Qin Ning said. "No problem." Zhao Jiyang gave the crew-cut youth a look, and the crew-cut youth understood and took out all the gray stone ore he had stored in his spatial ring. "Can we leave now?" Zhao Jiyang asked tentatively. "I hope this is the last time you mess with us." Qin Ning stopped and released Zhao Jiyang from the rune array. Seeing that the negotiations had been completed, Tiana and the other three stopped fighting. Zhao Jiyang waved his hand and led the Thunderstorm gang members away from there. "Your sister is really amazing." Song Keqing exclaimed that she never expected Qin Ning to break through to level 34, and even more so that Qin Ning, at level 34, could hold his own against a fully armed Zhao Jiyang. "Even if I don't make a move, Lin Bai can hold off Zhao Jiyang." Qin Ning shook his head. "Really? You're that amazing?" Song Keqing asked skeptically. Lin Bai smiled slightly but did not answer. "In any case, we've managed to save this mining area. If she can save this mining area, Tiana can decide whether to save up points to buy a level 35 enchantment orb or a level 35 recovery potion. Don't be too happy yet. We've only temporarily repelled the Thunderstorm gang once. Next time, they might send a level 36 professional," Lu Ming reminded him. "As far as I know, resources are even scarcer in the inner area. The Thunderstorm Society probably doesn't have the resources to send out any more level 36 professionals. Besides, even if they do send them out, as long as they don't stay here all the time, we still have a chance to take back this mining area," Lu Xiaodong said optimistically. Lin Bai and his three companions did not participate in the discussion because they were not worried at all about whether the Thunderstorm Society would send a level 36 professional. Qin Ning has already reached level 34, and Tang Jinxian is not far from leveling up in terms of experience. With the addition of Lin Bai and Feng Shui, even if the opponent sends a level 36 professional, the four of them working together can defeat the opponent. After this battle, Qin Ning's reputation was boosted once again. Everyone knew that when the new semester started, Qin Ning would climb to the top of the heavenly ranking in a very short time. Before you know it, the new semester has begun. While his peers were still in their second year of university, Lin Bai had already climbed to 9th place on the Earth ranking. This is not his full strength, nor is it a deliberate concealment of his strength. Rather, the top 8 on the Earth ranking have the strength to fight against level 35 professionals, and they are the kind of people who can't defeat each other. Lin Bai is the same. Even if he uses his full strength, he can at most fight to a draw with his opponent and cannot defeat him. Just as Lin Bai surged to 9th place on the Earth ranking, Qin Ning, Tang Jinxian, and Feng Shui also made it onto the Heaven and Earth rankings respectively. Qin Ning is ranked 91st on the Heavenly ranking, Tang Jinxian is ranked 97th on the Heavenly ranking, and Feng Shui is ranked 10th on the Earthly ranking. In addition, Lu Chao, Zhao Wenjie, and Li Yunsheng, among others, also made it onto the Heaven and Earth ranking. However, Zhao Wenjie and Li Yunsheng were ranked behind Lin Bai and Feng Shui, while Lu Chao was ranked 93rd on the Heavenly ranking. Holy crap! Old Bai has already made it into the top 10 of the Earth ranking. Yang Su was completely stunned when he learned of this news. As for the others, such as Su Che, Zhang Tianluan, and Sui Chen, who were S-level professionals in the same year, they felt powerless to catch up. Lin Bai was in the same year as them, but it seemed like they weren't in the same year at all. As for the school beauties like Liang Yi, Lin Ruiying, Li Sini, Su Caixia, and Su Kaiwei, they didn't have any competitive thoughts. Instead, they were all talking about Lin Bai, saying that Lin Bai was their idol and their male god. Whenever someone wanted to pursue them, they couldn't help but compare the other person with Lin Bai, and then they would feel bored. Chapter 72: The Spirit Wind Society's Attraction. After entering his second year of university, Lin Bai felt that there was no difference from his first year. He was still killing monsters and leveling up every day, except that he owed more and more money to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and had the goal of reaching the top 10 of the Tian ranking within a year. 2 months passed in this monotonous routine. In the 2 months that followed, Qin Ning finally reached level 35 and obtained a star-level skill book from the school. This skill was extremely powerful and was called Rune Rain. Afterwards, he borrowed less than 200 million from Lin Bai and bought a set of level 35 legendary equipment and a level 35 spirit enchantment bead. A few days later, Tang Jinxian also reached level 35. Like Qin Ning, she first received a star-level skill book from the school, and then borrowed money from Lin Bai to buy equipment and enchantment beads. Otherwise, with the points earned from the monthly rankings in mining, it would take them almost half a year to afford a level 35 enchantment bead. In addition, Lin Bai and Feng Shui both reached level 32 during this period, and were not far from level 33 in terms of experience. We should head to the inner perimeter. The four discussed it and concluded that with the team's current strength, they wouldn't encounter any danger even if they entered the inner area, so they said goodbye to Song Keqing and the others. Tian Na and Lu Xiaodong have already collected a complete set of level 35 equipment through mining. Song Keqing is also about to reach level 35, and Lu Ming has reached level 34. Even if Lin Bai and the other three leave, they don't need to fear the Thunderstorm Guild. Once inside the inner area, the four hunted monsters while searching for new mining areas. There is a lot of gray iron ore in the inner area, but there is also more valuable blue iron ore. 100 caddies of iron ore can be exchanged for 2 points. After searching for several days, the four finally found a small iron ore mine. Because there weren't many students active in the inner area, and the four of them were quite formidable, they easily took over this small mining area. More than a month later, Lin Bai and Feng Shui both reached level 33. At this point, their strength was no less than that of a level 35 professional, and they could even defeat professionals who were not S rank. Under these circumstances, Qin Ning felt at ease leaving Lin Bai and Feng Shui alone in the inner area, while she and Tang Jinxian decided to go to the core area. There are many reasons for going to the core area, but the main one is the pressure brought by debt. In the past few months, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian have each incurred hundreds of millions of yuan in debt to Lin Bai, while Lin Bai himself has incurred nearly 1 billion yuan in debt. Under this pressure, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian had no choice but to risk entering the core area to compete for resources. The two of them can escape unscathed as long as they don't encounter a level 37 monster lord. Even if they encounter a monster lord of level 37 or higher, they can escape with the help of a scroll. The only ones who can pose a threat to the two of them are the students in the top 20 of the heavenly ranking. It's not that the students would deliberately cause trouble for the two, but the only resources in the core area are the spoils from the altar. Among them, the most valuable are the azure stones that can be used to make enchanted orbs, level 35 items, and diamond-level skill books. However, these items are extremely rare, and the top 20 students have fought each other quite a bit to compete for them. But Lin Bai couldn't help Qin Ning much, so he could only silently collect the power of death and silently grind monsters to accumulate experience. On the 5th day after Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian entered the core area, news came that the two were injured. The perpetrators were the vice president of the Thunderstorm Society and a member under the vice president. Upon learning this news, Lin Bai was both angry and anxious. Fortunately, this was within a spatial rift controlled by the school, so there was no danger of death. After some time, Qin Ning sent a message to Lin Bai, telling him not to worry. She and Tang Jinxian had cooperated with the Lingfeng Society, which was ranked second. With the Lingfeng Society as a deterrent, the leader of the Leibao Society would not dare to go too far in targeting them. The Lingfeng Society also provided them with a Qingtai mine. In this iron ore mining area, the two guards can mine 24 hours a day. As the two people closest to Qin Ning, Lin Bai and Feng Shui were also taken care of, and were allowed to leave their guards in this mining area to mine 24 hours a day. The price was that the two of them would also have to help when monsters attacked this mining area. Of course, this was just a ploy to win them over. In reality, they didn't need the two of them's help. The gang members who remained in the mining area were strong enough to handle the attacking monsters. Junior students, please sit wherever you like, don't be shy. Zhao Jun, the fourth strongest member of the Lingfeng Society, pointed to the chair in the room and said, "Brother Jun, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future." Lin Bai sat opposite Zhao Jun, and Feng Shui sat down next to him. After settling into this mining area, he would spend most of his time here. "Junior, please don't say that. Seeing you and Feng Shui makes me feel ashamed. I'm a senior this year, only in class of 36, while you're only sophomores and already in class of 33. If I stayed at school a little longer, you might end up taking care of me." Zhao Jun smiled wryly. He was one of the best students, ranking among the top 40 on the heavenly ranking, but he couldn't feel any sense of superiority in front of Lin Bai and Feng Shui. "I was just lucky. If Qin Ning hadn't helped me, I would never have been able to reach level 33 so early. Lin Bai was neither arrogant nor did he take all the credit for his achievements. Speaking of which, I really admire Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. Although they are one level below me, they are much braver than me. I would never dare to enter the core area and compete with those people for resources. Zhao Jun said admiringly, you know, the students who were ranked first and second on the heavenly ranking now broke into the top 10 of the heavenly ranking last semester, when they were juniors. It goes without saying how abnormal their strength is, but fortunately, these two have already entered the law enforcement team for internships and will not compete with them for school resources. Then, Fu Chang, who ranked third, was a lone individual in their cohort, and he single-handedly founded the number 1 ranked Shattered Star Club. Tang Qingguo, who ranked fourth and is the president of the Lingfeng Club, inherited the club from the previous year's students and developed it into the second-ranked club today. Zhang Zhen, ranked fifth, inherited the Thunderstorm Society, which is now the third largest society. The 6th through 13th ranked individuals were all S-class professionals. Although those ranked 13th to 20th are not S-class professionals, they are definitely strong individuals who are infinitely close to S-class professionals. Then comes the third tier, ranked from 20th to 50th. Zhao Jun belongs to the third tier, and is even considered to be at the lower end of the third tier. Generally, players in this tier rarely compete for resources in the core area, because not only is the chance of gaining any advantage low, but they are also likely to get beaten up by players in the first and second tiers. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You two juniors, go and rest. There's nothing here for you to worry about. I'll take you to see the altar in this area when it opens, Zhao Jun said. At other times, Lin Bai and Feng Shui searched for level 35 monster lords or some high-level general monsters and elite monsters in this area. The Lock of Light. Lin Bai and Feng Shui killed a level 35 monster lord and absorbed the power of death into the death space. I wonder what kind of skill books the school will prepare for me. When it comes to anticipation, star-level skill books definitely rank first in Lin Bai's mind. He had previously witnessed Qin Ning unleash a rain of runes, the power of which directly crushed diamond-level skills. It can be said that for professionals of the same level, the difference between having star-level skills and not having star-level skills is equivalent to the difference between a B-level profession and an S-level profession. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a person would basically result in an instant kill. After a moment of daydreaming, Lin Bai returned to reality and continued to steadily progress towards level 34. After returning to the rest area, Zhao Jun found Lin Bai Jr., the altar will open tomorrow. Don't go hunting monsters yet. There will be plenty of monsters for you to kill near the altar. There are 4 altars in the inner area. The Shattered Star Club, the Spirit Wind Club, and the Thunderstorm Club each occupy one, while the remaining club is unclaimed. Every time it is opened, it is fought over by clubs other than the 3 major clubs or students ranked in the second tier. The altar opens when the monsters have completely repaired the destroyed altar. The repaired altar will contain new items that will carry its power, which are the spoils of war in the eyes of the trainees. To obtain the loot, one must fight one's way through the monsters guarding the altar. Okay, senior. Lin Bai agreed and decided to go for a walk around the altar with Feng Shui. Even if they couldn't get any loot, they could still kill as many monsters as possible. The next day, some people stayed behind to guard the mining area, while Zhao Jun led the other group towards the altar. Even from thousands of meters away, one could see the light from the altar reaching hundreds of meters high. The higher the level of the altar, the taller the pillar of light, which also meant more abundant loot. Of course, the monsters guarding the altar were also stronger. Brothers, follow me and charge in. Zhao Jun shouted and led the way. Other professionals followed behind, including those at levels 35, 34, and even 33. Normally, professionals below level 35 are not able to move around in the inner area. However, the Lingfeng Guild needs their guards to mine ore, so they set up a rest area to protect professionals below level 35. When killing monsters, they also follow the professionals below level 35. As for the share of ore they can get, it is the same as that of the members in the middle area. Lin Bai followed behind Zhao Jun. When they passed places where monsters were dense, he would throw out a death echo. At other times, he would command the undead to fight. Junior, your profession is really great. Unlike us, not only is our monster killing efficiency low, but we also have to run up to the monsters to fight, which is also very risky, someone said enviously. Aren't those people from the Shattered Star Society? Some observant groups also spotted a group of people approaching the altar from another direction. It's those shameless bastards again. They always try to steal our things just because they're from the Shattered Star Guild. Zhao Jun quickened his pace and approached the altar. But as he arrived at the altar, another group of people also rushed up to it. Xiao Qirui, this altar belongs to our Lingfeng society. Do you want to break the rules? Zhao Jun shouted at the leading student opposite him. How could that be? We just came to take a look. Xiao Qirui denied it outright. Oh. Zhao Jun didn't take it seriously. If they hadn't arrived at the altar the moment it opened, those shameless bastards would probably have taken the spoils from the altar first. However, since the other party had only killed some monsters gathered near the altar, he couldn't say much. So he called the other members of the Spirit Wind Guild to join him in killing the remaining level 36 monster general. Zhao Jun, you can't manage this group of people on your own. Do you need my help? Xiao Qirui asked with a smile. You would be so kind? Zhao Jun looked at Xiao Qirui suspiciously. You're not planning to do something bad again, are you? Look at what you're saying. We've known each other for almost 4 years. Do you think I would cheat you? As he spoke, Xiao Qirui charged toward the level 36 monster lord. It was only after knowing you for almost 4 years that I realized what kind of person you really are. During the siege of the monster, Zhao Jun remained wary of Xiao Qirui, fearing that Xiao Qirui might suddenly turn around and attack him, but this did not happen until the monster was killed. After the monster died, it split into 2 large streams of experience, which flowed into the bodies of Zhao Jun and Xiao Qirui respectively. Xiao Qirui said with a smile, I'm in a good mood today, so I don't mind telling you some news. In another half-month, I will be able to reach level 37. So fast? You reached level 36 earlier than me back then, and it didn't take you very long. Zhao Jun was secretly surprised. Who told you not to enter the core area? Although the core area is a bit dangerous, if you were lucky enough to fight alongside the vice president and the others a few times, the experience you gain in one battle is more than you would gain in several days of leveling up by killing monsters alone. If you seize a few more of these opportunities, you can naturally shorten the time it takes to reach level 37. Xiao Qirui said with a smile. Then you must have gotten quite a few beatings, right? Zhao Jun said with a strange expression. Stop worrying about these useless things. Just remember that I'll reach level 37 before you. Xiao Qirui said angrily. It won't be much earlier than expected. Zhao Jun pretended not to care, but he was extremely envious. At the normal training speed, it would take him 3 or 4 months to reach level 37, and ideally, he could reach level 38 before graduation. Let's get out of here, brothers. After showing off, Xiao Qirui turned and left with his men. Lin Bai listened silently to the conversation between the two. His current combat power was almost equal to that of a level 36 professional. However, once he reached level 34, with the maximum attribute boost of 1.5 times that of a dual profession user and the advantage brought by the necromancer, he estimated that he could hold his own even against a level 37 professional. Once he reached level 35 and equipped level 35 gear and enchantment orbs, he would be invincible below level 40. Level 35 is a major bottleneck for Lin Bai. Once he surpasses it, his combat power will increase significantly. In the following time, Zhao Jun broke the altar and took out 5 spoils of war from it. Lin Bai simply watched, knowing that once he reached level 35, he would enter the core area and compete with the top 20 students on the heavenly ranking for resources in the core area's altar. Chapter 73. 2 major clubs join forces. Level 34 already, time flies. Lin Bai silently calculated that with his current strength, he could defeat any A-level professional below level 36, and he could hold his own against an A-level professional at level 37. Junior, the club president is here. Do you want to come with me to meet him? As Zhao Jun walked toward the makeshift wooden hut, he called out to Lin Bai. Okay. Lin Bai did not refuse. The other party and Qin Ning were business partners, so it was only right and proper for him to meet them. The two entered the house together and saw a mature-looking young man sitting in a chair. President. Zhao Jun greeted him and pointed to Lin Bai beside him, introducing him as, this is Qin Ning's younger brother, Lin Bai. I've seen the photos. There are quite a few pictures of Lin Bai on our school's online forum, but now it seems that Lin Bai is even more handsome in person than in the photos, Tang Chengwu said politely. Senior Tang is even more charismatic than I imagined, Lin Bai casually remarked. President, what brings you here all of a sudden? Zhao Jun casually found a chair and sat down. In his memory, Tang Chengwu rarely left the core area. Tang Chengwu said helplessly, it's a long story. To put it simply, not long ago an altar opened, and I snatched something good from Fu Chang. Fu Chang suffered in silence. From what I know of Fu Chang, he is a vengeful person. But we are evenly matched, and he can't do anything to me. So he might get his gang members to make a move. That's why I'm here to remind you to be careful when you go out recently. He won't deal with us personally, will he? Zhao Jun asked worriedly. If Fu Chang were to take action himself, no one here could stop him. That's unlikely. He'll probably send his men to cause you trouble, Tang Chengbu said. Fortunately, things aren't too bad, Commander Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. After explaining the situation, Tang Chengbu looked at Lin Bai and asked, Junior, have you been getting used to being here all this time? Lin Bai replied, it's great. Brother Jun takes good care of me and doesn't usually let me do anything. Tang Chengbu nodded and said, you'll get used to it. Don't neglect your training. Even though your sister Qin Ning has the Lingfeng Society to take care of her, she's often targeted by others in the core area. If you can reach level 35 sooner, you can share some of the pressure earlier. That's what I think too. Not only Qin Ning felt pressured by the money she owed, but Lin Bai himself felt even more pressured. He was only a sophomore in college and already owed more than 1 billion yuan. If he didn't start making money soon, he probably wouldn't be able to pay it off even after graduating from college. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. I'm leaving. Tang Chengwu stood up and left gracefully. Lin Bai and Zhao Jun accompanied them for a distance. That afternoon, Lin Bai was still resting in the rest area when he heard someone shout anxiously, Brother Jun, something bad has happened. Xiao Chirui is leading his men this way. Lin Bai recalled Tang Chengwu's reminder from that morning, and quickly went out of the wooden house, where he saw that Zhao Jun had already gathered his men to prepare for battle. Let's go take a look too. Lin Bai looked at Feng Shui, who was walking out of the house next door, and said. Feng Shui nodded in agreement. The two followed the team to the outside of the rest area and saw Xiao Chirui, whom they had met a few days ago. What are you doing here with your men? Zhao Jun looked at Xiao Chirui and questioned him. I received orders from the commander to kick you out of here. Xiao Chirui finished his disguise, holding a curved knife, looking like he was ready to fight at the slightest provocation, although I don't know why, I can only do as the boss orders. If you know what's good for you, you'd better take your men and leave this place yourself. Impossible. Zhao Jun flatly refused, saying that many gangs were mining here, and if he left, he might not be able to find such a large iron or mining area again. Even though he knew he was probably no match for Xiao Chirui, he still wanted to give it a try. Then let's fight. Xiao Chirui took a step forward and charged aggressively towards the Zhao army. Zhao Jun, gun in hand, charged forward. The other people on both sides stood on either side to prevent the other side from suddenly intervening. Sweeping through thousands of troops. Zhao Jun swung his spear, which crackled and sprang through the air like a black dragon, and lashed out at Xiao Chirui. It's the same old trick again, nothing new. Xiao Chirui sneered, his curved sword stained crimson with blood as he slashed forward. The two fought for dozens more rounds, but neither could gain the upper hand. However, Xiao Chirui was a level above Zhao Jun, and he had an advantage over Zhao Jun in terms of strength, physique, and endurance. After fighting for over 100 rounds, the Zhao army gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. At this point, Xiao Chirui had completely grasped the rhythm, but it would take a lot of effort to completely defeat Zhao Jun. So he advised, let's leave here. You can see that if we continue fighting like this, you will definitely lose. You make it sound so easy. Where are we going to find such a large area of ore deposits after we leave here? If we can't find such a large area of ore deposits, some members of the gang will have to go back to the central area to mine gray iron ore, Zhao Jun said angrily. But this has little to do with you. The biggest losers are your president and vice president. The president and vice president can take a cut from the mining done by other members of the club. This is an exchange to protect the club members. However, even though Zhao Jun, the fourth-ranking member of the club, can also get a cut, it is not a large amount. Stop talking. If you want me to take my men away from here, then beat me, Zhao Jun said in a deep voice. What a stubborn mule, Xiao Chirui rolled his eyes. If this continues, Senior Zhao Jun will definitely lose. We cannot lose this mining area. Lin Bai planned to help Zhao Jun. If they left this mining area, he, Feng Shui, Qin Ning, and Tang Jinxian would no longer be able to mine 24 hours a day, and the speed at which they accumulated points would definitely decrease significantly. Lin Bai already had a lot of debt, and he didn't want to owe any more. I'll do it. Feng Shui took out her longsword. During this time, she had also leveled up to level 34. As a chosen one of the gods, her leveling speed was no slower than Lin Bai's. Feng Shui charged forward with her sword, and the others did not stop her, because in their view, if Feng Shui joined in, she would be beaten out within 30 seconds. In reality, however, Xiao Qirui's pressure increased dramatically after Feng Shui joined the battle. What's going on? How can she be so strong? Xiao Qirui could sense that Feng Shui's strength and speed were inferior to his own, but her skills were surprisingly powerful. By the way, she's a chosen one of the gods, but even chosen ones of the gods can't fight several levels above them, right? What level is she now? Xiao Qirui wanted to use the props to check Feng Shui's level, but he couldn't find the time. Thank you, Junior. After Feng Shui joined, Zhao Jun felt much more relaxed. In fact, when he and Feng Shui joined forces, they were able to suppress Xiao Qirui. Should we continue fighting? Zhao Jun asked Xiao Qirui. That's it. You got lucky this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. Xiao Qirui was only doing this to fulfill Fu Chang's orders and had no expectations for the fight. Seeing that he couldn't win, he simply led his men away. After this battle, Feng Shui's fame surpassed Lin Bai's, making her the number one in the hearts of many second-year students. Because of Lin Bai's silence during this period, the attention of those who were originally watching him suddenly shifted to Feng Shui. In addition, Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian also performed brilliantly in the core area, making Lin Bai the least noticeable of the four. Core area. The two altars opened almost simultaneously, and the top experts on the heavenly ranking split into two groups and headed to the two altars respectively. The second altar was divided into three groups. Tang Qingwu, the vice president of the Lingfeng Society, and Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian were the first group. Zhang Jin, the vice president and third in command of the Thunderstorm Society, is part of the second group. The third group was a small group formed to counter the first two groups. At this moment, the pillar of light on the altar had just formed when the three groups of people rushed toward the altar from three different directions. Ordinary monsters had no effect on the three groups, but they dared not ignore the level 39 Monster Lord and the level 40 Monster General. Zhang Jin, how about the two of us take on that level 39 Monster Lord? Tang Qingwu extended an invitation to Zhang Jin. No one can approach the altar until this level 39 Monster Lord is eliminated. Good. Zhang Jin readily agreed and said to the strongest member of the third small group, you go and deal with that level 40 Monster General. Huang Tiansong knew that Zhang Jin didn't want him to participate in the competition, so he said, how can I deal with two level 40 Monster Generals by myself? Have your vice president come and help me. He also wanted to bring along the vice presidents of the two clubs, so that his own people wouldn't be left without anything to fight for. Zhang Jin and Tang Qingwu both agreed, so all the top combatants went to deal with the Monster Lord in general, leaving only the top-ranked heavenly ranking experts like Qin Ning to charge towards the altar. Tang Qingwu is creating an opportunity for us. Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian exchanged glances. During this time, they had both reached level 36, significantly improving their strength. However, they had used special items to disguise themselves as level 35. But now, they no longer intended to hide their strength. With their firepower fully unleashed, the two were even faster than Yuan Feng, the third-ranking member of the Thunderstorm Gang. They actually hid their levels? Seeing this, Zhang Jin's face immediately darkened. However, he was already fighting the Monster Lord, and Tang Qingwu was guarding him from the side, so leaving wouldn't be so easy. The others were also startled, but could only watch helplessly as the two of them charged to the altar first. Tang Jinxian punched the altar's light screen and looked at the 6 spoils of war inside. Of these 6 spoils, the Azure Stone, level 40 items, and Diamond level skill books are the most valuable. Without hesitation, the two of them put away the 3 spoils of war. Put it down. Yuan Feng immediately became anxious and finally rushed to the altar, attacking the two of them. With Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian working together, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of Yuan Feng alone. Moreover, although Yuan Feng was a level 38 professional, he was an A-rank professional. With the two working together, Yuan Feng was severely injured in just a few seconds. The two took the opportunity to run outside. The third group did not stop them, but bypassed the seriously injured Yuan Feng, came to the altar, took 2 of the remaining 3 spoils, glanced at Zhang Jin who was fighting the Monster Lord, and then quickly ran outside as well. When Yuan Feng arrived at the altar, all that was left was a piece of the least valuable level 40 equipment. Yuan Feng was so angry he was about to vomit blood. He shouted at Zhang Jin, President, they took all the best stuff. Hateful. Zhang Jin roared and unleashed his full power to attack the level 39 monster lord. Although Tang Chengguo deliberately stalled for time, he couldn't go too far with his act. Under Zhang Jin's full firepower, the monster lord was killed in no time. Zhang Jin didn't even glance at the monster lord's corpse before chasing after Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian in the direction they had left. Zhang Jin, they came with me after all, how about you do me a favor? Tang Chengguo also caught up and stood in front of Zhang Jin. Did you already know that they were deliberately hiding their levels? Zhang Jin looked at Tang Chengguo angrily. So what if they're hiding their strength? They've been in the core area for so long, it's about time they got some good stuff, Tang Chengguo chuckled. Zhang Jin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, are you sure you want to stop me? Those two have had a grudge against the Thunderstorm gang before. Tang Chengguo stood his ground and laughed, isn't that because your gang went too far? You insisted on seizing the mining area that others had occupied. You won't allow it, huh? Well, you'll regret it later. Zhang Jin glared fiercely at Tang Chengguo, then chased after the third group of people who had left. After silently praying for the group's good luck, Tang Chengguo arrived at the agreed-upon location and met up with Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. Senior, thank you for stopping Zhang Jin for us. This is your share of the spoils. Qin Ning took out the two most valuable items. I'll take Qin Yi's share of the spoils, but you can take this one back. Tang Chengguo took the most valuable piece of spoils. This was for the vice president, since the vice president had also put in a lot of effort and shouldn't be left without something. We didn't contribute much, so we can't accept this. Qin Ning continued handing over the spoils of war. Take it. Besides, it's not like it's free. I hope you can take care of the Lingfeng Club after I graduate. As the president of the Lingfeng Club, Tang Chengguo had developed a deep affection for the club over the past 4 years. But after we start our senior year, we'll probably be doing off-campus internships, Qin Ning said hesitantly. It's all right. Even if you go off-campus for internships, you can just come back to visit occasionally. Besides, by then, you should be among the top students on the heavenly ranking. Taking care of the Lingfeng Club will be just a matter of a few words. Tang Chengguo actually wanted to take care of the Lingfeng Club himself, but after he graduated, he would no longer be considered a student of Beijing University. Even if he had influence off campus, it would be difficult to influence those on campus. Then we'll do as you say, senior. We'll help look after the Lingfeng Club. Qin Ning handed another trophy to Tang Jinxian. At the same time, Zhang Jin angrily cleaved the monsters within a 20-meter radius in two with a single strike. Those people hid somewhere to avoid him. The school has a rule that after half an hour, you can no longer fight over the spoils in other people's hands. After all that trouble, he ended up with the least valuable trophy, which he had to share with the vice president and Yuan Feng, the third most important person in the club. Zhang Jin grew angrier the more he thought about it. Tang Chengguo, I originally didn't want to agree to cooperate with Fu Chang, but you forced me to do it. Chapter 74, Level 35. Another new semester has begun, and the students are most concerned about the changes on the Heaven and Earth ranking. In just one semester, Qin Ning has already broken into the 18th place on the heavenly ranking. That's too fast. Tang Jinxian is also strong, ranking 25th. What? Lu Chao is ranked higher than Tang Jinxian, at 19th, just one place below Qin Ning. Zhao Wenjie is also very impressive, ranking 27th. The third-year students were focused on Qin Ning and her group, while the second-year students were focused on Lin Bai and Feng Shui. Feng Shui is ranked 89th on the heavenly ranking, so why is Lin Bai still on the earthly ranking? Lin Bai broke into the top 10 of the earth ranking last semester, and in just one semester, he moved up 5 places. Even Dai Liang and Jiang Xiyu have broken into the top 56 and 63 on the earth ranking respectively. The two were the other two solo fighters besides Feng Shui, but they weren't as famous as Feng Shui. Seeing that Lin Bai had not yet entered the heavenly ranking, everyone was somewhat disappointed. In their hearts, they still recognized Lin Bai, who had defeated them, more than Feng Shui. The inner perimeter of the spatial crack. Finally, level 35. Lin Bai was overjoyed. Yes, he hadn't been trying to climb the heaven and earth rankings during this time, but instead focused on his daily training. This resulted in his ranking on the heaven and earth rankings only improving by 5 places over the course of the semester, but it was all worth it. For Lin Bai, level 35 is a hurdle. Before you get past that level, you can only fight to a draw with a level 37 professional. But once you cross that threshold, you become virtually invincible below level 40. Most importantly, after reaching level 35, you can finally get the star-level skill book that the school promised. I wonder what kind of skill books the school prepared for me. Lin Bai was very much looking forward to it. After telling Feng Shui, he left the spatial rift and went to Zhang Wanzong's office. Why do you come here every semester at the beginning? Zhang Wanzong sat calmly in his chair and said slowly, Speak, what's the matter this time? I'm level 35. Lin Bai got straight to the point. So fast? You were only in the class of 30 at the end of your freshman year. Zhang Wanzong was somewhat surprised, but not much. After all, Lin Bai had already given him too many shocks, and he was now somewhat immune to them. So you're here to ask for skill books? Old Zhang, you understand me. Lin Bai rubbed his hands together excitedly. The vice principal has already prepared everything for you. Wait, I'll go find him now. Zhang Wanzong stood up and walked out of the office. 15 minutes later, he returned with the approved documents and led Lin Bai to the 12th floor of the library. He then carefully took down a skill book that radiated a star-like glow from the bookshelf and handed it to Lin Bai. Undead Knight, a summoning skill book? Lin Bai asked in surprise. Yes, this skill book was specially prepared for you by the school. The school paid a considerable price to obtain it. You can study here now, Zhang Wanzong said. Lin Bai reached out and touched the skill book. After communicating with magic, the skill book transformed into a beam of light and merged into Lin Bai's body. A new skill has been added to the job panel. Black Knight Star binds a Black Knight. The Black Knight's level changes with the caster's level. The introduction was very simple. After taking a look, Lin Bai released the skill. A black six-pointed star appeared on the ground. In the darkness, it seemed that something was binding Lin Bai through the six-pointed star. Then, a figure completely black slowly rose from the six-pointed star. The Black Knight bears a striking resemblance to a human, clad entirely in jet black armor and wearing a mask. Only its eyes, radiating a crimson glow, are visible. It wields a long sword, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. However, upon seeing Lin Bai for the first time, it plunged its long sword into the ground, knelt on one knee, and said in a hoarse voice, I am willing to fight for my king. Please grant me a name, my king. Monster race, Black Knight. Level, 35. Quality, Dominant. Strength, 2300. Agility, 2156. Constitution, 2500. Spirit, 1234. Stamina, 900,000. Magic power, 510,000. Skills, Dark Slash, Dark Cross Slash, Dark Defense, Aerial Step, Shadow Step, Dark Touch, Shadow Descent. Note 1, the Black Knight is a knight who brings death and has a certain degree of dominance over other creatures. Note 2, Black Knights are immune to 50% of damage from dark attributes. Casters of lower levels than Black Knights are completely immune. Note 3, the Black Knight is immune to 30% of damage from attributes other than dark. Note 4, the Black Knight cannot die, it only disappears with the death of its summoner. Note 5, the Black Knight is always at the same level as the summoner, and has a very small chance of evolving each time it levels up. Holy crap! Lin Bai was almost blinded by the Black Knight's amazing skills. There was only one word to describe it: outrageous. Moreover, the Black Knight, as the Overlord, has very high attributes, equivalent to a level 42 Monster Lord. Most importantly, the Black Knight will never die and will have a chance to evolve again as it levels up. The Overlord is already abnormal enough, but what about the Overlord? However, summoning the Black Knight was very costly. This summoning alone consumed 2/3 of Lin Bai's magic power. The advantage is that the Black Knight will consume its own stamina and magic power during subsequent battles, unlike other summon creatures that require Lin Bai to consume magic power to control them. Being able to speak means the Black Knight isn't unintelligent. Lin Bai stroked his chin and pondered, Zero, from now on you'll be called Zero. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Your Majesty. The Black Knight lowered his head even further as a sign of respect. You shouldn't need to enter the death space, right? Lin Bai asked the Black Knight. Your Majesty, I come from the Netherworld. When the summoning is cancelled, I will return to the Netherworld, the Black Knight replied. Then you can go back now. We'll summon you again when needed, Lin Bai instructed the Black Knight. At your service, my king. After speaking, a pitch-black six-pointed star magic circle appeared beneath the Black Knight's feet, and he slowly disappeared into the magic circle. Zhang Wanzong stared at the floor pierced by the Black Knight's longsword, speechless for a moment, but didn't say anything more. The realm of the dead, filled with the aura of death. Amidst the ruins, the Black Knight returned. He, who should have been devoid of human emotions, was now extremely excited. I was chosen by the king. Due to the special nature of the netherworld, all creatures have very long lifespans and level up very slowly, sometimes taking years, decades, or even centuries to level up. This is extremely slow compared to other creatures, not to mention humans who level up the fastest. Being bound to a human means that the leveling speed will become incredibly fast, something that many undead creatures can only dream of. Moreover, as a Black Knight of the Overlord level, Zero possesses hazy memories of his past as a human. In those memories, he has a regret he wants to make up for. In the past, he might not have had the chance to make up for it before his memories faded, but now, he sees hope. After obtaining the star skill, Lin Bai went to the 9th floor of the library to select skills for the priest. Regarding the priest's skills, Lin Bai chose Sanctification. Sanctification Diamond grants the selected target the light attribute for a period of time, increasing the target's light attribute resistance. This skill can not only make up for the shortcomings of undead summons, but also allow undead summons to receive light attribute amplification after Lin Bai learns the new light attribute amplification skill. It's important to know that many of the priest's advanced skills are related to light attribute amplification. After selecting his skills, Lin Bai went to the Tianqing Merchant Guild and bought a set of level 35 legendary equipment and a level 35 enchantment orb. The level 35 legendary equipment plus the mage staff amplifies 740 points of spirit power. A level 35 enchantment orb increases spirit by 185 points. Adding Lin Bai's own 1.5 times the mental strength of a professional of the same level, totaling 11-12 points, he has a total of 20-37 points. This is equivalent to a level 40 professional wearing a full set of level 35 legendary equipment and enchantment orbs. Now, I should be qualified to challenge for the top 3 of the heavenly ranking, right? The reason they are in the top 3 is that the top 2 are not in school, and they have entered the law enforcement team for internships. Their current level is likely to be over 40. Even if you summon the Black Knight, you are not absolutely certain of victory against a level 40s rank professional. However, facing a level 39 professional should be a piece of cake. After that, Lin Bai bought 2 more level up boxes from level 35 to level 40, and upgraded both the Golden Eye and the Undead Bone Ring to level 40. As a result, his debt to Tianqing Chamber of Commerce increased from nearly 1 billion to 1.3 billion. Damn it! This won't do. If we don't make money soon, we'll be ruined. The excitement of the upgrade vanished, replaced by a mad glint in Lin Bai's eyes. All the spoils from the core area are mine. Mine. Senior, Feng Shui and I are heading to the core area. Could you please keep an eye on the guards here? Like Qin Ning, Lin Bai and Feng Shui left the guards here so that even in the core area, the guards could mine 24 hours a day. It's nothing. Zhao Jun gave an okay sign, then changed the subject. But juniors, are you really planning to go to the core area now? The competition in the core area is much fiercer than in the inner area. Even I don't dare to step into the core area, for fear of offending those inhuman guys. There's nothing I can do, we're just too poor, Lin Bai sighed. Junior, are you still poor? Yes, we owe the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce 1.3 billion. After listening, Zhao Jun remained silent for a full 3 seconds before saying, then be careful in the core area. I'll see you off. Lin Bai and Feng Shui arrived outside the rest area and were just about to leave when they saw a large group of people rushing towards them. How did Xiao Qirui, Ding Yuan, and Zhao Jiyang end up together? Zhao Jun's expression changed drastically. Judging from this, the Shattered Star Society and the Thunderstorm Society probably had ill intentions. As Zhao Jun had guessed, Xiao Qirui, Ding Yuan, and Zhao Jiyang, under the orders of their leader, joined forces to seize the mining area controlled by the Lingfeng Society. Zhao Jun, I told you last time that your luck wouldn't last forever. I believe you can guess why we're here. If you know what's good for you, take your men and leave. I don't want to fight, Xiao Qirui said with a smile. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? If they don't want to leave, we'll beat them until they leave. Zhao Jiyang stared fiercely at Lin Bai and Feng Shui. Zhao Jun's expression shifted, and he said to Lin Bai and Feng Shui, I would appreciate your help, juniors, to stop them. No need. Lin Bai shook his head. Just when everyone thought Lin Bai had given up resisting, Lin Bai said again, I am enough to deal with them on my own. Junior, are you kidding me? Zhao Jun had rarely seen Lin Bai make a move, and he was even more unaware that Lin Bai had already reached level 35. Arrogant, but that suits me just the way I want. I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Zhao Jiyang said to Ding Yuan and Xiao Qirui, "You two, don't try to take it from me. I have a grudge against him. Don't worry, I won't take it from you." Xiao Qirui had no interest in bullying the weak. After saying that, Zhao Jiyang completed his disguise and approached Lin Bai with a weapon in hand. Lin Bai snapped his fingers, and a level 36 Earth Dragon appeared in front of him. A Lord-level monster? Zhao Jiyang took out a reconnaissance tool to check the Earth Dragon's level, and was immediately shocked. How come it's a level higher than mine? He then turned to Xiao Qirui and Ding Yuan for help, saying, "Come on together." Xiao Qirui's initial ease turned into seriousness. Even if he were to face a level 36 monster lord, it would take him some time to kill it. "Junior, you've really given me a big surprise." As they spoke, Xiao Qirui and Ding Yuan prepared to step forward and help Zhao Jiyang. "I advise you not to make any moves." Lin Bai snapped his fingers again, and two level 37 exploding demon bears appeared simultaneously. "What? There's more? Level 37? Xiao Qirui completely lost his composure. What was the point of fighting now? Ding Yuan silently withdrew his left foot, which had just stepped out, and remained quiet in place. "Junior, you're that strong?" Zhao Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew Lin Bai could summon undead creatures, but he never expected that Lin Bai could actually summon two level 37 undead creatures and one level 36 undead creature. With this level of strength, he could easily rank in the top 30 of the heavenly ranking. Whether he can rank in the top 20 is still a bit hard to say. "Junior, actually I want to say that this is all a misunderstanding, do you believe me?" Zhao Jiyang chickened out, completely chickened out. "I believe you, but that doesn't stop me from beating you up." Lin Bai chuckled and manipulated the Earth Dragon to slowly approach Zhao Jiyang. Not long after Lin Bai drove away Zhao Jiyang and the other two, the rankings on the Heaven and Earth rankings changed. Lin Bai immediately replaced Xiao Qirui in the rankings, while Xiao Qirui dropped one place. "Look, the rankings have changed. Lin Bai has risen to 32nd place. She jumped nearly 70 places in one go, is that true? You'll see for yourself." Speaking of which, what exactly happened? If I remember correctly, Xiao Qirui, who was ranked 32nd, was a level 37 professional. Lin Bai defeated Xiao Qirui? That can't be right. Is there an error in the Heaven and Earth ranking? The second-year students were in an uproar. They had been wondering how Lin Bai could only improve by 5 places in a semester, but they never expected that in just one day, Lin Bai would suddenly enter the top 40 of the heavenly ranking and become one of the few people standing at the forefront of the entire Shangjing University. Chapter 75. Qin Ning is injured. After resolving matters in the mining area, Lin Bai and Feng Shui headed towards the core area. In the core area, ore is not the most valuable resource. The most valuable resources are the various loots in the altar. Some loots are worth as much as the points that can be earned by mining for a month, and some are far more valuable. Lin Bai came to the core area to acquire more spoils and pay off his debts as soon as possible. Based on the direction Zhao Jun pointed out, Qin Ning and the others should be in that direction. After determining the direction, Lin Bai continued to venture deeper into the core area. In the distance, the two were chasing each other. "Shui Hong, hand over the item, or you'll definitely pay the price today, even if the time is up," the person behind threatened. "Keep dreaming." As the third-ranking figure in the Lingfeng Society, Shui Hong naturally wouldn't take this threat seriously. Besides, even if he were caught and beaten up, it would be better than handing over the spoils, provided he could last for 30 minutes. "Ha? That's Qin Ning's younger brother, Lin Bai?" Shui Hong saw Lin Bai, and Lin Bai naturally saw Shui Hong as well, but he didn't pay any attention to it, because according to Qin Ning, this kind of chase and escape was very common in the core area. But he ignored Shui Hong, who then rushed towards him. Lin Bai, Qin Ning is surrounded by people from the Shattered Star and Thunderstorm gangs. You need to go find the gang leader quickly, otherwise Qin Ning will be in trouble if we wait any longer. Shui Hong approached Lin Bai and spoke quickly. "Are you from the Lingfeng Society? Which direction is Qin Ning in right now?" Lin Bai asked quickly upon hearing that Qin Ning was in trouble. "Over there, about 20 kilometers from here," Shui Hong pointed in a direction. "Qin Ning's younger brother?" The people chasing after him also recognized Lin Bai and sneered, "Since we've met, stay here. I won't let you go get reinforcements. You dare to lay a hand on a sophomore? Have you no shame?" Shui Hong rebuked. "It's all because he's Qin Ning's younger brother, and Qin Ning offended our club president." The people behind pressed closer. Seeing this, Shuai took out a diamond-level skill book from his spatial ring and was about to hand it to Lin Bai. Take this skill book and leave first. After you see the club president, give this skill book to him. I will buy you some time. Thank you for telling me about Qin Ning. As a token of my gratitude, I will help you deal with this pursuer. Lin Bai looked at the person behind him. You? The man behind him gave a disdainful smile. Lin Bai glanced at him and unleashed a death strike. The smile on the man's face froze instantly. He tried to block the fatal blow with his weapon, but it was no use. He was seriously injured by the fatal blow. If Lin Bai hadn't held back, this attack would probably have killed him. Of course, Lin Bai wouldn't do that. After all, it was just a dispute at school, and a lesson would suffice. Junior, you. Shuai stared at Lin Bai in disbelief. Senior, I still need help with Qin Ning, so I'll be going now. Lin Bai took Feng Shui into the air and rushed towards Qin Ning at top speed. Are all college sophomores this weird these days? Shuai began to seriously question his life. Whoosh! Qin Ning used his levitation technique to escape with Tang Jinxian and the vice president of the Lingfeng Society at top speed, but they still couldn't shake off the three people who were relentlessly pursuing them. Qin Ning, hand over the item. It's not something you can take. Ning Tao, the vice president of the Shattered Stars Club, said with a smile. If I hand over the things to you, will you let the three of us go? Qin Ning asked, glancing at him. You've offended the president, so you'll all have to pay a price. But if you hand over the stuff willingly, I can go easy on you, Ning Tao said. Whether you hand it over or not, you'll get beaten up anyway, so don't give it to him, advised the vice president of the Lingfeng Club. Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. After saying that, Ning Tao and his two companions increased their speed even further. At this rate, Qin Ning and his two companions will be caught up in less than a minute. Qin Ning, you two take the spoils and go. I'll buy you some time. After saying that, the vice president of the Lingfeng Society broke free from the levitation spell and used his aerial agility to rush towards the four people behind him. You think you can stall for time by yourself? The vice president of the Thunderstorm Club said to Ning Tao and Yuan Feng, you two go after him, I'll handle him. Don't even think about it. The vice president of the Lingfeng Society roared and unleashed a barrage of sword shadows, simultaneously engulfing the three of them. But before the three could even reach them, the vice president of the Thunderstorm Society unleashed a massive fist strike, shattering all the sword shadows. Ning Tao, along with Yuan Feng, took the opportunity to fly past the vice president of the Lingfeng Society. The three vice presidents are all about the same strength, but in terms of speed alone, Ning Tao, being a mage, has the advantage. Qin Ning, those two are catching up. How about we split up? Tang Jinxian suggested eagerly. Don't be foolish. If we split up, we'll only lose faster. Qin Ning glared at Tang Jinxian. She knew what Tang Jinxian was up to. She was probably trying to use the excuse of separating to take the opportunity to use that starry sky skill to buy herself time to escape. But if she did that, not only would she not be able to get away, but Tang Jinxian would definitely be retaliated against severely. What can we do then? We can't just give them the spoils and then get beaten up, that would be too awful. Tang Jinxian wasn't afraid of being beaten up, but she was just frustrated. Let's see if we can use the Monster Lord to escape. Qin Ning led Tang Jinxian into the territory of a level 38 Monster Lord. Although it was a bit risky, the worst-case scenario was that they would have to hand over the spoils, so they might as well give it a try. The Monster Lord was provoked and roared at Qin Ning, but when Ning Tao and Yuan Feng, who were of higher level, entered, it turned its attention to the two behind them. It's a success. Tang Jinxian breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Trying to use the Monster Lord to buy time? Yuan Feng, you go after them first, I'll deal with this Monster Lord. Ning Tao took the initiative to meet the Monster Lord. A human and a monster clashed in battle. Yuan Feng used his aerial footwork to catch up with the two. Although he was not as fast as Ning Tao's levitation technique, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up with them completely. You dared to chase after me all by yourself? It seems you've really forgotten the lesson from last time. Tang Jinxian didn't know where Yuan Feng got such courage from, especially since she and Qin Ning had defeated him together at the altar before. Humph. I wasn't prepared enough last time, but this time you won't be able to defeat me. Yuan Feng took out a bottle of medicine and gulped it down. Take care of him first before you leave. Qin Ning made a decision and immediately enveloped Yuan Feng with a large array of runes. After drinking the potion, all of Yuan Feng's attributes increased to a certain extent, and he cleaved through the rune array with just one strike. Seeing this, Qin Ning was also helpless. She and Tang Jinxian had originally wanted to prepare this kind of potion, but after thinking about it, they decided against it because they owed so much debt. Even without the potion, she was confident she could defeat Yuan Feng. She was about to unleash the Starry Sky skill Runic Rain. Ningning, let me handle this. You save your magic to deal with any unexpected situations. Tang Jinxian unleashed her star skill True Wolf form first, gathering countless energies to form a giant humanoid energy body 10 meters tall. This energy body looked exactly like Tang Jinxian after her transformation, except that it had no expression on its face. Tang Jinxian was positioned at the head of the energy entity. She threw a punch from a distance, and the energy entity made the same move as her. The huge fist brought wind pressure and slammed towards Yuan Feng. Shadow Slash. The long sword in Yuan Feng's hand shone brightly as he swept it horizontally. The sword energy collided with the enormous fist, lasting only a moment before shattering into pieces. How could that be? Yuan Feng was incredulous. Before he could dodge, the huge fist sent him flying. Puff! Yuan Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly used a flight scroll to escape. You have no idea of the power of the Starfall skill. Tang Jinxian put one hand behind her back, looked at Yuan Feng who was running away, and quietly showed off. However, this attack was extremely powerful, but it also instantly depleted 70% of her strength. The enormous body began to dissipate. Just then, a figure flew rapidly from afar. It was Ning Tao. The level 38 monster lord couldn't last a minute in his hands. Clap clap clap. Ning Tao clapped his hands and praised Tang Jinxian's true form of the Heavenly Wolf. Is this the Starry Sky skill you've mastered? You actually defeated Yuan Feng 2 levels higher. Impressive. Tang Jinxian's expression changed slightly, and she quickly reconstituted her true form as the Heavenly Wolf. It's all gone now, why force it? With a gentle wave of his staff, Ning Tao conjured a gust of wind that scattered the true form of the Heavenly Wolf. Tang Jinxian quickly used her aerial agility to fly to Qin Ning's side and said, his skill is very strange. The wind wasn't very strong, but my true form was still blown away. The Storm Mage's skills might be related to the 4 laws and the 8 attributes, Qin Ning analyzed. Any profession that is related to the 4 laws and the 8 attributes is exceptionally powerful. For example, Lin Bai's necromancer is related to the law of death among the 4 laws, and the rune master profession is also related to spacetime among the 4 laws. It's your turn now. Let me see your Starry Sky skill. Ning Tao looked at Qin Ning. As you wish. Rain of Runes. Qin Ning raised his mage's staff high above his head, and a huge blue magic circle appeared in the sky. The magic circle dripped raindrops, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were runes shrunk many times over. The runes dripped down very quickly, rapidly, and densely, as sharp as blades. It's a very strong skill, but I'm not that good for nothing, Yuan Feng. Ning Tao smiled slightly. Although they were both level 38 professionals, he was an S-class professional, ranking 9th on the heavenly ranking. Without him making any move, a whirlwind began to appear beneath his floating feet, spinning faster and faster until it quickly formed a huge tornado. Whenever raindrops fall into a tornado, they are blown away by the powerful wind pressure. His skill seems to counter yours. Tang Jinxian looked at Qin Ning and said. Qin Ning nodded slightly. Although the skill that was considered her trump card had been neutralized, there was no sign of panic on her face. Now it's time to hand over the spoils to me. After the magic circle disappeared, Ning Tao also dispersed the tornado and looked at Qin Ning with a smile. Good. Qin Ning stopped struggling and took out the azure stone that she had finally managed to snatch. Ning Tao used his levitation technique to pull the azure stone into his hand and laughed, a wise choice, but I still have to teach you a lesson. This was specially ordered by our club president. Experience pain. He used his mage's staff to fight Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. I'm willing to bear Ning Ning's pain for her. Tang Jinxian stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Ning. No need, experiencing failure is also part of the growth process. Qin Ning stepped out from behind Tang Jinxian, calmly facing the impending attack. Although she thought that if she had another year, she would never have been forced to this point, the situation had already come to this point, and she would not make any excuses. Being inferior in strength was being inferior, and she should pay the price for her recklessness for making the wrong choice. But you are a mage. Tang Jinxian wanted to try to persuade Qin Ning, but after seeing Qin Ning's expression, she knew it would be useless. Qin Ning, you are the first person I have ever met who dares to face failure with composure. To be honest, I admire you very much, but the punishment that is due still needs to be given. Ning Tao once again aimed his mage's staff at Qin Ning and Tang Jinshen, and countless wind blades shot towards the two of them. One can imagine that, given Qin Ning's mage physique, if he were to take this hit, he would definitely be covered in wounds. Suddenly, a golden wall appeared in front of the two, blocking the dense wind blades. Lin Bai? Upon seeing this familiar skill, Qin Ning immediately thought of Lin Bai. She looked behind her and, sure enough, saw Lin Bai and Feng Shui flying towards her. I am coming. Lin Bai landed in front of Qin Ning with Feng Shui, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Qin Ning was unharmed. You've reached level 35? Qin Ning asked curiously. Lin Bai nodded heavily. This was something he had agreed upon with Qin Ning, they would only enter the core area after reaching level 35. Be careful, Ning Tao is ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking, he's very strong, Qin Ning warned, then silently retreated behind Lin Bai. You've always been the one protecting me. I never thought that one day I would be the one protecting you. Lin Bai suddenly smiled. Yes, I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Qin Ning's eyes were filled with relief. The little kid who used to hide behind her had finally grown up. I wish I had a younger brother too. Tang Jinshen, who was usually carefree, suddenly felt a little envious of Qin Ning. So you're ready to face my wrath? When facing Qin Ning, Lin Bai still had a smile on his face, but when he looked at Ning Tao, his gaze gradually turned cold. Qin Ning, whom he had always regarded as his older sister, was almost hurt. Thinking about this, Lin Bai felt his anger turn into a raging fire, gradually causing him to lose his composure. Lin Bai, a dual-class magic user, has a 1.5x increase in mental power. If he reaches level 35. The smile on Ning Tao's face vanished, replaced by a look of alarm. Chapter 76 5th on the heavenly ranking, nothing special. The Undead. The undead ring in Lin Bai's hand flashed with light, and one after another, undead emerged from behind him, reaching a total of 50 in one go. He summoned 50 level 35 elite summons in one go. As expected of a necromancer. However, the quantity is of no use to me. Ning Tao raised his mage's staff high, and countless wind blades appeared behind him, shooting towards Lin Bai and the undead. The Barrier of Light. A massive wall of light reappeared, blocking the space between the two. While the light wall blocked the wind blades, the two of them were not idle. With a light tap of his staff, Ning Tao created a small tornado that suddenly appeared beneath Lin Bai's feet. The rapidly rotating airflow formed wind blades that sliced through Lin Bai from the inside. But just then, a hand covered in golden light emerged from the small tornado, aimed at Ning Tao from a distance, and slowly closed. The Lock of Light. Golden chains suddenly appeared on Ning Tao's body, locking him in place. At the same time, all the undead approached Ning Tao from different directions. This skill is probably designed for warrior classes. Luckily, I'm a mage. Although I can't move, it doesn't affect my ability to cast spells. While feeling fortunate, Ning Tao unleashed his skill Frozen Wind. A cold wind suddenly swept through a half-kilometer radius. The wind came and went quickly. When it disappeared, all the dead spirits were frozen into ice blocks and fell to the ground. Undead Fire. A ball of eerie green flame ignited on Lin Bai's right palm. With a thought, the flame split into 50 parts, which accurately struck 50 undead that had been frozen into ice blocks. Just as the undead were about to crash to the ground, the fire of the dead melted the ice and merged into their bodies. The undead began to swell, and their eyes glowed with a green light as they flew towards Ning Tao once more. These summoned creatures are really annoying. A tornado appeared beneath Ning Tao's feet, and he once again used the same skill that had previously broken the rune rain. Bless. Lin Bai released a blessing, and under its power, the spirits rushed into the tornado without hesitation, followed by a series of explosions. Boom boom boom. The explosion lasted for 5 seconds. When the sound subsided, the tornado had vanished completely, leaving only Ning Tao seemingly trapped inside a crystal resembling amber, which had been perfectly preserved in the explosion. This is the strongest single-target defensive skill I possess. You cannot break it. How about we give up? Ning Tao tried to negotiate. Impossible to break? But I'm going to try anyway. Lin Bai pointed his mage's staff at Ning Tao, and an energy ball no bigger than a thumb appeared at the tip of the staff. A large amount of magic power was injected into the energy ball, but the volume of the energy ball did not change at all, but the energy fluctuations it emitted became more and more terrifying. Death Strike. With a gentle push of his staff, Lin Bai sent a black energy ball to Ning Tao almost instantly, which then struck the amber like crystal. In Ning Tao's increasingly constricted pupils, dense cracks appeared on the crystals centered on the black energy sphere. No! Ning Tao only had time to scream in fear before he was engulfed by the light of the exploding energy ball. After the light disappeared, Ning Tao, covered in blood and gore, fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. If he hadn't already reached level 38 and improved his physical abilities, that height would probably have killed him. Just teach him a lesson, don't actually kill him, Xin Ning cautioned. I know what I'm doing. Lin Bai used a healing spell to heal Ning Tao's injuries, and then used a levitation spell to drag him to his side. At this moment, Ning Tao had already fainted. If he were left here, he would definitely be eaten by the monster. Even though he had already passed out, the side effects of the healing spell still wouldn't let him off the hook, and his crotch was soon soaked. The vice president of the Thunderstorm Club is over there. Hand him over to the vice president of the Thunderstorm Club. Xin Ning pointed in the direction they had come from. Lin Bai found the vice president of the Thunderstorm Club who was fighting with the vice president of the Spirit Wind Club. After beating up the vice president of the Thunderstorm Club as well, he woke up Ning Tao and handed him over to him. Lin Bai still didn't feel relieved, because he knew that Fu Chang, the president of the Shattered Star Club, and Zhang Jin, the president of the Thunderstorm Club, were the instigators. Let's go find Fu Chang and Zhang Jin. Are you confident? Xin Ning didn't stop him, but asked seriously. More than 90%. Lin Bai gazed into the distance, his fighting spirit intense. 5 kilometers away from the altar, the gazes of the crowd grew increasingly fervent as they watched the pillar of light about to form. Tang Qingwu, do you really want to compete with me? Fu Chang, ranked third on the heavenly ranking, looked at Tang Qingwu and asked calmly. This altar isn't yours, so why can't I fight for it? Tang Qingwu said with a faint smile. Wanting to fight for everything comes at a price. Zhang Jin, ranked fifth on the heavenly ranking, walked to Fu Chang's side with a long spear in hand. The two of them had already joined forces. Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability. Tang Qingwu was not afraid. Although the two of them were working together, the others would not allow them to take all the spoils of war from the altar. About 10 minutes left. The group silently calculated the time until the altar's pillar of light was fully formed. Just then, 4 people flew towards them from a distance. Before they even arrived, a voice rang out. We've found you. Lin Bai landed on the ground with Feng Shui and the other two, staring unabashedly at Fu Chang and Zhang Jin. Lin Bai? Although it was their first meeting, everyone already knew of Lin Bai's existence. Your gaze is making me very uncomfortable. Zhang Jin snorted coldly, warning Lin Bai to look away. That's fine, I'm here today to beat you up. Lin Bai's arrogant words caused most of the experts on the heavenly ranking to blink twice. Are all second-year students this arrogant now? Zhang Jin's face immediately darkened. It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this. Are you prepared to pay the price for your words and actions? I couldn't have gotten it. Lin Bai beckoned to Zhang Jin. You're asking for it. Zhang Jin's figure flashed, covering dozens of meters in just a few steps, his spear moving so fast it was almost blurry as he thrust it towards Lin Bai. The Butcher of the Wilderness. Just as Zhang Jin was about 10 meters away from Lin Bai snapped his fingers, and the level 38 Wilderness Butcher appeared out of thin air. He then raised his right hand and swung his giant bone axe at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin swept his spear across the ground, neither dodging nor avoiding the giant bone axe. The two collided. The wild butcher didn't move, but Zhang Jin was thrown back several steps by the enormous force. A level 38 monster lord? Zhang Jin first used a reconnaissance tool to check the level of the Wilderness Butcher, then said disdainfully, Is this the confidence you have to provoke me? Although he was at a disadvantage in the contest of strength, the advantage of human professionals when facing monsters has never been strength, but skills. A level 38 monster lord is more than enough to deal with you. Lin Bai took the death bone ring off his right index finger and threw it to the Wilderness Butcher. With the blessing of the Ring of the Dead, all of the butcher's attributes increased by 30%. Oh! Zhang Jin sneered and thrust his spear forward, a beam of light shining on the wild butcher, causing the power of death on the wild butcher's body to begin to dissolve. Zhang Jin's profession is Dawn Knight, while Lin Bai is a necromancer. In terms of attributes, Dawn Mage has a counter effect on Necromancer. Lin Bai is probably going to suffer a loss. The crowd watched the show in silence, noticing that Lin Bai had reached level 35. In terms of the 4 attributes, Lin Bai's highest attribute was higher than Zhang Zhen's. But so what? The factors that determine a battle are not just the highest attribute. Class, skills, skill amplification, and attribute counters are also very important. However, just when everyone thought Lin Bai was going to suffer a disadvantage in terms of attributes, a beam of light shot out from the mage's staff in Lin Bai's hand, turning the Wild Butcher golden. The beam of light that had just been damaging the Wild Butcher suddenly became ineffective. Sanctification technique. Bless. Reflect damage. The Lock of Light. Lin Bai applied 3 buffs to the Wilderness Butcher and then used the Lock of Light to imprison Zhang Zhen in place. Under the control of magic, the Wild Butcher took heavy steps and charged towards Zhang Zhen. Can't move? Zhang Zhen panicked for a moment, but quickly realized that although he was temporarily unable to move, he could still use his skills. Dawn Guardian. A thick layer of golden light appeared on Zhang Zhen's body, protecting him firmly within it. Collision. The Wilderness Butcher also used the skill charge, crashing heavily into the golden light. Thump. With a deep thud, Zhang Zhen was sent flying. He tried to plant his feet firmly on the ground, but he couldn't stop his body from flying backward. Moreover, halfway through his flight, the golden light on his body turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air. When they finally stopped, Zhang Zhen used his spear to support his body, as if he was enduring something. Puff. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhang Zhen went from standing to kneeling, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Zhang Zhen is actually injured? That's too unbelievable. Zhang Zhen is ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking. He shouldn't be able to get injured by a monster lord of the same level. Are you blind? Although that monster lord was level 38, with the boost from items and various skills, it was probably almost as strong as a level 40 monster lord. It's normal for Zhang Zhen to get injured. The crowd whispered among themselves. 5th on the heavenly ranking, nothing special. Lin Bai chuckled. He didn't even need to use any of the necromancer's other skills to deal with Zhang Zhen. What did you say? Zhang Zhen's face turned ashen with anger, and he glared at Lin Bai with bloodshot eyes. However, before he could even stand up, the Wild Butcher suddenly leaped, covering dozens of meters, and swung his axe at Zhang Zhen again. Death Axe Strike. Power of Dawn. Zhang Zhen was once again enveloped in golden light, and like a war god, he raised his spear to block. Bang! Spiderweb-like cracks extended from the ground beneath Zhang Zhen's feet, and the ground suddenly shattered. He coughed up another mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious into the pit. Lost? All eyes turned to Lin Bai. After this battle, Lin Bai directly squeezed into the top 5 of the heavenly ranking, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he challenged Fu Chang. With the advantage of being a dual-wielding magic user, he was very likely to win. Waste. Fu Chang cursed under his breath. He had originally intended to win over Zhang Zhen to deal with Tang Qingwu, but he didn't expect that Zhang Zhen would be defeated by Lin Bai before the altar was even opened. Wonderful. Tang Qingwu clapped his hands, the only one among the crowd to cheer for Lin Bai. Lin Bai glanced at Zhang Zhen, then looked away. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he pointed his mage staff at Fu Qian and said, "Now, it's your turn." Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces were incredibly varied. What? Has Lin Bai gone mad? He actually challenged the 3rd-ranked person on the heavenly ranking right after challenging the 5th-ranked person? Do they truly possess the capability, or is it simply a case of ignorance breeds fearlessness? I guess they thought Fu Chang wasn't much stronger than Zhang Zhen. Although Fu Chang was ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking, in everyone's mind, he was no different from the 1st-ranked person, because the 1st and 2nd-ranked people had always been outside the school, which was no different from graduating early. Moreover, although Fu Chang is only 2 places higher than Zhang Zhen, he is more than 2 levels higher in terms of strength. To put it simply, Zhang Zhen was very assertive in front of Tang Qingwu, who ranked 4th, but he didn't dare utter a single word in front of Fu Chang. You want to challenge me? Fu Chang found it utterly absurd to be pointed at by Lin Bai with his magic staff in public and burst out laughing. I'm not challenging you, I'm just giving you a good beating, Lin Bai said. I think you've gone mad. Fu Chang took out his mage staff and was about to unleash a skill. At this moment, Tang Qingwu stood between Lin Bai and Fu Chang. You're going to stop me? Fu Chang's gaze shifted to Tang Qingwu. No, I'm just curious about how strong you are now, so before you fight him, fight me first, Tang Xingwu said with a smile. Are you trying to wear me down first? As a longtime rival, Fu Chang immediately guessed Tang Xingwu's true intentions. Tang Xingwu smiled without saying a word and also took out his weapon, a long sword. Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. Lin Bai wanted to refuse Tang Xingwu's offer. But Tang Xingwu had already made up his mind to wear down Fu Chang first, and he attacked Fu Chang with his long sword in hand. Before Fu Chang could make any move, Tang Xingwu was frozen solid while he was still charging forward. Then a huge iceberg appeared in the sky and crashed down from above. Senior Tang probably didn't just want to wear Fu Chang down, he might also want you to see Fu Chang's skills. Otherwise, if you fight him, you're likely to suffer a loss, Qin Ning analyzed. Lin Bai nodded slightly. He didn't really know much about the profession of frost mage. Open. Cracks appeared in the ice covering Tang Xingwu's body, and Tang Xingwu broke free, swinging his longsword to slash at the iceberg above his head. With the sword energy crisscrossing, the iceberg was shattered into pieces, but at that moment, the falling ice crystals condensed into sharp ice spikes. Sky-piercing slash. Tang Xingwu made a sword-drawing gesture, and in an instant, he unleashed countless sword strikes, shattering all the ice spikes into dust. Letting the ice shards fall, Tang Xingwu smiled at Fu Chang. These alone won't be enough to deal with me. Show me your true strength. Fu Chang's gaze turned cold. He didn't want Lin Bai to know what skills he had, but facing Tang Xingwu, it would be difficult to defeat him without showing some real strength. Dog shit. Fu Chang tore off the pendant he was wearing around his neck, and a large amount of magic power surged out instantly, only to be absorbed back into his body in a flash. His level also changed from 38 to 39. Chapter 77, Breaking Through the Heavenly Ranking in One Day. When did you reach level 39? And what's with this magic power? Tang Xingwu's expression gradually became serious. I reached level 39 2 weeks ago, and I've been storing up this magic power for 2 weeks. Now, defeating you is a piece of cake. After saying that, Fu Chang made a grasping motion with one hand, and dozens of blooming ice crystal flowers suddenly appeared beside Tang Xingwu. Not good. Tang Xingwu was about to use his aerial footsteps to dodge. But at that moment, Fu Chang's palms closed. A feast of extreme ice. Dozens of ice crystal flowers exploded instantly, and the resulting energy fluctuations severely injured Tang Xingwu. Is this Fu Chang's true strength? To everyone's surprise, the winner between the third and fourth place on the heavenly ranking was decided in just a short while. Then they thought of Lin Bai declaring war on Fu Chang. Having witnessed Fu Chang's terrifying strength, would Lin Bai continue? Senior Tang, I'm sorry to offend you. A beam of light shot out from Master Lin Bai's staff and entered Tang Xingwu's body, causing Tang Xingwu's wounds to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like the rumors said, I'll be right back. Tang Xingwu nodded to Lin Bai, then, needing to urinate, fled into the distance, intending to watch the battle between Lin Bai and Fu Chang after he finished relieving himself. Alright, it's time to settle things between us. Lin Bai turned his gaze back to Fu Chang. That's what I think too. Fu Chang grinned, his smile somewhat cruel. Don't say I'm bullying you, you make the first move. Without any hesitation, Lin Bai took the wilderness butcher into the death space, and at the same time, a pitch-black six-pointed star appeared on the ground. This aura. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines from the six-pointed star, their eyes fixed on it. Before everyone's eyes, the Black Knight, clad entirely in jet-black armor with only his scarlet eyes exposed, slowly emerged from the six-pointed star. My king, I am willing to serve you. The Black Knight knelt on one knee and bowed to Lin Bai. What? It's actually a summoned creature of the Overlord level. Upon seeing the quality of the Black Knight, everyone gasped in shock. This was a summon of the Overlord level. It was estimated that this single summon could sweep away everyone except Fu Chang. Star skill? Fu Chang's smile froze. If he hadn't used the prop to store up 2 weeks' worth of magic power, even he would probably be helpless against this summon. But as long as he dealt with Lin Bai first, the result would be the same. I didn't expect you to have such a method, but after using this skill, you probably have very little magic power left in your body. With a wave of his hand, Fu Chang conjured up ice crystal flowers around Lin Bai. Magic balance. A phantom black ray extended from Lin Bai's body and connected to Fu Chang, instantly replenishing his dwindling magic power. Fu Chang's magic power, which he had accumulated over 2 weeks, vanished by more than half in an instant. Finally, he threw a burst of magical energy at Fu Chang. Dog shit. Fu Chang was so angry that his nose was crooked, and the extreme ice feast that he was about to launch dissipated due to the depletion of magic power. Holy crap, you can do that? I've almost forgotten that Lin Bai is a priest. The priest's skills are so dirty, he might as well be renamed Dirty Priest. Everyone was caught off guard by Lin Bai's smooth combo, especially the final move of burning magic power. It was dirty, absolutely dirty. 0. Defeat him. Lin Bai pointed at Fu Chang. Your will is my will. After the Black Knight stood up, he gripped his longsword and, stepping on the shadows, rapidly approached Fu Chang. Fu Chang immediately used his levitation technique to fly into the sky, but the Black Knight also used his skill airborne to continue chasing after him. Extreme Ice Freeze. The Black Knight was instantly frozen solid and fell from the sky, but in less than a second, he broke free and continued to chase after Fu Chang. Ice Spear, Ice Chains, Ice Hammer. Fu Chang used various skills, but none of them could effectively damage the Black Knight. That's the only option we can use. A giant ice crystal flower appeared above Fu Chang's head. As a large amount of magic power was poured into it, an unsettling fluctuation emanated from it. It's the star skill that Fu Chang possesses, Ice's Lament. Xin Ning reminded him that Fu Chang had used this skill before, so it wouldn't be difficult to recognize it if one paid attention. 0. Come back. Seeing Fu Chang aim the ice crystal flower at him, Lin Bai summoned back the Black Knight. Let's see if your star skill is stronger, or mine is stronger. Fu Chang's gaze was fixed on Lin Bai, and the ice crystal flower slowly bloomed. Although the speed was extremely slow, it gave Lin Bai a feeling that he had no way to dodge. 0. Stop it. Lin Bai cast a blessing on the Black Knight and then used a barrier of light to block its path. The Black Knight also used the skills Dark Descent and Dark Defense. First, darkness was injected into the Black Knight's body, increasing his total stats. Then, more darkness was generated and blocked in front of the Black Knight. The ice crystal flower bloomed in full glory, and a beam of azure light pierced the sky, shattering the barrier of light in an instant before striking the Black Knight. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this scene. After this attack, the outcome of the battle would likely be decided. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely, yet it also felt like only a second had passed. When the pillar of light completely dissipated, the Black Knight was covered in frost, but he still stood firmly in front of Lin Bai. As the crimson light in his eyes shone brightly, the frost on his body began to slowly disappear. How could that be? Fu Chang stared at the scene in disbelief. These were all star-level skills, so how could there be such a huge difference? 0. Defeat him. Lin Bai wouldn't tell Fu Chang that the Black Knight has a 3% immunity to elemental damage, and that even if it dies, it can be summoned again. The Black Knight used Shadow Step to bring Fu Chang down from the sky, then carried him to Lin Bai with one hand. Well done, go back now. Lin Bai praised the Black Knight. At your service, my king. The Black Knight disappeared into the six-pointed star, leaving Fu Chang kneeling on the ground, looking up at Lin Bai with a stubborn and unconvinced expression. Although we will have a battle sooner or later, your biggest mistake was hurting Xin Ning. Lin Bai kicked Fu Chang in the face, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Fu Chang, you lost. The others on the heavenly ranking swallowed hard. They all knew what this meant. From this day forward, Lin Bai would completely dominate the heavenly ranking, and no one would be able to challenge him during his time at the school. This also broke the record of Beijing University, making Lin Bai the first person in history to be listed on the heavenly ranking during his sophomore year. A minute later, Tang Chengguo rushed back from a distance and saw Fu Chang lying unconscious on the ground. I was just going to the bathroom, and Fu Chang was taken down in seconds? Tang Chengguo was completely bewildered. Could someone please tell me what had happened? It's changed again. Not long after Lin Bai defeated Fu Chang, the heavenly ranking changed again. Lin Bai has risen to 9th on the heavenly ranking again? Holy crap, this is ridiculous. Ning Tao, who was originally ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking, had already reached level 38 by now. How could Lin Bai defeat Ning Tao, who was level 38? It's not impossible, it's very likely that Lin Bai has already reached level 35. Lin Bai has reached the 9th position on the heavenly ranking after just leveling up to level 35. No one else can do that. At this moment, the second-year students were excited because Lin Bai was the representative figure of their class. 9th? Zhang Tianluan, Su Che, and the others watched the scene with complicated expressions. Not long ago, they were competing with Lin Bai in the freshman competition, but less than 2 years have passed, and Lin Bai has already reached the 9th place on the heaven ranking, while they haven't even made it onto the earth ranking. He truly is my idol. Liang Yi, Lin Ruiying, Li Sini, and others gathered together. Seeing their idol getting stronger and stronger filled them with a strange sense of pride. This was their idol. Compared to Lin Bai, those random idols that others idolized were simply not on the same level. From now on, I can walk around Peking University with my head held high. Yang Su laughed heartily, saying that having a brother like this made his university years worthwhile. Sisters Su Saixia and Su Kaiwei were genuinely happy for Lin Bai. However, before the second-year students could even finish their excitement, they saw Lin Bai become fifth again. Damn it, is Lin Bai trying to become inhuman? After defeating the 9th-ranked player on the heavenly ranking, he then defeated the 5th-ranked player? If things continue like this, will he end up 3rd on the heavenly ranking again? That's unlikely. The 3rd-ranked student on the heavenly ranking is the strongest in the school. Lin Bai can't possibly beat him in a short time. However, just 2 minutes later, Lin Bai's name dropped from 5th on the heavenly ranking to 3rd. At this moment, all the students watching the heavenly ranking were silent, looking at each other as if trying to confirm from each other's faces whether it was true. It's true, Lin Bai really did make it to 3rd place on the heavenly ranking. Awesome! He broke through the top rankings in one day. Only Lin Bai has ever done that before. He not only broke the school record, but it will be hard for anyone to break it in the future. I want to have Lin Bai's babies. The second-year students were incredibly excited because this was the peak time for seniors. Unlike the phenomenon where the rankings changed after graduation, this time was the most prestigious time to reach the top. Moreover, Lin Bai was only a second-year student. It was easy to imagine that for the next 2 years, Lin Bai would dominate the rankings, and Beijing University would have a super overlord who not only suppressed the 3rd and 4th-year students but also left the 1st-year students unable to catch up. From that moment on, the second-year students no longer acted timidly when they saw the 4th-year students, because they could proudly say that Lin Bai was from their year. The 3rd and 4th-year students also put away their arrogance and dared not bully the younger students anymore, for fear that they might offend someone related to Lin Bai and be punished by him. Since ascending to 3rd place on the heavenly ranking, Lin Bai's life has become more leisurely. He almost single-handedly monopolized 80% of the spoils in the core area. Of course, some of these spoils were also shared with Qin Ning, Tang Jinxian, Fang Shui, and Tang Xingwu. The remaining 20% was what the other people on the heavenly ranking were fighting over. Before long, Lin Bai paid off all the debts he owed to Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, which finally put his mind at ease. During this period, he did not slack off in his training, hunting lords of level 38 and above in the core area every day. Before they knew it, the semester was coming to an end. The senior students were about to graduate, and the law enforcement team was about to go to the school to select the top 10 people on the heavenly ranking as interns. I'm level 37. There are too few lords here. There aren't enough to kill. Lin Bai shook his head. There was no point in staying at school any longer. I've also reached level 37. Fang Shui smiled slightly. She felt that every day she spent with Lin Bai during this period was very meaningful. Each enforcement team seems to bring 2 interns. I wonder if we'll be assigned to the same team. Lin Bai and Fang Shui walked out of the spatial rift side by side. You two are finally out. The enforcement team will be here soon, Tang Jinxian urged anxiously. During this time, she and Qin Ning had both leveled up to level 38. Let's go. Qin Ning looked at the two walking together and a smile appeared on her face. The 4 of them arrived at the playground together. Tang Xingwu, Fu Chang, and others who were in the top 10 had also arrived long ago, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the enforcement team. I wonder if Fu Bolong, who was ranked 1st on the heavenly ranking, and Lung Feng, who was ranked 2nd on the heavenly ranking, will come with the enforcement team. Today is their graduation day, so they will definitely be there. The old and new leaders are about to change. I wonder if Lin Bai or Fu Bolong will be stronger. It's hard to say. As far as I know, Lung Feng, who is ranked 2nd, is also a dual-class warrior, but he is still no match for Fu Bolong, who is ranked 1st. Moreover, Fu Bolong has been training with the law enforcement team for a year, so his strength is estimated to be very strong. What is Fu Bolong's profession? I don't think he's a single soldier. That's precisely why Fu Bolong is even more terrifying. Despite not being a lone wolf, he ultimately overpowered Leng Feng and Fu Chang to become number 1. Fu Bolong seems to be a summoner-type class. His summoned creatures must be very strong to be able to become number 1. Speaking of which, Fu Bolong and Lin Bai have many similarities. Neither of them are solo fighters, yet they both became the most powerful. Moreover, their professions are both related to summoners, allowing them to summon powerful creatures. However, the difference is that Lin Bai is a dual profession user. The students who had gathered on the playground to watch the commotion whispered among themselves. "They're here." Lin Bai's expression hardened as he looked ahead. Four modified jeeps parked one after another in front of the school gate. Then, law enforcement officers in black trench coats got out of the jeeps. 5 people got out of one of them, one of whom looked very young and was Long Foam, the second-ranked person on the heavenly ranking. That's strange. Why are there 4 law enforcement teams? Why didn't Fu Balon's law enforcement team come? Some people have doubts. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a huge black dot appeared in the distant sky. As they drew closer, the enormous black dot gradually came into view. It moved through the clouds, its body as large as a small mountain, its scales tightly connected, reflecting a silvery glow in the sunlight. Its pupils were cold and filled with oppressive power, and with each flap of its wings, it resembled an ancient deity descending. No way, isn't this kind of creature supposed to not exist? Everyone's pupils constricted, and their faces showed disbelief, because they saw a dragon. Chapter 78: The Duties of the Enforcement Team. That's a dragon? Lin Bai stared blankly at the enormous creature flying in the clouds, and suddenly became excited. If only he could turn a few dragons into undead. The dragon landed at the school gate in front of everyone's eyes. Only then did everyone notice that there were 5 law enforcement officers wearing black trench coats standing on the dragon's back. Damn it, Qin Lan's team is such a show-off, they stole our thunder. Who told them to have a dragon on their team? If you're not happy, you can challenge Qin Lan to a duel. Forget it, that crazy woman's strength is too terrifying, I wouldn't dare. Other members of the enforcement team discussed it in hushed tones. Who among you is third on the heavenly ranking? Among the 5, a woman with a striking figure and a cold expression asked. I am. Lin Bai stepped forward from among the 8 people. Since when could a level 37 professional become number 1 on the heavenly ranking? Has Beijing University fallen to this level? Qin Lan scrutinized Lin Bai from head to toe. She looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, with long black hair cascading down her back. Her features were fair and delicate, and her eyes looked particularly sharp. Although she was scrutinizing Lin Bai, there was no sense of looking down on him. Instead, she seemed to be dissatisfied with the decline of Beijing University. According to the information provided by Zhang Wanzong, there are 5 top-tier law enforcement teams in Xinsha. These 5 teams are named after Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. The members of the first 4 teams all come from the 4 major universities, while the members of the Qilin team are more diverse. In other words, all members of this enforcement team bearing the name of the Azure Dragon graduated from Beijing University, which is why they were disappointed to see Lin Bai, a level 37 professional, become the strongest person in the school. Having figured out this key point, Lin Bai didn't hold back and immediately acquired the Golden Eye and Disguise skills, revealing his true 4 attributes. So you're a dual career individual, not bad. Qin Lan nodded in satisfaction. Time is limited, so come with us now. You can ask us anything you want to know on the way. Am I the only one? Lin Bai was still thinking about being assigned to a team with Fang Shui. Yes, because Fu Bolong needs another 6 months to become a full-fledged employee, so he also occupies one of the spots. Qin Lan gestured to the youngest boy among the 5. Fu Bolong nodded to Lin Bai with a smile. All right. Left with no other choice, Lin Bai could only say goodbye to Fang Shui, since it was the law enforcement team that chose them, not the other way around. You don't need to worry about not seeing your girlfriend. Our teams all belong to the same brigade and often go on missions together. Even if we're not on missions together, you can still see each other at headquarters, Qin Lan said, noticing the unusual relationship between Lin Bai and Fang Shui. New. Lin Bai's mood improved considerably, and he didn't correct Qin Lan's mistake. Anyway, he and Fang Shui were completely innocent and had a clear conscience, so there was no need for explanation. Be careful on the road. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Shui said with some reluctance. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your boyfriend on the way, said a cute girl with short hair in the group. I'll be going now. Feel free to contact me anytime by phone. Lin Bai waved to Fang Shui and also said goodbye to Qin Ning and Tang Jinxian. Then, he followed Qin Lan and the others and jumped onto the back of the giant dragon. The dragon soared into the sky, disappearing further and further into the distance as everyone watched. Junior, are you a sophomore or junior this year? On the back of the dragon, Fu Bolong asked curiously. He had never seen Lin Bai in his junior year, but if Lin Bai was a sophomore instead of a junior, that would be very surprising. Sophomore year, then junior year. Lin Bai curiously observed the team. He could first determine that Qin Lan, who was sitting at the front, was the team leader, Fu Bolong was an intern, and the remaining three were a short-haired girl who looked cute, a burly man with a beard who looked about 30 years old and seemed reliable, and a fat man with a round face who looked easy to talk to. He also noticed that even though his reconnaissance skill had been upgraded to platinum, he still couldn't detect the levels of the other four people besides Fu Bolong. The four people must have items similar to the golden eye, and their levels were relatively high, at least 10 levels higher than his. Among them, Fu Bolong had the lowest level, but he was still level 43. Sophomore year? Hearing Lin Bai's answer, the group was more or less surprised and looked at Lin Bai again. Junior, you're amazing. Zhou Yu, with his full beard, gave a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Lin Bai smiled generously, his calm and composed demeanor earning him nods of approval from the others. Fu Bolong, please explain to him the responsibilities of our law enforcement team and the benefits of joining the team, Qin Lan instructed. Yes, Captain. Fu Bolong nodded in agreement and looked at Lin Bai, saying, our enforcement team's duties are all related to spatial rifts. Specifically, when a spatial rift appears in a city, we must enter it immediately to determine whether the rift is worth preserving. If it is, we will eliminate all the threatening monsters inside and then stay there for a period of time to prevent any accidents. If it is not, we will destroy it. There are two benefits. First, after each entry into the spatial rift, we can leave behind some loot and hand over the unwanted loot to headquarters to exchange for merit points. Second, we can use merit points to exchange for various items from headquarters. Among them, the most useful items for our current stage are divided into 4 types: sets after level 50, enchantment orbs with rare attributes, star-level skill books, and solidification potions that permanently increase attributes. A set? Lin Bai was very puzzled. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. It refers to equipment with special effects. For example, in addition to increasing mental strength, and agility, it can also increase magic damage, magic defense, physical damage and physical defense, reduce skill cooldown time, or provide attribute bonuses. However, it must be a complete set of equipment. If you only have a single piece or are missing a piece, it is no different from the equipment you are currently wearing. Fu Bolong explained, in addition, there are enchanted orbs with rare attributes. The enchanted orbs you have come into contact with so far should only have 2 types, one that increases strength or one that increases mental power. These 2 types of enchanted orbs are only the lowest level of enchanted orbs. Enchantment orbs that are better than this come with their own attributes or are tied to a class. For example, if you are a dual-class priest and necromancer, whether you use a light attribute, a dark attribute, or an attribute specific to the priest or necromancer class, it will be much better than using a spirit attribute enchantment orb. Stacking the same attribute can not only increase damage, but also potentially result in a critical hit. With that explained, Lin Bai understood. The orb that increases spirit increases base spirit power, which is then multiplied by the skill coefficient to determine magic damage. On the other hand, the orb that increases attributes or is a class-specific enchantment directly increases magic attack power, skipping a step in the process. There's not much to say about the star skill book. Finally, there's the solidification potion. According to relevant statistics, each profession can increase their attributes by about 10%. For example, if your mental strength is 100, then the maximum increase in mental strength you can get is only about 10. Then when you level up to the next level, say the next level's mental strength is 120, then you can only increase your mental strength by 2 points, not by 10% on top of 120, Fu Bolong continued. Lin Bai had a question. I am a dual-class magic user, and my mental strength is 1.5 times that of other magic users. So, is the increase in my mental strength calculated based on the 1.5 times or the original mental strength? Calculated at 1.5 times. Fu Bolong laughed and said, this is both a good thing and a bad thing for you. The good thing is that you can become stronger than others and widen the gap with other professionals of the same level. The bad thing is that you need more solidification potions than others, and solidification potions are very expensive. One solidification potion that increases attributes by 10 points requires 50 merit points. A normal level 37 professional may need 8 or 9 bottles to increase to 10%, but you need 12 or 13 bottles. Can I ask how much 50 merit points are worth? Lin Bai asked. A level 40 piece of equipment can be exchanged for 1 merit point, Fu Bolong replied. So expensive? After hearing this, Lin Bai was dumbfounded. Those were level 40 equipment. Even though he dominated the heavenly ranking for half a semester, he only acquired a dozen or so level 40 equipment. With these dozen or so level 40 equipment and some other things, he managed to pay off his debt of over $1 billion. Oh, and there's another benefit: every time we go on a mission, we get some merit points depending on the difficulty of the mission, or we get merit points for making significant contributions, such as slaying a very high-level monster or destroying a spatial rift, Fu Bolong added. I'd like to know, exactly what level does very high mean? Between level 55 and 60. Hiss. Lin Bai gasped. A level 55 monster, let alone an elite one, could kill him instantly, even a normal one. Do you often kill monsters above level 55? Lin Bai asked immediately afterward. Occasionally, but it has nothing to do with me. It's usually the captain who kills them alone, or Zhou Gu and the other two working together, Fu Bolong replied with a smile. Is the captain that strong? Lin Bai glanced at Xinlan's back, then quickly looked away. She was a big shot, he couldn't afford to offend her. At this moment, Xinlan, who was sitting at the front, turned half of her beautiful profile and said calmly, "There's something Fu Bolong forgot to mention. Newcomers like you who have just joined the enforcement team don't have any merit points yet, or it's very difficult to get merit points in the early stages. But once you reach level 40 or 45, you can borrow star skill books, equipment, and enchantment orbs from headquarters and pay them back slowly later. In this respect, the headquarters is quite humane. After all, they can't let you be level 41 or 42 and still not have learned level 40 skills or still be wearing level 35 equipment. It's quite humane indeed." Lin Bai nodded in agreement. This also shows that the law enforcement team attaches great importance to the safety of its personnel, otherwise, it would be impossible to provide such benefits. Generally, non-official groups would not offer such benefits. Where are we going now? Lin Bai asked again. A spatial rift has just opened recently, and we are responsible for guarding it for a period of time, Fu Bolong replied. May I ask which spatial rift this dragon came from? Lin Bai touched the dragon's scales, admiring them. Few people would refuse to have a dragon as a summonable creature. Junior, this is my skill. I can evolve creatures with dragon blood into dragons, Fu Bolong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai felt a pang of disappointment. Just then, Xinlan suddenly spoke up again. Next to the spatial rift we are guarding, there is another spatial rift that has not yet been opened. It is judged that the spatial rift is very likely related to dragons. Real? Lin Bai regained his hope. If dragons really appeared, he would do anything to convert a few of them. 2 hours later, the dragon landed in front of a spatial rift. The 6 people jumped off the dragon's back, and Xinlan began to assign tasks. Xiaoling, take Lin Bai for a walk in the spatial rift. His level is too low, help him level up, Xinlan said to the short-haired girl. Yes, Captain. Xiaoling winked cutely at Lin Bai, come with me later. Is this for real? Lin Bai nodded, which meant he had finally found a powerful backer. Zhou Li Dezhuan, you two continue as before, clearing out any monsters that might threaten the regular law enforcement teams. If you encounter any that you can't handle, come find me at the main altar in the core area, Xinlan said to the bearded man and the fat man. The two nodded. Captain, what about me? Seeing that Xinlan hadn't given him any assignments, Fu Bolong pointed to his nose. You will continue as before, operating independently, focusing on leveling up, and striving to gain the initiative for our team before the next spatial rift opens, Xinlan said. Okay. After the arrangements were made, the 6 people split into 4 teams and acted independently. Lin Bai followed Xiaoling and asked curiously, won't Senior Fu encounter any danger acting alone? As Xiaoling walked, she said, he has several summon creature lords that are 5 levels higher than his own. Otherwise, why do you think he would have surpassed Lung Feng, who is a dual-class warrior, to become number 1? Besides, he has several life-saving scrolls on him, so there's no need to worry about him. I see. Lin Bai nodded. Xiao Bai, I'll call you Xiao Bai from now on. Xiaoling encouraged, you also need to work hard to level up. Our enforcement team has an unwritten rule that every time a spatial rift opens, which team chooses the direction first depends on the intern's strength. Choosing the direction first means having more options and a greater chance of getting good items. Although Fu Bowen has already secured several opportunities for our team to be the first to enter the spatial rift, you are also a newcomer and cannot rely entirely on yourself. Which team will our team be competing against this time? Lin Bai was quite looking forward to it, wondering if they would encounter Feng Shui's or Qin Ning's team. This situation is special. It's not about competing with the teams within our own group, but with the strongest team among the three teams: White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Azure Dragon. I guess those three teams also know that the next spatial rift is related to dragons, so they've also set their sights on that spatial rift. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance to the spatial rift and stepped inside. Chapter 79: Rapidly Rising Levels. Beyond the spatial rift lies a scorching world of lava, filled with magma, with only a few places where one can stand. At the entrance, there were only a few members of ordinary law enforcement teams and local influential professionals. Let's go. After greeting the other members of the law enforcement team, Xiaoling led Lin Bai deeper into the area. Soon, the two encountered a 5-meter-tall lava giant. Lava flowed from the giant's body, dripping onto the ground and immediately sending up a wisp of smoke. Reconnaissance tactics are activated. Monster name: Lava Giant. Level: 43. Quality: Elite. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. He could only casually encounter a monster of such a high level. No wonder he was looked down upon. Little White, your primary profession is a priest, right? Give me a buff skill so I can help you level up, Xiaoling said as she flew. Good. Lin Bai released his upgraded platinum blessing, enveloping Xiaoling. Your skill boost is pretty high, but why does it excite me? Xiaoling took out her mage's staff and pointed it downwards. Suddenly, ice spikes condensed around the lava giant's body and pierced through it. After the lava giant died, a ball of experience flew out of its body and entered Lin Bai's body. Experience increased by 2%. After glancing at the job panel, Lin Bai asked curiously, Sister Ling, why don't you have any experience? Because I'm already level 52. Only by killing monsters level 50 and above, taking the experience pills produced inside them, and absorbing those pills can I increase my experience, Xiaoling said excitedly. Do all monsters above level 50 drop experience pills? Does that mean that experience can't be distributed according to contribution when forming a team? This was the first time Lin Bai had ever heard of such a thing. Therefore, professionals above level 50 generally act alone. Xiaoling began searching for new prey. What about support classes? Lin Bai asked curiously. Support classes rarely reach level 50. Once they reach level 50, if they want to continue leveling up, they can spend money to buy experience pills. Experience pills are also sold? Of course, as long as you have money, it's not a problem to level up from 50 to 60 in a short time, but the premise is that you have to be extremely rich, because experience pills are very expensive. So that's how it can be done. Lin Bai has certainly learned a lot. In the following days, Xiaoling helped Lin Bai level up. Lin Bai experienced what it meant to level up at a rocket-like speed. In just a few days, he went from level 37 to level 38, then to level 39, and finally to level 40. You're already level 40? Lin Bai was dumbfounded. He could gain a lot of experience just by flying around every day. It couldn't be easier. Ha, isn't that fast? Xiaoling laughed and said, actually, it's because your level is too low. When the other interns first started their internships, they were basically all level 39, but you were only level 37. However, leveling up will slow down after level 40. After we bring you to level 42, you will have to level up on your own. Aha! Lin Bai nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Clinging to someone's leg was just too tempting. Then another question popped into his head, was Senior Fu Bolong also brought to the 42nd class? A year has passed and he's already advanced a level? He was leveled up to 40. Since you are a support class, it's easier to guide you, so I leveled you up to 42, Xiaoling explained. Lin Bai suddenly realized, that's right, Fu Bolong is at least number 1 on the heavenly ranking, how could he only advance 1 level in a year? Over the next month, Xiaoling brought Lin Bai to level 42 and also transformed 6 level 47 lava giant lords. Of the original summons, only the Wild Butcher and the Earth Dragon remained, and these 2 summons were also leveled up to level 47 by the Death Infusion skill. In addition, Lin Bai's death space also stores a large amount of death power. There was no other way. Xiaoling had killed a lot of high-level monsters recently, and keeping the power of death would be a waste, so Lin Bai collected it all. Sister Ling, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Lin Bai sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xiaoling. It's no trouble at all. Xiaoling said with a grin, there are rewards for mentoring interns. You can receive experience pills. Our law enforcement team is really well paid. Lin Bai sighed again, no wonder so many people are desperate to get an internship in the law enforcement team. After reaching level 42, Lin Bai went to the headquarters of the Law Enforcement Bureau alone. With the documents signed by Qin Lan in hand, he began to select skill books and equipment under the guidance of a specialist. As expected of the headquarters, they actually have so many star-level necromancer skill books. Lin Bai's eyes lit up when he saw the rows of star skill books, and he began to carefully select them. Equivalent summon consumes a certain amount of mana to summon a random monster to fight for you. Soul Harvest, harvest the souls of the monsters you kill to permanently increase your mental strength. Grim Reaper's Cloak temporarily grants strength, agility, and constitution equivalent to mental power. Mirror Image summons a mirror image with completely opposite attributes to fight for you. Death Sacrifice, sacrifice one of your summoned creatures, and a portion of their attributes will be temporarily transferred to a summoned creature you choose. Corruption Pact, enticing a creature to fall into depravity from the depths of its being, causing it to voluntarily sign a corruption pact with you. The creature that signs the corruption pact with you will permanently gain one quality level, and its level will always be one level lower than yours. Evolution through Slaughter summons a monster egg that can hatch into a monster. The monster can only exist for 1 hour and cannot be killed. However, during this hour, the monster will gain unlimited evolution and growth through slaughter. Death Knight binds to a Death Knight. The Death Knight's level will scale with the caster's level. Bone Dragon, summon a Bone Dragon overlord of the same level as you to fight for you. Seeing so many star skills, Lin Bai suffered from decision paralysis. After careful consideration, he decided to learn the Soul Harvest and Death Sacrifice skills first. The Soul Harvest skill can save a lot of merit points that would otherwise be spent on purchasing solidification potions. The Death Sacrifice skill can not only be used in conjunction with self-destruction, but it can also significantly boost the Black Knight's combat power, making it the skill with the greatest combat power boost among these skills. It's okay, you can come here to choose skills when you reach level 45, 50, and 55. Lin Bai comforted himself in this way, and reluctantly went to another warehouse to choose the skills for the priest profession. Compared to the skills of the necromancer class, the priest class has a wider variety of skill choices. However, the priest class is a C-level class, so for now, you can only choose the diamond level class. Finally, Lin Bai chose the skills Sword of Light and Armor of Light. Sword of Light inflicts light attribute damage on the target's weapon, and can also summon a Holy Sword of Light attribute for the target. Armor of Light grants the target a suit of light attribute armor, increasing the target's attack and defense. Both of these skills are area of effect skills and can be used on multiple targets simultaneously. Finally, Lin Bai chose a set of level 40 legendary equipment and an enchantment orb that increases spirit power. Enchantment orbs with dark attributes or those exclusive to necromancers were too expensive, so he planned to use them when he reached level 50. My current mental strength is 1,717 points. The level 40 equipment and mage staff add 1,010 points of mental strength, and the enchantment orb adds 253 points of mental strength, for a total of 2,980 points. This is only about 200 points lower than the highest attribute of a level 45 fully armed professional. Considering the special characteristics of the necromancer and the amplification skills of the priest, I should be able to easily defeat even a level 45s rank professional. Lin Bai never expected that he could grow to this level in just over a month. The price he paid was 170 more merit points, equivalent to 170 pieces of level 40 equipment. The most expensive skill books are those at the star level, especially since necromancers are a rare class. It's worth mentioning that since both the scouting and summon undead skills have been upgraded to platinum level, there's no need to use upgrade boxes to level up the golden eye and undead bone ring anymore, otherwise it would be a considerable expense. Next, I should use the Soul Harvest skill to enhance my mental strength. I wonder if the limit will also be around 10%. Just as Lin Bai was selecting skill books at the Law Enforcement Bureau headquarters, Fu Bolong was summoned to the core area by Qin Lan. How long until you reach level 44? Qin Lan asked. About 3 days, Fu Bolong said, glancing at the experience bar at the bottom of the professionals panel. That's too slow. As far as I know, Lu Yi already reached level 44 half a month ago. Qin Lan said with some disappointment. How could that be? He was clearly leveling up slower than me before. Fu Bolong found it unbelievable. Lu Yi graduated from Shanghai University and, like him, interned in the law enforcement team at the end of his junior year. Before, the two of them were not the strongest among the interns, but they had fought each other. That time, he won against Lu Yi because of his level advantage. But how long has it been? Lu Yi has already reached level 44 before him. Something's not right. Fu Bolong is an elf summoner. Summoners can have summons up to 5 levels higher than themselves, which gives them a big advantage in leveling up. Lu Yi is a dual-class warrior, but he shouldn't be leveling up faster than Fu Bolong, Xiaoling said, puzzled. It's important to understand that while dual-class players, whether mage or warrior, are very strong, essentially invincible below level 45, at level 40, the summoner class is even more overpowered. At level 40, they possess level 45 summons, making them far superior to dual-class players. It might be related to the other members of the White Tiger Squad. When Dezhuang and I were clearing monsters, we ran into Lu Yi acting with the White Tiger Squad members. They probably helped Lu Yi level up, Zhou recalled. Why didn't you tell me such crucial information sooner? Xiaoling was speechless. I didn't think about it that way at the time. Zhou scratched his head awkwardly, then immediately shifted the blame to Lu Dezhuang. Dezhuang, you were with me, why didn't you remind me? Lu Dezhuang blinked innocently, I didn't think of it that way either. Xiaoling was speechless, so what do we do now? Should we let the White Tiger Squad choose the direction for that spatial rift that might be related to dragons? After pondering for a few seconds, Jilan said, either you hand it over, or you can take turns helping Fu Bolong level up for a few days before the spatial rift opens. You can choose. She needs to be stationed at the very core of the spatial rift at all times, something she can't do even if she wants to. Xiaoling, Zhou, and Li Dezhuang looked at each other in bewilderment. The problem now was that Fu Bolong was no longer a newly arrived intern. Even if they helped him level up, they wouldn't get any compensation, and it would also waste their own time. However, after thinking it over, the three decided to take Fu Bolong to level up for a while. After all, if the spatial rift was really related to dragons, choosing the direction first would give them a significant advantage. I estimate that the spatial rift won't open for another month and a half. Let's each take Fu Bolong to level up for 3 days, while the other two continue to clear out any potentially threatening monsters, and then take turns, Xiaoling suggested. I'm fine. I'm fine with it too. Zhou and Li Dezhuang agreed one after the other. On the other side, after returning to the spatial rift, Lin Bai hunted monsters in the outermost area. Even the most peripheral monsters are level 43 or higher. Fortunately, Lin Bai is not an ordinary professional. He can easily deal with the level 47 lava lord he summons. In the midst of the carnage, Lin Bai collected the power of death while reaping souls. Whether it's a level 43 monster or a level 45 monster, the increase in mental power is the same, which is probably related to the fact that the lava giant's mental power is not high. But killing level 45 monsters yields more experience and death power. In pursuit of speed, Lin Bai also summoned the Black Knight. One advantage of the Black Knight is that it doesn't consume Lin Bai's magic power, and because it's a summoned creature of Lin Bai will also receive experience points after killing monsters. In one day, Lin Bai gained 47 points of mental strength, and that was only because he specifically hunted monsters of level 45 or above. Otherwise, he could have gained even more. The second day, the third day, the fourth day. By the fifth day, even harvesting souls, Lin Bai could no longer increase his spiritual power. At this moment, his mental strength had reached 1903 points, an increase of about 11% compared to before. It seems that even the soul harvest skill cannot break the 10% that Senior Fu mentioned. That makes sense. If it could grow indefinitely, soul harvest wouldn't just be a star-level skill anymore. Lin Bai was not disappointed. If he couldn't harvest souls, he would collect experience and the power of death. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had gone by. He had leveled up from level 42 to level 43, his mental strength had increased to 2018 points, and all 6 lava giant lords he had transformed into had leveled up to level 48. Lin Bai himself doesn't know how strong he is right now, but he's certain that ordinary level 45 professionals would be instantly killed in front of him. Perhaps I could have a friendly match with Senior Fu. Just as Lin Bai was about to challenge Fu Bolong to a duel, several law enforcement teams discovered that the spatial rift, which might be related to dragons, would be fully opened in the next few days. So they arranged a time to determine the order in which they would choose their direction after entering the spatial rift before it opened. Chapter 80. Have you ever heard of a self-destructive sacrifice by an exiled necromancer? When Lin Bai was searching for Fu Bolong, it just so happened that the 4 law enforcement teams were deciding on the order in which they would enter the spatial rift. Among them, the interns of the Vermilion Bird Squad and the Black Tortoise Squad were the weakest, and they entered the squad in the 4th and 3rd place, respectively. In the end, only the Azure Dragon team and the White Tiger team remained to compete for 1st and 2nd place. Fu Bolong, good luck! Whether our team can be the first to enter depends on you. Xiao Ling patted Fu Bolong on the shoulder like an elder, entrusting him with an important task. I will do my best. Fu Bolong smiled slightly, very confident. During this time, he had been brought to level 45 by the three of them. Due to the special nature of the summoner class, the highest level of summon he could summon became level 50. With the addition of the level 45 Overlord Silver Dragon, it would be difficult for him to lose. Watching Fu Bolong enter the battle arena, Xiao Ling walked to Lin Bai's side. You'd better keep a close eye on him. Once Fu Bolong becomes a full member, we'll have to rely on you for these things. Aha! Lin Bai stood next to Xiao Ling and nodded seriously. He had originally wanted to spar with Fu Bolong, but now that he saw Fu Bolong fighting with others, it was the same. The trainee representing the White Tiger Squad was Lu Yi. Lu Yi was a dual-class warrior. His first class was an S-rank Destruction Knight, and his second class was an A-rank Guardian Knight. These two classes, one focused on attack and the other on defense, complemented each other perfectly, making Lu Yi's strength exceptionally exaggerated. For so long, the only one who could outperform Lu Yi at the same level was Fu Bolong. Now that both of them have reached level 45, they immediately began fighting. Fu Bolong instantly summoned 4 level 50 War Treant leaders, along with the level 45 Silver Dragon Overlord whose body was as big as a small mountain. Lu Yi, on the other hand, held a giant sword in one hand and a huge square shield in the other, and with the armor he wore, he looked like a heavily armored warrior. As Lu Yi and Fu Bolong's summoned creatures clashed, their stats and those of their summoned creatures were displayed to Lin Bai. Numerically speaking, both are normal level 45 professionals who have not taken any potions that permanently increase attributes. Fu Bolong's highest attribute reached 3,878 points due to his dual professions, level 45 equipment, and enchantment orbs. And that Silver Dragon, although it was only level 45, had the highest stats among the 5 summoned creatures because it was of Overlord quality, reaching 4,320 points. Because of the Soul Harvest, although Lu Yi is 2 levels higher than me and has the advantage of level 45 equipment, his highest attribute is only 600 points higher than mine, and the Silver Dragon's attribute is 700 points higher than the Black Knight's attribute. Lin Bai silently calculated the gap between himself and the two, and found that it was not very large. Moreover, if the priest's buff and skills such as Undead Fire, Undead Pressure, and Death Sacrifice were taken into account, the two's combat power might not even be as good as his. Could I be even stronger than Senior Fu Bolong? After calculating this result, Lin Bai was somewhat bewildered. However, this is just his own calculation, and it's hard to say whether it's accurate, since the skills of the two people also need to be taken into account. But after watching for a while, Lin Bai felt that the two people's skills were just so-so. Fu Bolong, being a single-class character, is at a disadvantage in terms of skills and magic power, and can only control a maximum of 4 level 50 War Treant Lords at the same time. Currently, Fu Bolong has a slight advantage in the battle between the two, but it's not a big one. If the fight drags on, Lu Yi will definitely win in the end. They've fought before, so they should know each other's skills. The only thing that might determine the outcome is their level 45 skills. In this regard, Senior Fu Bolong has only learned one skill, which is probably a disadvantage. Lu Yi, take this Spirit Fusion technique. Fu Bolong controlled 4 level 50 War Treants to surround Lu Yi, with a silver dragon flying overhead. At the same time, magic circles appeared under the feet of the 4 War Treants, connecting them together, and then they simultaneously spewed out green energy beams. The silver dragon flew in the sky and spewed out silver energy beams from its mouth. Last time, Lu Yi was defeated by this star skill. This time, Fu Bolong planned to use this skill to test Lu Yi's second profession, Guardian Knight, level 45 skill. Of course, it would be even better if Lu Yi's second profession, Guardian Knight, did not learn a defensive skill, as this would determine the outcome of the battle. Senior Fu, that was a brilliant move. Having figured out Fu Bolong's strategy, Lin Bai secretly cheered him on. Do you think I didn't anticipate this? Lu Yi seemed to have anticipated Fu Bolong's actions. He held the shield in front of his chest, and a spherical shield first appeared around his body, followed by a pair of huge energy hands that firmly protected the spherical shield. The level 40 skill is Guardian Barrier, and the level 45 skill is Absolute Defense. Because the Guardian Knight is in a rank class, it couldn't defend against Fu Bolong's skills last time, but this time, with the added level 45 defense skill, there won't be any problem. However, Fu Bolong did not intend to let Lu Yi defend against it so easily. He raised his mage staff high, and a huge green magic circle appeared above his head, within which a huge fist appeared. Wrath of the Elves. The enormous fist slammed down heavily towards Lu Yi. Fu Bolong should be the victor. Xiao Ling and the others, including the usually cold Xinlan, all showed a hint of joy in their eyes. After all, the Destruction Knight class is not good at defense. It can be said that from the moment Lu Yi decided to defend, the battle was already over. I've been waiting for you. Destructive sanctions. A smile crept onto Lu Ye's lips as he aimed his longsword at the giant fist from a distance. A massive beam of light enveloped the fist and quickly annihilated it. As the giant fist disappeared, the giant pillar of light also vanished. Since it's impossible to defend against, why not just neutralize the opponent's attack directly? Lu Yi looked at Fu Bolong with a confident expression. After releasing 2 Starfall skills in a row, plus controlling so many summon creatures at the same time, you must be running out of magic power. Do you want to continue? You won. Fu Bolong said helplessly that he really had very little magic power left in his body. Captain Qin, it seems our White Tiger Squad is the first to enter this time, the White Tiger Squad leader laughed. You guys are the ones who came first. Xinlan nodded. Captain, Fu Bolong felt guilty, but before he could finish speaking, Xinlan interrupted him. Don't think too much about it. Victory and defeat are common in war. No one will blame you. Even so, Fu Bolong still felt bad. After all, Xiao Ling and the other 2 had sacrificed their time to help him level up so that he could win. Just then, Lin Bai spoke up. Captain, I'm also an intern in the team. I wonder if I can represent our team in the battle. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Bai. Young man, I understand your desire to win first place for your team, but you've only been an intern this year, right? The skill gap is quite large, so you should probably give up, the White Tiger team captain advised. This year's internship doesn't mean I'm not capable, Lin Bai retorted with a smile. You really want to try? Xinlan stared intently at Lin Bai, as if trying to see through his inner thoughts. Lin Bai nodded. Let's give it a try, there's no harm in losing anything anyway, Xinlan decided. Go, Xiao Bai. Xiao Ling clenched her fists and stood aside to cheer her on. Lin Bai, don't push yourself too hard. This time, the loss is my fault. Fu Bolong said with a feeling of guilt. Maybe I can win it back. Lin Bai said jokingly, then looked at Lu Yi. Senior, I'll just call you Senior. You should take the medicine to recover your strength first. I don't want to win unfairly. That's only if you can win. Lu Yi didn't take it to heart, but Lin Bai insisted, so he had no choice but to take a bottle of medicine to restore his strength. After he recovered, Lin Bai officially challenged him to a duel. Junior, I won't bully you. You make the first move. Lu Yi carried the longsword on his shoulder, looking quite relaxed, and didn't think he would lose. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Bai grinned and immediately cast a healing spell. This is a healing spell? Lu Yi was a little unsure, thinking that Lin Bai had used the wrong skill, but then, a strong urge to urinate appeared uncontrollably. Is this a healing spell? The same words were said twice, but the tone of voice was very different. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this healing technique? The others asked, puzzled. This is a huge problem. I need to go to the toilet right now, so I can't concentrate on fighting at all, Lu Yi said through gritted teeth, his legs clenched together. Ha! The members of the White Tiger Squad were completely bewildered, finding it hard to connect healing spells with going to the toilet. On the contrary, Xinlan and the others all showed strange expressions after learning about Lin Bai's skills. Junior, your skill is dirty, but as long as I finish the battle before I need to go to the bathroom, victory will still be mine. Lu Yi was about to launch an attack. Lin Bai summoned the Black Knight and the 6-headed lava giant lord in one go, and bestowed upon them 4 buffs: Blessing, Counterattack, Sword of Light, and Armor of Light. Senior, I won't go into the effects of the first 3 buffs. The last buff I added is Damage Reflection, which can reflect true damage. As long as you attack my summons, a portion of the damage will be reflected back to you. If you feel like you're enduring the damage while holding back, then you can try to defeat me before you can hold back. Lu Yi hesitated. The thought of having to hold his urine while also enduring the pain was chilling. By the way, Senior, I also have a skill that can make people unable to help but repent. Do you want to try it? Lin Bai said with a smile. However, Lu Yi found that smile utterly disgusting, not only disgusting but also inhuman. He asked the White Tiger team captain, Captain, may I admit defeat? If you really can't fight, then just admit defeat. Although the captain of the White Tiger team couldn't empathize with the situation, just hearing it made him feel that it was insane. So we can be the first to enter the spatial rift? Xiao Ling jumped up excitedly. Wait a minute, we also have an intern here. The White Tiger team captain stepped aside, revealing the even younger intern, Gu Chen, behind him. You're also planning to let the new interns compete? Really? Xia Ling expressed her doubt. Although Lin Bai won the battle, it was thanks to his special skills. What makes this young man so special? Although Gu Chen's rank is lower, his profession is very special. The captain of the White Tiger team said to Gu Chen, "Let them see your strength." Yes, Captain. A huge magic circle appeared beneath Gu Chen's feet, and a 10-meter-tall humanoid summon appeared within the magic circle. The summon was dressed in fiery red armor and held a giant axe. If you disregard the weapons and size, it looks somewhat similar to the Black Knight. Is this a guardian spirit? Qin Lan said somewhat uncertainly. That's right. Gu Chen is a guardian spirit summoner. He only has one guardian spirit, but this guardian spirit is not only at the overlord level, but its level is also 5 levels higher than his own, the captain of the White Tiger team said with a smile. The overlord of level 48. Lin Bai activated his reconnaissance skill and saw the detailed attributes of the guardian spirit. How about it? Do you want to continue? Your skills are effective against Gu Chen, but not against his guardian spirit. In addition, Gu Chen's guardian spirit has its own consciousness. Even if his consciousness is unclear, the guardian spirit will continue to fight for him. The White Tiger team captain asked Lin Bai. Should we continue? Qin Lan asked. Continue, Lin Bai replied. Just a heads up, my guardian spirit has a bit of a temper. If it damages your summons, don't blame me, Gu Chen said, shrugging. No, they're just some summon creatures. Lin Bai chuckled and asked, by the way, what would happen if your guardian spirit disappeared? As long as I don't die, he can be resurrected after a while. Gu Chen looked at Lin Bai with a strange expression, wondering if Lin Bai could actually make his guardian spirit disappear? Then there's no problem. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could go all out and get things done. Hey kid, what you said really annoyed me. I've decided to teach you a lesson, so don't cry later. Gu Chen's guardian spirit weighed the axe in its hand and said in an unfriendly tone. Then you need to have the opportunity. Lin Bai lightly tapped the void with his mage staff, summoning 50 level 43 undead generals in one go. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, utterly vulnerable. The guardian spirit, wielding a giant axe, charged forward with great strides. Xiao Bai, quickly buff your summon creature. Xia Ling anxiously reminded him. The difference in strength between the two summon creatures was too great. If the guardian spirit were to rush over like this, she could almost imagine what would happen. There's no need, because they can explode. Amidst Lin Bai's radiant smile, the undead collectively charged towards the guardian spirit, their bodies beginning to swell. Chapter 81. An unprecedentedly huge spatial rift. Boom boom boom. The deafening explosions continued, and Gu Chen's guardian spirit was completely engulfed by the blasts. You can vaguely see the guardian spirit still struggling in the firelight. It is injured, but it doesn't seem to be that serious. It's useless. This level of damage can't possibly kill my guardian spirit. Gu Chen shook his head, showing no sign of tension. What if we add this? Under Lin Bai's command, the 6 Lord-level lava giants also rushed towards the center of the explosion. Lava giants can be replenished at any time, and you won't feel bad if they are destroyed. 6 even louder sounds followed, their explosive force tearing off several layers of the ground and creating waves that spread outwards. After the flames from the explosion subsided, the guardian spirit's armor became extremely tattered, and its body became much more ethereal, yet it still did not disappear. It's my turn. It dared not underestimate Lin Bai any longer, and dragged its illusory body forward quickly, wanting to defeat Lin Bai as soon as possible. It's not over yet. Lin Bai grinned at it, revealing 8 large, white front teeth. What? Seeing Lin Bai smile, it instinctively had a bad feeling, but the explosion it had imagined did not happen. It looked at Lin Bai in confusion, and then noticed that the aura of the Black Knight standing next to Lin Bai had risen to an undeniable level. Be careful, that Black Knight's overall attributes have doubled for some reason. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Knight used Shadow Step and arrived in front of the guardian spirit almost instantly. He raised his greatsword and unleashed a dark slash. A black line flashed, and to the guardian spirit's astonishment, its body split in two and vanished into thin air. If you don't have any other means, it seems like I've won this battle. Lin Bai looked at Gu Chen with a smile. Gu Chen opened his mouth, a bitter smile appearing on his face. You won. He hadn't expected Lin Bai to have this skill. Even if he had known beforehand, it seemed there was no way to prevent it. This combination of skills was just too overpowered. Yes. We won. Xia Ling jumped up and down excitedly, unable to hide her joy. Qin Lan, Zhou Yu, and Li Dazhuang also smiled. Although the process was somewhat tortuous and even unexpected, the result was good no matter what. Fu Bolong also let out a deep breath. The bet he lost had been won back by Lin Bai. He would have to find an opportunity to properly thank Lin Bai later. Lu Yi was completely bewildered. He had just returned from the restroom, and Gu Chen had already lost? How did he lose? Was he also disgusted by Lin Bai's despicable combination of attacks? But wasn't Gu Chen's guardian spirit supposed to take the damage for him? Besides, even guardian spirits need to go to the restroom. Confused, he asked others and learned that Lin Bai had not used his true strength during their fight. His expression immediately turned to astonishment, unable to believe that his despicable junior, Lin Bai, actually possessed such power. Now we can choose a direction. Lin Bai began to feel excited, knowing that he would soon be able to contract a real dragon. 2 days later, in the early morning, the spatial rift stabilized to a point where people could enter. Before the monsters inside could rush out, the 4 enforcement teams Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise rushed in first. Although they entered at the same time, the decision of which direction to choose first rested with Lin Bai and the others. With a shift in their gaze, Lin Bai and the others entered a hazy, gray space. The sky, the earth, and everything else they could see were somewhat dim, as if they had been filtered through a lens. It's a dragon. At the edge of his vision, Lin Bai saw a giant dragon, as large as a small mountain, flying towards him. It was a real dragon, unlike the 2-headed lizard, which was a pseudo-dragon with dragon blood. The silver dragon beneath Fu Bolong's feet trembled, as if it were afraid of something. This spatial rift seems a little different. Qin Lan and the others noticed something was wrong. In the past, when a spatial rift first opened, the monsters inside would be eager to enter the real world, but this spatial rift did not have this problem. It was as if the creatures inside had not noticed that the spatial rift had opened. Let's go this way. Qin Lan chose the east. She sensed an altar not far ahead, and she frowned slightly, as if confirming something. Fu Bolong steered the silver dragon eastward. When they encountered the native dragon at this spatial rift, Qin Lan simply waved her hand, and the level 48 dragon lord lost its life and fell to the ground. Lin Bai felt a little regretful. He wanted to transform the dragon into an undead creature, but Qin Lan and the others didn't stop or even bother to dismantle the dragon for valuable materials, so he felt embarrassed to bring it up. Perhaps my perspective is too narrow. This dragon, which is very useful to me, may just be a special creature in their eyes. Lin Bai secretly thought that perhaps he could raise his target a little. As they moved forward, the group discovered that the spatial rift contained not only a giant dragon, but also pseudo-dragons and other creatures. But no matter what kind of creature it is, none of them are friendly to humans, which inevitably leads to battles. Lin Bai gained a lot of experience points and death power by buffing the 4 people. Fu Bolong was envious of this, but as much as he was envious, he was not a support class and could not enjoy such benefits. A moment later, the group arrived near the altar. Qin Lan easily took the treasures from the altar and casually destroyed it. Keep moving forward. She instructed Fu Bolong to disperse the silver dragon and continue walking forward, as if confirming something. Half an hour later, Zhou Yu couldn't help but say, something's not right. This spatial rift is very strange. All the creatures we've seen are below level 50, but the range of this spatial rift has long exceeded that of a normal level 50 spatial rift. Captain, can you sense how big this spatial rift is? Xia Ling asked. Qin Lan shook her head. This completely shocked the group. Even the usually powerful Qin Lan couldn't sense how big it was, which spoke volumes. Should we request backup? Li Dazhuang asked cautiously. Not needed for now, just have them guard the entrance. Before exploring the extent of this spatial rift, Qin Lan did not want to cause unnecessary casualties. Several more hours passed, and the group still hadn't reached the boundary of the spatial rift. However, they unexpectedly discovered another spatial rift, a spatial rift within a spatial rift. In front of this spatial rift, there were several people wearing armor, who were clearly not from the Divine Xia Kingdom. People from the Sky Eagle Kingdom? Xia Ling was utterly astonished by the other person's striking blonde hair and fair skin. The enforcement team of the Xinxia Kingdom? The people on the other side also showed the same surprised expression. What exactly is going on? How did people from the Sky Eagle Kingdom appear in the spatial rift within the Xia Kingdom's territory? Lin Bai was also confused, his head full of question marks. Chapter 82 Battlefield of Gods. Why are you in the spatial rift within the territory of my divine Xia Kingdom? Xinlan stood atop the giant's silver dragon head and asked a question from afar. Shouldn't we be asking you that? Why are you creating spatial rifts within my Sky Eagle Kingdom? One of the opposing professionals countered, speaking in the language of Xinxia. For advanced professionals, mastering other languages is not a difficult task. Within your Sky Eagle Kingdom? Xinlan frowned and asked, Are you sure? I'm very sure. The other person nodded affirmatively. But we clearly entered the spatial rift from here, Xia Ling couldn't help but mutter to herself. Perhaps the entrance to this spatial rift not only appeared within our country's borders, but also within the territory of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Xinlan pondered. If that were the case, this spatial rift would probably be the most extensive one in history. What's in that spatial rift ahead? Xinlan asked again. We don't know. We sense danger inside, but we haven't gone in to check yet, the professional from the Eagle Nation answered truthfully. Since they were all officials from each other's countries, they were quite polite. Upon hearing this, Xinlan led Lin Bai and the others to the spatial rift, carefully extending a wisp of her spiritual energy and immersing it within. Did you really come from within the territory of Xinxia Kingdom? The professional from Tianying Kingdom couldn't help but ask again. Xia Ling nodded. Seeing this, the other party had the same guess, guessing that the entrance to the spatial rift was located in two countries at the same time. Captain, have you found anything? Zhou Yu asked. It's really dangerous inside. My mental energy was shattered as soon as I entered. I still don't know where the danger comes from, Xinlan said solemnly. The only thing that could easily shatter her mental energy was probably the power of that domain. What should we do then? Should we go in and check it out? Li Dazhuang asked. No rush. Let's investigate the spatial rift first before deciding whether to enter it, Xinlan said thoughtfully. Madam, would you mind joining us? The professional from the Sky Eagle Kingdom inquired. If you don't mind the trouble. Xinlan agreed, not worried that the other party would do anything detrimental to her, given her abilities. Over the next period of time, the two sides explored the spatial rift they were in together and discovered that there were not only people from two countries, but also people from other countries. If I'm not mistaken, the spatial rift we're in may have opened simultaneously in several countries, Xinlan concluded in an unbelievable manner. Has it affected several countries? Lin Bai instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Every change in the spatial rift was not good for humanity. Some small countries had even been wiped out by monsters that emerged from the spatial rift. Although the monsters in this spatial rift currently pose little threat to humans, it's hard to guarantee that the spatial rift further inside won't become a threat. This operation has exceeded our scope of responsibility. We will go back and report the situation. Xinlan made a decision, led Lin Bai and the others out of the spatial rift, called the staff of the Law Enforcement Bureau headquarters, and reported the situation. A moment later, a phone call came back. This is Wei Tao. The name instantly put everyone on edge, because Wei Tao was the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and could be considered one of the most powerful people in the Xinxia Kingdom. Director Wei, please give your instructions, Xinlan replied respectfully. Yes, I've already sent the Qilin squad with the equipment to your location. Later, you and the captains of the other 3 squads will cooperate to enter the innermost spatial rift. If there is any danger, I allow you to evacuate immediately, Wei Tao said solemnly. Yes, Director, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Xinlan accepted the task. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ling asked, Captain, what do we do? During the phone call just now, Director Wei only instructed Xinlan to cooperate with the Qilin squad, and did not send any other team members. You will be temporarily responsible for guarding the entrance to the spatial rift. After I come out, we will see if there are any other places where you are needed, Xinlan gave the order in an orderly manner. After some time, the Qilin squad arrived and took Xinlan into the spatial rift inside. Lin Bai and the others diligently guarded the entrance to the outermost spatial rift to prevent any unforeseen events. About 3 hours later, Xinlan and the Qilin team appeared at the entrance to the space. Their faces still showed lingering fear and disbelief, as if they had encountered something unbelievable inside. Captain, what's going on inside? Zhou Yu voiced the questions that Lin Bai and the others had been pondering. You come back to headquarters with me to report. We'll talk about the situation inside later. Xinlan shook her head. The situation inside had escalated to a very complicated level. She wasn't sure if Joyu and the others were qualified to know about this, so she had to keep it a secret for the time being. Upon hearing Qin Lan's words, Lin Bai and the others immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Filled with curiosity and unease, they returned to the headquarters of the Law Enforcement Bureau together. 2 hours later, Lin Bai, who was still cultivating in the restroom, received a notification from Qin Lan. "Come with me. Director Wei wants to see you in person," Qin Lan said with a complicated expression. "Director Wei wants to see me?" Lin Bai couldn't understand why someone of such high status would meet with him, a mere temporary member of the enforcement team, and asked somewhat nervously, "Captain, do you know what this is about?" "You'll understand when you see Director Wei." Seemingly worried that Lin Bai might be concerned, Qin Lan added, "It's not a bad thing." Lin Bai was still a little nervous, and with a feeling of trepidation, he followed Qin Lan to the innermost office. "Go in by yourself, I'll wait for you outside," Qin Lan said to Lin Bai after knocking on the door. "Come in." A slightly authoritative voice came from inside. Lin Baiqian took a breath to calm her nervous mood, then pushed open the door and went inside. "The first thing I noticed was the square-faced man sitting behind the desk. The man looked to be around 40 years old, with deep-set eyes and a dignified expression. Perhaps due to his long-term high position, he exuded the aura of a superior. At this moment, the man was holding all the information about Lin Bai in his hand. "Don't be nervous, sit down." Wei Tao gave Lin Bai a kind smile. "Director Wei, what brings you here?" Lin Bai sat down opposite Wei Tao somewhat awkwardly. "It's about the spatial rift inside." "Do you want to know what's inside that spatial rift?" Wei Tao put Lin Bai's information aside, his face regaining its serious expression. "Yes," Lin Bai answered, following his heart. "Inside is a place where a divine war once took place. It could perhaps be called the battlefield of the gods," Wei Tao said, staring into Lin Bai's eyes. Chapter 83: The God-Making Project Sneaking in an Ending. God's War? Lin Bai had always felt that gods were far away from Earth, because gods had never appeared on Earth. Even when professionals awakened or miracles occurred, they only manifested larger phenomena on Earth. But now, the place where gods were fighting had actually appeared on Earth. Does this mean that God will one day descend upon Earth? If God really descended to Earth, would it be a good thing or a bad thing for humanity? It seems you've also realized the seriousness of the situation. God is trying to descend upon Earth in some way. Wei Tao continued, "No one knows exactly how many gods there are in this world, but you can imagine that once a god really descends upon Earth, our current ruling class will be overthrown. I can tell you with certainty that among these gods, only a handful are benevolent towards humanity. The rest harbor deep malice towards humanity. Perhaps the gods don't see it as malice, but to us humans, it is naked malice. Is there any way to stop these gods from descending upon Earth?" Lin Bai asked worriedly. "Yes, as long as a supreme god appears on our blue star, all the gods can be isolated outside of blue star," Wei Tao replied. "The supreme god?" Lin Bai didn't even know how to become a god, so naturally he wouldn't know the hierarchy among gods or what the supreme god represented. Levels 60 to 70 are lower level gods, levels 70 to 80 are middle level gods, levels 80 to 90 are upper level gods, and levels 90 and above are supreme gods. Wei Tao said, levels above 60 are also known as the realm of gods. To level up from 59 to 60, you need not only enough experience, but also a divine spark through certain means. To reach level 60, you only need a broken divine spark, but the higher you go, the more divine sparks you need. To become the supreme god, you must condense a complete divine spark. This is the fundamental reason why god wars break out between gods. I'm telling you all this because we discovered a relatively well-preserved death god's divine spark in the battlefield of gods, and you are a professional on this path. In addition, we also have a divine spark of the god of light. Because of the special nature of dual professionals, as long as you become both the death god and the god of light and reach the level of a high god, you should be able to sever the connection between Blue Star and another world and keep all the gods out of Blue Star. I'm going to become a high god? Lin Bai was dumbfounded. This matter concerned the life and death of Blue Star. Was the decision really going to be made so hastily? I've reviewed your file. You're a very responsible and dependable person. I trust my judgment. Wei Tao looked at Lin Bai and said, "Besides, we don't have much time left. At most, the gods will descend upon Blue Star through the battlefield of gods in 3 months. So short? Even if I become a god, it's impossible for me to reach level 80 or higher in 3 months." Lin Bai's heart skipped a beat. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you agree, the Enforcement Bureau can provide you with enough experience pills to level up to level 59, and then fuse 2 divine sparks. Even if you can't break through to level 80 in one step, the Enforcement Bureau has a way to help you break through to level 80. The price is that you may not be able to level up anymore and can only stay at the next level. Are you willing? Wei Tao asked Lin Bai solemnly. Without the help of the Law Enforcement Bureau, I might never have been able to reach level 80 in my lifetime. Lin Bai smiled and replied just as solemnly, I do. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. Task, reach level 80 within 3 months. Quest reward, complete divinity. Lin Bai was stunned. This system could even complete the divine spark that was too outrageous. What's wrong? Wei Tao noticed Lin Bai's unusual behavior and asked. I'd like to know some information about those favored by the gods, and why an S-rank profession would drop to an A-rank profession. Lin Bai thought of Feng Shui and Qin Ning. You want to know what happened to your friend and sister, right? Wei Tao seemed to have been prepared. The truth is simple. Feng Shui's talent is too high, so high that the gods feel threatened, but they cannot eliminate her at this stage. So the sword god took action and turned Feng Shui into his chosen one. After that, through this relationship, Feng Shui will never be able to enter the realm of gods in this lifetime. After you become a mid-level god, you can help Feng Shui change her profession or become your chosen one. As for Qin Ning, it's because a god on her path became a supreme god. The supreme god possesses a nearly complete divine spark, so it's almost impossible for the rune master profession to enter the realm of gods in the future. Even if they are fortunate enough to enter the realm of gods, they will be hunted down by that main god and die. Therefore, she was demoted to a level. If you want to help Qin Ning solve her problem, one is to eliminate the supreme god on the rune master path so that Qin Ning can enter the realm of gods. The other is to help Qin Ning switch to a path that does not yet have a supreme god. Is the supreme god of runes kind to humans? Lin Bai asked after thinking for a moment. He is one of the gods who is most malevolent towards humanity, Wei Tao replied. After agreeing, Wei Tao asked Lin Bai to go and level up. After reaching level 50, a large number of experience pills were provided. This was definitely Lin Bai's most comfortable level up ever. He didn't need to do anything except absorb experience pills. 2 days later, Lin Bai reached the peak of level 59 and obtained 2 divine sparks, 1 black and 1 white. Is this what divinity is? Looking at the divine essence in his hand, which was about the size of a thumbnail but exuded an aura of majesty, Lin Bai officially entered the realm of gods. 2 months later, Lin Bai reached level 77, only 80 away from his goal. The solution proposed by the Law Enforcement Bureau was to help Lin Bai absorb other types of divine essence. To this end, the Law Enforcement Bureau took out all the remaining divine essence. It was only then that Lin Bai discovered that there were also several people in the Law Enforcement Bureau who had entered the God realm. They had entered the God realm by chance after obtaining a divine spark from a spatial rift in their early years. Xin Lan, on the other hand, had also broken through to the God realm because of the arrival of the God battlefield. However, she had only obtained a small piece of the divine spark from her own path, and even if she absorbed it all, she would only reach level 69. 10 days later, Lin Bai had absorbed all the remaining divine essences. At this time, the magic power in his body would sometimes become unstable, which was the negative effect of forcibly absorbing other divine essences. If you force yourself to absorb it, you may even become delirious. Fortunately, when Lin Bai broke through to level 80, with the super high mental power of a dual-class user, he finally sensed the passage between other worlds and Blue Star. This passage was already very weak, and the other side was filled with all kinds of malice. This malice was like all kinds of demons, eyeing the Blue Star world with covetous intent. Even though Lin Bai had reached level 80, he still broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I have already risen to the rank of High God. It's time to end all of this. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Bai first accepted the mission reward, but instead of spending time completing his divine status, he used his magic to forcibly erase the spatial passage on Blue Star's side. It's no use. Even if you temporarily block the spatial passage, we can still force our way in 100 years. A furious roar of resentment came from the other side. 100 years? Lin Bai wanted to laugh. 100 years from now, he might even surpass the Supreme God. Who knows who would attack whom then? With a shattering sound, the spatial passage vanished. The end.